The kid was completely baffled. Before his very eyes were two strangers spouting utter nonsense. All Diablo Volpia could think was, what the hell is this? Why couldn't he speak and only babble Abu? 66.6 to 6 years ago, the legendary battle between the dark mage Diablo Volpia and the 12 gods erupted. In the end, good triumphed over evil. Covered in wounds, Diablo Volpia lay in the center of the 12 gods' magic circle. Before they sealed him, he screamed in a frenzy, "Go on, seal me away. But when I awaken, I will drown you all in despair. You will live a life worse than death, begging for the end I'll never grant you." And after Diablo Volpia's dramatic speech, the 12 gods sealed him. But just as he promised, Diablo Volpia would return. After 66.6 to 6 years of drifting, he found a crack in that endless space, slipped through it, and was reborn as Jamie Welton, the eldest son of a count's family in the kingdom of Sam. And so, Diablo Volpia grew up with the identity of Jamie Welton, a true nobleman. Today marks his 9th year. The boy known as Jamie Welton stood in cold silence, sighing as he gazed into the distance. It was another exhausting day for him. A maid walked in with a bright smile. "Good morning, young master." "Morning?" Jamie Welton replied with a friendly grin. Seeing him up so early again, the maid asked why. "I wanted to watch the sunrise and enjoy its beauty." The answer, as smooth as butter, was one Jamie had practiced for 9 years, making the old nanny swoon. She then helped Jamie change his clothes so he could meet his parents. Standing before the dining room door, Jamie Welton took a deep breath as if preparing for battle, and this was his battlefield. 3 people, all looking at him with eyes overflowing with love. "Good morning, my love. Good morning, dear mother." Jamie Welton immediately responded with the brightest smile he could muster. The Count and Countess couldn't help but admire their 2 children. "Oh, our children are so adorable. I think they get their cuteness from you, my love." Jamie's mother was the only daughter of the great civil family, and his father was the master swordsman, Count Welton. He was one of the 5 greatest swordsmen in the kingdom, cold and stoic on the outside, but with his wife and children, he was the model husband. And so, with every meal, Jamie had to stomach an extra side dish, his parents' sickeningly sweet affection. The last character in Jamie's noisy home was his little sister, Sarah Welton. The adorable girl fed Jamie a piece of meat. He ate it with relish, then patted her head to thank her. Then, to complete his act, Jamie fed Sarah Welton her favorite dish under the loving gaze of Count Welton. Jamie quickly turned away to hide his true expression. Seriously, this was so damn annoying. Jamie was just waiting for the moment this meal would end, so he could return to his room and be himself. A notorious dark mage like him could never get used to a family overflowing with this much love. Luckily, now that his body was older, Jamie could speak fluently instead of having to act cute with a lisp like before. Even so, Jamie still enjoyed living in this mansion. He had a lot of freedom, and even his own private library. The important thing was, right now, he was weak. He no longer had the terrifying power from 66.6 to 6 years ago. All Jamie could summon was this little black blob he called Black. He often squeezed it until it popped like a water balloon. For now, those idiot gods were still alive, exploiting their followers like a bunch of parasites. In this era, dark magic didn't exist. All Jamie could do was create this little devil, Black, to run his daily errands. Thinking of those two-faced 12 gods made Jamie's blood boil. Just you wait. He would grow stronger and eliminate them one by one. "Young master, it's time to read children's books with the madam." A maid peeked in with the announcement, wondering why Jamie was still sitting there. A second later, Jamie snapped back into his perfect, obedient son persona while cursing internally. "Damn it. I'd rather have stayed in that seal and found my own way out than pretend to be this cutesy little kid every single day." In the common room, Jamie's mother and Sarah Welton were waiting. He put on an adorable, drool-worthy face to win his mother over. "What book will you read for us today, mother?" The 2 of them stared, captivated by Jamie's angelic beauty, then instinctively threw their arms around him. They shrieked like crazed fans meeting their idol, while only Jamie gritted his teeth and endured it. His mother then pulled out a book about the wise sage Jennis and read to them. Sarah Welton had already fallen asleep, and Jamie's eyes were getting heavy. But when his mother closed the book, Jamie's eyes lit up with excitement as if he'd heard the whole story. "I want to become a great mage like Sir Hennis," Jamie's mother encouraged him. It wasn't just because she was his mom. Jamie was so gifted that he had already defeated his 3 magic tutors. Jamie suspected she was mocking him for chasing away all 3 tutors she had found, but that thought was quickly squashed when his mom patted his head comfortingly. Jamie's father had gone to find the greatest mage to teach him. After their talk, Jamie asked for permission to go to the library. Before he left, his mother wanted to give him a warm hug. For a split second, Jamie sighed in despair, then squeezed his eyes shut and rushed into her arms just to get to the library faster. His mother held him tight. "Oh, our little Jamie is so adorable. Come on, play with me instead. Don't go to the library, my love." Jamie's inner voice screamed, but only we could hear his desperate plea. Damn it, just let me go. Finally, Jamie was released and returned to his room full of books. He had studied every book on mana, but even this last one was of no use to him. Just the thought of dinner time made Jamie tired. Couldn't he just eat one meal a day with those three? On his way to the dining room, Jamie ran into a silver-haired mage. The old man was exploring the house, marveling at how his father displayed ancient masterpieces as mere decorations. Jamie didn't know who he was, but the man had an abundant amount of mana, like a raging storm. He had to be at least a 7th-class mage. But how did he get here without a guide? Was it teleportation? Or maybe the old man just broke in, yet he was walking around the home of a swordmaster so casually. Jamie finally spoke up, asking for the man's identity. The old mage was also sizing up Jamie, and could only think, like father, like son. This boy is surely a genius. Getting no answer, Jamie grew annoyed. If this were 66.6 to 6 years ago, this old geezer would have been forced to his knees instantly. But now, he could only talk to him. Still, the old man's laid-back, provocative attitude and his mana probing were getting on Jamie's nerves. He focused mana into his hand, preparing to teach the old man a lesson. The old mage was still evaluating Jamie. A 9-year-old kid with such abundant mana and a straightforward attitude made him curious about his true power. So, he also gathered his mana, ready for a confrontation. Jamie lost it and cursed internally. Oh, so this bastard wants to test me? Let's see if you can defeat Diablo Volpia, the one who nearly brought down the gods themselves. Age-wise, it wouldn't be wrong for that old geezer to call him an ancestor. Zap! A laser beam, the pinnacle of Jamie's magic, shot toward the old mage, but it did nothing. Jamie was mortified. He knew the old man was stronger, but holy crap, his magic had no effect at all? The old mage, on the other hand, was thrilled by the power of a 9-year-old boy. So he countered with an attack that had at least 10 times more mana than Jamie's. Jamie gritted his teeth. Damn it, that old man was completely unscathed, but it didn't matter. The geezer's magic wouldn't be able to touch him anyway. The old mage was stunned to see Jamie standing firm without even blinking, because at that exact moment, Jamie's father appeared and sliced the attack in half. Jamie's dad was furious. Old man, you've gone too far. You dare to touch my precious son? Jamie immediately slipped into his weak child act, sniffling with teary eyes. I'm okay. Arena was floored by Jamie's dramatic display, then shot daggers from his eyes at the old mage, Marquis Linmill. Seeing Jamie flash him the middle finger after tattling to his dad, Marquis Linmill burst out laughing. He had never met a kid as rude and interesting as Jamie. The sight of his hearty laughter made Areno's blood boil, and he immediately dragged the Marquis into a private room to talk. The moment he sat down, Jamie's dad warned the Marquis for daring to touch the Welton heir, and more importantly, his precious little boy. I know, Marquis Linmill said calmly, taking a sip of tea. You son of a... You knew, and you attacked him anyway? Areno's killing intent flared, forcing Marquis Linmill to stop joking around. The old mage got straight to the point. Jamie's incredible talent. Welton was furious. He had summoned the Marquess to teach Jamie magic, not attack him. Clearly, there was a darker motive at play, but Marquess Lin Mi flatly refused Welton's demand for an explanation. After Jamie had easily dealt with 3 other magic tutors, Welton sought out the legendary Lin Mi, one of the most powerful 8th-level mages in existence. Yet now, Lin Mi was refusing to teach Jamie, making Welton question his own son's talent. As if reading his mind, Lin Mi explained his reasoning. He claimed he wasn't qualified to mentor Jamie. Welton couldn't believe his ears. If an 8th-level archmage couldn't teach him, then who in the world could? The next revelation was even more stunning. Lin Mi confessed that Jamie could read every single one of his spells. The boy knew with absolute certainty that the magic couldn't touch him, so Jamie didn't even bother to move, or even blink. According to the Archmage's assessment, if Jamie's body were stronger, he'd already be a 4th-level mage. As it stands, Jamie could only self-train up to level 3. The boy was a true monster. He didn't need a teacher. With Welton's support, Jamie would perfect his own power. This could be the birth of a legendary 9th-level mage. Welton was lost in a daze, imagining Jamie's future greatness, completely missing that Lin Mi was preparing to leave. Before departing, the old mage added that Jamie's talent could very well turn the entire world on its head. To him, this was a fascinating prospect. But Welton remained silent. He leaned back into his chair, letting out a heavy sigh. At that exact moment, another person was also sighing in exhaustion. It was none other than Jamie, who had just been freed from his mother's grasp. After hearing what Lin Mi had done, Jamie's mother had gone into a panic, checking his entire body to make sure he hadn't lost a single piece of flesh. That ordeal felt longer than the time Jamie was sealed away. Still, he was satisfied to have met a genuine mage. Now that was real magic. In his era, such power would have been immense. But even more impressive was his old man, Welton. Only someone that unbelievably cool deserved to be called dad by a 6,000-year-old soul like him. What's so amusing? The voice of Lin Mi echoed from right behind him. Jamie looked at the old man, his eyes wide with disbelief. He couldn't fathom how this geezer had snuck into his room completely undetected. Jamie screamed in his face. What the hell are you doing in here? Lin Mi just cackled, enjoying Jamie's surprised reaction. Now this times was how a 9-year-old boy should act. Jamie was annoyed when he realized Lin Mi had used a teleportation spell. He'd thought his dad would give the old man a serious beatdown. Still, he had to admit the guy's teleportation skills were pro-level. Lin Mi gave him a sly look, amazed that a child like Jamie could be such a masterful actor. Jamie dusted himself off and stood. Of course, I treat my family differently than some rude stranger like you. Lin Mi laughed as if he'd hit the jackpot, then looked at the boy with regret. If only he were stronger, he could have flicked Jamie's forehead. A chill ran down Jamie's spine at that look. What a total pervert. Was this old man planning to kidnap and sell him? But no, Lin Mi handed him a magic book, adding that Jamie's magic was outdated. What the heck? Jamie felt utterly humiliated, wishing the ground would open up and swallow him whole. That magic book contained every spell Lin Mi had ever created, and Jamie was the first person who would learn them. Hearing this, Jamie couldn't contain his excitement. It was the first time he'd ever held a grimoire from a living high-level mage. Before leaving, Lin Mi didn't forget to set his expectations. He hoped that the next time they met, Jamie wouldn't need Welton to block attacks for him again. Meeting that old geezer wasn't a waste of time after all. Now, it was time to devour this book. According to Lin Mi, mana absorption was a breathing technique used to draw mana into the heart. It was known to be the most effective method. However, the truth is that it has a major limitation. Since Lin Mi had called his magic outdated, Jamie had high hopes for the new technique, but what he read surpassed all his wildest imaginations. The Archmage's technique was brilliant, but also incredibly difficult to perform. You had to feel each individual mana particle and then absorb it through the skin, all with perfect precision. Jamie lay on his bed, wondering just how many people could actually pull that off. It would be difficult to replace his old technique, but Jamie already met the 2 conditions for the new one, and above all else, he was Diablo Volpia. It seemed the old mage Lin Mi had enlightened him quite a bit. Now, it was time to put it into practice, one step at a time. Snap. Jamie flicked his fingers and summoned his subordinate, Danny Break. Its job was to shatter the mana particles, which was the first condition for this technique. This was quite difficult, as it required adjusting the size and position precisely. But Break handled it all, thanks to the soul contract it shared with him. As for the second condition, that was even easier. While the amount of mana the heart can absorb is limited, Jamie could simply store the excess mana elsewhere in his body, which meant he had no limits whatsoever. The next morning, Jamie didn't come down for breakfast, so his nanny called Welton to check on him. The two stood curiously outside the door, witnessing a truly supernatural sight. Jamie's mana was moving around him with incredible precision. Aino knew Marquess Lin Mi had guided Jamie a little, but this spectacle was truly unreal. He couldn't believe his adorable, drooling baby boy possessed such innate talent. Heno instructed the nanny to leave Jamie alone so he could concentrate. For convenience, he assigned a few servants to stay and attend to him. The nanny obeyed. She couldn't see Jamie's mana, so she just assumed he was playing with himself. Welton left with a mountain of thoughts on his mind. He was a little disappointed that his only son wasn't a swordsman, but having his mother's family's genes was good too. That's my son, all right. Haha. Aino proudly pictured the day his family would have a 9th-level mage, ensuring their family name would go down in the Empire's history. Half a day later, Jamie finally opened his eyes and came to his senses. He jumped up in joy. I did it! Haha! Jamie spent the most time on the step of separating the mana elements. It was as difficult and complex as 8th-grade chemistry, but if he couldn't do it once, he'd do it 100 times, until he finally got it right. In any case, Jamie now felt that he was on a whole new level, far different from the Jamie of a day ago. It's safe to say he had reached the 4th level as a mage. Damn it, I was so close to level 5. Jamie's sigh made Break curious, but he wasn't going to rebuild this body from scratch, as it was already weak. Break landed on Jamie's shoulder as if to comfort him. Jamie understood that he was still young and didn't need to be impatient. He could just train slowly. Jamie planned to go see Welton, so he used an invisibility spell on Break, then instructed it to hide its mana well because he didn't want his father to know about it. Looking at the results of his 4th-level invisibility spell, Jamie was quite proud. He almost couldn't even see the little black furball himself. Jamie had it all figured out. With his magic, there was no way his old man could detect Break. From now on, he could summon Break anywhere. In the reception room, Aino was talking to a member of the Jennis cult. The man spoke to him with a cunning look on his face. Aino allowed this cult to operate because he believed it was a great encouragement for the people in his domain. He would turn Jennis into the largest cult, starting from his territory. The cultist understood that Welton was subtly asserting his power. At his warning, the man felt a shiver of fear. Although he had heard the rumors, the tension in the air was now extremely palpable. After their talk, Welton allowed him to leave, not forgetting to sarcastically wish him a safe return. A facade was erected between the two. The moment he left, his face was no longer smiling and friendly, but cold and murderous. Jaime, who was about to pay his respects to his father, came across the Jennis cultist. He recognized the symbol on his hat, a crescent moon with a golden cross in the middle. Jaime had heard the entire conversation between him and Welton. He couldn't understand what the hell the Jenny's followers were doing right here on his father's land. Jaime bit his nails, pondering. He didn't understand why his father would allow it, and why it had to be Jennis. To act now, he could only rely on Ano, as he was the head of the entire domain. Jaime needed to investigate, and then ask his old man to kick those Jennis people out. He would let his dad handle this matter. Jaime just needed to continue playing the role of a good, obedient son. At the tea room, Jaime was happily reporting his training progress to Ano, who was equally interested. One thing he was sure of was that Jaime really loved magic. However, as a father, Ano wanted his son to be able to grow up like a normal boy. Jaime was a talented kid, but he also knew better than anyone that the life of a genius is the most difficult thing in this world. When a child genius grows up, everyone will be jealous of them. When they become an adult, people will attack them fiercely. Welton worried whether his little son could endure it, so he told Jaime not to push himself too hard. He could offer support, but he didn't want his son living a difficult life. Jaime just laughed and said, "Don't worry, Dad. Your son is an old man over 6,000 years old who's fought with gods." Hearing that, Welton felt a sense of relief. Only now did he notice Jaime's terrifyingly immense mana. He could see his son was still continuously absorbing it. Welton paused for a moment. In theory, mana could only be stored in the heart, and it had a limit. Welton hesitantly asked Jaime if he had already absorbed the entire book that old Lin Mi gave him. "That's right," Jaime replied. Not only that, but he'd also upgraded it to a pro version. Welton broke out in a cold sweat. He had no clue what that old Marquis did to his son to turn him into a mana-absorbing furnace in just one day. Thinking this, he truly hoped his son would become one of the legendary 9th-level mages. He gave a wry smile. As a father, his own talent wasn't even 1/10 of Jaime's. Jaime saw Welton's dorky smile and was confused. Was the old man having an internal monologue or something? Welton chuckled. "I'm so proud of you today, my son." To show his affection, he ruffled Jaime's hair. The kid gritted his teeth to endure it. Damn it, he was old enough to be Welton's ancestor's ancestor, yet here he was, getting his head patted like a puppy. The humiliation was real. "But is that your summoned spirit?" Welton pointed at Brake and asked casually, causing only Jaime and Brake to jump out of their skins. What the hell? He was sure he'd made little Brake invisible. So, how could Welton still see her? While the two kids were freaking out, Welton was happily describing how Brake's fluffy little body was so freaking adorable. Jaime's spirit sank. He lied, saying he made it look like a bat, but inside, he was screaming about his father's power. "Don't tell me he found out I'm using dark magic!" Contrary to Jaime's fears, Welton just hugged him tightly, overflowing with pride. "Somebody help! My son is a genius! I'm so proud to be your son. Wait, I mean, your father." Somehow, in the midst of all that, Jaime escaped from that hellish room. This house is such a pain. That night, Jaime snuck out. He had to find out why those annoying Jennis jerks came here in the first place. With black wings formed by Brake, Jaime quickly left the Count's mansion. In a small alley, two young men were having a heart-to-heart. They were from the Levon criminal organization. The purple-haired guy, Philip, was praying for his ancestors' protection. Jans, on the other hand, was furious. He realized the boss was using half their organization for his own selfish goals. Even as a bad guy, he still had some humanity. He couldn't just turn a blind eye to money and get into human trafficking. Philip mumbled, "If we're lucky, we can get out of this." "Not a chance," Jans shot back. They both knew Count Welton adored children, especially his own. If he found out they were trafficking kids right in his territory, they'd be eating dirt for the rest of their short lives. Philip was still stubborn. The boss said we wouldn't get caught, but Jans was still terrified. The Count is a master swordsman, dude. No matter how much that guy Honey protects us, we can't escape Welton's grasp. Philip sighed. "So, are you in or out? Just say it." "I'm running," Jans declared. "Okay, I'm with you," Philip added. "It's the law of the streets. If it's too hard, you bail." So the two started planning. The organization would definitely hunt them to the ends of the earth. Philip said, "Better to try and die than to stand still and wait to be killed. Isn't that better than doing nothing?" Jans said sarcastically, "Seriously, which idiot came up with a plan to traffic people here? Does he have a drain pipe for a brain?" Their conversation reached Jaime's ears. He stepped out of the shadows, causing the two men to jump up defensively. "Who are you?" "Funny you should ask. I don't really know myself, Jamie said with a sinister smile. If you don't talk, you die. Jans and Philip charged at Jamie. He vanished in an instant, leaving them frantically looking around. Hey, we were throwing hands. Why'd you bring magic into it? That's playing dirty. My. What interesting thing are you two talking about? Jamie's chilling voice sent shivers down their spines. Before they could react, Jamie had already manipulated their minds. And just like that, the two men were kneeling before Jamie, begging for a truce. Telling him the whole story. Jamie couldn't understand if these guys had brains. Did they eat a tiger's liver for breakfast to even think of trafficking on his father's land? Jamie gritted his teeth. First the Jennis clan, now these guys. So annoying. He wondered what their boss was on to accept such a deal. Has no one heard the rumors about my father? Suddenly, Jamie had a bad feeling about this. He hypnotized the two guys, making them go to his family's guard post and confess the entire plan. Jamie figured this was the fastest way to end their scheme. Now he could go home, get some sleep, and watch the show in the morning. Jamie called Brake, telling her to turn into wings and fly him back to bed. But as he turned, a body flew past him. It was Philip, covered in blood and tears. A gaping hole was torn right through his chest, and Jans was burnt to a crisp. Both of them collapsed right in front of Jamie. Ha ha ha, you idiots. A loud laugh echoed as others told the man to shut his mouth before the guards arrived. Jamie was furious. Some psycho just came out of nowhere and ruined his plan. Unforgivable. Jamie summoned the souls of Jans and Philip. He would let them live a little longer. They had to finish their mission before they could die. The man who had been laughing like a maniac appeared. He was the 3-bit, scar-faced Honey who'd been hunting Jans and Philip. Ignoring Jamie, healing them, Honey ordered his men to drag the two back for punishment. A tear unconsciously fell from Philip's eye. Help me, Jamie seethed. This short little bastard. Wham! A gash appeared on Jamie's head. Honey gleefully rained down blows, blasting holes through his body. Die, you little brat! He madly launched magic until the spot where Jamie stood was nothing but a smoldering, black husk. One of the goons seemed to notice something was off. Honey immediately turned and cursed him out. He was certain he had killed Jamie with his own hands. Are you sure about that, son? Jamie whispered right next to his ear, a terrifying grin on his face. I just want to ask, was it fun killing your own subordinates? Honey's eyes widened, wondering what the hell this kid was that he wasn't dead. And what was with that dark aura surrounding him? When did Jamie get right in front of him? Just some third-rate punk mage acting like he's a big-shot gangster. Damn you, shorty, I'll kill you! Honey summoned a third-level fire burst. Even if it couldn't compare to his idol Megumin, he was sure he could incinerate Jamie. An explosion erupted with light and smoke. All that remained was Jamie's arrogant voice. Ah, the ignorance of youth. Everything was already in Jamie's hands. The winner takes all. How could he possibly lose? The soulless Honey fell face first onto the ground. Seeing their boss taken down so easily, his men decided to bail. Of the 36 stratagems, retreating is the best. Jamie ignored them. His focus now was on mind-controlling this old geezer. A stream of dark energy enveloped Honey. After a second, Jamie had completed his brainwashing. He walked over and grabbed the long-haired man lying on the ground. He was now completely Jamie's slave, obeying his every command, no matter how small. After interrogating Honey, Jamie returned to the two unfortunate men. Jans looked up, shocked that the one who overpowered all of them was a 9-year-old kid who likes hearing bedtime stories from his mom. Jamie angrily warned them to watch their mouths, or he'd make them log off for real. This is a soul contract. Whether they like it or not, as long as it's active, their souls and lives belong to Jamie. That's dark magic. Jamie suddenly remembered something. He told them he wasn't some demon god, but a dark mage who had been asleep for over 6,000 years. He thought back to the pointless conversation with Scarface Honey. What a waste of time. He could have just reported the trafficking to his father. So now, Jamie had no idea what to do with this Scarface slave. He was a 3rd-level mage, so normally Jamie would turn him into a soulless puppet to command, while his soul rotted away. But the most important problem was that soulless puppets look disgusting as hell. How could something that looks like a beggar go on a mission? So the only way was to swallow him whole. Jamie's smile slowly turned inhuman. Let's see what's on the menu for tonight's late-night snack. After devouring all of Honey's magic, Jamie wiped his mouth like a nobleman. Even though it had a lot of impurities, something was better than nothing. Turning back to his 2 new zombies, Jamie saw they'd been revived for a while, but they probably wouldn't last much longer. Time to call on the almighty Black. After all, those 2 guys still had to sell their souls to the system, even in death. It's been a while since Jamie used his Necromancy, a skill meant to resurrect the dead. But in reality, they're just empty shells that can move. Bringing back the dead goes against the laws of nature, after all. Jamie looked at the 2 new servants before him and declared, "You were dead, but in this moment, you are not. From now on, you will be my loyal slaves and live once more." Then, it was Black's turn. It shot bolts of lightning down on Jans and Philip. "Defy death and rise," Jamie ordered, gritting his teeth. Because it had been so long, their souls had wandered deep into the spirit realm. Jamie poured more dark magic into the ritual, pulling their souls back to the mortal world. You could feel the agony in their twisted expressions. Then came a thunderous explosion and their piercing screams. Jamie waited. Jans and Philip knelt before him in reverence. "Sir, what are your orders?" What the hell? Something was definitely off. It wasn't just that they were still nearly as tall as him while kneeling. It was the foul, dark aura pouring off them, as clear as day. Did he miss a step somewhere? Black, thinking Jamie was blaming him, let out a pitiful little whimper. Jamie snapped in frustration. "I wasn't talking to you." Black obediently rolled into his hand, but it wasn't getting off that easily. Jamie vented his anger by stretching the black fluff ball out. He knew there might be some side effects, but this was still seriously annoying. Black's mouth was stretched wide as he was pulled. So much for not blaming him. Men are such a pain. Looking at his two glitchy new genies, Jamie had no idea what to do with them. Maybe he should just donate them to the human traffickers? It was all because of that disgusting dark aura they were radiating. Otherwise, they would have been perfect. Suddenly, Black looked around and bit Jamie on the neck. Jamie immediately tossed him aside. What the heck? They weren't lovers, so why the random hickey? But Black was just trying to get Jamie's attention. He was about to absorb all the dark energy swirling around the two men. Jamie was stunned that his little sidekick was so capable. The entire miasma was swallowed by Black, whose mouth puffed up like a balloon. He couldn't help but start venting the excess energy, thankfully without any smell. After the two were cleaned up and no longer reeked of death, Jamie decided to finally give them their orders. The hissing stopped, so Jamie checked on Black, who was now a bloated lump on the floor. He gently stroked its round little body. Black chirped, "Amazing! Good job, me!" The next part of the ritual after summoning was naming. He decided to stick with Jans and Philip for convenience. Now, awaken. The two men jolted as if waking from a long nightmare. Both of them looked around, completely lost. When he heard Jamie's voice, Jans trembled in absolute terror before the overwhelming mana radiating from him. He was just like the villains from the fairy tales he'd heard as a child. A literal godslayer. Jamie's mere presence was enough to paralyze Jans, turning him from a man into a scared cat, which was exactly what Jans was thinking. "Is there a problem?" Jamie asked, his entire body emitting a terrifying dark aura. Philip swallowed hard, gathered all his courage, and yelled, "I don't know if you're a god or a demon, but I know you're not human." Well now, this one was interesting. That was hardly the proper attitude for a slave. The ritual must have been incomplete. To correct his defiant behavior, Jamie flicked his finger, and Philip's entire body slammed face first into the ground. A sickening crack echoed through the room. Was it the tiles breaking, or Philip's jaw? Jamie stepped closer and warned him, "This is your only warning. Dogs do not bark at their master." More importantly, it was time for their mission. Jamie needed the two of them to scout the Jennis church and gather information. Also, they were to bring back one of the human traffickers for some private business. Jamie and Philip bowed their heads respectfully, not daring to make a sound. They stayed that way until Jamie vanished without a trace. Only then did they let out a sigh of relief as their eyes met. They instantly understood. It was time to get to work. Pie. Black tilted its head, questioning Jamie. He assured his companion that he'd placed a powerful curse on them. They wouldn't dare betray him. As for the traffickers, his father would handle them. But if they kept causing trouble, he'd eventually have to step in and deal with them himself. As he was lost in thought, someone slammed into him from behind, startling him. More importantly, he didn't even sense their presence. Jamie spun around, annoyed, ready to curse them out. "Are you blind or something?" Whoops, it was just a kid. The kid on the ground yelled back defensively, "You're a kid too, you little punk." Jamie gave a nervous laugh. He'd forgotten he was in the body of a 9-year-old Duke's son. Black had made a nest on his head to hide his hair color. It was the only defining feature of the Welton family. Still, Jamie didn't want to argue with a 9-year-old, so he decided to just walk away. The boy behind him muttered, "Damn it, who does he think he is, acting all grown up without a single gray hair on his head?" Suddenly, Black yanked Jamie's whole body to a stop. Both kids froze in confusion. Jamie had no idea why his little guy was suddenly being so stubborn. Was it because that kid made fun of his jet black, fluffy appearance? Jamie was getting annoyed. Looks like he'd have to discipline Black when they got home. How dare it stop its own master? Watch your mouth if you don't want to get logged out of life permanently. Jamie shot the kid a warning glare. The boy was so scared he nearly wet his pants before scrambling to his feet and running for his life. Jamie sighed. Black was even more extra than he was, but he had to humor the little fluffball if he wanted his free flight home. Back in his room, it was time to teach the little black puffball a lesson. It seemed genuinely remorseful. Jamie threatened to never summon Black again if it ever acted so out of line. The scolding seemed to work, as Black was cheerful again in no time, promising it would never happen again. Jamie collapsed onto his bed, exhausted. This body was just too weak to handle using so much magic. Still, Jamie was fighting for a carefree life, preparing for his journey when the last god finally appears, Jennis. Just thinking about them made his blood boil, but it didn't matter. Even if they brought their entire clan, he would crush every last one of them. Where's the boss? Jans returned to the hideout and started looking for Honey. The purple-haired guy saw him and looked like he'd seen a ghost because Honey himself claimed to have killed all of them. A powerful punch shattered the wall behind Pep. Jans wasn't in the mood for games. Talk, or you'll be meeting your maker. Pep was terrified by Jans's sudden surge in power, but more importantly, the other members would cause a riot if they saw a ghost walking around. Based on Pep's reaction, he figured everyone else had already been taken care of, so he immediately put his hands up in surrender, claiming he had no idea where Jans's boss was being held. Is that so? A second voice made Pep's blood run even colder. It was Philip, the man who had died before him. Pep tried his best not to tremble. Of course, you can ask anyone. Philip was getting impatient. He needed their leader for the mission Jamie gave them. The boss had info on the entire town, which likely included the Jennis church. Using a voice that sounded like it came from the depths of hell, Philip asked again about Honey. Pep swallowed hard, thinking fast. He had to choose his words carefully or lose his head. He came up with an excuse, saying Honey was a drunk and a womanizer, so he was probably partying at a bar. That sounded plausible to Jans, so they decided to head to the bar. Pep let out a silent sigh of relief for surviving the encounter, but a second later, he took a fist to the face from Jans. Jans wondered aloud why they didn't just bring Pep back to their tiny master. If they were going to do that, they'd need to hide him from the organization. Philip decided to lock Pep in their warehouse for safekeeping, and so, the two of them left with their prize in hand. At that moment, a small figure entered the house filled with corpses and blood. He shivered. Looks like everyone's asleep. He thought he was going to get beaten for not meeting his quota yesterday. But there was no one left to punish him. Seizing the opportunity, the boy ran far, far away before he could become a suspect. The next morning, CEO Jamie woke up in the middle of his 200-square-meter bed. He sighed, not from exhaustion, but because it was almost time for breakfast with his loving family. On the way, Jamie decided to unsummon Black, since his all-powerful father could see right through the disguise. Taking a deep breath, Jamie walked in. Father, Mother, did you sleep well? Welton greeted him with a bright smile, but something felt missing. Where was his dramatic, over-the-top mother? Right here, my love. Jamie's mother leaped out from behind the door with a boo. Jamie feigned surprise. Oh, Mother, where were you hiding? I didn't see you at all. The truth was, he knew her hiding spot from every year before. Were you scared, my little Jamie? Just a little, but I'm just so happy I got to catch my dear mother. Jamie's mom once again marveled at how adorable he was. Just then, Sarah Welton appeared out of nowhere, hugging Jamie and refusing to let go. Moments like these made Jamie wish he could stay sealed for another few hundred years. After a few minutes of affection, Jamie was finally allowed to sit at the table. His mom hugged Sarah Welton, gushing over how cute she was. Jamie wanted to pinch his little sister's cheeks, too. They had to be as soft as Kuin's. Ah, damn it. He slammed his face on the table, trying to shove that thought away. He had gotten way too used to this peaceful life. But in the end, Jamie couldn't resist picking Sarah Welton up in his arms. Cuteness is a force that conquers all. Suddenly, the talk about tomorrow left Jamie completely lost. It turns out his mother forgot to tell him because he'd made her worry all night. Jamie suddenly realized his mom must have been scared to death after his mana-sucking incident. I'm sorry, Jamie drooped, full of regret. Of course, his mother didn't blame him. She just said that if Jamie pushed himself like that again, she'd probably faint from worry in the hallway. Jamie changed the subject to tomorrow's plans, and she excitedly explained that their super cute family of 4 would be attending a huge ball hosted by Count Simon's family. Almost every noble living in the Northern Seam Empire had to be there. And even though this was the first ball for Jamie and Sarah Welton, their mother was clearly the most excited one. But Jamie's free time was rapidly disappearing. That night, he snuck out again to visit his 2 underlings before his schedule got completely packed. The 3 of them gathered for another shady meeting. Jamie asked about their progress on the tasks. Philip answered with a worried tone. They couldn't find any information on the Jennis group because the cult was brand new. Jamie understood. Even for Liven members, getting intel in a single day was a tall order. For the other task, Philip brought out the guy named Pep. He instantly recognized the signature hair color of the Welton family. According to Philip, Pep was also a member of Liven. He knew that the 2 of them were supposed to be eliminated by Honey. That proved he was an insider. But Pep didn't seem to have any valuable information. Jamie sighed. In the end, he had to handle everything himself. As soon as his gag was removed, Pep started screaming his head off. Please, spare me. I don't know anything. If you let me live, I'll gather any information you want. Hey kid, Jamie spoke up. A cold chill shot down Pep's spine. He could feel an endless evil energy radiating from Jamie. Pep immediately started crying and begging. At this point, if Jamie told him to bark like a dog, he would. Geez, this guy talks way too much. Jamie cast a spell to shut his mouth, then mind-controlled him, ordering Pep to go confess to his own father. Just like that, Pep became a puppet, carrying out his assigned command. Jamie told Jans and Philip not to pity the guy. He'd be dead at his father's hands long before the organization got to him anyway. Jamie then ordered the two of them to flee the city. Both of them obeyed without question. Jamie gave them a suspicious look. How come these two loudmouths weren't questioning him today? They bowed their heads and said in unison like rappers, "The master's command is absolute. We need only obey." Philip had already guessed Jamie's reasoning. His father, Count Welton, would surely purge Leven from the city. In that chaos, the existence of two former slaves wouldn't matter anymore. More importantly, Jamie had to attend that annoying ball in a few days, so he warned his two lackeys not to steal his spotlight. Suddenly, Philip called out to him. The look on his face was a mix of horror and pain. What have we become? Philip knew they were both dead. He had accepted that he couldn't live like before, but he didn't want to live like this. Philip accepted the immense power he'd been given, but the one thing that kept him up at night was what kind of creature he now was. Jamie asked him, what exactly were Philip and Jans curious about? Have we become high-ranking immortals? His totally clueless question made Jamie crack up. He had never seen anyone adapt so quickly. A normal person would have asked if they were truly immortal in the first place. Philip dazedly thanked him, surprised that his master could laugh so cheerfully. Jamie, on the other hand, was intrigued. Normally, slaves would reject this state, having lost their humanity to become monsters. But these two clueless guys were still acting like living people. Perhaps he had just acquired two very valuable underlings. Jamie finally explained that they were just zombies, but their appearances were perfectly maintained because he hated the rotting smell of zombies from the stories. As for their power, he had buffed them to be stronger than ordinary humans. Philip was disappointed to learn he was just a lowly zombie, but Jamie disagreed. Depending on their actions, they could even become high-ranking zombies. Hearing that, the two kids cheered up instantly. A high-ranking zombie sounds pretty badass. On the way back, Brake expressed pity for them, but Jamie found the two of them incredibly interesting. They reminded him of that annoying guy from his past life. That night, a huge incident shook the Welton estate. A certain member of Leven no prizes for guessing who had exposed his own organization. The situation was so serious that they had to delay their departure to handle the problem completely. As a result, only Jamie, his mom, and his sister headed to Regan, the largest commercial city in the east. Riding in the carriage, Jamie gazed at the scenery. Everything had advanced so much, it was incomparable to his legendary era. Then again, he had no idea how many years he'd actually been sealed away. The history books wrote about the events after his death. Things like the Demon Tribe's invasion and the Demon King's arrival. Peace had lasted for a few hundred years without anything similar happening. Perhaps he was the one who ended that peace. Thinking about it, Jamie remembered those 12 foolish gods. After all this time, they still couldn't form an alliance. He could crush them much more easily than before. Countless lives were lost back then, but he couldn't be bothered to care. The bloodlust radiating from Jamie made Sarah Welton uncomfortable. He immediately reined in his emotions, using a bit of magic to soothe his sister back to sleep. First things first, he had to get through this ball safely. Then he could plan his next move. After the carriage entered Regan, Jamie switched on his acting mode, putting on a look of utter amazement at the city's beauty. From inside, his mother began telling him all about Regan, the kingdom's largest trading hub. It handled a massive flow of currency for the entire continent's economy. From his own research, Jamie knew Regan was the biggest reason the Seam Kingdom was so wealthy. You could tell just by looking at the architecture that reeked of money. Their carriage arrived at the Simon estate. Jamie, not forgetting his mission, put on his best act. Just thinking about meeting Count Simon is making my heart pound. Jamie's mother immediately pulled him into a tight hug. Oh, my sweet boy, you're so adorable. Are you nervous? Then I'll hold your hand, okay? She thought Jamie looked up to Count Simon because he was a great mage, a man who reached level 7 around his father's age. One of the two leaders of the Eastern Noble faction, alongside Areno, and the lord of this wealthy land of Regan. Simon's magic was said to be like a red lotus. That was also his nickname. It was rumored to have taken thousands of lives. Hearing that, Jamie grew curious about what kind of person he was. His mother made a scary face and said, "He has hair as red as blood." Man, sometimes his mom's expressions were scarier than his dad's. Red Lotus Mage, level 7. He didn't care about any of that. What he cared about was a single attack that could wipe out thousands of lives. He would definitely have a chat with Count Simon. Jamie's mom got out of the carriage first. "My darlings, follow me. Now, take your time." "Yes, ma'am." Jamie followed, using a voice so sickly sweet that even he couldn't believe it. A servant respectfully greeted them and led the three inside. They were shown to a huge room to wait until the ball began. Jamie's mother was pleased with such thoughtful arrangements. Not only that, but Jamie was even given his own room. At his age, it was rare for kids to get a separate room from their parents. His mom told him to come right back after unpacking. Of course, he replied in his usual, obedient tone. Yes, Mom. Meanwhile, the maids were getting his mother ready. He knew his mother was beautiful, but seeing her all dressed up like this, Jamie couldn't help but be impressed. Receiving a compliment from her precious son made her so happy, she couldn't stop herself from trying to pinch his cheeks. The maids quickly stopped her before the makeup smudged and the dress got wrinkled. These women were truly Jamie's saviors. Just then, Sarah Welton finished getting ready too. However, she looked rather uncomfortable. The little girl's incredible cuteness made Jamie's mother swoon. Even Jamie had to admit his sister looked just like a doll. He encouraged Sarah Welton to hang in there, knowing from her expression that the multi-pound dress was anything but comfortable. Finally, after Jamie finished getting ready, the three of them entered the ballroom. The magnificent, lavish scene took Jamie's breath away. This was the first party he'd attended since his rebirth. A few women immediately swarmed Jamie's mother, showering her with praise. Jamie felt disgusted, knowing they were just trying to suck up to the Welton family. That fawning look on their faces was unmistakable. Whether you're a god or a mortal, one thing always exists: fools who want to flatter the powerful. Jamie was sickened by this hypocrisy, but luckily, his mother wasn't one to be trifled with. She easily shooed those vultures away. Testing, testing, can everyone hear me? An MC stood in the middle of the hall, speaking on behalf of the Simon family to welcome all their esteemed guests to the ball. That was Ron Benner, the man responsible for managing the Regan territory. He announced the ball would begin shortly and asked everyone to find their designated seats. Of course, the party couldn't start without its host. Count Simon, a man with hair as crimson as blood, stepped in with a cold expression. Welcome to the ball. I hope you all enjoy your time here. Jamie was stunned by his appearance. He couldn't believe this was a 7th level mage. The Count had to be on par with, or even stronger than, that old geezer Lin Mi. What an interesting man. He had officially caught Jamie's attention. Simon approached Jamie's mother first, greeting her with a polite compliment. He then asked about Count Welton's whereabouts, since he wasn't present. Jamie's mother explained some urgent matters in their territory, but assured him her husband would arrive later tonight. Simon's gaze shifted to the two children, and Jamie's mother proudly introduced her darlings. My loves, say hello to the Count. Jamie bowed respectfully, using 100% of his acting skills. The picture-perfect scene made Countess Simon exclaim, such lovely children. But Count Simon began sizing Jamie up, his eyes scanning every inch of the boy's body. Without hesitation, Jamie let a sliver of his mana show, successfully capturing the Count's full attention. Is your name Jamie? Yes, it is, he answered enthusiastically. Though they had just met, it felt as if they'd known each other for ages, able to read the thoughts in each other's eyes. Count Simon decided he would speak with the boy later and then moved on. Jamie had achieved his goal. Just as he suspected, Count Simon was even more than he'd expected. He was certain their conversation would yield a lot of useful information. Besides Count Simon, one of his sons also had his eyes on Jamie. Sitting at the banquet table, he boldly brought up Jamie in front of his father. He argued that even though Jamie was young, he would one day lead the Welton family, so it was best to get acquainted now to maintain their family's relationship. Simon had heard his useless son was playing at being a leader with other noble kids, trying to earn his acknowledgement. It was a cheap trick, but he decided to play along for a moment. He's a naive child. Hearing a response from his father for the first time, the boy was overjoyed and tried to ask more, but Simon met him with cold indifference. Countess Simon took his hand to comfort him. She hoped he and Jamie would become friends to preserve their long-standing alliance. Of course. Please don't worry, Mother. He put on a fake smile to appease her. But in his eyes, Jamie was nothing more than a low-class, countryside noble. He would make Jamie kneel at his feet, and then his cold father would finally have to acknowledge him. That naive expression was noticed by his younger brother, who gave a mysterious smile. Back with our country boy Jamie, his mother told him to go around and make some friends. But yeah, right. Jamie already had a plan to enjoy some private time. So Jamie wandered off, searching for a quiet place. He stopped at Count Simon's incredibly chill garden. The peaceful, gentle scenery made Jamie sigh in admiration. Despite his cold exterior, Count Simon had used magic to create a fairy tale garden like this. Jamie was really looking forward to their chat. Who are you talking to? A voice suddenly spoke from behind, putting Jamie on high alert. He instantly materialized a sword and pointed it at the intruder. A young, innocent-looking girl stood frozen in fear at the tip of his blade. Jamie clicked his tongue and retracted the weapon. How can you be so rude? The girl, on the verge of tears, started yelling. But that's the price you pay for sneaking up on someone. She should feel lucky her head was still attached. So who are you? And why were you behind me? Jamie asked patiently. The girl's confidence returned now that Jamie was curious about her, but she was being coy, refusing to answer directly. Her evasive attitude annoyed Jamie, especially since he hadn't even sensed her presence moments ago. I'm not in the mood for games. As he spoke, Jamie fired a magic air bullet at her feet. He warned her not to mess with him, because he was armed. A magic gun that could pierce right through her annoying face. You'd really do it, wouldn't you? The girl was stunned by Jamie's bluntness, and the murderous look on his face absolutely terrified her. Finally, she revealed her identity. As Valor, the eldest daughter of Viscount Valor and a spirit master. A spirit master is a term for a mage who can communicate with the mystical forces of nature, known as spirits. Spirit masters are incredibly rare. Their very existence is a sign of outstanding talent, and they can even be granted the title of Baron. Now, Jamie understood how Az had approached him silently using wind spirits, but what surprised him was that she looked to be about his age. Normally, spirit masters begin their training to harmonize with nature around the age of 10. It seems, Az was a genius with an innate gift for it. With formal training, she might even be able to communicate with the Spirit King someday, Az shot back angrily, demanding to know who Jamie was. He could already tell she was the competitive type. Using his handsome, charming face, Jamie replied, "My name is Jamie Welton, heir to the Count Welton family." Az Valor was stunned. There was one well-known fact about the Viscount Valor family. They were loyal subordinates of Count Welton. At that very moment, Count Welton was wiping out the Livon gang. He had let the gang operate in the shadows, but this time, they had gone too far. Human trafficking was a phrase he despised. Only a madman or someone with a death wish would dare do that in his territory. The leader cried and begged for his life, but all he received was an order for his public execution the next day. After dealing with the Livon gang, Count Welton ordered his servants to prepare a carriage to depart for his wife and children. As the remnants of the Livon gang were being led away, a mysterious figure in a black cloak watched from a treetop. He spoke into a communication orb with frustration, "Prepare Plan B." Back with Jamie, who couldn't stand the yellow fluffball following him any longer, he snapped, "Why are you still following me?" Just because Viscount Valor served his father didn't mean anything to them. Besides, he hated her whiny, tearful act. Jamie tried to walk away, but a hand grabbed him tightly. Damn it, could she be any more obvious about tailing him? This is the first time I've met someone my age. So, I want to be your friend. She finally worked up the courage to say it. What the hell? Jamie froze. He never imagined that was the reason he'd suddenly grown a tail. He would have understood if Az had said she needed a servant. But friends? That was probably a big deal for a child, not for a soul that was thousands of years old like him. More importantly, it wasn't his problem. Find someone else. I don't need friends. Wait, Jamie, you're so mean! Az cried out in frustration. Jamie didn't want to make friends. Close relationships would only make him lose his reason. If only he had discarded those useless emotions from the start, he wouldn't have had to taste such a bitter pill in his past life. The unpleasant memories made Jamie furious. He didn't want to be so weak again, and it was all because of this blonde girl, Az. Jamie Welton, a red-headed boy, called his name. The signature hair color told Jamie he was one of Count Simon's sons. "What do you want?" Jamie replied. Two goons following the redhead started talking smack. "How dare you be so disrespectful to our boss, Anf? You country bumpkin." Hearing his newly hired lackeys hype him up as the Simon family heir, Anf nodded in satisfaction. "Do kids ever shut up?" Jamie scoffed. "Be quiet." Instantly, the two of them couldn't make a sound. They just stammered, unable to form a single word. Anf pointed a finger at Jamie, demanding an answer. "Did you just cast a silence spell on them?" Jamie laughed. "Looks like this one's smarter than his goons, you arrogant brat." "I'm older than you," Ant fumed. This punk would have a heart attack if he knew Jamie's soul was thousands of years old. Jamie didn't waste words, telling him to get straight to the point, and cleared his throat, his attitude doing a 180 when he saw Jamie cast a silence spell. Instead of a bully, now he was acting like they were long-lost brothers. Brothers? What a joke. Jamie was sick of his empty words and told him to get lost. Anne's temper flared. "Damn it, do you have any idea who I am?" "The son of Count Simon," Jamie replied coldly, and felt like he'd regained a bit of his pride, using their family's connection as an excuse to talk. He quickly tried to justify his earlier, pathetic behavior. Jamie saw right through these childish games. They were definitely planning to jump him if he hadn't revealed his magic, and pushed the excuse that since they were both heirs, they should get to know each other. All this beating around the bush was just his way of asking Jamie to be his underling. Naturally, Jamie refused flat out. This spoiled brat wasn't even worthy of being his subordinate, let alone his equal. "This damn mutt is really getting on my nerves." Anne's shame turned to rage. With a triumphant smirk, he summoned his favorite little toy. "I'll crush your half-baked magic and force you to serve me." Jamie just scoffed. So, his true colors were finally showing, and admitted he was going to use force from the start, but changed his plan when he saw Jamie use magic. Anne's two-faced attitude was disgusting, especially for a kid his age. Jamie knew that Count Simon and the Welton family would never let Anne get away with bullying him so openly. But Anne had it all planned out. He pulled out an orb, and its magic created a barrier around them, an illusion-type magical artifact. Jamie was intrigued. Anne then dispelled the silence spell on his two idiotic lackeys. Finally unmuzzled, they started running their mouths at Jamie, since words were their only weapon. But Jamie's attention was solely on this illusion barrier. This is a pretty interesting toy. Interesting? You still don't realize your situation, do you? Anne boasted. A second later, dark magic enveloped the three of them, and blood began pouring from their noses and eyes. Jamie smirked. Don't deactivate the artifact. Otherwise, everyone will see you three writhing in absolute agony. After dealing with the trash, Jamie turned to leave and screamed in torment. He couldn't understand how Jamie was a level 4 mage when he was only level 2. The Welton family was known for its swordsmanship. He hated the word talent, something he utterly lacked, and he refused to accept this reality. A wicked idea began to form in Anne's mind. He would crush that talent by any means necessary. He would make it so Jamie Welton could never use magic again. Anne led his two followers, sneaking through the mansion to find a magic tool. His lackeys hesitated, terrified of the consequences. If we get caught, we're all dead. So what? Shut up and follow me, enraged, wondering why his followers were such cowards. Big brother, a sickeningly sweet voice made, and Jump, his younger brother Renon, peeked out, waving with a bright smile. Anne wondered why his cunning little brother was here, right when he was about to execute his dark plan. Renon smirked. You're making me sad, big brother. How could I sit back and do nothing when my dear brother is hurting? With that, he handed Anne a magical artifact their father had created. Needless to say, Anne was stunned that Renan had managed to get his hands on it so easily. Renan continued to manipulate his blockhead brother, urging him to go teach Jamie a lesson. Anne was completely blinded by rage. It didn't matter where Renan got the artifact. What mattered was getting his pride back from Jamie. That evening, the Weltons arrived at the Simon estate for a party. Count Simon was already waiting. He raised a hand to welcome Areno. Areno greeted him back just as warmly. What in the world? Did the sun rise in the west today? Why was this stubborn redhead personally welcoming him? Count Simon led Areno to his study to talk. The topic, once again, was Jamie. Simon could instantly tell that Areno was a doting father. He couldn't help but feel jealous of how polite both the Welton children were. Areno also knew a thing or two about Simon's two little demons. Just thinking about them gave him a headache. Simon steered the conversation back to Jamie's talent. This roundabout way of talking was nothing new. Areno got straight to the point. It seems my prized son has caught someone's eye again. Simon declared that Jamie wasn't just talented, he was born to rule over everyone else. He had never met anyone so gifted. Areno thanked him for the praise. Simon was saying the exact same thing as the old Marquis Linme. Areno had known about Jamie's gift since he was born, but he never imagined his son's power was this overwhelming. He believed that someone with a talent for magic should become a mage, even though he'd once dreamed Jamie would follow in his footsteps as a swordsman. And yet, Marquis Linme had refused to become Jamie's teacher. Simon understood why. Jamie was so gifted that no one was qualified to teach him. He just needed to awaken on his own and ascend to a level 9 mage. To be honest, Simon was a little jealous that Jamie's talent surpassed his own, but he was also curious to see just how far the power of a supreme mage could reach. Areno was shocked by Simon's declaration. But Simon had his reasons. Humans are too weak. We may think we've built a great civilization, but that's just our own perspective. Compared to dragons or high elves, human magic is pathetic. Peace is only maintained thanks to skilled swordsmen like them. But if a legendary level 9 mage existed, not even the dragons would dare to challenge humanity. Simon's ambition was written all over his face. He had always yearned for mankind to rule the world. Areno, in contrast, thought it was pure arrogance. Simon didn't care if it was arrogant or not, reminding Areno of a forgotten part of history. A secret known only to a few on the continent was that all historical records suddenly vanished 10,000 years ago. The transcendent beings looked down on humanity and refused to share their secrets, which is why Count Simon craved the power to escape their control. He wanted to prevent human civilization from disappearing again, and to stop history from repeating itself for unknown reasons. After returning from Simon's study, Areno went to check on a sleeping Jamie. He was truly worried, being the father of a child with such an overwhelming gift. In Areno's eyes, Jamie was just his sweet, adorable little boy. He resolved to do everything in his power to let Jamie grow up like a normal kid, because the path of a genius is never a smooth one. The next morning, another grand banquet was held. Jamie once again sat brooding in a corner. What on earth was his father thinking about last night to look so troubled? Hello, Jamie. A head popped into view, and Jamie was already tired. He bluntly said he didn't want anything to do with her, but I do. As said shamelessly, before turning and shouting for her big sister. Jamie was annoyed. One of them was already a pain, and now she was calling for backup. He had to get out of there before he had more tails following him, as yelled, stopping Jamie from leaving. We should at least introduce ourselves, considering our family's relationship. That's very rude. A gentle voice rang out. Rebecca Valor, the eldest daughter of Viscount Valor, was stopping her shameless little sister. Jamie suddenly froze. He whispered a name, Jen, the person he had loved most in his life, who was sacrificed to the gods, the very reason Diablo Volpia became a demon. But the important thing was that Jen was standing right in front of him, in this small, young form. As he was lost in a moment of silent devotion, Anne appeared. There you are. Jamie looked at Rebecca, his heart a tangled mess. The little girl just stared back at him, bewildered. Only Az stood between them, looking curious. Jamie, did you really fall for my sister? At this emotional moment, Anne just had to interfere, using the magic tool to launch a fire spell right at Jamie and Az. Rebecca didn't hesitate to rush toward her little sister. Don't interfere, Jamie said coldly, dispelling Anne's spell and leaving him completely stunned. The kid couldn't believe Jamie had nullified a 6th-tier Phoenix Soul, a spell created by his own father. But it was too late to run now. Jamie had snapped. The only thought in his mind was to crush that red-headed fly. Ice magic froze, and in place. When his senses returned, he felt pain shoot through every cell in his body and let out a blood-curdling scream. Jamie's eyes were filled with painful hatred. In that instant, a large hand embraced him as a familiar voice spoke. Jamie snapped back to reality, realizing his father had arrived. Areno soothed him. It's me. It's all right now, my son. Seeing Rebecca and Az were still unharmed, Jamie's eyes softened before he finally collapsed in his father's arms. Count Welton stared at his precious son, unable to believe the boy had just radiated pure, unadulterated killing intent. At first, they thought it was just a mistake, but this was far beyond any simple error. That kid Anne could actually log out right on the spot, but Simon, his father, showed no concern for his own son. In his eyes, there was only Jamie's talent, a talent that could achieve the dream he himself could never reach. Honey, that child hurt our son. Are you really going to let this go? Lady Simon wailed, clutching Anne tightly. But Jamie's mother wasn't about to let her slander her son. Everyone saw that your spoiled brat started this mess, and the artifact in his hand is all the proof we need. Lady Simon desperately tried to whitewash what Anne had done, enraging Jamie's mother. Luckily, Welton stepped in just in time, or she would have grabbed that woman by the hair. Lady Simon was drowning in despair. She needed someone to save her son. That's when her eyes fell on Simon. She believed that despite his cold exterior, he would never value an outsider over his own flesh and blood. It seems my son has gravely insulted you all on such a fine day. I am truly sorry, Lady Welton. With those words, Simon instantly shattered every last hope his wife had. Jamie's mother accepted the apology on the surface, but her heart was still burning with anger. Their family decided to leave, to take care of Jamie. After Simon declared the party over, the guests left, leaving only the couple behind. Lady Simon screamed in frustration. And is our son, that Welton brat? Silence. Simon's icy glare was all it took to shut her up. Family matters are dealt with inside the family. Later that night, Simon confronted Anne directly. He knew the boy was just desperate for his attention, but this foolish act had severely damaged relations between the noble houses. And trembled, kneeling on the cold floor. He feared his father more than any demon, but at the same time, he craved his approval. Who gave you the Phoenix Soul? Simon growled, and hesitated, but one look at his father's face, a look that promised to tear his mouth open, made him spit out Renan's name. A moment later, Renan appeared at the door. He was internally cursing his useless older brother, but for now, he had to maintain his mask of pure innocence to fool Simon. Renan freely admitted to giving Anne the Phoenix Soul, claiming he just didn't want to see his brother lose to some kid. A lie. You just wanted to manipulate your brother, Simon said coldly. This boy must have forgotten who raised him. Does the egg think it's wiser than the chicken? Needless to say, Anne couldn't believe his own little brother had been playing him like a fiddle. Simon then gave them the answer they had always been waiting for. He knew his sons were desperate for his attention, but he couldn't bring himself to give it. Because even though they shared his blood, they acted like complete fools. However, that didn't mean he was blind to the pathetic schemes brewing in their tiny brains. If you want my attention, then do something worthy of being my son, instead of running around pulling these childish stunts. Finally, before leaving, Simon ordered the two to apologize to Jamie at sunrise, and to keep at it until they were forgiven. Of course, Anne hated the idea of facing Jamie again. He was now more afraid of the boy than his own father. As for Renan, he just stood there, completely frozen. and thought his two-faced little brother was just in shock from having his true nature exposed by their father. But what was actually racing through Renan's mind was Simon's challenge to prove his worth. He was so thrilled, he couldn't suppress the sinister smile creeping across his face. At the same time, Jamie's mother was watching over her son's bed. She could still feel the bloodlust that had poured out of Jamie towards An. But how could her 9-year-old son, who listened to fairy tales every night, possess such a dark impulse? At first, she thought it was just kids playing rough. But now, she realized if that artifact had been activated properly, Jamie would have been burned to a crisp. At that thought, Lady Welton's hands clenched in fury. Even if Simon himself bowed his head, she could never forgive his son. Just then, Jamie stirred, pulling her back from her vengeful thoughts. She shouldn't make things more complicated. Are you okay? Welton placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, ready to do whatever she asked. Jamie's mother calmed herself. After all, they had to consider the power of the northern nobles. Old Simon had apologized personally, and that brat Anne had been scolded until he cried. Thinking about it, the couple shared a small laugh. Considering the matter settled, they left the room to let Jamie rest. Once the room fell silent, the little ball of fluff named Jamie peeked out from under the covers. He knew his parents had been worried sick. Back then, Jamie truly had lost control. But his mind was consumed by one person, Zen, his eternal love from his past life. He never imagined she would be reincarnated too. Well, it wasn't impossible. But did she have to reincarnate at the same time as him? It seemed she had no memories of her past life, unlike him. Was this some cruel joke of fate, or a scheme by those 12 bastards? Black immediately appeared, shattering Jamie's thoughts. If those monsters knew you had reincarnated, they wouldn't have let you live this long. What the hell am I thinking? Jamie tried to calm himself, but the image of her death felt like it had happened only yesterday. He made a decision. He would go see Rebecca, Zen's current life. In some dark corner, a suspicious figure in a black cloak was tying a message to a carrier pigeon. The letter's contents detailed Jamie Welton's magical aptitude. This news would undoubtedly send a massive shockwave through the entire world of magic. The next day, Jamie took a stroll through the gardens of the Simon estate. He breathed in the fresh air. Little Black also popped out to play with Jamie, making him laugh sarcastically at the creature. Perhaps because it was the final day, most of the guests had already left. It was how Jamie managed to find such a beautiful and quiet spot. As he walked, Jamie couldn't stop thinking about how he could meet Rebecca. Suddenly, a soft splashing sound hit Jamie's ears, yet the sky was perfectly clear without a single drop of rain. He scanned his surroundings cautiously, but couldn't find the source. Jamie focused, expanding his mana to scan a wider area. Following the flow of mana, he finally found the source of the sound. It was a girl sitting by the lake, talking with Andon, a primordial water spirit. Andon sensed his presence and instantly vanished. Rebecca turned around. Seeing Jamie, she quickly stood and bowed respectfully. Young Duke Welton, her father, a viscount, served under Welton, Jamie's father. Standing before Rebecca, Jamie stammered, what's your name? Rebecca let out a little laugh. She gracefully introduced herself, adding that she was a hydro-sorcerer. Jamie fell into deep thought again. Why were they both hydro-sorcerers? Zen's words echoed in Jamie's mind. Diablo, don't you forget me. Seeing Jamie staring off into the distance with a pained expression, Rebecca's voice brought him back. Why do you look so sad? Jamie, or rather Diablo, was still lost in that tragic memory. Rebecca grew worried. She assumed he was still in shock from yesterday's incident. It's going to be okay. She wrapped her arms around Jamie, comforting him. Jamie knew this feeling was just a remnant from his past life, but he wanted to savor it, just for a little while longer. Afterwards, the two sat down and talked by the lake. Rebecca happily shared something her father told her. Difficult times pass quickly when you share the burden with someone else. It was clear she was very proud of her Viscount father. Rebecca then expressed her regret for not being able to speak with Jamie yesterday. Coincidentally, Jamie felt the same way. Looking at the vibrant girl before him, Jamie was forced to accept it. The lover from his past life was well and truly reincarnated. She was a different person now, and he had to accept that painful truth. Jamie carefully steered the conversation, asking about the Valor family's tradition of contracting with wind spirits. It was a long-standing tradition, but one that Rebecca had struggled with. She was born with a natural affinity for wind spirits, but they all refused to form a pact with her after meeting her. Then one day, the water spirit Ondine appeared and formed a pact with Rebecca instead. Perhaps it was fate. Rebecca still felt guilty for forming the contract without telling her father first. Hearing this, Jamie immediately thought of the Spirit King's covenant, a soul pact where two beings stake their very lives. The moment Zen's soul was reincarnated as Rebecca, the Spirit King must have taken notice and sought her out. Rebecca admitted that Viscount Valor was disappointed. Even so, he still supported his daughter's choice. That's something special, Jamie said. He had never heard of a spirit proactively approaching someone to request a pact. Even if it wasn't a wind spirit, being chosen by a water spirit is proof of your own strength. No one had ever said anything like that to Rebecca before. His words moved her, and all the guilt she'd been carrying seemed to vanish into thin air. Rebecca smiled, genuinely content, and thanked Jamie for showing her the way. Model, with class over, Jamie decided to bounce, leaving a disappointed Rebecca behind. She wanted to talk to him more, but instantly blushed and denied it. Looks like 2 more people have been bitten by the love bug. On the way home, Jamie asked Brake about his performance. There was no way a normal 9-year-old would talk like such an old man. But then again, Rebecca seemed pretty mature for her age, too. Feeling pretty good, Jamie headed back to the estate. A voice calling his name made him turn around. It was the 2 red-headed Simon brothers. Anf hesitated, scratching his head, before mustering all his courage to shout, "I'm sorry!" Jamie was in total shock, wondering who the heck possessed this kid to make him apologize. Then it clicked. His dad must have whipped him last night, so now he had to drag his butt over here to beg for forgiveness. Being exposed like that, Amp's face turned beet red with embarrassment. Jamie couldn't be bothered with him. He glanced over at the guy with one eye covered, and Amp quickly introduced his younger brother. "Why did you bring him? You were too scared to come apologize by yourself?" Jamie taunted. Reinong immediately confessed that he was the one who gave Amp the artifact. Ah, so this little punk was pulling the strings from behind. Jamie gritted his teeth, realizing both Simon brothers were trying to screw him over. Reinong put on a fake, innocent face and introduced himself. Jamie immediately sized him up. Looked like the younger brother had more of a future than the older one. You could tell just by his face that he was a cunning little fox. Even so, Reinong couldn't live up to old man Simon's expectations. Jamie wondered just how high his ambitions were. Reinong kept running his mouth. "It's a good thing nothing bad happened. You've heard our apology. So, can we go now?" Not a chance. A sinister grin spread across Jamie's face. Compared to a soul that was thousands of years old, this little puppy was still wet behind the ears. During all the chaos yesterday, Reinong was nowhere to be seen. The kid probably thought that besides his father, no one was better than him. If Jamie let Reinong's twisted mindset fester, it would just cause more trouble later. Might as well deal with it now. Jamie pointed at the 2 kids, mocking them. "Since the Simon family has 2 sons, I guess you 2 have to fight over the inheritance." Anf bristled, insisting that their brotherly bond was solid as a rock. Jamie stepped closer and whispered into Reinong's ear, "You reap what you sow. If your father can't teach you a lesson, then I will." Before Reinong could even process what was happening, darkness completely engulfed him. He could feel his body turning ice cold, as if he were being frozen solid. Reinong collapsed to his knees, staring into a demonic eye that looked like it wanted to devour him whole. "This is your last chance." Jamie only tormented Reinong with a brief illusion before releasing him. Tears and snot covered Reinong's face, which was now pale as a sheet. Whether it was an illusion or not, he was still trembling uncontrollably. He clutched his head, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Suddenly, he remembered something. Someone had said this was his last chance. Reinong looked up and met Jamie's terrifying smile. "Sorry." He mumbled the word over and over like he was possessed. The only thought in his mind right now was to kneel before Jamie. That afternoon, the Weltons finally went home. Jamie had been looking forward to this day for so long. He figured it was better to just stay home and get smothered with his mom's affection. He'd almost tarnished the honor of a great dark mage who was thousands of years old. "You seem to be in high spirits." Count Simon finally had a chance to speak with Jamie. He couldn't hide the look of astonishment on his face seeing the boy again. Jamie turned on the charm. He was just happy to be going back to his own nest. This place was full of brats who love causing trouble. The 2 had planned to have a chat, but things didn't go as expected. Simon wondered why Jamie wasn't staying longer, but Jamie flat out refused. "Stay here so your 2 sons can cook up more schemes?" "No thanks." Simon gave a bitter smile, wondering how his genes produced 2 kids who loved causing trouble so much. However, he warned Jamie that the magical world was starting to take notice of him. Of course, Jamie had already figured that out. As they strolled, Jamie asked about the unfortunate Reinong, who he'd scared half to death. Simon guessed it was Jamie's doing. Ever since yesterday, Reinong had been wandering around like a soulless doll. Jamie was surprised that the Count wasn't even angry that he had punished his son. Simon replied as if it were obvious. "If you do something wrong, you get punished. There's nothing to argue about. So that's how it is." Now Jamie understood why those 2 redheads were so messed up. He'd noticed Reinong had a talent for magic, but Simon completely ignored him. Turns out, it was because he saw nothing good in his second son, not even his cunning personality. Jamie was absolutely speechless at this situation. It wouldn't hurt to try, so why was old man Simon so lazy? Reinong definitely couldn't develop his talent while being suppressed by others. And the first person at fault was this neglectful father. Simon looked stunned at being blamed. His neglect was the very reason his sons were constantly running around trying to get his attention. Sure, Anf was a bit of an idiot, but Renong had immense potential. Simon was shocked. Could his judgment of his own son have been so wrong? An 8th-level mage didn't have as sharp an eye as this 9-year-old child. Simon felt as if a legendary archmage was standing before him, giving him guidance. Jamie continued. Perhaps with his son's help, he could even break through his own limits. Simon was floored that Jamie could see right through his ambitions. Just then, his dear mother called for him to get going. He cheerfully left, but after talking like a wise old man, Jamie ended with one last jab. Just let my words go in one ear and out the other. They're just the words of a kid. After all, he was really asking for a smack. Simon turned back inside, thinking what a shame it was that Jamie wasn't his son. On a cool, moonlit night, Jamie snuck out again to hang with Brake. He grumbled, calling out his 2 minions who were always running late and making him wait. Philip quickly apologized. It was all Jans's fault for taking so long to get ready to meet his long-absent master. Jamie sighed, at a complete loss with these two. Seriously, were they humans or zombies? Now, down to business. Philip had been monitoring the situation for 2 months. The Church of Jennis had been doing good deeds all around Hit without asking for anything in return. They provided food and shelter for the homeless. Thanks to that, they built a good reputation and successfully opened an orphanage. According to the investigation, Jennis began their activities right after Count Welton destroyed Levon, which was about 2 months ago. They visited and helped the poor, then preached to them about the holy grace of God. At first, people didn't pay much attention, but through their persistence, they won over the people of the domain, who quickly became their devout followers. Day by day, the Church of Jennis's standing in Hit grew to an astonishing degree. Currently, it was revered as the most virtuous and respected church in all of Hit. Jamie couldn't believe they had successfully brainwashed the populace. The Jennis clergy would never act for anyone else's benefit. Let me ask you, do you believe peace and war can coexist? Jamie's sudden question left the 2 zombies confused, but Philip believed the 2 were connected. That is the very essence of Jennis, peace built upon a mountain of blood and bodies. It is in times of war that their god's divinity shines brightest. Therefore, what the Jennis priests are doing goes against their god's entire scumbag philosophy. Jamie was certain that their so-called good deeds were just a cover for some other dark scheme. He ordered Philip and Jans to continue their surveillance and uncover their hidden motives. Later, at the Jennis Church orphanage, a boy named Ricky was happily sweeping the courtyard, endlessly grateful to the priest he called father. The reason was simple. The church had given him food and a place to sleep. For a tormented beggar kid like Ricky, this place was heaven. Although his name was Ricky, he was an orphan. He had arrived at the Jennis orphanage a month and a half ago with his younger sister, Anna, who was blind. Once their parents found out, they abandoned the 2 siblings and ran away. To protect Anna, Ricky had resorted to doing all sorts of terrible things, but life on the streets was still brutal, and the adults were just as cold. Just when they thought they had reached the brink of death, a hand reached out to save the 2 lost souls. In Ricky's eyes, it was the hand of a saint. They gave Ricky and his sister a new life. From that day on, Ricky had a dream, to become a priest and spread this miracle to everyone. Ricky took his sister outside to play. People happily came to share news about Shino, who was favored by the gods and was preparing to enter the main church to become a priest. Ricky was amazed. That had been his dream for over a month now. That night, Jamie was also on patrol, using wings he'd rented from Brake. Just before landing, his eyes caught sight of a young man lying on the ground. Jamie immediately swooped down to check it out. This guy's energy felt strange. It was disgustingly holy, which made his skin crawl, but he didn't look like a priest. It seemed he was a church knight. But what the hell was a knight doing, sleeping in the middle of the road like this? He hated these holy types anyway. Jamie wondered if he should just end the guy tonight. Suddenly, the knight grabbed his leg, making Jamie's heart pound. What the hell? The holy knight mumbled. Jamie was confused. I what? I'm hungry. The knight breathed out and collapsed. Seriously? What a letdown. Jamie figured he didn't need to lift a finger. This idiot would starve to death on his own. He was pissed the guy gave him such a scare. Jamie walked away without a second glance. But how the hell did that same knight end up at his dinner table, looking so damn cheerful? Everyone was happy except for Jamie. He really should have just slit his throat last night. Turns out, the patrol guards had dragged his half-dead, starved body back to the mansion. After a meal, the knight's energy was back, and his mouth started running like a machine gun. Jamie was visibly annoyed. Why were his parents being so nice to this pathetic knight? He asked his father, Welton, and found out the man came from the Church of Firo, which worshipped the goddess of mercy and punishment. The Count and Countess were surprised to see someone from the Church of Firo out here. His mother asked if the knight knew Bishop Spraw. Hearing that name, the knight guessed Jamie's mother was from Eon. But when she revealed she was from the Vio family, the knight shot to his feet. Everyone stared, curious about his sudden reaction. He immediately dropped to one knee, bowing respectfully before Jamie's mother. "It's an honor to meet someone of your esteemed stature." Jamie was completely lost. He knew the Church of Firo operated in the Vo family's territory in Eon, but a holy knight only kneels like that for a bishop or someone higher. What the heck was going on? So, Jamie unleashed his ultimate cute kid powers to beg Welton for an explanation. Inside, Jamie was screaming. He couldn't believe an ancient being thousands of years old had to act like some innocent 9-year-old kid. Despite his efforts, his father didn't explain. It felt like a slap in the face. All that acting for nothing. How embarrassing. However, there was one thing Jamie knew for sure. If the Vo family was so closely tied to the Church of Firo, then the person he might have to destroy was his own mother. After the meal, Welton summoned the knight to speak with him. The Church of Firo had no business in this eastern region. Could they be planning to expand their influence? The knight quickly waved his hands, denying it. He explained he was on a chase. He was hunting those who performed horrific experiments, creating chimeras. The news made Welton's killing intent explode. First human trafficking, and now chimeras. Who dared to run wild in his territory like this? The knight bit his lip, hesitating. It was classified church information, so he couldn't just reveal it. But if he had help, he could share a little. It turned out the knight had sought out the Welton family to borrow the legendary power of Swordmaster Welton. Welton fell into deep thought. This was no small matter. On the surface, a chimera was an artificial creature made by combining the strengths of multiple living beings. But most chimera creators were considered criminals because the key ingredient was often a human body. While a few didn't use humans, there had never been an exception to the rule so far. Anyone who creates a chimera gets locked up. Period. Still, Welton's official position meant he couldn't guarantee full support for the knight. But since this involved his wife's family and the Church of Firo, he couldn't just ignore it. He decided to help. The knight jumped for joy, thanking Welton profusely. Welton got straight to the point, asking for the details. Why didn't the Church of Firo ask the kingdom for help? The knight hesitated again. The Church of Firo couldn't involve the kingdom because their own reputation would be on the line. Furthermore, the target they were chasing had sacrificed 10 of their own priests, meaning he was using holy power to create chimeras. Elsewhere, Jamie was nervously heading into the garden. He couldn't believe the day had come when he was actually looking forward to this annoying tea time. Sarah Welton cheered happily when she saw him arrive. He was usually late, but today was different, which made his mother curious. What could make her sweet son so impatient? Jamie didn't hesitate to ask why that knight had kneeled before her, and he did it with a look of pure admiration, like he'd just met his idol. Jamie's mother chuckled. She figured he would be curious about the relationship between the Vo family and the Church of Firo. She explained calmly, "Your great-grandfather, my grandfather, was the savior of the Church of Firo." The words hit Jamie like a bolt of lightning. This was even more shocking than finding out Krat had been reincarnated. A long time ago, an extremely precious item was stolen from the Church of Firo. That's when his great-grandfather and his mother stepped in to help. It was known as the Mayo Garden Incident. Followers of the Demon King had tried to incarnate him using the church's holy relic. However, they failed. During the fight to help, her grandfather, the Marquis, lost his life. The Church of Firo appointed him an honorary archbishop and pledged to treat the Veo family with the same respect as a bishop for the next 100 years. Jamie noticed a flicker of sadness on his mother's face. She must have been very close to her grandfather. Still, acknowledging the Veo family as bishops was an absurd form of compensation, but it probably made sense, since the stolen item was their one and only holy relic. Fine, one day he'd destroy Firo, but first, he would squeeze them for everything they were worth. Just thinking about his wicked plan made him giddy with excitement. "Jamie?" His mother's voice snapped him back to reality. He switched back to good son mode and continued with their tea time. That night marked one full week. It was time for young Sino to be appointed and sent to the main church. A grand farewell ceremony was held. Ricky watched Sino from a distance with sparkling eyes, not forgetting to say goodbye to his friend. It seemed the two were quite close. Sino promised he would wait for him at the main church so they could become great priests together. Watching the carriage leave, Ricky was determined to one day become a priest just like Sino. Less than 30 minutes later, they arrived. Sino was surprised by what they called the main church. It didn't look like a church at all, and he hesitated before asking the priest with him. "This is the right place. Follow me." The man led him inside, ordering Sino to go down into a cellar. The long staircase led down into an endless, dark space that sent shivers down Sino's spine. On the way, he passed a room with a bizarre creature that startled him. He kept trying to tell the priest, but the man ignored him and brought him before the bishop. That treacherous face from the very first chapters emerged from the shadows. Sino started crying. Wasn't he chosen by God? And there was definitely a monster here. He wanted to go home. Sino, you are the chosen one, the bishop said with a sickeningly sweet smile. Sino screamed, then why was I brought to this horrible place instead of the main church? Because this is where we have achieved the unimaginable. The bishop spoke with a twisted grin. He wanted to see what a pure, innocent child like Sino would become. He called for someone. A deformed man stepped forward, his arm grabbing the trembling boy. You will make a beautiful chimera. The next morning, in the peaceful his territory, Jamie was giving the knight a tour of Belbass Street, the largest road in the domain. The knight laughed cheerfully, remembering this was the very street where he had collapsed from hunger. Jamie couldn't stand the guy, but the reason he was stuck playing tour guide was simple. Back during his oh-so-delightful tea time this morning, his dear father Welton had assigned him the job of being a guide for this blockhead knight. And from that moment on, Jamie knew his day was going to be a massive pain. While Jamie was fuming internally, the knight was silently impressed with his memory, saying it was better than any professional tour guides. Jamie? The knight spoke up with a bright smile, thanking Jamie for showing him around his. He reached out, wanting to walk hand in hand like they were actual brothers, but Jamie wasn't having it. Get your hand off me! Rejected, the knight awkwardly pulled his hand back, waiting for Jamie's question. He asked what the knight and his father had talked about last night. Whoa, the knight was not expecting that. Usually kids just asked him what it's like to be a knight. The knight tried to dodge the question by complimenting how handsome Jamie was. Jamie scowled. Obviously. That's not what I asked. He knew the guy was trying to pull a fast one. The knight gave a weak laugh. Are all kids this sharp nowadays? But he insisted, we were just talking about you last night. Jamie, failing to get what he wanted, turned to leave in frustration. If you don't want to talk, just say so. Only a little kid would believe that line. The knight knew he'd been seen through and stopped lying, but he couldn't just tell a 9-year-old kid about chimeras. Jamie's eyes sharpened. He could sense that something was lurking in the shadows of his. That explains why the knight wanted to look around. But what was really going on here? Jamie wished Anne was here to help him figure things out. Meanwhile, the knight just assumed Jamie was ignoring him, probably thinking he was throwing a fit. Suddenly, Jamie remembered a place they hadn't visited yet. The Jennis church, a place he'd always wanted to see. Along the way, the knight kept worrying that Jamie was mad at him, which was starting to get on his nerves. Ricky was diligently sweeping the courtyard when he looked up. His eyes met a gloomy Jamie walking beside some clueless blonde guy. In a flash, Ricky realized Jamie was the black-haired kid who'd bumped into him that night. The holy knight immediately asked, "Is that your friend?" Jamie remembered the kid who ran into him. You've got to be kidding me, he thought. All that effort to change his hair color was for nothing. Jamie turned to leave, acting like he didn't know Ricky at all. But Ricky wasn't about to let him go that easily. He dashed straight toward Jamie. You dyed your hair? I almost didn't recognize you. Hee. Ricky just kept running, totally oblivious to the speeding horse carriage on the road. The driver yelled out, "Get out of the way!" Right in front of Ricky, 2 massive carriage horses were about to stomp down. Talk about a disaster out of nowhere. Night Roos lunged towards Ricky with all his might. The boy just stood there frozen, tears streaming down his face, muttering, "Am I going to die?" Shh. Jamie clicked his tongue, annoyed. He wanted to play the villain, but now he had to save someone? He activated his chain domain, unleashing a barrage of chains at Ricky. Night Roos managed to pull Ricky away from the horse hooves just in time. When he turned his head back, Roos couldn't hide his shock. The chains summoned by Jamie's magic had stopped the carriage in its tracks, giving Roos the split second he needed to save Ricky. Still reeling from the shock, Ricky hadn't fully recovered yet. Looks like his luck hadn't run out. He rushed over and hugged Jamie tightly, overcome with emotion. Thank you so much. Only family gets to hug me, Jamie grumbled, pushing Ricky away. Only Roos stood still, lost in thought. He was replaying the moment Jamie used his magic. It was on a completely different level than any mage he'd ever worked with. He couldn't believe a 9-year-old brat possessed such terrifying power. In just a few more years, Jamie would become someone that even he couldn't look at as an equal. Jamie saw Roos just standing there and called out, "Let's go in." Roos was still dazed. Huh? Go in where? Where do you think? The Jennis church, you idiot. Jamie let out a heavy sigh, making Roos feel like he was being looked down on. Ricky eagerly volunteered to be their guide. Along the way, the boy excitedly talked about the orphanage, his new home. Just then, a nun appeared and called out to Ricky. She was curious about the presence of Jamie and Roos. Ricky immediately introduced them as his saviors. The sister looked concerned when she heard Ricky almost got flattened by a carriage. The sister bowed her head, thanking them for what they did. But when Roos mentioned he was from the Firo church, her expression changed. Roos didn't forget to boast about Jamie's talent. It was all thanks to him and his magic. Otherwise, 2 lives would have been lost, not just 1. The sister then asked about the boy's identity. Jamie didn't hesitate to introduce himself as part of the Welton family. Basically, his dad ran this whole place. The sister immediately apologized for not recognizing the Welton family's signature blue hair. Her reaction made Jamie suspicious. Anyone born in his would know the Lord's identifying feature. She then asked if Roos was here to take Ricky back to Firo. The knight quickly waved his hands, denying it, using the excuse of a simple tour to enter the Jennis church. The sister then told Ricky to show Jamie around, while she would accompany Knight Roos. Jamie was annoyed, seeing right through the nun's attempt to separate him and Roos. She might be planning to get rid of the knight right then and there. He had to stay on guard. Jamie put on a friendly face and said goodbye to Roos, reminding him to be home for dinner with his mom. Roos understood the hidden meaning in Jamie's words and waved back to show he got the message. Now that Ricky knew Jamie was the Lord's son, he was too scared to speak casually anymore. Jamie shot him a look and told him to talk like he did before. He couldn't care less about status or any of that crap. Ricky's face lit up, and he looked like he was about to hug Jamie again. He then excitedly ran ahead to lead the way. Jamie couldn't figure out what wire was loose in this kid's brain to make him so hyper. After a tour around the orphanage, Ricky led Jamie to the room he shared with his little sister. Of course, Jamie had zero interest in their room. Ricky threw the door open, introducing his new friend to Anna. The little girl gracefully stood up to greet them. The moment he saw Anna, Jamie froze. The girl before him was born with the qualities of a saintess, especially her eyes, which were overflowing with holy power. A saintess is a messenger sent from the heavens, someone who can wield the power of their God more easily than anyone. They are granted immense holy power in a specific part of their body. Right now, this girl, Anna, was blind, due to the overwhelming holy power concentrated in her eyes. But once she matured and awakened her powers, Anna would be able to see the very flow of the world through those divine eyes. In the future, she would likely become a very troublesome enemy for Jamie. However, he couldn't just get rid of her right now. If he could sense her power, the head priest definitely could too. Killing her now would be like tipping his hand too early. Seeing Jamie just standing there, Ricky looked at him suspiciously and started to tease him. "Don't tell me you've fallen for my sister, have you?" "Hehehe, what the hell are you talking about?" Jamie yelled, but before he could do anything, Anna smacked her brother square on the head with the book in her hand. "There's something in this book I don't understand. Can you explain it to me, big brother?" Just like that, Ricky obediently sat next to Anna to read. Jamie, however, was still deep in thought. He didn't know if she was born with the holy power of Jennis or some other god. He'd have to keep an eye on these two siblings. Seeing them absorbed in the book, Jamie quietly left. Ricky again volunteered to walk him back. On the way, his mouth just kept going, giving Jamie a headache. Was this kid born just to talk? Jamie got curious and asked Ricky what he wanted to do for a living. The boy was surprised, then gave him a mischievous, sparkling look. "Isn't that the kind of question you ask a friend? I'm so touched. You freaking idiot," Jamie muttered, annoyed. Ricky stopped joking and began to open up. At first, Ricky thought just living with his sister was enough. But after coming here, he found a new dream: to be chosen by Jennis and become an outstanding priest. He mentioned how Sino had been chosen before him and sent to the main church. Suddenly, it was like a light bulb went off for Jamie. The pieces, the church, human trafficking, Levon, and the chosen all clicked together. Jamie hurriedly asked Ricky where he was before coming to the orphanage. The boy answered innocently, "On the streets," which only made Jamie more frustrated. "I mean, before that." Ricky truthfully confessed that he was part of the Levon organization. Now, everything was crystal clear. Jamie smirked. It seems that Jennis had been planning this for a while. Elsewhere, Roos finished his conversation with the nun. She offered to lead him back to Jamie. Knight Roos cheerfully agreed. The moment she turned her back, his expression soured. He couldn't get a single piece of useful information out of her. He had a gut feeling these people were connected to the Chimera incident. Ricky and Jamie were already waiting for them at the same spot. A strange voice rang out. "Oh my! It seems a distinguished guest visited while I was away." The bishop entered, followed by a masked knight. The old man gave Jamie a friendly greeting. Jamie recognized him as the man who came to his father for an operating permit. Roos also introduced himself as being from Firo, which made the old man feign surprise. While the two exchanged empty pleasantries, Jamie observed them carefully. Roos must have had a reason for coming all the way to his, but Jamie couldn't figure out what it was. Suddenly, Roos felt a strange energy radiating from the knight behind the bishop. It was definitely a powerful divine force, but it was mixed with some kind of impurity. Roos's face suddenly stiffened in shock. That expression didn't escape Jamie's notice. He realized there was something unusual about that night. On the way back, Jamie saw Roos was still lost in thought. He decided to mention how the kid named Sino was chosen and sent to the main church. Roos was a little surprised that Jamie started the conversation. He immediately brightened up and went on a long tangent. How Ricky was a good kid, how his dream of being a priest was so noble, blah blah blah. But that wasn't Jamie's goal. He wanted to give the knight a little nudge. Jamie dropped another clue about his father wiping out the Levon gang for kidnapping and trafficking children. And on top of that, Ricky used to be a member of that gang before coming here. Roos was, of course, stunned by this news. For the final blow, Jamie casually dropped one last line. Are the Jennis folks really a charitable church, I wonder? And just like that, he had successfully pointed Roos in the right direction. His fists clenched, raw fury boiling in his veins. Every clue pointed to the Jennis church using children as ingredients. That night, he immediately reported his findings to Count Welton. The man was skeptical. After all, the Jennis church had a positive influence on his territory. But Roos pressed on, describing his suspicion of that night. A powerful holy aura radiated from him, but Roos couldn't tell if he truly served the church. It felt like his sacred power was mixed with something else. Welton understood instantly. If this was truly a chimera-wielding holy power, he couldn't let it stand. He declared he would lead the knights to wipe them out immediately. But Roos advised against being so reckless. They needed hard evidence first, and he volunteered to get it himself. Naturally, Welton doubted one man could handle this mission. What were the odds of victory? One against who knows how many. But Roos confidently stated that he held the advantage in this situation. Still, Welton assigned 3 more men to go with Roos. From the ceiling, 3 shadow knights landed, shocking him. Roos hadn't even sensed their presence. They wielded longswords, but moved like true assassins. No wonder they were trusted to protect the Welton family. And so, the evidence-gathering team was formed, Roos and the 3 musketeers of House Welton. While the group was planning their mission, outside the window, a familiar ball of black fluff was recording everything. It reported back to Jamie, revealing the Jennis Church's horrific plan, using innocent children to craft chimeras. Those monsters were as twisted as ever. Jamie guessed the chimeras were still incomplete. The fact they were being deployed anyway meant their creators were getting desperate. As for why, well, the author hasn't told us yet. Jamie gave Brake a letter for Philip, while he stayed behind to access the memories of one of his 2 underlings. Meanwhile, Philip and Jans were lying in wait for their target. Jans was getting impatient, wanting to just tear the village apart. But Philip was the patient one. His only job was to obey Jamie's orders. Jans sighed, bored out of his mind. They'd been staking this place out for nights, and still no drama. Thump, thump! The sound of heavy footsteps put Philip on high alert. A knight drew his sword, screaming, "I'll kill you all!" He swung his blade with devastating force towards Jans. Startled, Jans leaped back to dodge the deadly slash. Both of them felt the intense holy power the knight was using with brutal abandon. The knight was in a frenzy, muttering the word "kill" over and over. Philip quickly told Jans to go warn Jamie. Jans clicked his tongue and turned to leave. The knight noticed and immediately charged, aiming his sword right at Jans. He had no time to react. "Get down!" Philip yelled, tackling Jans out the window. As Jans fell, he looked back and screamed, "Brother!" Philip was sliced across the chest by the holy blade. Before he collapsed, he whispered 2 words, "My lord, speak of the devil." Jamie appeared, setting up a barrier around the house as he stepped down from the window. "I'm here, my loyal servant." Inside the room, only 3 remained, with Philip lying limply at Jamie's feet. Luckily, being an undead meant he couldn't really die. Jamie just admired his new toy. With the barrier up, no one would know what was happening. Still, a 6th-tier spell was a bit draining. The knight wasn't in the mood to chat and lunged at Jamie. So Jamie cast a 5th-tier spell, Gravity. Come and get it. Just like its name implied, the spell amplified gravity, pinning the knight in place. Next up was Corpse Bind, which used summoned spirits to restrain the knight's body. The knight struggled against the binds. His strength was no joke. Jamie then activated Sacrifice, summoning a soul to create a massive explosion. The knight sensed the danger as a sphere of magic gathered and detonated right in his face. When the dust settled, Jamie was surprised. The knight was still standing, muttering a few curses under his breath. He gripped his sword and charged again. Looks like he forgot to check his horoscope today. Jamie unleashed his puppet magic, attaching magical strings directly to the knight's soul, binding and controlling him. The knight was completely tied up. He couldn't analyze the danger, couldn't even hold his sword. Jamie slowly walked towards him. The corpse fragments from the earlier explosion had entered the knight's body. Everything that was once his now belonged to Jamie. The knight realized he was losing control of his body and couldn't use his dark magic. The only option left was to escape. A bright blue flame began to radiate from his body. Jamie's face darkened. He was trying to self-destruct. Jamie lunged, piercing the knight with a hand of pure shadow. But the explosion was still building. Worse, Jamie couldn't pull his hand out. Time was up. A massive wave of holy power erupted from the knight, blasting Jamie away. The entire room was engulfed in blue light. Thankfully, his dark arts protected him, keeping him in one piece. He couldn't believe the knight broke through his shadow magic by releasing his maximum holy energy. But every trick has a counter. Jamie's dark arts began to absorb the light. The knight saw his chance and bolted for the window, but Jamie just scoffed. Not a chance. He landed a direct hit, sending the knight staggering. Then, from the knight's back, long tentacles and sharp teeth erupted. Jamie realized this was his chimera form. Man, it was disgusting. He thought to himself, I'm never eating grilled squid again. Jamie immediately bound the knight with chains, but he continued to struggle with his tentacles. Explosive demise, a magic that creates a blast of darkness, destroying any type of armor. The knight knew he couldn't move. He was at his limit, but he still had one final option. From the hole in the knight's back, a strange object shot out. It zipped through the window and escaped. Jamie watched it go, annoyed. Oh, for crying out loud. His true body is a walking blob of flesh. How gross. Philip finally got a chance to speak. On the floor was just the mutated corpse of the unlucky knight. His real self had escaped. Philip was stunned. That's even possible? He thought they were in for an epic chase scene. He immediately asked Jamie about it. He'd never been taught that letting the enemy escape was an option. But Jamie had already planned for this. He had planted a trace of his dark magic on the knight's entire body when he used his shadow hand. From now on, he could find him anytime he wanted. Meanwhile, in his study, an old bishop was practicing his calligraphy. Suddenly, something moved by the window. A blob of flesh with an eye on it crawled into view. No damn way. It couldn't have been defeated. The old man trembled as he held his creation. It was the core of his research, a chimera holy knight with immense sacred energy. Philip was still curious. If the enemy knew he was marked with dark magic, couldn't they trace it back to Jamie? Jamie was getting tired of his clueless questions, but he figured he had to explain it for the readers too. Jamie's current power was far beyond ordinary dark magic. Even though he didn't get why his current dark magic was so weak against holy energy, he was still insanely overpowered when using his god-slaying power. It was a type of darkness created specifically to kill holy beings, erasing their existence completely without a trace. That's why those idiots who use holy energy could never track him down. Jamie brought the knight's corpse back to his room through a personal portal. Just then, Jans burst through the door, worried. Yo, is Philip still alive? His expression changed when he saw Jamie was there. He seriously thought Philip would be nothing but a pile of bones after fighting that crazy knight. Jamie pointed at him, annoyed. While his brother-in-arms was getting cut in half, Jans decides to show up now. Jans scratched his head in embarrassment. Apparently, after the fall, he was knocked out and decided to take a quick nap. Jamie couldn't believe an undead could get knocked out. Bow your head, Jamie ordered, sitting on top of Jans as he talked. They probably acted too quickly and caught the enemy's attention. From now on, they both needed to be extremely discreet. One more important thing, Jamie restored Philip's body. Just because he was an undead didn't mean he was immortal. A few more hits like that, and not even Jamie could bring his soul back. Before leaving, Jamie ordered Jans to stick close and protect Philip, unless he wanted to be all alone. Meanwhile, the bishop was fuming. His master-level chimera church knight, a fusion of 4 different life forms, had been reduced back to this pathetic, mobile blob of flesh. He began to consider every possibility of who could have done this. The first name that flashed through his mind was Welton, with his monstrous power, but he immediately shot that idea down. If it were really the Count, this pile of meat never would have made it back. On top of that, the link between him and the knight was severed in an instant. That requires a barrier, meaning it had to be a powerful mage within this territory. His brain immediately jumped to Jamie, but he instantly shook his head. He figured Jamie could only be level 4 at best, but fighting his chimera would require level 5 or higher, so who the hell was strong enough to pull this off? While he was racking his brain, a cold blade pressed against his neck. So, your second plan was a failure too? Looks like I don't even need to hear your answer. A figure in a black cloak stood behind him. The bishop trembled with fear, quickly denying it. Oh, really? Then what is that? The dark-lipped man hissed, digging the knife into the bishop's neck until it bled. He hastily explained that some meddler got in the way. The man threatened that if he messed up again, he should get ready to donate his own body to the experiment. If the Count finds out, it's over for all of us. With that, he vanished like a puff of smoke. The bishop could finally breathe again. That was one of the 7 knights of the Jennis church. They protect the archbishop at the main cathedral and are all master-level fighters. The bishop slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Once his experiment was complete, he would definitely climb to the archbishop's position and show them not to look down on him. Back at the Welton estate, Jamie was examining the knight's corpse he'd just acquired. Damn, those Jennis freaks were smart. They actually found a way to create a chimera that wields holy power. It was time for an autopsy. Jamie carefully separated each part of the knight's body. An insect leg, fire-resistant organs, the compound eyes of a bug, and of course, the indispensable human body. A total of 4 life forms, combined with magic resistance and incredible speed. At its core was a small sphere containing holy power. That's how they turned a chimera into a knight. But he couldn't figure out their true motive. Regardless of the reason, their actions were disgusting. As always, Jennis treated human beings like bugs and objects. Jaime recalled the words of his fallen comrades, unable to contain his rage. They all died because of the church's cruelty. The whole reason Jaime returned after 1,000 years was to put an end to Jennis. Those 12 damned gods. They may have sealed him in his past life, but in this one, he would take back everything. Meanwhile, the bishop was stressing about his deadline, taking a call with the head researcher. The researcher's angry voice echoed from the crystal ball. The bishop apologized profusely, explaining he never expected someone stronger than their own knight to interfere. "Damn it, what are you going to do now? I'm getting sick of this," the researcher yelled. The bishop gave a sinister smile. Failure is the mother of success. They would just have to start over and pick a new test subject. The researcher on the other end immediately thought of Anna, a child qualified to be a saintess. But anything related to the saintess agitated the bishop. He refused to use a saintess to create a chimera. In any case, he already had a target in mind, a kid who worshipped Jennis like a pop star and was the saintess's only relative, Ricky. The next morning, the head nun found Ricky, announcing an assembly for everyone in the main hall. In the hall, Ben was calling Ricky over to where Anna was. Ricky's face darkened when he saw his friend sitting next to his sister. He immediately rushed over to separate them, determined to keep Ben away from her. Everyone was curious about the assembly. It'd be great if someone else got chosen, Anna thought to herself. The bishop appeared on the podium, his face a mask of fake sincerity. "Today, I have good news for you all." A murmur went through the crowd as they heard the word miracle from his lips. Could it be that someone was being chosen, just like Sino? The bishop let out a little laugh. "Hee, you guessed correctly. This time, the god Jennis has chosen one among you." In reality, he couldn't hide the wicked smirk on his face. In his eyes, these kids were just a bunch of idiots desperate to be chosen. But the story he'd fabricated about a parentless child becoming a knight sounded pretty good. It was a blessing in the twisted old man's mind. He cleared his throat, telling the children to quiet down before announcing the chosen one. As we already know, it was the unlucky Ricky, the next in line to become a chimera. The following day was rainy in his. Jaime was having tea with his beloved mother. Of course, he wasn't happy about it at all, but he still had to force out some cheesy lines. "The smell of rain is so refreshing. Being with you, mother, is even better." As expected, Jamie's mom pulled him into a happy hug. Only we know how hard Jaime is trying right now. The butler knocked and entered the room, announcing a visitor for Jaime, a commoner boy who claimed to be his friend. The butler didn't know if he should send him away. Jaime had no idea when he'd made friends with a commoner. A name popped into his head, and Jaime ordered the butler to let the person in. It was none other than the unfortunate Ricky. He nervously greeted Jamie's mother. She was naturally delighted to see her son had a friend over, and she immediately started chatting them up. She was curious how Ricky and Jaime met. This was Ricky's cue, and he started gushing about a certain moonlit night. He was trying to steal something when he ran into Jaime. Of course, Jaime quickly slapped a hand over Ricky's mouth before the story of him sneaking out at night was exposed. Jaime gave a strained laugh and told his mother she should go rest. Jamie's mom just thought he was feeling shy about having a friend over. She smiled happily and gave him one condition. He had to give her a goodbye kiss. Jaime froze. That challenge was tougher than any monster, but in the end, he had to close his eyes and plant a kiss on his mother's cheek. The sight turned Ricky to stone. He couldn't believe a grumpy, short-tempered kid like Jaime would kiss his mom. After his mother left, Jamie's scowl returned as he asked Ricky why he was there. Ricky happily announced that he was the chosen one. He would be leaving soon and wanted to say goodbye to Jaime. Now it was Jamie's turn to be turned to stone. This news came much faster than he'd expected. That afternoon, Knight Ross was feeling down because he couldn't find the missing knight, even after turning the church upside down. Was the guy buried underground or something? Just then, Ricky was leaving the mansion. Seeing Ross, the boy smiled. "Oh, hello, sir. Come on, kid. You should call me brother," Ross replied, wounded at being called old. He wondered why Ricky came to see Jaime today. Ricky started bragging again about being blessed by the god Jennis. He was leaving for the main cathedral tomorrow morning. Ross froze. So this was how they deceived children. How could servants of a god be so shameless? Ross suppressed his anger, ruffling Ricky's hair and encouraging him to become a great priest. Ricky, still naive and cheerful, had no idea a storm was about to hit. After Ricky left, Ross summoned the 3 Welton Shadow Knights. His face was filled with killing intent. "Tomorrow morning, we follow the carriage Ricky is in." He was going to show those animals a real festival. The next morning, a touched Ricky held a bouquet from his friends as he left. Ben seized the opportunity to say he'd take care of Anna in Ricky's place. Ricky hugged his little sister one last time, telling her to eat well while he was gone, and to wait for the day he returns as a priest. It was a tearful farewell before Ricky's transformation into a chimera. The boy got into the carriage and left the orphanage. Behind him, Knight Ross followed in secret. At the same time, Jaime sat in his room, watching everything through his all-seeing break lens. Now it was time to find where that moving piece of meat was hiding. After a bit of searching, Jamie detected traces of his own dark mana inside the Jennis church. To create a divine chimera, you need three things. First, a sacrifice to use as the raw material. Second, a chimera creator to conduct the experiment. And finally, a high-ranking priest to infuse it with holy power. There was only one high-ranking priest around here, none other than the two-faced bishop of Jennis. Jamie believed Ross and the knights could handle raiding the lab, while he would deal with the bishop himself. And just like that, they were all off to meet their doom. In the bishop's room, he was ecstatic that his goal was finally within reach, the dream of turning an orphan into a church knight. But the Lord's blessings always come with trials. Could Ricky overcome this experiment? The old man reached for a two-way mirror, preparing to grab Ricky, but Jamie wasn't about to let him have his way. Tonight, the bishop would be playing with him, not Ricky. The bishop was suddenly yanked backward, crashing hard onto the floor. His old back couldn't handle the impact, and he scowled in rage, yelling, "Which son of a bitch dares to ambush me?" For a man of the church, he sure talks a lot of nonsense. Pure, dark energy erupted from Jamie, stunning the old bishop. But his first thought was that Jamie must be the one who attacked his precious knight. "How dare you interfere with my grand design?" Clasping his hands, the bishop prayed for power, creating a massive holy battleground right in the room. Inside this holy ground, his power would be amplified tenfold under divine protection. Jamie narrowed his eyes. If this was a bishop-level sanctuary, the old man could probably crush solid rock with his bare hands. The bishop cracked his knuckles, looking smug, declaring he would end this himself, and charged forward. "I will purify you with this very fist." He poured all his martial prowess into the blow, but it merely grazed Jamie's shoulder. Jamie feigned shock, feeding the old man's delusion until he burst out laughing. "Muahaha. Scared now, are we?" Suddenly, a twisted idea sparked in his mind. He'd turn this boy into raw material too. One more hit, and his plan would be complete. "You call this power?" Jamie scoffed. His magic instantly enveloped the bishop's fist, trapping him completely. Trying to act tough in front of a third-generation villainous dark mage? Seriously? He even summoned a holy ground to try and cancel out Jamie's dark magic. But this old fool wasn't nearly powerful enough to seal away Jamie's abyss. Jamie crushed the bishop's arm with a sickening crack. Then, not one to let things go to waste, he absorbed the pathetic holy ground itself. "No, it can't be," the old man stammered in disbelief. Normally, this would be impossible, but with Jamie, anything is possible. He sent the bishop flying into the far wall with a single gesture. The old man's back gave out with another crack as he coughed up blood. Jamie slowly closed in. He was curious about the old man's plan, but a villain has to play the part. The bishop spat back, "I won't tell you a thing. Don't even think about it. I don't need your permission to crack open that pathetic mind of yours." Jamie invaded the bishop's memories, inflicting excruciating pain until the old man wished he'd just talked. Meanwhile, in a hidden lab, a mad scientist was losing his mind. The bishop was late. "That damn priest! The experiment is delayed! Where in the world are you?" A subordinate scrambled to go check, desperate to escape his master's fury. But it was too late. The scientist ended him in an instant. "Too slow. All of you are useless." Suddenly, he sensed a presence upstairs. As knights burst in, he realized the bishop had been followed. Roos and the Welton shadow squad swept through every corner. One of them felt a faint breeze coming from behind a bookshelf. Roos's eyes were drawn to a single, strangely pristine book, and he pulled it from the shelf. Just as he suspected, it was the switch to their secret base. Roos's brow furrowed. The air down there smelled foul. He ordered everyone to draw their weapons. Just then, from the pitch-black basement below, a chain shot out like lightning. Roos swung his sword to block, but the sheer force of the blow sent him flying. Yet somehow, he managed to land on his feet. That attack proved it. They were in the right place. A hulking chimera emerged, wielding a massive chain mace. Meanwhile, Jamie was deep inside the bishop's mind. They were creating a powerful army, all to fulfill some ridiculous prophecy. Jamie commanded the bishop to confess everything he'd just learned, then layered on a powerful mind wipe to erase any trace of his own involvement. And now, it was time for Jamie's grand performance. He'd finally gotten an adult body, but it had to be this ugly old bishop's. Just trying to smile felt like his face was about to crack. The mad scientist was still fuming that his partner, the bishop, had stood him up. It was a shame, but he had no choice. He'd have to release that thing to take care of the intruders. Damn it, this was all that useless priest's fault. He walked over to Ricky, admiring the boy's form. If only it possessed the right holy power and a proper body, everything would be perfect. All he needed was one perfect, powerful body to complete his life's work. "Apologies, I'm late." The bishop's voice echoed through the lab. The scientist whipped around, ready to chew him out for being a no-show. But his anger vanished when he saw the bishop covered in wounds. Jamie, playing his part perfectly, claimed he was ambushed by a suspicious individual and was late dealing with the intruder. The mad scientist was stunned. After all these years, a new player had suddenly entered the game. More importantly, this interloper was probably with the same group that ambushed them. If they delayed any longer, the entire experiment would be at risk. He remembered the most important thing wasn't to chit-chat, but to get the body the bishop had promised him. Intruders or not, the experiment could not be stopped. Besides, he'd already sent the specimen ahead, so there was nothing to worry about. Jamie had no choice but to hand over the body, but he had no idea what the scientist meant. That information wasn't in the bishop's memories. The mad scientist held the body he'd been waiting for all this time. The final step was to merge it with Ricky, and a perfect chimera would be born. "What do you think?" he asked, turning to Jamie with a strangely intense gaze. Jamie forced a smile. "Well, it'll certainly be stronger than the last failure." He had no idea why the scientist was suddenly asking for his opinion. The scientist pouted, unsatisfied with the answer. "Why do you always state the obvious?" Ignoring Jamie, he proceeded with the experiment. The final step. Inject a special serum to fuse the body with Ricky. "Ha! Priest, you must be as thrilled as I am, right?" He was practically bouncing with excitement, but Jamie's cold, indifferent reply made him pause. Something was wrong. He stared hard at him. "Who are you?" "Huh? What are you talking about?" "It's me, your priest." Jamie was completely baffled. Is there some kind of psychic link between lunatics? The scientist lunged at him in a rage. "You can't fool me. You're not the priest." Back in the basement, Roos's team had just taken down the chimera and its lackeys. But suddenly, the knight behind him was slammed violently into the wall. Roos spun around, his eyes widening in horror at the sight of a giant hand crushing the knight. "They'd been ambushed!" The red-haired knight yelled, "Everyone run!" and slashed at the massive arm, creating an opening. Roos could tell this chimera was on a whole different level. Even its expression was more menacing. The corridor was too narrow to fight properly. He needed more space, so he dodged past the beast to find a more open area. Roos unleashed his ultimate technique, Sword of Judgment, slicing clean through the chimera. The monster fell into a stupor for 5 seconds. Then it woke up, startling Roos. This definitely wasn't part of the plan. Caught off guard, he couldn't dodge the creature's point-blank counterattack. Was this the end? But then, a swift slash struck the chimera's attacking hand, making it howl in pain. 2 more Shadow Knights appeared, signaling a retreat. But their orders were clear: assist Roos in completing the mission. The other fallen knights were not their priority. They would ignore all other variables. The female knight charged forward, engaging the beast head-on to create a diversion. While it was distracted, Roos and the others would escape. She stood no chance against the chimera alone, but they were the Shadow Knights. Their purpose was to achieve the optimal outcome, no matter the cost. Their obedience to their master was absolute. Their very lives were just tools to be used at their master's command. But to Roos, completing a mission by sacrificing comrades was unthinkable. As a servant of justice, it was something he could never accept. "Just go!" the female knight yelled, struggling to hold on. The ceiling, weakened by the battle, suddenly collapsed. A mountain of debris buried them both right before his eyes. Then, the chimera's massive arm burst from the rubble, making their hearts stop. It pulled itself up, holding the battered female knight in its grip. "Sir Roos, we have to go," his subordinate urged. But Roos couldn't just leave her behind. The twisted chimera slowly tightened its grip, the knight crying out in agony. Blazing with fury, Roos roared, "Let her go, now!" He drew his sword, calling on the name of Pyro, the goddess of mercy and judgment. Roos unleashed a blade of pure holy energy that pierced straight through the chimera's body. The attack was devastating, but it required perfect timing to execute. This time, the chimera didn't just fall asleep for 5 seconds. It was down for good. Roos hadn't wanted to, but he was forced to use the power of a holy adjudicator. They are the 7 divine knights, blessed with holy power by the goddess Pyro herself. Its power is fleeting, with brutal side effects, but it unleashes an immense torrent of holy energy. The ambushed knight came to his senses, completely stunned. No one believed he was still alive. Not even himself. Roos swelled with pride. This was a power granted by Pyro, meant to punish evil and offer infinite mercy to the good. However, once the Holy Arbiter's power fades, all the pain they endured transfers directly to Roos. But that's a secret he would never reveal. Right now, a more critical mission awaited, catching the mastermind. Inside the room, Jamie finally dropped his bishop disguise. The mad scientist seethed with rage, furious that Jamie dared to impersonate his beloved. And to top it off, he ruined their experiment. How amusing. "I don't think someone who destroyed his own body should be lecturing me," Jamie sneered, a smirk playing on his lips. Truly, ordinary people could never comprehend his art. So, as a special treat, he would let Jamie witness his masterpiece, a work for the ages, turning a human into a bird. Jamie thought he had some grand artistic vision, but he was just obsessed with chimera wings. What terrible taste! What? How dare you insult my creation? The scientist ground his teeth, but Jamie's final act hadn't even started. He pulled out the man's key ingredient. The one you had was just a cheap fake. Whoops. Looks like my hand slipped. Jamie used dark magic to crush the grotesque body. Every drop of blood in the mad scientist's body rushed to his head. You filthy little runt, Jamie just pouted. The guy gets this mad just because he broke one of his little toys? So weird. Now, it was time to take him somewhere private for a little chat. A teleportation matrix materialized on the floor. The scientist was startled, but no matter. He just had to destroy the matrix. But no matter how much power he used, the circle wouldn't break. And just like that, he was ripped from his own nest. Why? Why didn't it break? He screamed, seething with fury. What other reason could there be? It was because he was pathetically weak. And now, it was time for Jamie to have a little fun with him in the forest. After they were done playing, he turned the scientist into his newest underling. Insolent brat. He launched his tentacles at Jamie, who gracefully leaped onto a high branch. Everything in the basement should be taken care of by now. The scientist was just as curious. After all, he'd sent 2 of his elite minions to take care of the knights. Jamie looked surprised, but the scientist revealed nothing more, because right now, Jamie was with him, and his attention should be nowhere else. He coiled his tentacles around his fist and slammed it into the tree trunk. Jamie simply hopped to another tree. He knew one of his underlings had been destroyed, but he had already dispatched 2 more. The knights wouldn't be leaving alive. You're completely insane. Jamie gave him a judgmental look. The scientist flew up to his level to talk more easily. It's not insanity. It's called confidence. Jamie could sense the essence of 9 different species within his body. This thing could no longer be called human. He was a monster. On the other hand, the way he combined those abilities was quite good. This just made Jamie even more determined to make him his subordinate. Meanwhile, Ross's group had found the laboratory. First things first, they had to find Ricky. They had 20 minutes before the Holy Arbiter's power vanished. Suddenly, a razor-sharp wave of energy shot toward Ross. Luckily, someone tackled him out of the way just in time. A chimera-wielding sword aura appeared. That's one big queen bee. While Ross was still reeling from its appearance, another massive demon horse chimera emerged on the other side. Its body was even more ripped than his. These were monsters that even master-level knights would struggle against. He knew he couldn't possibly fight them, but as a knight fighting for justice, fear was not an option. Ross took a deep breath and signaled his team to prepare for battle. Just a couple of chimeras. The worst that could happen is they all die. In another room, Ricky slowly woke up from a deep sleep. Ricky looked around for the priest, but no one was there. His eyes fell upon a giant tank, and inside was the upper half of Shino's body. Ricky froze, his world shattering as the horrifying truth dawned on him. This is what they called God's blessing? To call something so wicked a blessing. It was utterly nauseating. Ricky trembled with rage and fear, but he forced himself to stay calm. He had to escape. Leaving Shino behind filled Ricky with guilt, but he swore he would come back with help. He would burn the name of the Jennis church into his memory. While trying to escape, Ricky heard the sounds of battle. Could it be the knights, here to rescue him? For some reason, Ricky's heart began to pound. He saw blood splattered on the floor and felt a surge of joy when he saw Ross. Mister! Ross, while fending off an attack, exploded. It's, bro, you little brat. The horse chimera spotted a new target and charged toward Ricky. 2 knights immediately rushed to intercept it, but the queen bee chimera flew out, blocking their path. Ross screamed, Ricky, run! But the boy's body wouldn't move. He had never faced a danger like this in his entire life. Ross finally caught up to the chimera, attacking with all his might before its hooves could crush Ricky. But he was too late. The scene of dust and destruction before him filled him with despair. He used his ultimate move, and still couldn't save the boy? Suddenly, Ricky's hand shot out as his entire body erupted in a brilliant golden light. But of course, this wasn't some main character halo. Though Ricky was alive, Ross saw the shadow of the horse chimera charging again. He yelled for the boy to get over to him immediately. Ross grabbed Ricky, scanning their surroundings. The queen bee chimera was on a rampage, and he only had about 10 minutes before his Holy Arbiter power disappeared. He couldn't fight and protect Ricky at the same time, so he told him to run. Ricky hesitated, but staying would only get in their way. So, he turned and ran for his life. That left Ross to face the ridiculously muscular horse chimera. To think a mere experiment could get a body that takes years at the gym. It was unacceptable. Ross had to destroy it. As Ricky fled, he remembered the strange event from moments ago. A warm light had enveloped him, protecting him from the chimera. He could feel a churning in his stomach, and a strange sensation coming from that monster. It felt just like Levon, a skin-crawling, pure malice. Ricky saw a single door. After stepping through, he found himself back in the dense forest. He still couldn't believe it, that salvation and faith were all just a lie. His sister, Anna, was probably still at the orphanage alone. If anyone dared to touch her, he would never forgive them. Suddenly, Ricky felt a terrifying sensation wash over him. An instinct he couldn't explain urged him to walk toward it. In the forest, Jamie was still playing games with the mad scientist. He had to admit, the kid was good at dodging. But you can't dodge this. The tentacles coiled into a tight spiral, launching forward like a tornado. A single hit would be enough to end it all. Jamie danced through the air. The power was immense, no doubt. A glancing blow had already torn his shirt. But the spell he'd prepared was more than enough to counter it, so there was nothing to worry about. A sphere of light shot out but did nothing to the scientist. You little runt. Playtime is over. It's time to start begging. He raised his arm, unleashing hundreds of tentacles that completely surrounded Jamie, trapping him inside. But Jamie simply teleported away, leaving the trap empty. Damn it. Where are you? Jamie let out a sigh of relief, then summoned a dark dimension. The scientist realized Jamie's plan to imprison him. But a simple barrier like this can't possibly contain my wings. He attacked the spot where Jamie was hiding, summoning a storm of tentacles that rained down from the sky like stone pillars. Jamie raised a defensive barrier. The more they fought, the more interesting he found this guy. His ability to combine chimera parts with magic was incredibly creative, but that was his limit. If this were a story, only the main character would have a chance of winning. You've held on longer than I thought. How about this? The scientist clasped his hands as if to pray, but then he jumped, startled, as Jamie appeared right behind him. I was sure you were down there. When did you get up here? You don't know? This is the real me, Jamie said. In reality, there were two Jemmies, thanks to the fourth-tier dark magic, Doppelganger, which creates a clone with the exact same abilities as the original. One of them only disappears when they look directly at each other. Look down on people, and you're bound to fail, especially a stinking corpse like you. What? The scientist snarled, humiliated by the insult. Model. Jamie felt the dark magic rotting the scientist's flesh from the inside out. But this petty trick was nothing if the madman killed him and continued his twisted experiments. Too bad for him, Jamie had already predicted this move, surrounding his foe with a devastating array of black orbs. The moment they made contact, the man screamed in pure agony. Each orb amplified the sensation of decay threefold wherever it touched. This was the feeling of his very body turning to dust. Seeing the guy still had enough energy to curse, Jamie crushed him with overwhelming gravity. At last, the battle in the sky was over. Blackie, who'd been carrying Jamie the whole time, could finally get a break. The scientist struggled to rise, his body an absolute wreck. Jamie couldn't fathom how he was still conscious after that level of torment. It seemed turning this psycho into a subordinate was off the table. He was completely beyond saving. At the very least, he'd extract some information before sending him to the grave. My slaves, the scientist muttered, and two hulking chimeras instantly appeared to protect him. Jamie had miscalculated. He never expected the freak to have more chimeras as bodyguards. He'd used too much mana already, making this a difficult fight. But first, Jamie would never allow him a peaceful death, firing a blast straight through his chest. Dying instantly would be less painful, but it seemed he was still alive to feel every ounce of agony. Jamie was shocked. He couldn't believe the guy withstood that last attack. Just how was he supposed to put this monster down for good? Meanwhile, Ricky was still wandering nearby. The closer he got, the more nauseous he felt, but something was urging him to push forward. Boom! A massive explosion made Ricky jump, and he immediately turned to leave before he got caught up in the mess. But then, Jamie came flying out of nowhere. He didn't have enough mana to form a shield and was sent hurtling through the air. He knew he wouldn't be able to block the next attack. Ricky couldn't understand why Jamie had suddenly appeared right in front of him. The mad scientist was relentless. If he didn't eliminate Jamie here and now, he'd never know a day of peace. The chimera prepared to unleash an overwhelmingly powerful attack. Jamie, no! Without a second thought, Ricky lunged forward, seeing Jamie was about to be obliterated. Get back! Jamie screamed, but Ricky couldn't stop. His body moved on its own, driven by the instinct to protect his friend. Another explosion sent dust and debris flying everywhere. Jamie was battered and broken from the blast, but Ricky was already unconscious. Jamie's face darkened as he trembled before Ricky's body. Memories flooded back. Once again, someone had died because of him. They had all died just to save him. No matter which life it was, the same tragedy always repeated itself. Haha, what a touching scene, coming from a mere lab rat. Now, I'll send you to join him, the scientist cackled while Jamie was drowning in despair. His lover, his best friend, his comrades, his disciples, they had all sacrificed themselves for him. Suddenly, a profound darkness enveloped Jamie. The scientist felt the entire atmosphere around him change, even hearing the faint, chilling melody of a ferryman's song. Jamie told Ricky to wait there, that he would take care of the trash with the first power he ever created, a power he had long forgotten, one that defied the gods. Skeletons clawed their way out of the ground. The scientist screamed, You bastard! Just how many more tricks are you hiding? This was the army Jamie created to fight the gods, to stand against the might of the 12 divines. It was called Necromancy. The man laughed at the sight of such low-level skeletons, but he forgot the old saying, never underestimate your opponent. These were the souls of every person who had perished by his hand. Even in death, their thirst for vengeance remained. The skeletal army swarmed forward, tearing into the chimeras. Even when torn in half, they simply regenerated, for they had already conquered death. Back! Get away from me! The scientist had no strength left to resist. A bony hand clamped over his mouth. Quiet now. This is hell, a place where death harvests death. And it's Jamie's territory. After one final slam against the ground, the scientist was sent into an eternal slumber. Jamie looked down at him and sighed. It was finally over. Suddenly, a seed of life emerged from the man's mouth. It was an artifact that self-recharged using life force. Even with a reconstructed body, his vitality was just too unnatural. So this was the secret he was hiding. This was an unexpected prize. With the seed of life, Jamie could finally surpass the limits of his small body. He had almost forgotten his skeletal army was still waiting for their reward, but he didn't have the budget for bonuses. It was time for them to return to the underworld. Jamie's body couldn't handle the strain from overusing his power, but he couldn't pass out here, not when Ricky's life was on the line. Instead of meeting his ancestors, it would be far better to become Jamie's subordinate. At least he'd get to live. Jamie began to cast his dark magic, but a brilliant light suddenly appeared, dispelling his shadows. I don't understand what's happening. A voice rang out as a goddess appeared, shielding Ricky from Jamie's dark magic. Who do you think you are, she demanded, daring to steal what belongs to me, Firo. Jamie couldn't believe he was seeing her here. Firo opened her eyes and glared at him. You know of me? Meanwhile, the bishop was on his way to the count's mansion to confess his sins, just as Jamie ordered. But along the way, he was swiftly decapitated. Useless fool, we are eliminating him. A man with silver hair and dark lips spoke. Let the purge of heretics begin. Ross sighed. He had just barely finished his task within the time limit. Man, that hurts. But thankfully, there were no casualties. Suddenly, a pillar of light descended from the heavens. Ross was stunned. This was the sign that the goddess Firo had descended upon the world. Jamie was baffled. How did that witch manage to descend? Even if it was just a projection, the karmic backlash should have been immense. Did you not hear me? Jamie clutched his head as the holy light suppressed his dark magic. I only know that Ricky's holy power belongs to you, Jamie said quickly. The goddess Firo couldn't understand why he would still try to turn Ricky into an undead subordinate. Even knowing that, all I want is for Ricky to live. Ha! And you think the undead are not dead? Your actions are an insult to the departed. Firo was enraged by Jamie's behavior, but he gritted his teeth, his own fury rising. You bastards. You're the ones who scorn life. After sacrificing all of humanity, how dare you? Fioro's face went rigid at Jamie's words, but she couldn't offer a rebuttal. Regardless, Ricky was destined to become her apostle. If Jamie turned him into a slave, she would never forgive him. An apostle is closer to the gods than any other mortal. Their existence strengthens the Pope's authority, and they wield enough power to be called the strongest of the holy knights. Jamie knew Ricky possessed some holy power, but he never imagined it was enough to be chosen as an apostle. Perhaps that was how Firo was able to descend. This is more interesting than I thought. My deepest apologies. How can I ever make this up to you? You see, the darkness has already claimed him. Half of Ricky had already become his subordinate, and Jamie couldn't resist provoking Firo. Just as he predicted, she blew a gasket. The consequence was a splitting headache for Jamie, but he had to power through it to confront her. If I die, Ricky goes with me. You think your threats have any effect on me? Firo snapped, but Jamie knew she only had one apostle. If she lost him, it would take ages to find another. More importantly, for a god to descend without being bound by restrictions. They need an apostle. Jamie had her cornered, but he had no intention of destroying Ricky. He was his friend. More importantly, the current world had no need for an apostle, as it was peacefully following the plan set by the 12 gods. A system created by the 12 gods themselves. So why did Firo need an apostle so badly? Just how much do you know? Firo asked through gritted teeth. Jamie boldly put forth his theory. The most sacred god, one who loved all with such overflowing compassion that she would seize power to remake evil itself. Perhaps you were abandoned, Firo. Her stunned silence proved he was right. Her divine nature prevented her from speaking lies, forcing her into silence. Diablo Via, Jamie said. I am his legacy. Firo couldn't believe it. She was certain he had perished thousands of years ago, yet here he was, appearing just when she was at her most vulnerable. Jamie proposed an alliance with Firo. If you agree, come to my domain, and we can discuss the terms. Firo vanished, leaving Ricky behind. If things went well, he would gain a very useful new pawn. Ricky's eyes fluttered open, greeted by Jamie's judgmental stare. Are you okay? Ricky shot up when he saw Jamie bleeding, his eyes now a shade of purple, and his own body felt strange. Even in his condition, he was worried about someone else first. Truly a selfless guy. Jamie finally decided to tell Ricky the truth, that he had used dark magic to bring him back like this. He was sure Ricky would resent him, but Ricky just smiled and said, Okay, little bro, I get it. Is that it? That reaction was totally not in Jamie's script. But to Ricky, a dark mage wasn't necessarily a bad guy. In his eyes, Jamie was the best person on Earth. Jamie tried again. I was going to wipe out your sister and put you in serious danger. A normal person would never forgive me for that. But Ricky wasn't a normal person. In the end, Jamie saved him and didn't kill Anna, so in his book, Jamie was still a good guy. Ugh, you hopeless idiot. Jamie was fuming, but suddenly, the countless wounds on his body began to heal the moment he held Ricky's hand. Ricky just had a feeling it would work, and it actually did. Besides, Roos was on his way, so they had to bounce. Jamie made sure to tell him not to repeat a word of what he'd said. Ricky just laughed. He might look a little clueless, but he wasn't that stupid. The next morning, at the Jennis Church's H branch, some inquisitors came to apologize to Count Welton. Due to the special circumstances, they couldn't state their names. So why are you guys here? The Count asked. They were the ones ordered by their superiors to hunt down heretics. During their investigation, they found evidence proving Lincoln was a heretic. After hearing his confession, they executed the old man and hung his head in the market for all to see. When Roos heard this, he was furious. These guys were just using the bishop as a scapegoat. It was so obvious. That's enough. The Count signaled for Roos to stop. He praised their courage, but their mistake was killing someone in Welton territory. Are you trying to start a war or something? The man immediately dropped to his knees before the Count's fury. On this land, the Count was the ultimate judge. No one could harm another person in H without his permission, and the Jennis Church had crossed the line. The man trembled, begging for his life. At this rate, he was a dead man, but he couldn't just roll over either. So, he lifted his head and raised his voice. Count, you're quite arrogant to turn your back on the Jennis Church. This is not a wise decision. Swoosh! His right hand went flying through the air. That's what you get for talking back to the Count. After the right hand would be his smart mouth. If you want to live, take your Jennis Church and get the hell out of Welton territory. The man clutched his bleeding arm, shaking. This wasn't how that girl told him things would go down. Roos was stunned. The Count didn't even mention the Chimera, focusing solely on his authority as the lord of this region. If this continued, they'd definitely have the upper hand. The man bowed his head to the floor, apologizing and promising compensation, begging the Count to let it go. He couldn't forget that H was a stepping stone for their eastern expansion. He absolutely had to stay. I will not take back my words. You have lost my trust. I am severing all ties with the Jennis Church. Count Welton didn't say another word and just left. It was the first time Roos had seen the Count in action like this. He was so freaking cool. For a second, he almost felt bad for those disgusting church guys. After that, the Jennis Church had to pay a massive compensation fee before leaving. Then, a special guest paid a visit to Ricky and Anna. The shock was so great it made the little girl open her eyes. Roos introduced him again. A holy knight of the Firo Church. He declared that the two siblings would become symbols of the Firo Church, as an apostle and a goddess. One day, Anna would awaken as a saintess, able to see the world with her own eyes. The Firo Church would welcome them with open arms, and Roos would be able to openly protect the two siblings. Is that true? Ricky was moved to tears at the thought of his sister being able to see. He didn't care about Firo or anything else. His whole life was for his sister, Anna. The simultaneous appearance of an apostle and a saintess was an omen of great trouble to come. But even with such trouble on the horizon, Roos vowed to protect these two children. And just like that, the two of them became completely dependent on the Firo Church, while poor Jamie Welton was about to face a huge challenge. The 12 gods were currently split into factions, so Jennis was trying to create a chimera holy knight, while Firo was, to a certain extent, isolated. To be sure about things, he had no choice but to go there himself, which meant Jamie had to do this. He took a deep breath, strained his facial muscles, and put on the sweetest smile imaginable with a voice that could give you goosebumps. Dearest mother. His sister had no idea what her brother was doing, suddenly showing up at the tea table acting like a total weirdo. But Jamie shamelessly clung to his mother, using the excuse that he wanted some tea. But you usually find tea so boring, his mother said bluntly. Jamie was hit right in the heart, but still had to deny it. Is there something you want me to do for you? Seriously, nothing gets past a mother. Jamie sat down, trying to act normal. I'm just in the mood for tea today. Whatever you want, just say it. I'm listening. This was the line Jamie had been waiting for. He just wanted to take a trip to a pawn, which thankfully was his mother's hometown. Jamie had to make up a lame excuse about there being mountains and giant water bubbles in Apon. Deep down, he just wanted to die on the spot. Oh, is that so? Now I really feel like you should act cute for it. His mother playfully rejected his request. Jamie, or Diablo, had never surrendered to any challenge, except when standing before his mother. He made a heart shape with his hands and forced out the most adorable smile he could manage. I love you so much. Of course I'll listen to my lovely son's request, his mother said, completely satisfied. Then she suddenly remembered they had already planned to visit her family home next week. Good thing she forgot, otherwise she wouldn't have witnessed Jamie's cringy cute face. Jamie left the garden with a defeated look. After this, he was definitely going to make Firo pay for forcing him to do something so humiliating. To make things worse, Jamie ran into Russ, that guy who was an expert at poking his nose into other people's business and got on his nerves. And of course, he was Firo's subordinate. Roos, clueless as ever, just cheered him on with a puppy dog face that made Jamie want to send him straight to hell. What was he even doing, wandering around his family's garden? Roos had come to say goodbye to the Count before returning. More importantly, he wanted to see Jamie to talk about something important. Ricky and Anna will be coming with me, Roos said, placing a hand on Jamie's shoulder. But what the hell did that have to do with him? A farewell isn't forever, Jamie. Ricky and Anna will never forget you. Roos started his whole power of friendship speech, which made Jamie's skin crawl. What are you trying to say? Suddenly, Roos pulled Jamie into a hug, making his face darken. Was this weirdo so touch-starved he'd hug any random guy? Don't be sad and don't be disappointed. This isn't the end, Roos said, offering words of comfort before leaving Jamie in a daze. This was all Firo's fault. She'd better get her own people under control. That night, Welton was confiding in his wife. He didn't understand the secret message his father-in-law sent, the one that brought Jamie here. His wife was just as helpless. She figured that even her own late mother probably couldn't understand her father's thoughts. They were setting out tomorrow and he was a little worried, but his wife wasn't, because they were being escorted by Welton's most elite night squad. Besides, what fool would dare to touch her? After all, she had a Count as her personal bodyguard. Welton covered his mouth and giggled. Ahem, this couple was always so disgustingly sweet. On top of that, Roos would also be escorting them, along with Ricky and Anna. Welton was very surprised that he was a holy marshal. They rarely ever went out. The Count was more worried about Jamie than anything. This incident seemed pretty serious for the Firo church to dispatch Roos. And while Jamie was ridiculously powerful, his body couldn't handle it. If he lost control of his emotions and went berserk like before, he didn't know if anyone could stop him. I don't think we need to worry about that, his wife said, because today she had witnessed an unforgettable expression on Jamie's face. Welton wished he could have seen that look on his son's face too, just to satisfy this fatherly love of his. In any case, anyone can make mistakes, but his wife would always believe in their Jamie. That night, Jamie finished absorbing the seed of life by grinding it into a powder and snorting it. Absorbing it, which took much longer than expected. But the effect was unexpectedly good. Hard work grinding powder really does pay off one day. Reaching level 6 was now just a matter of time. Still, he had a long way to go to regain his peak power. But now, he could take down an enemy on the same level as that mad scientist. Jamie went to the village where Jans and Philip were in disguise. They bowed respectfully to him. Jamie announced that he was going on vacation for a while, so he'd be gone. Apon was quite far, so Jamie probably wouldn't be home for a whole month. The two of them couldn't stand pretending to be lumberjacks, chopping wood every day. We've chopped down an entire forest. You got a problem with that? Jamie's eyebrow twitched. Did they think he was a kitty cat just because the tiger wasn't roaring? He wasn't even done talking and they were already complaining. This time Jamie was taking both of them with him. There was one more thing he'd forgotten. Jamie raised his hand and summoned something that reeked of dark energy, making both of them flinch. A house appeared before their eyes. Jamie introduced it as his personal item storage. In other words, this was their new home. A house? You expect me to live in a dump this dark? Jans and Philip just kept on complaining. Jamie had no clue what was wrong with these two. No one had ever dared to talk back to him before. So, he just shoved them inside. A roof over your head is better than being homeless. Watching them stumble in, Jamie thought they were an interesting duo, full of ego and strange emotions. If he fattened them up, they could be very useful. Inside, thick, black smoke, heavy with dark magic, swirled around them. Jamie called this a warehouse, but it was much better than he expected. After coming out, the two gave Jamie their feedback. They felt like all their fatigue had just vanished. Of course it did. Jamie explained that this was his first unique authority. The space was created from his pure power. Subordinates under this authority would absorb it and be strengthened. Doesn't that put a huge burden on you, my lord? Philip asked, worried. A subordinate shouldn't worry about their master running out of power. If Jamie saw us as a burden, he wouldn't have strengthened us, Jan said naively. So, Can't you just power us up once and be done with it? It's way cooler inside than I thought, but it's also filled with bones. Philip quickly covered his mouth before Jamie got mad, but it was too late. Jamie was so over Jans right now. The next morning, Jamie had a blank expression on his face as he saw everyone off, completely zoned out. Turns out, his father was lifting him high into the air like a doll. He warned Jamie to be careful and to protect his mother, sister, and friends. Jamie just sagged. He'd do anything, as long as his dad put him back on his own 2 feet. I believe in you. Come back safe. Henno gave Jamie a farewell hug from the carriage. Anna sighed, wishing they were in the same carriage as Ross. He had suddenly volunteered for the escort team. Jamie was listening to Jack O'Brien explain their route. They'd take the safest path, which was also the longest. Meanwhile, Sarah Welton was sleeping soundly. She always passed out the moment she got in a carriage. Ross would guard the rear while another Ross led the way. Seeing Ross again reminded Jamie of Firo. He wondered what she wanted to tell him. He'd mentioned his legendary name, Diablo, and gotten 0 reaction. That meant she either hadn't told the other gods, or she couldn't. After a nice long nap, Sarah Welton stirred and woke up. The first thing she saw was Ricky's unfamiliar face. Hello, you're Sarah Welton, right? I'm Ricky. The shock made her start to cry, and Ricky had no idea what to do. And just like that, the peaceful carriage was shaken by Jamie's shout. What did you do to Sarah Welton? 2 days later, a fierce rainstorm raged as the 3 members of the Welton family slept soundly in the carriage. Ricky sulked as he stared outside. Just then, Ross rode up on his horse to check on them. The sound of voices woke Jamie up. He'd been out cold for a solid 2 hours. Ricky was paying close attention. Carriage rides are boring, aren't they? Want me to tell you a fun story? Ross asked. He wanted to tell a legend about the Mietri Mountains. Jamie thought it sounded boring as hell, but Ricky's voice drowned him out. Yes, please tell us. This is a story from a long, long time ago, back when dragons still soared through the sky. Elves still roamed the mountains, and at that time, the Miata Range was just a single peak. It was a day like any other, except for the appearance of 2 dragons. One was a wicked black dragon, and the other was a kind blue dragon named Miatri. Miatr had a human lover, a powerful mage, but humans and dragons could not live together. The dragon clan couldn't accept it, so they sent the black dragon to tear them apart. During the great battle, the mighty mountain was shattered into many peaks. Canyons were carved where the raging waters flowed. In the end, the black dragon was defeated. But Miatr's lover also fell. Miatr laid his lover to rest and hid deep within the mountains, hoping that one day he would return. And that's when the rain started falling without end, right? Anna's voice made Ricky jump. He thought she was still asleep. That's why the poets call this place the Dragon's Reign. Jamie grew quiet. The story was real. Dragons were probably just legends of the past now, which is why they called it a myth. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck with a massive boom, startling everyone. Sarah Welton woke up and clung to her mother. She soothed her daughter. It's okay, sweetie. Right, Jamie? Yeah, Jamie said. But he felt something. Unsettling. As the carriage passed by dead trees, lightning struck one of them. It cracked and fell right onto the driver's seat. The carriage shook violently, throwing the lady and Sarah Welton outside. Terrified, she screamed for him to catch Sarah Welton first. Jamie immediately used magic, creating vines to wrap around them both. He had panicked for a second, but luckily, it worked. After pulling them back in, Jamie asked what happened. But this time, he was the one who fell out, making the mother's heart stop all over again. I'm fine! I'll use flight magic! Jamie yelled. But he couldn't use his magic. This was Mana Burn, a high-level spell used to completely neutralize mages. As he fell, Jamie heard a voice. Who are you? A dragon? Before he could understand, Jamie plunged into the water below. His mother was so worried she was about to jump in after him. Luckily, a knight held her back. Let go of me, my son is down there. Suddenly, a golden light enveloped her, calming her down. It was Ricky. He'd meant to help but targeted the wrong person. Sarah Welton was now in Anna's arms. After all the chaos, the little girl was exhausted and passed out. Ross immediately knelt before the lady. He never spoke in empty platitudes, but Jamie was incredibly talented, so he would be fine. The current was dangerous, yes, but once Jamie's magic recovered, he'd be perfectly safe. Still, Ross was going down there to find him. Jack spoke up. Even for you, that current is too dangerous. But Ross's mind was made up. He asked the lady for 3 hours to find Jamie. The lady knew it was risky, even for a holy knight, but she begged Ross to bring Jamie back. Yes, my lady, we will definitely return. Ross accepted the order and left. Meanwhile, in a cave, Jamie's eyes fluttered open, to find himself bound by chains. He desperately wanted to know what was happening and who was targeting him. So, you're awake? A woman with 2 horns on her head appeared. She was the one who had asked if Jamie was a dragon. You're looking right at me, so can't you tell? Jamie had no idea what was wrong with her eyes. She could obviously see he wasn't a dragon, but she was being completely irrational. Suddenly, Jamie sensed a faint killing intent, but he couldn't tell where it was coming from. The woman kept talking. The reason she suspected Jamie was because how could a mere human possess that kind of potential? His mana was exactly like how a dragon gathers its power. Humans are terrible at absorbing mana. They lack the wisdom and the talent. They can't even imitate us dragons. She said with her hands on her hips that she'd never seen anyone like Jamie before. She wondered if he was a half-elf, but even high elves were nothing compared to dragons. Jamie was getting annoyed. This lady was spouting nonsense while staring right at him. Ha, look at this little punk. For someone who's been captured, you seem awfully proud of yourself, don't you? The woman sneered. Jamie shot right back. And what the hell do you have to be proud of? Mistaking me for a dragon and kidnapping me to ask stupid questions? The sudden gust of wind, the lightning strike next to the carriage, and that mana burn spell. It was all the work of the hag in front of him. Well, I suppose you could think of it that way. I just wanted to see for myself. She acted so casual about everything she'd caused. Jamie was furious. His mother and Sarah Welton had nearly died because of her, and she stood there without a hint of remorse. Then, suddenly, Jamie froze. Why was he getting so angry for the Welton family? He had to stay cold. So he let it go and stopped blaming her. Whatever. I guess it makes sense you'd be curious about me. Now take these things off and we can talk. No way. It's much more fun watching you squirm like this. What the hell? Jamie yelled. Since when did even total strangers enjoy messing with him? Bullying others like this? You're just like that blue dragon, Miatter. Blue dragons are the gentlest of all dragon kind. They are especially friendly towards humans, feeling about the same way a person feels about a puppy or a kitten. If you had met a notoriously violent red or black dragon, or even a cunning green dragon, you'd be in their stomach by now. Was he lucky or just plain screwed? The real question was, why'd she grab him thinking he was a dragon? Oh, right, to kill him, duh. A sudden wave of killing intent washed over her, sending a chill down Jamie's spine. But hey, I'm not a dragon, so she should just let me go, right? Her silence was deafening, and his face fell. What was her deal? Let me guess, she said. I'll just make something up. Jamie had no clue what the hell she was talking about. If I use you as a material, I could create a masterclass dragon soldier. Jamie's brow furrowed. Wait, if I became a dragon soldier, I'd be way stronger. If I was the material, my own power would skyrocket. Jamie shook his head. What the hell am I thinking at death's door? Hey lady, why the grudge against dragons? Jamie tried to flash a friendly, let's be pals smile. It only seemed to tick her off more. He decided to take a wild guess. It's because of that human lover of yours, isn't it? She dropped him instantly, her expression ice cold. If you ever speak of him like that again, I'll make you wish you were dead. Bingo. This had to be Miatri. I heard your tribe never accepted him, that you betrayed them to save his life. Miatri's teeth ground together as she summoned a furious water vortex, sweeping Jamie away. How dare you act like you know anything? Panicked but desperate, Jamie screamed over the roar of the water. He knew she didn't truly want to harm him. She could have brainwashed him, but she didn't. You're too kind to be a dragon, he yelled. Whether by luck or fate, his words were the exact same ones her late lover once spoke. Gritting her teeth, she gave him one last chance. This is only for his sake. Jamie coughed up a lungful of water. He'd have to watch his mouth. Miatri wasn't playing around. You're a strange human, she said. Almost as strange as he was. Miatri spoke. Jamie had no idea who he was. According to Miatri, he was the main character of the story she was about to tell. Meanwhile, Roos was staring helplessly at the raging river. The rain was relentless, making the current swell. Where on earth was Jamie? 700 years ago, Miatri began. There was a dark mage named Canon. She probably expected Jamie to be shocked. After all, who would think a species that favors holy magic would fall for a human using dark arts? Canon only chose dark magic to find the truth of this world. He was a true mage who reached the legendary level 9. Jamie's mind reeled. Level 9? But no human had reached that rank in over 1,000 years. I'm about to tell you why, Miatri answered his unspoken question. Before meeting Canon, she had been searching for the world's truth herself. After they met, they explored countless ruins together and slowly fell in love. It was the happiest time of her life. Until the day the Dragon Lord issued his decree. That decree turned Canon into an enemy of the entire dragon race. Every dragon was sent to hunt him down. The two of them ran, but they were reaching their limit. Miatri found an ancient ruin where Canon could hide. Its powerful wards allowed only one person to enter. Canon hid inside while Miatri was exiled for 1,000 years. For a dragon, 1,000 years is nothing. But for a human, it's an eternity. Canon managed to try and save her after a few decades, but after he discovered the truth of the world, he couldn't accept it. While Miatri slept through the ages, that truth shattered Canon's mind. He tried to rescue her, and after shaking his pursuers, they hid in the vast mountains, and there, he died. Miatri felt it was a better end for him. She always told herself that he was finally at peace. But the most unforgivable part, her tribe began to erase every trace of Canon's existence. The books he wrote, the people he met, all of it vanished. Hearing this, Jamie started to piece it together. The truth the dragons wanted to bury. This place. This was the last remnant of Canon's existence. The last sanctuary Miatri had to protect. That's why she was here. It all started to make sense. No wonder Miatri hadn't heard of his own glorious past. After his revival, the first thing he did was look for traces of his former self. But the name Diablo Volpia was completely unknown. It was wiped clean, as if someone had intentionally erased every record. Just like Canon, his existence had been erased by the dragon god, Bram, and his kin. Canon was a level 9 mage who even studied dark magic just to find the world's truth. Just how much did he uncover to be so thoroughly erased? Is this Canon's grave? Jamie asked. He claimed he wanted to pay his respects as a fellow mage. Miatri led him to a towering tree, and at its base was Canon's grave. And there, resting on the tombstone, Jamie saw his own bracelet. Absolute resistance. It was one of the 3 great artifacts he had created to fight the 12 gods. A creation that granted complete immunity to any disease or curse. Who knew that his own items had gone on world-spanning adventures after he disappeared? So that's why Canon was searching for the truth. After finding the bracelet, he must have discovered the existence of Diablo Volpia, Tenmi. If he asked for it back now, Miatri would probably kill him on the spot, even though he made it. "I'm here, Canon," Miatri said reverently, as if praying to a god. Jamie decided to ask about the bracelet. She explained it belonged to Canon, that its immense power had saved his life countless times. Jamie noticed it was spotless, not a speck of dust on it. It was even enchanted with cleaning and protection spells. "Is that all that's left of him?" Jamie probed again. But this question immediately put Miatri on guard. Jamie quickly feigned humility. "I mean no harm, I'm just curious. He was a man who sought the truth of this world, right? I was just wondering if he left behind any records. And in fact, Canon did leave a diary, but Miatri had no intention of showing it to him." "Then please, tell me," Jamie urged. "You must know the truth of the world by now." "You're crossing a line," she warned. "That is not something a lowly human like you deserves to know." Miatri's face darkened. "But this is what Canon gave his life to find. He may have failed at the very end, but you're the one protecting his legacy. Instead of keeping it as a memento, wouldn't he have wanted humanity to inherit his findings?" Miatri wavered, caught off guard by his persuasive words. But she didn't need objects to remember the one she loved. She had already etched everything about him into her heart. Jamie felt a pang of sympathy, remembering his own lost love, understanding their tragic fate. In the end, Miatri handed over the diary. She was certain a mere human like Jamie could never break the seal on it. She was about to send him back, but Jamie insisted on seeing it now. "From now on, don't be surprised by anything you see." With that, he shattered the diary's seal. Miatri stared in shock. He was a dark mage, and his power was on a completely different level from any normal humans. The diary recounted Canon's journey from the day he first met Miatri. At their first meeting, she called him filthy for being a dark mage, but somehow, they ended up traveling together. Miatri's carefree nature made the journey so much more fun. He found himself wondering if she was even a real dragon. Their adventure together was peaceful, for a time. Canon rode on Miatri's back to a place no human could ever reach, a place he called the Land of Death. Then, one day, the Dragon Lord ordered his entire race to eliminate Canon. He wasn't worried for himself, only for Miatri, who had betrayed her own kind for him. He wanted to let her go, but he couldn't. He loved her too much. Another entry. Canon stood before the gravestone of an unknown soldier, fallen in some ancient battle. The date on the stone was 65,966 years ago. 2 years later, Canon and Miatri were still on the run. They settled in a mountain range so remote it was beyond the sight of any dragon. Their next destination was Gamon, in the southwest. It was the name written at the bottom of the tombstone, a place that no longer existed. Reading Canon's words, Miatri finally broke down, sobbing. This was the first time she had ever read it. As for Jamie, he had a feeling he knew exactly what tombstone Canon was talking about. Before marching into battle to show his resolve, he Diablo Volpia etched words filled with the despair of his past and the hope for his future. This was 966 years before Canon discovered it, and 700 years after Jamie's revival, meaning he appeared exactly 66 years after his death. But the tombstone never mentioned Gamon. In fact, no location was carved on it at all, which means someone else found his grave long before Canon ever did. You have to give them credit, though. To think that canon could uncover a truth the 12 gods had hidden with such perfect seals. The truth is, 60,000 years ago, humanity was brought low, reduced to being nothing but slaves for the 12 gods. But there's no need to despair, because Diablo has descended upon this world once again, and the 12 gods will soon be annihilated. Humanity will finally be free again. Miatri emotionally hugged the diary. Inside, Canon had confessed his love for her, even though he'd never said it once to her face, only ever calling her annoying and clingy. Didn't you say you still hold on to your memories? I believe he's still alive in your heart. As long as you never, ever forget him, Jamie said gently. Miatri let out a laugh. Who knew Jamie could say such beautiful things? Even if he was just a little kid, Jamie sighed. When would he finally get to scream at the world that he wasn't a little kid? Miatri wished she could turn back time, but of course, that was impossible. Jamie wished for the same thing, but he knew he had already gone too far to ever turn back. But you know, what the heck is that dark magic of yours? Miatri couldn't stop herself from asking immediately. It's just normal dark magic, that's all. Jamie's attempt to cover it up failed, because Miatri had already tried using dark magic to break the seal herself, and it didn't work. Jamie was startled. A dragon learning dark magic? Of course not. Miatri proudly stated that she had brought someone who could use dark magic here, voluntarily. She still remembered telling him, "Follow me if you don't want to die," and he immediately did as he was told. But no matter what they did, the diary didn't react at all, until Jamie showed up. Miatri hated to admit it, but the power Canon was searching for was something that was completely non-existent in this world. It looked like Jamie couldn't dodge this anymore, so he decided to tell Miatri the truth. That he was the one still carrying out Canon's final wish. How's that for real? Jamie began to recount the legend of Diablo. He challenged the 12 gods alone. He once had many allies, but they were all sacrificed or betrayed him. In the end, he lost to the 12 gods and was sealed in the realm of eternity, but he never gave up. Not even for a second. And neither can I. Canon, and maybe someone even older than him, from a long, long time ago, passed that will on to him, and to the generations that will come after Jamie. Their final wish will be carried on until the 12 gods are finally destroyed. Miatri signaled for Jamie to follow her. She took the bracelet from Canon's grave and gave it to Jamie. Though, it was his to begin with. Jamie was thrilled to have his property back. The bracelet even began to glow, as if to welcome its long-lost master. Not only that, Miatri promised to have Jamie's back, no matter what happened. Back in the day, she even betrayed her own clan, so there was nothing that could faze her. Jamie thanked her cheerfully. Getting a promise from a dragon was a ridiculously awesome outcome. Now scram. Miatri shooed Jamie away on the spot, while she continued her watch here, next to Canon. His dream was still being carried on. Outside, Roos had been standing there from the time the rain poured down until it stopped and the clouds cleared. Jamie floated through the air. Hey, what are you doing? When they returned, his mother threw her arms around Jamie as if he'd been gone for several years. The Ricky brothers were also deeply moved, overjoyed to see him back. The knights behind them bowed their heads to Roos, determined not to forget this debt of gratitude. Roos felt the pressure big time. The truth was, he hadn't really done anything, but he was being hailed like a hero, so it was pretty awkward. In the kingdom of Sam, within the territory of Pon Nesman, inside a school, a girl screamed as a white mouse leaped from her hands. What the hell are you doing? Can't you even hold it properly? You're so stupid, Venna. Her classmates cursed at her while trying to stop the mouse from biting the medicine. In the end, Venna had to stay behind to clean the classroom, with no idea when she'd be finished. I wish that moron would just get lost already. Two of them were talking trash about Venna right in front of her. The only reason they didn't resort to violence was because the principal protected her, so they bullied her by treating her like an errand girl instead. One of them tossed a piece of paper at Venna and ordered her to bring the things on the list. Venna trembled as she obeyed, leaving to the sound of the bully's satisfied laughter. Tears streamed down her face. How in the world did I end up like this? At Count Pye's mansion, he held a banquet to treat the Weltons and everyone else. The three brothers, united by fate, drooled at the lavish spread of food. Anna couldn't see it, but she could smell the fragrant aroma. The lady expressed her gratitude for Count Pye's thoughtfulness, and the meal passed pleasantly. That night, Jamie went for another stroll around town. Nothing seemed suspicious. He started thinking about returning to his comfy bed. By now, Ricky probably wouldn't be following him around like a lost puppy anymore. Brake appeared, beeping and booping. It seemed like it wanted to go all out and have some fun. He accidentally revealed his bracelet, causing two cloaked figures behind him to get greedy. An incredible item in the hands of a kid. They guessed Jamie must be some noble with clueless parents who would give such a precious item to him. You think the principal will like it? He might just reward us handsomely. And so, the two began their journey down the road to hell. On the way, Brake kept on beeping. That's when Jamie understood the problem. It didn't want to go party. There were two little rats tailing them. Jamie didn't know what they were planning, but since he was bored, having a new toy to entertain himself with was a pretty good idea. Jamie zipped up to a rooftop, making them lose his trail. To add a little drama, he intentionally made a noise in a corner of the street to get their attention, and now, all he had to do was wait for his prey to fall into the trap and enjoy his meal. "Excuse me." A voice rang out as a bizarre, distorted portal straight out of Dozan sucked Jamie inside. This masterpiece was Venna's doing. She was thrown 3 meters away. Jamie was absolutely furious that someone dared to interrupt his game. Boy or girl, it didn't matter. What mattered was that he had to kill her right now. "Wait, please listen to me," Venna begged, but Jamie had no intention of listening. His attack shot toward her and revealed Venna's own dark magic. Because of that, Jamie halted his attack. He decided to ask her purpose for bringing him here. He'd consider it a favor, since she was using the dark magic he created. "You're so cruel. I just wanted to help," Venna sobbed, saying she was afraid the dark magic from those 2 thugs would get Jamie killed. Jamie was stunned. Why was he surrounded by so many dark mages? Venna continued to complain about her misfortune, how no good deed goes unpunished. She saved Jamie's life only to receive pain in return. Why is being a good person so hard? Why does everyone hate her so much? "I get it, so please be quiet." Jamie sighed and said. Venna pulled a rope out of nowhere. "This cruel world won't accept me. It's better if I just leave this life." What a drama queen. After a moment, Jamie realized the gate from before was the school's gate. Venna had felt sorry for Jamie because he was just a kid, but now she was starting to wonder if he was really a child at all. Jamie found it ridiculous. She herself was a dark mage. Although it was just a guess, he was sure she played a huge part in cruel experiments like these. But it seemed Jamie had hit a nerve. Her motive wasn't just to save him. Jamie saw that she was demanding he view her as some kind of hero for justice. "Don't make excuses. You're just as much trash as they are." Jamie wasn't about to let her spout another word of nonsense. Venna didn't want to live in torment. Her heart ached every time her hands were stained with blood, her chest heavy and unable to breathe. Jamie nodded and turned to leave. He had no desire to get curious. Venna also got up to leave, but she slammed into an invisible wall. It seemed this was outside of her calculations. Jamie smirked. A new game had suddenly started, so how could he possibly pass it up? Meanwhile, Principal Gap was wandering around the school looking for Venna, but the look on his face wasn't that of a good guy. After hearing Venna's story, Jamie was surprised she had been loyal to this school for 10 whole years. "If that's the case, then there's nothing else I can do to help. Your tears are falling. The game is over." Venna was shocked to see that his black mana had no symbol of dark magic, and it especially didn't have that toxic feeling that distorted life. You could say it was completely pure. Jamie was diving into her mind when suddenly Venna shot awake, grabbing his arm. Jamie ripped his hand away in disgust, muttering about how she was always so damn annoying. "Please, take me as your disciple." The words spilling from Venna's mouth left Jamie completely baffled. He couldn't figure out what was going on inside her head. A second ago it was just hand-holding. Now she was clinging to his entire body. She launched into her sob story, how her parents were lost 10 years ago, forcing her to become a dark magician. She talked about cruel experiments that sacrificed living people, and how her own comrades condemned her for being so pathetic. But even so, Venna couldn't escape. She wanted to end everything, even if it sounded like some hypocritical garbage. Hearing all this, Jamie still didn't get what the hell it had to do with becoming his disciple. "Your dark mana isn't created by sacrificing lives, and I need that power." So that was her real goal. Jamie found it hilarious that she thought his power didn't come from sacrifice. Sometimes, a darkness that pure is the only thing that can give birth to a new existence. You're wrong. And more importantly, I'm not interested. And with that, Jamie put her to sleep. He returned to the streets. Those 2 words, disciple, brought back memories of his time as Diablo. He had taken on disciples and raised them, only for them to betray him. According to Venna's memories, there were over 20 members at her school, and the headmaster, Gap, was some kind of curse. It looked like something had happened while Jamie was gone. Obviously, he had to go check it out. He found a head floating in a tank, its voice begging for help. "Please, is anyone there? Save me." How interesting. Usually they're begging me to kill them. Did reversing the curse somehow change her words? 2 robed figures were students from this very school. They were conducting inhumane experiments on both people and animals. Pretty bold of them, hiding in an academy to practice this dark stuff. Now Jamie understood. How long had it been since dark magic vanished? He himself had sacrificed countless lives to stand before the 12 gods, so he was in no position to judge them. Still, what was the reason dark magic formed in the first place? He didn't care how it was done. As long as he could destroy the gods, Jamie was willing to cast aside his humanity and bear every sin. And now, it was time to collect the seeds he had sown. They had grown into monsters, so it was only right for him to be the one to harvest them. Meanwhile, Venna was still worried, wondering where Jamie had suddenly disappeared to. But she should have been more worried about herself, because that witch Hilla showed up to put Venna in her place. She grabbed Venna by the hair for daring to run off during work. Then, Hilla dragged her to a secluded spot to handle some important business. She had to stomp on pathetic bugs like Venna at least once to show her what a real party looks like. Burn, flame of pain. Venna dropped to her knees, begging her to let it go this one time. But of course, there was no way in hell that was happening. Just then, Jamie returned, looking down at her with judging eyes. Are you really afraid of people like this? Venna was about to make an excuse, but one glare from Jamie shut her up. He ordered her to get on her feet. Do you prefer sleeping on the ground or in a bed? Stop rolling around down there. I don't know who the hell you are, but you've definitely got no brain. Seeing another person show up for the fun, Hilla decided to take care of them both. Jamie simply said, Venna, decide for yourself. Live or die. Standing at that threshold, something inside Venna awakened. For so long, she had wanted to stop getting along with people like this. Hilla's jaw dropped at Venna's sudden action and power. Hell, even Venna was surprised by her own strength. I don't know what you just did, but I'm sure you're prepared for the consequences of defying me. Hilla wasn't about to give up here. Jamie just blew a puff of air, and the flame on her hand vanished. He looked at Venna with encouragement. The first step is the hardest. The second one won't be so bad. It was only then that Hilla realized the guy in front of her was on another level. But that realization came far too late. Meanwhile, in his office, Headmaster Gap shot up from his chair, bursting with joy. Finally, Venna had awakened the Vakiji. The old man had set up all these situations to control her personality, fearing she would never awaken otherwise. But now, he didn't have to waste any more time in this dump. It was time to find Venna and devour the power of the Vakiji. Meanwhile, Venna was still terrified of confronting her bullies. Jamie couldn't understand how a coward like her could be a Vakiji, a high-ranking angel known as a warrior angel. Their immense power was enough to wage war against the 12 gods. Although they failed, they luckily avoided extinction, hiding in places beyond the god's sight. Venna must have had her personality suppressed by that old geezer Gap for a long time, since her race is naturally aggressive and hates bowing to anyone. They probably wanted to control her more easily after she awakened. Suddenly, a red alert blared through the academy. Venna thought they were looking for Jamie, but she was wrong. The announcement was to capture Venna by any means necessary. Venna was totally lost. Students and professors alike started hunting her down. What was she going to do now? Venna screamed. I'm not who I used to be. Jamie saw that she had regained a bit of that Vakiji confidence, so he teleported them right into a crowd of students. No need to look for her, because it's Venna's time to shine. A mob surrounded them, ordering Venna to come with them. Jamie knew they were all brainwashed, so he decided to grant a few of them salvation. Right now, they had no free will. They were probably slaves to this school from the very beginning. It finally dawned on Venna that everything they did to her was according to Headmaster Gap's will. Seeing Venna disobey, the students began to chant their spells. A single counterspell from Jamie sent everything they threw right back at them. He signaled for Venna to snap out of it, but she was absolutely furious. For so long, she had endured all of this without knowing a thing. Jamie, however, could see her true nature was finally starting to surface. If that's the case, then get in there and fight for your revenge. Venna was shoved into the circle of students. She cried her eyes out, saying she never knew the first thing about fighting. But the moment danger appeared, her body moved on its own. Even Venna couldn't believe it. When a guy tried to ambush her from behind, Venna grabbed his arm and threw him like a sandbag. Surprise number 2. Since when was she built like a freaking tank? The students weren't scared, though. Even if she was stronger or faster, they still saw her as trash. Venna leaped into the air and brought her foot down, crushing the guy. It felt like this body wasn't even hers anymore. Jamie could see the others were finally realizing the massive skill gap, so there was no need to fight anymore. Besides, it's not like these were the only new bloods around here. But he had made a promise to reap them all. Jamie summoned Break. It had already marked all the new bloods, so now it was Jamie's harvest time. He unleashed Death Burst. In a flash, the rest of them were sent to meet their maker. Waiting for Venna to do it would have taken till tomorrow. What is this? My children. They're all dead. Gap finally decided to make his grand entrance. He saw Jamie's skill hidden inside a kid's body and boldly guessed he had some kind of chronic illness. And what if I do? I see. So, that's the setup. The old man's words were starting to piss Jamie off. Gap was so impressed by his skill that he wanted to recruit him. If they succeeded, they could swallow an entire nation whole. Jamie asked what his specific plan was. Gap burst out laughing. Haha, you're a greedy one, aren't you? We haven't even agreed to work together yet. Annoyed, Jamie had no choice but to say yes. Seriously, this guy was making such a fuss over a single nation. Venna finally asked why he ordered everyone to capture her, but he was only focused on the amount of life force she now possessed. As for why he ordered her capture, it was so he could devour her whole the moment she awakened. When he first took Venna in, he went through so much trouble just to erase her true personality, all to make sure she would awaken in a state he desired. He even created this entire academy just for Venna. She remembered how every time she was bullied, Gap would be there to comfort her. But he never once did anything to stop them. When you finally lost your true self, trembling in fear at everything here, I was so happy. He was overjoyed that his plan had worked. Now she had awakened with all the cruelty he had injected into her for the past decade. Suddenly, a wave of dark power washed over Venna, causing her to pass out. The one responsible was none other than Jamie. He let her hear the entire story before purifying the malice inside her soul. Impossible. That kind of thing can't be purified so easily, the old man said, his face pale. But for Jamie, it was easier than breathing. It probably seems impossible because you're still just a piece of trash who can't even reach level 7 at your age. You brat, Gap roared in fury. To be humiliated by someone young enough to be his grandson was infuriating. The rank of 7th class. That was his deepest, most secret shame. Anyone who dared to touch that wound would face his most sadistic, brutal end. They called him the Curse Master for a reason. He'd perfected the art of verbal destruction. But Gap himself could never break through the wall to the 6th class. This insult was a stain on his entire 60-year existence. I'll make you writhe in eternal agony. Gap unleashed his ultimate technique, Despairing Dark Night. He summoned a burning hydra serpent that coiled around Jamie's body. Deep in Gap's subconscious, the twisted form of a subordinate emerged, a victim of 7,749 experiments. The Phantom begged for more bodies to continue his work. Jamie knew Gap had guts. His head must be splitting apart, yet the old man didn't even flinch. He wasn't called the Master of Lies for nothing. Still, you shouldn't have let your guard down. With that, Jamie plunged Gap into a pitch-black void. Gap burst out laughing like a complete maniac. How amusing. To think I'd be caught in a mental spell. But he seemed completely unfazed, even waiting to see if Jamie had something stronger up his sleeve. Gap was directly meddling with his own brain to counter the magic, but Jamie knew it was already too late. While you're trapped in your own mind, I'll just attack your physical body. This has gone far enough. Suddenly, Gap opened his mouth. Gap opened his mouth, and Jamie's attack was reflected right back, piercing through his own body. This was Gap's trump card, the counter curse. It was a notoriously difficult dark magic, one he was immensely proud to have mastered. A cruel smile spread across Gap's face, watching Jamie fall into the very abyss he'd created. But first, he needed to utterly shatter the boy's mind. From this moment on, Jamie would be trapped, forever reliving a single, solitary instant. When a single second stretches into 10, then 100, then 1,000, the human mind simply breaks. Consciousness begins to reject reality itself. It's a state of being with no end. It's only 1 second. But can you withstand that single second repeated tens of thousands of times? Time itself is my ultimate curse. Gap could taste victory, but Jamie just shrugged. So what? He reached out and grabbed the old man's head, shocking him. These cheap tricks are useless against me. Now, let's see that pathetic brain of yours explode. Gap was sent flying 8 meters back. Jamie could only hope the old man was tough enough to withstand the dozens of curses he was about to unleash. After being barraged by an onslaught of curses he couldn't resist, Gap lay on the ground, clinging to life. He should have been the victor. When power levels are equal, the gear decides the winner. And thanks to his extreme resistance bracelet, Jamie was immune to every curse Gap could throw at him. A piece of gear that broken. It was like a cheat code. Gap couldn't believe it was real. Then again, this whole world was absurd. So why should he be surprised? Damn it, I am the king of this world, Gap gasped, words that ignited Jamie's fury. Jamie wouldn't let him have the sweet release of death he craved. A man with his talents would be a complete waste if he wasn't Jamie's subordinate. Now, Jamie would cast him into the Meteor Gate, to be an eternal sinner, an existence that was neither living nor dead. Immortality would prevent him from ever truly dying, and naturally, he would serve as Jamie's personal errand boy. Gap watched in bitter agony as his soul was dragged inside, defeated, and now forced into servitude. The humiliation was unbearable. All he wanted was the peace of eternal rest. But Jamie told him, not a chance. From now on, his name would be Nevro. Venna slowly regained consciousness. The first person she looked for was the headmaster, but he now held a completely different title, slave to Jamie. Jamie checked in on Venna, asking how she felt. The people who had made her suffer for the last 10 years had all paid the ultimate price. But as for Venna, she didn't know what to feel. With this new chapter of her life beginning, her mind was just empty. There was one thing Venna was absolutely certain about. She would become Jamie's disciple. But he flatly rejected her. Venna was a Vaki, an ancient fairy race from the distant past. They were known for being incredibly brave, never backing down, and always fighting to prove they were right. In the end, they failed, and became a cursed race, shouldering all the world's misfortune. Jamie had no idea how any of their descendants survived to the present day, but it was possible she was the very last Vaki in existence. Venna listened to the whole story but was still confused. Okay. So what does any of that have to do with you not taking me as your disciple? What Jamie was trying to say was, he didn't know a single thing about Vaki magic, so there was no reason for him to take her on. Along the road, Anna and Sarah Welton were fawning over a chubby little squirrel. The squirrel silently pleaded with Jamie for help, but he just shrugged. Luckily, he knew transformation magic, which was the only reason Venna could tag along. Everything else was her problem to solve. Finally, the group arrived at Jamie's maternal grandparents' estate. It had been 9 long years since his mother last visited her home. "Father, I'm so sorry. Your wayward daughter has finally come to see you," she said, her voice thick with emotion. The Marquis comforted his daughter, a truly touching reunion. Jamie watched from a distance, a forced smile on his face. He still didn't understand emotions. Even after being brought back to life, he felt out of place in his own skin. Trapped in that endless abyss, his only desire had been revenge. He'd always believed emotions were a weakness, something that only drove people to madness. Suddenly, Sarah Welton yelled out, "Mommy, don't cry! He's a bad man! He's making you cry!" The lady was helpless, trying to explain and clear her father's name. But the first impression was already made. "I hate Grandpa." Jamie had no idea how to react to the little girl's outburst. He truly didn't understand human emotions. Putting that awkward moment aside, Jamie stepped forward to greet his grandfather. The man had been eager to meet him. Jamie forced a smile and a relaxed tone. "It's an honor to meet you as well, grandfather." His grandfather was thrilled that Jamie didn't despise him like Sarah Welton did, and pulled him into a tight embrace. "That's it, my grandson. I'm so happy to finally meet you." "Ah, yes, me too," Jamie managed to choke out, nearly suffocating. Asterisk. Just like the Veo family. Asterisk. They were all incredibly hands-on. That evening, his grandfather spoke with the lady about Jamie. Even as a mere 4th-class mage, he could sense a fraction of the boy's immense power. Sooner or later, the entire kingdom will have its eyes on Jamie. The lady sighed. She understood her father's warning. A tall tree attracts the strongest winds. While she and the Count could shield him for now, there would come a day when they could no longer protect him. "That's why I've prepared something for him. It wasn't a perfect shield, but it was far from useless." The lady felt a wave of relief, glad there was still a way to protect her son. But she still harbored a deep worry for her husband, the Count. He had made an enemy of the Zenith Church. The Marquis agreed. "This conflict won't just blow over quietly. Those people, they're twisted monsters. Because of those bastards, our Firo Church is in an incredibly difficult position. I suspect the Zenith cult might even be planning to wipe us out completely." Suddenly, the door burst open, cutting their conversation short. Meanwhile, back in his room, Jamie was losing his mind trying to deal with Venna, who was fast asleep on his bed in her human form. Jamie had to resort to magic to wake the sleeping girl, snapping in frustration. "Didn't I specifically tell you not to change back?" Venna whined resentfully. After more than a dozen years of life, this was the first time she'd ever had to live as a mouse. Jamie's face darkened. "And what do you plan to do if you get caught?" A dozen horrible scenarios flashed through Venna's mind. Jamie would just leave her to die, and she'd end up as a well-seasoned snack. The future looked bleak. With a heavy heart, Venna transformed back into a mouse. Afterward, Jamie sat down to examine a necklace, deep in thought. But with Venna constantly chirping questions in his ear about the necklace, his patience was wearing thin. In the end, Mouse Venna earned a sharp flick to the head. She squeaked indignantly, "You're killing my brain cells, you know that?" Jamie shot her a sideways glance. "You have brain cells to kill?" Truthfully, he was even more curious about it than she was. It was clearly an artifact, but he had no idea what it did. Suddenly, Jamie felt it. An overwhelming killing intent radiating from his mother's location. Jamie threw open the door and bolted towards his mother. But his normal speed felt like a crawl, making him burn with impatience. He accelerated, shooting forward like an arrow. Jamie quickly found the source of the murderous aura, but he knew instantly he was no match for them. If it's come to this, the only option is to run. Jamie launched himself forward, ready to strike. He was panicking, but knew he couldn't use dark magic in front of his family. He cast high voltage to create an illusion, planning to escape with his mom in the chaos. How cute. A massive hand grabbed Jamie by the collar and lifted him up. He growled through gritted teeth. "Let me go." Survival came first. He'd even expose his dark magic if it meant saving his mother. "Jamie!" His mother's voice rang out, leaving him stunned, but his grandfather and mom were even more shocked by his sudden attack. After they all sat down and talked, the Marquis burst out laughing, proud to have a grandson who was both skilled and fiercely protective of his parents. His mother, on the other hand, was mortified by her little troublemaker, who just attacked someone he didn't even know. "Have I been too soft on you?" she scolded, smacking his bottom. "That's enough. It was my fault things turned out this way." The man spoke up. She didn't understand and asked, "What are you talking about, Sir Bailey?" Jamie was fuming over the injustice of it all. Luckily, Bailey was there to clear his name. He admitted that he had been testing Jamie. Bailey Onyx, also known as the Sword Tempest, was one of the 5 sword masters of the Gum Kingdom. The lady still didn't quite get it, so Bailey bluntly explained that he'd let a little of his killing intent slip out. Her anger flared. She wanted to scream at the man who bullied her son, but as a noble lady, she had to restrain herself. The Marquis signaled for his daughter to cool it, adding that Bailey was just running a small test. But for the lady, her child was everything. She warned him that if he ever did it again, she wouldn't be so polite. "My deepest apologies," Bailey said with a sorrowful look. In turn, the lady apologized to Jamie for blaming her precious son. Jamie was just confused, unsure how to react to this whole situation. Bailey had found him, revealing his presence perfectly. This was a being completely unaffected by his cleansing voltage. In other words, he was seriously strong. Jamie, now curious, asked about Bailey's title as a sword master. The Marquis introduced him as the one holding the title of Sword Tempest. There are 5 sword masters in the Gum Kingdom. It's hard to rank them since the 5 have never actually faced each other. But the king's own sword, known as the Shield of Tarek, is considered the strongest sword master. After him is Count Welton, Jamie's father, and right below him is Bailey Onyx. Jamie respectfully bowed to Bailey and introduced himself. Bailey just narrowed his eyes slightly. That tiny reaction was enough for his mother to slam the table in anger. "What more do you want?" Bailey calmly said. Jamie should learn the sword. The sword was something Jamie had never considered, so the suggestion took him by surprise. Bailey believed that besides magic, Jamie could achieve incredible things with a sword, since he inherited the blood of the server's number 2 ranked swordsman. Seeing a great swordmaster like Bailey say so, the Marquis was starting to believe it too. But he'd never heard anything about Jamie's magical talents. Bailey had heard some rumors that Jamie could become a 9th circle mage, that he got stronger just by breathing. And the source of this wild rumor was none other than old Lin Mi. But swordsmanship was different. It's a skill that's incredibly hard to master if you miss the right window of opportunity. Jamie wanted to learn the sword, but right now, recovering his magic was priority number 1. So, Jamie had to refuse Bailey's offer. Bailey didn't argue or try to force him. And that's where the conversation ended. Jamie took a walk through the Vare family's vast, well-kept gardens, partly to heal his mind after his encounter with Venna. He wished his transformation magic could make her squeak like a mouse instead of speaking. Remembering his confrontation with Bailey, it felt like standing before an impossibly high, unmovable wall. He was lucky to get his life force and seed of life back, and he'd found a perfect vessel, but it wasn't enough. He knew he'd hit a wall eventually. Level 7 is the rank where one earns the title of Archmage. This realm wasn't something you could reach just by training your skills. When a mage's own magic circle is established and reaches its limit, the gate to becoming an archmage opens. This is called a magic break. If Jamie did it the same way as his past life, it would be easy, but he could never defeat his enemy by repeating the failed methods of the past. It was thanks to that person he realized this. Jamie still had a long way to go. He wondered what Bailey's relationship with his mother was, that melancholy look on his face. It was like he was heartbroken. Lost in thought, a water monster suddenly leaped from the pond, scaring the daylights out of Jamie. He instantly put up a shield. If there's one thing Jamie hated, it was being disturbed while deep in thought. This monster just signed its death warrant. But before Jamie could even act, a figure blurred past like an arrow, so fast he couldn't even make out their form. A flash of white flew toward the water monster and took it down in a single strike. The man finished the job, resting his sword on his shoulder and giving Jamie a friendly greeting. He'd heard the Welton nobles were coming, but had been swamped with deadlines, so this was their first meeting. In contrast to his smile, Jamie was on high alert. And for good reason, since this guy just dealt with a giant monster in seconds. He wasn't as skilled as Bailey, but he was definitely just as strong. The man sheathed his sword and introduced himself. This was Ko, the butler of the Marquis Vere household. Jamie was floored. A butler was this powerful? His grandpa was on a whole other level. Seeing Jamie's defensive stance, Ko explained that he once made a foolish vow to the Marquis, which is why he's now working as a servant. Ko already knew Jamie's name and identity. As the head butler, it was his job to know every key figure. Jamie asked about the ridiculously huge monster that suddenly appeared in the Marquis' pond. Ko seemed to have trouble explaining it. To put it simply, it was Jamie's grandpa's bizarre hobby. What the hell? Jamie couldn't believe his gentle-looking grandfather had such a strange hobby. A little later, Ko went to report to the Marquis. He'd found a group suspected of being demons, but unfortunately, he lost their trail. The Marquis sighed. Who would have thought the Demon King's subordinates would show up here? Rumors about demons were already spreading through the neighboring territories. However, the only place with actual massacres was Eon. The Marquis knew this had to be real, and that the demons had returned for revenge. About 50 years ago, the Marquis's father defeated the Demon King, making them pay a heavy price by wiping out their entire clan. This time, their return would only lead to them being erased from this world once more, and by the very hands of the Veyr family. The Marquis made his declaration, and with that, everyone was dismissed. Before leaving, Ko mentioned his encounter with Jamie. The Marquis wondered how the two of them had a chance to meet so late at night. Ko recounted how Jamie was attacked by the monster near the pond, a monster the Marquis himself had brought home, making him feel incredibly guilty. So the next morning, as soon as she heard, Jamie's mother burst into his room to check on him. Jamie, who had been sleeping soundly, was woken up by her rather unique method. He glanced behind her and saw his grandpa and the butler, figuring Ko must have told them. Even though he was saved in time, the lady was still extremely worried. She promised to punish Jamie if he ever dared to wander outside at night again. "Yes, ma'am," he replied sleepily, which only annoyed his mother more. His grandfather spoke up, apologizing for forgetting to block off that area, which led to Jamie wandering in. The lady even yelled at her own father. "Are you still doing that ridiculous ocean monster hunting stuff? Didn't Mom and I tell you over and over how dangerous it is?" The Marquis quickly had Ko step forward to change the subject. The lady was very grateful to him for saving her precious son's life. Ko lightly touched the lady's hand as a sign of respect. He felt that even if he hadn't shown up, Jamie could have handled the water monster on his own. From their brief meeting, Jamie could tell he was a serious, formal man who was also strong and quick-witted, a completely different person from yesterday. "Jamie, I'm not done with you yet." His mother would probably hold this against him until he was old and gray. Luckily, his grandpa was there to rescue him. That afternoon, Jamie finally managed to slip away and head into town in disguise. He asked a passerby for directions to the Firo church. The woman hesitantly pointed in some direction before quickly walking away, leaving Jamie confused. Was that east or west? Suddenly, he heard people shouting, "It's a murder! A demon did it!" Jamie pushed through the crowd to see what was going on. On the ground lay the corpse of a guard with a hole right through his heart. It seemed this wasn't the first heartless corpse to appear, so everyone rushed to inform the Marquis. Hearts are a key component in demonic rituals, so the townspeople were certain a demon was to blame. No wonder the adults were so on edge. They probably thought he couldn't see it, but their guarded looks made Jamie feel like he was being watched. Their target had to be revenge for the Posmo incident, or more specifically, the Vo family. Jamie sighed. This meant the Firo church was on high alert, too. That explains why he hadn't heard from his 3 gossiping buddies. Looks like he'd have to handle this himself. Jamie turned invisible and flew towards the Firo church. He watched from a treetop when suddenly, goosebumps crawled up his skin as he spotted the archbishop. The man was radiating an incredible divine power. Roos was discussing something with him, but Jamie couldn't hear a word. All of a sudden, the archbishop looked up at the exact tree Jamie was hiding in, but saw nothing. He told Roos it was probably just a squirrel. Roos mentioned the Marquis was waiting, so they needed to leave immediately. It had been a while since the archbishop had seen the lady of the house. Jamie hid behind the tree, his heart hammering in his chest. Seriously, how is an old man's intuition that sharp? Luckily, he was heading to the Marquis's estate, giving Jamie the perfect chance to slip inside. In the prayer room, Ricky and Anna were busy chanting. Suddenly, Ricky burst out laughing, leaving Anna totally confused about what was wrong with her brother. Ricky stood up and told Anna to wait a minute. He had to go meet a friend, who was none other than Jamie. After sneaking in, Jamie sensed something powerful emanating from the altar. He had no choice but to go invisible and head inside. Without warning, a hand touched his shoulder, making Jamie jump out of his skin. He instinctively slapped the hand away with a cold glare. He was about to unleash a mind-blowing attack when he saw Ricky's goofy face. The guy had tried to scare Jamie and failed miserably. But honestly, Jamie's heart was still racing. He was about to chew him out when Ricky quickly cut him off. Ricky figured Jamie couldn't be seen by anyone and offered to lead him somewhere more private. Who would have guessed that Ricky's private place was the Archbishop's office, the one person Jamie was trying to avoid? More importantly, how did Ricky manage to sneak up behind him without giving off any presence at all? "What, you're not here because you missed me?" Ricky's completely random question just annoyed Jamie. Ricky explained that this place was under the goddess Firo's jurisdiction. Though he hadn't reached the ultimate power of an apostle yet, he was slowly getting there by being in this place. In other words, Ricky was gradually synchronizing with the church itself. Jamie guessed he was basically becoming all-knowing and all-powerful inside these walls. And yet, he couldn't sense a single trace of undead power from Ricky. He never expected his apostle powers would be so overwhelming. Ricky was just about to look for Jamie to deliver a message from the goddess when he showed up on his own. So now, he was going to connect Jamie straight to Firo. Before Jamie could even prepare himself, a bright light erupted from Ricky's body. His eyes, now overflowing with holy power, were completely different from when he first awakened. He'd even gotten a cool new outfit change at some point. Jamie could feel a fragment of Firo's very being present in the room. Through Ricky, Firo announced that a dark energy was rising, originating from a place called the Tam Toy Forest. It had to be stopped before it could spread and destroy her domain in this land. Before Jamie could even ask what this had to do with him, Firo ordered him to go to the forest and handle it, adding that she hoped he wouldn't suffer any losses. And with that, Firo was gone, leaving Ricky's body looking completely drained. Jamie was still trying to process what just happened. How could she just drop a bombshell like that and leave without answering any questions? Ricky apologized on Firo's behalf, explaining that she wasn't very strong right now after being forced into the mortal realm last time. The incident put way more pressure on the goddess than expected. Still, Jamie didn't get why Firo had to ask for his help. She had tons of devoted followers who would gladly lay down their lives for her. Ricky said that Jamie was the only one who could do this. Firo had mentioned that as the successor of that person, he would understand. And nothing more. She was probably resting to recover her strength. How selfish, Jamie muttered, leaving before the Archbishop could return and personally escort him home. Ricky watched him come and go in a flash, hoping the gods would protect him. Jamie returned home with a confident smirk, thinking he got away clean, but it wasn't a happy ending. Sebas casually materialized right behind him. Lovely weather today, isn't it? It seems you've just returned from somewhere. Jamie was caught red-handed, making up an excuse about taking a walk. But the air grew tense, so he quickly changed his story, saying he wasn't feeling well. Sebas informed him that an important guest was visiting today, the Archbishop of the Firo Church, a man named Saphira. Jamie already knew, but he had to act surprised. Sebas continued, saying that his mother was turning the entire mansion upside down looking for him. Jamie felt a surge of panic. When would he finally be old enough to escape this constant supervision? Come on, body, grow faster! Jamie tried to change the subject by asking about Belle, but Sebas didn't know his whereabouts either. The man was huge, but he came and went like the wind. Before leaving, Sebas warned Jamie not to get too interested in Belle. He said it was for his own good. Then he wished Jamie a pleasant rest. Oh, and by the way, Sebas added with a cryptic smile, if you're planning another stroll, you should avoid the marine forest. It's a very dangerous place. That night, deep in a wild forest, two figures in black cloaks were tending to a strange object. Just a little longer now, kid. You'll soon be free from that suffocating prison. The day you awaken will be the day our mission is finally complete. The next day, at tea with his mother and sister, Jamie boldly asked his mother about her relationship with Bailey. Her silence made him think it was a forbidden topic, but she just shook her head. It's not that. Where should I begin? I met him when I was 7 years old. Bailey's father brought him to the Marquis's estate back then, as our fathers were acquaintances. He was worried he couldn't find a good enough instructor for Bailey, since all he knew was how to swing a sword. So, Marquis Vaux helped them find one. In the meantime, I was so excited to have an older kid visit, I invited Bailey to the garden to catch butterflies. Bailey only went with her after getting his father's permission. She climbed an apple tree to show off what she caught, but in her excitement, she slipped and fell. Bailey panicked and ran to catch her, but they both ended up tumbling to the ground. Even so, she had a blast and wanted to do it again. But as for Bailey, well, he was so done. After changing, they went to enjoy their handiwork, but C somehow produced another mountain of apples, making Bailey sigh in defeat. That's when C declared she would learn the art of the sword, and Bailey would be her teacher. Bailey sighed, knowing this day would come. But honestly, C had zero talent for the blade. 3 years passed. Then, tragedy struck once more when Bailey's father was caught in a catastrophic accident at the gold mine. The Marquis had warned him countless times, but he couldn't just stand by and watch his family's honor be dragged through the mud. In the end, the clan head took his own life, leaving Bailey alone as his family crumbled into ruin. The Marquis offered him a place in their home. Bailey told C he was fine, but his eyes told a different story. In the years that followed, he drowned himself in swordsmanship, consumed by a burning desire for revenge. So much so, he never noticed when he'd left C behind. Years later, C had grown and made her social debut, catching the eye of countless suitors. Every single time, Bailey seethed with jealousy. He made sure to handle anyone who even dared to speak with her. When C saw the man he had become, her heart shattered. The brother she once knew was gone forever. One day, Count Welton arrived at the estate, seeking counsel as the representative of his own family. C was also there to greet Welton. From the moment he saw her smile, radiant as the sun itself, he was completely captivated. The Marquis praised Welton as a sword prodigy, saying he could be the next sword master. But Welton humbly deflected the compliment. Then his gaze fell on C, whose simple smile shattered the last of his defenses. In the following days, Bailey's jealousy spiraled out of control. C was so exhausted, she stopped talking to him. "Don't you like me too?" he demanded. "From the very beginning, you were the only one I ever saw," Bailey pleaded, his voice laced with desperation. But C could no longer see the boy who was like a brother to her. He never listened anymore. He only tried to control her. Faced with C's firm rejection, Bailey's anger exploded, and he grabbed her arm. Suddenly, a hand shot out, seizing his wrist. It was Welton, his eyes blazing with equal fury. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Let her go!" "And what if I don't?" Bailey snarled back. Welton ripped Bailey's hand off C's arm and demanded he apologize immediately. But Bailey refused, instead challenging him to a duel. Though it wasn't part of the plan, Welton agreed. C rushed to the marquee, begging her father to stop them. But he felt his hands were tied. He had always planned for her to marry Bailey. "I will never agree to that," C stated flatly. In her eyes, Bailey had become a monster who only knew how to swing a sword, a demon obsessed with controlling her every move. "It's only because he loves you," the Marquis explained. But to C, that wasn't love. Tears streamed down her face, mourning the gentle, caring Bailey of the past who was now gone forever. The Marquis suddenly asked C about Count Welton, but she didn't understand his meaning. He dismissed her, then sank into deep thought, knowing he had to send an apology to his long-departed friend. That day, the rain poured down in sheets. Bailey lay on the ground, gasping for breath, a fresh scar on his face. Welton was the victor. "Are you all right?" C cried out, rushing past him. Bailey turned away, muttering that he was fine. But she wasn't running to him. She was running to Welton. Seeing them embrace in happiness plunged Bailey into despair. That night, he vanished, and the Marquis decided it was for the best. 3 years later, C and Welton were married, with a baby on the way. Welton returned from work one day with news about Bailey. He had become a true swordmaster. He had also exacted his revenge on the 3 families who had destroyed House Onyx. I also have something to tell you," C said, her thoughtful expression making Welton a bit nervous. It turned out she'd been thinking about baby names. If it was a boy, Jamie, and if a girl, Sarah Welton. And so, after so many years, Bailey and C's paths were about to cross once more. Jamie couldn't believe his parents' past was like some kind of fairy tale. Who would have thought his goofy dad could actually defeat someone that powerful? Guess he really did inherit his dad's insane genetics. Just as their family chat ended, the bishop arrived. He was overjoyed to see the little tomboy C, he remembered, which made her blush in front of her kids. Jamie, ever the smooth talker, knew how to greet him properly. Sarah Welton, who hated strangers, just hid behind her brother. But when the name Ricky came up, she perked up instantly. The archbishop said Ricky was always talking about Jamie. They must be the legendary best friends. C chimed in, adding that Ricky was dying to see Jamie again. Little did they know, the two had already met. C offered to lead them inside so the Marquis and the archbishop could talk privately. Before leaving, the archbishop gave the 2 children his blessing. "So, what should we do now?" their mom asked, looking at her 2 treasures. She suddenly remembered Jamie asking to see the giant fountain. Jamie immediately asked about the Murine Forest, because C had warned him never to go there. "How do you know about Murine Forest? Have you been going out there?" His mother's sharp gaze made Jamie flinch. She had no idea why C would suddenly mention that place to him. "He was just telling me to be careful," Jamie said, avoiding his mother's face, which was as tense as a drawn bowstring. She was always reminding him not to go out alone, even though he was a mage. She pointed towards the Murine Forest. To Jamie, it just looked like any other woods. What was the big deal? But it was one of the 6 great forbidden zones of the world. Another of those zones, the Great Ariazot Forest, was right behind Murine. You could say Murine was just a part of it. Jamie's face darkened. This had to be what Pyro called the Dark Forest. His mom pulled him back to reality. "And that is exactly why you can't go there. Understand?" "Of course," Jamie replied. But in reality, he was definitely going. Tonight was the night. Time for Jamie to cause some trouble and explore the one place that gave everyone the creeps. A storm of lightning ripped through the heavens, crashing down on the Murine Forest. The culprit was none other than Jamie, but he found he couldn't use his dark energy in this forest. "Master, something's behind you." Vina suddenly grabbed his shoulder, while kicking away the monster that had snuck up on him. Jamie was thrown to the side, ready to yell at her, but froze when he saw Vina tear the monster apart with her bare hands. Okay, maybe he should just play it cool. Better to pick your battles. Vina couldn't use dark energy here either, but she felt stronger than ever. The smug look on her face was seriously annoying. Still, it was a good thing for him in this situation. Since the Vakiji were a forest tribe, she was boosted by the forest's energy. Vena then asked again why they were here. He'd already told her on the way, and having to repeat himself was irritating. They had to break in here on Pyro's orders. So, what was the next step? Before Jamie could even figure that out, they both fell into a black hole. Jamie's magic sputtered out. He couldn't fly and was now in a complete freefall. Turns out his mom wasn't kidding about this place being dangerous. At this rate, he was going to die from the fall, not from some epic magic battle. But when he landed, it felt like waking from a dream. Vina shot up, screaming, "We're not dead?" Jamie looked around, casting a small light over the ruins. He read the ancient characters on a stone slab and muttered, "Leave" or "Enter." The door immediately swung open. Jamie had no idea who set this up, but it was getting interesting. It seemed this place was about to show him his past life. That same night, the patrol team found another body, one without a heart. The captain ordered his subordinate to call C immediately. He stood over the body, observing the bizarre power radiating from it. Based on its condition, the victim had been dead for at least 4 hours. What's more, they were on a patrol route that soldiers constantly use during shift changes. Yet somehow, no one had reported a thing. The captain cursed. He hated getting involved in these paranormal cases, but he decided to check the patrol logs to find the mole. Suddenly, a figure in black appeared and ripped out his heart. "You fool. Keep searching. Let's see if you're ever good enough to catch me." But he didn't even get to celebrate for 5 seconds before C was there. He hated being dragged into these ridiculous situations. The attacker hadn't even made a proper move, yet C had already inflicted several small wounds in mere seconds. He finally saw C's eyes open, but the sight filled him with terror. A body infected with demonic energy shouldn't die so easily. Meanwhile, Jamie and Venna were still lost in the labyrinth, surviving a series of trials that should have killed them ages ago. Giant armored soldiers with anti-magic abilities, automated crossbows, and scorpion pits. The endless onslaught of traps was utterly exhausting. But finally, they reached the door Jamie was searching for, the place where Times at Times was sleeping. Jamie's words sparked Venna's curiosity about what lay behind the door. As it creaked open, a gigantic bear appeared, freezing them both solid. Venna was still marveling at how soft and cute it looked, not noticing the massive paw about to turn her into a pile of minced meat. "Watch out!" Jamie yelled, flying in just in time to shove her out from under its foot. The bear, impossibly, spoke in a human voice. "You must have some skill to make it this far and still be on your own 2 feet. Do you have any idea who I am?" Jamie said, gritting his teeth. The bear ignored him, grabbing a boulder and hurling it right at them. Jamie threw up a shield, but his strength was nearly gone. A piece of rock shattered it, slamming him to the ground. Most of his ribs were broken. Thank goodness for the seed of life, or he'd be meeting his maker for the second time. The bear gloated that it had neutralized their power, so there was nothing Jamie could do to stop what was coming. So this Times was the culprit blocking their dark magic. But how? You don't need to know. The stuffed bear charged forward. Venna, who had been building up her rage, was ready to punch back. She could take a hit, but no one was allowed to touch her master. "Jamie!" Meanwhile, the man in black was still being tortured by Cable Bow, who stared him down with a threatening gaze. "You've crossed the line and thrown everything into chaos. I'm certain I told you to leave these soldiers alone." He claimed Bay had left, so they had nothing to fear. But that just made Cable Bow angrier, increasing the punishment. He wasn't afraid of B, he was afraid of Times him asterisk, a filthy, pathetic demon who should have just obeyed his orders. "Everything must be done according to Father's will," Cable Bow declared. Back in the temple, Venna was pushed back but still worried about Jamie. Thanks to her fight with the bear, Jamie had managed to cast a spell. The bear seemed surprised by the magic attack, but it barely tickled its massive body. The two of them were completely stunned. Since when had Jamie become this pathetic? The bear scoffed, waving its arms around for a full hour, but Jamie's attack had only managed to singe a few of its hairs, and yet he refused to surrender. "You want me to just lie down and die? You're the one who attacked us for no reason," the master and student duo yelled out in protest. The bear attacked because it thought they were the ones who left a nauseating item in its forest, and for that, they had to be punished. Jamie was furious at the false accusation, but the bear didn't believe him. The dark power protecting that disgusting demon thing was definitely his. Jamie was shocked that a demon egg was even in this forest, but the bear thought they were faking it and declared it would exterminate these servants of evil. Jamie, tired of fighting, explained he was here to destroy that very egg, summoned by the goddess foe. Hearing her name, the bear's claws screeched to a halt, just millimeters from his face. Jamie swore on everything he had. If it didn't believe him, he would prove it right now. But the bear didn't need proof. If Jamie had lied and defiled the goddess's name, he would have been smited long ago. This forest was part of Foe's domain. The only problem was, it couldn't sense a trace of divinity from Jamie, and the power it had blocked was clearly not from a holy being. Jamie explained he wasn't Firo's subordinate, but her ally. She asked him to come to this dark forest and stop the awakening of that dark magic. Firo even said he would understand why she sent him instead of one of her apostles. But to the bear, this story was unbelievable. Venna cleverly asked about the egg and the power protecting it to gather more information. The egg had appeared in the forest about a month ago. The bear had tried to destroy it immediately, but the dark magic protecting it was incredibly sinister. The power was so deep and overwhelming that the bear couldn't break through the barrier, no matter what it tried. So for now, all it could do was suppress the power guarding the egg. Jamie couldn't sense any divine authority from the bear, so how could it possibly suppress such powerful dark magic? It was all thanks to an artifact, this very ruin. Jamie wondered who created it and how the bear could read the ancient language on it. But even the bear wasn't too sure. The place was created about 600 years ago. Jamie then asked another question. Why was it times always times suppressing the dark power? If it was protecting the egg, shouldn't it have been able to destroy the egg itself once the dark power was sealed? Instead, it just kept the dark magic in that state. The bear confirmed the egg was still intact, because to block that magic, the artifact's user had to remain inside the ruins, and it still hadn't found anyone who could help it smash the egg. Hearing this, the two of them froze in shock for a third time. Basically, the bear had a plan, but it was pretty useless. The bear announced its name was Teberon. It had barely finished its trash-talking introduction before Jamie started roasting it. Hey, Teberon, the bear who uses words like inferior so casually. All that big talk, but you can't do a damn thing, can you? Do you feel the power coming from this girl? Jamie mocked Teberon while pointing at Venna. Her Vakiji life force? Teberon asked with a frown. No, something else. A power similar to mine. Her power is being blocked too. How could that possibly compare to what's protecting the demon egg? Jamie replied in a low voice. Hearing the bear reveal that Venna's power was completely different, Jamie became even more convinced he was the only one with this kind of dark magic. Seeing Jamie constantly urging him to release his power, the bear instantly went on guard, growling as it stared him down. Please, trust us. Once my master gets his power back, he'll finish that demon egg in a single note. Venna eagerly chimed in, but Teberon's death glare made her squirm uncomfortably. All right, it seems my power is back. Jamie suddenly snapped his fingers. A murderous aura exploded, surging through the room, much to the horror of Venna and Teberon, who had no idea what was happening. No one is allowed to control me, Jamie shouted with a smirk, the evil energy swirling more violently with his every move. But just as he was reveling in his restored glory, thinking he was finally in complete control, Teberon, with its razor-sharp claws, dragged Jamie back to reality with a strike that sent blood flying from his mouth. But even facing its ferocious form, Jamie wasn't afraid. He just calmly wiped the blood away and delivered a cold threat. That's more than enough. I'll destroy this ruin myself if you don't stop. Teberon froze as if struck in its weak spot. The massive thorny paw that was just swinging wildly through the air stopped dead, as if paralyzed. Venna's face went pale, seeing Jamie cough up blood, but he assured her he was fine. Like a firewall, huh? Pretty strong, but not strong enough to stop me completely, he thought with a smirk. It seems my connection to the ruin has been severed. Was that your doing? How could you do that in such a short time? Teberon asked, curious. That's right, I tweaked it so I'm a secondary master. Bad luck for you. Your master isn't the only one skilled with artifacts. Who would have thought an artifact existed that could block my power? There's no way I'd just let that go. Now that I look closely, it seems it didn't block my power completely. It's absurd that it could block my power when it's only meant to trap gods. How can something like this exist? There's definitely something fishy going on here. But anyway, that's that. So don't follow me. And even if you wanted to, you probably can't leave this ruin now, can you? Jamie grinned, taunting Teberon, then instantly vanished like the wind, leaving the bear to roar in absolute fury. The next morning, the Marquis learned there were a whopping 9 bodies from the previous night, his eyes nearly popping out of his head in shock. Seeing him trembling and growling as he scanned the room for Ko, his subordinates stammered that no one had seen him since yesterday afternoon. The news hit the Marquis like a bolt of lightning. He couldn't believe it was true. No one knew that Cable Bow was now standing calmly on a mountaintop, as if waiting for something. A short while later, the Marquis went to find the great Archbishop, asking if there was any more news from the Grand Temple. There is, sir. They've dispatched the Sword God's agents, he reported. They should arrive by tomorrow afternoon, and it sounds like a true master is with them. The archpriest sighed. This couldn't have been an easy call for the Pope to make. Who would have thought this situation would require so many resources? The Marquis groaned, utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, Sibo was eagerly awaiting the arrival of his own target. When Jamie and Venna teleported away from Teberon's location, they were shocked. The air was thick with Jamie's dark magic, and even stranger, glowing text was floating within the magical currents. Venna was curious about what the words meant, so Jamie began to read them aloud. But as he got closer to the end, a shocking realization hit him. This was Leviathan, a grimoire, and a part of himself. Now I know for sure my memories are complete, he thought. I can even remember how I challenged the holy god himself. It was strange. There was clearly a gap in his memory, yet nothing felt out of place. Lost in thought for a moment, Jamie handed Venna a ring, an artifact he'd picked up, leaving the ruins, and told her to channel her magic and will into it. The moment Venna complied, with a flash of light, an unbelievably powerful weapon materialized in her hands. She was so stoked, she was completely speechless. Good. Now take that and scout out the area. This might take a while, Jamie said, reaching out to touch the floating dark magic. But the instant he made contact, the dark mana twisted into a sinister black gas, forming words that glowed blood red. Return to me, your master. The message sent a cold chill down Jamie's spine. After a few seconds of shock, Jamie's expression hardened as if he realized something. He immediately started trash-talking the freaky dark energy. Seeing it start to shoot up toward the sky, he yelled for Venna to help him stop it. Venna gripped her hammer and swung with all her might, smashing the black wisp of energy. With a crack, it slammed down to the ground in an instant. But the force of the blow caused severe internal damage, leaving her weak, coughing up blood, and struggling to breathe. As for the dark energy, Avetters, just as Jamie suspected, it reformed into the green-haired woman from the Jennis church. What was the Jennis church doing in a place like this? Are you here to destroy the demon forest, or to protect it? Jamie demanded, his eyes narrowed. The green-haired woman, now fully formed, didn't answer. Instead, she lunged at Venna, screaming that she hated two things most in the world, pink hair and hammers. Blindsided by the sudden physical assault, Venna was completely bewildered. She staggered, trying desperately to defend herself while still reeling from her last attack. Seeing the green-haired woman about to land a devastating blow on Venna, Jamie screamed in terror for her to get out of the way. Thanks to his warning, Venna managed to dodge aside just in the nick of time. Even so, her counterattack didn't even graze her opponent. The woman laughed mockingly, and Venna, furious, poured all her remaining strength into her hammer. She roared and charged, but her efforts were blocked effortlessly. After a furious exchange, the cunning green-haired woman suddenly attacked Venna from behind, landing a flurry of slashes that left deep wounds all over her body. Jamie screamed her name in horror, about to rush in and help, but Venna stubbornly insisted she could still take it. "Oh my, that must hurt, doesn't it?" the woman taunted. "Wouldn't it be less painful if I just split you in half with one clean cut? You're really going to keep fighting in that state? Are you serious?" The green-haired woman cackled, mocking Venna's miserable condition. Hearing the woman advise her to betray Jamie, Venna just smirked and replied, "I know my place, but I can only rebel against those older than me." The moment Venna finished speaking, the curse of inverted senses suddenly activated, overwhelming the shocked green-haired woman. Seizing the opening, Venna gritted her teeth and swung her hammer, landing a crushing blow that sent her opponent reeling. Getting hit like that sent the woman into a blind rage. She drew her sword and lunged at the young girl, ready to pay her back in blood. The instant their powers clashed head-on, a massive explosion erupted, scorching the entire forest. When Venna opened her eyes, she found herself flat on the ground, her body screaming in agony and completely drained of strength. Despite the excruciating pain, Venna forced herself to try and get up, knowing she had to protect her master. "You filthy dark magician! How dare you scratch my body? That little brat you're trying to protect! I'm gonna tear him to pieces right in front of you!" the green-haired woman roared, her voice dripping with madness. But she'd completely forgotten that Jamie hadn't made a single move yet. Now, it was finally his turn to unleash his power. Faster than a blink, Jamie commanded Leviathan to attack, and the dark magic latched onto the woman's arm, draining her energy like a leech. Her face went pale as she struggled frantically, but she couldn't break free. "Thanks for buying me time, Venna. I've finished absorbing it now. You don't have to worry anymore." Jamie's calm words reassured Venna, but just as he'd predicted, the green-haired woman was no ordinary priestess. In a flash, she violently cast Leviathan off her body as if flinging away a snake. "You know, because you're cute, I was thinking of going easy on you," she screamed, unleashing a holy territory overflowing with magic that even made Jamie flinch. The entire atmosphere has changed, Jamie thought, sweating. That divine power is greater than an archpriest's. Combined with that combat prowess, she's going to be a real problem. That spell you just cast. Even for a moment, it devoured everything I had. "Are you a dark magician too? If so, I'll grind you into dust," the green-haired woman shrieked, furiously launching a relentless barrage of attacks. "Oh, is that right? In that case, let me introduce you to a friend. Come forth." "Nebro," Jamie replied with a wicked smile. He knew that against her overwhelming power, calling for backup was the smartest move. A rain of earth and rock, conjured by Jamie's summon, poured down on the green-haired woman, forcing her to scramble for a counterattack. Hiding in the trees, a blond man in a hood watched the egg hatch into an elephant-sized creature, his face turning pale with regret. "I should have sacrificed more hearts. Just as I thought, you were admiring that dark energy, weren't you? You're one of that filthy demon's underlings, right?" Jamie suddenly appeared, startling the man. Faced with a barrage of questions, Jamie didn't bother explaining. He just casually snapped his fingers. In a flash, Ra appeared, obeying the command. With a single sword stroke, he sent the man to the afterlife. Before fading away completely, the blond man reached a trembling hand toward the giant egg, his face full of endless regret. Suddenly, countless blood-red tendrils erupted from the egg, stretching out like rubber to wrap tightly around the dead man's body. Ra dodged back just in time, narrowly avoiding the same fate. It's inevitable. It must have absorbed enough life force, Jamie said grimly. Soon, a demon will awaken. Meanwhile, the green-haired woman was still struggling against the skeleton, Jamie's powerful summon. What happened to the egg? She worried. If the plan goes wrong, Master won't forgive me. As she was lost in thought, a foul, bloody aura surged from nowhere, making the skeleton tremble as if it had been poisoned. The green-haired woman smirked, sensing that her filthy, heart-eating master had finally arrived. While the skeleton was frantically trying to warn Jamie about the new monster, she seized the opportunity, landing a thunderous punch directly on the poor summon. Back in the kitchen, Ricky suddenly felt a bone-chilling power wash over him. Everyone's going to die. If we just stand here and do nothing, we're all going to die. Ricky's face was pale, sweat pouring down his face as he mumbled like a madman, much to Anna's confusion. He immediately grabbed Anna's hand to flee, realizing they'd only be a burden if they stayed. Pep and the Marquis also felt the immense magic radiating from the Mirren forest and immediately scrambled to assemble their troops. Just then, Xia burst through the door, sobbing that Jamie had gone missing. I think. It's already reached the Mirren forest, she said in anguish, her words leaving the Marquis stunned. Jamie could feel it too, that foul, demonic energy. A cold sweat dripped down his back. This is exactly why I can't stand demons. They're just a bunch of bullies who prey on the weak, he thought, disgusted. To Jamie, their very existence was a poison to all other living things. Jance's group was practically shaking in their boots, desperately trying to convince Jamie to get out of there immediately. But Jamie had zero intention of running. Instead, he was going to solo this thing with his perfect shield. After ordering Jans to get Venna to safety, Jamie stood his ground, ready to face the monstrosity alone. So, you think you can take me on by yourself? If you just give up this easily, where's the fun in that? Man, rising up this way is a real pain. A noble demon emerged from the thick, murderous aura, making Jamie's face drain of all color. The creature introduced itself as Ruetta, a baron of the great demon realm. A baron. That means he's at least an expert-level threat, Jamie thought, his mind racing. Don't freak out, just accept it. I've come this far. There's no turning back now. The demon kept rambling on, which weirdly helped Jamie calm down enough to activate the extreme resistance perfect shield on his bracelet. The awesome artifact immediately caught the demon's eye, sparking its greedy nature as it demanded Jamie hand it over. Yeah, like hell he was going to do that. He was handsome, not an idiot. Then I guess there's no other way. Let's see how long you can last. The demon let out a guttural howl like a wolf, unleashing a disgusting flood of blood energy that clashed head-on with Jamie's Leviathan. This epic battle, an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object, was a fascinating sight for Sibel watching from the sidelines. How pathetic. A baron, the weakest of the 5 noble ranks. But to humans, I suppose it feels like a natural disaster just fell from the sky. But even so, shouldn't you have left something behind to guard the house? Sable sneered, glancing down at the royal army scrambling for their lives below. Jans had followed Jamie's orders and gotten Venna to safety, but he was still worried sick. He has to be okay, right? The fact that I'm still breathing is proof that he's still alive. Jans placed a hand on his chest, trying to ignore the traumatic explosions behind him. After Venna finally woke up and heard what happened, she was so shocked her entire body went stiff. She trembled against a tree, her eyes locked on the pillar of demonic energy rising from Jamie's battlefield, unable to sit still. He must be fighting that monster right now. If you go, you'll just get in his way, Jans urged. But even if I die, if I could just buy him a little time, Venna stammered. Before she could finish her sentence, Jans suddenly vanished. In his place stood the giant hammer she had used the day before. As explosions rocked the area, humiliating memories from her past flooded Venna's mind like a slow-motion film, and she couldn't stop the tears from falling. How interesting. A young Valkyrie, one with a pure and powerful bloodline. You're not quite ready, but for today, I will permit you to wield me. Remember this feeling. My name is Philion, a hammer forged by a legendary smith, created for your queen to use. Now, give it everything you've got, the hammer chimed, glowing like 1,000 stars, cheering Venna on. Meanwhile, after countless devastating blows, Jamie's strength was critically low. I don't even have enough energy to fly anymore. I've lost too much blood. If only my life seed could give me a little more energy. Or if I could summon the darkness and buy some time with a high-level spell, it wouldn't have ended like this. In pain and despair, Jamie gave up, letting his body plummet from the sky as a final end to his life. But strangely, he didn't hit the hard ground. He landed on the velvety fur of Teberon. Who would have thought you'd fight that demon alone instead of running? Just as I suspected, you truly have a noble heart. You are worthy of being the goddess's chosen one. Teberon clicked his tongue in approval, all while Jamie just stared back with a "what the hell are you talking about" look on his face. Enough talk, Teberon roared, lunging at the attacking demon. Its sharp claws tore through Teberon's thick fur, sending fresh blood flying. I was planning to take your arm right off. For a creature from the surface world, you're pretty tough. The demon nodded, impressed. But as it let its guard down, Teberon lunged forward, sinking his massive fangs into the demon and making it howl in agony. I'm pretty fast, too, Teberon growled, a smirk on his face. And I didn't come alone. In the distance, a glimmer of light was speeding toward them. It was none other than Venna, wielding Philion, charging in at lightning speed to provide backup. Her holy crap powerful swing slammed straight into the demon's head, catching it completely off guard. Then Teberon sent it flying into the dirt, making it shriek. But even after that brutal beatdown, the demon was ridiculously tough, fighting back fiercely with its blood energy. A few basic blasts were enough to make Teberon cough up blood. Meanwhile, the Marquis' troops were completely stuck, unable to advance through the wall of dark energy. Why don't we wait for the people from the Church of Piro to arrive? We could get their blessing, one of the soldiers asked. The Marquis didn't answer, his face pale with fear and worry for Jamie. Suddenly, a gust of wind delivered a letter right into the Marquis' hand. Elsewhere, the blue-haired woman had finally escaped Jamie's henchmen. This damned evil energy is disgusting. Oh well, at least I summoned the demon. The job's done. I just hope Master won't punish me now. She barely finished the thought before a flash of light sliced clean through her neck, her head tumbling to the ground in an instant. Back at the fight, Teberon and Venna were beaten, bloody, and out cold, lying motionless as the demon cackled over them. Heh, I'm actually surprised. Who would have thought I'd get such an intense fight on the surface world? Now, what was that spell called again? I can feel an incredible destructive power within it, the demon growled in awe. The power Jamie had just unleashed was Path of Destruction, a black magic that could release all the energy absorbed by Leviathan at once, with absolutely insane destructive capability. And that was the last chance Venna and the Big Bear bought from me, Jamie thought bitterly. For his final words, he simply told the demon to finish him off. Jamie was grimly accepting his impending death when suddenly, a ferocious gale packed with demonic energy tore through the clearing, slicing the demon clean in two with blinding speed. It happened so fast no one could react or even see it coming. Turns out, Sebel had gone to the church to find the archbishop, though he received a less than warm welcome. If you have any respect for the goddess, I ask you to leave. So you're saying if I don't respect your goddess, I don't have to go, right? Sebel shot back with a smirk. The archbishop was fuming but could do little more than issue a warning. And you think you can stop me? Sebel suddenly drew his sword, its presence chilling the air. Can you withstand a single strike from Jennis? The archbishop's face went white with terror. May eternal sleep forever bless this blade, Sebel chanted, raising his sword high like he was singing. Today, that so-called goddess will suffer a great loss and be erased from existence. Back with Ross's troops, they were nervously gathered before the church. Suddenly, the door behind Ross began to glow, and he jumped, thinking it was the archbishop. But it was Onyx, whose gale blade had just saved Jamie in the nick of time. Jamie's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe someone could swing a greatsword that fast. Not only that, but the wind power infused in the attack was unbelievably intense. When Onyx asked what Jamie was doing there, he just scratched his head and played dumb, like a total amateur. But Onyx had already seen everything. He threw a few sarcastic comments his way, making Jamie sweat, wondering just how much the old man really knew. Onyx announced he was here for one reason, to retrieve an item left in Isis's care. The boundary? Teberon wondered. I need you to open the gate of Gremia, Onyx replied. Jamie just stood there, completely lost. It was like trying to understand a whole different language. Sorry, but I can't open that gate for you, Teberon said. I'm no longer the master of Jeremiah. Hearing this, it finally clicked for Jamie. They'd been talking about the ancient ruins this entire time. The whole crew immediately filed into the cave. With Venna slung over his shoulder, Onyx shot Jamie a look. He couldn't believe this kid was messing with demons and tied up with Jeremiah. After Jamie transferred ownership back to him, Teberon cracked his knuckles. He unleashed his power, creating a virtual space that enveloped them all. In a flash, Jamie's world turned into a snow-white void. Suddenly, the spectral form of an old man appeared before him. It was the same one that blocked him from the system. I knew it, Jamie thought. You're not just a security wall. You're the one who created Gia, aren't you? You guessed right. the old man said. I am Akmelon. In my time, I was a genius artifact creator and one of humanity's rare level 9 mages. While I am close with Isis, I am not the boundary. I'm simply guarding the Thunder Dragon sword on their orders. But this place wasn't made just to guard some sword. It was created for someone I have been waiting for. Dark magic. A power that can even kill the gods. I am waiting for the one who can summon that very power, the old man declared. How do you know about ancient runes and things that should have been forgotten? Jamie asked, bewildered. If you can't give me a good answer, I'm taking you down. Jamie asked because he knew even Gon was clueless about that god-slaying power. He knew that every existence in this world leaves behind some kind of trace. I learned the ancient language by following those very traces, the old man explained. Wait, are you saying traces of Diablo and Volpia still exist? Jamie's jaw dropped. So that was their name? I searched my whole life and could never find it. But it seems you are the one who has inherited their dark magic. In that case, I suppose it's fine to give this to you. With a snap of his fingers, the old man unleashed a massive wave of power. Jamie's life seed was instantly refilled, and energy coursed through his entire body. Zermia is an artifact that can take many forms. Its potential is infinite. Its shape and function are decided by the will of its user. It is the ultimate creation from someone who was powerless against reality. Something I poured everything into for this very day. And now, I am transferring all ownership rights to you. The old man then tossed Jeremiah straight to Jamie. Holding the incredible artifact in his hands, Jamie couldn't stop grinning. He could feel that this thing was even stronger than the 3 great divine artifacts he'd created. Just then, the church doors burst open. Ross froze at the sight of the archbishop, covered in bloody wounds, slumped against the door. Ras desperately tried to heal him, but it was no use. Some other divine power was blocking his magic. I'm fine. Go. Protect the apostle and the saintess, the archbishop whispered with his last ounce of strength. Ross broke down, crying like a child at the chaos in the church and his own powerlessness. I swear I'll get revenge for you, he sobbed. Don't seek revenge. Seek to protect. Now go. The archbishop gave a gentle smile, patting Rust's head with a weak hand. Ever since returning to the real world, Jamie's head had been spinning. Onyx, walking beside him, was starting to get worried. When Jamie asked, Onyx simply said his work here was done. So, what happened to Gia? Jamie asked. I don't know if you realize this, Onyx replied, but you came back a step behind us. And now, my connection to Jeremiah is completely gone. What the hell actually happened in there? Teberon demanded. Jamie grinned. I met Akmelon's spirit, and I got Jeremiah. Here, see for yourself. Jamie pulled a mysterious jade-green orb from his pocket. It pulsed with a brilliant light, making Onyx and Teberon's jaws hit the floor. This was truly a magnificent artifact. The sheer aura pouring from it was overwhelming, an absolute masterpiece. It was the old man's will. The moment the Thunder Dragon sword was free, he gave me full control, Jamie said proudly. He gently placed a hand on Teberon, casting a healing spell. The wound on his arm vanished in an instant. This incredible magic, it's all thanks to Gia. Outside, the rain began to fall even harder. Just as Jamie was about to head home with Onyx and Teberon, a sudden chill ran down his spine. His face went pale. The goddess's apostle is in danger. We have to find him, now, Jamie yelled frantically. In a flash, Onyx was a blur of motion. After hearing Jamie's warning, he scooped him up onto his shoulder and shot eastward like a rocket. They vanished so fast, Teberon didn't even have a chance to say goodbye. Even worse, Onyx just left Venna, who was still half-conscious, for Teberon to deal with. What a total pain. Meanwhile, the Marquis's army had just started celebrating the demon's power source vanishing when they received more bad news. A group of demons had suddenly appeared in their territory, attacking everyone in sight. The knights at the rear managed to stop them, but there were reports of demons disguised as civilians and soldiers. And worst of all, the news that the archbishop had been assassinated hit the Marquis like a punch to the gut. According to a witness, Sable was there when it happened. In the pouring rain, Sable was facing off against Roos, one-on-one. He was clearly enjoying his first fight with the goddess's apostle. His very first swing left a bloody gash on Ross's shoulder. Ricky and Anna screamed as they watched Ross get hurt, but Ross was determined to face Sibel alone. Again? I'm sure I dodged it, but I still got cut. Ras clutched his bleeding shoulder, sweat pouring down his face. He figured Sabel had to be a master swordsman to be so fast and precise. Just figured that out? My ability is called Wound Judgment. If I attack you, you will be wounded. That's a fact. I can separate the action of me attacking from the result of you getting hurt, Sable announced with pure arrogance. Ross's blood boiled. He couldn't believe someone with such an absurd, reality-defying power existed. This world is full of monsters, and unlucky for you, I consider myself one of the high-class ones. Sable smirked, then his blade became a blur. He moved so fast Ross couldn't even see the sword, only feel the sting of countless cuts opening up all over his body. Crying out in pain, Ross collapsed as Ricky screamed his name. But in that exact moment, a blinding explosion of light erupted right where Ross lay. I didn't think Jenny's sword swing could actually push me back, Sable scoffed. What is this divine power? He stared at Ross, who was now glowing with an unexpected, holy energy. Fueled by pure, unadulterated rage, Ross shot from the sky, charging straight at Sable. Sable casually drew his sword to counter, a look of contempt on his face. He was sure his wound judgment would win. Yeah, I can't stop you, Ross said with a shaky smirk. But in the face of a holy god's power, you're just a man. Ross had exploited Wound Judgment's weakness. He'd created a level of damage that its user couldn't handle. With Ricky providing support from afar, Sable's own power backfired, and he was sent flying, coughing up blood. Heh. To figure that out at a time like this, you've really grown, haven't you? What an insane divine power, Sable snarled, covered in his own blood. Not only did it fully heal a dying man, but it even bypassed my ability. He then staggered towards Ross, his eyes burning with fury. Tired of his endless rambling, Ross unleashes a fiery judgment, hoping to shut him up for good. But the man just scoffs. Unless the goddess herself descends, you are all just pathetic little humans. Sable counters with a menacing sneer, his blade radiating killing intent. In a brutal clash, Ross's sword is shattered into a million pieces. Sable closes in, ready to deliver the final, fatal blow. But just in time, Jamie and Ricky blast onto the scene in a flash of lightning. With a fiery, twin-sword combination attack, they successfully strike their opponent down. What in the world happened here? I came because I sensed you were in grave danger. Jamie runs to Ricky's side in a panic. Ross quickly rushes over as well. Turns out, it was X who pointed them to the Jennis church in the first place. You mean that guy who just became the Marquis's butler? Even with magic, something about this doesn't feel right. While Jamie was talking, Onyx spotted a strange white line on his neck. Realizing something was terribly wrong, his eyes widened as he lunged towards Jamie, just in time to block a vicious horizontal slash. He managed to save Jamie's life, but Onyx paid a heavy price, losing his own arm in a flash of pain. Damn, I was aiming for the kid's neck, the attacker hissed. You saw that? I guess you really are a master swordsman. But that inversion skill isn't the only trick up my sleeve. Of course, the power I just used came at a great cost. X taunted them with a wicked grin, his words making everyone's blood boil. The last explosion didn't finish him off, it only scorched one of his arms. Everyone, stay back. I'll handle him, Onyx declared, his eyes blazing as he stepped forward. How boring. You lose an arm and don't even flinch, X sneered, cracking his knuckles. You didn't really think I was going to play fair with you, did you? It doesn't matter. I'm going to tear you apart with the wind anyway, Onyx replied coldly as thunder cracked and rain began to pour from the sky. From behind a rock, Jamie and the others waited, their hearts pounding with anxiety. If it weren't for him, I'd be dead by now, Jamie thought, biting his lip. They couldn't just rush into a duel between two master swordsmen. As Jamie's group watched helplessly, Onyx and Cable were already locked in a furious exchange of blows. Their auras erupted, clashing violently. That inversion ability. What kind of cheat skill was that? Onyx seemed to be getting a feel for it. But winning wasn't going to be easy. If that skill can be used for defense as well as offense, its potential is limitless, Ross said with grave concern. Jamie's expression grew more tense. He knew he couldn't just sit here and do nothing. The battle between Cable and Onyx raged on, with the advantage clearly shifting to the enemy. From a ledge above, Ross watched the situation and shouted a warning, but that only put him in Cable's sights. Seeing his friend targeted, Ricky desperately threw up the goddess's shield to block the attack. Have you forgotten? Cable taunted. You're not the only one who has a god's blessing. Before the might of my great father, this pathetic shield is meaningless. May everything be done according to his will, X declared with a twisted smile, drawing a sword crackling with immense lightning power. A single, fiery strike slammed into the barrier, shattering Ricky's shield like glass. In that moment, Ricky fell into a state of hopeless shock. The relentless storm of lightning grew stronger, sending everyone staggering back. Screams of agony filled the air. Onyx had already been struck down, left dying in a pool of his own blood in the pouring rain. I'm so sorry. At least my son. Onyx groaned in agony. Suddenly, another voice cut through the chaos. This is hardly the time to be thinking about your regrets, is it? Consider this a type of healing magic. I'll keep your secret, so you better survive and protect everyone. If you don't, we're all going to die. Through a hazy blur, Onyx saw Jamie hand him the powerful Gemian stone from his pocket. Thanks to its power, Onyx's strength was restored, allowing him to launch a sudden sneak attack from behind, impaling Cable completely. An unrecovered Jamie followed up, unleashing a devastating blast from his Zia directly at the villain, leaving him utterly stunned. Seething, Cable gritted his teeth, trying to resist the overwhelming torrent of energy, but Jamie's power was just too strong. In the end, his divine energy was scattered in a final explosion, and he fell in utter defeat. The dark clouds finally began to part, letting the first warm rays of sunlight touch the ground. Ricky's group slowly picked themselves up, their bodies aching, with no clear memory of what had just happened. While looking for Jamie, their eyes widened in horror. He was pinned to the ground beneath Cable's body. The villain was still alive. It seems the wicked really do live longer. Jamie was completely drained of energy, too weak to even move. He could only lie there at his mercy. As his friends screamed in terror, the cold-blooded villain raised his knife and plunged it into Jamie's body. He screamed in fear, but when he opened his eyes again, he wasn't on the battlefield. He was in his own familiar room. Jamie's mother and Sarah Welton saw that he was awake and rushed to embrace him tightly. His mother held him close, but Jamie's mind was a mess, unable to remember what had happened. From his hazy memories, he recalled a voice and a strange power coming from the blue necklace the old man had given him. When Jamie asked about it, his mother brought it out. She told him it was a gift from his grandmother, who could see the future. But now, the necklace's blue light was gone. Meanwhile, in a desert south of Brionne, over 10,000 kilometers away, Cable had been blasted hundreds of miles by the necklace's power. Damn it all! What was that monstrous light? Did it really blast me all the way from the north to the south? And that woman? That voice. Cable cursed under his breath, remembering the sight of a woman snapping her fingers right before he was sent flying to this place. Realizing he was in Braz's territory, Cable panicked and tried to run, but it was too late. Well, nice to see you. I wonder what brings such a busy person all the way out here. If you answer honestly, I'll grant you a quick and gentle death. Blazer, a high priest and knight captain, stood before him with his troops, completely blocking his path. The threat was backed by a fiery, overwhelming power that made Cable want to crap his pants right there. At the same time, at the Archbishop's funeral, Jamie wondered if he could turn the man into an undead. If the Archbishop came back to life, he'd probably beat Jamie to a pulp for disturbing his eternal rest. Still, I'm a lot different now than I was back then, Jamie thought with a smile. Suddenly, Ricky approached him, saying that Pyro wanted to see him. You can't create even a sliver of light in here. That's the rule. Let's go. Ricky gently opened a cellar door, leading the way. Hey, what happened to that guy anyway? Jamie asked as he followed. You don't remember? He vanished, along with the light from your necklace. Was that an artifact? Ricky asked, puzzled. I'm not really sure. I just know my grandmother, the one who can see the future, created it. Jamie replied with a shrug. They soon arrived at the original Holy Land, where a statue of a goddess stood in a pool of water. She's not just going to show up for a second and then disappear again, is she? Jamie complained with a frown. Ricky panicked, putting a finger to his lips to shush him. She's coming. You can tell her yourself, Ricky said, before quickly making his exit. The statue in the middle of the pool began to shimmer, transforming into a beautiful, glowing woman. Allow me to begin with a word of thanks, the goddess's voice boomed. It's because of you that I was finally able to land a blow on Jennis. Can you please dial back your power a little? Are you trying to make my body explode here or what? Jamie snapped irritably. It seems I was a bit careless. I forgot how fragile humans are. But you should be proud. After all, you are a human who has been acknowledged by a god. Firo's words were seriously getting on Jamie's nerves. The whole thing felt like some kind of twisted, sick joke. Meanwhile, over at the Genius Church headquarters, the old geezer who was Kana's master, the blue-haired girl Jamie and Venna, fought a few chapters back, was practically turning purple with rage. His grand plan had been a total failure, and to make matters worse, Green had vanished without a trace. It was all for nothing. The old man had even given Green a sealed sword from the church's vault. We have no news at all. We've scoured every inch of the region, but besides Kana's corpse, we haven't found a single other clue, the henchman reported, trembling. This is a disaster. The battlefield of Loa Tuyen had already predicted it. If we start a holy war without Green, we are guaranteed a massive defeat. He growled in frustration. The battlefield was a divine artifact that ran simulations to predict a war's outcome. The political heat from his contract with the demons was cranking up, and he cursed himself for not starting the war sooner when things were in his favor. With no other choice but to wait for Green's return, he shot a death glare at his subordinate, find him and drag him back here, no matter what it takes. Back with Jamie, Firo was listening to his story about stumbling upon news of Diablo Volpia in the mountains, and she was not buying it. Now, let me ask you something. I know that Diablo is your greatest enemy, so tell me, what happened to him? Jamie had deliberately asked Firo this question to test if the gods knew about his reincarnation. How would I know? He's sealed away in the land of primordial darkness. Not even a god can do anything once they're in there. There's no escape either. We wouldn't have sealed him somewhere that had even the smallest loophole. Hearing this, Jamie finally let out a sigh of relief. It was clear. Gods like her had no idea that Diablo had been reincarnated as Jamie. That bracelet. I haven't seen one of those in ages. Who would have thought it would show up again? It caused us gods a world of trouble. You know, Firo mused, staring at the artifact on Jamie's hand. And he still needed to find the other two pieces to complete the set. The unbreakable distance, the almighty, and the godslayer. Do what you want with them. I'll look the other way on this one. Genius, Lily, and Brahman are one group. Ran and Kulun are another. Tantiras and Abalado are a third. Jilan and Oblivion make a fourth. And then there's me, the Fire King, all alone. This confession caught Jamie completely off guard. He couldn't believe the mighty sun god was a solo act. The Fire King has always been a faction of one. It's more that I operate on a higher level than simply being alone, Firo stated calmly. Humph. From the way you're talking, it doesn't sound like being a solo act is putting you in any danger. This question from Jamie successfully hit a serious nerve. She suddenly exploded in a furious scream, her rage so intense her hair turned pitch black. It's because of that bastard Genius. He deluded himself into thinking he was my personal hunting dog and that I abandoned him. He's targeting me, blaming me for what happened. He plans to steal my power to take me down. That filthy rat. How dare he cross that line? And that was precisely why Firo needed Jamie so badly. The infinite mana hack he possessed was on a totally different level from that other filthy power. Even if Jamie was Diablo's heir, it didn't matter, because Firo believed as long as they could build trust, it would be enough. And Firo's way of building that trust was to imprint a glowing seal right onto Jamie's palm, her personal promise. When a god chooses a mortal, they receive a mark on their body, granting them the status of a high priest. Even if they hold no worldly power, nothing can touch them. They become sacred and inviolable. And just like that, whether he meant to or not, Jamie had officially joined the goddess Firo's holy faction. Ricky, meanwhile, was gushing with thanks for Jamie helping him protect the sacred territory during the crisis. But when he caught a glimpse of Jamie's mom approaching with a look of pure fury, he quickly made himself scarce. Jamie, you're a Welton, and you joined the Church of Firo. I can't believe my son is a saint now. Sears sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Just then, news came that Onyx had woken up. Sears immediately rushed off to see him. After all, Onyx was the one who saved her ridiculously troublesome son. When Onyx opened his eyes and saw Sears already sitting there, he was so moved that old memories came rushing back. Listening from outside, Jamie cracked a smile. That guy really had zero game. Once his mom left, Jamie slipped in and sat beside Onyx. When Onyx started thanking him, Jamie turned beet red. It was nothing, really. More importantly, I heard you had something to tell me? My mother mentioned it. Yes. Do you know anything about an organization called Frontier? Onyx asked in return. I hear they're a shady group digging into the secrets of the world. Jamie mused. Come with me, Jamie. In Frontier, there's a 9th-class mage who could be your teacher. Onyx's sudden offer stunned him. They aren't human, and that's exactly why they can make you so much more powerful. What do you say? Onyx pressed. Jamie had to stop himself from laughing out loud. The idea of him learning from someone far weaker than himself was just too absurd. Feeling a bit insulted, Jamie shut him down flat, leaving Onyx stunned. Are you sure? We're talking about a 9th-class mage here. This is a chance to learn from someone who could literally reshape the world, Onyx insisted. A 9th-class mage is impressive, Jamie thought. But it's not like I'm any less capable. I mean, it's not like I won't reach that level myself in the near future, right? But thanks for the offer. I might just drop by for a visit. I'm actually pretty curious about this commander of yours named Isis, Jamie replied with a casual grin. Onyx paused, thinking, before letting out a small sigh and a smile. They really are an extraordinary group of people. Make sure you stop by. I'll introduce you to Isis personally when you do. Later that night, little Venna was in Jamie's room sobbing, convinced he had completely forgotten about her. Seeing the scarf around Venna's neck, Jamie broke into a cold sweat. That was the mana-sensing artifact he'd made for her. While Venna was still grumbling about her hardships, a brilliant illusion of a hammer materialized from the scarf. Perhaps I should explain. To save you, I was forced into a one-time awakening. It only happened because of Venna's powerful will and a little help from me. So you should be grateful to both me and Venna, human. If it weren't for us, you would have been toast. Before the hammer could finish, Jamie snatched it in annoyance, wondering if this thing was haunted to be making such a racket. Venna looked on, stunned that Jamie could actually understand the hammer. All this time, she thought she was the only one who could hear its voice. The poor hammer not only suffered a blow to its ego, but was now being spun around in Jamie's hand like a yo-yo. Talk about a rough day. All right, so according to this arrogant weapon that was just barking at me, that weapon awakening was just a temporary thing. If you want to awaken it permanently, you have to fulfill some kind of duty. Jamie asked Venna, who was now being punished by having to stand with her hands in the air, looking utterly miserable. But thanks to her, Jamie found the secret location of Vikiji, the deepest part of the Ariaz forest, a place called the Spring of Tui. Looks like we can't go there just yet. That forest is so dangerous that even a sword master would struggle to survive in there. Seems you'll really have to do that duty after all, Jamie warned. After that, time flew by. To fulfill their new holy duties, Ricky and Anna departed for the great temple of Firo. Meanwhile, the Welton family had a different journey to embark on. Instead of Roos, who had gone with Ricky and his sister, Sir Alok joined the Welton family, representing the new alliance between their house and the Church of Firo. And 15 days later, Jamie and his family finally returned to Hit, back in his father's arms. It had been too long. His father, overcome with emotion, proudly clapped a hand on Jamie's shoulder, praising how much he'd grown. That night, while everyone else was deep in sleep, Jamie's thoughts drifted to his morning chat with Onyx. When Jamie had asked what a sword truly is to a swordsman, Onyx had explained with a calm, heavy voice, "Did you know? They once called me an evil spirit. A blade is nothing but a reflection of its wielder. Through constant repentance and self-reflection, I realized the thing I was swinging wasn't just a sword, but my own hatred. That was the day I became a true sword master." Jamie also remembered Pyro's chilling words. "Do you want to know about the history that was buried? It's hard to explain, but there's a certain keyword. The moment you get close to it, all the gods will know what's happening. It's a word that can't be avoided. Whenever someone gets near that secret, we all know. And every single time, an enforcer is sent to completely erase that existence. The descendants of the divine dragon, Braham, the dragons themselves, will come. Are you confident you can face even one of them right now?" That is exactly what happened to Cannon. The more Jamie racked his brain, the more he realized he had nothing. Just like in the past, he had to find another way. The next morning, Jamie was on the training grounds at dawn, boldly telling his father he wanted to learn the way of the sword. In his room, the Marquis stood silently before a portrait of Jamie's grandmother in her youth, wearily recalling the words she once lamented to him. A young Tina confessed she hated her power because it had murdered her entire family. The Marquis, knowing nothing of the prophecy, had naively promised to protect Tina so she would never have to use that power again. Back in the present, he thought of the mercenary who saved his life on the battlefield, his own butler, who turned out to be a traitor. The Marquis was sinking into the depths of despair. Long ago, Tina had given him her necklace, preparing for a distant future. "You will know who to give this to. Don't cry anymore. This is the first time I've ever been proud of my power. If you hadn't kept me by your side back then, I would have. So you must watch over that boy, the child who will inherit our bloodline. Pray that he does not become a catastrophe for this world." Those were Tina's final words, etched forever in the Marquis' memory. Meanwhile, in the Welton territory one night, Areno and C welcomed erupted, an executor from the Church of Foe. "Thank you for coming all this way. I am deeply sorry to hear about the Archbishop's passing. Who would have thought the Jennis Church would stoop to using the demon tribe? If I find a way, I'll strike their main temple immediately." "Those bastards threw my family into chaos," Ano growled, his eyes burning with an unquenchable rage. "I will make them pay." After Iraq promised his support and departed, Ano was left with a heavy look on his face. "What are you thinking about, my love?" C asked softly. "Ah, I was thinking about Jamie. I can't believe he became a saint of the Faux Church. They said he can act independently, without any connection to the church. But it's not your fault, C. Who could possibly stop a 9-year-old 6th Circle mage? I'm just worried about the timing. You know it too. The Faux Church is on the brink of war with the Jennis Church, appointing a new saint at a time like this." Ano trailed off, voicing all his fears. "You're worried Jamie will be forced to lead the battle, aren't you? Before he left Welton, Father told me. Perhaps he was chosen times because times of this war. Jamie must be doing it for Ricky," C guessed. After a moment of thought, she suddenly covered her face and began to sob, imagining all the terrible things that could happen to Jamie. Ano rushed to comfort her, promising he would bring Jamie back home safely. Back at the training grounds, Jamie's request to learn the sword left Ano speechless. "I want to learn our family's swordsmanship." "And what about your magic?" Ano asked, astonished. "I will learn both magic and swordsmanship at the same time. I want to seriously learn our family's art, and not just for self-defense." This bold declaration from Jamie was something his father just couldn't comprehend. "You look down on the sword. Our art is not something you can practice alongside magic. This isn't some frivolous game for you to play with. You have no respect. I can't teach someone like you." Ano spun around in a rage and started to walk away, ignoring Jamie, who was desperately pleading behind him. Annoyed by the constant begging, Ano suddenly drew a wooden sword and pointed it straight at his son's face. "Then show me your resolve." "I will not use my aura. You can use everything you have. and take one strike from me. You can use magic, another sword, whatever you want. If you can block a single one of my attacks, then I will pass down our swordsmanship to you, Aino declared coldly. The surrounding knights immediately gathered in clusters, whispering that Aino was seriously overestimating the boy. Hearing them trash-talk him was annoying as hell, but Jaime forced himself to stay calm. He really is my father. His power is on par with an archlich, maybe even stronger. I can't feel any energy coming from him at all. That's more terrifying than anything. His goal was clear. I'll just have to break that wooden sword. If he's not coating it in aura, I can do it. Jaime took a long, deep breath to steady himself and got into his stance. In a flash, Aino lunged at Jaime, his speed so immense it felt like he was truly going for the kill. Jaime flinched, instantly firing off a blast of dark magic, but his father dodged it with ease. A sword isn't a simple weapon. This will hurt, Aino threatened, brandishing the wooden blade. But Jaime wasn't scared one bit. I already told you I'm dead serious, Jaime shot back. With a roar, his razor-sharp hand of destruction shot forward, lunging at Aino's sword as if to devour it whole. Wooden splinters exploded into the air. This isn't enough to stop it, he thought. The only way to show my determination is to completely overpower this attack. Jaime's eyes widened as he poured every last ounce of his strength into another attack, ready to risk it all. But in that instant, his father grabbed his hand, his face a mask of pure shock. Where did you learn this magic? When Jaime revealed that he'd created it himself, Aino finally understood. The prophecies about his power were true. This child truly needed no master. Jaime, your talent in magic is already unparalleled. And yet you still want to learn the sword? Aino asked, full of curiosity. That's right. I've never looked down on the sword, and I'm not just learning it to look cool, I'm learning it for my own future. A future where I've come to realize so much. Magic alone is not enough. I need a new kind of power to face the storms ahead. You know that too, don't you, Father? Father, I may still be young, but I'm not immature. My resolve is absolute, Jaime shouted with conviction. Jaime's fierce spirit and boiling determination finally reached Aino's heart. Deeply moved, he ordered Jaime to be there at 6 a.m. the next day to begin his training, filling the boy with absolute joy. At that moment, on a city street, Rebecca looked out from her carriage, eagerly anticipating her meeting with Jaime. The sky was already bright, but the squirrel Benna was still snoring beside Sarah Welton, and Jaime didn't have the heart to wake him. Jaime simply put on a glove and gently poked the squirrel with his aura, causing it to slowly fade away. Sarah Welton, still fast asleep, knew nothing. At 6 a.m., just as his father had ordered, Jaime was on the training grounds. His heart pounded, wondering what kind of training awaited him. He knew from the start he wouldn't be taught the family's secret arts right away. He might be the future head of the family, but the path of the sword was difficult, and he didn't even know the basics. Whatever, he thought, I'll just master it quickly. More importantly, the effect of his physical body was clear. It carried the blood of a renowned sword family and had been enhanced by the seed of life. This time, I'm going to surprise you again, Father. Jaime steadied his resolve, gripping his sword tight as he stepped onto the training grounds. But it wasn't his father waiting for him. It was Hamilton Leonardo, vice-captain of the elite knights. Jaime froze. Wait, isn't my father supposed to train me? He asked, scratching his head awkwardly. A mere beginner, wanting lessons from the strongest swordsman alive? That's right. From now on, I'll be your instructor, Hamilton growled in response. His fiery, no-nonsense attitude made Jaime flinch. When Jaime asked about the wooden sword, Hamilton shut him down. You won't be needing that today. From now on, you will run laps around the training grounds. Hamilton's command hit Jaime like a lightning bolt. He came here to learn the sword, not to go for a jog. Hold it, trainee! From this moment on, you don't call me sir, you call me instructor. And your only answer to me will be, yes, instructor. Is that clear? Hamilton's voice roared like a blazing fire, practically scaring the soul out of Jaime. The kid could only squeak out his obedience, his mind screaming, what the heck is going on? After trembling out a yes, instructor, Jaime was forced to run non-stop until 9 in the morning. He felt like his legs were about to fall off. Meanwhile, Welton and Cios watched from a window, looking completely satisfied. Hamilton is the best at training soldiers. He has to be strict with the boy if we don't want the Welton name tarnished. Besides, this is nothing. This is just the warm-up. Once he holds a sword, I won't go easy on him. Even if he is my son, Welton nodded firmly. You could be a little gentler, couldn't you? Cios asked, her eyes filled with concern. My own father never went easy on me. I'm sure our boy will do just fine. He's our son, after all. Oh, right. I forgot to tell you. I think the Victoire Bell family is visiting tomorrow. Welton gave an awkward laugh, breaking the sudden news to Cios. She was completely stunned. He always waits until the last minute to tell her anything. Annoyed, Cios hurried back to the kitchen, worrying if she could prepare a feast in time. Left behind by his fuming wife, Welton froze up. He awkwardly scratched his head and muttered to himself, Sorry, kid. I was actually going to go easier on you if your mom had pushed just one more time. The time was now 11 a.m. The sun was high in the sky, but Jamie was still running without a break, successfully making an impression on Hamilton. This is insane. To have this kind of stamina at only 9 years old, looks like the young master's talent isn't just for magic. Hamilton praised him inwardly. Jamie kept running, carefully conserving his energy. He hadn't even touched his mana or divine power yet. He was pushing through on pure physical strength alone, without a single moment of rest. Jamie pushed himself so hard, running with such frantic desperation, that he didn't even hear Hamilton order him to stop. It wasn't until Hamilton grabbed his shoulder that Jamie finally stopped. For a split second, a murderous glint flashed in the boy's eyes, then vanished. Gasping for air, he collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. Seeing Jamie passed out at his feet, Hamilton had no idea how he was going to report this to Welton, especially after seeing that flash of killing intent. Sometime later, Jamie groggily woke up in his room. His entire body ached like crazy, but all he could wonder was, how did the training session go? When Sarah Welton saw Jamie's eyes finally open, she burst into tears of joy. The little girl really thought her brother was a goner. Jamie gently took his sister's hand, whispering soft words to comfort her. Benna the squirrel, held in Sarah Welton's death grip, looked pleadingly at Jamie for a rescue. But the sly Jamie just told Sarah Welton to go play with Benna, causing the poor squirrel to fall into a deep, furry depression. Just then, Welton heard that Jamie was awake and quickly entered the room. After luring Sarah Welton out with some cookies, he finally spoke to his son with a smile. "I thought you'd be bedridden from all the muscle pain." Jamie just gave a strained grin. He couldn't exactly tell his father it was all thanks to the Seed of Life. The Seed of Life was an artifact that contained life force, capable of healing and strengthening the body. You must have been surprised to see Hamilton on the training grounds. You still have a long way to go before you can learn from a true swordmaster, Welton said gently, giving Jamie a light tap on the head. "But I'm your son. What happened anyway?" "I remember running, but nothing after that," Jamie asked curiously. Welton recalled what Hamilton had reported to him earlier. Jamie had run for 5 hours and 17 minutes straight, an incredible display of stamina and an unyielding spirit. He didn't just pass the test, he completely shattered all expectations. Back in the day, Welton himself could only last for 3 hours and 36 minutes. The son had truly surpassed the father. "Don't worry, you completed the training. Starting tomorrow, you will begin your sword training." Hino's smile made Jamie's eyes go wide with shock. "However, you'll still have to run for an hour every day to maintain your stamina." As soon as he heard that, Jamie's face fell like a deflated balloon. Seeing his son's reaction, Welton was about to drop the requirement, but Jamie suddenly perked up and agreed. "So fickle. It's going to take some time for Hamilton to teach you the basics. Don't take it lightly, or you'll pay for it later. Hamilton can be intimidating when he teaches. If you can endure it, I'll teach you myself, to the best of my ability. Both swordsmanship and the Welton family's dagger techniques. The dagger isn't easy, but for you, I know you can master it. I'll be waiting for you." Welton hugged Jamie, his voice soft and reassuring. The next day, at the crack of dawn, Jamie was back on the training grounds, feeling completely drained. Hamilton's ice-cold commands echoed in Jamie's ears. "Trainee, are you disappointed that I'm your instructor? You think learning from a true swordmaster would be better for you, don't you? Are you upset that you're stuck with someone who's merely proficient with a sword like me? Your face says it all." Hamilton kept pressing, analyzing his every move. Jamie just kept moving, barely having the strength to utter a few trembling yes sirs. The real reason he was so exhausted was because he'd spent all night in the skies above the Welton territory, going through a hellish training session with Venna. It was all for their mission to fight against the 12 gods. That destiny guided them, forcing them to train until morning. He hadn't even recovered his stamina before being thrown into another session with Hamilton. Of course he was dead tired, but Hamilton arrogantly assumed the run yesterday must have worn him out. That's why he looked so pathetic. Take this. The basics of swordsmanship are divided into 2 categories: slashes and thrusts. Slashes are broken down into direct cuts, swings, cuts from the left and right, diagonal slashes, and so on. As he spoke, Hamilton gave Jamie a sword, then demonstrated a few fluid movements for him to see. Hamilton's complex display instantly captivated Jamie. He couldn't look away. After Hamilton finished with a flawless, powerful thrust, Jamie burst into applause, his voice filled with awe. "Every one of your steps is perfectly connected to your body's entire movement. The way you utilize every single muscle is incredible. You used minimal strength, but your explosive power increased, didn't it?" Jamie's detailed, philosophical analysis stunned Hamilton for a moment. It was like listening to a seasoned veteran. "All movement begins with the feet. That's something I heard from a swordmaster 60,000 years ago," Hamilton thought, dazed. A good answer. Anyway, today's training is simple. Repeat what I just showed you 1,000 times. The only acceptable answer is yes, instructor. Anything else is invalid. Hamilton barked the order at the dumbfounded Jamie. Whether he liked it or not, he had no choice but to obey. As Jamie trained until he was drenched in sweat, Hamilton leaned against a pillar, watching him. He'd originally planned to spend 1 year and 6 months on the boy's basic training. No, even 3 months is too long for him. Hamilton approached Jamie. I have to step out for a bit. Finish all 1,000 reps before I return. Model. Okay, finally caught my breath. Everything's cool, except for my instructor's death glare. Still, gotta admit, this is fun. The more I swing this sword, the more insane ideas I get from mixing it with magic. A little closer, a little stronger, way more aggressive. That future still feels a long way off. But maybe this will unlock a whole new level for me. Jamie kept training, lost in thought, while Brake filmed from above. Suddenly, he felt a sharp jolt of life force slice through the air right in front of the training grounds. Figuring it was an intruder, he instantly teleported, sword drawn, and lunged forward. But what slammed into his vision wasn't an enemy. It was a wind spirit, screaming her head off at his sudden attack. A little later, once Jamie had calmed down, he sat next to Az. To even maintain a spirit in the human world, their summoner had to be at least an intermediate rank. Jamie idly wondered, as excitedly explained that while she was training, a high-level spirit just appeared. Its name was Repeat, the guardian spirit of the famous Wind King Sinfit, and the absolute highest-ranking wind spirit. Repeat didn't say a thing, just gave her a look and then vanished. After that day, she gained the ability to maintain her power. Az's bragging kind of surprised Jamie. He thought Az was just some little kid, but damn, she's actually pretty legit. But my sister is way more amazing. She can summon high-level spirits for real. Even our dad was totally floored. He was so shocked he was speechless, she bragged with a huge laugh. Well, of course he was shocked. Summoning a high-level spirit at her age means she's a genius, just like me. That's because she was reincarnated. The Spirit King El Queens was treating the soul of the girl he'd made a pact with, Jamie thought with a click of his tongue. All of a sudden, Az let out a shriek that made Jamie jump out of his skin, thinking something was wrong. I forgot! Dad told me not to tell anyone about this. Az covered her face, tears welling in her eyes. Jamie was totally speechless. So are you gonna listen to him or not? In the Welton study, Arena was having tea with Az's father, the Viscount. Still no news from those fanatics at the Jennis church? Arena asked. Correct. However, they'll be forced to make a decision soon. They'll have to choose between declaring war or dissolving their entire religion, the Viscount answered. Regarding the captain of the Seven Knights, the Viscount added that intel from Chris, the secret spy organization, confirmed he still hadn't returned to the main Jennis temple. Something must have happened out there, something involving the monsters. The second he returns, war will break out. I wonder what I would do in his position, Arena thought grimly. Later, the Welton and Viscount families gathered around a long table, chatting cheerfully. While the younger sister greeted Jamie non-stop, Rebecca just gave him this super sour look the entire time, and Jamie had no idea what her deal was. Rebecca. She's being really weird. This is the first time we've seen each other since that whole incident. What's going on with her? Why does it feel like she's trying to avoid me? Jamie brought this question with him all the way to his training session with Hamilton, forcing the instructor to scream his name just to snap him back to reality, to prove he'd really done 1,000 swings the day before. Jamie immediately grabbed his sword and unleashed a series of powerful, zigzagging slashes, his aura flaring for his instructor to witness. There was nothing left to say. The kid was a monster. How could he possibly learn that in a single day? Can he really master it all? Hamilton was completely in awe of Jamie's raw talent. Since Jamie was crushing it, Hamilton decided to move him on to the next stage. This was the footwork created by Jamie's grandfather, Jamie Welton, the former patriarch of the family. Jamie was a master swordsman who created these steps himself to help the Welton Knights achieve a breakthrough in their power. It's called the 100 Seas, the flow of 100 oceans, Hamilton said, then stomped his foot, creating a surging wave of power for Jamie to see. To say Jamie was shocked would be an understatement. First time seeing the 100 Seas, huh? I was just like you when I started, but focus. As soon as Hamilton finished speaking, his feet began a rhythmic dance, creating waves of mana that moved in perfect harmony. The mana was literally flowing with his footsteps, leaving Jamie completely stunned. The move looked awesome as hell, but 4 hours later, Jamie still couldn't pull it off. Seeing Jamie was completely out of mana, the sharp-tongued Hamilton immediately started running his mouth. Any knight from the Welton family can use the 100 Seas, but it looks like you're the first one who can't. Failing was bad enough, but getting roasted by Hamilton on top of it, Jamie just collapsed to the ground, his face as dark as a midnight storm. This is seriously ticking me off. It's the first time I've ever been stumped by anything, and that includes my past life. I know mana for martial arts is different from mana for magic, but As he was thinking, a single drop of water hit his face, and he instantly knew Rebecca was hiding somewhere, messing with him. And sure enough, peeking from behind a pillar was Rebecca, wearing her signature shy smile. They sat on a bench together, and the cool water droplets she created actually made Jamie feel a little better. Dying to know why she was acting so weird, Jamie leaned in close to ask her directly, which made the already flustered girl turn as red as a tomato. "You got something you want to tell me?" "Is it that hard to say out loud?" Jamie asked. Well, no, it's just, I've been thinking about you. A lot. I get all nervous when I see you. My heart starts pounding." Rebecca's confession hit Jamie like a bolt of lightning. Jamie wondered if his attraction to her during their last conversation was only because of Johnny's soul. "I heard from Az that you summoned a high-level spirit." Jamie smoothly changed the subject while the awkwardness hung in the air. "Az told you?" "Yeah, but I could only hold it for a second." "I heard you're practicing swordsmanship," Rebecca asked back. "That's right. I feel like just knowing magic isn't enough. But this sword stuff is way harder than I thought," Jamie sighed in response. "You're getting tripped up on the footwork, right?" That's what Enner said. "I can speak to spirits without summoning them," Rebecca suddenly revealed, catching Jamie off guard. Enner was a high-level spirit, a direct servant of the water god king. "My spirit doesn't know the details of your footwork, but he says you should let the flow move more naturally, like how you swing with your left arm as your right foot steps forward. He says your movements are too stiff. Let your body move with the rhythm of the water and the wind. You can do it," Rebecca whispered. Like a switch had been flipped, Jamie suddenly shot to his feet, a look of fierce determination on his face, and stalked back to the training ground, leaving a confused Rebecca behind. "I finally get it now. It's completely different from magic. I can't control the mana, but I can let my body ride the rhythm of the mana itself." Jamie thought to himself as his feet began to move in sync with the mana, gliding across the surface of the water. His steps became faster and more urgent, kicking up tides that swirled like massive ocean waves. Feeling like it still wasn't enough, Jamie poured even more mana into his technique. This insane display of power was being watched by a god in the spirit realm through a scrying orb. Suddenly, the orb looked like it was about to crack and explode from Jamie's overwhelming power. A massive tidal wave hurtled toward Rebecca like a hurricane, forcing her to brace for impact. For a second, the image of the god himself seemed to appear in the churning water. After the biblical level flood that Jamie unleashed, the entire training ground was completely obliterated. White smoke billowed into the sky, and even Jamie was shocked at how badly he'd overdone it. Hearing the earth-shattering explosion, Areno burst out of the room and grabbed Jamie, his eyes wide with terror, thinking an intruder had attacked his precious son. The Viscount wasn't far behind, flying out the door to grab Rebecca, his face etched with pure panic, certain he had just lost her. Before Areno could go on a rampage to hunt down a non-existent intruder, Jamie quickly confessed he'd done it by accident with the 100 Cs. "You did this? You used the 100 Cs? Wait a minute. But even then, this training ground is made from an alloy that can withstand aura. This level of destructive power. It was impossible for Beikei alone." Welton grabbed Jamie's shoulders, his face a mask of disbelief. I tried combining Beikei with magic. This was the result. "I'm sorry," Jamie said timidly. Welton realized that even he couldn't have improved upon the perfect form of Beikei. But because his son was a mage, he could see a path that no swordsman ever would. No, it was because he chose to walk both paths, the path of magic and the path of the sword. A shocking realization hit Welton. The true scale of his son's potential was staggering. Hamilton finally spoke up, urging Welton to teach Jamie himself. "There is nothing more I can teach him." He was talking about the void-slaying sword art, the secret technique of the Welton family. A sword art that could literally tear through space itself. Its power was so immense that no one could even attempt it without an unshakable foundation. "He's progressing that fast?" "But I've only just started learning the basics," Jamie stammered. "Basics? Are you kidding me? That's a technique only 2 or 3 hand-picked knights ever get to learn." Ano explained that knights who failed to master Beikei often chose to leave the order entirely. Jamie's face grew dark. So Hamilton had lied to him. He said all the Welton knights learned it. No wonder it had felt impossibly difficult. In an unstable world, teetering on the edge of chaos, a child with Jamie's talent was a cause for great concern. But in front of his son, Welton buried that anxiety deep within his heart. "Jamie, my son, you've done well. Starting tomorrow, I will be the one to teach you the sword." Welton's words were quiet, but to Jamie, they were everything. A huge smile spread across his face. Before they parted ways, Hamilton gave Jamie his own hat, a medal of honor for his incredible achievement. He had completed the training with results beyond anyone's expectations. Hamilton hoped that one day, Jamie would become a truly great knight. With Hamilton's hat on his head, Jamie's eyes sparkled. He thanked his master for everything he had taught him. That evening, Jamie stood on a balcony, nibbling on snacks. while watching the lively banquet unfold below. Father always wants me to focus on training, so it's strange he'd only tell me about this gathering so late. Jamie already knew the truth, though. On the surface, it was a banquet to welcome Viscount Belly, but its real purpose was to plan the coming war against the Jennis church. As he stood there, Az suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "Why aren't you with Lady Rebecca?" Jamie asked. "Hey, how come you call her Lady Rebecca, but you don't call me Lady Az?" She pouted. Jamie tried to explain it was just a formal title, but Az shook her head furiously. "It's because she acts more like a grown-up than I do." Then she added, "Besides, I bet you like her, don't you?" "I do not." Jamie shot her a dark look, and Az instantly flinched. She knew she'd said the wrong thing. The truth was, Jamie was a 60,000-year-old archmage. There was no way he'd fall for a little kid like Rebecca. Az breathed a sigh of relief at his firm denial. Jamie gave her a suspicious look. "So where is Rebecca?" Then, when Az told him she was sick, Jamie used his power to instantly appear in her room, though he felt incredibly awkward. The moment he stepped inside her room, Jamie realized she wasn't sick, at least not with a fever. This was clearly a case of lovesickness. Rebecca was stunned to see him, becoming so flustered she couldn't speak. "Az told me you weren't well. Are you feeling better?" Jamie asked politely. "Yes, I think I'm fine now," she stammered, her cheeks turning bright red. Seeing her like this reminded Jamie of someone else, putting him at ease. "May I see your hand?" he asked gently. "It seems you have a fever. This should help you feel a little better, right?" Jamie then took her hand, holding it firmly. Rebecca's heart leaped into her throat, shocked by his sudden tenderness. "I missed you," she confessed, her voice barely a whisper. "I couldn't stop thinking about you, and I don't know why." Jamie was genuinely concerned for her, but that's as far as his feelings went. He couldn't bring back the emotions of a past long dead. For him, the desire for things like love had vanished thousands of years ago. "Lady Rebecca, we won't be able to see each other for a while. I don't know when we'll meet again, but I won't forget you. No matter how many years pass, I will always remember you. So please, don't let this weigh you down." Jamie gently let go of her hand. Rebecca began to sob, holding out her pinky to make a promise. You have to reply to my letters." The next morning, the Viscount's entire family departed. Az and Rebecca gave Jamie a lingering, heartfelt farewell. Watching the carriage disappear, Aino couldn't help but tease his son. Impressive, charming both of the Viscount's daughters at once. Jamie's face turned beet red, completely at a loss for words. "Well, even with the few days' delay, we can finally focus on your training," Aino said with a smile. "Prepare yourself, Jamie." 4 months later, on a moonlit night at the edge of a forest, an old man charged wildly at a cloaked figure. "You dare lay a hand on my men?" In contrast to the old man's fury, the cloaked figure was calm. With a simple snap of his fingers, devastating spatial magic descended from the heavens, instantly erasing the old man from existence. "I've wasted enough time here. I need to hurry. I'm getting excited just thinking about it. Now, to meet you." Jamie Welton. The cloaked figure whispered the name with glee. This was Siegfried, a master of spatial magic, and the 7th elder of the Smer Kingdom's magic tower. Back at the Welton family's arena, Jamie had once again left Aino completely speechless. He had mastered the Gungam in just 4 months, a feat that should have taken 2 full years. "Your learning speed is simply monstrous. I have nothing left to teach you. The Gungam is the sword that cuts the void itself. If you can tear the air, it means you've mastered the fundamentals. From now on, it's a battle of your own discovery," Welton said with a proud laugh. "Once you master the basics, you can slash the air itself. The higher your mastery, the larger the tier you can create." He was learning the Welton family's secret art. It was the legendary sword style of their house. "If I can master this technique," Jamie thought, "I'll be able to cut things that aren't even physical. In my previous life, a sword art like this never existed." Jamie gripped his sword, lost in thought. Just as Aino was about to teach him the next form, the butler approached with urgent news. The 7th elder of the magic tower was here to visit. "I've only just reached the age to enter the tower, and they're already here for me." The 7th elder, wasn't he the greatest genius before me? A spark of curiosity lit up in Jamie's mind. He wanted to ask to meet the man, but one look at the murderous aura radiating from his father made him quickly abandon that idea. The moment he entered, Elder Siegfried flopped onto the sofa without a care. His eyes darted around the room, and he began loudly praising everything he saw. Siegfried recalled his own master's warning, and that Count Welton was fiercely overprotective of his son, but he just laughed it off. Everyone knew the Count was a kind and gentle man. The old geezer was just trying to scare him. That thought was instantly shattered. The moment Aino walked into the room, his face was like stone, and his entire body radiated killing intent. So much for kind and gentle. A pleasure to meet you, my lord. I am the seventh elder, Siegfried, representing the magic tower. He hesitantly extended a hand. Siegfried had come from nothing. Originally, he was just a lowly slave. A passing mage discovered his talent and took him in as a disciple. By age 15, he was a 6th circle mage. By 20, he reached the 7th circle, becoming the youngest elder in history. Now, at 30, he was on the cusp of the 8th circle, the undisputed genius of the magic tower. Of course, that was all before Jaime appeared on the scene. Still, Siegfried was a power that could not be ignored. Aino suspected the magic tower was plotting something. He kept his expression as cold as ice, making no effort at pleasantries. What brings you here unannounced? Welton asked coldly. I came to greet the world's greatest genius. Please forgive my rudeness, Siegfried said with a nervous smile. I suspected you wouldn't let me in if I announced my visit beforehand. Aino's voice was frigid. So you do have some sense after all. Even though my influence in the demon realm is practically zero, I know exactly what kind of place it is. Welton didn't mince words. The demon realm is split between 3 major powers. The Imperial faction, led by the king's own master, the great elder Oppenjinger. The noble faction is run by the second elder, the high-ranking Marquess Lin Mare. And the Equality faction is led by Luco, the 5th elder, who came from common blood. With them holding all the cards, the demon realm was collapsing under their endless power struggles. It was a political war, fought with nothing but dirty tricks, and Jaime, with his incredible talent and noble birth, was being thrown right into the middle of that chaos. Of course, Welton would never agree to send his son to a place like that. I get that the demon realm has its own rules, but even they couldn't control someone with such overwhelming talent. Those schemers, carefully walking on thin ice to gain an advantage, could never accept a wild card like him. Siegfried talked himself blue in the face, trying to convince Welton, but seeing the fire of defiance in the old man's eyes, it seemed completely hopeless. Father, I wouldn't want my son going to the demon realm either, but it holds an immeasurable amount of knowledge, especially the crown of omniscience. For a great mage, the chance to wear that crown only comes once in a lifetime. Siegfried relentlessly dangled the tempting offer, confident that as a father, Welton wouldn't dare stand in the way of his son's true potential. And just as Siegfried predicted, when Welton asked for his opinion, Jaime's eyes lit up with fierce determination. A repository of knowledge containing everything about the world. I might even learn a fragment of our lost history. Brimming with excitement, Jaime was already waiting in the freezing garden that evening to intercept Siegfried. Well now, I didn't expect to be greeted by a child. Siegfried let out a chuckle as he stepped out and saw Jaime standing right there. It would be better for both of us if we could speak freely, Jaime replied bluntly. Seeing Siegfried up close now, Jaime had to admit he was disgustingly handsome, truly worthy of the title genius. Inside his chest, he already possesses 3 spirit hearts, and he's planning to make another? The man had a body forged specifically for magic, a power that must have carried over from a past life. Jaime seethed with admiration, his gaze locked onto Siegfried, intense enough to bore a hole right through him. To hear such praise from the greatest rumored genius in history. I'm honored, Siegfried said with a smirk. So, do you believe those rumors? Jaime asked with a raised eyebrow. Of course, Siegfried believed them, especially after meeting Jaime in person. He had assumed the stories about Jaime were just exaggerations, but now he could see the boy was the real deal. This kid's body is overflowing with mana. Did he improve upon Marquess Lin Mare's absorption technique? His talent is staggering. Though, I do feel sorry for Count Welton. There's no way those old mages will leave a potential 9th class mage alone if one of them could get this kid on their side. When he finally reaches the 9th class, the other 2 would be powerless to stop them. Now that would be a sight to see. Siegfried thought with a grin. Aren't you afraid of the demon realm, young master? Those violent old men won't leave you in peace. Siegfried tried to intimidate Jaime. If they come for me, I'll deal with them accordingly. If the terms are right, I'll agree. Don't tell me the great figures of the demon realm would try to swindle a child, would they? Jaime's arrogant and unshakable response left Siegfried speechless. He clicked his tongue, realizing this kid was not going to be easy to fool. That night, Jaime quickly packed a bag for the little squirrel Benna, who would also be joining him on the trip to the demon realm. The demon realm? Doesn't that mean it's the holy land of white mages? But, I'm a dark mage, Benna stammered in fear, thinking he must have misheard. What do you mean, a dark mage? You can't even cast a 2nd-class dark curse, Jaime scoffed, his hands still busy packing. When Benna asked when they would return, Jaime simply said the date was undecided, promising to double his training on the road. The news made Benna want to burst into a river of tears right then and there. The next morning, before they left, Welton gave Jaime a magic sword named Scott, wishing him a safe return. As for his mother, she clung to Jaime like glue, Crying her eyes out, she made him promise to write as soon as he arrived. The only reason Jamie's mother let him go so easily was because Welton had tricked her, saying the trip was only for half a month. One can only imagine the world of pain Welton would be in when she finds out Jamie will be gone for 2 whole years. After the tearful goodbyes, Jamie resolutely set off with Siegfried. Before heading to the demon realm, Siegfried said he was taking Jamie somewhere first. Their destination was Sanderman, the city of monastones. A massive monostone market was opening there for a limited time. The two immediately set a course for Sanderman, the city with the largest manastone mine in the S.A.M. kingdom. As they crossed the Kenton Mountains, Jamie and Siegfried were deep in conversation about how Jamie could use both a sword and magic, though he hadn't yet perfected combining them. I was looking forward to this place, hearing it was the center of power in the south. But it looks so desolate, Jamie commented, observing the barren landscape. Haha, it may look that way, but this is the very lifeblood of the south. The mineral deposits here contain 6 types, known as the Rock Union, and Sanderman's crystal mine is known to have a particularly powerful influence. Want me to tell you something interesting about these Kenton Mountains? Kids love this stuff, right? Ha ha. Siegfried laughed loudly, annoying Jamie, who was tired of being treated like a child. According to Siegfried's tale, 1,000 years ago, a massive volcano erupted here. Its lava destroyed one village after another, and nothing could be done to stop it. Then one day, a mysterious mage appeared and faced the volcano alone. The very next day, the eruption stopped, and the crater had been filled in. The mage vanished without a trace, leaving behind a prophecy. When the monster awakens, disaster will strike once more. The more Jamie heard, the more ridiculous the story sounded, right? But the Mage Association still recognizes the story to some extent. They say some evidence of it was found. As Siegfried was talking, countless sharp arrows suddenly rained down from the sky. The ambush sent Siegfried's face pale as he instantly screamed a warning to Jamie. Luckily, Jamie was quick enough to dodge every single one. From a mountain peak, where the ambush originated, a group of thugs were roaring curses at Siegfried. They were here to avenge their brother, A.K. That old guy Siegfried obliterated a few chapters back. Siegfried gave Jamie an awkward, sheepish grin. A plan flashed in his mind, a chance to test Jamie's skills. And so, with incredible speed and fake sincerity, Siegfried pretended to be weak, begging Jamie to handle them for him. Jamie instantly saw through Siegfried's cunning plan, but didn't call him out. Instead, he drew his sword and advanced on the thugs. Let's make this quick. Using the Heavenslayer sword on this group is a total waste, Jamie muttered to himself. Seeing Siegfried use Jamie as a shield, the thugs boiled with rage and charged down the cliffside for a group attack. If you die, don't blame me, kid, the leader roared fiercely, but he was instantly silenced by Jamie's overwhelming magical power. With just a few basic sword movements, he seized control of the entire environment. Malevolent energy slashed through the air. His white sea transformation technique slammed down, creating a deafening explosion that sent the thugs flying and coughing up blood in an instant. Scrambling up from the rubble, the enraged bandits tried to charge Jamie again, but the sight of his black sword, crackling with raw lightning, completely erased that thought from their minds as the subsequent blast wiped out the entire surrounding landscape. Witnessing Jamie's incredible skill firsthand, Siegfried's jaw dropped in utter shock. The kid was a top-tier magic swordsman, a true prodigy who would be hard-pressed to find a rival. After a round of thunderous applause and a few quick words of praise for Jamie, Siegfried's greedy side took over. He bent down and looted every coin pouch from the bandits, all while Jamie stared at him with complete and utter disbelief. After a long trek on foot, they finally reached the frosty, mist-covered city of Cinder. This place is strange, but kind of beautiful, right? I just hope the thing I'm looking for is actually here, Siegfried asked Jamie excitedly. The shop JF led him to was old, but mostly it was just a creepy, rundown shack. At first glance, Jamie thought it was an abandoned ruin, let alone a place that would be hiding an ancient artifact. The moment they opened the door, a cloud of dust and cobwebs hit Jamie right in the face, sending him into a coughing fit. The filthy air was thick with grime, looking more like a spider's lair than a shop. Seeing Siegfried talking to someone at the counter, Jamie tried to use a flight spell to get a better look, since he couldn't sense anyone from where he was standing. But the second he powered up, the short old lady smashed his magic shield with her staff. Not only that, she gave him a solid whack on the head that sent pain shooting through him. Flying magic is forbidden here. Kid, this is an anti-magic artifact, the old dwarf woman declared with a smirk. I can nullify up to level 5 magic. So your little shield was nothing. And just like that, he got a staff to the head for no reason. Jamie was fuming but didn't dare do anything reckless. He was completely stunned by the anti-magic artifact she just used. Nullify magic? He couldn't believe a national-level treasure belonged to the owner of a dump like this. Who is she anyway? Jamie wondered, totally bewildered. Meanwhile, after hearing the item wasn't available yet, Siegfried tried to leave, but the old woman grabbed him. "Hold on, I'm not done explaining. I have the item, but it won't be delivered for another 2 days," she said. "But I can't just hand it over to you. I need you to get me the heart of a shadow sheep, which is being secretly auctioned off the day after tomorrow. I'll give you the money for it," the dwarf lady offered with a mysterious grin. Shadow sheep only appear on the night of a full moon. It's a rare and precious ingredient for alchemy. The old woman promised that if Siegfried's crew got it for her, she'd sell them their item at a cheap price. Leaving the shop, Jamie kept bugging him, asking what he was looking for. But JF just kept his mouth shut, acting all secretive. "So, who was that old lady?" Jamie asked again. "That's Lady Kyriel, known as the legendary alchemist. She's also a merchant with branches all over the world, all connected by space-time tunnels she created. She's a level 8 mage who doesn't belong to any nation or power. She can go anywhere she wants." Hearing JF's explanation, Jamie was in total awe of her incredible power. After a walk down the street, JF led Jamie to an inn, saying they'd crash here for a bit. At least it looked halfway decent. "Wait, we're getting separate rooms, right?" Jamie shot a wary glance at JF, a bad feeling creeping in. And just as he expected, JF just laughed awkwardly, admitting he only rented one room to save money. Damn it, Siegfried. So cheap, yet he always tries to act so cool. Late that night, in the back alleys of Cinder, a group of mysterious cloaked figures gathered in secret. They were plotting about the secret auction in 2 days at the Lum Museum. They needed an item to awaken something, following the guidance of the ancient scripture. "Don't get cocky and careless. We must obtain that item at any cost, even if it means sacrificing our own lives. It is all for the noble goal of our church," the man in the black cloak declared. After the meeting, one of the cloaked figures slipped away into a corner. Looking around to make sure no one was watching, he pulled back his hood. Of course, it was our boy Jamie. After letting Benna out of his sleeve, Jamie told him to cast a wind spell on him so they could hide out until the next day and avoid being caught by Siegfried. Just then, Benna saw someone hauling stones and stared in amazement, completely forgetting what Jamie just said. The only reason they're moving those stones openly is because they're low grade. The high grade ones are obviously transported in secret. They'd probably hide them in things people wouldn't recognize, or move them to dark, remote places, Jamie explained as they walked. Suddenly, the stone bracelet on Jamie's wrist began to react violently, its aura flaring to life. What is it reacting to? There's something in this area. Jamie broke into a cold sweat, his eyes darting around. He was shocked to realize the bracelet was reacting to that old box. There are at least 3 sealing spells on it, maybe even 6. An item with that many seals, combined with this powerful reaction. Don't tell me it's one of the 3 great holy relics. Jamie froze, unable to believe his own guess. By eavesdropping, Jamie learned the items in the crate were for the secret auction. This has nothing to do with me. I should just watch, he thought. But now, I really need money, Jamie whispered to himself with a burning desire. Meanwhile, Kyriel was still awake, clutching a photo of her son, Fong, her heart aching with longing. She was filled with regret that she couldn't save him, no matter what she did. But now, it seemed like things might be okay. If only she could get the heart of the shadow sheep. Suddenly, her crystal ball showed an image of Jamie, leaving Kyriel confused about what he was doing at her doorstep at this hour. With a creak, Jamie sheepishly entered Kyriel's house, eyes darting around. With a shameless grin, he said he wanted to borrow some money. The more, the better. Get out. Kyriel bluntly shot him down. Her staff, following her command, started whacking him on the head again and again, making Jamie cry out in pain. "Ow! Hey, I'll pay you back, I swear. You're the only one I can borrow money from." "Aren't you trying to enter the shadow world?" Jamie blurted out. "That shadow sheep heart, it's the key ingredient to create a gate to that world, isn't it?" Jamie said with a sly grin, revealing Kyriel's secret and making her freeze in shock. How on earth did he know about something she had hidden for so long? The shadow world is the complete opposite of the material world. It's a mysterious domain unknown to our realm. The king who rules it is the Shadow Spirit King, and only those permitted by the king can ever enter. It's not a place you can reach just by gathering ingredients. However, I know a way. To convince Kyriel, Jamie proposed a soul pact. It was a dangerous contract that uses the caster's own soul as collateral, binding them even in their sleep. Using this pact was a huge risk, but Jamie had no other choice. Seeing Jamie was actually willing to risk his soul to prove his word, Kyriel nodded in agreement after hearing his condition, a down payment once the contract was formed. 2 days later, in the basement of the Lum Museum, Jamie and Siegfried, each wearing a mysterious mask to hide their identity and mana, blended in with the massive crowd headed for the auction. Jamie caught the faint scent of a forest wafting by, guessing it came from an elf. As he was lost in thought, Siegfried's voice snapped him back to reality, and they quickly entered the auction hall. Thanks to Kiriel reserving their seats, they had a prime spot. Jamie vaguely recognized the person sitting in front of him as the one he'd just passed. A few other people were sitting next to that person too. Jamie figured they were all friends. The first item introduced by the host was an elf slave, with a starting price of 100,000 gold. Jamie glanced over at Siegfried. Seeing him sitting there, completely rigid, Jamie guessed he was feeling uneasy. It was because in the past, Siegfried himself had been a slave. Looking at the group in front of them, who were also trembling, Jamie was even more certain they were elves, unable to bear the sight of their own kind being sold like animals. After the 2 elf slaves were sold for 3 million gold, the next item was the shimmering heart of a shadow sheep, the very item everyone was waiting for today. Amidst the chaotic roar of competing bids, Siegfried, cool as ever, waited until the last second before dropping a bid of 1 billion, making Jamie's jaw drop at his reckless move. That was enough money to run an entire territory for a whole year. Jamie felt the sting of that loss for JF, and just like that, the heart of a shadow sheep belonged to Siegfried. The next item was just as valuable, the omnipotent ultimate stone. It could power a domain the size of the German Holy Land for 10 years, and its true worth was far greater, but only Jai knew that. While the main character was still debating whether to buy it, a mysterious pink-haired girl slammed down a bid of 8 billion, instantly silencing the entire hall. If Jai knew this girl was his own disciple, Venna, he would have stormed over and given her a piece of his mind for pulling such a reckless stunt. With nothing else worth buying, Siegfried and Jamie got up to leave. As they went to claim their item, they happened to pass the next piece up for auction, a holy relic found near the Kenton volcanic range. An ancient script was carved onto it. "Sleep here, and you will never have to wake again," Jai silently read. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed through the hall, throwing everyone into chaos. Realizing a ward had been cast, a protective shield immediately enveloped Jai's body to keep him safe. Right after that bizarre sound, the frantic event organizer ran in, announcing that all the bidders' items had vanished, leaving Jamie completely stunned and thinking he'd misheard. Outside the building, one of the elves was screaming in outrage, his people having just been sold as slaves. His comrades hissed at him to leave quickly before the auction guards found them. Siegfried and Jamie, their magical auras blazing, appeared like gods to block their escape. Playtime's over. Jai was furious. He glared, eyes wide with rage, threatening them. "Return what you stole, now, before I wipe every last one of you from existence." The blonde man stepped forward, sword in hand, giving a warning. "Everyone, prepare for battle." Siegfried's gaze turned razor sharp. "I see. So words are meaningless now. We fight." He then unleashed a corrosive magic, dissolving the 2 swords in the blonde man's hands. His companion yelled in alarm, "Get back!" The green-haired woman grit her teeth in anger. "You bastards from the auction house are all sons of dogs." She then summoned massive green vines, whipping them towards Siegfried. Unfazed, he simply clenched his fists, unleashing an even stronger power that disintegrated the vines completely. The green-haired woman could only gasp in horror. "What?" She turned to look at the red-haired man carrying a sack behind her. The blonde man leaped into the air, arrogantly shouting, "You dare use such cheap tricks on me?" But a sudden shout of warning made him glance upwards in alarm. Siegfried continued to radiate his immense power. The blonde man, now trapped within a vortex of energy, cried out in agony. From the sidelines, a voice called out, "Ija!" Another of their group leaped into the fight, enraged. "You damn bastard, stop it right now!" Jamie stepped in, striking him down with a contemptuous sneer. "You're even weaker than I thought." The man was sent flying, crashing to the ground. As he skidded across the dirt, he cursed, "Damn it, how dare you!" An invisible force suddenly pressed down on everyone present. The opposing group was crushed to the ground by the immense pressure, crying out in pain. Siegfried delivered his judgment with icy coldness. "Die!" A magic circle appeared, releasing a chain of ringing charms. The invisible blades of pressure began to shatter. A figure emerged from the shadows, asking, "I was wondering what was taking you so long. I figured something must have happened." The thieves cried out in sheer joy, We're saved!" Jamie eyed the newcomer warily, thinking, he shattered that last attack so easily. "Who is this guy?" Siegfried turned to Jamie, whispering his assessment. "It's obvious he's on the master level. Do you think we're at a disadvantage?" Jai asked back, feeling helpless. "Why are you asking me? You're the adult here." Then, turning away, he muttered, "Do we really have to fight? We just need our stuff back, right?" Siegfried replied, "Well, there's no point in capturing them. Someone's already on their trail anyway." He then addressed the newcomer. "My apologies. Can we negotiate?" The man replied, "And here I thought you came to capture us. What do you want?" Siegfried stated his terms. "We will withdraw if you return the heart of the shadow sheep. After all, I did buy it." Jamie chimed in from behind. "And the omnipotent stone." Siegfried immediately added, "That's right, the omnipotent stone too." Then, as if realizing something, He turned to Jamie. Wait, we didn't buy that. Jai looked guilty. I'll explain later. Han turned to his group. Is that acceptable? The orange-haired man told the red-haired one beside him. Ramu, give it back to them. The red-haired man tried to save a little face. Hey, just so you know, kid, we were going easy on you. Jai shot back, surprised. Oh, really? Want to go another round? The man who had just appeared laughed. Ah, it's not that we don't trust you, but we'll just check to be sure. Suddenly, Siegfried cried out, Young master, your hair! Jamie, who was opening the chest, looked up in surprise. He panicked, thinking, my disguise magic was dispelled, but I didn't feel any flow of mana. Wait, that emerald hair, a member of House Welton? Are you Jamie Welton? The man named Han had a look of pure joy on his face as he realized something. So what Burrell said was true. Ha ha ha! Siegfried, confused, asked Jamie, Humph, you know this guy? Just as confused, Jamie replied, I've never seen him before in my life. He then asked Han, Hey mister, do you know a guy named Onik? Han's face twisted into a vicious snarl. Mister? Jamie stepped closer to explain. I was just asking if you knew him. Han was trembling with rage but calmed himself down. Forget it. I'm stronger, and I'm the adult here. No need to get worked up over this. He then lifted his chin, introducing himself with immense pride. Yes, I know him. We are all vanguards. Siegfried was stunned to hear those words. He immediately stepped in front of Jamie protectively. Young master, this is dangerous. Please, fall back, Jai asked, confused. What's going on? The rebel force trying to conquer the Harmonia Kingdom on the western continent. Their leaders are all called vanguards. Jamie's thoughts raced. Harmonia. I heard the uprising was because of corruption, so the ringleaders are the vanguards? Han offered a friendly smile. Let's get out of here first. I'll explain everything later. The longer we stay, the more painful it'll get. Siegfried warned him, you'd better have a very thorough explanation. The scene shifts to the auction host, who is now standing before a guard, screaming, What do you mean you couldn't catch the intruders? The auction hall was in complete ruins, everything smashed to pieces. The host continued his tirade. You bragged about being a master fighter. Do you know how much we paid you? The guard had already turned to leave. It's time. Let's fulfill our contract. The scene changes again. In a snow-covered forest, late at night under a full moon, 2 teleportation circles appear in a wide valley. Han grinned brightly. Wow, this is amazing. Teleportation on this level without a magic circle? Siegfried cut him off. Cut the crap, Siegfried asked sternly. What brings a rebel force to Sam? Don't tell me you plan on starting a rebellion here too. Han just laughed casually. We're not a rebel force. We're freedom fighters. We only came to Sam to pick up a few things. How could Biro, an enforcer, do something like this to his own homeland? Jamie asked impatiently. So what are you after? Han's anger flared again, but he chanted in his mind, Let it go. We're all adults here. The orange-haired man behind him, thinking Han was being too polite, spoke up instead. I'm the one responsible for this. Since Ilias is keeping an eye on you, it's fine if I tell you. This is what we're after. He then presented a golden cube with inscriptions on its surface and explained, A long time ago, there was a monster that the vanguard sealed away in the Kenton volcano. This is the key to releasing Vios. Jamie's mind reeled. Vios Black, the skill creator, Chekmun, the ocean controller, and Viomos, the great beast. These were the demons Diablo himself had created to challenge the 12 gods. Is Vios still alive? I thought it was lost in the Great War, that it had died. As his mind raced, something didn't add up. All those traces they kept finding at SAM. Was that really a coincidence? Suddenly, Han, who was standing across from them, spoke up. That's enough, isn't it? We'll be going. Z agreed. All right. The man slung the rattle over his shoulder, flashing a friendly smile at the boy. See you around. But then, the giant bodyguard from before appeared out of thin air. So this is your little hideout, huh? You damn thieves. Even Siegfried felt his breath catch, overwhelmed by this immense power. Han was totally shaken, demanding, Those numbers, who are you? In a flash, the giant guardian was in his face, his fist radiating pure power. Your skills are worthless. A single punch sent Han flying. He then clenched his fist, sneering arrogantly. Let me introduce myself. I am Darius. My level, 2.01, the alias, Supreme Dark Ruler. In a blur, Braha shot toward him, her eyes burning with rage. You bastard! Darius didn't even seem phased, casually landing an elbow strike that made her cough up blood. Level 0.55. This isn't a playground for the weak. A red-haired man named Ramu and an orange-haired woman, Asia, rushed forward in a panic, calling Braha's name. But Darius effortlessly grabbed both their heads and smashed them together. 0.73, 0.49. That applies to you too. He then tossed them aside like trash. Han, however, was still standing there, analyzing the situation with a cunning smile. They caught up. I guess it's my turn, huh? He raised his rattle, and it began to pulse with a brilliant light. With a confident smirk, Han unleashed a wave of energy straight at his opponent. Take this! The sheer force of the blast shattered the ground. Han kept shaking the bell, causing massive explosions to erupt right where Darius was standing. Status change, empathy, a counter skill that reflects all damage taken back onto the enemy. With one final blast, Darius was sent crashing face first into the dirt. Han raised his rattle one last time, pouring even more power into his attack. I'll end this right here. Darius struggled to bring his hands up to defend himself as a giant sphere of energy formed, turning the entire area into a desolate crater. Jamie watched the scene unfold in complete shock. Just how many monsters like this were there in the frontier? When the dust finally settled, Han asked expectantly, "Did I get him?" A new reading appeared, level 1.71. Darius emerged from the smoke without a single scratch on him. Asterisk. Is that some kind of reality warping authority? It seems useful, but it's nothing compared to Ken. Asterisk. Han's face went pale. No effect at all. Darius's voice was low and threatening. Give me the item, and I'll let you die in peace. If you refuse, sorry to interrupt your little conversation. Siegfried cut in with a calm smile. But we're just customers, so I think we'll be leaving now. Darius's expression soured. And what if I say no? Siegfried's tone turned icy. Then I guess we'll have to cooperate. Jamie watched from the side, thinking, asterisk. This is my chance to repay my debt to the frontier. Asterisk. Siegfried glanced back at him. Young master, be careful of that one. He's Darius of the Shadowless Iron Fist. He was the underground arena champion for 10 years, and rumor has it he's defeated 2 sword masters. For some reason, a thrill shot through Jamie. Asterisk, a master of combat. Now this is getting exciting. Asterisk. Han turned to him, warning, Hey kid, you should get back. Jamie replied firmly, No, leave this to me. He then raised his hand, unleashing his own immense magical power. Remia lining. This is my creation artifact, Remia. In an instant, the world shifted, leaving only Jamie and Siegfried to face Darius in a separate dimension. Darius analyzed the situation. Asterisk, he created this pocket dimension, so he can freely manipulate anything within it. Spatial awareness. Asterisk. Even without sight, the user can perceive everything within their sphere of influence and understand its layout. After a moment, Darius let out an arrogant laugh and leaped towards the boy. The mage, Siegfried, struggled to conjure a spell in time. Darius slammed his fist into the ground, shattering the floor tiles and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. The two had already teleported to a new location. Seeing this, Darius roared in frustration. You little rats, heaven-piercing spear, 100-strike combo. Han appeared behind him, unleashing a barrage of energy arrows at Darius. But Darius suddenly whipped his head around, his gaze making Han freeze in terror. Space-time manipulation. From behind, Siegfried raised his hand, launching a magic attack toward him. Siegfried's point-of-view magic could manipulate space-time without any chanting. He yelled in a deep voice, Get away from me! The spell sent Darius spinning wildly before he was blasted in the back. Remia transformation, 5th layer. Jamie raised 2 fingers and began casting. Massive blocks of stone rained down from the sky, threatening to crush everything below. Darius, still unharmed, thought, asterisk. The space changed. Asterisk. A hand conjuring magic descended towards a figure in a crater. Omega Impact. A high-level destruction spell that annihilates a target by compressing the space around it. It turned out the one in the crater was Darius himself. After taking such a brutal beating, he was finally getting angry. A furious aura erupted, enveloping his entire body. Siegfried watched with concern. Asterisk. He's using his own aura as armor. Asterisk. Jamie made his own calculation. Asterisk. I guess I can't just stand back and watch anymore. Asterisk. A sphere of magic formed in his palm. Remia transformation. Endless abyss. Instantly, the ground beneath Darius crumbled away into nothingness. Asterisk. This kid's spatial manipulation is seriously annoying. Asterisk, he thought. He leaped into the air, his voice echoing, If I can help it, I don't like to kill children. Then, moving at blinding speed, he appeared right in front of Jamie, his fist cocked back for a devastating blow. But I understand if you hate me, kid. The force of the impact created a massive explosion. Young master, Siegfried cried out in horror. Han was also stunned, shouting Jamie's name. Suddenly, Darius reappeared, his face a mask of utter disbelief as he broke out in a cold sweat. How? Surprising, isn't it? A true master should never let his guard down. Jamie was lying right under his fist, but his expression was completely confident. On my. An artifact that completely nullifies all physical damage. One of Diablo's 3 divine superweapons. And if I swing this sword, a hand grabbed the hilt of a blade and drew it. Welton's sword style, first form, circle slash. Infinity version, space-shattering cleave. In an instant, Darius's entire body was engulfed by Jamie's immense power. Asterisk. Is this a sword technique? Asterisk, he thought. Jamie focused, calculating. Asterisk. It didn't reach him. I need one more strike. Asterisk, Welton sword style, variant, White Sea. A powerful torrent of water erupted, following the path of his sword. The attack was taking a huge toll on Jamie, but he pushed through the strain. Then suddenly, Darius caught the blade with his bare hand. Playtime's over. The pocket dimension began to destabilize and fade away. The floor tiles began to disappear. Darius was still holding onto the tip of Jamie's blade. The sight before him left the boy in a state of shock. Jamie's mind raced in horror. Asterisk. Did he just deactivate Remia with pure, raw strength? What kind of monster is he? Asterisk. Just then, Siegfried and Han rushed to his side. Young master! Kid! A triumphant grin spread across Darius's face. I never thought I'd meet someone like you. It's a pleasure to meet you, Jamie Welton. I'm a friend of your grandpa, Bill. Darius said it all with a shy, awkward smile. This complete 180 in his personality left the other two staring with their mouths wide open. Even Jamie couldn't process what was happening, his face completely blank as he muttered, "What?" After everyone had calmed down, the giant man began to explain. 10 years ago, I first met Gramps Bill at a pub, a place where the strongest fighters gather. He remembered the place being packed. Everyone was laughing and talking, and then their eyes met across the room. Instantly, by pure instinct, both of us recognized the power of the other. After that, we fought each other with everything we had, day after day. However, there was one single move he never used against me. Darius sat staring at two craters in the ground and asked his friend a question. Yo, my man, you're seriously not gonna let me see it? His friend shot back. Fine, if it's you, I guess I can trust you with this. Darius questioned him, confused. Trust you with what? His grandfather finally turned away, a grin spreading across his face. My grandson, its time has come. This is a secret art, passed down only to you. Watch closely. With that, he leaped onto a flat clearing. After giving a few final words, the lesson began. The name of this technique was Genesis. From where he stood, a colossal pillar of energy erupted, piercing the very heavens with overwhelming power. Darius's focus was absolute. He began to replicate the movements his grandfather had demonstrated. Behind him, the three youths watched with intense concentration. As he performed the move, erasing a chunk of reality itself, Darius spoke. Goo, this is just a copy of my most difficult technique. The world is completely unaware that this ultimate skill even exists, but Chill has already achieved the rank of master with it. This revelation left Jamie completely stunned. A master? The absolute peak a swordsman could ever hope to achieve. The solar sword of the Holy Temple, or Seam's spatial sword. Those were the closest anyone had ever come. But to this day, no human had ever reached that legendary realm. Finishing the demonstration, he turned to the boy. Did you get all that? Jamie stepped forward and replied, not completely. He then clenched his fist, his eyes burning with resolve. But if I continue down the path of the sword, it means I'm stepping into your domain. Darius smirked. Exactly. I'm looking forward to seeing just how far you can go. Don't you dare disappoint me. Han, completely clueless, piped up. Wait, that's it? I thought for sure you were here to bust us. Ziff, sweating bullets, shot back. Dude, are you insane? Why would you even say something so stupid? It's fine, Darius said, waving a dismissive hand. I'll just pretend I didn't hear that. My only goal was to meet Shabil's grandson. See you around. Siegfried shot Han a death glare. Nice going. Genius. Thanks to you, Fran's reputation is in the toilet. What? Han glared right back. While the two argued, Jamie was lost in thought. Sapst, asterisk. I'm sure I heard them say they were going to break the Vimo's seal. Asterisk. Asterisk. But right now, that's not my priority. Asterisk. Asterisk, I should use this chance to heal him. Asterisk Ija was sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Jamie knelt beside him. By my command, he channeled healing magic into the injured man. Han turned back, his eyes wide with surprise. Whoa, you're healing him? Thanks, man. Don't thank me yet, Jamie said, his tone dead serious. If you're really grateful, let me meet Vios. Ija's mind screamed. Asterisk. Absolutely not. Asterisk. But the words that came out of his mouth were, of course. If you wish, just follow us. He was horrified. Asterisk, W, Y. Why did I just agree to that? Asterisk, Jamie glanced back, a sly look in his eyes. Asterisk, perfect. Asterisk, he thought with a triumphant smirk. Asterisk, I'm finally going to find Vios. Asterisk, Braha leaned against a rock. But master, have you forgotten what Alex said? Jamie froze. Ah, I totally forgot. Let me contact them now. A voice echoed from the communication orb. Master, why are you calling? It's urgent. We found the ones who were sold. But before Asia could finish, the person on the other end cut him off. Wait, I'll have to call you back. Release them, you fiend. Hearing that familiar voice, Jamie's head snapped up in shock. Asterisk. Wait a second. Was that Venna's voice? Asterisk flashback to a few hours earlier. Could on a dark city street. Phew. Glad I got away. Venna ducked into a dark alley, catching her breath. But where's Master? Did he leave me behind again? Suddenly, a desperate cry for help pierced the air. Venna jumped, startled by the scream. The ring on her finger spoke. Asterisk, that is an elf. Asterisk, asterisk, to think I didn't sense their presence. It must be true. Asterisk, her mind flashed back to the two figures she saw in an iron cage. Asterisk, the elves who were sold at the auction. Asterisk, asterisk, they're probably being tortured right now. Asterisk, she bit her lip, her expression hardening with resolve. Then, she charged out, shouting, Fan! Provide support! We're saving them! The ring glowed in response. Understood. Back in the present, Venna burst onto the scene, yelling at the person before her. Let them go, you monster! The other person just shouted back in confusion. I should be asking you that! Where did you take the elves? A drop of liquid landed on her head. Then another. Realizing something was wrong, she slowly looked up. Above her, a massive beast was roaring, drool dripping from its jaws. The sight alone was enough to make her soul leave her body. Venna, on the other hand, just looked annoyed. How did this slime ball even get here? She spoke with a grim tone. I can't even imagine it biting someone. Looks like this beast needs some serious retraining. Then, gripping her weapon, she charged. The other girl yelled out a warning. Hey, that thing's dangerous. Venna leaped into the air, bringing her warhammer crashing down on the beast's head. Sit! It howled in pain and collapsed to the ground. Its eyes spun wildly as a huge lump formed on its head. Venna landed and asked, looking confused, What's the big deal? Fan, the signal isn't from this girl. It's from over there. The girl on the ground just stared, completely helpless. Hold on. Then, a look of pure terror crossed her face. Asterisk, did she just talk to her hammer? Asterisk, she thought to herself. Asterisk, she took down that massive beast in a single hit. Just who is she? Asterisk. The scene shifts to a dark dungeon, where a guard stood watch at a gate. Venna peered inside, her voice tight with worry. Shh. The door's locked. Inside are the two slaves from the auction. The white-haired girl stepped forward. Get back. That's a sealing spell, Venna thought to herself, confused. Asterisk. Wait, are we on the same side? Asterisk. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed out. Who goes there? The shout made both girls jump in fright. A burly man appeared, pointing a finger at them. Get those intruders. His partner obeyed instantly, drawing his sword and charging the two girls. Venna quickly raised her warhammer to block the heavy blow. She struggled under the force, thinking, Asterisk, he's too strong. We're no match for him. Asterisk, you little rats. The guard snarled with a wicked grin. Time to die. Venna's heart pounded with fear. Even her weapon trembled in her hands. Asterisk, this is bad. He's coming. Asterisk. But suddenly, a magic circle materialized behind them. It shot forward, striking the vile guard and making him scream in agony. Arr! Jamie appeared with a smirk on his face. Seriously? You can't even handle a lowlife like this? He was holding the blonde old man by the head as he called out cheerfully. Venna, Master, she replied, and he gave his orders. Leave this to me. Get the elves to safety. Venna immediately protested, worried. I'm sorry, Master, but I can't leave you alone. Go, he insisted. At that, she knew she couldn't argue. Yes, sir. With that, she turned and led the wounded away. The old blonde man scrambled free from Jamie's grip. As he fled, he muttered in terror, that emerald hair, a mage. It can't be. Oh, so you know who I am? Jamie asked with a cold smile. Since you were smart enough to recognize me, I'll grant you a special favor. The old man collapsed to the ground, trembling with pure, unadulterated fear. Jamie continued, his voice dripping with malice. Consider it an honor. Your body is now filled with the blood of a leviathan. A moment later, only dark red bloodstains remained on the floor. Braha rushed in, calling out desperately. From inside, Venna, holding bandages, smiled warmly. Oh, an elf. Don't worry. Everything is all right now. Tears of joy streamed down Braha's face. She knelt down, looking at Venna with pure gratitude. Thank you. Thank you so much. How can I ever repay you? Venna, a little surprised, replied, Oh, it was nothing, really. Then, as if realizing something, Braha's eyes widened. But why is a Valkyrie here? Venna blinked in surprise. Huh? You know about the Valkyries? That red hair. Braha's voice grew louder with shock. Don't tell me you're... Venna just stared back, completely lost. My hair? Braha grabbed her hands, her face alight with pure joy. Oh my gods, princess, you're alive! Venna, utterly confused by everything, could only ask, Princess? Tears streamed down Braha's face as she spoke, her words tumbling out. We all thought you went missing 10 years ago. Princess, you must come with me. If we return to our homeland now, stop right there. Jamie appeared, his voice laced with annoyance. She's my student. Try to take her, and you'll have to go through me. Braha, not backing down an inch, retorted through her tears. What? This concerns the very survival of our race. A human like you has no right to interfere. Both of you, stop it! A loud voice cut through the tension as a staff slammed into the ground. Han strode in, reminding them. We can't delay the mission any longer. Braha, Alex, take the elves to the shelter, now. Jamie quickly turned away, not forgetting to give Venna an order. And Venna, you head back to the tent. She immediately replied, Yes, sir. Suddenly, Braha pushed a magic orb into her hand. Here, take this. Venna still had no idea what was going on, but she took it. Okay. Before she left, Braha gave her one last instruction. If you ever want to meet your family, use this orb to contact me. Let's go, Alex. Model. Venna clutched the orb, her heart heavy with sorrow. She pictured her family on a lonely cliff, gathered together. I have longed for you for an eternity. Jai's gaze was locked on the key of V's release as it was lowered. Finally, I get to see you again. The moment the key made contact with the seal below. Who dares to awaken me? A voice boomed as a colossal pillar of light engulfed the entire mountain. The pact between myself and her has ended. Who is waking me? Vios appeared, hovering in the air in a tiny form, as the three stared down in utter disbelief. Did you even wake it up the right way? It's so small. But Vios was absolutely ecstatic. Has the final revelation finally arrived? Han looked down at the tiny creature, completely helpless. We've come to ask for your aid, according to the contract of our ancestors. The what day? J of who? Vios tilted his head in confusion. Huh? You foolish mortals. You woke me without knowing a single thing? I was supposed to be awakened in 66,666 years on the day of revelation. Did Siora not tell you anything? It certainly has been a while. Suddenly, a voice echoed inside its mind. It was Jai. He gave the creature a radiant smile. I have returned. He may look a bit different, but this energy. Vios was so happy he began to cry. Master. Vios looked up at him with eyes full of longing. Jai touched its hand and let out a gasp. Wow, you're actually pretty cute. It cried out, overcome with emotion. Master. But Han cut their touching story short. Let it go. I need to talk to you about this tiny cow. A kid is just a kid, after all. Jamie then sent a telepathic message to Vios. Keep it hidden for now. We can't let them find out, so just play along. Then he turned back to Han. Yes, sir. Vios also replied obediently. Understood, Master. Siegfried and Jamie then walked away, talking and laughing together. Siegfried said, If you're done here, then let's go. Jamie replied cheerfully. Yep. He then sent a final telepathic message to Vios. I'll be back tonight, so be sure to wait for me. The little creature replied, filled with pure joy. You have to come back! The scene shifts. A bright moon hangs in a deep violet sky, while down below, tangled trees cast terrifying shadows. A voice cut through the chilling silence. So, you've awakened. A figure stepped forward, as if newly reborn. The other spoke. Everything happened exactly as you said it would. Another person, leaning against a tree with their arms crossed, replied with a smirk, Of course. It had to, right? In another room, a voice echoed, Family? A family? Venna sat on her bed, hugging the orb to her chest, her head bowed in self-doubt. No, I already have a master. He's the one who rescued me from that hellish academy. Suddenly, Jamie pushed the door open, calling her name. Venna quickly hid the orb behind her back and replied to him, Master! She then forced a pained smile. We're leaving Zenderman tomorrow, he replied bluntly. That's right, and from now on, don't follow me. The words struck Venna like a physical blow, leaving her speechless. What? Why? Why am I so weak all of a sudden? She recalled the images of being scorned in battle. If she comes, she will only be a burden. You are so pathetic. She questioned herself relentlessly. Is that why? Am I nothing but a burden? Her eyes filled with despair. I've let my master down. Go to the east. A voice commanded again. Venna flinched and asked, What? Jai continued. I will definitely save a spot for your return. Go, and reclaim the power of the Vakijid. Venna was horrified, calling out to his retreating back. Master, I. Jamie was already walking away, leaving her with one last sentence. You know how to contact Fran, right? Now get some sleep, and get out. Venna stood in stunned silence for a moment, unable to speak. The orb slipped from her hand. Master. She ran to the closed door and bowed her head. Thank you. For everything. Jamie was still standing just outside. A satisfied smile crept across his face. Inside, Venna was still bowing, her shoulders shaking with sobs. I will definitely return stronger. Meanwhile, back at the snow-covered mountain, Jamie approached with a friendly smile and asked, Hey, have you been waiting long? Vios cried out, overwhelmed with emotion. Master! And then Jamie smacked him with incredible force. You've gotten arrogant and started talking rudely, haven't you? Vios's face went as pale as a sheet of paper. He broke into a cold sweat and gasped. It really is you, Master. In its heart, it thought. His actions are exactly the same as before. Jamie leaned down and looked at it intently. So, what happened? Vios sat up, took a deep breath, and slowly began to tell his story. Well, about that. Diablo Volpia left after the final battle. When you said, I will definitely return, don't follow me, a few days later, the demons could no longer sense your presence. Chokmun, the wise serpent, said that you would come back. He told us to hide from the sight of the 12 gods and wait for you. So Vios hid at the bottom of a volcano and waited for its master. However, the longing for its master was too great. One day, an elf appeared and said, I will help you fall into a deep sleep and release you from your pain. However, you must promise that you will help Fran in the future. After I fell into a deep sleep that day, my body gradually shrank, and even the way I speak has changed. The tiny Vios now stood in the palm of Jamie's hand. He continued his questioning. Do you know what happened to Chukmun? It answered after a moment of thought. I don't know where he is, but I am certain he is still alive. But what about Break? Jamie snapped his fingers, summoning Break, and asked casually. You two were quite close, weren't you? Break. Seeing its old friend, Vios cheered with delight. Break! It hugged Break and caringly asked if he was okay. Break could only reply. Bibi! A moment later, Jamie spoke. I have a mission for you. Follow Fran and find out about a person named Isis. It immediately replied, I will accept this mission. Okay, Jamie continued. And one more thing, I have another request. This word made it confused. A request. Not an order? Break chirped beside it. Bye. Jamie sat down and said, A girl named Venna will go with you. She is my subordinate and also my friend. Please take care of her. Vios jumped for joy. Yahoo! A new friend. Don't you worry. A new comrade, he thought. You must become stronger, so I can trust you to watch my back in the war that will one day break out. Meanwhile, at Arth Mana, you retrieved the item, didn't you? Siegfried appeared in Lady Curiel's shop. He flashed a friendly smile. Please confirm it. On the table was a box containing the heart of a shadow sheep. Lady Curiel replied, Oh, so you actually got it. Then she threw something to him and said, This is what you requested for payment. Siegfried caught it with a bright smile. I'll use the check you gave me last time, since I got a free item on that occasion. She also seriously picked up the heart box and replied, Fine. As long as there are no problems with the merchandise in the future, I don't really care. Jamie, who was sitting nearby, stood up to look at the object in the box. This is a fragment, Siegfried said. You know what it is. A fragment. A meteor fragment from the asteroid Ian that crashed into the continent 100 years ago. Eternal mana is condensed inside of it, where mana is absorbed from nature and amplified by 2,000 times. What are you planning to use it for? Jamie asked. Siegfried just grinned slyly and gave a non-answer. That's a secret. As the two boys were bickering, Lady Curiel spoke up. I have something to discuss with this kid. You can go now. Siegfried turned back to look at him and asked, confused, What is it about? Jamie immediately teased back and replied, That's a secret. Lady Curiel couldn't stand it anymore and yelled, Just get out of here now. Siegfried could only sigh and turn away. All right. After he closed the door, she turned back and said, Okay, take me there. To the shadow world, the two stood opposite each other over a magic circle. She said, With this, the preparations are complete. Jamie immediately replied, Then I will begin. A magic sphere hovered between them. To the other side of the world, the opposite of light, the world of the night. The light from the sphere grew stronger and stronger with each passing moment. O king, you who reign over the darkness, grant me your consent. A gateway to the other side. A space opened up, revealing glittering stars within. Lady Curiel and Jamie stood before the incredibly mysterious gate to the other world. Mrs. Curiel was so happy she was about to run in. Finally. But suddenly Jamie stood in front of her, blocking her way. Wait, she snapped, her voice sharp. What kind of trick are you trying to pull? He quickly tried to explain. Hey, I have free stuff too. I'll use it to pay back what I borrowed. Once the item is returned, the soul pact is nullified. I'm not in any danger anymore. You can only enter after getting my permission. After hearing him out, Curiel's tone softened. You should have just said so from the start. Jamie glanced back over his shoulder. He had already stepped through the gate to another world. Kiriel was getting ready to follow, but standing before him was the silhouette of a woman. This energy, this power. The shadow's two eyes began to glow intensely, and a voice called out, "Ah, so you have returned. Diablo Volpia." Many years ago, Venus, a world traveler, had met Diablo in her human form, the sworn enemy of the 12 gods. A rare human. And you're the incarnation of a hero? How ridiculous. However, he lost the Great War, along with all of his comrades. Venus slipped past the watchful eyes of the 12 gods, brought him to her world, and gave him access to a part of the Shadow Realm. Jamie's past self smiled, gazing at the object in his hands. I've perfected it. A new power, dark mana, had been created. And yet, the story goes that he was ultimately killed by the 12 gods. So, what happened? The woman inside asked. And what's with this adorable form? Jamie replied grimly. I didn't die. I was sealed. When I woke up, I was already in this body. She shot back mockingly. How amusing. So, what is it this time? He answered. Someone wants to come here, she thought for a moment before agreeing. I'll grant them permission. Jamie stepped back out and told Kiriel. You can just go straight ahead. Overjoyed, she cried out, Ah, finally. As she entered the space, she left him with one last message. I left a few things for you in the shop. The otherworldly Avalon. It should be useful to you. She explained it was a staff made from a magic stone from Mount Taring, one of the 6 great forbidden zones in the world. An immense amount of mana was measured at its core. No one could get near it because it was a poison lake with an endless whirlpool. Hearing this, Jamie had to ask, that sounds incredibly expensive. Why would she give it to me? My son, Pin, is about your age. An image of her son appeared. Jamie was a little stunned. I can finally see my son, Kiriel said as she stepped through the portal. Jamie fell silent. What she would see in there would only be an illusion of the dead. That place was hell. He watched her small figure go, then sadly closed his eyes. For her, it would be a place of eternal peace. A moment later, footsteps emerged from the gate. Hiding his true feelings, Jamie just said, Let's go. The two started walking. Siegfried spoke up from ahead. It's time to say goodbye to St. Derman. Jamie immediately asked, Are we going to the demon world now? He didn't deny it. Of course. After all, that's our final destination. Siegfried rambled on cheerfully. So on the way, how about you tell me some of your stories? Your time as the all-powerful young master, or maybe the one about Princess Vakiji. That sounds fun. Jamie felt a little hopeless. Asterisk, I really thought he'd drop the subject. Asterisk, the scene shifts. 2 weeks later, the pair flies toward a city half hidden in swirling mist. This is the demon world, Jamie exclaimed. It's colder than I thought. Siegfried just laughed. Well, the first king built this city himself. It's generating a massive magic circle. A huge circular array materialized over the entire city. Jamie couldn't see it. What magic circle? Siegfried just hummed. If I told you, it wouldn't be any fun. Jamie sulked. Yeah, right. I figured you wouldn't tell me anyway. The best medicine of the Apopes X era. A massive ship hovered in the sky, floating above a tall building that housed the nearest pharmacy. As they walked, Jamie looked all around them. The magic technology in the demon world is insane, Siegfried explained. That's how this place rivals the Magic Kingdom. Then he handed Jamie a piece of paper. I'm heading to the shop, so you can just explore for a bit. The young master read it carefully and replied, Okay. Siegfried sighed teasingly. It'd be a real problem if you got lost, so I'll give you this. A magic map for finding lost kids. Jamie was annoyed but couldn't do anything about it. Asterisk. Ugh. Seriously? Asterisk. The scene changes to another street, where a blue-haired girl is running, clutching a bag with tears welling in her eyes. Asterisk. I told him I'd be there before the opening ceremony. I'm going to be so late. Asterisk. This is Anne Hofmeier, a student at Phoenix Academy. Suddenly, an idea lit up her eyes. Asterisk. Since it's the opening ceremony, Siegfried and the family head will both be there, right? What if I show them the new magic I learned? Asterisk, imagining herself being praised, she gave herself a mental thumbs up. Amazing, Anne. I never realized you had such talent. Will you be my disciple? He even handed her flowers. The thought made Anne practically jump for joy. Yes, master. Suddenly, she stopped as she passed Jamie. Her curiosity piqued. Asterisk. A little kid? All by himself? Is he a new student? Asterisk Anne Hof remembered a time when she too stood alone, lost and in tears. Where am I? She gave a wry smile. Asterisk, I used to get lost all the time. Asterisk. Down below, Jamie was looking up, intrigued. Asterisk. That's a flying ship. Having one of those would be super convenient. Asterisk. Hey kid. Suddenly, a hand tapped his shoulder. Jamie whipped around with a terrifying glare and jumped, startled by his expression and momentarily speechless. He turned fully toward her. You want something from me? She cautiously stepped back and panicked internally. Asterisk. What was that icy glare just now? Did I see that right? He's just a kid. Asterisk. When she didn't answer, Jamie coldly turned away. If you don't want anything, then get lost, and immediately blurted out. Wait, are you a new student at Phoenix Academy? Jamie asked, confused. What? What academy? She grabbed his hand to stop him. This is no time for that. The opening ceremony is about to start. Jamie, who was just minding his own business, now had a completely baffled look on his face as she dragged him away. Humph. He let her drag him along anyway. The scene shifts. Asterisk, I only came along because I had nothing better to do. But is this weird girl actually a student here? Asterisk, he thought, as Anne pulled him forward. All around them were students who had already gathered. This was the most prestigious school in the demon world, Phoenix Academy. An imposing portrait of a man hung on the wall, surrounded by the sounds of chatter and laughter. This was Amel Hall, where the opening ceremony was being held. All the students were gathered and seated, and turned back to Jamie with a bright smile. What do you think? It's amazing, right? He just sighed internally. Asterisk. I'm already getting tired of this. Asterisk. Then, she suddenly beamed, clasping her hands together. Welcome to the academy. He tried to explain, wait, I'm not a new student. Anne's thoughts suddenly shifted. Asterisk. Oh, right, my mission. Asterisk. She had completely forgotten what she was supposed to be doing. She bolted, leaving him with a quick, I have to go. Jamie was speechless. Asterisk. That girl. Asterisk. He sighed. It's almost time to meet the 7 elders. I should get going. You. Suddenly a voice rang out. Someone was pointing a trembling finger at Jamie, shouting in absolute fury. Why? Why are you here? This was Lennon Simon, the second son of Count Simon, Jamie W.L. Before he could finish, Jamie pointed to himself with a confused look. Who are you? Lennon froze solid. His mind flashed back to the day he knelt before Jamie. Asterisk. He doesn't remember? I still have nightmares about it. Asterisk. A terrifying giant eye appeared in his mind's eye, but then he remembered his father's words. I will teach you magic. After his father started training him, things got better. He was even praised. You're quite good. You're ready for the academy. Asterisk. Do I really have to fight this monster again? Asterisk. Lennon's thoughts spiraled into a panic. Jamie turned back and asked again. I asked who you are. Lennon flinched and stammered in response. Lennon Simon. Jamie's memory finally clicked. Simon, he said nonchalantly. That arrogant brat, huh? I told Count Simon to teach him a lesson. A wave of dread washed over Lennon. Asterisk. Why did I have to come to the academy? Asterisk. He's already level 3? Not bad. Asterisk. Lennon pointed a shaky finger at him and asked, Don't tell me you're enrolling here too. Jai sighed. So the reckless brat has learned how to joke. But I'm not laughing. Just then, Siegfried approached from behind. Young master, what are you doing here? I've been looking everywhere for you. Seeing him, and gasped from the side. Huh? Young master? Young master, Jamie? The constant calls made him sigh in frustration. Jamie glanced back. Is she your disciple or something? Siegfried forced a laugh. No, that's not it at all. Let's get going! Everyone is waiting! A voice cried out from behind them. Let me through! Young master, wait! And lunged forward, shouting, Please, wait for me! But it was too late. With a flash of magic, both of them had vanished. Tears streamed down Anne's face. He's gone. Damn it. That incomprehensible kid. Hearing this, Anne turned to the old man. Are you talking about the boy with the young master? The man snapped back irritably. What, you don't know who he is? He then grit his teeth, his voice a low growl of fury. Jamie Welton, the damn monster known as the great genius of the human realm. Anne, however, still seemed completely unfazed. Aha, Jamie. Then, the name finally registered. Her eyes went wide in disbelief, turning to stone as she stared blankly ahead. The old man beside her was also frozen solid, his head bowed in utter shock. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the hall. Jamie Welton! Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Demon World's central Mage Tower, the banner of the tower hung ominously within. A voice broke the silence. So, we finally get to meet him. A circle of powerful figures sat around a conference table. At its center, a magical projection of the tower glowed brightly. Fourth Elder, Daeon Flores of the noble faction. He pointed a finger to his chest, a small smile on his lips. I am greatly looking forward to meeting the continent's great genius. Another man leaned back in his chair with his arms crossed. The Third Elder, of the Emperor's faction. His face twisted into a sneer. All of you are overreacting, he added with a mocking tone. He's nothing more than a little brat. Hearing this, the Sixth Elder, Adel Heven, of the neutral faction, spoke up. She pointed directly at the third elder, letting out a loud laugh. Ha ha. Oh my, third elder. She paused for effect. It sounds like you're terrified. A 10-year-old boy is going to take your seat. Isn't that right? Her voice dripped with sarcasm. Listening to the argument, the fifth elder, Luke Fren, leader of the neutral faction, gave an awkward smile. Blushing, he asked her, Adele, why would you say such a thing? But Adele Hoven simply sat up straighter, placing her hands on the table, and tilted her head with pride. Was I wrong? Across the table, Serpent Zeron saw her triumphant expression and ground his teeth. He was trembling with rage as he shouted, You witch! Just as a fight was about to break out, a calm laugh cut through the tension. Ha ha, let's all cool our heads. A man with a large, neatly braided beard spoke up. We can't welcome our guest with such a shameful display. At that, the second elder, Ma Lin Mayo of the noble faction, crossed his arms. His eyes closed in contemplation as he confirmed, he has arrived. Right on cue, someone began to enter through the doorway. A polite voice rang out. It is an honor to meet all of you. The voice trailed off. The boy stepped fully into view, his gaze sweeping over the room with unwavering confidence. I am Jamie Welton, son of House Welton. The atmosphere in the room instantly tensed. Stunned into silence, the fifth elder, Luke Fren, narrowed his eyes in disbelief. That boy is, he stammered. Next, the sixth elder, Adel Haven, stared wide-eyed in astonishment. At least, sixth class, she whispered in a panic. The fourth elder, Dayon Flores, merely scoffed, his expression full of contempt. But the second elder, Malin Mayo, looked up with keen interest. He thought to himself, the boy has grown tremendously since we last met. Jamie's eyes scanned their faces, his guard up. So, these are the elders, he thought. He quickly added, It seems they are all at a higher level than me. His gaze then landed on the third elder, Serpent Zeron, who was glaring at him, trembling with fury. Jamie calmly amended his assessment. Except for him, Jamie sized him up. He's a sixth-class mage? Meanwhile, a vein pulsed on the elder's forehead as he seethed, muttering under his breath, a brat like him. But Jamie paid him no mind, continuing his cold analysis. It seems his inferiority complex has completely stifled his growth. Just then, the friendly voice of the second elder, Ma Lin Mayo, broke the tension. He smiled and waved at Jamie. It's been a while, hasn't it, Jamie? You seem much stronger now. He offered the boy a genuine compliment. Jamie returned the smile, his reply both humble and sharp. That is all thanks to the breathing method you taught me, elder. The elder chuckled, replying warmly. Indeed. It has been far too long. Marquis. As Jamie approached the table, the second elder, Ma Lin Mayo, walked beside him. He asked enthusiastically, Are you studying swordsmanship as well? He added his own thought. Then again, for someone like you, I imagine it would be no problem. Jamie bowed his head slightly. Thank you, sir. I hope I might have the chance to spar with you one day. Hearing this, the third elder, Serpent Zeron, let out a scornful laugh. Ha! A mage practicing swordsmanship? He sneered. Such words are fitting for a lowlife who only knows how to use his fists. At the insult, Jamie's expression hardened instantly. I suggest you watch your mouth. Beside them, second elder Malin Mayo shot Serpent a look of pure annoyance for the crude interruption. Jamie's gaze shifted to Serpent, his eyes filled with killing intent. Each word was a threat. My father. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. Is a master of physical training. Faced with this accusation, the third elder immediately began to stammer. That's not what I meant. Seeing him try to squirm his way out, Jamie let out a cold, angry laugh. Oh, is that so? His voice was dripping with venomous sarcasm. Perhaps your vocabulary is just too high class for me to understand. Behind Jamie, Siegfried covered his face, shaking as he tried to stifle his laughter. Don't laugh, don't laugh. Jamie's verbal assault left the third elder speechless, his face turning beet red. All he could manage to stammer out was, this. The man with the braided beard chuckled. It seems the third elder has indeed made a mistake. He then looked at Jamie with a placating smile. Perhaps he only had good intentions. I hope you won't hold it against him. This man was Ofen Jinger. Jamie recognized him instantly. He's the Emperor's advisor. He added another critical detail to his mental file, and one of the two archmages of the kingdom, known as the Sky Mage, a title earned from his ability to control the weather. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, a warm smile playing on his lips that didn't quite hide his immense pressure. Thank you for accepting our invitation. Welcome to the demon world. His voice grew heavy, pointedly calling him young mage. At that, Siegfried finally dropped his hand from his face, turning to Ofen with a frown. He is a sixth-class mage, he interjected. Isn't it rather rude to address him that way? Ofen just laughed cheerfully, crossing his arms. My apologies. This old man has been rude. He then turned back to Jamie with a familiar tone. You'll forgive me, won't you? Jinger reached for a steaming cup of tea on the table. His voice was laced with a hint of regret. If it were possible, he began, pausing for a moment. I would love to support your research facility. His gaze met Jamie's, his calm voice turning firm. But those who do not work, do not eat. Jinger stated plainly. That is the iron law of the demon world. His eyes flicked to the banner hanging in the room. He then posed a question to Jamie. What are your thoughts? Jamie simply stared back, a look of confusion on his face. Seeing the boy's bewilderment, Ofen clarified. Do you believe you have what it takes to become, his voice dropped to a near whisper, a member of the demon world? On the outskirts of the demon realm's capital, the streets were bustling with people. But in a quiet corner, Jamie Welton grimaced, tilting his head back with a heavy sigh. Siegfried, looking miserable beside him, furrowed his brow and finally spoke. This is just cruel, isn't it, young master? Jamie replied, his own mood just as grim. It's fine. Their minds flashed back to the conversation with Jinger in the conference room. He had leaned on the table, a sly smile on his face as he posed the question. The academy is in need of talented individuals. Is it not? Principal Siegfried. Hearing this, Siegfried sensed something was off. He narrowed his eyes and asked, why the sudden interest? The moment he got his answer, Jinger went straight for the kill. I'm hoping Jamie can become a temporary professor for just 1 month. Jamie's face darkened as he shot back in utter disbelief. What did you say? Siegfried was just as stunned, the words hitting him like a physical blow. He stared, completely dumbfounded. But in the next second, Jinger just roared with laughter, making the decision for them. Silence means you agree, doesn't it? Then, his voice filled with a twisted sort of trust, he added another layer of pressure. I'm sure with the principal's help, he'll be just fine. And he just kept on smiling. Back in the present, Siegfried, seething with frustration, spun on his heel. His face was a mask of fury as he declared, I have to go deal with that lunatic right now. Seeing this, Jamie's own expression soured. He awkwardly grabbed Siegfried's cloak to pull him back, forcing a strained smile to stop him. Don't. Then he tried to reassure him. It's really okay. Seeing Jamie still trying to endure the situation, Siegfried turned back to him, his voice firm. If anything unusual happens, you tell me immediately. Then he added, a serious look in his eyes. I may not look it, but I'm the principal. A bitter laugh escaped Jamie's lips as he challenged him. Ha. A principal who forgot about his own school's entrance ceremony? Just then, a group of excited children ran past, shouting, I can't wait to learn magic. A little girl beside them chimed in, Me too. Hearing them, Siegfried got all flustered, stammering out an excuse. No, listen, there was a reason for that. Jamie's eyes glazed over as he drifted into his own thoughts. He had sworn he would never take another student. He remembered a hand, blazing with a brilliant magical aura. He was at the center of it all, surrounded by children watching in silent awe. Light pulsed endlessly from his palm. He remembered cradling that light with both hands in a forest. And then he saw the children stand up, their own hands glowing with the same brilliant magic as they walked towards him. A child's voice called out to him, Master, look at this! Beside him, a little girl, glowing with her own success, added excitedly, And look at mine, too. He smiled, patting their heads with encouragement. But in the distance, a small red-haired girl couldn't do it. She stared, devastated, at her own empty palms, where not a single spark appeared. That night, under a full moon, a single light burned in a small house. The red-haired girl sat in the library, staring at her empty hands as she whispered in despair. I knew it. I can't do it. Her confidence was completely shattered. Just then, a hand glowing with soft light appeared from behind, gently touching her shoulder. Startled, the girl whipped her head around to look. He stood beside her, his voice soft as he pointed to the runes on the table, comforting her. There's no need to rush. The girl's jaw dropped as she absorbed his words. He then added one more piece of guidance. Just take it one step at a time. The very next day at their lesson, she finally did it. Her hands lit up as she called out with pure joy. Master, I did it too. Behind her, her friends all cheered, their faces bright with happiness for her. Seeing this, Jamie walked over and lifted her high into the air, praising her with a huge smile as the other children clapped in celebration. The memory faded, and Jamie returned to the present, lost in thought. Finally, with an unreadable expression, he came to a conclusion. Those children needed to see me leave. He walked past a group of new students, a word echoing in his mind. Students? The young mages, however, were just excited for their first day. Wait for me, Jamie solidified his resolve. It's only for a month. He then strode past the kids, walking faster and faster as a thought took hold. Don't think too much about it, Jamie told himself firmly. But in another part of the country, a piercing scream cut through the air. What? Under the full moon stood Phoenix Academy's female dormitory. Inside one of the rooms, a girl with red hair tied in a ponytail sat bolt upright on her bed, shouting in disbelief. "How could you not recognize Sir Jamie?" she demanded. His emerald eyes, Anne Meyer, on the next bed, could only offer a weak, apologetic smile. "Haha, I honestly don't know how I didn't realize it." She then covered her face, muttering in shame. I grabbed his hand and just dragged him away. Hearing this, her red-haired friend clutched her face, letting out a high-pitched fangirl squeal. "Ah, Sir Jamie held your hand." But after her excitement passed, Anne Meyer couldn't help but ask, "But why do you call him Sir Jamie? He seems pretty young." At those words, her friend shot up from the bed, cutting her off with a horrified shout. "What did you say?" Anne flinched back as her roommate stormed right up to her face. The redhead stared her down, demanding, "Are you for real or just playing dumb?" Without waiting for an answer, she launched into a passionate, proud explanation. "Sir Jamie is our guiding star." In her mind, she pictured his battle-worn scowl as the most charming thing in the world, complete with flowers and magical sparkles, as she recited his legend. The greatest genius of all time, the saint of the goddess Prisha. And, she added, the only son of the great House Welton. Hearing this over-the-top description, Anne just tilted her head back and sighed. "Yeah, okay. I had no idea." Then she dismissed it all. "Whatever, I'm going to study now." Her roommate just stared at her, completely exasperated. "You absolute fool." Suddenly, the redhead remembered something else. She clapped her hands together, a huge grin spreading across her face as she leaned toward Anne. "Oh, have you heard about even from the beta class?" Seeing her confused look, she quickly explained, "He took a booster potion, and his scores went through the roof." Anne looked up, surprised. "Huh? You mean the guy who was about to drop out because he couldn't keep up?" Seeing she remembered, her friend excitedly pulled out a small vial. "Exactly. So I bought one too," she announced with a grin. "And I got one for you." With that, she uncorked her own potion and chugged it down, peeking at Anne with one eye. "Well?" Anne simply shook her head. I don't need that." Anne frowned, refusing the offer. Seeing this, her roommate, still drinking, gave her a pointed look. "This is why I can't stand model students." She slammed the now empty vial on the table and asked brightly, "Anne, want to go eat?" Anne just repeated her earlier statement. "I told you, I have to study." Phoenix Academy's emblem is a book and sheaf of wheat, under 3 stars. It is a legendary institution for mages, founded by Amel Fel, the great wizard who helped build the entire kingdom of Seldom. The academy itself is a breathtaking sight, surrounded by powerful protective barriers. It's known as the most famous school in the demon world, boasting a history that spans hundreds of years. True to its name, the academy has produced thousands of magically gifted graduates. The next morning, at the school, a man with a gentle smile greeted Jamie warmly. "I've finally gotten the chance to meet you." He added, "I am the vice principal of the academy, Javelin Cutter." Outside the window, the first snowflakes of the season began to fall. As he led Jamie down the hall, he continued, "To host a guest as esteemed as yourself is truly my honor." Jamie replied with an equally polite smile. "The honor is all mine." He walked ahead with a confident smile and soon stood before the faculty council. He placed a hand on his hip and made his declaration. "I am Jamie Welton, your temporary professor." A wave of shocked whispers immediately erupted from below. "Who is he?" "It can't be," they murmured, staring at him in utter disbelief. Then, Jamie Welton broke into a friendly, eye-crinkling smile and said softly, "Let's all get along, shall we?" And just like that, the youngest professor in history was born. The name echoed through the hall. Jamie Welton. Someone stared at him as he stood there with his eyes closed, a faint smile on his lips, and whispered, "Did I hear that right?" Someone else chimed in, adding to his legend, the prodigy of House Welton. Just then, Vice Principal Javelin Cutter flashed a playful grin, opened a door, and looked right at Jamie Welton to make an announcement. "First, I'll take you to the conference room." Hearing this, Jamie glanced at the man, confirming the plan. "Ah, yes." The two of them sat across from each other at a guest table inside the room. The vice principal placed a book on the table, beginning to explain the academy's situation to Jamie Welton. "We divide our classes based on skill." This was the conference room Javelin Cutter had mentioned. He then pointed to the book and a ranking chart, explaining further that it wasn't based on age, but ability. They were split into elementary, middle, and high-level divisions. And each of those levels is further divided into sectors called Alpha, Beta, and Gamma. He added that Professor Jamie would be taking over the elementary Alpha class. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the books on the table snapped shut as he reminded Jamie, "Now then, go ahead and choose the subject you'll be teaching." At this, Jamie froze for a second, his eyes widening in surprise. The vice principal added, "Since you've come this far, it'd be amazing if you chose a difficult subject. You're quite the standout, after all." Hearing this, Jamie stared down at the papers spread across the table, thinking hard. After some self-reflection, he knew what he was most confident in. Black magic. But he immediately shot the idea down. But I can't possibly teach that. Javelin Cutter reached for the stack of papers, while Jamie wondered to himself if he could ever go back to that life. He then remembered his past life, before he practiced black magic. Arcane circles flashed in his mind as Javelin Cutter made a declaration, returning to the time when I was called the Infinite Mage. In a flash, an excited Javelin Cutter snatched a subject paper from the pile, smiling as he made his choice. I'll take this one. Seeing this, Javelin Cutter couldn't stop laughing, praising his decision. Haha, an interesting choice indeed. He then glanced at the clock, confirming the job with Jamie. I'll be looking forward to it. Then, he mumbled to himself. The meeting's about to start. I'll go get Professor Siver. With that, Mr. Ons left the room. Jamie Welton gazed out the window, a critical thought crossing his mind. Even though this building is 500 years old, none of the equipment has rotted away. Impressive. Suddenly, a girl's voice came from outside, her eyes fixed on him. Perhaps. Jamie whipped his head around, staring at her with a bewildered expression. It was Sophia, a professor at Phoenix Academy, gripping the doorframe with a curious look on her face as she asked him, Are you really Sir Jamie? Behind her, a crowd of other professors peeked in, a mix of curiosity and shy, blushing faces. In the next moment, they threw their hesitation to the wind and rushed in, completely surrounding him. One professor with blue hair clasped her hands to her chest excitedly, needing to confirm, I heard that you didn't back down even when you were fighting a demon. Seeing this, Jamie replied, completely baffled. Excuse me? A man beside her, his face full of adoration, excitedly asked him, You're definitely close friends with the disciple of the goddess Piro, right? Faced with their intense energy, Jamie felt cornered and stammered. Excuse me. But before he could get a word out, Sophia squealed. Ah, your emerald hair is just as beautiful as the rumors say, she gushed. The rest of the crowd quickly thrust out paper and pens, shouting, Please, could I have your autograph? Me too, me too. It made him lean back, completely flustered. A shadow crossed his face, terrified by their enthusiasm, as he screamed in his head. Why are they acting like this? A moment later, Vice Principal Javelin Cutter walked in cheerfully, gesturing towards Jamie as he spoke to Professor Siver, who was following him. This way, Professor Jamie is right over there. Siver looked where he was pointing, his face twisting awkwardly as he confirmed. Over. There? Noticing his strange tone, Javelin Cutter looked over and froze. He saw a chaotic crowd armed with pens and paper swarming Jamie Welton. He immediately rushed forward, placing himself in front of Jamie and scolding the ringleader, Professor Sophia. Professor, if you keep this up, you'll be in the way. Hearing this, the crowd behind her looked on awkwardly. Javelin Cutter then called out, Professor Siver. He too stammered a reply. Yes! They all quickly shuffled away, leaving behind a chorus of disappointed wails. Sir Jamie, please don't go. The two of them escaped into a room and shut the door. Professor Siver, standing next to him, offered his own analysis. It seems the professor's got a little carried away. He then added, It's because you're rather famous. Hearing this, Jamie asked doubtfully, Excuse me? Me? Seeing that he still didn't believe in his own popularity, Professor Siver added with a tone of awe and admiration. Yes, Sir Jamie, the magic prodigy, like the saint of the goddess Piro and the treasured son of House Welton. Hearing this, Jamie finally seemed to understand. Yes. Then the professor urged him on. Let's head to the meeting at Phoenix Academy's Elementary Alpha Division classroom. Inside the classroom, a boy rested his chin on his hand and smirked at the person next to him. Hey, model student, pulling an all-nighter again? This is Finn Bake, 16 years old. The person next to him replied cheerfully, Yep, this time I'm definitely moving up to the middle-level division, he declared with conviction. Hearing this, the first boy quickly uncapped a small vial. He closed his eyes and stated firmly, No matter what happens, I'm getting up there this year. Anne Mayer, sitting nearby, watched him drink it and asked in surprise, Huh? You're drinking that stuff too? She added. Bakey drinks that, you know. Finbake didn't answer, just tilted his head back and chugged the liquid. Anne, however, looked up and gasped. Whoa. In front of her, a red-haired boy with his bangs swept to the side walked past with a gloomy expression, but inside his head, he was acting like a total maniac, slicking back his hair with arrogance. There's not a single person here who can beat me. But on the outside, he just kept his hands in his pockets, putting on a cool and indifferent act, while his inner monologue continued. Looks like none of them are worth worrying about. He then plotted to quickly show off his talent and skip a grade. Suddenly, a voice shattered his thoughts. Hey, Red, Anne Mayer called out with a bright smile. We've met before, haven't we? Seeing her enthusiasm, he gritted his teeth and turned around, only to flinch and yell in annoyance. It's Leon! His hands were still jammed in his pockets, but his calm facade was cracking. Anne just kept smiling up at him and waved. Nice to meet you. What's your name? Seeing this, he just scoffed. Ah, then, he politely replied, it's Leon Simon. She heard him and repeated, Simon? Then confirmed, from House Simon, right? He gave a smug, arrogant laugh, thinking to himself with glee. That's right. Be jealous. I was different from all of you from the moment I was born. With that decided, he renewed his resolve. I'm going straight to the middle division. It's a given. But Anne's reaction was the complete opposite of what he wanted. She just said, whoa. Then she cupped her face with her hands, flashing a bright and friendly smile as if she understood everything. So you're Count Simon's son, she added. Just ask me if there's anything you don't know, okay? Leon Simon glared at her, absolutely fuming, screaming in his head. Who even is this girl? Suddenly, from the doorway, the familiar voice of Professor Siver rang out. It's been a while, everyone, he greeted them warmly. Are you all doing well? The whole class fell silent, their eyes fixed on him as they answered in unison. Yes, sir. Right after, he continued. I have someone I'd like to introduce to all of you. Come in, he urged. A figure quickly stepped through the doorway. It was Jamie Welton, looking around with an incredibly serious expression. From his seat, Leon Simon stared, his face turning dark as he screamed internally with dread. Why? Why are you here? Meanwhile, the classroom erupted in whispers. Is that emerald-colored hair? Someone else denied it. No way, it can't be. The entire hall's attention was focused on Jamie Welton and Professor Siver on the podium. Without waiting, Professor Siver pointed a hand towards Jamie and began the introduction. This person will be your new professor. He paused for dramatic effect, then emphasized the name, Jamie Welton. Jamie, meanwhile, just stared at the kids with a straight face. He then opened his mouth to greet them. It's a pleasure to meet you. But his voice was drowned out by the constant noisy cheers of the entire hall. Whoa! The crowd went wild, screaming his name as they shot to their feet. It was Lord Jaime. In an instant, the students swarmed down from their seats. The entire hall erupted into chaos, filled with excited shrieks. Whoa, it's Lord Jaime! Some students, still in disbelief, ran forward shouting, Is that really him? Professor Sai, flustered, tried desperately to stand in front of Jaime and hold the students back. But the students just kept screaming their heads off. Please, just one look over here. Jamie Welton let out a heavy sigh, his expression darkening. Then he shouted, Everyone, calm down! Raising a hand to his lips to signal for silence, a powerful wave of energy washed over them, instantly pacifying the rowdy students. A moment later, a massive surge of mana filled the hall, forcing everyone into silence. Then, he looked at the now embarrassed and awkward crowd of students and began to scold them. All of you, stop right there. Inside a magic academy. You're really causing a scene in front of your respected professor? Then Jamie Welton challenged them. Or is this the standard for the alpha class? Feeling his immense pressure, Lenong Xmong, who was sitting down, trembled and dropped his hand from his chin, a panicked thought running through his mind. Respected? What a joke. The boy cut himself off, then screamed internally with emphasis. He's a complete psycho! But Jamie Welton continued to question them. I am very disappointed with these first two sessions. Beside him, Professor Siver just stared blankly at his now silent students. Jamie then added his own serious thought to the lecture. But I will give you all one chance to redeem yourselves. He paused, then posed a question. Can any of you guess what subject I'll be teaching? Immediately, one student took a wild guess. Chemistry? Jamie replied to him, Sorry, but that's incorrect. Another student raised her hand hesitantly and asked, Understanding and analyzing the history of magic? Jamie Welton heard this and shot back a question of his own. Does a useless subject like that even exist? Many other students still wanted to guess. Suddenly, a fist shot up into the air. It was in Mayer. She looked at him confidently and offered her deduction, her fist still held high. Professor, since you're an Archmage-level mage, you wouldn't be teaching a normal subject. She added that there were advanced subjects like understanding the aspects of attributes and magic circles, but then she refuted her own point. But we learned about energy in middle school, she finally concluded, her voice full of conviction. So, you'll be in charge of the magic circles course, right? Hearing this, Jamie Welton looked up at the young girl, a thought suddenly clicking in his mind. Isn't she the girl I met at the entrance ceremony? He assessed her internally. It seems she doesn't have much mana, but she's in the alpha class. Then, Jamie calmly snapped out of his thoughts and confirmed her guess with a soft voice. That is correct. He then made sure to praise Anne Mayer. Your analytical skills are excellent. At that, she excitedly pumped one fist while flashing a peace sign with the other, her eyes crinkling into a joyful smile. Yes, I got it right. Next to her, Fimba Tich gave her a thumbs up and a smile, exclaiming in admiration, just as expected from our model student. But below her desk, Lenong X Mong slammed his fist on the table in fury, startling the person next to him. He grimaced and ground his teeth. Lenong X Mong's face twisted, sweat beading on his brow as he glared at the desk in front of him, screaming an unbelievable thought in his mind. She was actually acknowledged by that Jamie guy? He questioned it one more time. Just who is she? Just then, Professor Siver clapped his hands with a smile, getting everyone's attention. All right, that concludes the introductions. He then reminded them, study hard, everyone. The students quickly replied in unison, yes, sir. After class, in the faculty room, Jamie Welton sank into a chair, letting his arm hang limp as he looked up and sighed. Phew, so exhausting. He stared at a paper tacked to the bulletin board on his desk and fell deep into thought. Classes start tomorrow. Huh. Then he wondered aloud. They said I'd be teaching with the incumbent professor for the first session. Ah. Then Jamie Welton looked down at a file, at the photo of a scowling man, and made a doubtful observation. The professor in charge of the Magic Circles course. Is this guy? He read the information. Kenny Iyer. He's a 5th-tier mage and has multiple pages written about him. Jamie Welton noted. His expression turned wary as he recalled the wrinkled, monkey-like face of the 3rd elder, Serpenturone. A sense of alarm rose within him. He's a disciple of Serpenturone. Suddenly, Sophia, who was standing beside him, spoke up. You'd best be careful. Hearing this, Jamie Welton, who was reading the document, looked up at her and asked, why is that? Seeing that he didn't know, she covered her mouth with her hand, winked, and whispered an explanation. He's a little insecure, she added, and some of the other teachers are completely obsessed with him. Seeing her good intentions, he replied, ah, okay, thanks for letting me know. Haha. She then stammered a bit. Well then. Sophia trailed off, then grabbed a pen and paper, looked at him, and asked, could I please have your autograph? Seeing this, he looked at her and let out a helpless sigh. Suddenly, an unfriendly voice cut through their conversation. Well, a celebrity is truly something else, isn't he? It was Kenny Iyer. He stood behind them, a sour look on his face as he glanced at Sophia and took a jab at Jamie, holding a fan signing event right here in the teacher's lounge. At his words, Professor Sophia's face went pale. She glanced at him, screaming internally in distress. Professor Kenny, Jamie silently identified him. Kenny Ayer, the professor in charge of magic circles. Hearing his sarcastic jab, Professor Sophia froze, unable to move as she tried to deny it. That's not it. Before she could finish, Kenny Iyer waved a dismissive hand at her and urged, just get back to your seat, Professor. Jamie remained silent, holding the paper in his hand, while Sophia stammered a reply to Kenny's words. Yes, sir. After she left, Jamie stood up and, with a friendly smile, extended a hand to greet him. A pleasure to meet you. I'm Jamie. But before he could finish, Kenny Iyer closed the distance, getting right in his face with a nasty scowl. I heard you've been swinging a sword since you were 10. Is that right? Then he added, a talent like that must have taken a lot of hard work. He then warned Jamie Welton. However, you'd better prepare yourself thoroughly. He placed a hand on Jamie's shoulder, his face twisting into a menacing, unfriendly grin as he made an announcement. I won't be going easy on you. At that, Jamie began to speak softly, but then cut himself off. His face filled with disgust, he glared at Kenny Iyer and swatted the hand off his shoulder, spitting out each word with defiance. That's exactly what I was hoping for. The next morning, footsteps echoed through the halls of the Phoenix Academy. In the classroom, a blonde girl stood up, turned around, and shouted a warning to her classmates. He's coming, she then urged. Everyone, take your seats. The demon professor is on his way. Right on cue, the classroom door was thrown open with force. Kenny Iyer scowled at the young girl, his voice dripping with dark menace. Ann Hof, if you call me that one more time, I'll have you expelled. Jamie Welton, who followed him in, covered his mouth to hide a smirk, repeating the name to himself. The demon professor. After hearing the threat of expulsion, the girl flinched with a small himp and obediently sat down. Once the class had settled, Kenny Iyer placed a stack of papers he'd prepared on the desk, rested his hand on it, looked at Jamie, and called out his name with heavy sarcasm. The great Jamie Welton. He then announced to the kids that they would be observing a class on magic circles. Immediately after, he looked back at the students and took another verbal jab at Jamie. But being a genius doesn't necessarily make you a good teacher. With a flick of his wrist, he magically lifted the stack of papers from the desk, scowling at the students. Meanwhile, Jamie, furious at Kenny Iyer's words, yelled at him in frustrated disbelief. What? Ignoring Jamie Welton's outrage, he continued his announcement to the class. All right, today we will be having a test. The moment the words left his lips, Kenny Iyer used magic to distribute the test papers to each student, saying softly, Here. The students' faces fell as they looked at the tests with resentful, unwilling expressions, but they still had to take them. He then added more information about the test's content. We will be learning how to cast 6-star magic. Of course, Jamie Welton got a paper too. He glanced over the test, then shot a look at Professor Kenny Ayer with a silent, mocking praise. He actually prepared the lesson well, huh? Meanwhile, the professor was still glaring daggers at the rest of the class. Seeing that look, Jamie thought to himself, all right then, let's see how good you really are. Just then, Kenny Ayer raised a hand, his face still a cold, emotionless mask as he continued his explanation. Standard magic circles all follow the same fundamental formula. He paused for effect before adding, typically, to cast a 6-star magic circle, we utilize the sun, the moon, and the stars. Mana condensed between his index and middle fingers, creating a dazzling point of starlight that pulsed with brilliant energy. He continued his lecture, the stars represent the cosmos. The sun, the world of day, and the moon, Kenny Ayer declared, represents the world of night. With a push of his hand, a massive circle depicting the moon encompassing the sun materialized before the students as he began to break it down. You can surround these symbols with a single circle, unifying them into one construct. He gestured to the floating diagram. And from that, we have a complete magic circle. Kenny Ayer's voice droned on. Depending on the type of magic you wish to use, the symbols will change. But most of the students were simply captivated, staring blankly at his display of power. Some were intrigued, while others were already nodding off from boredom. Professor Zier then added, the arrangement of the symbols will also directly affect their power. Then, with a casual wave from the podium, the magic circle he had created slowly dissolved into nothing. Kenny Ayer placed his hand on the open textbook before him, laying down a hard rule. Once you have set the position of the symbols, you cannot change them again, he warned. Therefore, you must consider their placement very carefully from the start. Currently, there is no specific method to arrange symbols for maximum efficiency, the professor lectured, but research is ongoing. Before he could finish spreading this misinformation, Jamie's voice cut him off. You mean, you still don't know how? Interrupted mid-lecture, Kenny Ayer's face twisted in rage. He glared at Jamie, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, and I suppose our resident genius already has a method? At that, Jamie let out a long, reluctant sigh, looking at the professor with an almost pitying smirk. You just have to draw guidelines for it, he said, as if it were obvious. The professor immediately tried to retort. Everyone knows that much, but Jamie cut him off with a shout. Then watch this. He simply pointed a single finger forward. Blue mana flared to life around it, and a magic circle began to form out of thin air. Jamie Welton was dead serious. His index finger moved with incredible speed, tracing a line down the center of the newly formed circle. He sliced across into it, then manifested a sun and a star on opposite sides. Now I'll draw the guides, he announced. The sun goes here, and the moon here. Perfect. Seeing him completely ignore the basic steps, the professor let out a derisive laugh. Ha! The magic circle is going to collapse any second now. Kenny Ayer crossed his arms, smugly observing Jamie's every move. You can't erase guidelines with mana. Don't you even know the most basic theories? He asked, his tone heavy with mockery. Seeing the blatant disrespect, Jamie Welton simply snapped his fingers. I'll erase them the same way, he confirmed. Then, he revealed his method. By disassembling the components of the circle, the guidelines he'd created in the back began to shatter and fade away. If you follow this logic, he stated, everything becomes incredibly simple. He then expanded the main circle to a massive size. He then used new guidelines to add more complex elements before wiping the initial lines away, leaving only the completed form. He looked at the circle and affirmed, place the symbols exactly where you want them. Then, after you're done, erase the final guide. He effortlessly pulled the moon symbol closer to the sun, and then merge them. He finally explained the advantage of his technique. If you do it this way, you don't need to draw the entire magic circle from scratch. You just have to adjust the positions. Jamie Welton looked at the students, who were all staring at the massive, unfamiliar circle, whispering amongst themselves. That's insane, one of them exclaimed. Another gasped in pure shock. I've never seen a magic circle made like that before. Standing before the uproar, Jamie calmly explained, that is the name I have given this technique. From her seat, Anne Hoff stared at him, her mouth wide open, completely speechless as her mind screamed. Impossible, she thought, her mind reeling in utter disbelief. He just completely shattered the fundamental principles of magic circles. Down at the podium, Kenny Ayer was frozen solid, staring at Jamie Welton's creation. He was screaming internally. This discovery, it was going to send shockwaves through the entire field of magic. He finally regained some composure, pointing a trembling finger at the circle, and declared with forced confidence, even so, he trailed off. It's still impossible. In the audience, a gasp rippled through the hall as the circle began to glow. Jamie lightly touched its edge. The symbols of the sun and moon immediately detached, floating into the center of the room. The students stared in shock. It's becoming a three-dimensional image! The students were still screaming internally, their astonishment growing by the second. He can alter the magic circle just by looking at it. They all came to the same conclusion. He really is a genius. But Jamie just gave a cool wave towards the students and Professor Xier. Oh, it's not over yet, kids, he thought. Just then, the sun and moon began to fly outwards. He drew several more magic circles around them with nothing more than a snap of his fingers. Kenny Iyer could only stare at him in utter astonishment. Below, Finbai and Ann Hof were leaning out of their seats, gaping at his actions on the podium as if they couldn't believe their own eyes. The dazed students realized the circle was transforming into the symbols of a completely different spell. The circles then slammed into each other, creating an overwhelming and chaotic surge of energy. Immediately after, they began to interlock with one another. A new realization dawned on them all. As long as there's space, they thought, you can expand it endlessly. Right after, the three magic circles merged, creating a multi-complex, three-dimensional magic formation. The entire hall fell silent, bathed in the brilliant light of the massive circle he had created. Jamie Welton remembered an image of himself from his past life. This, he thought, is why they called me the Infinite Mage. He added another title, the Demon of the Arcane Arts. Jamie then glanced over at Kenny Iyer, who still hadn't recovered, and asked with ice in his eyes, "What do you think, Professor Kenny?" The professor screamed in his mind, "I've never even heard of this before." He stood paralyzed, staring at the circle Jamie had created, stammering. He then screamed a new question internally. Just who in the world is he? Seeing that the professor couldn't manage a single word, Jamie snapped his fingers, and the circle vanished. That was just a visual demonstration, he told the kids, before casually reminding the students below. You all still need to learn the branching method. By next class, make sure you understand the structure of a two-star circle. Beside him, Kenny Iyer was still standing on the podium, silent as a statue, completely unable to regain his composure. Up in the stands, Lion Simon was equally stunned, his face pale as a sheet. He stared at the spot where the magic had been, stammering in his thoughts. Is he insane? Something that amazing was just a demonstration? Meanwhile, Jamie looked around the room, a little disappointed. So, this is everyone's level here, huh? He sighed to himself. Oh well. Then, his gaze fell on Ann Hof. She was leaning on her hand, watching him with an unwavering and curious stare. He noted her determined eyes. Although, there's still one person who wants to try. During the break, the kids couldn't stop buzzing about it. Did you see that magic circle? One exclaimed. He lives up to the name of a genius, another shouted. But Professor Kenny Iyer is amazing too, a third praised. At his own desk, Lion Simon was already trying to practice. He attempted to draw a small magic circle in front of him, but his face just scrunched up as he let out a frustrated groan. Whoa, Lion! What was that? His deskmate gasped in awe. Did you actually do it? But Lion Simon just scoffed, clearly annoyed. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, I barely had enough mana for that. And just like that, the magic circle flickered and died. Just then, Leon noticed a faint glow coming from Ann Hofmeier's desk ahead of him. Humph. He narrowed his eyes, wondering, what is she trying to pull? At her desk, Ann Hof was completely focused, trying to replicate the lesson from earlier. She was already at the combination stage. He watched her, a skeptical thought crossing his mind. Is she seriously trying to create a complex magic circle? He then watched in disbelief. Wait, is she skipping the arrangement phase entirely? Unable to just stand by, he walked over and tapped her shoulder. Startled, Ann Hof lost her concentration, and the magic circle shattered instantly. She shot up from her seat with a furious scream. Why won't it work? But as she jumped, her head slammed right into Lion Simon's chin, sending him reeling back as he gritted his teeth in agony. Completely ignoring him, she immediately dashed off, shouting, Wait, Professor Jamie, I have a question. All while leaving Leon behind, cradling his throbbing chin in a daze, his face screaming one question. Where am I? Who am I? Then, as if turned to stone, reality hit him. He had been interrupted. And then, he thought again, unable to process it. She just ignored me. Me! Meanwhile, in the elementary division hallway, Vice Principal Javeline's cheerful voice rang out as he saw Jamie Welton and Kenny Iyer approaching. Professor Kenny Iyer, Professor Jamie, holding a stack of documents, he bowed politely to them. As Kenny Iyer strode past, the Vice Principal turned to Jamie. So, how was your first class, Professor? Before Jamie could answer, Kenny cut in with a blunt assessment. It was excellent. Jamie was taken aback by his remark. So, he's more straightforward than he looks. Hearing the praise, Javeline's eyes widened. Really? This is the first I've ever heard Professor Kenny Iyer compliment anyone. Kenny's expression remained a cold mask. He bumped the vice principal's shoulder as he walked past, his tone dark. I have urgent business. As he stormed off, the vice principal scrambled to catch up, flustered. Wait, Professor Kenny Iyer, you have a meeting today. He left Jamie standing alone, watching their retreating figures. Jamie watched them go, raising a hand to his chin in thought. So it seems he doesn't have an inferiority complex, he mused. His lecture wasn't that bad either. Suddenly, a shout came from behind him. Professor Jamie! He turned to see Anne Hof-Mayer rushing toward him, with a fuming Leon Simon trailing behind her. A wave of irritation washed over him. She doesn't even give me a moment to think. Forcing a calm voice, he asked, What is it? Without a word, she conjured a magic circle. I'm trying to create the spell you demonstrated earlier. Then her shoulders slumped in defeat as she gave her report. But I fail every single time I try to merge the components. Jamie examined her circle, pointing to a symbol in the center. All right, the moon is here. He paused, then indicated another part of the array. This directly conflicts with the moon in this part of the circle. Does she even understand what I'm saying? He wondered. But Anne Hof was already putting his advice into action, her eyes lighting up with understanding. You mean I have to erase this part and then merge them again, right? Her hands moved with surprising speed. So if I do it like this, she clapped her hands together, and the entire structure stabilized into a perfect, glowing form. A thrilled gasp escaped her. I did it! Seeing her success, Jamie could only stare, completely dumbfounded. Beside him, Lion Simon gawked at her flawless magic circle, his jaw hanging open in shock. But the spell couldn't hold for long before dissipating into thin air. Anne Hof let out a small ah of frustration. At that moment, Lion grabbed her by the shoulders, his voice shaking with excitement. You! How did you do that? Anne Hof finally seemed to notice his existence, jumping back with a startled, Huh? He became even more frantic, practically shouting in his urgency. Tell me, how did you do it? Seeing his desperation, Anne Hof finally understood and offered a small smile. I just copied what the professor did, that's all. Hearing her simple explanation, Lion Simon's expression darkened into one of pure, utter shock. Just copied? He stammered. A terrifying thought pierced his mind. Is there someone better than me? Jamie watched them bicker, crossing his arms. It's not perfect, he noted internally, but he couldn't deny his astonishment. But how could she copy a multi-layered, three-dimensional complex circle after seeing it only once? He looked over at Anne Hofi, who was innocently raising her hands, and then at Leon, who had finally let go, a grim realization dawning on him. It would be absurd for a talent like that to go unnoticed. In that moment, Jamie Welton made a decision. I need to speak with him. Later, at the door to the headmaster's office, a voice called from inside. Come in. Jamie entered the room, his eyes scanning for the man in charge. Elder Siegfried, I presume. The man at the desk looked up from his work and smiled warmly. Welcome, young master. As Jamie stepped further inside, a peculiar metal device on the desk caught his eye. Oh? What are you planning to do with that piece of iron? Elder Siegfried let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha, I'm still experimenting with it, he added with a sigh. It's quite difficult to handle. A very finicky thing. Leaving his work behind, he walked over to a tea table and gestured for Jamie to sit. So, what pleasant wind brings you here today? Jamie took a seat across from him. First, there's something I need to show you. With a simple gesture, Jamie summoned a small magic circle into his palm. This is the spell I demonstrated in class today. Seeing the complex array, Elder Siegfried's eyes shot open in amazement. Young master, how in the world? Jamie immediately cut him off, shaking his head. I'm not here to show off. He then changed the subject to the true reason for his visit. Anne Hof. He recalled her incredible feat in the hallway, his voice filled with genuine wonder. This is based on an incredibly difficult theory, so I barely explained it. And yet, that child was able to understand it completely. Elder Siegfried, who had sat down opposite him, chuckled, but his expression quickly grew serious as he processed the information. He leaned forward, confirming, she could do that. Right after seeing you perform it once? Jamie met his gaze, asking the question that burned in his mind. Why would a genius like that go completely unnurtured? The elder leaned back, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Your eye for talent is truly wonderful, young master. He paused, and his tone became laced with regret. However, that child has absolutely zero potential in the field of magic. He elaborated on the grim assessment. We previously advised her to become a scholar specializing in magical theory so that she could at least... Elder Siegfried explained his student's impossible wish, but she was absolutely determined to become a mage. Yet, as she tried to walk toward the light, Elder Siegfried could only see the harsh reality. She was still searching for someone who could train her into a great mage. But Elder Siegfried's voice was full of disappointment as he delivered the sad truth. Absolutely no one would take her. Her future was shattering right before his eyes. All her talent meant nothing if it couldn't fuel her growth. Hearing this, Jamie Welton's thoughts came to a dead stop. He put the pieces together. So, she wanted to become J.C.K. Frieder's disciple. He laced his fingers together on the table, wrestling with the cold, hard facts. It's a little heartless, but he had to admit it. The world of magic is the core of their power, so they can't afford to gamble on students with an uncertain future. Understanding, Jamie Welton stood up with a heavy sigh. I get it. Thank you for your time. Seeing this, Elder Siegfried looked up at him and replied, it was nothing. Then, Jamie Welton turned and walked away, leaving the elder behind, lost in thought. But suddenly, Elder Siegfried called out to him, young master. The title stopped him cold, his hand hovering over the doorknob. Siegfried smiled, touching his own face with a thoughtful look. If you're so worried about her, why not take her on yourself? Seeing Jamie's silence, Siegfried's face lit up with interest. The age gap between you two isn't even that big, he added. You know, it's not a bad idea. But Jamie's heart was closed off. He quickly stepped out the door, his voice sharp and final. No, thanks. With that, Elder Siegfried's excitement faded as he watched Jamie leave. Outside, he leaned against a wall, crossing his arms and letting out a frustrated breath. Jamie Welton's face was grim. First, they forced him to become a professor. And now this. Take a disciple? What the hell is that about? The thought plunged him back into his previous life. He remembered his students, and the day the 12 gods orchestrated a plan to take them all away. The image of a student, excitedly holding a magic scroll, flashed before his eyes. But now, he'd decided he would finish this fight by himself. Those painful memories were burned to ash. His hand gripped his sword so tightly that blood began to well up as he swore an oath to himself. Trust no one. Let no one get close. Back in the present, he looked at the academy building. Still leaning against the wall, he would not repeat the mistakes of his past life. He reasoned with himself, Anne is a very smart kid. She'll figure out which path she needs to take. Then, Jamie Welton's expression turned to ice, pushing everything away as he came to a final conclusion. This has nothing to do with me. In the training hall a week later, Professor Siver looked over the students standing before him. All right now, everyone focus up. He announced today's mana assessment test. Beside him stood a straw dummy with a target painted on its center. He held up a list and smiled at the kids. Haha, I heard that the students in the beta class have improved a lot. He voiced his thoughts out loud. Haha, so I'm very curious to see how our class will do. Hearing this, the students started whispering. Fick was no exception. He leaned toward Anne Mayer and covered his mouth. He means class 2. She looked confused and glanced back at him. You mean the class that was dead last year? Fick added. That's what Baki said. Then he glanced at her with a proud smirk. He's number 1 in the beta class. Anne Mayer jumped back, shocked. Just then, Professor Siver's voice cut through the noise. First up, Leon! Hearing his name, Leon Simon quickly stepped forward to face the straw dummy as the entire class fell silent to watch. He formed a bow out of pure energy. With a cool and serious expression, he drew the string back, aiming straight at the target before him. The moment he released it, a massive stream of energy shot forward. It flew towards the dummy, crackling with immense power. The arrow spun like a tornado, gathering the wind into a ferocious vortex. The system displayed the score, 2,199. B. Seeing this, Professor Siver's face went pale with utter shock. That's more than enough power to completely destroy the target, he thought. Below, the students erupted into amazed chatter. Over 2,000 points, someone exclaimed, as expected from someone from the Simon family. Beside them, Anne Mayer stared, her face white with shock as she mumbled under her breath. My God, that's the first time I've ever seen a score that high. Fick glanced over at her stunned face and complained in his head. You idiot, you're so much better than that. Shaken to his core, Professor Siver's legs felt like jelly. He forced a grim smile and said, Ha, I guess we'll have to get a new target. Next up is Fick. He eagerly stepped forward. It's my turn. Watch this closely, he then bragged to himself. My condition is seriously amazing today. Anne watched him quietly from behind. Fick stood at the starting line, remembering the potion he'd taken. He touched the tip of his nose, confirming he'd taken the Apox that morning. His eyes were filled with confidence and excitement. He quickly drew his bow and fired with immense power. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes were like a madman's, terrifyingly locked onto the target. Anne, who was watching quietly, gasped in her mind. What the hell? What's with his eyes? The next moment, a powerful arrow shot out, piercing through everything in its path. The system displayed a score of 860p. The teacher smiled happily and praised him. Your score went up by 700 points compared to last time. Then he encouraged Fick again. Just a little more effort, and you could get into the intermediate class. Hearing these words of praise, Fick couldn't help but puff up his chest, raising his hands and cheering in the middle of the class. Pretty amazing, right? Fick asked his classmates smugly, while his friends praised him. That was great, Fick, he grinned, looking at the people around him with pride. Did you guys see that? Only Anne was still staring at him, completely confused. A moment ago, she'd been questioning herself. Did I just imagine that? Before she could snap out of her thoughts, the teacher held up the list and called out, "Next, Anne!" She stammered in reply, "Why, yes, sir." In the next moment, Anne Mayer stood before the target, drawing her bow, her face filled with anxiety and uncertainty. She frowned, worrying to herself, what if I haven't improved that much? She questioned her own abilities, then immediately rejected the thought. No way! I've been training so hard. Then, letting go of everything else, she screamed in her mind, I have to believe in myself. With that, she released the bow, shooting the arrow forward with as much force as she could muster. The teacher announced her score, 247p. The result left Anne Mayer completely frozen. She pointed at the scoreboard, struggling to get the words out, the same as last year. She stood there as tears streamed down her face, her expression dark with despair. Behind her, Leon Simon glanced over, speechless, his lips pressed into a thin line. Later, a voice called out, Professor Jamie. Vice Principal Javeline called to him. Ah, is the professor heading home now? Jamie turned to look at him and greeted him back. Oh, it's Professor Javeline. The vice principal then put a friendly arm around Jamie's shoulder and smiled. I'm very glad you're adapting so well. But Jamie just looked at him, wary and confused. He emphasized again, I'm very glad you're adapting so well. Suddenly, the ring on the hand he had on Jamie's shoulder began to glow, making Jamie's eyes dart toward it. Seeing this, Javeline quickly let him go. He started walking away quickly, explaining with an awkward look, Ah, the third elder is summoning me. My apologies. Jamie watched him go, his mind filled with suspicion. The third elder? You mean that super hot-headed guy he reported as he sprinted away? Yes, sir. The manager, huh? During today's meeting. As the man rushed off, he couldn't help but think about that third elder. A sly grin spread across Jamie's face as he covered his mouth. Man, this world is something else. Suddenly, a kid drifted past Jamie Welton, muttering endlessly like he was in a trance. Each symbol has its own unique properties and effects. The kid added, If the symbols in the magic circle are placed symmetrically, a change will occur. Hearing him just ramble on, a flicker of curiosity ignited in Jamie as he turned to watch. Isn't that kid from beta class number 2? Then a new thought surfaced. Isn't he pushing himself way too hard? The boy's eyes were wide and bloodshot, like he was completely zoned out. He just kept reciting his lessons, but Jamie's own thoughts were cold and detached. If he doesn't have any potential, he's just going to die. He shrugged it off. It has nothing to do with me. With that thought, Jamie Welton turned and walked away, repeating it to himself again. It's not my problem. Meanwhile, at the manager's office, a knock sounded, followed by a voice. Manager, it's Javeline. The door swung open. Kenny Iyer stood there, holding a file as he stepped out. Seeing him, Javeline Cutter froze, completely confused. Huh? Professor Kenny? The man shot him an arrogant glare, saying nothing. The hostility was practically radiating off him. Still, Javeline Cutter forced a polite smile. What brings you here? But Kenny Iyer chose to completely ignore him, brushing past without a single word. Watching Professor Kenny's cold and seamless exit, Javeline Cutter could only stare, totally bewildered. I can't read that guy at all. Then he decided, but since we're both professors, I'll try to get along with him better. In Kenny Iyer's hand was some kind of file, with a photograph tucked inside. Then, the picture carelessly slipped from the folder. It fluttered to the ground, revealing the smiling face of Anne Hof, waving cheerfully. During a class break, everyone gathered to chat, but Anne Hofmeyr hid herself in a corner, just watching them. She thought about her own performance, and hung her head, feeling small. Everyone is getting stronger, bit by bit. But I'm the only one who's still the same. A question echoed in her mind. I tried my best. So is this my limit? Anne Hof then whispered, her voice filled with regret. I should have drunk that power-up potion Finn had. The image of her friend drinking it flashed in her mind, making her feel even more miserable. From afar, Jamie Welton's face darkened when he saw her. An expression of pure annoyance crossed his features as he muttered to himself. What's wrong with her now? He wondered why she looked so gloomy. Then he turned, determined to just walk away. Just ignore it, just walk past. But her sigh, growing louder, drifted to his ears, forcing his thoughts to a halt. In the end, his body betrayed him. He walked over and stood right in front of Anne Hofmeyr. Is something worrying you? He asked. But inside, he was cursing himself out a dozen times. Damn it, damn it. Seeing him standing there, Anne Hofmeyr was flustered and surprised, her words catching in her throat. Professor. Then, her gloomy expression returned as she answered his question. We had our mana assessment test today, but my score was the same as last year, only 247 points. Hearing that, Jamie's face twisted as he desperately tried to stop himself from laughing out loud at Anne Hof's pained expression. After a moment, Jamie Welton calmed himself, his internal assessment grim. She really has no talent for magic. 247 points? Seeing his lack of reaction, she sighed again, her shoulders slumping in defeat. In the silence, Anne Hofmeyr's voice suddenly rang out, full of determination. But I won't give up! Then she clenched her fists, her face turning red as she held back tears, adding to her declaration of resolve. I swear I will become a great mage and restore my family. Seeing her expression, Jamie Welton understood completely. She's absolutely serious. Her hands were still balled into tight, determined fists. Jamie, however, fell silent. He remembered his own frenzied past and saw how his future could have mirrored his past. Then, another thought occurred to him, but he cut that thought short. Then he asked himself, should I give it one last shot? Without another word to Anne Hofmeyr, he quickly turned and walked away. She watched him go, not saying anything more. Suddenly, his voice cut through the air, making her freeze mid-sob and look over at him, shocked by his resolve. He didn't turn back, as he gave her one final instruction. If you're confident you can see this through, come to my office tomorrow. At the Blue Magic Tower, the sun shone down on its highest spire. Jamie Welton stood outside, looking up. Next, he confidently opened the door and walked inside, thinking to himself, they said Marquis Renmail's lab is at the top, right? Just then, a person holding a stack of documents called out to him. Hey kid, what are you looking for? Hearing that, the whole crowd turned to look at him. Jamie Welton answered her in a calm voice. I'm here to see the Tower Master. At that, the girl giggled, tilting her head as if his words were some kind of joke. Oh, the Tower Master, she repeated, then added with a smirk. But that's too bad. The Tower Master isn't someone a kid like you can just meet so easily. Hearing this, he just gave her a simple instruction. Just tell him Jamie Welton is here. Seeing that, she just tilted her head again, smiling and repeating his name as if it were a joke. Got it. The kid's name is Jamie. She trailed off, then shrieked, losing all control. Welton? Without waiting, he was rushed to a room with an open door. The girl bowed her head, her voice now full of reverence as she confirmed it for Jamie Welton. This is the Tower Master's room. You may enter now, sir. Sir? Seeing the girl so flustered, he responded calmly. Ah, right. Got it. Thanks. As soon as Jamie Welton stepped into the room, his eyes flew open in awe. Whoa. Inside, the room was a chaotic mess. Books were scattered absolutely everywhere, and he couldn't help but wonder, what is all this stuff? Suddenly, a voice echoed through the room. It's a bit chaotic, isn't it? The question startled Jamie Welton, the voice seeming to drill right into his brain. Next, Jamie Welton walked into the room without a shred of hesitation, a realization dawning on him. I can't tell where that voice is coming from. He quickly came to a conclusion. It seems he's manipulating the entire room with his mana. He looked around the room and answered the disembodied voice. Well, it has a certain charm to it. Hearing that, the second elder, Malin Mayo, couldn't help but find it amusing and began to tease him. Haha, where'd you learn a line like that? Suddenly, from atop a high pillar, the second elder Malin Mayo peeked his head out, smiling as he asked, So what brings you here? He looked up at the man kneeling on the massive stone platform, a little startled. He thought to himself, Ah, so that's where he was. The second elder then jumped down, landing beside him with his arms crossed. Jamie Welton, however, was looking at the mess of papers, junk, and scattered books, and let out a small laugh. Ha ha, you look like you've been busy with your research. The elder standing next to him quickly smiled back warmly. Even so, I always have time for our Jamie. Hearing his tone, Jamie Welton knew instantly. He's just pretending to be friendly. Next, he took another step forward, peering at the contents of the books. What are all these magic books? He asked. At the cluttered desk, the second elder Malin Mayo looked at the book and stammered, well. He trailed off. Then he turned and leaned against the table, his expression growing serious as he recalled scenes of war while explaining. I'm researching war magic, he added. It's a large-scale type of magic that can wipe out the followers of Jennis, the god of war. Then, his voice softened. But as expected, it's not easy at all. Jamie Welton also turned and leaned against the table, glancing over at him. A heavy silence fell as a realization dawned on him, which means his thought was cut short as he came to a new conclusion. As the magic circle blazed to life, a man raised his sword, and the twin serpent crest of his clan seemed to scream within his very soul. The war against the Jennis Church begins now. He then turned back to Jamie Welton. So, why did you come to see me? Jamie hopped off the table, moving closer as he hesitated. Well, he cut himself off, his decision made. I want to teach Annabelle a breathing technique. Second, Elder Ma Lin Mayo stared, completely taken aback. A breathing technique, you say? The elder then voiced his thoughts. You know why I'm asking. But I can't just teach my secret magic arts. To a child whose potential will cap out at a 5th-class mage, he pictured little Annabelle, his resolve hardening. Hearing this, Jamie Welton flashed a confident smirk, wagging his finger. And what if I can turn her into a great mage? The elder's eyes narrowed at his words. That's some serious arrogance you're showing. He added, magic theory isn't for everyone. He sized up the boy. I acknowledge your talent, but you're only 6th class. Unfazed, Jamie calmly informed the second elder. I've already completed one magic theory. He shoved a hand in his pocket, closing his eyes with a cocky grin. But I wasn't satisfied. So I decided to make another one. Inside his head, he elaborated. The multi-layered 3D magic circle I created in my past life. It's still not enough. He remembered his impossibly cool former self and came to a profound realization. If I want to defeat the 12 gods, I need even greater power. The second elder was floored, his eyes wide with disbelief. You're trying to create 2 magic theories? He stared at the boy, his mind racing. Even for a dragon, that's absurd. Doubt crept into his heart, but then he saw Jamie, arms crossed, smirking with absolute self-assurance. What is this pressure I'm feeling? Behind this kid is the soul of a ridiculously cool legend who's lived an entire lifetime, this boy. He might actually. The elder cut his thoughts short and spoke directly. If you're that confident, then I have a proposal. The second elder interrupted, summoning his staff and pointing it right at Jamie with a wild, challenging grin. Let's have a duel, he added. If you can satisfy me, I will personally pass down the breathing technique to you. Seeing his chance, Jamie Welton didn't hesitate, drawing the sword from his hip with a confident smile as he charged. You're on. In the silent, dark combat room, the elder kept his staff aimed. I'll let you have the first move. Jamie stood ready, his gaze sharp and determined as he raised his blade. Don't regret this. He focused his power, a massive aura flaring to life as he yelled, Welton style, white sea. A vortex of water, carrying the scent of the ocean, swirled around him. With his preparations complete, he shot towards the second elder, roaring. Surf! He moved with unbelievable speed, as if skating on ice, before leaping high into the air. The second elder watched him descend, his blade glowing with blue fire. He appeared before me in a flash. But despite the shock, the elder calmly smiled and raised a barrier, watching the sword sink in without a hint of concern. You can't pierce my shield with something like this. But Jamie's other hand was already gathering another powerful spell. Jamie Welton roared the technique's name, Hand of Destruction. He slammed it into the barrier, and the 2 massive forces collided with a huge shockwave. Asterisk. Break the fortress. Asterisk, he screamed in his mind. The protective shield shattered into pieces, Jamie's hand reaching for him. The elder was completely stunned. Did he just read my mind? The elder swung his staff, instantly appearing behind Jamie and forming a new shield. Not bad, kid. His speed was incredible. Jamie's face paled, realizing the old man was already behind him as his attack flew forward on pure momentum. He quickly regained his balance, spinning around to face his opponent. Damn it, looks like he's already recovered, he called out in his mind. Ricky! A winged eyeball appeared at his command. Support me in the illusion world. He then created countless magic circles and yelled out the skill's name. Starlight Effect. Jamie zipped through each circle, leaving an afterimage in his place. Then he called out the names of his attacks. Plasma Cutter, Lightning Arrow Storm. Each clone unleashed a different power, all aimed at the Elder's single protective barrier. Finally, the real Jamie charged forward, screaming, Lava Blade! The resulting collision set off a massive explosion, sweeping through everything in a huge electrical storm. At last, the second elder stared in shock at a fresh crack in his protective circle. But before he could process it, Jamie was already there, his eyes cold and lips sealed in determination as he swung his sword back. He brought the blade down with immense force, sending the elder flying back with a deafening crash. Jamie landed softly, staring into the cloud of dust he had created. Asterisk Starlight Effect. Asterisk, Jamie thought to himself. Asterisk, a close combat magic that uses clones and teleportation. Asterisk, he was panting heavily now, his face grim. Using 4 clones completely drained my mana. Suddenly, the elder's astonished voice cut through the silence. Well now, he emerged from the smoke, his clothes dusty but a huge, excited grin on his face. That barely even tickled. He laughed, adding, But my collar is still. Before the elder could finish, Jamie cut him off with a strained smile. Looks like you haven't restored the back of your cloak yet. Ha ha. Hearing this, the elder looked over his shoulder in confusion. But in that moment, he realized a large piece of his cloak had been cleanly sliced off. He looked up at Jamie. Hey, it seems I made a mistake by being too hasty. Across from him, Jamie forced a smile while cursing internally. Damn it! After all that, it still wasn't strong enough? The elder's aura flared, blasting the dust from his clothes. I'm a little sad I was just on the defensive, Jamie. This time, don't try and stop me. He planted his staff firmly on the ground. Jamie's eyes darted to the side as his own aura began to rise. I guess I have no choice but to bring out the big guns. And with that, Jamie Welton summoned a staff of his own, the artifact, Avalon. He pointed his weapon at the elder, a serious smile on his face. I'm looking forward to this. Jamie aimed straight ahead. Show me a miracle. The elder looked stunned. Whoa! I can't believe you have that thing. That old geezer wouldn't even sell it to me, Jamie smirked mockingly. Guess my connections are just better. So stingy. He charged forward and declared, I accept. Let's continue this fight. A magic circle blazed to life, and a fierce vortex swirled around Jamie. He smirked, satisfied with the gale. Avalon, an artifact that transcends human ideals. Jamie surged forward. This feeling, it's insane. He never imagined this thing could channel the power of both the real world and the underworld at the same time. This is incredible. Jamie split into multiple copies, moving chaotically. This kind of magic isn't half bad, he said greedily, but I feel like seeing something even more amazing. Lin Mayo burst out laughing. Just because it worked once, you thought you could pull the same trick again? He warned that it wouldn't be effective a second time. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mayo launched his counterattack. The two warriors clashed in a furious exchange. Lin Mayo asked suspiciously, Are you trying to force my hand, to make me use my magic sense? Jamie didn't deny it. I'm just asking if you'll show me. I would be thrilled if you did. Lin Mayo raised his staff. If you truly wish to witness the divine power I possess, it's nothing like lightning striking from all directions, hailstones raining down, or lava erupting. It is different from those natural phenomena. Lin Mayo's eyes grew incredibly sharp as he warned. However, once you're caught in it, survival is nearly impossible. Jamie was bracing against Lin Mayo's assault, but he was suddenly caught completely off guard. Huh? Nothing happened. Jamie stood there, stunned. What the hell is going on? The entire world had flipped upside down. The sky above Jamie descended into pure chaos. Cognitive dissonance. The Archmage Lin Mayo's magic sense went wild amidst the pandemonium. A bolt of lightning slammed into Jamie's protective circle. Jamie realized that while it looked like a natural disaster, it was actually a form of mental magic invading his brain. Jamie watched the events unfolding before him with a hint of concern. If you can't fully control the mental world, you'll struggle endlessly, unable to tell truth from illusion. The problem was, at his current level, escaping this magic was impossible. What if I can't break this mental manipulation? Jamie planted his feet, power surging through him. Lin Mayo's mana, the root of this spell. He pushed his power to the limit to execute 100 Cs. I'll just absorb it all. His eyes narrowed on his opponent. Devour everything. As a seasoned veteran, Lin Mayo could see that despite his calm exterior, Jamie was fighting a fierce battle within himself. Lin Mayo's words echoed in his ears. When your power is weaker than your opponent's, there's no escaping this type of mental magic. Jamie felt powerless, unable to use his dark mana. Lin Mayo let out a huge laugh. Ha! I'm only bullying you this much because even I'm scared of your father. But then, Jamie unleashed an enormous surge of power as a magic circle materialized where he stood. Blue light flared violently from his staff as Jamie executed an unbelievable new technique. Even Lin Mayo was stunned into shouting, What in the hell is this? The battle was over. Lin Mayo had to begrudgingly admit it. The kid had won. I can't believe he completely reversed my magical theory. Lin Mayo couldn't help but ask Jamie directly. But how did you do it? Jamie just mumbled and laughed it off. The sword in his hand was still pulsing with magic, making even him wonder if it was the reason. Even Jamie himself was surprised. I absorbed the mana thinking it would help me escape the illusion, but after a while, I started absorbing your power too. Lin Mayo was in absolute disbelief. So you're saying it was just a random coincidence? Jamie didn't know how to answer that question. A coincidence? If I say that, it won't make any sense at all. After all, an archmage's magic theory had just been assimilated by a sword. Jamie smirked as an idea sparked in his mind. This could become my own new magic theory. He regained his carefree attitude and asked, So, what do you think? Marquis Lin Mayo couldn't help but laugh. Haha, that's good enough for me. Lin Mayo ruffled Jamie's hair. I'll let you teach that girl the breathing method. Inside a glass room, Lin Mayo's voice echoed. Now, tell me, Lin Mayo was asking the man in front of him. What are your thoughts? The man replied, I was very surprised. The person Lin Mayo was speaking to was Raymond Florisan. In a calm, slow voice, Raymond said, I never thought that boy could harmonize magic and swordsmanship so perfectly. He's on a completely different level from any magic swordsman I've ever met. On top of that, he converted it into his own magic theory. That's something even an archmage of the same class would find difficult. Lin Mayo had to nod in agreement. It's clear the boy is an incomprehensible genius, but Raymond Florisan cut him off. No, that's not why I'm saying this. Magical power that can stand against an archmage, ultimate swordsmanship. And on top of that, he was chosen by Piro. Is it possible for one human to possess all of those abilities? Raymond Florisan posed a suspicious question. Jamie Welton. Is he truly human? He's like a superhuman, created for a specific purpose. Lin Mayo gave him a kind but firm warning. Be careful what you say. Someone is always listening. He suggested that for now, all they could do was watch. Let's see how this child will change the world. Late that night, Jamie Welton was standing outside the castle. All the lights in the fortress were out. Jamie pounded impatiently on the door, shouting, Get out here now! Leon emerged with a grim look on his face to open the door. I'm here. What is it? Jamie was surprised to see Leon. He demanded, What are you doing here so late at night? Leon stammered, unable to find the words. Well, but Anne Meyer cheerfully announced, It looks like Professor Jamie is going to take me as his disciple. Leon, still shocked, asked, Are you really taking Anne as your disciple? Jamie's anger flared. Is that how you speak to your professor? Leon, bewildered, couldn't believe his ears and asked again, Is it true? Jamie sighed. It's not certain yet. Leon gathered all his courage and made another request. Then, please, take me as your disciple too. Jamie turned back toward the door, annoyed. I was wondering why you came to see me in the middle of the night. Does Count Simon know you're doing this? Leon stammered. What? Ah, he doesn't know yet. Not yet? Jamie shot Leon a cold glance. What will people say if you learn magic from me when you already have your father? I won't accept someone who hasn't even considered the consequences. He went straight inside, leaving behind a single, ice-cold sentence. Go home. But the sounds from outside the door continued, irritating Jamie immensely. He threw the door open and yelled, Hey, you! But he was stunned by the sight before him. Are you? Leon was crying, tears streaming down his pitiful-looking face. He shouted even louder, I can't stand the thought of Anne surpassing me. So please, choose me too. Jamie looked disgusted. Did you think you had a reservation to be my disciple or something? Unbelievable. But Jamie gave it a moment's thought. He did consider his own pride pretty well, and he's the perfect errand boy. So he said, If the Count agrees, then I'll consider it. Those words seemed to give Leon a huge surge of hope. He kept asking, Really? Is that true? Jamie explained, It's the only way to show respect to the Count, your current master. Now you can go. Leon bowed respectfully. Thank you, he said, then left. After Leon was gone, Jamie slowly muttered to himself, I wonder if that kid will get kicked out for being so ungrateful. The scene shifts to Count Simon's research room. Leon was sitting at a table with Count Simon. The Count began, So, why did you suddenly want to see me? Leon stammered, Yes, father. You see. He decided to get straight to the point. I want to become Professor Jamie's disciple. Count Simon seemed quite startled to hear this. Leon's hand, holding his teacup, trembled uncontrollably. I already went and asked him to accept me. Count Simon thought to himself that this was quite rude. He found it hard to believe that this arrogant child of his would one day humble himself for the sake of learning. It seems he's finally grown up. Count Simon didn't object. Without hesitation, he said, I'll allow it. Just make sure you don't bring disgrace to the Simon family name. We cut to a scene at the back alley magic society. Asta's voice rang out before a man kneeling at his feet. And the professor has high hopes for Apophis, too. Asta chided him. How shameful. Professor Siver struggled to beg, Please, give me more. More? I told you. The blood vessels in your body have already ruptured. At this rate, even your heart will fail. But Professor Siver, drooling with craving, pleaded desperately, Just one more vial. One more. Please, sir. Asta held out the vial, as if teasing him. And you still want to drink it? Professor Siver desperately reached for the potion. Give it to me! Hand it over! I commend you, Asta said. You've done an excellent job distributing this to the students. Ada brought his foot down hard on Professor Siver's head. He crushed the vial, stopping the professor from ever reaching it. Your usefulness has expired. You piece of trash. Siver's screams of pure agony echoed uselessly. Ada burst out laughing like a complete madman. Ha ha! To think that garbage like this could be a teacher. Looks like the Magic Association is rotting from the inside out. A shadow then appeared behind him. Asta's voice cut through the air. Did you really have to kill him like that? Ada laughed and turned away. You know my style. Doesn't it feel a little bit like yours, in a way? Asta's eyes glinted as he said that was enough. Fine, fine, I'm leaving, Asta replied. Mary swept past him. Call me if you need anyone else taken care of. I'll leave the cleanup to you. As Asta left, he muttered, what a heartless bastard. He then got to work cleaning up the professor's body before disappearing. The scene shifts to the teacher's lounge. Jamie walked in, greeting the other teachers with a good morning. One of them looked up. Professor Jamie? By any chance have you seen Professor Siver? Jamie looked puzzled. No. Is something wrong? The teachers all looked grim. Well, he hasn't shown up for work, and we can't get in contact with him at all. Jamie was taken aback. That's sudden. Why would he do that? He doesn't seem like that kind of person. The vice principal, Jeeveline Cutter, smiled reassuringly. Jamie, don't worry. I'll go look for him. He then turned to another professor. Would you mind taking care of the Alpha class today, Professor Sophia? She immediately agreed. Leave it to me. Jeeveline Cutter told her not to worry too much. Sophia smiled back. It's a relief to know you're the one searching for him. Professor Jamie turned away, looking bored. Well, it's probably nothing serious. Suddenly, a loud voice called out from outside. Professor Jamie! Ann Hofmeyer asked eagerly. Is it true? Have you really accepted this guy as your disciple? Lennon stood proudly with his arms crossed. I already told you I was accepted. Without even sparing them a glance, Jamie stated. You're both misunderstanding something. They both looked confused. What do you mean? Jamie clarified. Neither of you are my disciples yet. They were both completely stunned. What's that supposed to mean? Jamie continued. You will both take a test. Come to my room after class. Remember this. If you don't pass, neither of you gets anything. He waved them away. Now, go, Ann Hof asked. A test? I'll work my very hardest. Lennon just had to chime in. Do you really think just working hard is enough? I will aim for perfection. Jamie was already exhausted by these two overgrown children. All right, just go. He opened his books. Now then, today's lesson is... Suddenly, Kenny Ayer appeared right behind Jamie, calling his name. Jamie jumped, startled. He spun around. Kenny Ayer, what is it? Why do you always appear behind me like that? Kenny Ayer ignored the question and asked one of his own. Are you considering accepting Ann Hofmeyer as a disciple? Jamie was on high alert. What does this guy want? Come to think of it, he wasn't even here a moment ago. Jamie answered. I'm just thinking about it. Why? Kenny Ayer stepped closer to Jamie, his voice low and threatening. Leave the girl alone. I don't want to see such incredible potential plucked before it can bloom. Kenny Ayer walked away, leaving Jamie completely baffled. What did that even mean? The man simply said, heed my warning. Jamie just thought, what the hell was that about? Professor Sophia concluded the day's lesson. She praised the students. You all did great today. Get home safely now. They all said their goodbyes and began to leave. Ann Hof turned to her friend with a worried look. Finn, you don't look so good. He clutched a potion bottle in his hand. I'm fine. As long as I keep drinking this. Ann Hof tried to stop him. I really think you should stop drinking that tea. This is already your 4th bottle. But before she could finish, he looked ready to attack her. Just then, Lennon walked up. What's wrong with him? Ann Hof stammered. Oh, Lennon. But he wasn't waiting for an answer and immediately turned away. I don't care. I'm leaving. Ann Hof quickly scrambled to follow him. Wait, Lennon, I'll go with you. But she couldn't keep up and yelled, Hold on. I said, let's go together. Why are you going alone? Lennon just found her annoying. He asked coldly. You want me to wait? Why would I do that for my rival? Without another thought, he shot into the sky, leaving Ann Hof behind. Standing by the gate, she could only watch him go. That damn brat. You really think I'm going to lose to you? She focused her own power, gritting her teeth. Accelerate! In moments, she was flying right behind Lennon. Meanwhile, Finn was still clutching the potion bottle. He downed the entire new bottle, feeling satisfied. Ah, that's refreshing. I knew it. As long as I drink apophysics, I'll feel better right away. He stood up. All right, I should go find Ivan. There's no way I'm passing up a rare opportunity like this. He was heading off to meet a larger group. Ivan spoke with pure arrogance, Finn. You better realize how lucky you are. I'm making a special exception to bring you along. Got it? Finn forced a smile. Of course. Thank you, Ivan. Inside, he was cursing him out as an arrogant little punk. Still, I just have to endure it. Soon enough, I'll get into the intermediate building, as long as I have Istar 10. They had finally arrived at the Grand Tower. Ivan handed Finn an invitation. This is a VIP pass. You can go inside. As they entered, Finn's eyes darted around everywhere. So this is the place where they created. A man's voice greeted them. Welcome, our young clients. I am the manager of the Trinity research team. The man was Istar. Back at Jamie's residence, Ann Hof's whining voice could be heard. You're so unfair. Inside the room, Ann Hofmeyer was bent over, panting for breath, as if she were about to die. I told you to wait for me so many times, so how could you just leave me like that? Lennon Simon turned around coolly. I have no intention of hanging around with you. Like I said, we are rivals. Suddenly, Two thick books slammed down on both of their heads. Jamie Welton stepped forward. I don't care if you're friends or rivals, but I won't have you brawling in front of your teacher. The two of them sulked and replied, Yes, sir. Jamie Welton said, Breath control technique. Len and Simon looked skeptical. This is the first I've ever heard of it. Jamie Welton explained, It's a type of breathing technique created by Marquis Rin Mail. Jamie Welton then said, Learn it before the end of the day. Simple, right? Anhoff's face went pale. Before the end of today? Lennon Simon was in disbelief. Learn a Grand Mage's breathing technique in a single day? Are you joking? Jamie Welton's voice turned to ice. This is the level of ability you need to be my disciple. If you're not confident, then leave. Anhofa Mayer shot up straight. I swear, I'll find a way to do it. Lennon Simon Seahill, me too. I'll give it my all. Please give me this chance. Jamie Welton looked pleased. Good. Two artifacts appeared in his hands. One looked like a box, the other like a staff. He slammed the two treasures together, and a blinding, blue-white light erupted from the point of impact. The two students were startled as the space around them warped violently. A book appeared in Anhoff's hands, while another fell directly onto Lennon's head. They were standing in a boundless, cubic space of pure white. Where are we? They wondered. Jamie Welton's voice echoed, answering their question. This is a pocket dimension I created. 12 hours passed in here will equal 1 day in the outside world. Jamie Welton thought to himself about the effects of the box and staff artifacts. Remia can freely construct any form imaginable, while the relic Avalon can manipulate the time and space of a hidden world. To think I could combine them. Jamie Welton noted that it was quite convenient. In his mind, Jamie Welton reviewed his assessment of Lennon Simon and Anne Hof, a boy with incredible magical talent but lacking understanding and depth, and a girl born to be a wise magic researcher but with no magical talent herself. Jamie Welton murmured, breath control technique. Elsewhere, at the Trinity Laboratory, Ivan's group followed Istar. Ivan said, It's a shame Professor Siver couldn't make it. Istar turned back. All the more reason to ensure that you succeed, Lord Ivan. One of the green-haired twins asked, Do you come here often? Ivan boasted, Professor Siver was especially fond of me. Finn Botich trailed at the very back, his face pale as he clutched his stomach, thinking to himself, My body is getting the chills again. Ivan called out, Finn, what are you doing back there? Ivan walked over and grabbed Finn Botich's arm. Hurry up! We can finally laugh in the faces of all those who look down on us. Finn Botich replied wearily, Yeah, right. Istar glanced back slightly, a bizarre and terrifying grin spreading across his lips. He wasn't lying. With Aophis, you can all become the strongest mages. The doors swung open, revealing a long corridor lined with endless shelves of potions. The kids gasped in awe. And since you're here today, Ista smirked, I'll show you our newest, most special product. He held up a purple vial marked with an S. This is Apophis S. His tone and expression radiated a dark, terrifying pressure. Ivan gulped, his excitement overwhelming. Incredible, he whispered, his eyes locked on the vial. Istar chuckled. Its mana, concentration, and absorption is double the X version. Ivan was floored. Double Apophis X? It's still in the test phase, Istar admitted, and there are side effects. Fanatic suddenly shot his hand up. Excuse me, does the regular Apophis X have side effects too? Istar leaned in close, invading Fanatic's space. Why? He hissed. Are you feeling unwell after drinking Apophis X? His face became a terrifying mask of shadows, with only a single, glowing red eye filled with malice. Fanatic backed away. Yes, I feel a little dizzy, and my body feels drained. Istar just laughed. Haha, that's just like muscle soreness, nothing more. Istar explained, the increased mana absorption forces your core to expand. To adapt to a bigger core, your body uses up a ton of energy. You might feel tired for a bit, Istar said, but once your body adjusts, you'll be back to normal. Fanatic breathed a sigh of relief. He knew Annabelle Mayer was just worrying over nothing. Since you came all this way, I should give you a gift, right? With that, he pulled out a vial filled with a pulsing green liquid. This is Apophis EXS, a nutritional supplement improved from a new medicine. It will help you recharge your energy. A while later, Istar stood at the lab entrance, waving a friendly goodbye. Travel safely, Fanatic called back. Thank you, sir. The second the door shut, Istar's friendly mask vanished. He leaned against it, pulling out a pipe to smoke. Those rotten brats, he sneered. I can't believe I have to lower myself for those idiots. A flash of green light zipped past, slicing the end of his pipe clean off. A mysterious figure in a dark, hooded robe stood there. No smoking inside, the voice warned. Istar exhaled sharply. Are you trying to provoke me? You think you have the right to complain when you're just throwing money away? The figure shot back. In a flash, Istar grabbed the mysterious person by the collar. Let's get this straight, Mary, he growled. I followed the scent of blood here, not money. Then Istar shoved her away. Damn it, just go wherever you want, he added. I just hope something interesting happens soon. Mary thought nervously. Asterisk, he's brilliant, but he does whatever he wants. Asterisk. Asterisk, I need to report this to the professor when he arrives. Asterisk, back in the dimension Jamie Welton created, 8 hours had already passed. The words on the grimoire's page read, divide mana into small parts and absorb it through breath control. Then, expand the core in multiple locations simultaneously to increase the absorption rate. Something clicked for Annabelle. Asterisk, I get it. If I split the mana into smaller streams. Asterisk. Annabelle closed her eyes, absorbing the mana just as the book instructed. The results were immediate and astounding. Asterisk, I can feel the mana growing naturally inside me. Asterisk, she realized. Asterisk, so this is the breathing technique. Asterisk, but while Annabelle flourished, Xenon Simon couldn't understand a single word. He slammed his fist on the table in pure frustration. What am I even supposed to do with this mana? A ridiculous play appeared in Xenon's mind, with Jamie Welton saying, Red-crowned crane, eat up. Xenon, as the crane, snarked back. Eat what? Candy? Xenon groaned in the present. Asterisk. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Is it this cryptic just because he wrote it? Asterisk. He slumped back in his chair, defeated, muttering, I bet Annabelle Mayer already figured it out. Asterisk. I know she's better at this stuff, asterisk Xenon thought. But remembering his own status, his determination reignited. He slammed his hand on the book. Asterisk. But I am the pride of the Simon family. Asterisk. Xenon sat cross-legged, carefully sensing the mana around him. Asterisk. Inferiority and envy. None of that matters. If it makes me stronger, I'll use it. I will surpass you in my own way. Asterisk. Watching the two, Jamie Welton leaned back in his chair. I thought Xenon Simon would rush ahead, but it seems he's finding his own method. He glanced at Annabelle, thinking, asterisk, as I expected, Annabelle's a step ahead. She's brilliant. However, her core is too weak to handle the pressure from absorbing this much mana. Asterisk. Asterisk. The real test is whether she can handle the pain of trying to expand her core in multiple places at once. Asterisk. Looking back at Xenon, Jamie thought, asterisk. On the other hand, it'll be incredibly hard for Xenon to even grasp the concept. However, his natural talent is so great that his mana will explode once he masters the technique. Asterisk. Asterisk. I've tailored the method to suit each of them, but this is the most I can do. The rest is up to them. Asterisk. 12 hours later, Annabelle Mayer was racked with pain. A splitting pressure radiated from her heart, making her face deathly pale. Asterisk, I feel like my heart is going to explode from all this mana. Asterisk, she thought. Asterisk, I can't believe I have to push my core this far. Asterisk. Asterisk, can my body even take any more of this? I want to give up. Asterisk. But then, the humiliating insults from her past resurfaced in her mind. The Mayer family? I can't believe the head of a magic house is only a fourth-class mage. Such a pathetic family. Annabelle bit her lip. Asterisk, this is the only way to restore my family's honor. Asterisk, watching her, Jamie spoke grimly. Annabelle is at her limit. The only path for her to become an archmage is to shatter her core's current limit. He then glanced at Xenon Simon. Looks like he started to divide his mana. He just needs to work harder. 17 hours and 30 minutes had passed. A piercing pain shot through her. Annabelle cried out in agony. 21 hours and 26 minutes passed. Xenon frantically flipped through the pages again and again, trying to understand. Damn it, he yelled, feeling helpless. Time kept ticking away. 22 hours, 23 hours, until finally, a full day had passed. Watching them on the screen, Jamie Welton snapped his fingers. Time's up. Both students were instantly teleported back to the long sofa. Annabelle gasped. Huh? Xenon yelled. What the? Jamie announced seriously. 24 hours have passed. The test is over. He looked at Annabelle and Xenon Simon. With a cold voice, he declared, You have failed. Annabelle looked devastated. I'm sorry. I did my best, but... Xenon raised a hand, pleading. If you give me more time, Jamie interrupted. And what difference would that make? Xenon froze, his voice faltering with uncertainty. Well, a slight smile played on Jamie's lips. He thought to himself, asterisk. All right, I should probably stop teasing them. Asterisk. He then announced, but you both passed the test. Annabelle and Xenon were stunned into silence. Huh! They looked completely bewildered. After his cruel joke, Jamie's face softened. This was just an observation test. You have both successfully become my disciples. Overjoyed, Annabelle spun around and hugged Xenon tightly. Xenon, we did it! A flustered Xenon stammered a reply. Yeah, congratulations. Then he added, now get off of me. Annabelle looked confused. Huh? Why? Jamie watched them both. Asterisk. That's right. Go ahead and celebrate all you want for now. Asterisk. He subtly took out a small red cap and put it on. On the outside, he looked like a saint, but inside, Jamie Welton was a devil. Asterisk. You'll all soon experience what it's like to cry in hell. Asterisk. A voice echoed, asking, Mary, what's the status of the latest test subjects? Mary held up a paper with Ivan's picture. Stamped across it in ominous bright red ink was the word failed. Mary reported, they're all showing severe side effects from Apophis X. They won't last much longer. The voice was unconcerned. Then we'll simply find better specimens next time, the person said. Mary, yes, Professor, she answered. The professor asked, and what about a countermeasure for the side effects? Just then, Kenny A entered the room. He pulled down his hood and said, about that. I'm still researching it with the doctor, but there hasn't been much progress. The professor's voice came from a crystal ball. I see. A new product will arrive soon. Make sure it's handed over to the doctor. The professor stated, they'll be sending it over. I expect good news from you all. His words made both Mary and Kenny Ayer jolt, their expressions shifting instantly. Mary stood up, her voice cold as ice. Looks like we'll have to bring Ann Hoffmeyer here ourselves. Kenny Ayer warned. That kid is sharp. Getting close to her won't be easy. Mary asked in disbelief. Don't tell me you're thinking of backing out over some trivial feelings. Kenny Ayer started, but Mary cut him off, clapping a hand on his shoulder. What am I saying? I forgot you're not that kind of person. Let's not waste any more time. Kenny Ayer was left alone in the silent room. He approached the desk, placing his hand over Ann Hofe's file, and whispered her name, Ann Hofe. Elsewhere, Ann Hofe slowly woke up, letting out a sleepy groan. A groggy Ann Hoffmeyer sat up, confused about her surroundings. Last night's memories flooded back. It was late, so Jamie Welton had told her, it's late. You can sleep here and go to school from my place. Realization dawned on her. Oh, right. This is Professor Jamie's room. Ann Hoffmeyer reached for the clock on the bedside table, wondering aloud, anyway, what time is it? When she saw the time, Ann Hoffmeyer shot up in pure horror. I'm late, she shrieked. She threw on her clothes and burst out the door. I'm so late! But Xenon Simon was already up. Well, look who's finally awake, he smirked. Xenon Simon's words hit her like a dagger. A critical hit, for double damage. You snore like a monster. Ann Hofe shot back, completely flustered. I do not snore. Xenon Simon kept teasing her. Oh yes you do. You were even talking nonsense in your sleep. A flash of blue magic shot down towards his head. Was that a lie? Jamie Welton asked. Ann Hofe was too furious to even speak. Jamie Welton snapped his fingers. All right, no fighting. And take these. In an instant, a bracelet with a perfectly round gem appeared on each of their wrists. Xenon Simon just stared at it. Huh? What is this? Ann Hofe asked. The smooth, polished gem shimmered, reflecting a mysterious and beautiful purple light. The orb was set in a delicate silver casing. Jamie Welton explained, it's a jade pendant, to symbolize that you two are now my disciples. He winked, pointing to an identical gem on his collar. Don't lose it. Ann Hofe and Xenon Simon replied in unison. Thank you. But Jamie Welton's next sentence made them both freeze like statues. And since they're a matching set, I guess you could call them a couple's item. Xenon Simon bristled, pointing a finger at Ann Hoffmeyer. Who? Who would ever date a brat like her? Ann Hofe gasped, stung. A brat? She glared back. Well, I hate you too. Xenon Simon stormed off, leaving only a single sentence behind. I'm going ahead. Ann Hofe rushed after him. Hey, why are you going off on your own again? Standing behind them, Jamie Welton just chuckled. Looks like they're having fun. Back at the classroom, the bell rang. Ann Hofe slumped onto her desk, exhausted. Made it. Finn Bake came over, concerned, and put a hand on her shoulder. You were a little late today. Ann Hofe sat up to explain. That's because the movement revealed the purple jade pendant around her neck. An astonished voice cried out, Whoa, Ann Hofe! A girl with brownish blonde hair rushed over. What is that necklace? It's so pretty. Ann Hofe held up the pendant. Oh, this? She said proudly. Professor Jamie gave it to me. He said it's the mark of a disciple. The entire class gasped in shock. From Professor Jamie? Ann Hoffmeyer is his disciple? No way! The blonde girl suddenly grabbed the necklace. Let me see! Ann Hofe was yanked forward, annoyed. Hey! Ouch! Other students crowded around. Me too. I want to see. Ann Hofe trembled. Guys, wait. My neck. Sitting in the back. Xenon Simon nervously hid his own pendant, thinking, asterisk, I have to make sure no one sees mine. Asterisk. The students buzzed with excitement about Professor Jamie's token. It makes sense. Ann Hoffmeyer is a genius after all. Finn Bake just watched the scene in silence. A professor poked her head in. What's all this noise? Settle down and take your seats. Yes, ma'am, the class replied. Professor Siver won't be here today, so use this time for self-study. Hearing that, Anne Hof wondered. Asterisk, is Professor Siver sick or something? Asterisk, she turned to Finn Bake. Anyway, Finn, are you feeling okay now? Yeah, Finn replied. They said this happens when your danjon grows from drinking Apophis X. Anne Hof Mayer was suspicious. It makes your danjon grow? There's no nutritional drink in the world that powerful. Anne Hof advised. Why don't you stop drinking it? Her words made Finn Bake furious. He shot her a dark glare. He jumped to his feet, shouting, Shut up! I was at the bottom for 6 years, he yelled, completely agitated. Why are you trying to stop me when I'm finally getting better? Anne Hof stood up, startled. Wait, that's not what I meant. But Finn didn't care. Forget it, he snapped. I don't want to hear it, the class started whispering. What's going on? What's with him? Anne Hof worriedly watched him go. Finn leaned against the window, muttering, Damn it, his face twisted with hatred. Anne Hof, that little witch. I'm sure she's just jealous that I'm getting stronger, while she's the one who became Professor Jamie's disciple. A sudden, sharp pain shot through his heart. Finn Bake clutched his chest, crying out in agony. Ugh! A voice called out to him. Finn? Sophia approached, her voice full of concern. What's wrong? Finn turned. Professor Sophia. Sophia gently brushed her finger across his cheek. You look so pale. Her expression was kind, but inwardly, Sophia was annoyed. Asterisk ch. Has the effect of the EXS already worn off? Asterisk Finn said, I just had a fight with a friend. Anne Hof said the nutritional drink I'm taking is suspicious. Sophia's expression shifted slightly. Anne Hofy? Yes, Finn Bake replied. And the drink you mentioned, is it Apophis X? Sophia asked. Finn was surprised. You know about it, Professor? Sophia gave him a dark smile. Of course. I know it quite well, actually. She continued, I'm planning a lecture on the prospects of Apophis at the Trinity Lab. Why don't you and your friends come join tomorrow? Finn Bake nodded. Okay, good, Sophia said, pleased. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a familiar green test tube. Apophis EXS. Drink this, and study hard today. Her inner thoughts were chilling. Asterisk. This test subject we're using is going to break down soon. If a student dies, the principal will launch an investigation. Asterisk. After giving him the vial, Sophia pulled away. I'll see you tomorrow. Her thoughts turned cruel. Asterisk. So we have to make the experiment a success before that happens, for a world where even the talentless are no longer scorned. Asterisk. In a dark laboratory, 3 bloody, dead rats lay on a table. A man in a white lab coat spoke. It'll be finished soon. A bald man with a terrifying, evil grin was reflected in the dead rat's eye. The drug that will drive the world mad, he cackled. At the grand and majestic Phoenix Academy, Anne Hof Mayer walked with her head down. Asterisk, I didn't get to talk to Finn at all yesterday. How should I apologize? Asterisk. Suddenly, a voice called out. It was Finn. He scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry for yelling at you yesterday. Anne Hof immediately brightened up. It's okay. Asterisk. He's not mad at me anymore. Asterisk, she thought happily. I'm so glad. By the way, Finn said, Professor Sophia invited me to a special lecture, and I was wondering if you wanted to come with me? Anne Hof was hesitant. A special lecture? But we have Professor Jamie's class today. Then she thought, asterisk, oh, what the heck. It probably won't hurt to go for a bit. Asterisk, though he'll be annoyed if I don't show up. Asterisk. Maybe it'll be fine if I just go listen for a few minutes. Asterisk Finn scratched his head. Thanks. I'm sure you'll like it too. At the Trinity Research Lab, a pair of slender legs in green heels clicked across the floor. A melody from some song was being hummed softly. It was Mary. Kenny Ayer followed behind her. Mary, did you really call for Anne Hofy? Mary turned around. That's right. That girl is the test subject you were supposed to bring me, Mary said. But the side effects are still, Mary interrupted. The Apophis we have now is nearly perfect. And this time, they've sent us an even higher grade ingredient. That's how our healers are able to counteract the side effects, Mary declared, and to prove our success, this will be our greatest honor. At that exact moment, Finn Bayotic was leading Anne to the Trinity Laboratory. Kenny Ayer issued a stern warning. Professor Jamie has taken Anne as his student. I trust you know what it means to make him your enemy. Kenny Ayer urged her to abandon her plans for Anne Hof, but Mary cut him off sharply. No, her voice was dead serious. It's far too late to stop now. The side effects only start appearing after 1 week of taking the supplement. As long as we find a solution before then, there won't be a problem, right? Kenny Ayer thought to himself, she's completely insane. Kenny Iyer thought of all the greedy fools who chased results by relying on drugs, only to end up destroying themselves in the grips of Apophis addiction. But then, Anne Hofe's voice cut through his thoughts. Professor Kenny? There was a part of today's lecture I didn't understand. Could you please check this for me? The image of that bright, optimistic, and life-loving student flashed through his mind. The two of them had discussed the topic for quite some time. When they finished, Anne Hoff had bowed deeply to Kenny Ayer and said, "Thank you so much, Professor." Another time, as Kenny walked past the magic training grounds, the sound and fluctuation of blue mana caught his attention. Professor Kenny Ayer wondered to himself, Is someone still at the training grounds? He glanced inside and saw Anne Hof diligently practicing her magic. Kenny Ayer muttered in annoyance, "What a pain." At that moment, Mary was sitting in her room, watching Kenny Ayer through a magic crystal ball. A flicker of suspicion entered her mind. Something about Kenny seems off. His face was cold and ruthless. Mary told Ist, "Remember to stay on standby. You might need to make an appearance." Ist laughed smugly. "See? I told you so. In the end, you'd come crawling back to me." A polite knock, knock, knock echoed on the door. Jamie Welton opened the door and stepped inside. "May I come in?" he asked. Siegfried turned to greet him. "Ah, if it isn't the young master," Jamie Welton asked. "Why did you summon me?" Siegfried replied, "Let's get straight to the point." Even for someone like you, that sounds awfully blunt." Jamie Welton cut him off. "I need to teach my student a lesson, so hurry up and tell me what you want." Siegfried's interest was piqued. "You actually took on a student?" "Yes," Jamie Welton replied. "And a Xenon." Siegfried rambled on. "I know I'm the one who encouraged you, but I can't believe you actually took on students with that rotten personality of yours. You're rude, arrogant, and a total cheapskate." Jamie Welton's voice turned to ice. "Is that all you wanted to say?" Siegfried sighed in frustration. So impatient. His tone then grew serious. "All right, enough joking around. I actually called you to ask for your help." "My help?" Jamie Welton repeated with suspicion. "That's right," Siegfried confirmed. "The truth is, Javelin is the one in charge of running this school. I don't have all the details, but I believe I need to handle this myself." He then presented a file with a picture of Ivan and the green-haired twin sisters. Before Professor Seaver went missing, Siegfried said he was frequently meeting with underperforming students from the beta class. But these kids, who were on the verge of expulsion, Siegfried continued, suddenly started getting better grades after drinking this. He held up a glass vial filled with a shimmering blue liquid. And apparently, Siegfried added, every single one of those students was absent today. A jolt shot through Jamie Welton as a terrible premonition surfaced. He thought, isn't that the same stuff Anne Hof's friend was drinking? Jamie Welton thought with a growing unease. "I have a really bad feeling about this," Siegfried explained. "If I make a move myself, it will draw too much attention. That's why I need you to do it." Suddenly, the gem on Jamie Welton's necklace erupted in a blinding flash of light. Jamie's face went pale. He shot up from his seat and rushed out, saying urgently, "I have to go." Siegfried called out, confused, "Young master?" But Jamie Welton had already vanished from the room. Panic surged through him as he thought, "This necklace! I gave one to both Anne Hof and Xenon Simon. It's supposed to alert me whenever they're in danger." Without a second's hesitation, Jamie Welton cast a teleportation spell. His entire body dissolved into a flash of light and vanished into thin air. He thought, "I truly hope it's nothing serious." Backtracking a few moments earlier, in a small lecture hall at the Trinity Research Facility, Sophia stood at the podium giving a speech. "We have worked tirelessly for the past 3 years to change the Magic Society, for the sake of giving a chance to the talentless and offering hope to the mentally tormented," Sophia declared. Anne Hof thought in admiration, "Professor Sophia is incredible," but Finn Baddock beside her was clearly unstable, his face pale, his breathing heavy and weak. Finn Baddock felt dizzy, the space around him warping into a chaotic, twisting vortex as he gasped desperately for air. "Up on stage," Sophia continued. "As you all know, the limits of one's magic matrix are set from birth." She slammed her fist on the podium, her face contorted with outrage at the injustice. She spat. "Those born with talent enjoy endless success, while the talentless are denied even a single opportunity." Sophia's voice boomed with passion. "To think that a person must live their entire life looked down upon simply because of their talent is a despicable truth if you look at the Magic Society statistics for the past 30 years. Just then, Finn Baddock clutched his chest and turned to the side, his face deathly pale as he bit his lip. Anne Hof cried out in shock, "Finn!" And just like that, Finn Baddock collapsed. Anne Hof screamed in a panic, "Professor Sophia! Something's wrong with Finn!" But Sophia didn't even flinch, continuing her speech calmly. "That is why we—" Sophia slowly descended the stage, approaching Anne Hof, who was desperately shaking Finn. "Finn!" Sophia's voice was cold. "Created a drug to change the world." Sophia crouched down, her expression twisting into something terrifyingly cruel. Her eyes became as sharp as razors, sending a chill down everyone's spine. And that drug is Apophis, Anhof called out in fear. Professor Sophia? A nameless dread began to creep into her heart. Sophia said, "This drug is the answer. A person can even become an archmage by expanding their magic capacity, even if they were born with no talent whatsoever." "That's insane," Anhof shot back. "It's too dangerous. Just look at Finn right now." But Sophia cut her off. "But what if you could eliminate that risk?" With that, she revealed an object glowing with a faint green light. Anhof's mind raced. "No way. That's impossible. To gain something, there's always a price to pay." Anhof thought, "But this has gone too far. What should I do?" "Think, Anhof. Think. What if someone else could pay that price? What if another life form, something not human, could bear that risk?" At that horrifying thought, Anhof asked in disbelief, "Don't tell me. This has something to do with the divine, doesn't it?" The question made Sophia's expression darken instantly. Her pupils contracted as her brow furrowed in anger. Anhof said, "What kind of church would dare to?" Before she could finish, a hand shot out and clamped tightly over her mouth. "You're wrong," Sophia hissed. "But to think that far ahead, as expected, you're quite clever," she continued. "To think that others would look down on and trample all over you just because you lack talent. As your professor, this truly irritates me." Holding up the vial, Sophia said, "However, you don't have to live like that anymore." "Here, try it," Sophia insisted. "Apophis will be your salvation, Anhof." Anhof tried to say something, but her terrified words were muffled by the hand covering her mouth. A voice boomed out, "Stop!" and a blinding magical light flared to life. Sophia looked on in shock. It was Kenny Ayer. His outstretched hand glowed with a swirling smoke, a brilliant blue core at its center. Raw magical power blasted out from him like a fierce wind. Kenny Ayer commanded, "Let Anhof go, marry Sophia, or rather, just marry," snarled his name through gritted teeth. "Kenny," Mary said, her voice dripping with rage. "So in the end, you're just getting in my way." She thrust her hand forward, unleashing her magic. A spear of brilliant green energy shot forth. Kenny Ayer yelled, "Invert!" and the magic spear instantly shattered. By the time it reached Kenny Ayer, it had completely disintegrated into fragments, scattering harmlessly around him without leaving a single scratch. The gray smoke with the blue light at its core remained as thick as before. Kenny Ayer said, "You can't win against me. You should stop now." But Anhof wrenched herself free from Mary's grip and screamed, "Professor, behind you!" A shadowy figure had appeared behind Kenny Ayer out of nowhere. An arm wielding a dagger pulled back as far as it could, before snapping forward in a vicious slash. The blade carved a gleaming crescent moon through the air, and a bloody wound instantly ripped across Kenny Ayer's back, stretching diagonally from his left shoulder down to his lower right waist. Fresh blood dripped from the blade. Kenny Ayer collapsed, screaming in agony. Istar sneered, "I think I've waited long enough for this." Mary wrapped an arm around Anhof's neck, yanking her back. "Get over here," she hissed. Anhof cried out in terror, "Professor Kenny!" Istar stomped on Kenny's wound, grinding him into the floor. Pale and broken, he gasped, "Istar!" The bloodthirsty killer purred, "Let's have some fun. You've kept me waiting far too long." Nearby, Finn Beadic stirred, groggily wondering, "Huh? Why am I on the floor?" As he sat up, he saw Istar. Finn called out, "Manager." Istar scoffed, "Ah, so you're that annoying kid from before," he sneered. "Perfect. You're just as pathetic as I remember." Suddenly, a silver-gray magical cord wrapped around Istar's ankle, stopping him dead in his tracks. He whipped around, his face twisting with rage. Who dared interfere with him? A curse escaped Kenny's lips. "You bastard. I'm your opponent." He struggled to speak. "You better not. Look away." Istar just mocked him. "Oh, is that right?" A powerful blow smashed into Kenny's face. Then, Istar sent him flying with a brutal kick. A crazed, bloodthirsty look filled Istar's eyes. He grinned menacingly. "If you're that eager to die, then I'll be happy to grant your wish." From across the room, Anhof screamed in horror. "No, Professor!" She struggled wildly, but couldn't break Mary's grip. Mary grunted, "You little brat!" Mary grabbed Anhofi's hair and slammed her head into the floor. "Didn't I warn you?" she shrieked. Pulling out a vial of Apophis, Mary said, "And now, you're going to be a good little girl. Just one dose of this, and you'll have superpowers." Mary cooed, "You should be happy. No one will ever be able to defeat you." As she grabbed Anhof's hair, a cold voice echoed, "Let's see who dares to touch my student." He looked down at Mary from above. An overwhelming aura of mana exploded from his body. Jamie Welton stated coldly, "I'm sure you already know the consequences." Mary gasped, "Jamie Welton, how did you get here?" His reply was ice, "You don't need to know." Then he commanded, "Get lost." With a swing of his staff, a magic circle erupted, blasting Mary away. Mary crashed hard into the lecturer's podium. Jamie Welton pointed his artifact, Avalon, at Anne Hofe. "Anne Hofe, go rest inside Grimoire for a bit." Anne Hofe cried out, "Wait, Professor!" Then he pointed towards Finn Batik. "You too." Suddenly Istar appeared behind Jamie, swinging his dagger down. "Mary, you're a real disappointment," he sneered. "I thought you could handle this punk." A razor-sharp slash cut through the air. Jamie spun around, leaning back to dodge the attack. But Istar pressed forward relentlessly, giving him no room to breathe, no chance to create distance. Istar swung his blade in a downward arc. Jamie pushed off his feet, leaping backward. "Look at that," Istar taunted. "He's good at dodging." Annoyed, Jamie shot back. "Who are you calling a punk?" he thought to himself. "What a pain." Jamie called out, "Ryer!" A portal materialized, pulsing with dense, dark purple mana. A crushing pressure filled the room, carrying the stench of death. The demonic portal yawned open, revealing an endless void. Two glowing purple eyes floated within the darkness. A deep, chilling voice echoed out. "Did you call for me, Master?" Jamie gave the order. "Deal with him." A shadow moved like the wind. Ryer replied, "As you command." He raised his hand, deflecting Istar's blade. A closer look revealed a sharp, pointed short sword. Istar scoffed, "You're taking orders from a punk like him? I guess that's all you're capable of." Ryer's voice filled with rage. "You dare insult my master?" With a single slash, he sent Istar flying. And just like Mary, his back slammed into the podium. Ryer slowly advanced, short sword in hand. "Those red eyes. I've heard of them before. They belong to the bloodthirsty barbarians, a tribe from the western continent of Ariza, correct?" Ryer continued. "But I wonder, are you as bloodthirsty as the undead?" Istar snapped. "You talk too much, you bastard." He pushed off the ground, lunging forward with a roar. "Die!" Elsewhere, Mary staggered to her feet, coughing violently. She snarled with hatred. "Jamie Welton, you damn brat!" Mana gathered in her palm, forming a glowing green orb. Mary screamed, "I'll kill you!" as she prepared to launch her attack. Jamie said with utter contempt, "Kill me? With that pathetic little spell?" Mary froze. A wave of fear and dread washed over her. She let out a choked sound. Mary tried to move, but her body wouldn't obey. She trembled in place. "What is this?" she thought in terror. "I can't move." Jamie praised her sarcastically. "What a good girl," he said. "Just stay put now." Instantly, Mary's body crumpled, her knees hitting the floor with a painful crack. Jamie reached for her forehead, dark purple mana gathering in his hand. He declared, "From now on, you are my slave, and you will come with me." Then Jamie called out, "Ryer, don't take his head." Ryer turned, asking, "You want him alive, Master?" His blade was already pressed against Istar's throat. "That's right," Jamie answered. "He seems like he could be very useful to me." Ryer questioned, "This one?" Jamie replied, "Yes. Let's try to train him." Ryer reluctantly sheathed his sword with a sigh. "I understand." He then grabbed Istar by the collar, who began screaming in fear. "Spare me." As he was dragged toward the portal, he begged, "No, please let me go." Whoom. The portal slammed shut. Jamie muttered to himself. "Looks like it's pleased I brought a valuable new slave," he continued. "All right, next up is—" But a voice interrupted him. Professor Kenny Iyer was sitting up, asking a question. "That portal just now. What was it?" Jamie froze. His heart skipped a beat. "Damn it," he thought. "I completely forgot Kenny was here. Well, one more won't hurt." Jamie pointed his staff at Kenny Iyer, preparing a teleport spell to get rid of the witness. "Sorry, Professor Kenny. Please rest for a bit inside Grimoire," Kenny cried out. "Wait!" At the same time, Jamie cast a memory wiping spell. Jamie turned his attention. Mary's face was a mask of shock and terror. He called to her, "Listen to me, my noble slave." "Like a wooden puppet," Mary replied obediently. "You called for me." "Master?" Jamie demanded. "Tell me who you are." Mary stood and answered, "My name is Mary. I am the manager of the Trinity Lab. We pursue the ideal of equality, magic, for all people." "We were ordered to infiltrate Phoenix Academy," Jamie thought. "I already knew that much." "So, Sophia was just her alias?" Mary continued. "The order was to eliminate the power gap between users with Apophis." Jamie considered this. A plan on this scale. It has to be a high-ranking mage from the magic community. Jamie asked, "Have you found a way to resolve Apophis's side effects? Isn't that your goal?" Mary started to speak about that. Suddenly, veins bulged on her neck. She cried out in pain, unable to form a complete sentence. A curse, Jamie realized. He pointed his finger at Mary as mana surged forth. "Who do they think I am?" he said. "Perfect cell. Total immunity. One of Jamie's 3 divine abilities." It could neutralize any ailment, even a powerful curse, Jamie stated. It nullifies all curses, except for brainwashing. Mary screamed in agony as blood poured from her head. As the curse was broken, a thick, black aura erupted from her body. Jamie muttered, "That took a decent chunk of my mana." He then asked, "Now, continue. How do you plan to fix the side effects?" Mary stammered. We made a deal with the demons." Jamie's eyes widened. "To handle the drug's side effects, it would have to be a demon lord, or at least one of the highest-ranking demons." Jamie pressed on. "Tell me, which demon?" Mary answered, "The demon lord of greed." Never heard that name before, Jamie thought to himself. This just proves how much time has passed. That demon lord title is probably self-proclaimed. Remembering the symbol, Jamie wondered. But how is the Zenith Church involved in this? He gave another command. "Tell me everyone who's involved." Mary complied. The small-time dealers, including Silver, were all killed by iStar. Kenny is the one who created it. Jamie was shocked by the revelation. Silver and Kenny. Those two are completely insane. He asked, "Who is the ringleader?" Mary said, "The one at the top is the doctor. He's obsessed with developing Apophis, but most of the orders come from the professor." Jamie Welton demanded, "What about their identities?" Mary presented a magical crystal orb and said, "The lower-level members are only allowed to communicate through this, so I've never seen them in person." Looking at the orb, Jamie Welton thought, "This artifact is laced with magic, making it impossible to trace the user or record anything." Just as I thought, some high-ranking member of the Magic Council has to be involved in this. Jamie Welton said, "You can go, just act normal, and report back to me the moment you're contacted." Mary replied, "Understood." He walked into the Grimia, thinking to himself, "I guess I'll need to hear the rest of the story from Times Him ***. Anne Hofe, who was caring for Finback, saw Jamie Welton and called out, "Professor." She rushed over to him, asking, "Are you okay?" Jamie Welton lightly tapped her head with his cup. "Who do you think I am?" He thought. "I already said I was fine, but this kid's condition looks serious." A golden light began to glow. Jamie Welton declared, "You won't be dying again." Finback said fearfully, "I didn't mean to do it. The kid's magic core is shattered," Jamie thought. He'll never be able to use magic again. But with a glance at Kenny Iyer, he told Anne Hofe, "Take your friend to the lounge to rest." Anne Hofe obeyed, saying, "Yes, sir, let's go." Only then did Kenny Iyer speak up. "Is this entire place an artifact? You must have some seriously incredible items." Jamie Welton replied, "Normally, I'd sit here and brag all about it." But then his tone shifted. "Unfortunately, I don't have the time." A blue light flashed in his eyes. Magic activated instantly, and chains of mana appeared, binding him tightly. Jamie Welton stared down Kenny Iyer. "I heard from Mary that you helped create Apophis X. Tell me everything you know about the people behind this." Kenny replied, "I don't know who the professor is, but I know the doctor. We researched the drug together." Jamie Welton asked, "Who is the doctor?" Kenny Iyer stammered, He is." But the words wouldn't come out. A strange feeling washed over him. This isn't like a magical seal. Jamie Welton stepped forward, placing a hand on his forehead. Kenny said, "If you won't talk, then I'll just read your memories myself." Kenny Iyer shot back, "You won't be able to read anything." The hand on his forehead stopped. Jamie Welton curled his fingers, digging them into Kenny's skin. A bloody gash tore open on his forehead, revealing a sophisticated circuit board beneath. Jamie Welton stated, "You're a homunculus." Holding a tiny chip in his hand, Jamie Welton scoffed, "So that trash, the third elder, was the mastermind. To think he'd stoop so low as to plant a chip in his own creation. How pathetic." The third elder, Serpentarone, that fool with the avoidant personality disorder. Considering his deep-seated hatred for anyone with talent, it's not surprising he's the one behind all this. Kenny Iyer asked in disbelief. "I was designed to never reveal any information about him." "How did you? Did you really read my memories?" "Of course I did," Jamie Welton thought, "and I erased them with dark magic afterward." But what he said aloud was, "I didn't need to read them. You're a homunculus, and your personality will always mirror your creator's." It was painfully easy to guess who was pulling the strings. Kenny Iyer was stunned into silence. He then said, "I may not be human, but I won't make excuses for the evil I've done. I'll atone for my sins with my death." Jamie Welton had other plans. He cut him off, saying, "And what would that change?" At the same time, he snapped his fingers, and the magic chains dissolved. Jamie Welton announced, "You're free now. You no longer have to be a slave to the third elder." Kenny asked, stunned. "Why?" Jamie smirked. "Let's just call it a thank you for saving my student's life. I'll decide your punishment after I deal with the third elder." Kenny Iyer spoke urgently. "Professor Jamie, you can't do this alone. That man has powerful people backing him up." A hand slammed down, and a syringe filled with green liquid fell to the floor. Serpentarone growled. Damn it, he thought anxiously. I haven't heard a thing from Istar or Mary, and someone destroyed the chip I planted in Kenny Iyer. Serpentarone thought with pure hatred. The Magic Council was supposed to be in the palm of my hand. Which bastard ruined my perfect plan? Looking at the syringe, he said, Apophis, like a man finding a raft in a storm. Serpentarone caressed the syringe to calm himself. That's right. There's nothing to worry about. Everything is perfect. As long as I have this, I can even deal with a level 8 monster. Serpentarone muttered madly. I will finally become the king of the Magic Council. In the headmaster's office of Phoenix Academy, Jamie Welton laid out everything he'd discovered. He said, That's why I need the help of the 7th Elder. Is there anyone who can fight alongside me? Siegfried spoke up. You said you don't know the professor's identity, correct? Siegfried analyzed the situation calmly. If they can hide their identity this well, you can't be too quick to trust anyone. This conspiracy goes deeper than just the 3rd Elder. So that means I can trust Siegfried, Jamie Welton thought, since he, like me, isn't part of the Magic Council. But he remained cautious. I can't trust anyone from the royal lineage that the 3rd Elder belongs to. The 2nd Elder, Lin Mao. But demons are masters of deception. I can't be sure yet. Jamie Welton let out a tired sigh. He said, So, it means we have to do this ourselves. Siegfried replied, I will find a way to deal with the 3rd Elder. You should go back and get some rest. Jamie Welton nodded. I understand. As Jamie Welton walked down the hallway, someone called out to him. Professor Jamie! It was Javeline Cutter. He asked, Ahem, where were you just now? Jamie Welton replied, Oh, I had something to discuss with the headmaster. Javeline Cutter said, If you have any questions about the lectures, feel free to talk to me. Jamie Welton answered cheerfully, I will. Javeline Cutter then asked, Oh, by the way, Professor Jamie, have you seen Professor Sophia anywhere? Jamie Welton answered, I believe she just left. Javeline Cutter replied, I see. Take care, Professor Jamie. As he walked away, and baseless suspicion crept into Jamie Welton's mind. His instincts were screaming at him that something was wrong with Javeline Cutter. Jamie Welton considered the signs. He's always the one communicating with the instructors. He can interfere with the Academy's affairs as the vice headmaster, and it wouldn't be suspicious for him to frequently meet with the 3rd Elder of the Education Department. Jamie Welton called out, Professor Javeline. He turned around and asked, What is it? Jamie Welton asked, Have you heard anything from Professor Silver? Javeline Cutter replied, He contacted me today, said he was resigning due to poor health. Hearing this, Jamie Welton was shocked, then let out a disbelieving laugh. I can't believe he was this close to me the whole time. Javeline Cutter asked, confused, What? What do you mean? Jamie Welton said, Sophia is probably in her room. Ah. Or should I call her Mary instead? Jamie Welton said coldly. You can drop the act now. Professor Javeline Cutter stopped pretending. He let the lecture notes he'd worked so hard on fall to the floor. Oh dear. I was so sure I wasn't being careless just because you're a kid. Javeline Cutter let out a dark chuckle. But it seems I've been caught. When he opened his eyes, they were monstrous. Pitch black, with blood-red pupils, radiating an aura of pure evil, malice, and corruption. Black and red mana mixed, forming an expanding circle around him, twisting the scenery into a hellish landscape. Javeline Cutter asked, What do you think? Javeline Cutter continued, About my space-bending magic? Jamie Welton drew his sword, Avalon, and said, Those eyes. Looks like you've made a pact with a demon. Javeline Cutter said, I was so careful, and yet I was still discovered. He then added, I believe the word if is always used by those with a grand vision. Jamie Welton's eyes locked onto a ring glowing purple on the man's middle finger. So that ring is the cause? In that case, Jamie Welton asked, Javeline, why can't you seem to move? Then, Jamie suddenly spun around, raised his staff, and chanted, Explosion! A bright red magic circle formed, followed by a searing blast of heat. As the flames on his staff died down, Jamie Welton said with disgust, I never thought you'd be able to get information so quickly. 3rd Elder. As the smoke cleared, Serpentarone's struggling figure was revealed. He raged, You arrogant little brat! I swear I'll make you kneel before me! This time, Jamie Welton unleashed the magic of the White Sea. A powerful and sacred current erupted, trailing behind him as he charged toward Javeline Cutter. Jamie provoked him, Go on, try me if you think you can. With his sword raised, Jamie decided he'd deal with Javelin first. He began chanting under his breath, the Welton style. Suddenly, threads of mana shot out, binding Jamie Welton's arms. From behind, Serpent Zeron cast the spell from his crystal orb. Gotcha. Jamie bit his lip, grinding his teeth in frustration. More mana threads shot from the crystal orb, wrapping around Jamie. He cursed the weakling's cheap trick. Jamie tried to use a spell to escape, but was horrified to find his own mana being forcefully scattered, impossible to gather for a cast. He realized his mana was. Just then, Serpent Xeron started to gloat. Can't use your mana, huh? We prepared for every possible situation. Serpent Xeron laughed triumphantly. So-called geniuses like you are always careless. Every last one of them meets their end. Suddenly, the ceiling exploded. Smoke, dust, and splinters rained down. Siegfried landed, his hands glowing with a vibrant blue mana. He demanded, "How dare you?" Siegfried aimed his hands at Serpent Xeron and Javelin Cutter, causing a ruckus in my own front yard. Javelin Cutter smirked. "I knew you'd show up." Xeron added, "You haven't changed a bit, have you?" The two villains raised their hands, activating their trap. A magic circle flared to life under Siegfried's feet, and a pillar of blue light erupted, encasing him completely. Winding runes floated up, suppressing Siegfried's mana flow. Jamie Welton watched in shock. What the hell is that? Kenny Iyer thought. How did it come to this? Could it be that the demons planned all of this from the very beginning? He sighed, murmuring, "It seems it's already too late." Anne Hof at his side asked, "Professor?" Kenny Iyer looked at Anne Hof with regret. "Music, I'm sorry. I have made a terrible mistake." Anne Hof tried to comfort him. "No, sir. At the very least, you saved us and realized your own blindness. You can live to atone for what you've done." Kenny Iyer thought to himself, "Atone? Atonement, huh?" He made a silent vow, muttering aloud, "All right. I just hope it's not too late." And with that, Kenny Iyer stood up and began to walk. He announced, "I will do what I can." He glanced back one last time. "Anne Hofe, you are a clever child, a genius." Anne Hof was stunned. "Sir?" She was shocked to receive such high praise from the notoriously difficult professor. Kenny Iyer said with regret, "Your greatest disadvantage is not having the blessing of mana. That is why I have always worried for you." Thinking she might give up on magic research, Kenny thought, "I really did want to be a good teacher." He reflected on his own actions. "My moods are always erratic, influenced by my creator's personality. That's what made me push my students so hard. I wonder, why couldn't I have been kinder, gentler with them?" Kenny Iyer mused, "Is it because I am an artifact made from a snake? No, that's just an excuse. I can change if I want to, because that is what I feel," he said with relief. "Thank you for not giving up until the very end." Anne Hof's thoughts drifted to Jamie Welton. Kenny Iyer continued, "As you know, Professor Jamie is an exceptional mage. He will undoubtedly become the center of the Magic Society one day." He imagined a future for Anne Hof. Kenny said, "You must become a disciple of someone like him. I am certain you can make up for what you lack by learning from him." Kenny Ayer smiled, offering his final lesson as a professor. "So always listen and learn. It will be a difficult path, but remember your dreams when you face obstacles, and never give up." Anne Hof sensed something was wrong, but she didn't stop him, knowing she couldn't. Her bright face was heavy with sadness, longing, and the sorrow of a student about to lose her teacher. Anne Hof Mayer said, "Yes, Professor. I promise I will never give up." Kenny Iyer was satisfied. A mix of joy and regret in his voice, he said, "It would have been wonderful if I could have seen you become a mage." Anne Hofmeier cried out, "Professor Kenny!" Her legs gave out and she collapsed to her knees. Kenny silently wished her well, hoping her path ahead would be filled with glory. Back outside, Siegfried roared with anger. "You bastards and your cheap tricks!" He tried to release his mana. Serpent Xeron said confidently, "It's useless. This is the price of your arrogance." Siegfried was stunned. He couldn't use his mana, nor could he break the formation. "What is this?" he thought. "It's not normal magic." Javelin Cutter said, "You look shocked, Headmaster. This is a sealing spell we went to great lengths to acquire from a mysterious nation far to the east. Not even the first or second elders could break it easily." Siegfried spat. "What do you think you can possibly do after this?" Damon taunted him. "Nothing bad will happen to me." Siegfried looked over at Jamie Welton, asking with confusion, "And what happened to you? That doesn't look like a seal." Jamie replied helplessly, "This thing, it's scattering my mana." Jamie said, "It looks like it'll take a while. I don't know if I can." Javelin Cutter interrupted, "That's enough chatter. You need to rest now." Headmaster Siegfried turned his attention forward. He threatened in a low growl, "I swear, I will kill you when I get out of here. I swear it on my soul." His body was consumed by a dark blue aura, and then he vanished. Looking at the lingering aura and floating runes, Javelin Cutter said softly, "I feel much better now that the most dangerous variable is gone." Jamie Welton shot back, "It's only a matter of time until the headmaster escapes. What's your plan?" Serpent Xeron replied, "You don't need to worry about us, Welton boy." Jamie Welton turned and delivered a fatal blow. "You pathetic old bastard. Is Apophis the best you could come up with when you couldn't get past the wall on the 7th layer?" Zeron ground his teeth in fury. It seems you don't value that tongue of yours, Javelin Cutter said. Stop it. Let's figure out how to handle this now. The remaining seals are needed for when the other elders are dealt with. Javelin Cutter sighed. I don't think we can hold him like this forever. And I fear the consequences if we kill him. The Weltons and the Vez. If those two houses decide to intervene, our plan is in trouble, Javelin Cutter suggested. How about we just erase his memory? Serpent Zeron considered it, then agreed. He said regretfully, this little rat is lucky to have such powerful backers. Jamie Welton demanded, what are you plotting? Someone with a demon contract wouldn't care about people with little faith or average abilities. He thought, Damon's goal, it must be to surpass his own limits. Jamie realized that in the end, there's only one thing those who make pacts with demons truly want, a high-quality sacrifice. Jamie connected the clues. The core will expand because of Apophis, and someone with the best qualities would be the perfect offering. With the answer clear in his mind, he asked directly, don't tell me. You're trying to summon a demon king? Javelin Cutter replied, as expected. You're a sharp one. Well, I've been watching you for a long time, and I've been inside the Magic Society for a while. Thanks to the Jennis shrine, my work has gone quite smoothly, he said, placing a hand on Jamie Welton's forehead. Javelin Cutter touched his skin and said, now, go to sleep for a little while. But you know, Jamie said, you used a space warp to get here, right? Dark mana surged from within his body. Javelin Cutter cried out in shock. You! This power, as Jamie called out, Leviathan. A summoning circle appeared, a monster resembling an earthworm, with no eyes or ears, only a wide mouth full of teeth and smooth black skin, burst forth. It lunged and bit Javelin Cutter in half, leaving only a bloody lower torso and a severed hand flying through the air. Jamie Welton's dark mana shattered his bonds. You got too close, Jamie said coolly. Serpent Zeron stared in horror. You bastard! You're a black magician? Jamie Welton turned to him. Didn't see that coming, did you? I'll kill you right after you tell me everything. Serpent Zeron suddenly burst into laughter. I see now. So, that's how it is. Jamie Welton paused, giving Zeron a look you'd give to a complete idiot. Zeron deluded himself, saying, so you're no genius after all. You just got your power by selling your soul to a demon. Heh, is that all you've got, you little punk? Serpent Zeron sneered. That's right, Siegfried. I'm sure that filthy slave is a dark mage too, who sold his soul to a demon. Jamie Welton sighed, thinking, this is just embarrassing. I told you to shut your mouth. A fishing rod is the right choice for guys like this. Jamie Welton coldly chanted his spell. An ominous necromancer mana erupted from him, making him look terrifying. Patient and cold. Dark necromancy mana surged, giving him a fearsome aura. Patient and cold. Necromancy, a dark magic that can shatter the soul and paralyze the body. Jamie Welton declared, I'll show you what a true magic swordsman is. You filthy dark mage, Serpent Zeron roared. I will eliminate you. He unleashed a barrage of silver-gray energy blasts toward Jamie. But when the attacks hit him, they didn't leave a single scratch. Jamie Welton scoffed. With your power, you can't even wrinkle my clothes. Are you sure you're a 6th-tier mage? Serpent Zeron flew into a rage. What did you say? What did you do? Serpent Zeron demanded. Now, die! He swung his hand, launching an even fiercer assault. The attacks were still useless. Jamie thought to himself, radiation, decay, dispersion, fusion. This is all high-level molecular magic. He spoke. So, the magic theory you've been searching for is related to molecular magic. Though I doubt you even get the difference between dust and molecules. You lowly creature, how dare you spout such nonsense? Serpent Zeron raged. At the same time, he cast a corrosive beam spell. A red magic circle blazed to life behind him, unleashing a colossal attack. But something else shot forward, shattering it. A familiar current of water, followed by the 100 Seas spell. Jamie Welton gripped his sword tightly. You thought that was enough to kill me? He swung his blade with all his might, but Serpent Zeron managed to cast a shield just in time. The mana shield instantly shattered under Jamie Welton's strike. Even with the shield, the blade still sliced a deep gash on Serpent Zeron's body. He grunted. That's what I wanted to say. Look closely, Jamie said. Don't you recognize a critical electroshock pulse? The necromancer's spell surged through the cut with a pinkish-purple mana, paralyzing Serpent Zeron's entire body. He let out a pained scream. This should be the end, Jamie Welton said, summoning Leviathan once again. The beast lunged toward Serpent Zeron. From its grotesque mouth, shadowy arms extended, dragging Serpent Zeron inside. Serpent Zeron thought with desperation, damn it, I can't let it end like this. He remembered the syringe of green apophis in his coat pocket. Leviathan chomped down hard. Jamie said, you fool, don't worry, I'll still devour your rotten corpse. He turned to leave, muttering, now then, But suddenly, Leviathan's head exploded, showering the area in gore and flesh. Serpent Zeron stood there, the empty syringe stuck directly into his neck artery. He cackled madly. "This is it! This is the power!" Jamie thought. "He's gotten stronger," he said aloud. "So that's Apophis, an incomplete drug, kind of fitting for a weakling like you." Serpent Zeron snarled. "You insolent brat! I'll beat you to a pulp!" Looking at Serpent Zeron's abnormally muscular body, Jamie noted that he hadn't reached the 7th tier, but he was definitely stronger than a 6th tier. Jamie smirked. "Look behind you. Rise." A familiar gate appeared, creaking open to release a black miasma. He commanded, "My soldiers." From within, countless pairs of eyes glowed in the endless darkness. A short while ago, in the halls of Phoenix Academy, Professor Hivan was cheerfully heading off to teach. Hivan said, "Time to get to work." Suddenly, space distorted, and the lower half of Javeline's body emerged. Hivan cried out in confusion. "Huh?" The torso fell completely, its waist replaced by a monstrous red creature with writhing tentacles and sharp, curved teeth. Hivan screamed in terror. "Ah, what the hell is that?" The tentacles shot out like lightning, piercing straight through his stomach. He cried out in agony. "Irk!" The veins around the wound bulged violently as Javeline's voice echoed. "I'm sorry, Professor Hivan." The tentacles retracted, and Hivan floated into the air, radiating a dark, crimson mana. His hair began to change, taking on the same style as Javeline's. Javeline said, "But just thinking about Jamie Welton being a dark mage, I felt like giving him a little surprise." Suddenly, something pierced through Javeline's shoulder, spraying blood. Kenny Ayer had appeared directly behind him. He spoke coldly. "So you're the one who made the contract and supplied the demon blood. Did you really think I couldn't sense that demonic energy earlier?" Javeline retorted. "You're just rushing to your own death." Kenny Ayer replied, "You're the one who's going to die." A commander's voice rang out. "Squad 1, spread out. Squad 2, fill the gaps. Squad 3, long-range attack." The skeleton soldiers obeyed the orders with perfect, disciplined precision. With that command, the entire legion charged forward. Seeing the endless horde of skeletons, Serpent Zeron sneered, "These bones!" He raised his hand and fired a magic blast. "Useless!" he yelled as the skeletons quickly disintegrated. Serpent Zeron roared with excitement. "This is it! This new power! Come on, you undead freaks! I'll tear every last one of you to pieces!" Azat continued to issue commands. "Squad 2, fill the position. Squad 3, draw your bows." Azat thought to himself, "I never noticed before, but he trained them remarkably well." Jamie Welton then called out to Azat. Azat immediately dropped to one knee. "Yes, my lord." "You called for me?" "My lord," Jamie Welton demanded. "What in the world are you doing?" Azat answered without hesitation. When Nevro explained it was a military salute, Jamie just scoffed. "Yeah, right. I'm not so sure that bag of bones even has a brain." "Actually, sir, he does," Azat affirmed. Jamie pondered this. That's strange. I'm sure I erased all his intelligence when I turned him. Did he reawaken it? Or is there another factor at play? I'll have to investigate that later." On the other side, Serpent Zeron was relentlessly destroying skeletons. "Damn these walking corpses! There's no end to them!" he cursed. Watching the scene, Jamie thought, is his magic breaking everything down to the atomic level to destroy it? Looking at his weak skeletons, he realized his undead army was no match. At this rate, he'd lose all his soldiers. Jamie gave an order. "Azat, return to the Legion." Azat asked, startled, "Was my salute that bad, sir?" The entire group dissolved into black smoke and vanished. Serpent Zeron taunted him. "I thought you were going all out. Are you running out of mana already? Guess you're not so special after all." Jamie replied, "It's just that your disintegration magic is really getting on my nerves." He raised his hand, summoning his weapon. Dense, dark mana, like a living flame, wrapped around the sword as Jamie lifted it high. He said, "You should feel honored to witness what true disintegration magic looks like." Enraged, Serpent Zeron spread his arms wide. Mana gathered into a colossal attack behind him. Jamie, using his Scott magic, became a blur of light, zigzagging towards Serpent Zeron at incredible speed. He appeared behind Serpent Zeron, ready to use his swordsmanship. "Welton sword style, 7th form, dark lightning," Jamie yelled, thrusting his sword forward. Serpent Zeron spun around and screamed, "Don't think I'll fall for that again." He unleashed his own ultimate attack, Beam of Destruction. Serpent Zeron was confident, certain of his victory. "It's over," he declared. Elsewhere, in a different classroom, Simon was looking at the empty room. He wondered to himself, "Huh? Is there no class today?" He said, "I don't see Ann Hofe or Meyer either. Did they ditch me?" Suddenly, the gem on his necklace began to glow brilliantly. Simon looked down at it, muttering, The necklace the professor gave me. I have a bad feeling about this." "No way." Simon flew out of the room, thinking in a panic, "The professor is in danger!" Back on the battlefield, Jamie was using his sword to cleave through the massive magic attack, but he was still being pushed back relentlessly. This technique burns through life force, Jamie thought. His dark mana flared. I'll crush that pathetic look on your face. Jamie planned to use Leviathan to absorb and digest the target while he plunged his sword into it. His dark mana exploded with even greater force. Serpent Xeron yelled, "It's useless! After I kill you, I'll sell my soul to the Demon King and survive." The dark mana shot high into the air, splitting the attack apart. It then detonated, transforming into a brilliant four-pointed star. In an instant, Serpent Xeron's magic was completely absorbed, and the sword began to radiate a strange and powerful pressure. The calm, dark mana violently twisted into a thin thread, reaching for the sky. Second ability, Dark Release. A colossal, pale foot slammed down, triggering a tremor that shook the very earth. The hideous abomination stomped relentlessly. From its chest to its waist stretched a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp fangs. Its head held a single, slanted eye, devoid of all reason, pulsing with a raw instinct for destruction. Seeing the monstrous creature, Jamie Welton thought, "Am I dreaming?" For some reason, that thing looks way too familiar. His gaze shifted to what he was holding in his hand. Jamie Welton was stunned, thinking to himself, "Godslayer, why am I holding this?" Just then, he heard an enraged voice roar, "How dare you call yourself a saint while you torture humanity?" Hearing that, he knew who it was. Diablo VP, Jamie Welton's past self. Jamie Welton thought, "I get it now. This is me, from the past." Diablo Volpia said, "To eliminate those who won't obey you. I can't believe you created something so filthy." Diablo VP declared, "I will never forgive you." He raised his hand, and dark mana erupted like a cataclysmic waterfall. The aura was so immense it blotted out the sky, crushing everything with its terrifying pressure. Watching the scene unfold, Jamie Welton realized this was a part of the past he had forgotten. That terrifying mana spiraled violently, forming an apocalyptic vortex. Its world-shaking power and immense gravitational pull sucked everything in to be annihilated. Watching it, Jamie Welton thought, "That's right. My dark power destroyed everything, but that still wasn't all of it. A gravity well that could pull everything into its abyss. This was the origin of Leviathan." Diablo VP roared, "Remember my power. Tremble before the darkness that is me." Mana exploded from the sword, blazing like an intense, infernal black fire. The second power, Release the Darkness. Serpenteron yelled in disbelief. "You bastard! What have you done to my magic?" he demanded. "Why is my own power radiating from your sword?" And true enough, the blade pulsed with the same silver-gray mana as Serpenteron's. Jamie Welton replied, "You think you'd understand even if I told you? All I can say is, the sword converges all." Jamie Welton gripped the sword tightly and brought it down. He declared, "It's thanks to you that I could break past my limits." Jamie Welton swung his sword with all his might, unleashing a slash of gray-white mana, the very power Serpent Xeron had used, and was now coming back to claim his life. "How ironic," Jamie Welton said. "Now, disappear." The mana slash shot upwards, cleaving Cerrone completely in two. Seren Pon let out a final, hateful scream of disbelief. Outside, a colossal cube hovered in midair. It was a spatial artifact. Its outer shell was reinforced, as impenetrable as a fortress of steel. Javeline put away the report. "It seems you've created a space that amplifies your power." While the third elder was busy brewing enhancement potions. The creation truly resembles its creator, doesn't it? Javeline Cutter's form twisted completely. His eyes became pitch black. A sharp horn grew from his temple, and his hands morphed into deadly black claws. Javeline Cutter said, Well, you've become quite human, haven't you?" Javeline Cutter mused. "Who would have thought you were just a mere creation?" Kenny Ayer's face was pale, blood trickling from his mouth. He cursed, "You bastard, because of you, all the students." Deep crimson mana began to rise from Javeline Cutter's body. He boasted, "My power is comparable to a knight-class demon. I might have a little addiction, but it's more than enough to handle a 5th-level mage." With that, Javelin Cutter thrust his hand forward, blasting out a pillar of crimson mana, yelling, "Just give up!" Kenny Ayer dodged desperately. Though he avoided a fatal blow, his shoulder and arm were caught in the blast. The mana tore through his flesh, and fresh blood gushed out. Kenny Ayer cried out in pain. "Ah," he thought. "The power gap is too big. These bastards are going to win." Suddenly a voice called out his name. "Professor Kenny." The sound was faint and unclear, gone in an instant as if it were never there. Javeline Cutter approached him and said, "All right, Professor Kenny, it's time to atone." Kneeling on the ground and clutching his wound, Kenny thought, "I think I heard a voice," from Javelin's shadow. "Are they sealed in there? Do I know someone inside?" The most likely possibility, a confident face with golden hair, appeared in Kenny Ayer's mind. Kenny Ayer guessed Siegfried, Kenny Iyer slammed his fist on the ground, channeling his mana to form a matrix and release Siegfried's seal. Kenny Iyer placed his faith in him. I'll leave the rest to you. Mana flowed into the ground, spreading out like sound waves, carrying a specific command to the spatial cube artifact. Javelin Cutter was startled by Kenny Iyer's actions, a sense of dread and suspicion rising within him. Javelin Cutter raised his arm, which morphed into a tentacle, lunging forward to stop him. He screamed, "It's useless!" Watching the tentacles rush toward him, Kenny Iyer felt surprisingly calm and at peace. He thought, I was just a puppet created by Serpent. I may have started as a part of their family, but there are things I learned from others. Images of Xenon, Simon, and Anne Hofe flashed in his mind as Kenny Iyer thought, growth and freedom. His eyes flew open as he roared with conviction. Do you really think I'd leave the children's future to you? Kenny Iyer swung his arm, and countless magic circles appeared, linking into a complex formation. But it wasn't for defense. The tentacles passed through the arrays with ease. Javelin Cutter yelled in confusion. What are you doing, you bastard? The tentacles pierced through Kenny Iyer's body. The magic circles shattered, but he just smirked victoriously and said, I never planned on dodging. Spatial collapse. Countless cracks spiderwebbed across the entire cube, unleashing a blinding light of rampaging mana. Then, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, illuminating the entire region with its destructive power. A familiar voice rang out. Well done, Professor Kenny. It was Siegfried. He was free. His face was grim, filled with an anger that seethed like a volcano about to erupt. Siegfried said, You can rest now. His mana flooded the area, an aura so overwhelming it felt like it could swallow the sky. The sheer pressure was like having a mountain suspended right above your head, ready to crush down at any moment. Siegfried said, I owe you a great deal. Javelin Cutter thought in terror. This is the butcher of the battlefield. Is this the true form of a combat mage? Siegfried's voice, cold and dripping with killing intent, echoed out. I told you before, didn't I, that I would kill you if I ever got out. The wave of mana rushed toward Javelin Cutter. He was paralyzed with fear. He immediately turned tail and ran for his life, thinking, I can't win this. I have to retreat now. But in the blink of an eye, Siegfried appeared right in front of him. He crouched slightly, pulling his arm back to build power. Mana gathered, compressing into that one fist. Siegfried asked, Where do you think you're going? He unleashed a devastating punch that slammed into Javelin Cutter. The man cried out in agony, Gyaya. Javelin Cutter was launched into the air. He thought frantically, I need to make some distance. Then I can open a gate to the demon world. He pressed his hands together in a seal and whispered, Open. SS. Before he could finish, a colossal fist made of pure mana swatted him from the sky like a mosquito, slamming him into the ground. The force of the impact shattered the earth like a spiderweb. Siegfried approached the downed Javelin Cutter. He said, You won't be getting a peaceful death. Siegfried raised his hands, framing them like a camera. A spatial cube materialized, trapping Javelin Cutter's body inside. Siegfried declared, I will kill you in the slowest, most painful way possible. His face was a terrifying mask of brutal ferocity. He said, This is only the beginning. The cube solidified from an image into a real object. Javelin Cutter's mangled flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Back with Jamie Welton, he lifted his sword, observing it and murmuring, It consumes the enemy's energy and makes it my own. Staring at the sword, now stained with dark mana, Jamie Welton thought, This is my new principle, the true demonic sword. Jamie Welton thought further, After my breakthrough, my senses are even sharper than in my past life. It seems that bastard Javelin is still alive. Jamie Welton thought with disgust. To think he was just a fake. Instead of killing him, I'll make him suffer the most excruciating pain imaginable. Suddenly, a familiar presence entered Jamie Welton's senses. He thought, This presence is. Jamie Welton instantly teleported to the location. Seeing who it was, he called out, Duke Simon. Man, you were hard to find, Duke Simon said. Jamie Welton asked suspiciously, Why are you here? At the same time, Duke Simon shot back, Don't tell me you actually took down a 7th class mage. Yeah, just now, Jamie Welton replied. Duke Simon explained himself. I came here looking for Sung. Jamie quickly warned him. We're out of time. The demons have already appeared. Demons? Duke Simon questioned. Just then, a pillar of crimson-black light shot into the sky. Both of them whipped their heads around. That's demonic energy. A massive, hairy claw lunged forward as a voice boomed. Damn it. Siegfried parried the monster's relentless, frenzied assault. He yelled, Why'd you suddenly jump to your final form? The students can't handle this. Jamie Welton teleported in, asking, 7th Elder, is that Javelin's true form? Siegfried glanced over. Young master, I was trying to shrink him, but he just got bigger. Duke Simon arrived as well. He demanded, What does that mean? Siegfried sighed in frustration. You're here, too? The 8th Elder spotted the panicked students below. Jamie declared, "The students will get caught in the crossfire if we fight here. I'm moving us somewhere else. Right now." He began to bend space itself. Mana erupted in 2 pillars of light, engulfing both sides. The surrounding space warped, folding like paper to form a connecting channel. In a flash, they were all teleported far from Phoenix Academy. The aftershocks of this battle would never reach the school. Duke Simon was stunned. He used 7th class magic without an incantation. Siegfried added, "I'm still having trouble believing it, even after seeing it with my own eyes." "This is no time to be amazed," Jamie Welton snapped. He brought 2 fingers together and an orange-gold flame ignited, the highest form of fire spirit magic. A massive claw made of raging, scorching fire descended from the sky, slamming down on the monster. Duke Simon smirked. "You keep surprising me. However, fire is my specialty." He raised a hand to his face, where identical orange-gold flames danced to life. The Fire King's thesis, Simon's unique magic. He controls all flames, which is why they call him the Red Lotus. Instantly, the fire Jamie Welton created began to burn hotter and more violently than before. The heat grew terrifyingly intense, turning the flames a deep blood red. Seeing this, Jamie Welton thought, asterisk, he's using my fire magic and expanding it. So, that's the 8th Elder's thesis, asterisk. Duke Simon's entire body was now wreathed in fire. "Burn him to ashes," he commanded. A spear of dark crimson mana shot straight toward the restrained monster. The Red Lotus, a spell as beautiful as it is dangerous. An illusion of a giant lotus slowly bloomed, its ethereal pink petals dancing through the air. But at the center of this dreamlike scene was a raging vortex of fire, its heat so intense it seemed to warp space itself. Duke Simon called out, "7th Elder, watch out for the aftershock," Siegfried replied nonchalantly. "Yeah, I know." A spatial barrier formed to contain the destructive force of the flames. Inside the barrier, the fire completely erupted, exploding with even greater intensity. Jamie Welton watched, mesmerized by the flames, thinking, asterisk, that move. The Red Lotus is beautiful, and just as powerful. Asterisk, incredible. He breathed. When the fire subsided, all that remained was barren, scorched, and cracked earth. Siegfried remarked, "As destructive as ever." Duke Simon turned back and said, "I don't want to hear that from you. In any case," Siegfried just shot back, "Yeah, in any case." Siegfried asked, "You became a 7th class mage in such a short time?" The young master, Jamie Welton, answered awkwardly, "Haha, well, it was pretty recent. The elders will lose their minds when they find out." Siegfried chuckled. Duke Simon warned him, "Stop laughing so carelessly. Remember where you are." Siegfried paid him no mind, replying, "Who cares? I was born a slave, after all." Duke Simon turned to leave, saying, "Anyway, let's head back now." Siegfried asked, "Shouldn't we check the body?" Jamie Welton approached the crater to investigate. He froze when he saw something. This was strange. Simon's flames should have burned everything to nothing. Duke Simon scoffed at Siegfried's words. "You dare question my magic?" Only those at the Count level or higher could withstand that attack. At the epicenter of the blast, Jamie Welton saw a charred black form, Javeline Cutter. He was still alive, but not for long. Left like this, Javeline Cutter would soon crumble into ash in the wind. He thought with resentment, asterisk, so close. Just a little bit more, and I would have received power from the Demon Lord. Is this how it ends? Asterisk. A malicious voice echoed. You held out pretty well. For trash. Javeline Cutter flinched. The wicked voice continued. If you're going to die, then give your body to me first. An immense wave of dark red mana erupted, extinguishing Duke Simon's flames. A demon appeared, a sharp horn jutting from its forehead. He declared, I will devour everything in your place. Jamie Welton was stunned by this sudden turn of events. 3 blasts of mana, shaped like razor-sharp blades, instantly materialized right in front of him. A short time earlier, in an empty field behind the Academy's back gate, a few figures stood watch. Someone said, the vibration from the demonic energy is gone. Malin Mel asked, what do you think happened? Oefenjinger replied, I don't know either. Just then, Raymond Florisan called for everyone's attention. Wait, everyone, come look at this. There's a burnt corpse here. The others gathered around. Raymond Florisan knelt, placed his hand out, and cast a restoration spell. A gentle, bright blue mana flowed out. Under its effect, the charred corpse's head was restored. It was Professor Kenny Iyer. Someone shouted, This is Kenny Iyer, a professor at Phoenix Academy, and the Third Elder's disciple. Adele Aven sneered at Serpent. Did that damn old man really plan to turn his own student into a sacrifice for the demons? Luke Frazel chimed in, Hey, you don't have to put it like that. When suddenly, a colossal pillar of light shot into the sky. It was forged from demonic energy, a foul mix of black and deep red, radiating pure evil. The whole group was shocked as they felt that twisted mana. Luke Frezel said in terror, "This magic power, that's a Count-level demon." Adel Aven shouted his name to snap him out of it. Offenjinger turned and gave his orders to Adel Haven and Luke Frezel. "Lin Mel and I will engage. You two prioritize protecting the Magic Association," Luke Frezel protested. "We'll also, I'm asking you two. I might have to use the dimensional cannon." As the dust settled, 3 long, deep trenches were carved into the ground. The demon said with amusement, "Well now, you guys have some quick reflexes." The 3 of them were now airborne, their expressions wary and alert. The demon asked, "But why are you all so quiet?" "That demon's name is Boss, a demon count serving under the Demon Lord of Grudge, a hybrid of half-demon and half-dragon," he sneered. "Did you really think I couldn't attack you if you were hiding in there?" Jamie Welton thought grimly. Asterisk, a Count-level demon. It feels like I'm facing a real dragon. His presence alone is overwhelming the elders. He's nothing like Diablo. Asterisk, Boss growled. "If you're going to stand in my way, I'll take you out first." With that, his figure vanished due to his sheer speed. Jamie Welton clicked his tongue in annoyance. He blocked Belos's attack, getting knocked back a bit. Jamie Welton thought in disbelief. Asterisk, I can't believe it. He's this strong even with my all-might physical resistance? Asterisk Boss grinned with excitement. "You seem a lot tougher than those other two." He charged forward to attack again. Mana condensed in Boss's hand. He said, "Oh? Not bad, blocking that one." He smirked. "Then try this." With a powerful swing, his mana transformed into a dark crimson blade, shooting forward with terrifying speed. Jamie Welton was forced to use both his Holy Sword and Avalon to block the attack. He was pushed back, thinking, asterisk, even if his physical attacks don't work on me, his raw magic power is still a huge problem. Asterisk. Asterisk. Looks like I have no other choice but to use dark energy. Asterisk. Just then, Siegfried appeared behind him and said, "Young master, Jamie Welton." Jamie replied, "I need you two to keep this a secret." Siegfried asked, confused. "Huh? Are you planning to?" Boss charged forward, shouting, "How long are you going to whisper over there? Show me more! More!" A torrent of dark mana exploded from Jamie. Darkness seemed to bleed from Jamie Welton's very being. He spoke with ice in his voice. "Don't be so impatient. Your turn to fight me will come." Siegfried watched in horror. Duke Simon could only stare, whispering the name of that energy. Dark mana. Jamie Welton surged forward like a pillar of light, a focal point for all magic. The black mana converged, and he thrust his empowered sword straight ahead. But Belos didn't back down. Filled with battle lust, he charged, excitedly swinging a claw packed with condensed demonic mana. He roared, "Let's see you block this." The two attacks collided in a blinding explosion, but the condensed orb of mana didn't detonate. Instead, the demon sword began to absorb it. Belos thought in shock, "How dare you drain my power?" He sneered. "Fine, then feast on this." Belos unleashed an even greater torrent of demonic mana. "I'll give you so much you can't possibly handle it." But Jamie simply said, "I was hoping you'd say that. You've never lost to someone weaker than you, have you?" With those words, he drew his sword back. Anti-dark magic. Then Jamie swung with all his might. The dark mana, now mixed with the demon's own energy, erupted in a single, devastating blast. A pillar of pure power slammed into Belos, engulfing him completely. He was thrown back, realizing this wasn't simple absorption. Belos just laughed, his excitement growing. "How interesting," he declared. "But a trick like that will only work once. Now, I'll end you with this next move." Suddenly, a spatial cube appeared, sealing his hand and the condensed demonic mana within it. Siegfried called out, "We'll get an explanation later." Duke Simon added, "You better have a damn good reason for this." Jamie cast his spell, Golden Flare. An explosion rocked the inside of the spatial cube. Seizing the opportunity, he charged forward with the demon sword. "I'll explain everything when this is over." Sword art, heavenly blade of the evil dragon. His energy converged. Dark mana flashed like brilliant starlight. Jamie brought the blade down, carving a sharp, powerful slash across Belos's body. Belos let out a long, agonizing scream. He couldn't believe it. Defeated by a mere mortal? Jamie turned to Siegfried, who had appeared behind him. "Can you isolate this entire area?" "Seventh Elder, seal it so nothing can escape." Siegfried looked unsure. "Don't tell me you plan to keep fighting him like this." "Young master, we need to hurry and call for the other elders." Duke Simon agreed with the sentiment. He advised, "Jamie, I understand your dark mana is different from other dark magic, but even with the 3 of us fighting together," Jamie cut him off. "No, we can't win, not even if every elder from the Magic Association was here." His expression was grim, heavy with certainty. "Unless every swordmaster attacks him at once, he will destroy the entire Magic Association." Duke Simon realized, "You have a plan, don't you? Then we have no choice. We'll do as you say." He looked over to Siegfried. Siegfried reluctantly sighed. Yes, yes, I understand. Siegfried formed a hand sign, gathering his mana. He muttered an incantation, and a barrier made of spatial mana materialized, enveloping the area. It was vast, solid, and nearly indestructible. Cutting this place off from the rest of the world, Belos grumbled to himself. Shh, the Demon King is going to kill me when I get back. He flexed his hand, glaring at the three of them. I don't know what you're plotting, but this is the real end. A strange red smoke seeped from his mouth. Magic. Evil dragon's breath. He stood tall and opened his mouth, unleashing a dense beam of black energy, its core a blinding crimson red. The power was terrifying, enough to shatter heaven and earth, to extinguish all life. At that moment, the spatial barrier completed. Jamie said, "Thank you, both of you." He raised his hands, framing them like a picture. The phantom image of a destiny card appeared. Dark mana began to gather, weaving a complex pattern for a high-level spell. Watching the dragon's breath approach, Duke Simon summoned his own flames and shouted, "Seventh Elder!" Their incantation began, a hymn of fate echoing in the void. I am a bird that sings where none can hear. A card materialized. The Hermit, a lonely traveler on a dark land. It touched the surface of space, causing ripples to spread. The chant continued. One who tries to purify the darkness. Siegfried grit his teeth. You don't usually ask for my help. Layered space! Countless spatial planes materialized, forming a wall of shields. The tower card appeared with its own verse. A fallen god of destruction. The dragon's breath began crashing against the spatial fragments. Siegfried yelled, "You bastard! You're shattering space itself!" The chant went on. Do not shed tears, even if you lose the world. Duke Simon gathered fire mana in his arm. Are you with me? The crimson tide. The strength card appeared. Its verse, walk steady, for the darkness is always with you. The flames collided with the dragon's breath. Siegfried cursed. Damn it, it's not over! Young master, are you ready? Jamie's final card appeared, its verse a command. Reveal your design. Jamie finished the incantation. Destruction magic. Inet's territory. Ocean of chaos. An endless, infinite sea of dark mana erupted, threatening to swallow the sky. The dragon's breath met the ocean of chaos. The dark mana surged and began to corrode and consume the attack. Belos stared in disbelief. My breath, he thought. Don't tell me this darkness belongs to Times Him asterisk, the demon king of wrath. It was impossible. Then, a hand suddenly burst out from Belos's mouth. A voice echoed, Run. Belos resisted stubbornly. No, my king, if the 12 gods learn of your awakening. Demonic mana exploded, staining the world crimson. An armored foot slammed down. He was here, the demon king of wrath. He raised his sword to the sky, and mana erupted in a vertical blast. The demon king of wrath declared, everything ends now. Outside, Marin Mayo noted, it's just a fluctuation of energy, but the sheer power is terrifying. A demon count? No, it feels even stronger. Raymond Florison asked, what's happening with the second elder? They must have warped the space. Offenjinger reached out, touching the barrier's surface. A ripple spread out from his hand. Is this the work of the seventh elder? It seems he's given it his all. This feels more like a seal than a warp, Raymond theorized. Is he trying to end everything right here? Both Offenjinger and Marin Mayo flinched at the thought. Ofen said, if that's the case, we must be prepared for any sacrifice, even if it means using times that asterisk. I've already told Luke and Elle to prepare for the worst. High on a tower, a light began to glow. It was the dimensional cannon. Adel and Frazel stood by, awaiting Ofen's command. But I pray we don't have to use it, he muttered. Crimson lightning, demonic mana. Clashed with violet lightning, dark mana. The two forces warred against each other. Jamie thought, what's going on? Why would a demon invade the Inet territory? The Ocean of Chaos. A spell created by Diablo Volpia. A life-risking technique designed to fight enemies far stronger than oneself. A space where dark mana consumes itself, allowing the user to surpass their limits and become a living weapon. I get needing to awaken a stronger demon now, Jamie thought. But why invade the Inet territory? Even if the 12 gods appeared, they would destroy, not invade. An evil voice echoed in his mind. I do not understand. Jamie whipped his head around. This energy, he thought. Jamie cried out, Demon King! I can't believe it. He's truly awakened. This is bad. An image of a golden scale appeared. One side for demons, the other for the gods. A demon king's awakening should shatter the balance of causality. It meant the 12 gods would be forced to descend. But there was no sign of a counterattack, Jamie thought. Especially Pyro. The moment she knew, she would move to destroy him. Of course, My dark mana could deceive the gods, but I'm the only one who can use it. That has to be it, right? Jamie Welton stared down the Demon Lord, sensing the dark mana swirling within him. Are you the Demon Lord? He asked. The Demon Lord sneered. And who the hell are you? A crushing pressure suddenly slammed down, forcing Jamie to cough up blood. Damn it, he thought. I can't believe this is already my limit. The Demon Lord of Wrath demanded, how can you use that power and still look me in the eye? Wiping the blood from his lips, Jamie shot back. I don't know what you're talking about. This power is mine, and I'm nobody's pawn. Don't get ahead of yourself, the Demon Lord warned. He formed a blade with 2 fingers and aimed it at Jamie. The pressure around Jamie intensified, veins popping on his skin, but he fought with everything he had just to remain standing. Impossible, the Demon Lord scoffed. You're nothing more than a brat with a little courage. Jamie stood his ground, biting his lip so hard it bled as pained groans escaped his throat. Despite the agony, his eyes were locked on the Demon Lord of Wrath with a merciless, predatory glare, like a wild beast cornering its prey. Jamie felt his bones start to crack. Is this what you wanted to ask me? He grunted. The Demon Lord's hand shot out, grabbing Jamie by the throat. Answer me, he snarled. What are you to times him asterisk? He lifted Jamie off the ground, whose mind raced. Him? Staring into the Demon Lord's eyes, Jamie was shocked. Wait a minute. Purple eyes? He knew it was possible for someone to randomly acquire dark mana. However, that specific shade of purple was only given to those who received the power directly from him. Jamie demanded, how could you have this honor? The Demon Lord countered. How do you have the same purple eyes as times him asterisk? Jamie gritted his teeth. That's what I want to know. How do you have my power, my dark mana? An uncontrollable rage started boiling inside him. How could a disgusting demon like you possess it? Jamie screamed. The Demon Lord of Wrath tightened his grip, making him cough up more blood. Your power, you say? The Demon Lord echoed, his voice laced with confusion. It can't be. His will was definitely destroyed. Jamie was suddenly released, collapsing to the ground in a coughing fit. The Demon Lord demanded, tell me exactly what you are. If he didn't answer, the consequences would be dire. The Demon Lord removed his helmet and tossed it aside. Beneath it was the face of a human, a rugged man with deep-set eyes and a long, X-shaped scar between them. I'll throw you into hell myself, he threatened. Seeing the Demon Lord's true face, Jamie's eyes widened in disbelief. You're? He could hardly speak. You're Chikanya? The man shot back. How do you know that name? Jamie pressed on. Do you remember Laner Hill? The memory flashed back. A scorching hot day, Chikanya lay on the ground, a deep wound in his chest. It's too late for me, he'd said. Jamie, who was Diablo back then, was beside him, trying to comfort him. Your wound is healing, Chikanya had pleaded. Diablo, turn me into an undead. Jamie had warned him, if you become undead, you will be forced to serve me. Chikanya clenched his fist, trying to move his broken body. He said it didn't sound so bad. Then, he knelt on one knee before Jamie. My master, he had declared. Make me your absolutely loyal servant. I wish to be your sword until the day the gods are defeated. For me. No, for all of humanity on this earth, please. Jamie then remembered another image, Chikanya crying, begging, don't abandon us. Even in death, I will fight by your side. Jamie's voice from the past echoed, you really are a loud one with your damned opinions. He'd continued, fine, this miserable life of yours. He placed a hand on Chikanya's forehead and declared, I will take it and make better use of it. Tears streamed down Chikanya's face. Thank you, Diablo. Back in the present, Chikanya was shaken. How? The only ones who knew that were me and my master. So how could you? Jamie spoke his name softly. Chikanya. The knight trembled. That is a place only my master and I knew about. But in a world where my master no longer exists, you're the only one left who would know. He raised his sword, pointing it at Jamie with a trembling hand. Jamie said calmly, accept it, Chikanya. I am Diablo. Overcome with emotion, Chikanya fell to his knees with a cry. Ah, he gripped the hilt of his sword. Is it really you, master? Jamie replied, I'm sorry for being so late, Chikanya. The two sat down to talk. I believed you had died at the hands of the 12 gods, Chikanya said. Jamie explained, I was trapped in an infinite barrier, but one day I was reborn into this body. I see. Chikanya replied, but what are your plans now? You won't stand a chance of killing the gods with that body, Jamie said proudly. Chikanya, this body is only 10 years old, and it's only been a year since I managed to reclaim a fraction of my true power. Chikanya was stunned. Even with your past memories, he said, I can't believe you were able to face Belos after only a year of training. He's a demon whose rank is close to that of a marquis, as expected of my master. He continued, I'm certain you'll regain your past strength in just 10 more years. Jamie then asked, but what about you? Demon Lord, you've become too strong for me to even gauge your power, Chikanya replied. It has been over 60,000 years. He touched 2 fingers to his temple, gathering his memories. Then, he placed those same fingers on Jamie's forehead, transferring the images. I'm sure it's better if you see for yourself, he said. The visions flooded in, and Chikanya's voice echoed from the past. I order all my subordinates and the undead to leave my side. It was an afternoon in a grand castle. Right before the final battle, Diablo's followers had been dismissed on his command. Chikanya approached him. Master, it is time. However, the one I am most displeased with is the only one who didn't obey. He vowed, I will follow you to the very end. Diablo turned back. Chikanya, your final mission. He held out his hand, and a cubic barrier appeared, trapping Chikanya inside. He slammed his fists against the wall, but it was useless. He called out in desperation, Master! Diablo simply said, Go. What is this? Master! And that was how he was sent to the demon world. The first 100 years were pure agony. Chikanya stood on a cliff, lost in thought. Why did Master send me to a place like this? Was I not helpful? Was I useless? If so, why didn't he take back the dark mana he granted me? He cut through hordes of lesser monsters, sword in hand as he charged the leader. For the next 1,000 years, he erased all reason from his mind. The dark mana should have run out, causing him to cease to exist. But it was replaced by demonic energy, absorbed from countless battles, allowing him to sustain his body. Chikanya swung his sword with all his might. Before he knew it, Chikanya had become a count in the demon world, and 10,000 years later, he received news from a subordinate he'd sent to the Middle Realm. The servant knelt and reported, The 12 gods are erasing the records of the Middle Realm. Chikanya roared in shock. What? So now they're even erasing my master's legacy. In that moment, he realized what he had to do. He gripped the armrest of his throne, his knuckles white with rage. I must complete Master's revenge for him, he thought. For my master, who was betrayed and scorned by the 12 gods, I will have vengeance. From then on, Chikanya called himself the Demon Lord of Wrath. He became the laughingstock of all demons, except for his own loyal subordinates. But tens of thousands of years later, he stood at the peak, his power and authority immense. He grew so strong that even the 5 great demon kings could no longer treat him lightly. And then, the perfect opportunity for revenge finally arrived. A dispute had broken out among the 12 gods. Lily and Brahman are on one side. Someone said Durian and Karun on another. Tantus and Arabella follow Obrian. And finally, Yam and I are on our own, Chikanya thought. Those worthless humans who betrayed my master are now living as parasites of the 12 gods. I will destroy you all along with them. He thought about his plan. I'm not entirely satisfied with the process, he mused. But it doesn't matter, as long as the result is good. Revenge was finally within his grasp. As the memories flooded his mind, a wave of sorrow washed over Jamie Welton. His past self had lived a life of utter despair. I'm sure he wanted to end it all, and he probably would have been more at peace. Chikanya asked, Master, may I ask you something? Why did you send me to the demon world back then? Jamie Welton answered awkwardly, I didn't even know where you were being sent. He explained, The only way to separate you from me was to send you to another dimension. Chikanya remembered pounding on the barrier, crying out, Master. Back then, Jamie had told him, live your own life, until the dark magic is gone. In despair, Chikanya had pleaded, please, wait. Recalling that moment, the Jamie of today said, because I wanted all of you to live, even if I had to die. But even I didn't know it would be the demon world, Jamie admitted. I'm sorry. Chikanya didn't seem to care. It's all right, sir, because in the end, it allowed me to see you once again. Jamie Welton called his name Chikanya. With deep sincerity, Jamie said, Thank you. For my sake, you've endured so much. Flustered, Chikanya replied, Master, please, you must stand. I only did what I, as your dark knight, was sworn to do, Chikanya insisted. Jamie sighed in resignation. You really mean that? He figured it was time to finally accept it. He thought his emotions were long dead. He thought he'd cut them all away, but after trying to discard them so many times, they always came rushing back. The past and the present were finally different. From now on, Jamie thought, my path and what I must do will change completely. He called out, Chikanya, I'm going to kill the 12 gods. Chikanya put on his helmet. A fitting goal for you, Master. But not yet, Jamie said. I've only just become a 7th-class magician. Compared to his past self, a 9th-class sorcerer, this was just the beginning. If I want to kill the 12 gods, I'll have to become even stronger than I was before. Chikanya bowed. If there is anything you need, do not hesitate to command me. Jamie replied, Not right now, but I will call you when the time comes. Then let's fight together, Jamie said. And thank you for waiting for me. Master, Chikanya breathed. He knelt respectfully. for tens of thousands of years. Those are the words I have longed to hear. This time, I swear I will follow you to the very end. Meanwhile, outside the chaotic ocean of magic, a massive sphere had formed from pure dark mana. It completely isolated the space within from the outside world. Duke Simon murmured, "It's huge. Is this really dark mana?" Siegfried reached out, but couldn't touch the chaotic ocean. His hand stopped short, as if hitting an invisible wall. "I'm not sure," Siegfried said. "It feels different from what we know. Moreover," he added, "the space inside is totally cut off. I can't see through it, not even with magic." Duke Simon was shocked. "It's blocking your spatial magic? What in the world is this thing?" Siegfried thought anxiously. The magic is still active, so the young master must be safe, right? But what if he isn't? Suddenly, a crack appeared in the center of the chaotic ocean. As mana began to leak out, Duke Simon yelled, "Seventh Elder!" "I know!" Siegfried replied. They both formed hand signs, gathering their mana for an attack, their eyes locked forward. The crack grew wider, and the chaotic ocean became more and more unstable. "If it's not the young master who comes out of there," Siegfried thought. "If that isn't Jaime?" Duke Simon resolved, "We'll have to use the Crimson Lotus technique immediately." The chaotic ocean shattered like glass, and standing before them was Jamie Welton. He took a deep breath. "Finally, I can breathe again." Then, Jaime collapsed right into Siegfried, who cried out in alarm, "Young master!" Jamie Welton lay on the hospital bed, his face pale as a sheet. While he was out cold, the elders scrambled to get the Magic Association under control. Phoenix Academy had taken a major hit and was forced to temporarily close its doors. Adele Huane furiously pointed at the gaping hole in the hallway ceiling and yelled at Siegfried, "What kind of principal blows up his own academy?" "Can we just call it a workplace accident?" Siegfried said with a sigh. He considered himself Jaime's bodyguard, and he had protected him. Right now, Xenon, Simon, and Anne were visiting Jaime's room. Anne sniffled, calling out, "Professor." All the elders and his students had come to visit. 3 days after the fight, Siegfried was on watch duty, but he was fast asleep with a book over his face, snoring softly. Jamie Welton's eyes fluttered open, his gaze hazy and weak. His head was still spinning. "Am I in a hospital?" he wondered. He tried to push himself up, calling out, "Siegfried." "Elder!" Siegfried jolted awake. Seeing Jaime was conscious, he yelled, "Young master!" He gently pushed Jaime back down onto the bed. "Don't push yourself. Normally, you'd be out for 3 months. Jaime asked, "Is everyone okay? What about the aftermath of the battle? Thanks to you, everything's fine," Siegfried replied. "The other elders are dealing with the Magic Association." The two talked for a while, with Siegfried explaining what happened after Jaime passed out. Hearing it all, Jaime felt relieved. "I'm glad everything worked out." Siegfried then put up a spatial barrier around them. "Now," Siegfried said, "I want an explanation." "A soundproofing spell?" Jaime thought. Recalling Jaime's transformation, Siegfried asked worriedly, "Young master, what was that?" "I haven't told the other elders yet, but..." Jaime figured there was no point in hiding it anymore. For some reason, the thought made him feel lighter. He began, "Elder Siegfried, I am the reincarnation of the first dark magician, Diablo Volpia." Siegfried just repeated the name. "Diablo Volpia?" Confused, he asked, "Who's that?" Jaime facepalmed internally. He'd been so caught up in meeting someone from his past life, he forgot that Diablo Volpia doesn't even exist in this world. "I already knew you were a dark magician," Siegfried said. "I saw the dark mana. But putting aside who Diablo is, reincarnation? Are you seriously telling me you've lived a past life?" This sounds insane, Siegfried thought. But if the young master really is reincarnated, evidence started flashing through his mind. His magical talent, called the greatest in all of history, his flawless swordsmanship, and how familiar he was with taking lives. It all started to make sense. Jaime grabbed Siegfried's wrist. He said, "Instead of just telling you, it would be easier to just show you, right?" Jaime thought. Siegfried is too good a person to lose. He won't betray me, even after he knows the truth. Guiding Siegfried's hand to his own head, Jaime said, "You can read my memories." Siegfried placed his hand on Jaime's forehead. "All right," he said. "I'm ready. Let's begin." And with that, he activated the memory reading spell. Anne Meyer's voice could be heard. "Do you think he's awake yet?" "I don't know," Xenon Simon replied. Anne said worriedly, "His term as a substitute professor officially ended yesterday, you know." "So what? We're his students," Xenon said calmly. "Anyway," Anne continued, "I heard you were the one who asked the 8th Elder for help." Xenon jumped, asking, "How did you know that?" Anne said playfully, "I have my ways. Actually, the 8th Elder told me himself." Xenon grumbled, "It's not like I was worried about my teacher or anything. It's just, it would be my loss if I stopped getting his lessons." Anne teased him like a little kid. "Aw, you have a cute side, don't you?" Xenon's neck flushed as he protested. I'm being serious. I'm extremely selfish. Anne didn't get his reaction. Okay, what's the big deal? Lighten up. I get it, she said. Xenon was at a loss for words. Just then, Duke Simon walked by. Are you here to see Jamie? Anne jumped. Eighth Elder, Xenon awkwardly mumbled. Well, let's go together, the Duke said. Xenon pulled his coat over his face. Yes, sir. Anne followed behind, giggling. As they reached the stairs, they ran into a doctor with blonde hair. Ah, Eighth Elder, the doctor said. I was just on my way to see you. Jamie's awake. He's talking with the Seventh Elder right now. Anne rushed forward. Really? Is he okay? Xenon followed up, asking, how's his condition? Can he still use magic? Bombarded with questions, the doctor spun around, stammering, well, about that. But Duke Simon's sharp voice cut through from behind. That is enough. Both Xenon and Anna Marie froze, their words catching in their throats. They quickly bowed their heads in apology. Xenon murmured, my apologies. Anna Marie added, I was just a little surprised, sir. Duke Simon stepped forward, addressing the doctor directly. Do the other elders know that Jamie has awakened? The doctor replied, no one besides the Seventh Elder is aware. Good, Duke Simon commanded. Do not tell them. He then turned to Xenon and Anne Marie. You two will wait here for a moment before entering. Though neither of them understood why, they obeyed without question. Yes, sir. Suddenly, a brilliant gold light tore through the dark sky. Siegfried grunted. A figure cloaked in black stood before him. It lunged forward, shouting, Come! Siegfried finally realized where he was. Asterisk. These are the memories of young Master Jamie. Asterisk. The thunder in the sky raged violently. A name echoed through the chaos. Diablo Volpia. Siegfried stared upwards, his mind racing. Asterisk. That name? Asterisk. For some reason, an image flashed in his mind. The god of war, riding a magnificent chariot pulled by winged horses. Angels flew beside him, sounding triumphant horns. A door burst open, revealing a muscular man with a radiant halo behind him. It was the god of war himself. He spoke, his voice booming. To show yourself before me again after such a humiliating defeat. You have courage. I'll give you that. Jennis, Diablo Volpia began. Have you forgotten your destiny is to rot in the deep dark places of the world? But Diablo Volpia threw his head back and roared. I have returned to reclaim humanity's dignity. Asterisk. That times is my destiny. At his command, dark, demonic energy surged towards the heavens. Jennis sneered with contempt. No matter how much you struggle to change it, a human's fate is already sealed. Human destiny is not for pathetic frauds like you to control, Diablo shot back. Jennis scoffed. Fighting for your own kind, even though they betrayed you. How pitiful. I understand their position, Diablo replied. Dark mana began to swirl and gather on the blade of his scythe. With a mighty swing, he unleashed a massive slash. Now, die, he screamed. The slash of dark mana tore across the sky. Countless explosions rocked the heavens. Enraged, Jennis yelled, such arrogance! Cut off his limbs and bring him to me. His angels immediately dove down. But from Diablo Volpia's side, demons rose to meet them. The two forces collided in a cataclysmic clash. The war had begun. Opposing energies met, creating a blinding explosion. It's over, Jennis declared. Diablo Volpia. The vision cleared to show Diablo, bloodied and beaten, lying face down on the ground. Yet, he still managed to speak. So, is this how it all ends? Jennis smirked. Don't bother trying anything else. I told you that you would lose in the end. Diablo spat with contempt. You should have died by my hand 10,000 times over, but you hid behind the other gods and laughed at me from afar. Pathetic, Jennis. Absolutely pathetic. The 12 gods couldn't even handle me alone, Diablo continued. The best you could do was gang up on me and seal me away. Ha ha ha. He lifted his head. How could I not laugh at your cowardice? Go ahead, seal me again. By the time I reawaken, your precious halos will have long since faded, and you will face endless despair while begging for the sweet release of death. The god simply replied, I'll be waiting. A magic circle activated. Watching the scene unfold, Siegfried instinctively cried out, No! He could only watch helplessly as Diablo was sealed away. His figure vanished in a flash of blue light. No! Siegfried screamed, jolting back to reality, gasping for air. A quiet voice called out, Elder! Siegfried turned to the young master. That wasn't a dream, was it? Jamie Welton shook his head. No. Jamie then explained. Those are my memories from 66,666 years ago, back when I was first reincarnated, a time when humanity was demoted to slaves of the 12 gods. Siegfried was in disbelief. Humanity? Slaves to the 12 gods? 66,666 years ago? Jamie's expression was grim. It isn't just the past. Humanity is still enslaved to the 12 gods. The 12 gods have destroyed and rebuilt civilization countless times. They've altered humanity to suit their whims. Even now, we are being watched. By the supreme gods? Siegfried asked. You're not wrong, Jaime replied. But more specifically, Jaime continued, by the followers of the dragon god, Brahman. They are a race created specifically to monitor mankind. The problem, Jaime said, is the gap in history between when I was sealed and our current civilization. Siegfried asked, you mean the world from 10,000 years ago? Jaime nodded. Exactly. That history has been forbidden. The moment I try to uncover it, Jaime explained, they say the dragons will come for. Suddenly a new voice interrupted. Is that really true? Siegfried gasped, turning to the door. Eighth Elder! Duke Simon entered the room. I asked you a question. Is it true? It is, Jaime confirmed. Humanity has been confined to this continent under the watchful eye of the dragon race. Duke Simon clenched his fists. I knew it. I knew humanity couldn't be this inferior. We were not wrong. We? Siegfried asked, confused. What are you talking about, sir? Duke Simon composed himself. My apologies for not telling you sooner. I didn't think you would believe me. However, it's all right now. The Duke turned his attention to Jaime. I want to introduce you to a certain group. He called them, those who wish for humanity to rule this world once more. Hearing this, Jaime thought to himself, asterisk, so there was always a group of people who had gotten close to the truth of this world? Asterisk, Duke Simon continued. Humanity has always lived under oppression because we are weaker than other species. But why are we so weak? It's because the stronger races fear our potential, and so they stole our power. By some amazing coincidence, we found proof. 10 years ago, a project called Dawn was launched to explore the Cappy Caves, one of the 6 forbidden zones. A sword master, a grand mage, and 20 special-grade adventurers were hired for it. But the results were tragic. The only person to return alive was the sword master. That doesn't mean they returned with nothing. However, they witnessed the glorious civilization of humanity's past, and the sword master brought something back with him, the AKA factory. It's a storage facility for a powerful warship that existed before our current civilization. At those words, Jaime froze. Asterisk, AKA. That warship is still here? Asterisk. An image of a massive, technologically advanced warship armed with devastating weapons flashed in his mind. Asterisk, but I thought I destroyed it during the Fourth Great War. Asterisk. We recovered numerous records from it, the Duke said. Countless pieces of technology far more advanced than anything we have today. It is proof that humanity in the past was stronger than even the dragons and elves. The Duke's eyes fixed on Jaime. You are the second person to arrive from humanity's past. An existence that has appeared to save our species. The savior of humanity that we have waited so long for. Duke Simon looked at Jamie Welton with absolute certainty. Is you. He gestured to a compassionate statue of an angel. As humanity's savior, I have waited for you for a very long time. Objectively speaking, humanity was once the most prosperous species in the world, and they have lost so much. But beneath the statue was a carving of countless humans, crushed and struggling. The truth is, Duke Simon said, his voice laced with pain, they were always wary of other powerful races. No matter what they did, humanity was just a pathetic race with no freedom. However, one day, humans reclaimed their original power and brought peace to this world. The Duke and his followers walked toward the silhouette of Diablo Volpia. More than anyone else, the Duke declared, I have risked my life waiting for the moment that person would arrive. He looked at Jaime, his eyes gleaming with hope. Besides your overwhelming abilities, there is your mysterious black magic. It is on a completely different level than modern dark magic. It must be the power from that ancient era, though I don't know how you obtained it. Jaime let out a sigh. Duke, most of your hypothesis is correct. Humanity was once very prosperous. However, they were not the masters of this world. I know, Duke Simon replied. There truly was a great war. AKA was the warship they used back then. Jaime nodded. That's right. AKA is something my comrades and I created together to stop the gods. It's a weapon of annihilation, Duke Simon asked, his curiosity piqued. Annihilation? Siegfried rushed forward, blocking the Duke. That's right. Forged to capture and kill the gods themselves. Jamie Welton stepped off the bed and declared, I don't know how much you overheard, but allow me to introduce myself one more time. He stated, I am Diablo VP, commander of the Human Liberation Army, and in the end, I was the only one left. To slay the 12 gods, I created black magic itself. Duke Simon was completely floored. You're the sole survivor? The Human Liberation Army. Liberated from what? Jamie Welton sighed and said, It's a long story, so I'll just have to show you myself. He then began to copy his memories. Jamie Welton's 2 fingers touched Duke Simon's forehead, flooding his mind with visions of the past. The Duke trembled and asked, "Was that what truly happened? This humiliating scene, this world of utter defeat, was real." Looking up at Jamie Welton, Duke Simon thought, Diablo Volpia. He is the first black mage, the one who created it. A reincarnator. Duke Simon immediately dropped to one knee. Siegfried called out in shock, "Count Simon!" But the Count spoke with deep reverence. Lie-hitter Simon greets the Emperor of Humanity. Jamie Welton was totally confused. "Count? Emperor of Humanity? What are you talking about?" Lie-hitter Simon declared. "You commanded them all. You fought single-handedly, all alone, for the sake of mankind. You fought so fiercely and suffered a painful death, thinking only of humanity until your very last breath." Lie-hitter Simon affirmed, "You truly are our emperor." Lie-hitter Simon swore his eternal loyalty, but Jamie stepped forward and said, "Get up, Count. I'm no king. Besides, I don't want that kind of relationship. It always ends badly." Jamie Welton said, "Instead, lend me your strength, and please, speak to me comfortably. That's what I want." Siegfried, standing nearby, chimed in, "You know, the third elder's position is still vacant. If the young master becomes an elder, it looks like my title as the youngest is about to be stolen." Lie-hitter Simon shot him a sharp glance. Siegfried said, "From now on, I'll be looking after you as a colleague, but as an elder, I'm still your senior, you know." Jamie Welton replied, "Thank you. Please take care of me." But Lie-hitter Simon grit his teeth, glaring at Siegfried. He rushed over, grabbing Jamie Welton by the shoulders. "I, too, swear that I will help you." Jamie cringed, pleading, "Please, stop talking in such a cringy, formal way." Jamie Welton sat back on the bed, sighing in relief. "Anyway, didn't you say you wanted to introduce someone to me?" Lie-hitter Simon quickly answered, "Yes, they've been with me the entire time." Jamie looked up, curious. "Is it Fran?" Lie-hitter Simon denied it. "No. Fran is a multiracial group with unknown motives. They've always been a terrorist organization with a very vague purpose." Hearing this, Jamie thought, "A terrorist group, huh?" Siegfried had already warned him about Fran. Lie-hitter Simon continued, "We are a secret group, focused on the fulcrum of this world, and the future of humanity. You'll understand when you meet the others in person." Lie-hitter Simon then led Siegfried away, saying, "We've disturbed the patient long enough. It's time to go." Seventh Elder. Siegfried said, "Young master, please get some rest. We will return." As the door opened, Anne burst in, her eyes welling with tears as she cried, "It's open!" Anne rushed to the bedside. "Professor!" Jamie directly raised a hand to cut her off. "I'm fine," Sears said coldly. "I obviously knew you'd be all right," Jamie thought with a sigh. "You should probably wipe your tears before saying that." Looking at his two disciples, Jamie thought to himself, "Come to think of it, ever since I took them in, I've made them worry so much." Anne said, "I'm only crying because you were crying." Sears flinched. "When was I crying?" From the bed, Jamie tried to mediate. "Both of you, calm down. I'm fine, so try to get along from now on." They both replied, "Yes, Professor, we'll listen." During the 3 months Jamie was hospitalized, a storm of events shook the magical world. Below, a vast and crowded city bustled with activity. In the capital's palace, the Zenith Church had issued their holy decree. They began purging anyone connected to the demon race, causing a stir among the people in the streets. The side effects of Apophis were severe, and many people fell into critical condition or lost their lives. However, thanks to Filbert's successful recovery, he managed to survive. Third Elder Serpenteron, the mastermind of the incident, was branded an enemy of humanity. This caused his entire family to be excommunicated. Keniach, who was also involved in the plot, was declared a criminal, but was granted a posthumous pardon because his sacrifice to protect the academy was officially recognized. With the headmaster's permission, Siegfried held a funeral for Keniach at Phoenix Academy. Fresh white chrysanthemums were placed on his headstone, and the students who remembered him came to pay their respects. A large crowd gathered at the funeral to send off Professor Keniach. The magical world, already reeling from this shocking event, finally received some good news a few days later. The royal palace recognized Jamie as an archmage and temporarily appointed him as an elder of the magic world. A newspaper featuring Jamie Welton's picture read, "The kingdom's greatest talent, Jamie Welton, becomes an archmage at just 10 years old." Outside the window, a beautiful sunny flower garden bloomed. A pleasant sound filled the air. "This feels amazing." Jamie Welton stood on the ground, thinking happily, "I'm completely healed." He circulated the mana in his body. It flowed smoothly, without any blockage. "Nothing can stop me from using mana anymore." "Perfect," Jamie Welton thought. He reached for the doorknob, saying to himself, "All right, time to go." Sears Simon was training, with fire mana on one shoulder and water mana on the other. He muttered, "Fire and water at the same time. Just a little more and I think." Sears said, "I will." Suddenly, a torrent of water shot right over his head, cutting him off. Sears Simon exploded. "Hey, take this seriously. How many times has this happened?" Anne Meyer just laughed nervously. "Sorry." Anne's magic had gone out of control again. She cried out, "Huh? What's happening?" Sears Simon yelled, "You idiot, that's not—" just as a fist made of water slammed down on his head. Of course. It was Anne's magic. Jamie appeared and said, "You two should really get along." Anne quickly ran over. "Professor, are you feeling better?" Jamie confirmed, "I am. Now, have you two finished your homework on multi-attribute activation?" Both of them fidgeted awkwardly. "Well, about that." Jamie Welton sighed and demonstrated as different attributes danced across his palm. "Using multiple attributes at once is a basic skill. You'll only be finished when you can do this." They replied, "We'll try again, sir." Sears then said, "The headmaster said that once you've recovered, you should go to his office at the Central Magic Tower." Jamie heard this and thought, "Is that where I'll be working from now on?" Out loud, he instructed, "While I'm gone, do your homework. Understood?" Jamie warned, "If you can't, you'll have to wear the red hat." Both Sears Simon and Anne jumped and cried out, "Yes, sir." At Siegfried's office, he sat slumped amidst a mountain of official documents. He groaned dramatically. "Where has my free-spirited life gone?" Siegfried whined, "I wanted to live like a charming rogue. Well, if I want to help the young master, I suppose I have no choice." A voice called out, "Elder." An assistant opened the door to announce, "Sir Jamie has arrived." Siegfried said, "Ah, send him in." Jamie Welton walked in and asked, "You called me?" Siegfried replied, "Yeah, have a seat. How are you feeling?" Jamie answered, "I'm fine, thank you." "So, why did you call for me?" Siegfried said, "It seems you haven't heard the news yet. The royal palace contacted me." He then reached into thin air, pulling something from a pocket dimension. "What is it?" Jamie asked. "If it's from the royal palace," Siegfried began to read. "Jamie Welton, show your reverence and receive this royal decree." Jamie flinched, a bewildered look on his face as goosebumps broke out on his skin. He muttered, "Ugh," Siegfried continued. "This is for Jamie Welton. The contents are as follows. You are to attend the Archmage appointment ceremony tomorrow evening in the capital of the Seldom Kingdom at the Faustedium Palace." Siegfried looked down and said, "That's it." Jamie Welton asked, "An appointment ceremony? At the palace?" Zeph chuckled. "Young master, just as I thought, you absolutely despise this sort of thing, don't you?" "Don't worry, I'll be right there with you," Jamie replied. "And I'll hate that even more." Zeph sighed dramatically and asked, a hint of desperation in his voice, "Is the appointment ceremony always this much?" Jeffrey calmly explained, "Of course, a master-level individual is a nation's greatest strength. When a figure like that emerges, a nationwide event is only natural." But something felt off to Jamie, and he immediately had to ask, "Is this welcome ceremony really an official part of the rite?" Jeffrey gave him a mental thumbs up, as expected of a great noble. "You know more about this than I do." His mind replayed the memories. Being surrounded by Marquis Linmel, his men, and even some commoners, hearing all their desperate pleas. "Don't bother me anymore," he thought. "It's seriously annoying. This whole thing pisses me off." Of course, it was only natural for a sharp kid like Jamie to figure things out. Well, Zeph thought, the young master is a different breed from an old man like me. After just 5 minutes of deep thought, Jeffrey's serious expression vanished, replaced by a bright smile. He held up a thick envelope. Come to think of it, the Count sent a letter. Since the incident 3 months ago, the Count was told to stay away, so he's been sending letters one after another. For some reason, hearing this made Jamie break out in a cold sweat, like his rebellious past was about to be exposed. As if reading Jamie's mind, Jeffrey handed him the letter and made a promise. "I will close my eyes. Please, take your time and read it." Jamie stared at the letter, its paper already yellowing with age. It's been a month since his last one. This must hold the full heart of a father who deeply loves his son. "To my beloved son." The letter was written with the finest pen and paper, filled with gentle love and caring questions. "Are you feeling better now? Your mother soaks her handkerchief with tears every time she thinks of you." His father recounted everything that had happened at the Welton estate since Jamie had been gone. "Sarah Welton also cries when she thinks of you. The little girl he once held like a small sack of flour was now constantly pestering her father. You're lying. Bring my brother here right now. It's been 15 nights. Why isn't he home yet?" Before he was a great count, second only to the king, he was just a father. And sometimes, he selfishly wanted to keep his child close, as a way to show his love and protect him. But he understood his son's choice, his ambitions. He knew that holding him back now would be like trapping a magnificent bird in a beautiful, gilded cage. So he decided to let him fly free. He would watch from afar, quietly protecting his son from the shadows. "To be honest, your father is quite sad that he can't see his amazing son. However, I understand how you feel fighting those demons, and why you don't want your parents to worry. So, I will not stand in your way. The letter was incredibly long, detailing countless things that happened at home. Still, I am at ease. My proud son, you have been given a chance to receive such a prestigious title. We will see you again soon. The day he held the newspaper, its cover plastered with his son's image. His beautiful mother and his playful little sister all stared in awe at the massive photo. At the end of the letter, his father left a sweet and loving message. We will meet again on that day, from your beloved father. Jamie stared at the letter, lost in thought. It's been a while since I last saw them. I'm not even sure what I'd say. But in a corner of the letter, Areno mentioned two other people. Do you remember the Bell sisters? It seems they'll be there too. Haha. Jamie chuckled to himself. How could I ever forget the Bell sisters? Heh. What's this feeling? Both of the Bell sisters were special to him. One was the reincarnation of an angel, and the other was a high-class spirit. Both of them had certainly left a deep impression on Jamie's memory. A wave of fondness washed over him, but his rational mind quickly pushed it away. And they're both interested in me, but they're just kids, so it's not like they could actually like me. Still, it's been a while. They'll probably be happy to see me. As Jamie was lost in his own wild imagination, a voice shattered the silence. But, young master. Across from him, Jeffrey had a knowing glint in his eye. Did you really believe me when I said I'd close my eyes? How adorable. The truth hit Jamie like a ton of bricks. He froze up like a statue, stuttering in embarrassment. Don't. Don't be so nosy. Later, Jamie arrived at the neutral faction's territory. He stood before a complex of mansions even larger than the Welton estate, staring up in awe. Whoa. From nearby, a voice called out to him. Hey! Before him stood Adele Hade, the sixth elder of the neutral faction. She looked impossibly cool with her mask and perfect physique, decked out in purple from head to toe. She got straight to the point. Let's talk. Jamie heard the voice, turned, and let out a helpless sigh. You again? But Adele was just as surprised. What do you mean again? Anyone who heard you would think I come see you every single day. Honestly, she wasn't that far off. Girl, if it's 6 days a week, that basically counts as every day. Jamie's suspicions flared up. Are you trying to challenge me to another mana arm wrestling match? His mind flashed back to the time he casually arm wrestled Adele. He remembered how she used every ounce of her strength and still couldn't win. He declared with certainty, You're just going to lose again, you know? Adele denied it. No, I'm going to show you my base. Jamie paused for about 2 seconds, thinking it over before speaking. By base? You mean the neutral faction's office? Whoa, so the reason you come see me every day is to recruit me into the neutral faction? Jamie saw right through her. He knew her true purpose and immediately rejected the offer. I thought you were here because of your wounded pride, but I never imagined it was all just an act. Realizing she'd been exposed, Adele immediately started trying to sweet-talk him. That's not it, Sir Jamie. Less than 2 seconds later, an elderly man appeared between them. His demeanor was incredibly respectful, and he seemed far more profound than Adele. He clasped his hands and offered an explanation. She has always been fond of seeing you, so please, do not misunderstand. Adele went pale, quickly trying to cut him off. What do you mean fond of? Jamie guessed they were here for a reason and took the initiative. Fifth Elder, is there something you need from me? Luke didn't hesitate to state his intentions directly. Well, yes. Before you ascend to a higher position, I wanted to get acquainted with you. The three of them sat in the neutral faction's office. No tea and cakes here. Instead, they were drinking Coke and talking business. I'm sure you already had tea at the Seventh Elder's office, correct? So how about a drink that's popular with the common folk? It's called Coke, and it's delicious. In all his years, Jamie had never seen a senior offer a junior a carbonated drink. Everyone else offered tea and pastries. It felt a bit like kids pretending to be the leaders of some great faction, serving each other Coke instead of tea. Luke, however, didn't care for such formalities and got straight to the point. Want to try some? Jamie had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Yes. He picked up the glass and chugged nearly the entire thing in one go, much to the surprise of Luke and Adele. He was already hooked. Was there something in this drink that made it so addictive? This is amazing, he thought. You didn't put anything in this, did you? Even the calm Luke couldn't help but laugh. What are you talking about? A good drink is as addictive as any drug, isn't it? Across from them, Adel smirked. What's the matter, kid? You think you can down a whole bottle in one go? But Jamie had no time for this nosy, purple-haired woman. He turned a full 180 degrees back to Luke and got serious. So, why did you really bring me here? Luke explained slowly. His eyes began to change, growing darker and deeper. I want to talk to you about the factions. Jamie was ready, listening with his full attention. If you're talking about factions, do you mean the three powers in the demon world? The first elder, Jinfer, the Emperor's own tutor, leads the royal faction. Then there's the second elder, Lin Mayo, a high noble who leads the noble faction. And finally, the commander of the commoners, who leads the neutral faction. All of them are just pieces on a board, playing a deadly game that decides everyone else's fate. He seemed to grasp the old man's purpose, but he had to be sure. So, you want me to join the neutral faction? Luke didn't answer directly. It would be fantastic if you did, but I doubt you'll join us. After all, you're a noble. Jamie shot back. Aren't you a noble too? The fifth elder gave a bitter laugh. A washed-up one, maybe. Besides, my family was ruined when I was 6. It's a joke to call me a noble now. Luke then got straight to the point. I'm not asking you to join the neutral faction. However, if you won't join us, then don't you dare join any other faction either. Jamie understood. He was being told to stay away from both the royals and the nobles. The demon world had recently split into these 3 groups, but 3 months ago, those factions began to splinter. Jamie had known this for a long time. The result was the decay of their entire world. Serpentarin, the third elder, was in charge of a branch of the royal faction. But when he made a pact with a demon, the royals suffered a massive blow, and their influence plummeted. Luke considered the future. In this situation, if you were to join the noble faction, the delicate balance we've maintained with them would completely shatter. Jamie just scoffed at that. He found it pathetic how these people would tear each other apart for some invisible power, all because of their empty greed and ambition. Jamie voiced his thoughts, making it clear his perspective was far beyond theirs. His gaze wasn't limited to the petty interests of one faction, which clearly irritated the two from the neutral faction. You guys are still fighting over power, completely clueless about what's really happening to this world, aren't you? I can't help but laugh. A contemptuous smirk played on Jamie's lips. Adele slammed the table in a rage, leaping to her feet. She showed no respect, spitting out his full name without any honorifics. Jamie Welton, watch your mouth. Only Luke, the true leader, remained calm, asking, "What are you trying to say?" Jamie laid his cards on the table. I couldn't care less about any of your ideologies. Jamie was fed up with their pointless, invisible ambitions. They saw themselves as noble saviors of the world, but in reality, they were just serving the deep-seated, selfish greed within themselves. I'm not interested in such trivial matters. Luke, still not getting it, ignored his point. You call the class divide a trivial matter? Are you even aware that most rebellions in the world start from that very issue? Jamie didn't care. So, are you planning to start a rebellion? Adel was trembling with fury, reining in the power that was begging to be unleashed, her eyes a terrifying shade of red. You better speak properly before I decide to curse you. Jamie wasn't intimidated. He saw his opponent's power about to explode, but didn't show a single shred of fear. Miss Adel. In the next instant, Jamie revealed his own power, but his control was far superior to hers. His body was perfectly still, completely mastering the energy surging within him. I'm holding back, he warned, so you should back down. Even she was shocked by how monstrous Jamie's power was. In a flash, it completely overwhelmed her own aura, and his warning cut through the air. That little mind magic of yours won't have any effect on me. Sitting between them, Luke roared, "Both of you, stop it right now!" Adel tried to hide the fear that was making her body tremble, her face darker than ever. A spark of light appeared in Luke's hand. If she dared to say she wasn't okay, there was no telling what might happen. Are you all right? Adele could only manage a nod. Yes. Only Jamie, sitting calmly, showed no signs of worry or fear. He was too busy analyzing his own magic. Not bad. Well, I've been a 7th class for a while now. This much should be expected. Luke shot him a death glare. His apology sounded more like a threat. Adele was being rude, but Jamie, not one to hold a grudge, quickly let it go with a slight, amused smile. He wasn't in a bad mood. Showing them the difference in our power wasn't a bad thing. Meanwhile, Adele was clenching her fists, struggling not to physically attack him. Luke calmly tried to soothe them. If we keep talking about this, things will only escalate. Jamie gave them a blunt warning, hoping to wake this faction up and set them on the right path. Soon, a great storm will hit this empire. Will social status or class help you then? Luke brushed it off. Humanity will continue to live on, even after the war. Jamie gave him an annoyed look. He knew this was just Luke's way of dodging the real issue, because he wasn't sure he could change the outcome even if Jamie joined him. This is about survival. Luke still couldn't grasp what Jamie was truly trying to say. He kept trying to explain things his own way, wanting Jamie to see it from his narrow point of view. Ultimately, the Church of Jennis will be left all alone. The kingdoms of Ovia are uniting. Isolated, the Church won't withstand that pressure and will self-destruct. If war breaks out, they'll be the first to fall. Jamie finally lost his patience with the man's conservative, short-sighted thinking. Knowing they'd never see eye to eye, he stood up. You're dead wrong. Do you really think the Church of Jennis is all alone? It was strange. Normally, Luke was brilliant and sharp, always thinking 10 steps ahead. But today, he just couldn't understand Jamie's meaning. What are you trying to say? Jamie was done trying. He turned to leave, feeling like even spending a few minutes talking to them was a complete waste of his time. Figure it out for yourselves. Isn't curiosity the most important trait for a mage? Just as he reached the door, Jamie turned back and added one more thing. I'll say this once. Both Adel and Luke were stunned, confused by his warning. If you don't unite, it's the end for all of you. As Jamie walked out, his mind raced back to 3 months ago. I thought the Demon World's leadership was handling things. What a disappointment. He was certain that war was coming. That arrogant bastard Jennis would definitely make everyone pay for what he'd suffered. As Jamie left the neutral faction's base, thoughts swirled in his head. If they understood what I said, I'm sure they'll come looking for me again soon. First, I need to prepare for my trip to the capital. After Jamie left, Adel and Luke stood silently on the upper floor, watching through a large window as his figure faded into the distance. What will you do? I don't think what that kid said was wrong. Perhaps we've been too naive. Luke remained steadfast. A commander shouldn't be so easily swayed by a few words. But the look on his face told Adel that despite his words, he seemed to have taken a real liking to Jamie Welton. I'm sure a new wind will blow through the demon world soon. Adel traced her long fingers on the glass where Jamie's reflection had been. Furthermore, Jamie Welton. Her expression grew uglier, her red eyes burning with an invisible fury as she watched him go. Next time, I will definitely curse you. No, I won't be the one to lose. Meanwhile, at Jamie's home, a large number of nobles had gathered inside the vast mansion, their accusations echoing through the halls. You have absolutely no idea how to behave. Marquis Lin Mayo sat sternly, passing judgment on his student, Jeffrey. The scene was like a father punishing his son, one roaring with fury, the other shrinking in fear. Lin Mayo's voice was a low growl. Your attitude and your actions. They displease me greatly. I'm talking about getting your students to respect you. Jeffrey, sitting right next to him, didn't even dare to look up. Well, they respect the young master, not me. Lin Mayo's anger flared. That's not what I'm talking about. Lin Mayo kept laying into him. What kind of example are you setting if your students copy that attitude? You better be on your best behavior at the holy anointing ceremony tomorrow. Got it? Her words hit him like two daggers straight to the chest, leaving Jeffrey terrified. He could only mutter yes, yes, while internally screaming. My eardrums are about to burst! His expression was so pitiful, yet adorable, that Hala couldn't help but let out a happy laugh. Then, the clear sound of footsteps approached their room, followed by a voice. The professor who walked in was none other than Jamie, decked out in a suit from Sias. It was a classic noble's uniform with a serious aura, but he kept his eyes squeezed shut in embarrassment. So cringy. But if he didn't wear it, his mom would definitely be angry. Hala, who'd been checking him out from her seat, didn't hold back just because Jamie was a guy, and showered him with praise. Whoa, you look amazing! Jamie's eyes widened in surprise. Amazing? I thought it looked totally lame. When Jeffrey saw him, he immediately shot up to greet him. Young master, you've arrived! But inside, he was thinking, why does this dude look so bored? Lin Mayo, sitting in the middle, felt like he was invisible in the room and hadn't said a word yet. He cleared his throat to get their attention. Ahem. Marquis Jamie smiled and greeted him, his hands busy tying the ribbon on his chest. Don't tell me you're... Lin started to say. I want to go with you. Is that a place I shouldn't be? Jamie shook his head. No, that's not it at all. Just then, Hala dropped a bombshell. Leon said he'd be going with Count Sermoon. He was whining nonstop about not being able to come here. Jamie couldn't believe it. This was the guy who always got on his nerves, and now he was acting like an obedient puppy with his tail between his legs. Seriously, pigs must be flying today. He's really changed, huh? Jeffrey kindly asked. Young master, do you have any other luggage? Jamie joked. All I need to bring is myself. But Jeffrey just had to throw in a sarcastic comment. Man, lazy nobles have it so easy since servants do everything. He was really asking for it, totally forgetting about his master's lecture. Lin Mayo shot him a dirty look. You're a noble too, you know. Jeffrey immediately backed down, not wanting to get smacked by his master's cane. Ah, yes, I will escort you. The express station in the outer court of the estate was packed with people. The stuff these magic engineers come up with is unreal. Jamie stood next to Lin Mayo, admiring the giant mana stone under the platform. Lin quickly gave Jamie a crash course. It takes 100 kilograms of B-rank mana stones for a single activation. Jamie was completely floored, having never heard of anything burning through so much mana stone. 100 kilograms! Lin Mayo added that this was after an upgrade. Originally, it took a whole 100 kilograms of A-rank mana stones. Jamie couldn't believe it. He felt like a caveman returning home after being gone for so long. That's insane! The dimensional power only costs 5 A-rank mana stones. They both looked towards the express station gate as Lin Mayo continued. The developer said that after 5 years, its efficiency will double. Over time, the limitations will decrease and the benefits will increase. Lin Mayo turned and asked him, Jamie, do you know why I'm telling you about this express technology? Developing machinery. And he was the one who would develop it later. But reaching the highest level would take many more years, a very long time, to perfect everything. However, achieving that would require a lot of time, step by step. Through the story of the high-speed train, he turned it into a message for the next generation he cherished. I hope you'll do the same. When the time comes, just accept it. If you want to know something, ask. If you're tired, then rest. I hope you won't let the weight of responsibility crush your life. He grasped Jamie's shoulders like a second father, encouraging him with all his heart to move forward. Jamie, I'm always here, so you can come to me whenever you want. Only then did Jamie truly understand his purpose. I get it now. He brought me here to tell me these things. The scene from years ago played back in slow motion in Jamie's vivid memory, back when everything was still so new to him. Back then, Jamie was teetering on the edge, about to either sink into a swamp or move forward. Count Sermon and Lin Mayo were the two who helped him the most. After my body was healed, Count Sermon introduced him to me, someone the Count trusted. In those days, Lin Mayo wasn't nearly as open as he was now. While he didn't reject Jamie, he wasn't as friendly as he is today. His face always carried a dark, thoughtful shadow, which stood out against his white hair and long white robes. His expression back then was so grim. Now I understand. It was because he was worried. Even though a lot happened after that, to him, Jamie was always special, holding an irreplaceable place in his heart. Even though Jamie had been reborn, he was still his beloved nephew. The atmosphere outside suddenly became lively. A few people had arrived but didn't come inside. The sound of their footsteps just grew clearer. But they absolutely did not disturb the two of them. Only Hala was brave enough to enter and give a status update. Elder Professor, everything is ready. Jeffra was beside her, also scared. But since Hala had spoken up, he wasn't afraid anymore and even had the guts to talk smack to his master. Young master, just ignore that senile second elder and hurry up, both Linnell and Jamie replied. I'm hungry too. Yes. They all walked towards the express station gate. Elder, this way please. Jamie offered his thanks, a sincere gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Thank you for worrying about me. Elsewhere, in the capital city of F in the kingdom of Sedum, a famous coffee shop was having a slow period. There were almost no customers, just a single man sitting in the center leisurely enjoying a strong cup of tea, and a waitress bustling about with supplies. The young woman respectfully placed a plate of pastries on the table opposite the somewhat aggressive, thuggish-looking man. She was a bit intimidated, her face tense as she asked cautiously, Well, is it to your liking, sir? The man didn't give her a hard time. It's excellent. Truly a flavor favored by old geezers. The waitress, hearing the good feedback, quickly said thanks and bailed, silently thanking her ancestors for getting her through this. She was sure she wouldn't have survived the day otherwise, seeing how fierce he looked. Yes, that's wonderful. Please continue to enjoy your meal. The man leaned back in his chair, a free spirit who didn't care about appearances. Next to him was a legendary sword. This had to be the Sword King. Talek fan. Awesome. This is the first time I've seen this place so empty. Another man with red skin appeared in the shop and sat down opposite him, holding a sharp spear. With his blue hair, he was the renowned Spear King, Anbek. He spoke to Talek with a careless expression. It must be annoying carrying all that massive energy inside you, huh? The two men talked. Oh, I forgot. Anbek glanced at the old shop owner and said, With that kind of energy, your skills must be pretty insane, right? While secretly sizing him up. What a terrifying old man. Talek denied it. That amount isn't mine. Anbek then brought up Jamie. Have you heard any news about the Welton kid? Talek asked with a mocking smile. You mean the kid who became an archmage at age 10? Anbek shook his head. Everyone knows that. I mean other news. Talek thought for a moment before saying, I don't know. Anbek, not getting what he wanted, sighed. Wow, you really don't care about anything in this world. He didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point, just like the Spear King Anbek would. You're on your way to see His Majesty, right? Talek put on his hat, preparing to leave. That's right, Anbek joked, but his words had a deeper meaning. I'll be waiting to see your skills. He was already preemptively refusing any help. I hope it doesn't end as tragically as last time. I've gotten better recently, so you don't need to worry. Talek picked up his treasured sword and left, not forgetting to leave a parting shot. I'm really looking forward to seeing the Spear King's skills. Talek breezed past the dazed shopkeeper, mumbling, Hey, old man, put the tea on the Fan family's tab. At the F Express tunnel, Jamie's group had all arrived. Luckily, it wasn't too crowded outside. Lin Mayo commented, The vibrations are less than before. Jeffra also chimed in. Yes, sir. It's much better than last year. Only Jamie said nothing, just quietly watching. Their magical skills had leveled up big time. proving that the art of magic was far from dead. Suddenly, everyone around them started heaving, like they'd inhaled a toxic fume. Even Anne, right next to him, was struggling, which totally shocked Jamie. And Jeffra coughed. Not a grand mage, huh? The pressure's intense. You all right, Anne? Even Hala was affected, but thankfully, Jamie used his magic to help her feel better. Thank you, milord. I feel much better now. Then, something caught her eye, and her innocent, surprised gaze shifted. Yeah, in an instant, the overwhelming pressure vanished from her mind. All her focus was now on the sight before her. It was so amazing that even Jamie followed her gaze to see what was up. In front of them was a massive royal complex, Scadium, the Imperial Palace, a place truly fit for a king. It was magnificent, with a gigantic magic circle glowing in the center. Linnell started to explain to Jamie, Scadium isn't just any palace, it's a symbol. Jamie cut in, and also a grand central hub. Lin Mayo finished. I know, but before he could finish, a shout from the distance cut their conversation short. Jamie flinched and whipped his head around. That voice was incredibly familiar. Down below was Sabel Welton, his beloved mother, whom he hadn't seen in so long, rushing towards them and calling his name. Jamie! He yelled back with a huge smile. Mom! They crashed into a tight hug, her voice trembling as she lovingly scolded her boy, consumed with worry. My son, what are you doing here? I was so worried when I heard you were hurt. Jamie patted her back to comfort her. I'm fine, Mom. I'm sorry for making you worry. Behind them, the Count approached, holding a fuming Sarah Welton by the hand. Be careful now. You'll touch his wound, Jamie then called out loudly. Dad! Sarah Welton! He'd imagined this reunion countless times, and now that it was real, the difficult journey to get here suddenly felt worth it. Jamie started to run towards Sarah Welton, but then he saw her. Her cheeks were puffed out, holding back tears, so angry at her big brother she wouldn't even look him in the eye. Count Welton suggested, Come on, everyone must be tired from the long journey. Let's go to the castle to rest. For once, Jeffra was surprisingly polite, saying, Thank you, sir. He never thanks his own master, but today he's decided to be a good boy. At Count Welton's castle in Fia, the grounds were a pristine white, bathed in the fresh glow of the golden sun and a clear blue sky. Jamie was finally reunited with his family. His mother crossed her arms, pouting. Sarah Welton is angry because her big brother didn't come to visit. Beside her, Sarah Welton hugged a stuffed cat tightly, agreeing, I'm super angry. Jamie looked at the two of them and just had to laugh. Were these two really mother and daughter? Even the way they pouted was exactly the same and just as adorable. You two are identical. Jamie couldn't help but let out a chuckle, but his mom immediately set him straight. You think this is funny? The young mother lunged at her son, pinching his chubby cheeks until they were squished out of shape. She couldn't let go, trying to make up for all the missed time. Being away from her son proved she was a total mom addict. Promise me you'll never lie to me again, and don't even think about stopping me from searching the whole world for you. You hear me? Jamie knew this was a tough spot. Her tone made it pretty clear that no was not an option. The second her son hesitated, she gave his cheeks another sharp tug. What? This little brat. Count Welton stepped in to save his son. Sarah Welton, you said you missed your brother. Why not give him a hug? But she flat out refused without a second thought. I hate you, big brother. Ouch. That one hit right in the feels. The older brother's fragile little heart was completely shattered, and he was so choked up he couldn't even speak. Sabel, holding Sarah Welton, said sincerely, Mommy understands how you feel, Sarah Welton. The Count also reflected on it. Jamie being gone for so long made them all unhappy, and put him through his own kind of hell. The big brother had no choice but to beg his precious little sister to calm down. Sarah Welton, I'm so sorry. It's been so long since our family was all together like this. But she just crossed her arms, turned her head away sharply, and let out a huff. The Count looked at the son he loved so dearly and thought to himself, You've grown up so much, my boy. In his mind, flashbacks began to play. Every moment of Jamie's growth, from a little kid to a grand mage at just 10 years old. He replayed every milestone with a deep, endless regret. Watching you grow, Jamie, I was always in awe, and always so sorry. If only I had taught you swordsmanship later, and let you meet the sages later. You could have grown up normally, like other kids. But because of my own greed, that didn't happen. Even when he and his wife got the news that Jamie was coming home, he couldn't stop feeling overjoyed. He was finally going to see his son again, finally see Jamie. But yes, he still carried these secret thoughts within him. My son, soon you will leave my protection and become a pillar of this world. Sabel, no longer angry, decided to be the bridge to peace between Jamie and Sarah Welton. Holding the little girl, she told her son, Just give your sister a little kiss, and she'll stop being so cold. But Sarah Welton did not look thrilled about this plan. In fact, her face was the very definition of grumpy. and Jamie was so caught off guard by his mom's tactic that he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Ugh. But even though he was reluctant, the boy who adored his little sister leaned in and gave her a sweet kiss on the cheek. Asterisk smooch asterisk. The sight was so touching, it even made their mom's heart melt. Whoa! Little Sarah Welton was just as surprised, peeking one eye open to look at her brother. It was true. One kiss and she wasn't mad anymore. You have to come see me every single day now, big brother, Sarah Welton demanded. Got it? Jamie didn't dare make that promise. He knew if he broke it, his precious sister would throw a massive tantrum, and that would be a huge pain. I'll try my best. Welton stood up, his mind still filled with those lingering thoughts, I think. He walked over and pulled his wife and 2 children into a tight group hug, a gesture of love that surprised everyone. Honey, Dad, the time until I have to leave again isn't that long. He wanted this hug to convey all the feelings he held for his small family, as a husband and as a father. But please, I hope this moment can last forever. Welton smiled happily. It feels like you just left home 2 days ago. And in that short time, you've accomplished so much. Sabelle sat beside him with their daughter and added, even though we missed you like crazy, we are so proud of you. That's right, Sabelle said excitedly. So, who is that girl you brought with you? Don't tell me she's your girlfriend. Sarah Welton, sitting on her mom's lap, looked on with wide, curious eyes. Welton was also stunned. Jamie really has a girlfriend? But he's only 10, Sabelle said cheerfully. Kids these days grow up so fast. Our son really has. Jamie quickly jumped in to deny it. No, it's not like that. Feeling a little helpless, he said, Mom, Dad, don't get the wrong idea. She's my student. I'm teaching her magic. Welton and Sabelle burst out laughing. It seems like the kids had a lot of fun at school. That's right. Kids always used to play magic school when they were little. Jamie closed his eyes in resignation. At this point, they wouldn't believe anything he said. Wait a minute, Welton said with a confused look on his face. Jamie gestured beside him, and Anne appeared. Anne was shocked. Jamie immediately said, Anne, please explain our relationship to my parents. Huh? Sabelle covered Sarah Welton's eyes and giggled. I never knew our Jamie was such a fast mover. Welton, sitting beside her, added, Who does he take after? Jamie frantically grabbed Anne's sleeve. Hurry up! Tell them you're my disciple! Anne looked at the frantic boy in front of her, totally confused. What? After a long explanation, Sabelle looked at the two of them and asked again, So, you're really Jamie's disciple? Jamie sat beside her and sighed. That's what I've been saying, and bowed her head. Greetings. Welton thought to himself, and I heard the second son of the Simone family is his disciple too. It would be a lie to say I'm not worried, but I need to trust and support him. Welton smiled. Jamie, you must be a good teacher. And Anne, you must be a good student. They both replied cheerfully. Yes, sir. That evening at the banquet table, Sarah Welton was slumped over dramatically. I'm so hungry. Later on, Sarah Welton offered Jamie a piece of food, saying sweetly, Here, big brother, say, ah, a little harmony, for once. But on the other side of the table, the mood with Welton was heavy. I need to talk to you two, and that meant trouble. Meanwhile, Anne was practicing her magic, thinking to herself, this time, I'm definitely going to learn faster than him. Sabelle waited until Sarah Welton was fast asleep, and finally, she was free. Jamie snuck out of his house and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, escaped. He took a walk, marveling at the estate. This place is huge, just as vast as the Hawk estate. Jamie walked up to a waterfall and praised it aloud. Incredible. A voice suddenly spoke from right beside him. It really is, isn't it? It was a girl, whose eyes seemed to glow, staring at the night sky. Yeah, he could get into that, Jai thought to himself. Seriously, who even is this girl? Jai sized her up, a critical look in his eyes. She looked so frail, like a strong breeze could just knock her over. Maybe that's why he couldn't even sense her presence. The girl finally spoke. I'm not really supposed to be here, because I'm sick. Jai just replied, Oh, really? She let out a small laugh. I snuck out, so this is our little secret, okay? Jai scoffed internally. Spilling her secrets to a total stranger, under the bright full moon, the girl said her goodbyes. Well, I have to head back now. Sure. The girl frowned, clearly annoyed by his indifference. Aren't you even going to say a proper goodbye? Jai hesitated for a beat before muttering. Bye. That just made her even more ticked off. She turned to leave. Next time we meet, I'll be just as cold as you are. Jai just watched her go with a clueless look on his face. As she stormed off in a huff, the Sword King, Talus Fan, materialized from the shadows. Trying to run away? She gasped for air. After talking with him, I suddenly felt like going for a jog. Talus Fan just sighed. I won't mention that conversation. No need to be embarrassed, she panted. You were listening in on me again. Fan replied calmly, "It is my duty as your guardian. Please try to understand, Your Highness. This girl was none other than Isabel P. Fridor, a member of the Sium royal family and the eldest daughter of the reigning king." A weary smile crossed Isabel's sweat-drenched face. "You're a crafty one, old man." Fan's expression grew serious. "After meeting him, what did you see?" Isabel hesitated. "His path. It's going to be long and full of thorns. But at the very end of that road, even in the depths of hell, there will be a single spark of hope. I don't know what it is. I can't see that far. And somehow, he's also seen that terrifying future." Isabel suddenly swayed, her knees buckling. Fan caught her instantly, channeling his energy into her. "No more running around like this," he warned gently. "If you wish to go out, just tell me." With that, the two of them shot into the sky, vanishing in a brilliant flash of light. "Let's go." Meanwhile, at Scadium Castle, the grounds were packed with nobles, carriages, and palanquins, all lined up for miles. Valor looked on in awe. "Whoa, look at all these carriages." Viscount Valor, sitting across from him, smiled warmly. "Indeed. Even though it's only for a single master-level class, this is the first time so many have gathered," as was filled with admiration. Jamie is serious, glancing at Rebecca and asking softly, "Yo, why do you look so antsy?" Rebecca jumped, startled by the question. I just couldn't sleep." Valor let out a laugh. "You're nervous about meeting Jamie, aren't you?" Rebecca denied it, blushing furiously. No way." But inside, her thoughts were racing. "I wonder how handsome the young master is now." Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the castle, the massive crowd buzzed with excitement. "It's so packed." "You're telling me." Valor and Az stood with Aino, chatting happily. "Where are the other members of your family?" Aino replied, "I sent them out for some air. It was getting a little stuffy." Suddenly, a voice cut through the noise. "So, how has Marquise Bell been these days?" "My father-in-law, the king's strategist, is probably discussing matters with him right now." Aino's eyes narrowed as he thought, "This aura. It's Anbech." Anbech approached from a distance with a smirk. Count Welton Hino thought to himself, "That killing intent, he's always like this." Valaire's daughters cried out in fear. Their father quickly warned them, "Get back, now." Anbech just chuckled. "Well, what do we have here? Is the Viscount here too?" Valor shot back with pure disgust. "You damn scumbag." Aino put a hand on Valor's shoulder, calming him. He wouldn't dare start trouble in a place like this. Anbech crossed his arms. "Why call me a scumbag? That's no fun at all. The Viscount really isn't living up to my expectations." Heno's face hardened. "Anbech, that's enough. You'd better watch your mouth." But Anbech just kept smiling. "Does the Count want to go around with me? Come to think of it, we've never actually fought, have we?" Anbech's eyes glowed as Hino spoke. "Has that wound from Gaston fully healed yet?" The younger man's smug expression instantly soured. "How did you?" Aino said nonchalantly. "Looks like I hit a nerve. You couldn't even beat Gaston and you think you can take me on? Gaston couldn't even last 10 moves against me. How exactly do you plan on winning?" Valor, standing beside them, was floored. Gaston was one of the 5 master swordsmen of Sam. He knew how skilled the man was, but to be defeated in just 10 blows? Unbelievable. Aino's patience wore thin as he unleashed his aura. "Go cry to your mommy, little boy." He then turned to Valor. "Let's go. My son's ceremony is about to begin. The king's spear should stay by the king's side." "Wait," Anbech said suddenly. A wave of pressure pushed Valor back a step. His daughters screamed in terror. "Dad, are you okay?" Valor pulled his 2 little girls into a hug to comfort them. "I'm fine. Sorry for scaring you." Valor thought bitterly. How could His Majesty treat a monster like him as his personal spear? 5 years ago, when Anbech became the Spear King, he had tried to pick a fight with Viscount Valor. Back then, Anbech had taunted him. "You're the head of the Valor family, right? I just want to fight you." "What? Are you scared?" The result was a complete disaster. Anbech had just laughed, his hands behind his head. "Seriously, you're pathetic. What a letdown." If he had won back then, before Anbech earned his title as the King's Spear, a hand on his shoulder cut through Valor's thoughts. "It's starting. Let's get to our seats." A grand announcement echoed through the hall. "His Majesty has arrived." Everyone in the palace gasped, their faces filled with awe and excitement. The king entered with regal grace, followed by the prince and princess. The king sat upon his throne with a warm expression. "Thank you all for traveling so far to attend this ceremony." This was Fantina Kafredamore, the current ruler of the Suum kingdom. The crowd below immediately responded, "We thank His Majesty. We thank His Majesty." The king raised a hand. "Today is a joyous day. For our new Grand Mage, and for the future of our kingdom, I hope everyone will give them your blessings." "Now, let the appointment ceremony officially begin," a herald declared. "The eldest son of House Welton, from the Hanhung territory, has received the symbol of the goddess Po. He has achieved the noble rank of Grand Mage at the mere age of 10, the hero who saved the world of magic. Jamie Welton, please step forward. The grand doors swung open, and Jamie walked in. He knelt smoothly. Jamie Welton greets His Majesty. The king's voice was gentle. Raise your head. He looked at the boy before him and praised, indeed, a fine young man. But looking at Jamie's face, the king thought, when you really look at him, he's just a kid. As he looked up, Jamie saw the princess and was surprised. Wait, isn't that the girl from yesterday? He remembered her saying she had snuck out. So she's a princess, huh? Is she even allowed to just wander around at night like that? The king's voice boomed. I have heard of your deeds. You stopped the demon attack on the Jennis church in Apton, and you saved the world of magic. I have seen many master mages, but I can say with certainty that there has never been one like you before. Jamie bowed his head. Your praise is an honor, Your Majesty. The high-ranking nobles watched Jamie from their seats. He's the son of Count Welton, Talak Fan praised. Your grandson is truly a talent. Jamie's grandfather, sitting beside him, replied with pride. Before this, no one in the Welton or Bell families knew the first thing about magic. It's fascinating. The future of Sam is bright. Jamie's grandfather continued, at first, I thought the rumors were fake. I figured they mistook his talent for swordsmanship. Talak Fan chuckled beside him. It's normal not to believe it. However, your grandson's gift for the sword is also quite good. Jamie's grandfather asked, surprised. The sword? What do you mean? Talak Fan explained, you haven't heard? Jamie Welton has already learned the secret sword art of the Welton family. Seeing it with my own 2 eyes was a huge shock. Jamie's grandfather couldn't believe his ears. He sputtered, impossible. The last time I saw him, he hadn't learned any sword techniques. It can't be. Not in just 6 months. Talak Fan just laughed. Someone who isn't even a lord worrying about a lord. It's hilarious. I think you no longer need to worry about your grandson, Marquise. Down below, the king presented a certificate to Jamie. Jamie Welton, accept this decree. Seeing his flawless grandson below, Jamie's grandfather was bursting with joy. His legs were shaking, a huge grin plastered on his face. My final years are getting more and more interesting. The king declared, you have achieved the rank of Grand Mage at a young age and single-handedly saved both Apton and the world of magic. As the saint of the goddess Piro, you have strengthened the alliance between our kingdom and the Piro Church. I, the king of Sham, commend your achievements and hereby appoint you as the 11th lord of the kingdom. A lordship was a diplomatic privilege granted by the king. It wasn't clearly defined, but it ranked higher than any other noble title. The king shouted, Jamie Welton, devote yourself to the kingdom. Jamie swore his oath. I pledge my life to the kingdom. Watching the two in the center of the palace, the entire crowd erupted in cheers. The king handed the certificate to Jamie. Congratulations, Lord Welton. Jamie reached out to accept it. I pledge my loyalty to you. Your Majesty. Far away, on the southern continent of Breon, a man in a red cloak raised his hand and chanted, Open. This was Brazer, the high priest of the sun god and commander of the holy army. A portal of power shimmered into existence inside a concentration camp for criminals, the catacombs. Brazer asked a guard, how is he? The guard replied, he still hasn't said a word. Brazer sounded annoyed. What a stubborn bastard. Lead the way. Yes, sir. The guard guided Brazer, explaining, this is the lowest level of the catacombs, the abyss. The guard added, I will open the door now. Please step back, sir, Brazer scoffed. It's fine. Even at his peak, he couldn't do anything to me. My apologies, then. The door creaked open, and a wave of thick, murderous aura poured out. The guard flinched back as 2 glowing eyes appeared in the darkness. Brazer stared into the oppressive energy. This killing intent. I see your personality hasn't changed a bit, Grian. The man inside the cell, his hands bound in iron, asked, is that you, Brazer? Brazer looked at the prisoner with a smirk. You've been locked in here for 6 months. You look terrible. It's quite a sight. But stop playing weak. I know this has no real effect on you. Grian laughed weakly, then cursed, you damn monster. You don't even bother to hide the fact that you know? Grian glared at Brazer from beyond the bars. Why are you here? Come to gloat? Brazer replied coolly. Of course not. Grian stared him down. Brazer, sooner or later, I'm getting out of this place. Brazer replied, you'd only get out if Jennis himself intervened, but it seems he has no intention of doing that. Grian growled. Then why are you here? To mock my haggard appearance? Brazer said, I didn't come here to do that. I'm here to laugh at you. What the hell is that nonsense supposed to mean? Brazer raised his hand, and a blast of power shot into Grian's cell. Grian's body trembled slightly as he cursed, you bastard! In front of him, scattered on the floor, were several sheets of paper. Blazer's voice cut through the silence. I just wanted to show you this. The papers announced the kingdom's youngest archmage, the heir to the Welton family, renowned for their swordsmanship. Jamie Welton. Green stared at the news, his eyes wide with disbelief. A roar of fury ripped from his throat. Jamie Welton. That bastard. Let me out of here. I'll kill that damn brat. Let me go, Blazer. Blazer watched the man descend into madness in his cell. Well, he thought, this is the first time I've ever seen him truly enraged. The Jennis wind had ruined a grand plan, and now he understood why Green was locked away. But if it weren't for Jamie Welton, the Jennis wind and the Union would already be at war with the northern continent. Inside the prison, Green's crazed screams echoed endlessly. Let me out! Blazer was lost in thought. Still, this is truly astonishing. Becoming an archmage at only 10 years old, he knew Green's defeat was no coincidence. As Blazer walked away, Green's cries faded into hopeless pleas. Blazer, he muttered to himself. The potential of this continent is about to get very interesting. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall of Scadium Castle, nobles swarmed around Jaime. Lord Welton, sir, may I shake your hand? Please, take my hand. What do you think of my daughter? The crowd pressed in, desperate for his attention. I have the utmost respect for you. Please, take my son as your disciple. Overwhelmed, Jaime could barely speak. Excuse me. Someone grabbed his hand admiringly. My daughter is a huge admirer of yours. I insist you meet her. Right this way, please. Jaime wanted to cry out for his parents. Across the room, his mother, Circebel, sat at a table, smiling brightly. We can't treat you like a child anymore, can we? After all, you're an archmage now. His father, Ano, nodded in agreement. Of course, we can't. Jaime's heart sank a little. They only treat me like an adult at times like these. Trapped in a sea of nobles, he could only think, being famous is harder than it looks. Lennon stood nearby and commented, Anne, that kid, it's been a while since I've seen her, so it feels a bit strange. Anne just laughed. But it's still fun, isn't it? Lennon scoffed. What's so fun about this party? Anne teased him. Is your face getting red because it's so hot in here? She asked, half joking. Is it really? Lennon's face flushed even more. Yes, it is, he insisted, thinking to himself, was there something wrong with the food? Why does my stomach feel so weird? Anne looked around, her eyes sparkling. I still can't believe it. I'm at a party hosted by the king. It feels like a dream. I wonder if there will be a next time. Lennon crossed his arms. What are you talking about? The moment you became the master's disciple, your life changed forever, he added quietly. And you also met me. Anne leaned in. What did you say? Flustered, Lennon turned away. Nothing. I'm leaving. Where are you going? To sleep. Anne blushed slightly. You don't have to be so embarrassed. I'm glad I met you too. From now on, she added, I'll be in your care. Out in the gardens of Scadium Castle, voices from inside the hall could be heard. Lord Welton? Where did he go? At that moment, Jaime was sprawled out on the grass, enjoying the peace. I'm so exhausted. I don't even know who this party is for. He had secretly slipped away. Breathing in the fresh air, he sighed. A fiefdom. I can finally act freely in Siam. When I get back, I should request the Omnipotent Crown. The Omnipotent Crown was a treasure of Siam, granted only to archmages. I have no idea what's inside it, but just finding a single clue will be enough. Suddenly, Jaime shot up, sensing a powerful, hostile aura. Who would dare show such open animosity inside the royal palace? Anbach emerged from the shadows. Do you need something from me, Lord Anbach? The man sneered. Look at you. It's funny how bold you are, but you're still just an amateur. Anbach pressed his weapon against Jaime's throat. If I were to stab you, do you think your father would want to kill me? Jaime answered calmly. No, because I would kill you before that ever happened. Anbach scoffed. You'll kill me? Did you learn those bluffs from your father? Jaime retorted coolly. My father doesn't bluff. He doesn't need to. However, I am afraid he would nag me if I damaged His Majesty's spear. Anbach couldn't believe his ears. Since when did this brat? A voice cut through the tension. Please, stop. The princess appeared, her gaze fixed on the two of them. If you continue, she paused for a second, her expression serious, as another figure emerged from the darkness. Talfan appeared, saying, I will discipline them, these brats. Seeing the newcomer, Jaime immediately thought, he's even stronger than Green. The sword of Jennis. I've heard the rumors, but I never imagined he was this powerful. Talfan's eyes were stern, tinged with displeasure. Anbach, what do you think you're doing? How many times must I tell you? If you wish to compete, you must issue a formal challenge. Anbach's arrogant demeanor faltered slightly. Are you so sure I was the one who started this? Talfan pointed his weapon at Anbach's face. I could slice your mouth open right now, so don't say another word. With the tip of the blade at his throat, Anbach finally spoke. My, an old man who's never been interested in other people's business. Talfan cut him off. Our princess is not other people. Princess Isabel smiled sweetly from the side. Lord Anbach, be careful. Don't forget this is the Scadium Royal Palace. Anbach replied, Yes, yes, I'll keep that in mind, Your Highness. Talfan lowered his sword. Drop the sarcastic tone if you don't want to die. As Anbach walked away, Jamie called out, Farewell, Lord Anbach. Thank you for the entertaining show. Anbach glanced back, his face a mask of irritation. You're welcome, Lord Welton. I look forward to our next meeting. Isabel approached Jamie. Are you all right? I'm fine, Your Highness the Princess. Isabel's eyes were filled with concern. I apologize. I won't make any excuses. Yesterday, I was testing you, but you've been recognized as a master now, so I suppose I should use formal language, Jamie replied. It's all right. He thought, I don't even know how she knew where I was or why she suddenly showed up. Talfan spoke up. Regardless, how could you be so reckless as to confront Lord Anbach? At your level, you're no match for him. Jamie explained, That's because I knew he would appear. You knew he would show up? The energy in the air was so strong, I knew someone had to intervene. Talfan was silent, stunned. This kid. A light laugh echoed. Isabel giggled. Sorry. I didn't mean to laugh. It's just, you're certainly confident. Jamie looked at the princess and stated plainly, Yes, I am. He continued. Besides, most masters have immense pride. They rarely rely on others for help. Jamie smirked. And pride doesn't put food on the table. He added, Plus, it would take me a long time to surpass someone like Lord Anbach of caliber on my own. Talfan was shocked. He says these things without a hint of hesitation. Is this the freedom of someone born with overwhelming talent? Talfan watched the princess and Jamie chatting happily and made his assessment. I don't think he's arrogant at all. Unlike ordinary people, his potential is limitless. Talfan smiled. He truly is his grandfather's grandson. Talfan then reminded them, We should be heading back. Isabel smiled. Let's go. I'll see you next time. High above in the palace, a prince addressed the emperor, who was gazing out the window. His Majesty's spear grows more decadent by the day. I believe we need to place some restrictions on him, Father. The emperor turned around. I gave him the title of His Majesty's Spear to restrain him, but it hasn't helped one bit. Anyway, what are your thoughts on Jamie Welton? The prince answered seriously. He is someone I must bring to my side. Now that he is a master, he's no longer just some nameless talent. No matter what, I want him as my right-hand man. The emperor listened to his son's words and cautioned him. Taming a master is no easy task. The prince replied at once, I will use my sincerity to win him over. The emperor looked at his son. Do it. To say that the future of Siam rests on the two of you would be no exaggeration. The prince bowed. I will engrave your words onto my heart. The emperor turned to leave. Then go back and organize your thoughts. The prince bowed again. Rest well, Your Majesty. The emperor gazed down at the boy relaxing on the lawn. It seems the omnipotent crown finally has a purpose. Jamie Welton, with the omnipotent crown in your grasp, what will you see? Could it be that you're the one we've been waiting for? How intriguing. 3 days later, Jamie slumped in his chair, sighing. Dealing with humans is just so exhausting. Just then, the adorable Sarah came skipping over. Big brother! Jamie was helpless as Sarah pinched his cheeks, teasing him. Sarah, your brother is tired. But she didn't listen, poking him again and again. Wake up, Grandpa's here. At that, Jamie's eyes shot open. Grandpa? And there he was, Jamie's grandfather, taking a seat. You look absolutely drained. This must be the first time so many people have paid attention to you, isn't it? Jamie answered weakly. Yes, I'm completely wiped out. His grandfather nodded in sympathy. It takes a lot of mental energy to deal with others. Jamie looked up at him. Does it happen to you too, Grandpa? Under his grandson's intense gaze, Jamie's grandfather replied, I have been thoroughly trained to handle these kinds of situations. Jamie's face was skeptical. You say that, but your eyes are as dark as a panda's. His grandfather just chuckled. So, what's it like being a master of the wind? Jamie answered nonchalantly. I honestly don't know. That much is obvious. His grandfather let out a hearty laugh. A pretty good answer. However, unlike before, countless eyes will now be fixed upon you. The entire world will watch your every move. The pressure from that is far heavier than you can imagine. It also means you'll have an infinite number of enemies. Never let your guard down. You must not underestimate the wickedness of humans. Jamie's grandfather thought of his late wife, his dear Tina. Jamie heard his words and agreed. The Marquis was right. There was no need to dwell on the past. In this life, Jamie remembered the lesson well. Humans are trash. Those insects know nothing of kindness. And yet, you still go this far for them? The reason I fight for humanity is because humanity's sin was also orchestrated by humanity itself. Jamie answered his grandfather firmly. I will remember your teachings well. His grandfather stood up. Well, I'll be going now. Please wait a moment, sir. You look exhausted. Jamie reached out a hand to his grandfather. His grandfather gasped in surprise. Is this the divine power of the goddess? A look of pure joy spread across his face. Thank you, my boy. Next time, I'll bring some fruit from the demon world when I visit. I'll be waiting. Jamie waved goodbye, thinking he should get going too. The next day, at the space tunnel, Celspell hugged Jamie tightly. Take care of yourself. And you better write me a letter every single week, you hear me? Seeing Celspell's teary eyes, Jamie just smiled. I will, Mom. Sarah was just as sad. Come here, Sarah, Jamie said gently. She burst into tears. Do you have to go, brother? Jamie just smiled and tried to comfort her. I'm sorry, Sarah. I promise I'll write to you all the time. Hino, standing nearby, tried to console her. Don't be so sad. It's not like he's leaving forever. Celspell immediately shot back. Aren't you sad at all? Heno replied. Of course I am. Even so, shouldn't a parent send off their responsible son with a smile? Heno watched as Jamie lifted Sarah into the air, playing with her cheerfully. He thought to himself, I used to hold Jamie just like that. When did he get so big? Heno called out, Jamie. Yes, father? Take this. Heno handed Jamie a file pouch. This is a memento your grandfather left behind before he passed. He wrote down everything he came to understand on a single piece of paper. You said you saw a terrible disaster, didn't you? I didn't choose the same path as him, so I never witnessed that event, but his enlightenment has always lingered in my mind. If possible, I thought it would be best to pass it on to you, but I'm not forcing you. So if you decide this isn't your path, you can just burn it. Jamie took the pouch and asked, It's okay if I burn it? Heno nodded. It's better to destroy another's enlightenment than to memorize it. It's only natural for the bloodline of Welton to know the family's affairs. Take care. The next time we meet, I expect you to be even more mature and handsome. Celspell added tearfully, Jamie, don't forget to write. Sarah shouted too, You have to come back soon, big brother. Jamie walked away, waving with a smile. Take care, everyone. I'll be back. From within a vast expanse of water, a voice spoke. There you are. At last, the one I've waited for. The one who carries the greatest synthesized power. Will you be the one to uncover the secret? A bottomless abyss with no signs of life. Am I trapped by the darkness that consumed my past life? No, that's not it. It's faint, but I can see a light. And I can still move freely. But this place, there's a sound here. Submerged in the water, Jamie opened his eyes. A voice, that sound echoed again. Come to me. I want to see you. The voice was getting closer. Was it coming from above? That's right, the voice replied. Come. Jamie reached out, swimming upwards. You arrogant bastard. Don't you dare order me around. Jamie's hand grasped at nothing. A brilliant light flashed. What the? Jamie bolted upright, startled. A dream? No. No dream could ever feel that real. Someone must have infiltrated my dream, invading my mind and distorting reality. Just who is that bastard? On the floor, there was a crown. A crown? It was resting in a small puddle of water. Jamie bent down, reaching out his hand and picking it up. Could this be the all-powerful crown? 1 week later, in a classroom at the Demon World's Central Magic Tower, Marquis Lin Mio spoke. As you all know, as the first elder and leader of the Emperor's party, I must take responsibility for the third elder's crimes and have him imprisoned. The other elders began to divide the workload. Marquis Lin Meo handed out documents. The fifth elder took a stack, remarking, To handle this much work by himself, his ability is truly formidable. His skills are matched only by his responsibilities. Oten was the one who managed the demon world before, so we're going to be incredibly busy now. All you elders who have been slacking off, use this as a chance to learn something. The seventh elder, faced with a mountain of paperwork, could only manage a wry smile. Slacking off? We've been buried in work ourselves. The Red Lotus sorcerer sitting next to him just snorted. Lin Meo then looked at Jamie and said, As for Jamie, or rather, our newly appointed third elder, I hope you will work with the utmost sense of responsibility. I will. So, third elder, when will you use the all-powerful crown? The all-powerful crown shows each person a different vision, depending on their deepest desires. I wonder what our young master will see, Jamie replied. I was just about to request it. The seventh elder asked, Is there a reason you haven't used it yet? Usually, people want to use it as soon as they get their hands on it. Jamie just smiled. Yes. He thought to himself, it's not like I'm delaying on purpose. That image from my dream, the sea of water and that voice calling, Come here. Why did it hesitate? For the past week, I've heard that voice in my dreams every single night, and its tone reeks of arrogance and command. Jamie woke up in his bed. Again today? I don't know why, but basically you want me, right? You arrogant bastard. I hope you fall into despair. The night before, the voice had called out, Come on, I'm begging you. Come here. No, wait. Please. I implore you. Come here. Fed up, Jamie buried his face in his pillow and cursed. Back in the present, Lin Meo smiled at Jamie. If you wish, you can use the all-powerful crown right now. Yes, Jamie replied. But who will prepare it for me? This will be sufficient. Down in the lowest level of the central magic tower, Lin Mayo asked Jamie, "Are you nervous?" "Not really." The seventh elder looked at Jamie. "Young master." "No, third elder." "Just act excited like a normal kid, will you?" Jamie said with a hint of pride. "You're the only one who still treats me like a child." The seventh elder sighed. The seventh elder sighed and said, "It's because everyone else treats you like an adult that I have to treat you like a child." Listening to their conversation, Lin Mayo smiled warmly. "You two are so close. Well, we're here." Lin Mayo opened a massive door. "Only you may enter." As Jamie stepped inside, the seventh elder gave him a thumbs up. "Be careful in there, young master. Come back and tell us what you saw." Jamie smirked. "I'll be out soon." A chill ran down his spine. This entire chamber was filled with an unbelievably powerful torrent of mana. The closer I get to the pedestal, the denser the mana becomes. There it is, the all-powerful crown. As he looked at the crown before him, the voice emanated from it. "You've finally come." Jamie instantly recognized the voice from his dreams. The voice continued to echo. "Come closer. I have waited for you for so long." Jamie walked forward, his gaze fixed on the crown. "I've been looking forward to meeting you too." He reached out and took the all-powerful crown in his hand. "Use me. Please, use me." Jamie placed the crown upon his head. His eyes began to glow as a flood of information poured into his mind. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am the one who founded a new civilization on this land, and any over 10,000 years ago. The almighty crown and the creator of the current era, the first king, Gap Yulidan." Gap Yulidan appeared with a smile. "I have waited for you. The one with the greatest compatibility with me." Jamie stared at the figure before him, his thoughts racing. The first king? I thought this was just a sacred relic, with a pre-recorded consciousness. More importantly, this kind of information is impossible to classify. Gap Yulidan reached out a hand. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Jamie shot back. "Why is the first king inside the almighty crown? Do the other elders know about this?" Gap Yulidan replied, "Of course not. I'm only telling you." Jamie scoffed, a look of disdain on his face. "What? Why?" Gap Yulidan answered, "Because you are special. I can feel the highest compatibility from you. You feel it too, don't you?" "No," Jamie deadpanned. "If my compatibility is higher, does that mean I get more knowledge or something?" Taken aback by the question, Gap Yulidan just chuckled. "Such trivial matters are unimportant." Jamie's expression hardened. "But that's the only reason I came here." Gap Yulidan spoke smoothly. "If you have questions, you may ask me anything. Most people ask about the beginning of this world." Jamie replied, "I have the same question. Can you even answer it?" Gap Yulidan smirked. "Of course. I am all-powerful. I will show you how this world was created." An image appeared, with Gap Yulidan's silhouette walking below. Jamie watched and asked, "This?" Gap Yulidan answered, "Is my memory. That person there is me." Jamie thought to himself, "I thought he'd show me a past life, but this is the birth of this land's civilization." The memories flowed like a film reel. As they watched, Gap Yulidan explained, "This was the village where I once ruled. I was nearly cast out for my blue skin, but I knew how to use magic. I used it to consolidate my power. Before long, people began to treat me like a god. The small village grew into a nation, and then a 1,000-year empire. But it would be trouble if they found out I never aged. So after a few hundred years, I used puppets as emperors to control the empire. I thought my mighty creation would last forever. But the emperor from a century ago was a useless fool. He let the demon tribe seize control, and the people rose up in rebellion. And so, the empire began to crumble. That's when the Church of the 12 Gods appeared. They soothed the people's suffering and preached their scriptures. In just 100 years, my empire was fractured into 5 continents." Jamie asked, "So the 12 gods weren't here from the start?" Gap Yulidan replied, "Unexpected, isn't it? You all probably thought the 12 gods were the original creators. They just appeared out of nowhere and stole my place. An apostle of one of the gods began hunting me. Luckily, I managed to change my form to escape him. In the end, I had to hide inside this very crown." Jamie's mind reeled. "He can just change his form that easily? Strange." Gap Yulidan continued, "That is the history of this world's creation. While I was in hiding, somehow I ended up in the hands of the first king, Sedum. He was a truly gifted sorcerer, but our compatibility was pitifully low. He could only see a fraction of this world's history. He was so shocked he named me the Almighty Crown. He knew other powerful mages, truly impressive ones, but our compatibility remained at rock bottom." Gap Yulidan chuckled. Jamie watched him, realizing, it seems magical power has nothing to do with compatibility. Gap Yulidan said, "Anyway, that's how it is. The 12 gods have stopped looking for me now." Jamie stared at the man, his eyes narrowed in thought. It's too strange. It sounds like he's told me everything, but he hasn't touched on the real heart of the matter at all. For instance, Jamie asked, wouldn't it have been better for the 12 gods to work with you? Why did they need to take you down? Gap Yulidan's face soured. Humph. That's because... Jamie cut him off. If you don't want to answer, fine. Should I just go ask them myself? I'll find the answers on my own, Gap Yulidan quickly said. It was Piro, Jamie interrupted, pointing a finger at him. You know exactly what happened 10 millennia ago, don't you? That you're a parasitic life form that existed even before humanity. You leech off of us to survive. Gap Yulidan was stunned. What? Jamie pressed on. Do you know why a coward like you couldn't become the first king? It's because you were nothing but a puppet for the 12 gods from the very beginning. The 12 gods gave you so much, including the mission to build a new civilization. But one small mistake was enough for them to take it all back. And then, you were cast out. Jamie smirked at the being before him. Am I wrong? Gap Yulidan's voice trembled. How? Jamie cut him off again. I still have one question. Why did they choose a puppet as foolish as you? And why is the compatibility between us so high? Gap Yulidan exploded in rage, power gathering in his hands. You insolent brat. He unleashed his energy in a vicious attack. Give me your body. Jamie felt the wave of power and a thought clicked. This energy. I know it. He launched his own counterattack. You truly are a disgusting creature. Panic filled Gap Yulidan's mind. How does he wield my power? Where did he get dark mana from? In that moment, Gap Yulidan saw the apocalypse. A world reset by the 12 gods. A place where not even a single flame could exist, and all life had vanished. A world utterly annihilated. Before his eyes, the sight of everything disappearing was a nightmare he never dared to dream. In that instant, like terrified prey, he fled to the ends of the earth, his face twisted in horror. But after all, civilization had vanished. He found a hidden cave, and inside, he discovered a single stone. Suddenly, the stone buried itself deep inside his body. He felt a powerful, dark energy surging within him. From that day on, he began to practice the dark arts. But even here, someone was still hunting him. A calm voice echoed, You little rat. So this is where you were hiding. No happiness lasts forever, and no peace is eternal. The self-proclaimed god of violence and plunder was determined to kill the last survivor. But then, a torrent of dark power erupted from his body, pushing back against the god. This made the deity pause in surprise. The leader of the gods pushed the confused one aside. A powerfully built figure stepped forward, smiling. How interesting, for you to possess such power. He then placed a hand on Gap Yulidan's head. Very well, I've decided. You will be the leader of the new world. He then gave him a name, and that is how he came to be known as Gap Yulidan. As the memory faded, he launched another attack at Jamie, screaming, But I was abandoned. The god's apostle suddenly appeared and tried to kill me. I had no choice but to run. Murderous intent filled his face as his arm transformed into something hideous. Gap Yulidan roared, That is how I met him. He unleashed his power. The first monarch of this land. His arm morphed into long tentacles, snaking towards Jamie. The sheer power of the display made Jamie whistle. Damn, so this is his second dark authority. His attack was aimed at 2 black holes that had opened in the sky. But Jamie simply stood there calmly and snapped his fingers. A wave of power sliced through the tentacles, stopping them cold. All Gap Yulidan could do was stare in utter confusion and curse. Damn it. He quickly pulled back and launched another attack, Abyssal Corrosion, while praising Jamie's move. Not bad. He thought he could trick our hero, but how could that be possible? Jamie shot into the air with a confident smirk. Tricks? Jamie moved like a blur, creating afterimages as he rushed Gap Yulidan. He unleashed the consequence of the Welton 8th formation, slamming the attack directly into his body. Despite the injury, the creature was still arrogant. He sneered at Jamie. How ridiculous. Such a pathetic attack. The moment the words left his mouth, his head was instantly sliced in 2. He must have been surprised. But that was only the beginning. Next came the blade flurry of the continuous assault magic. Jamie Welton declared with absolute confidence, I will slice you into pieces so small, there won't even be a trace left. And then, slice after slice, he began to tear him apart. Struck by agonizing blades, he let out a blood-curdling scream. Stop playing games! That body is mine! But the assault wasn't about to stop that easily. A blast of shadowy mist erupted with dark power, the entire area filled with an eerie, blackish-purple smoke. Jamie slowly drew his blade, fusing it with the dark haze, and struck a pose that screamed absolute power. With his energy fully gathered, Jamie unleashed his attack, creating a massive shockwave that shattered the very ground around them. But Gapyun just stood there, sneering. It's useless. A brat like you could never kill me. Jamie decided to play along. You're right. Your body is tough to kill, but that's what makes this fun. Hearing that tone, Gapyun flinched. Since when? Jemmy just smirked with pure confidence. Last time, I witnessed an immense evil, and it gave me an idea. He didn't forget to add a little warning. If you can, you should run. To Jemmy, Gapyun looked completely and utterly baffled. What was he saying? The danger finally registered in his mind. Trembling, he rose to his feet, thinking, "This is bad. I have to get out of here." But escape was never an option, a death realm of sealing magic. Jemmy unleashed chains that bound him tight in a flash. He let out a scornful laugh. "Caught this easily, and you were still so full of yourself?" The first monarch was nothing special either. Bound and forced to his knees, Gapyun muttered, "You'll regret this." But to Jemmy, his words meant absolutely nothing. "Tell me something," Jemmy demanded. "What happened when you met the first monarch?" A strange, intrigued look crossed Gapyun's face. "You know nothing of true terror." The horror of a world regressing to its primordial state. He remembered it vividly, watching everything vanish into an endless, lonely void. You can't even begin to imagine it. Hearing this, a shadow of sorrow and contemplation passed over Jemmy's eyes. Gapyun continued, "I hid until the moment was right. After 500 years, I met the first monarch of Sedum, and somehow, he knew things that I didn't. A world that vanished centuries ago. A world where dragons were the invincible rulers. A powerful sorcerer had survived its fall. But that information alone wasn't enough to unlock this world's secrets. So, the two of us made a pact." Jemmy finished his sentence for him. "A pact where you would help the kingdom until you found the one with the ultimate power." Gapyun grinned. "Sharp, aren't you?" Veins began to bulge across his body as he strained against the chains. Gapyun went on. "He was a fool. He actually believed that by learning the secret, humanity could be set free. But his true goal was..." Suddenly, he flexed his entire body and with a surge of power, shattered Jemmy's chains. To be acknowledged by the gods once more, a massive orb of energy materialized before Gapyun. After 10,000 years, the world will finally be reset. "That moment is almost here." The orb grew larger and larger as he spoke with twisted delight. "And I'll use your body as the final ingredient to rule over the new world." But Jemmy's voice cut through his fantasy like a shard of ice. "Are you done yet?" That's when Gapyun felt it. Something was terribly wrong. "What? Why is my power suddenly fading?" Jemmy answered him instantly. "Because it was never your power to begin with." With a simple gesture, Jemmy drew the orb into his own hand. "It belongs to me. I am the ultimate dark sorcerer." Oof, you guys, this scene is just way too epic. Gapyun's jaw dropped in sheer terror. There was no escaping this. The scene shifts into the darkness of Gapyun's own mind, where he was completely losing it. "What is this? You can't just take my power over the shadows." Inside that mental space, he just kept screaming. "What did you do to me? How could a mere brat steal my power?" Jemmy's voice echoed back, chillingly calm. "It seems you still don't understand your position. To think you wouldn't even recognize the master of your own tower." A colossal, glowing eye materialized before him, forcing him to stumble back. Then Jemmy mocked him. "How pathetic. You're just an imposter." Those words made Gapyun shoot up, completely enraged. "I am not an imposter. I am." Before he could finish, Jemmy cut him off, his eyes glowing intensely. "You were chosen by the 12 gods, only because you possessed a fragment of my power." Gapyun trembled from head to toe, unable to believe what he was hearing. As Jemmy's presence faded, he left one final, crushing remark. "I hope you now realize just how meaningless your entire existence has been." Meanwhile, back outside, everyone was getting anxious. "This is taking too long. He should be out by now, right? Or did something happen?" Having had enough, Siegfried rushed forward and kicked the door. "I can't wait any longer." Elder Frezzel immediately stopped him. "Wait, only one person is allowed to enter." Then Elder Malinmeo also spoke up. "We should probably go in and check." Frezzel was at a loss for words. "Fine, if something happens, I'm just gonna ignore it. Let's go." But upon entering, the two of them gasped in shock. When was this trap set? And where is Elder Jemmy? Suddenly, a blinding light flashed before them. Everyone shouted to be careful. In an instant, the space began to tremble violently. The dimension is collapsing. A brilliant blue light tore through the area, erasing all the darkness. Jemmy stepped out, breathing a sigh of relief. Elder Malinmeo suddenly called out, "Young master." He looked over, surprised. "Elder, what are you doing here?" Elder Malinmeo shot back a question of his own. "What in the world happened?" "Where's the omnipotent crown?" Jemmy stammered, trying to explain. "Ah, about that. The omnipotent crown just kinda..." Before he could finish, Siegfried lunged forward and grabbed him by the collar. "The crown vanished?" "Explain in detail. Now." Elder Malinmeo quickly pushed him away. "Let's talk upstairs. This place is a mess." But Siegfried was still fuming. "Young master, how could the omnipotent crown..." The presence was gone, but the voice lingered. How did it just vanish? Answer me, young master. The demon elder urged him to go upstairs first, but Jamie was totally lost. Why am I the one who has to explain everything? As the three of them left, Jamie breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness no one figured it out. In his hand, he held a fragment of Diablo Volpia's dark mana, his own power, left behind 60,000 years ago. Back in the Death Realm, 10 minutes earlier, Gapyun was trembling, tears streaming down his face. How? How are you completely unscathed? You were supposed to be trapped in the abyss. He looks so pathetic. It's almost funny. Jamie spoke up. Looks like you're still alive. I thought you'd be nothing but an empty shell by now. Is it because you've lived for 10,000 years? Gapyun started screaming again. How could you endure it, lifetime after lifetime? How did you do it? All that time, in endless darkness. Tell me, Dia. Before he could finish, Jamie shot forward and covered his mouth. Shh. Jamie's eyes flashed. Hilarious. You get a tiny glimpse of one memory, and you try so hard to understand how I felt. Diablo Volpia stared down at Gapyun with a dangerous look. But you're wrong. I was constantly losing my sanity. I've only just figured out how to overcome that madness. The look on his face was enough to scare Gapyun to his very soul, forcing him to cry out, "Don't kill me! Of course not! I'm just taking back what's mine." He then used a crystallization technique to finish him. The space echoed with Gapyun's desperate cries. No! I want to keep living! Jamie looked at the stream of dark mana that once belonged to Diablo Volpia, the power he had left behind over 60,000 years ago. I could absorb all of it right now, but I don't even understand my own mana. As he was lost in thought, he suddenly exclaimed, "Blackie?" The creature flew right in front of Jamie, as if it wanted something. Jamie asked, flustered, "What? You want me to absorb this? But I already have enough." In response, Blackie aggressively grabbed Jamie's hair, making him cry out in pain. "Ow, you little idiot!" It then snatched the fragment of dark mana and flew off. Jamie yelled in frustration, "Hey, where are you going? Spit that out, now!" He remembered this happening once before, when he created a homunculus. But Blackie was essentially a partner that used magic to support him. That meant there was a limit to how much mana it could handle. It shouldn't have been able to do this. A dark space began to envelop the area. Jamie screamed, "No, Blackie!" Then, there was a blinding flash of light. Jamie was fairly certain it didn't have this kind of ability. Blackie suddenly changed from white to purple, and its wings looked different. Jamie tensed up, wondering what was happening. Light is being created from Jennis's dark mana? I have no idea what's going on. But then, he suddenly shot forward. This is definitely a good opportunity. Jamie flew straight towards Blackie. His expression was dead serious. I can't let this power get away. Suddenly, blood dripped from his eyes. The mana core inside his body was trembling, and his blood vessels felt like they were going wild. Blackie suddenly zipped behind Jamie, then hugged him as if to protect him. Jamie whispered, "Thanks." Wrapped in Blakey's embrace, Jamie felt a deep calm. He had no idea how this divine light was born from dark mana, but with this strength, his face hardened with resolve. He shouted with newfound confidence, "I can ascend to a whole new level, a new power!" At that moment, on the top floor of the central demon tower, JF was bewildered. "Damn it, what in the world is going on down there?" An elder spoke up. "This earthquake is beyond unusual. It seems to be affecting not just the tower, but the entire demon realm." Elder Malin Mio slammed his staff on the ground and commanded everyone, "Stay calm." First Elder, I want you to find the source of this tremor. Fifth Elder, evacuate the citizens to safety. Then he roared, "As for me, I'll do everything in my power to stop the aftershocks. Also, go summon the First Elder now." Hearing this, Siegfried obeyed. "Understood. I'll go at once." But before he could leave, a voice stopped him, leaving him completely baffled as to what the hell was happening. From behind, Diablo Viper appeared. He wondered if this was the person he'd seen in his memories, but a sliver of doubt remained in his mind. Wait, it can't be. But what is this overwhelming pressure? Don't tell me. Is that you, young master? What is this strange appearance? Elder Frezel said calmly, "Your hair. Wait, you seem to have gotten taller." Jamie replied, "My hair will return to normal in a few minutes." Jamie then explained to the elders, "As you can see, I've just undergone an awakening." The scene shifts to a secret library where King Fontina stands, deep in thought, before a portrait. The all-powerful crown has been destroyed? He reached under the frame of the painting, as if searching for a hidden switch. He wondered, does that mean he's discovered its secret? The portrait swung open, revealing a book behind it. Holding the book in his hands, King Fontina's expression was a mix of worry and tension. The secret records of Siam's history, passed down by the first emperor, King Fred, to his successor. In reality, it was a pact with a demon. While journeying through this land, I stumbled upon the secret of this world. A secret that no one knew. A secret that would shake the world to its very core. And when I first discovered it, I was consumed by rage. But then, Fear slowly began to creep in. One day, as I was training to overcome my own powerlessness, a being who couldn't hide his greed came to me. He had said, "I hear you're the strongest in these parts. I will grant you even more power." Thanks to his special power, the Emperor was able to grow stronger at an incredible rate. His soldiers discussed their next move. What if we conquer Sodom, a place ruled by sinners, and establish a new nation? The king agreed. That sounds promising. He recalled, I gathered forces from the neighboring regions and seized Sodom, founding the Siam kingdom in its place. But even as the emperor of a nation, I was helpless in the face of the world's secret. And it was then that he whispered to me that the darkness of this world ran deeper than I could ever imagine. He told me that my life was but a fleeting moment, and that I should let him enter my crown. Because he could live for eons, he would pass my knowledge to a few chosen successors, so that knowledge could reach the one who would finally banish the darkness. On the day someone who was most compatible with him appeared, an image of the demon appeared before King Fontina, making an offer. Will you accept my proposal? The king asked in return. And what do you get out of this? He thought. When he made that sweet offer, I knew he was a devil trying to tempt me. However, knowing the hidden power he possessed, I had no choice but to join hands with him. That is why I decided to leave this book for my successors, the future emperors. When the one with the highest compatibility with the demon appears, trust and protect that person. The demon's power is but a fragment of a much greater power that belonged to someone long ago. The demon can do nothing against the one who is most compatible with him. That person will be the key to protecting this world. At this, he closed the book and sighed. In the end, everything happened just as you said it would. He turned his back and said, however, he's already a perfect figure. He no longer needs my protection. It seems we can finally look forward to the future of Siam. Time flashed forward 1 week, to Rinmel's villa, where everyone gathered to discuss the recent events. Elder Ma let out a heavy sigh. I never thought His Majesty would just let this slide. Count Simon chimed in, just as I suspected. It seems the Freemore royal family knows something. Siegfried realized. So the omnipotent crown, was the first emperor. It's worse than that, Count Simon explained. He deceived the entire Syrian kingdom. This was our mistake, he continued. Thankfully, everything was resolved smoothly, thanks to Jamie's huge contribution. Hearing this, Jamie humbly replied, I just made him pay the price for messing with me. The group asked about Jamie's plans. So, what will you do now? He replied, I'm thinking of continuing my training for a few more years. A seclusion? Not quite, but I do need time to focus. After a moment of thought, Jamie declared, 5. I will reach level 9 within 5 years. He thought to himself, that way, I can finally stand firm at the starting line. I'll train both my new power and my physical abilities during that time. Just wait, Zenith. You bastard will be the first to die by my hand. I swear I will see this all through to the end in this lifetime. You fake. The scene changes to the main hall of the Firo Sanctuary headquarters. A voice called out, Apostle, it is Ras. Enter. Seeing him, Ricky asked, What is it, Brother Ras? After hearing himself called that, Ras looked around in confusion. How can you call me brother? We're in the presence of the goddess. Ricky replied cheerfully, She'll understand, right, goddess? Ross couldn't help but chuckle in admiration. Oh dear. Ricky then turned to Ross excitedly. Since you came here personally, it must be news about Jemmy, right? That's right. Who else could it be? Jemmy has been named a master in Siam. It looks like we have to work even harder now. Ricky froze for 5 seconds upon hearing the news, his eyes wide with surprise. A master? Then, a satisfied smile spread across his face. That Jemmy. And here I thought I was doing pretty well, almost catching up to him. But he went and took a giant leap forward. He then clenched his fists with determination. You're right. We really need to work harder. I'll become even stronger. So the next time we meet, I can fight side by side with Jemmy. Seeing Ricky's fighting spirit, Ras thought to himself, his divine power has already reached the bishop level. Since he's being taught by the captain of the Divine Crusaders, he'll soon become a holy knight. That's amazing. He then said to Ricky, Isn't it time for you to warm up? Class should be starting soon. With that, he said his goodbyes. Well, I'm off then. That Jemmy, next time we meet, I'll definitely surprise him. He really is a hard worker. Ross's gaze suddenly filled with worry. Working hard is good, but isn't the destiny of these children too harsh? In the Western nations that worship Zenith, conflict was brewing as they spread lies, claiming the Eton incident was a conspiracy fabricated by the Siam kingdom. Because of that, countless skirmishes have broken out along the northern border. It was only a matter of time before an official war began. Ross closed his eyes and clasped his hands in prayer. Goddess, I implore you, please protect these 2 children. And so, time flew by. 5 years passed. A special, untold story. It begins 1 month after leaving Sanderman. Vios was sitting on Vena's head and leaned down to ask her, "Are you nervous?" Vena just smiled happily and replied, "Haha, yeah, just a little." Braha added, "It's been 10 years since I've seen my own kind." In the vast forest of Ariaz, their conversation continued. "But is it really okay to go there without any preparation? I heard that place is very dangerous. We're used to living in the forest. What's so dangerous about it?" Then, a hand reached out and said, "Well then, shall we go in?" Another hand grabbed it and replied, "Yeah." Vena was surprised by the magic radiating around her and asked, "What is this?" Braha replied, "It's a wind spirit. Don't be afraid. Let's go." Then, suddenly, the three of them felt as if they were falling into a deep abyss. Vio screamed with excitement, "This is awesome!" But Vena just shrieked in terror. "Ah!" Graha grabbed her hand to calm her down, saying, "Haha, just enjoy the ride." When they finally landed, Vena was dizzy and green, stumbling over to a tree to throw up. Vios piped up, "Can't handle it?" Braha, looking guilty, gently patted her back. "Sorry, was I going too fast?" "By the way, what are you eating?" Viamos answered, still chewing. "This? Just picked it up. Want some?" The other two were completely speechless. Braha said, "Just ignore him." Then he turned back to Vena. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine." "Then let's head in." Anyone who wasn't a Vakiji needed permission from the queen first. As they talked, they arrived at the entrance to a cave. Vena suddenly froze, her face a mixture of longing and worry. She walked in alone, calling back, "Okay, I'll be right back." The other two stood waiting outside the cave entrance. The moment she stepped inside, Vena's hair began to transform, slowly shifting until it was a brilliant, fiery red. A powerful light radiated from her as 6 plates of pure energy formed wings on her back. Beyond the cave entrance lay the Vakiji forest. As she stepped into the woods, she saw colossal trees all around. Below was a lake of crystal-clear water. Vena gasped in awe as a voice echoed through the forest. "It has been a long time." Then, more voices chimed in with joy. "She has returned." Vena stood there, bewildered, looking all around. "Her Highness, the princess, has returned." Standing before a giant speaking tree, she whispered, "This tree." Suddenly, a woman floated out from inside it, her arms outstretched as she cried out emotionally, "Vena, my daughter!" Tears welled up in Vena's eyes as she watched the figure rush toward her. A memory flashed in her mind, her mother gently placing a crown of flowers on her head. "A flower crown for my little girl," she thought, her heart aching. I still remember." Then another memory, her mother holding her close, humming a lullaby. "Sleep well, my precious daughter. How could I have ever forgotten?" The tears fell faster now. She whispered, "Mother." The queen couldn't wait any longer and rushed forward, embracing her daughter. "Vena, my child." Vena was still in shock, barely able to call her mother. The queen held her, her voice full of concern. "Do you have any idea how hard I've searched for you? How did you manage to leave the village?" Vena hesitated to answer. Then she remembered that day. "I remember now. That day. I wanted to surprise you, mother, so I was secretly practicing how to fly. And I fell off a cliff." The poor little girl, lying helpless on the ground, crying out, "Somebody help me." After that, I was kidnapped. She thought, it's better not to tell mother about this part. The kidnapper's cruel eyes flashed in her memory. But despite everything she'd been through, Vena just gave a bright smile and wiped her tears away. "But it's okay now, because I finally get to see you again." More importantly, there are some people I want you to meet. Just then, Vios and Braha walked in. Braha spoke first. "Greetings, Your Majesty. I am Braha, from the Sefit Forest." Queen Van replied, "From Sefit? Then you must be Mulan's son. Thank you so much. It's because of you that I've been reunited with my daughter." And this is?" she asked, her gaze shifting to the small creature. Vios quickly introduced himself. "I'm Viamos. Anyway, you look exactly like Nettis." Hearing that name, Queen Van flinched and asked urgently, "How do you know about the first queen?" "Lady Nettis? Who are you?" Vios calmly replied, "I can't tell you that. However, my master has a message for you." He then relayed G's words. "The time for battle has come again. I will be watching to see if you are brave like Nettis, or a coward who only knows how to run. The choice is yours." These words left Queen Van completely stunned. Vios then turned to Vena with a warning. "And Vena, don't you slack off. You were born with the duty to protect him." Vena smiled brightly and said, "Okay." Vios seemed pleased with her answer. "Good girl. Well, we're off now." With that, Vios scurried away. Braha was shocked. "What? You're leaving right now?" Vena also thought it was too sudden, exclaiming, "Huh?" Then Braha took off after him, calling back a farewell. "We're leaving. Have fun." "Vena, wait for me, Vios." Vena, still processing what just happened, called out, "Wait, Braha. If fate wills it, we will meet again." She sighed. So cold. How could they just leave like that? Her mother comforted her. You'll see them again. Don't be sad. Vena's lips tightened with resolve. She ran to the edge of the forest and shouted after them, next time we meet, I'll be way stronger. Ahem. Vios looked back, satisfied. She's got some fight in her. Braha also turned, saying, we left quickly, just like you wanted. But is it really okay to just leave like that? Are you two that close? It's not like you'll never see each other again. Meeting and parting are unavoidable. Besides, if we do our jobs right, our paths will cross again. An image of Jemmy's gentle smile appeared. The scene shifts to 2 years after Jamie met the Archmage. At Fix Academy, in the intermediate alpha class, a pair of feet stepped through the doorway. Anne, who was reading a book, looked up with a horrified expression. Whispers erupted. Since when was anyone in our class that tall? It's Leon. Leon strode confidently into the room, soaking in the amazed and admiring stares from his classmates. What? No way. Anne walked up to him, a strained smile on her face, and asked, Leon, what in the world happened to your height? Leon tilted his chin to the sky and answered smugly, what do you think? Pretty tall and handsome, right? Backtrack to the day before. Anne and Leon were walking down the hall as he complained, because of that old geezer, I didn't get any sleep. Why give a growing kid so much homework? Anne tried to cheer him up. Hey, but he helps us with our training sometimes. And he's gotten so much taller, too. As she spoke, cheerful and naive, the mood in front of her turned icy cold. That's when she realized, oh no, Leon is super sensitive about his height. She quickly tried to backtrack. Of course, the teacher is an archmage, and you're not that short or anything. Leon was furious now, just managing to grunt out, whatever. He was so frustrated that tears were already welling in his eyes. He vowed silently, just you wait, I'll surpass you. In Leon's research lab, he stood before a large table covered in vials, beakers, and textbooks. Leon poured a green liquid from a test tube into a purple solution, and it immediately began to fizz. Then, boom, it exploded, shattering the beaker. Leon slammed his fists on the table in a rage, yelling, damn it, how many times is that? Is this entire book just garbage? He glared down at the growth manual, cursing it. Leon decided he needed to find another way. But moments later, soft snores could be heard. Leon was slumped over the desk, fast asleep. The scene shifts to the next morning. Leon stirred and slowly woke up. He stretched his arms and yawned. Is it morning already? He picked up a piece of paper, confused. A note? It's the teacher's handwriting. Did he sneak in here last night? The note, left by Jamie, read, look in the mirror and stop wasting your energy on pointless things. The mirror? Master? He quickly glanced at the nearby mirror, comparing his reflection to how he looked yesterday, and gasped in disbelief. Is that me? He stared, unable to believe his eyes. Whoa, Jamie, you're literally a god. Anne looked down at Leon, now surrounded by his classmates, and thought, what in the world happened? A terrible memory of the incident with Professor Apophit, the professor, and his students resurfaced. A worried thought crossed her mind. He didn't take some weird drug like Apophit did, right? I have to investigate. After that, Anne started tailing Leon, watching him from a distance. Leon opened a door, grumbling, man, he's always making me run around like his personal errand boy. Jamie had messaged him, bring me the reagents for the next class. Suddenly, he gasped. Huh? Then, a scream erupted from behind the door. Ah! Anne ran over in a panic and tried to open the door, yelling frantically, Leon, what's wrong? On the other side, Leon threw all his weight against the door, terrified that she would see him. No, don't open it! Anne kept pulling on the handle, shouting, why are you acting like this? He just kept pushing back. It's nothing, just go! The bell rang! Leon cursed inwardly, panicking. Damn it! He threw the door open, screaming in despair. My height, it's back to what it was before, and jumped, startled by his sudden outburst. Meanwhile, Leon's face was beet red with a mix of shame and fury. So the teacher cast a spell on you. I knew it. After he finally calmed down, they walked down the hall together and walked ahead, trying to comfort him. They say guys have late growth spurts. You never know. In 3 years, you might be as tall as him. Besides, you're already tall and handsome right now. And turned back, giving Leon a radiant smile. The scene shifts to the Welton Count's estate. Inside his room, Jamie stared down at a stone. Feeling great today, too. He mused. It's not just the Welton family genes. The seed of life, enhanced by the sun core, makes my body feel perfectly balanced. It's amazing. At just 15, Jamie Welton was already a great mage. His thoughts turned to break. Is he not waking up today? 5 years ago, after I created the sun core, Break fell into a deep slumber. There shouldn't be any issues, but a flicker of worry remained. If Break stays asleep, I'll have to find another way. All right then. Made his way to the training grounds. Someone was already there and called out, Young master. Upon seeing him, Jamie recognized him, a memory flashing in his mind, and replied, Sir Hamilton. Vice Captain Hamilton asked cheerfully, heading to the training hall? Jamie smirked. Haha, can't skip my morning routine. The vice captain, still wearing his signature dark glasses, beamed. Such dedication. You make me so proud. Jamie gave a helpless smile. It's all thanks to your teachings. He turned to leave. Well, I'll see you later. A man next to Hamilton commented, He's full of energy. The young master's potential is limitless, isn't it? Hamilton watched Jamie's retreating back with pride. The Count himself guides him, since everyone else under his command has already lost to the boy. Come to think of it, didn't you almost lose to the young mast? Before the man could finish, Hamilton cut him off. Annoyed, Jamie was already breaking a sweat from his run. Suddenly, a voice called out for a run today too? Jamie was surprised to see his father. Dad. Count Welton raised a hand, telekinetically summoning a sword. I like your attitude, he said with a grin. He swung the blade with excitement. Come on, let's work up a sweat. Jamie watched in awe. Controlling a sword with telekinesis, even for a sword master, that's incredibly difficult. He grabbed a wooden staff. You've never broken a sweat in your life, Dad, but fine. Here I come. With that, he leaped into the air, surrounded by water droplets, a signature Welton technique. As Jamie charged, sword swinging, Henno thought, he's using mana to enhance his attack. Impressive. He raised his own sword, ready to counter. With a single swing, Henno completely disrupted the flow of Jamie's power. My mana flow. It was dispersed? Jamie wondered. Suddenly, the tip of a sword appeared just inches from his face. You think too much, his father's voice cut through. The sword thrust forward with terrifying force. Jamie frantically leaped back to dodge. As he landed, his mind raced. How did he do that to the mana I was controlling? I don't think he used the family's technique. Henno unleashed another powerful slash of sword aura, warning him, You don't have time to think. Caught off guard, Jamie stared in shock as the attack flew towards him. He quickly conjured a magic barrier to block it. He gritted his teeth. He's not leaving a single opening. Henno's expression turned serious as he swung his sword down on Jamie once more. Jamie struggled to parry the blow, thinking, Since I'm not using magic, Dad is using the bare minimum of mana, but it still has this much destructive power. The rumors must be true. The Sword King's power is second only to a true sword master. He jumped back, creating distance. Hino stood with his sword pointed right at him, and then Jamie realized, judging by his stance, Dad's been holding back this whole time. But now, he's about to end this. I always get stuck at this point. Welton's sword style, 7th form, Thunder Strike. This time, I'll break through! Jamie poured all his strength into the technique and charged forward. If he couldn't block his father, then he'd just have to attack. He leaped high, diving down towards his dad. Henno glanced up at his son's silhouette against the sun, using the sun to hide your movements. Clever. He closed his eyes, completely unfazed. Son, your opponent is me. His hand moved, unleashing a sword technique too fast for the naked eye to see. Their powers collided, erupting in a brilliant flash of light. In an instant, they passed each other, their backs now turned. The blade of Jamie's sword was broken, the tip stuck in the ground. He stood panting, holding only the hilt. Arg, I really thought I landed a hit today. Henno reverted to his cheerful self. Haha, you've gotten better, but you're still no match for me. Try again in another 5 years. Jamie sighed. I'm getting closer, though. Now hurry up and get ready for work, his father reminded him. As Jamie ran off, he waved back. I'll get you next time. Just you wait, Dad. But as his fingers traced the chip on his own blade, he thought, that kid. He almost broke my sword. His swordsmanship is mixed with his grandfather's techniques. He's going to get strong, fast. A proud smile spread across his face. Even if he's not a sword master yet, haha. Later, at the front door, Jamie was about to leave for work when Sarah waved. Have a good day, big brother. He replied, I told you, you don't have to see me off. Sarah asked, Dad, didn't you say you had to go to the palace today? Henno answered cheerfully, no matter how busy I am, I have to see my precious son off. You're so extra, Dad, Jamie said helplessly. Sarah scratched her head. But where's Mom? A head of hair peeked out from behind a tree. Jamie thought with a sigh. Mom, please come out. I can see you. Sears then burst out and hugged her 2 children tightly. My handsome son and my lovely daughter, she said happily. You called for me together. The 3 of them continued their sweet family moment. A little later, Jamie said, All right, I'm off now. Have a good day, Hino told him. Sears added, Clingy, I want to have dinner with you. Don't be late. Yes, see you later, he replied. Sarah suddenly piped up. Brother, take me with you next time. I want to see the magic world. Jamie smiled. Of course, Sarah. We'll go together when I'm free. Her face lit up with joy. Really? After saying his goodbyes, Jamie created a magic circle beneath his feet. Well then, shall we go? He used space warp, shooting up into the sky and vanishing. The scene changes to Jamie's office in the magic tower, the heart of the magic world. Someone entered and spoke. Good morning, third elder. Jamie, sitting at his desk, replied cheerfully. Good morning, Miss Hera. This woman was Hera Barrero, a fourth-class mage and Jamie's personal secretary. She continued. Today's report is a request for aid from the Harmonia Kingdom on the Alicia continent. They're asking for a master-level mage to be dispatched. Jamie was shocked to hear that name. Harmonia, he thought. The Harmonia Kingdom. For years, rebels have been trying to overthrow their foolish, corrupt king. Even the ruling class supports the rebellion. Jamie said aloud, deep in thought. The other, non-mage masters are all watching the Eastern Careeran continent, so the request came to the magic world. Hera confirmed that appears to be the case. The Eastern Careeran continent is basically the headquarters for the Jennis Church. Since the war, there has recently died down. Most of the sword masters have been sent there. That's why Father went to the palace. And yet, the mage Siegfried was sent there as well. This will be discussed in today's elders' meeting, she finished. Hearing this, Jamie stood up. Understood. The scene shifts to the grand meeting room in the magic tower. Only 3 people sat at the massive table. One elder spoke up. It feels so empty in here. Probably because the 8th elder is absent. He had business in his territory. But the great elder will be back soon. Is the 6th elder still in seclusion? An image of a fierce-looking woman appeared. The other elder replied, Haha, yes. I believe she'll become a 7th-class mage soon. Suddenly, a foot stepped into the room, followed by a voice. Everyone's here early. Haha, couldn't sleep either, old friend, the 2nd elder chuckled. The 5th elder shot back, Speak for yourself, I'm still in my prime. Cutting through the chatter, Jamie sat down, getting straight to business. I heard Harmonia is requesting we send a master. The 5th elder smirked, turning to the main character. They sound desperate. It seems the rebellion has Vigo terrified, he continued. They've already swallowed half the kingdom, but what I want to know is, why was Harmonia's army suddenly crushed? But there are 4 masters there, he asked. The elder sighed in response. It seems the rebellion has a sword master. That kingdom has probably been completely dominated by the king's own knight, he asked in shock. The king's knight? You mean Sir Kiri Owen? Then it clicked. So the ruling faction has already entered the war. Jemmy's expression turned grim. So they're asking for our help because they don't want to take any losses themselves? The elder confirmed. Precisely. Those arrogant fools. But His Majesty has already agreed, so we're sending someone. Open isn't here. Rinmel and Jayon are busy defending the demon world and protecting their own posts. That leaves only one person. Jai sighed and scratched his head. I'm the only one left, aren't I? He pressed on. But why would His Majesty even accept their offer? He could easily refuse a small nation like that. The elders explained, they offered to return our national treasure, the music box of Venus. When its melody plays, a new galaxy appears in the sky. It's a treasure of immense magical value, tied to the very legends of the Harmonia Kingdom. The 5th elder shook his head in disgust. Those spineless cowards, they'll do anything to survive. Jemmy sighed, feeling powerless. Toppling Harmonia is the right thing to do, yet here I am, being sent to save them. The 2nd elder spoke with authority. Harmonia's reward is tempting, but we will not be controlled by such things. Assess the situation and act as you see fit. Those are His Majesty's orders. Jamie questioned him. So you're saying we can just ignore their plea? The 2nd elder responded, It would be a betrayal, sure, but our kingdom, Sodom, is powerful enough to get away with it. And just like that, it all clicked for Jamie. Ah, so Sodom wants to play both sides. If they save Harmonia, the kingdom owes them a massive debt. But if they back the rebels, they'll have the new king in their pocket. A dangerous glint appeared in Jamie's eyes. He laced his fingers together and spoke. So, I just need to show off our power and come back, right? In a grand palace, a voice called out, Hera, please prepare the items on this list. Inside the Magic Tower's main office, Jai was in a meeting. Here is the list of items you requested, sir. The other person replied, I've been dispatched to Harmonia. It was Jamie Welton and Hera, Jamie continued, which means I'm going too. I'll be going alone, so don't get the wrong idea. It's not because you're weak or anything, Hera. Hearing that, a look of disappointment washed over Hera's face. If you say so, sir, I understand, she thought to herself. What a waste. This was my chance to observe the Great Mage's magic up close, but I can't become a burden in battle. Jamie Welton suddenly remembered something. How are they doing? Hera replied grimly. Your disciples have arrived at the laboratory. And with that, Jamie Welton teleported away. Before he vanished, he said, I'll give you further instructions later. Hera bowed low. Yes, sir. In the lab, frantic footsteps echoed. Damn it, is he trying to kill us? If we actually screw this up, can he even take responsibility for it? It was Anne and Lennon Simon. Anne shot back. Are you being disrespectful to our master? Lennon whirled around, his face a mask of rage. So what if I am? Why can't I criticize him? His anger boiled over as he screamed. He treats us like nothing but lab rats for his experiments. Before he could finish, Anne saw a figure appear behind him and tried to warn him. Lennon, stop! Suddenly, a deathly chill ran down his spine. Jamie Welton's voice cut through the air. No, please continue. Don't mind me, Lennon stammered. Master. Jamie's icy glare and a demonic grin drew closer. So, are you done bad-mouthing me? Lennon was terrified. I'm sorry! A thunderous roar shook the room. Get on the ground, now! A moment later, Jamie Welton approached Anne. Good work, Anne. You did very well. Unlike a certain someone. Flustered, Anne blushed and smiled. Thank you, sir. He then turned to Lennon, who was forced onto his hands and knees. Jamie sat on his back and said, And you? Lennon's face was strained. Yes, sir? He thought, damn it, I'm dead meat. This is the worst luck ever. Jamie asked him, What was your real intention? Did you want to quit learning magic? Lennon replied, And no, sir. Jamie hopped off his back and started walking away. I know being stuck at the 4th class is frustrating, but you need to find your own way to level up. I hope you understand. Lennon trembled. Yes, sir. With that, Jamie turned to leave. For the next few months, I have business far away. While I'm gone, you two will help each other. Hearing this, Lennon shot up. Far away? Both he and Anne rushed to stop him. I want to go with you. I can protect myself. Please let me come along, sir, Jamie snapped, annoyed. Listen to your master. He gave both of them a swift smack on the head and explained, It's a battlefield. Anything can happen out there. If you two distract me, things will only get worse. Suddenly, Hera appeared in the doorway. Sir, you can entrust the disciples to me. Jamie looked at her, surprised. You want to come along too? Hera nodded firmly. Yes, I truly wish to go. I want to witness the magic of the elders myself. With that, Anne and Lennon began pleading as well. Then we'll be in your care, ma'am. Please! Seeing the scene, Jamie Welton could only sigh. There's no way out of this. I understand. I'll consider it. His 2 students erupted in cheers. Hooray! Meanwhile, beneath an ancient tree, 2 figures were giving a report. A woman spoke. They say you defeated Jin, an elder of Harmonia? Jin replied, It was just a stroke of luck. Is answered, The revolutionary army must be overjoyed. Yes, we will conquer the capital very soon. Is closed the book she was holding. I heard Harmonia sent a request for aid to Sodam. She turned to Bailey Onyx. Who do you think is coming? Bailey replied, It will likely be Jemmy. Jin's voice grew sharp at the name. Jamie Welton? What if he interferes and ruins our entire plan? Is was silent for a moment, deep in thought. You're right. Keep a close watch on this. The future is never certain. Jin turned to leave. Understood. Is then turned back to Bailey. Jamie Welton was the child you doted on. Will you be all right with this? Belle replied. I don't know how much Jamie has grown in the past 5 years, but I doubt he can be defeated so easily. Ias's eyes lit up with excitement. Is that right? It seems that boy has some connection to us. She then transformed into her powerful true form, a sinister smile spreading across her face. Excellent. I must prepare for this battle in my own way. Belle gasped in shock. The Thunder Dragon sword! Ias slung the massive blade over her shoulder and began to walk. Let's go, Bee, Bile responded. Right behind you. Inside Harmonia's royal castle, voices could be heard. Welton, Jer is coming here. The king of Harmonia. Kifus sneered. Why should I care that some elder from Sodom is coming? Marquis Hem replied, Whether you like it or not, your majesty, you should greet him personally. Kifus took the wine poured by Hem. You expect me to welcome some insignificant little mage? The Marquis said, We have no choice. We requested their support after the death of Sir Kiriel. Kifus scoffed. Kiriel Matissa, right. And what has our army been doing? Why haven't they crushed those insects yet? The Marquis smiled. It is for that very reason that I requested a master magician from Sodom. The king sipped his wine. Is that so? Does Jin know about this yet? He raised his glass to his guards and asked, He doesn't know, does he? They replied in unison. That is correct, the Marquis continued. Your Majesty, about this Welton J. I was thinking, perhaps we could persuade him to work for Harmonia permanently? The king replied, Is it really necessary to go that far? The Marquis leaned in to whisper in his ear. Jamie Welton is a crucial figure, and the young are easily tempted. We just need to promise his son the title of Grand Duke. Suddenly, a voice cut in. That is an extremely dangerous idea. Count Neo, Pato spoke up from his seat below. Jamie Welton is the heir to the Welton family. There is no reason he would ever stay in Harmonia. Furthermore, if you fail to persuade him, Sodom will not sit idly by once they learn the truth. The Marquis sneered. Are you suggesting that my judgment is flawed, Count? Count Pato retorted. If something goes wrong, everyone in this room will have to. The Marquis interrupted him. The only opinions that matter are those of His Majesty, myself, and the nobility of this country. Count Neopato roared back. Isn't it that exact line of thinking that has already brought this country to ruin? Let me be clear. His Majesty runs this court, not you. The Countess, playing the part, propped up the drunken king. Don't you worry, sire. I will make Jamie Welton kneel. The king slurred in agreement. Hem's right. That old man should bow to me. A sly grin crossed the Marquis's face. You needn't worry yourself, sire. Just leave everything to me. As he led the king away, the ruler mumbled, I trust you, Marquis. Of course, sire. Your trust is all I need. Countess Neo seethed with rage. She knew this country's downfall was all his fault. After the last king died, the royals began bleeding the people dry with crushing taxes and oppression. The nobles framed anyone who fought back, eager to eliminate them all. It was all Marquis Hem's grand design, and now she was the last one standing, a lone flame against a hurricane. Meanwhile, at the capital of Harmonia, they had arrived at the magic tower. Jamie Welton's crew looked completely exhausted. Ugh, I'm so dead. Only Hera seemed unfazed. I'm perfectly fine. Jamie cast a quick spell. He raised an eyebrow. Then why did you guys insist on tagging along? Suddenly, from behind the door, the master of the tower introduced himself. A pleasure to meet you. I am Gon, Lord of Harmonia's magic tower. Jamie thought to himself. Asterisk. Their outfits are ridiculously flashy. Asterisk. The tower's master was a level 7 mage, the highest rank in all of Harmonia. I'm Jamie Welton, he stated simply. Gon's eyes widened. To think the renowned Master Welton himself would grace us with his presence, Gon continued. And the people behind you are? My apprentice and my aide, Jamie cut in. They wish to see Harmonia. Gon's eye twitched, but he forced a smile. See Harmonia, you say? Asterisk, touring? Asterisk, Gon fumed internally. Asterisk, in the middle of a war zone? What arrogance! His power can't possibly be greater than mine. Asterisk. Yet, he kept the smile plastered on his face. His Majesty will be here shortly, so please, rest. I shall show you the way. Later, he whispered to his own students. Now that I've seen him up close, he's skilled, I'll admit. But he's still on my level. His students eagerly agreed. Of course, Master, you're the greatest. Gon stroked his familiar. His Majesty is on his way. Be ready. Yes, sir. He then opened a door for Jamie's group. You may use this room. Thanks. Jamie scanned the room, unimpressed. Asterisk. All just expensive, pointless decor. Asterisk. The amount of money poured into this place must be insane. Asterisk. With all this gaudy luxury, the magic tower of Harmonia is a pathetic joke. Asterisk. Asterisk. So this is why he told me to do as I please. Asterisk. A voice announced the king's arrival. Jamie smirked. Asterisk. All right, let's see just how rotten this kingdom really is. Asterisk. Jamie spoke into their private communication link. Everyone, can you hear me? Hera's voice came through. Yes, I can hear you. Lennon, Simon, and Anne Mayer followed. We can hear you too. Jamie touched his ear, a satisfied smile on his face. Good, it works well. Len and Simon gazed at the wasteful extravagance around them, disgusted. The people here are unbelievably arrogant and flashy. Our home is the biggest trade city in the East, and even we aren't this tacky. Anne also looked around, bewildered. Are all the people of Harmonia this obsessed with glitter? But Hera knew better. Harmonia isn't a wealthy nation, she explained. This kind of luxury is probably confined only to the capital. They walked through opulent halls, stopping before a set of massive, ornate doors. This was the throne room. As the doors swung open, a cacophony of gongs and drums erupted from the servants inside, announcing the great elder of the kingdom, the most powerful Grand Mage. Master Welton and his esteemed companions, please enter. Anne's voice was tense over the secret comms link. This is a little overwhelming. Jamie just sighed, completely unbothered. They're just trying to show off their power. Just enjoy the circus. His eyes narrowed, focusing on the figure slumped on the throne, drooling in his sleep, his fat cheeks squished against the armrest. Asterisk. And that's supposed to be the king? Asterisk. An attendant leaned in, smiling politely. Your Majesty, your esteemed guest from Seldom has arrived. The king jolted awake, blinking stupidly. Huh? Seldom? Who's Seldom? Jamie stood on the red carpet before the throne and gave a polite bow. I am Jamie Welton. The king's voice was thick with sleep. Oh, right, Jamie Welton. But why am I here? Why are all these people staring? The older attendant stepped forward, blocking the king from view, a plastic smile never leaving his face. Your Majesty, you seem unwell. Please, go inside and rest. The king, realizing he'd made a fool of himself, scowled. What? What's going on? Why am I even here? A servant in red robes bowed low. Sire, I have prepared a wine table for you. Please, this way. The king practically fell off the throne, stumbling as he slurred. Wine? Good idea. Let's go. Watching the pathetic display, Jamie's focus shifted to the attendant. Asterisk. The king's condition is so poor, he doesn't even care about ruling. It's obvious. The man beside him is pulling all the strings. Asterisk. After helping the king away, the attendant returned, puffing out his chest with sickening pride. My apologies for the spectacle. I am Marquis Hem. Jamie's eyes narrowed. Asterisk. So, this is the man responsible for destroying Harmonia. Asterisk. Hem offered a fake smile. It appears His Majesty has taken ill and isn't feeling quite himself. Jamie returned the forced smile. Of course. I understand completely. Asterisk. Better keep a close eye on this one. Asterisk, he thought. Hem gestured toward another gilded door. Thank you for your understanding. Given the situation, shall we dine first? Inside the grand dining hall, the nobles and Jamie's party were seated around a long, extravagant table. One of the nobles gushed, "It's a true honor to meet a master from Seldom here." Another, with slicked back dark hair, gave a thumbs up. Indeed. And your disciples are quite charming, too. A brown-haired man rubbed his hands together. Please, make yourself at home. His gaze then shifted to Jamie's companions, landing on the red-haired girl in glasses. And you are? She introduced herself coolly. I am Hera Boleno, apprentice mage to Elder Jaime. The name clearly rang a bell. His eyes lit up. Boleno? As in, one of the 4 great mage families of Seldom? The dark-haired noble chimed in. Your students all hail from such impressive lineages. The blonde boy started to speak. I'm Lennon Simon, but he was immediately cut off. You're a descendant of the Simon family? Henry seemed to have a strange feeling. The dark-haired noble threw his head back and laughed. Finally, the blue-haired girl gave a timid bow. My name is Anne Mayer. The 2 nobles exchanged blank stares. Huh? Mayer? I've never heard of the Mayer family. Beside her, Lennon seethed, grinding his teeth. Asterisk. These bastards. Asterisk. That's when Jamie's voice cut through the air, cold as ice. They are my students. They learned from me, Jamie Welton. Seeing Jamie's displeasure, the brown-haired noble quickly backpedaled with a nervous laugh. Ha ha, yes, of course. As Master Welton's pupils, they are certain to have brilliant futures. The dark-haired noble scratched his head and laughed. Yes, that's undeniable. Just then, Marquis Hem appeared at the doorway. Sorry I'm late. It seems you were all having a pleasant conversation. A servant beside him bowed a perfect 90 degrees. The servants will bring the food immediately. Hem spread his arms wide with false generosity. Please, eat. These dishes were prepared by our finest chefs. I hope you enjoy them. He shot a challenging smirk directly at Jaime. Master Welton, I heard you were in seclusion for 5 years. You were already a great mage then. After 5 years of training, your power must be simply divine. Ha ha. Jaime remained perfectly composed, giving a modest reply. I still have a long way to go. Hem's brow furrowed, annoyed that his jab had no effect. Suddenly, the sound of shattering porcelain cut through the tension. A server was trembling, having dropped a plate. Ah! My deepest apologies! The brown-haired noble exploded in rage. You worthless idiot! Without a second thought, he slammed his fist into the servant's face. Do you have any idea where you are? How dare you make a mistake like that? The servant cowered, his voice shaking. I was wrong, my lord. But the noble wasn't finished. Useless trash. Did your parents teach you any manners? Lennon shot to his feet, unable to watch any longer. Wait, that's going too far. But Jamie's voice echoed in his mind, sharp and clear. Asterisk, sit down. Asterisk. Jaime himself hadn't moved a muscle, his gaze fixed on Marquis Hem. He calmly swirled the red wine in his glass, pleased with what he was seeing. The other nobles didn't even flinch at the casual brutality. They just kept laughing and chatting as if nothing happened. A cold thought crossed Jamie's mind. Asterisk, so this is the nobility of Harmonia. Rotten to the absolute core. Asterisk. The brown-haired noble grabbed the servant's collar, snarling, What's with that look? You think you can join the military like that? The servant's face, already bruised and swollen, crumpled as tears welled in his eyes. I'm sorry. The noble, realizing he'd gone too far, awkwardly scratched his head and turned to Jamie Welton. Ah, my apologies. I'm just a bit strict with training. It's improper to act this way before a guest of honor. Jamie Welton offered a gentle smile. It's quite all right. And your name is? The brown-haired man's eyes lit up. I am Viscount Mancap. Jaime savored the name on his tongue. Viscount Mancap, is it? His voice dropped, low and commanding, as he gestured towards the table. These dishes look incredible. Would you mind bringing more? Personally. The Viscount stared back, completely stunned. What? Jaime's cold smile never wavered. You don't want to? His sharp gaze then flicked towards the head of the table. Marquis Hem, what are your thoughts? Hem glared back at Welton, his eyes filled with hostility, before giving a curt order. Do it. Now. Welton, satisfied, wiped his mouth with a napkin. I'm enjoying the dinner you've prepared. He then turned to the Viscount with a polite smile. And I feel it will taste even better when served by the Viscount himself. Mancap forced a smile, grinding his teeth. I would be honored. Hem pushed his chair back and stood. You must be tired from your long journey. Please get some rest. We'll discuss official matters tomorrow. Welton also rose, turning to leave with his group. Is that so? He glanced back at those still in the room. By the way, I do hope that servant from earlier is all right. And the others as well. They've worked so hard for us, haven't they? Welton's voice dripped with sarcasm, meant only for Hem to hear, unlike some people. Hem's smile was stiff, his eyebrow twitching. Of course, you needn't worry. Outside, Simon placed his hands behind his head, finally feeling a sense of relief. Anne Meyer clenched her fists tightly, muttering, It's insane. In this country, the nobles have so much power. Simon reluctantly asked the man walking ahead of him, Master, do we really have to help a country like this? Welton simply smiled, offering no reply. A black-haired man in a red coat suddenly appeared before Welton. Excuse me, may I have a word with you? Welton sized up the newcomer. The man introduced himself. I am Count Pato of Harmonia. There's something I need to discuss. Welton and Pato stood on a balcony, the sun now completely gone. Welton leaned against the railing. What is it? Pato began. I witnessed everything that happened earlier. Pato's tone was full of admiration. You utterly humiliated Marquis Hem. I was very impressed. Welton brushed off the compliment with a slight laugh. I have no idea what you mean. Offending the Marquis was never my intention. Undeterred, Pato continued, I was thrilled. It was the first time I've ever seen him like that. Welton issued a cool reminder. You know, if I were to repeat your words to the Marquis, you'd be in serious trouble. Pato's brow furrowed. That's true. Welton's mind raced. So, this man is an enemy of the Marquis? Pato faced Welton directly, his eyes searching. I wanted to ask you, what was your impression of Harmonia today? Welton answered bluntly, without holding back. Complete disappointment. How can you even call this a country? Pato's hands tightened into fists, his voice trembling. I'm just as disappointed. I have no excuse. You're right. The beautiful Harmonia no longer exists. Pato's resolve hardened. So please, help us defeat him. With your help, Harmonia could become a vassal state of Salam. Welton was taken aback by his proposal. What? He turned abruptly, heading for the doors. Let's pretend I never heard any of this. Pato's voice rose in a desperate plea. Please, save our people from this miserable situation. This is a good deal for Salam too. Pato explained the grim reality. The current king is just Marquis Hem's puppet. If this continues, Harmonia has no future. I'm begging you. Welton cut him off. Pathetic. He seized Pato by the collar. It seems you lack the ability to do it yourself, so you run to another country for help. Did you even try your best? Do you truly want to become our vassal? You want Salam to invade your own country? He sneered. You should be ashamed of your own cowardice. Pato shot back. But isn't a lesser evil better than this hell? Welton shoved him away and turned to leave. I don't want to hear any more. Released, Pato trembled, struggling to breathe. But his eyes remained fixed on Welton's retreating back. I will let you know my decision today. In a dark underground torture chamber, the only light came from the flickering torches, the air thick with the stench of blood. Old bloodstains that would never wash out covered the walls, a grim canvas for the fresh splatters that joined them. Marquis Hem brutally whipped a bound figure kneeling on the floor. Because of you, I was humiliated. Each lash tore through the man's shirt, sending blood flying across the stone. The victim didn't dare fight back, his voice shaking. I'm sorry, please spare me. Hem showed no mercy, the whip crashing down again and again. Die, just die. The man finally collapsed, his strength gone. A bloody welt marked his face where the whip had struck. Hem growled through clenched teeth. Jamie Welton, I will make you pay. Just then, a dark-haired man rushed in, shouting, Marquis, we have a huge problem. Enemy forces have entered the capital. Hem, his face still splattered with blood, turned. What did you say? At the capital of Harmonia, atop the southern wall, a voice could be heard. Guard rotations are getting tighter because of the enemy. It was just a couple of soldiers gossiping. One complained. Damn it, it's the nobles who are really pissing me off. The other let out a long yawn. So boring, I can't see a thing. They kept chatting. Let's make a bet. Winner gets to sleep. They never noticed the shadow hiding in the bushes. Suddenly, a figure leaped into the air, throwing sharpened iron nails that pierced straight through their skulls. As the two bloodied guards crumpled to the ground, the attacker landed silently. Too many openings. This was Henry, from the Liberation Army. He held more nails between his teeth, a bored look on his face. Is this really all they sent to guard the gate? Talk about overconfident, he mused. Maybe. They're still underestimating us. He dropped from the wall into a freefall, still muttering to himself. Whatever. Tonight, I take the king's head. A loud knock echoed through the door, followed by an urgent shout from outside. Sir Welton. Jamie Welton sat in his room, listening to the commotion. What now? A servant burst in, reporting, We're under attack. The Liberation Army's special forces have entered the capital. They say they're going after the king. General Melb requests your immediate assistance. Welton's expression didn't change. Then let's go. Inside, he was perfectly calm, an opportunity to meet the Liberation Army. This came sooner than expected. As he walked, he calculated his next move. I'll assess both sides, then decide. There's no rush. Then, a voice called from behind him. Master, where are you going? Hera approached him. The Liberation Army launched a surprise attack. Welton instructed her. Hera, please look after the children. I'm going alone this time. Simon started to speak up. Master, I want to go too. But Hera silenced him with a flick of her fingers to his lips. She then said, All right. Please be careful, sir. Welton ended the conversation. I'm counting on you. In Harmonia, Jia Khan stood on a rooftop, sensing the air. Damn it. He's concealing his position. It seems he's using a technique to hide his mana. He activated a tracking spell. There are some things I will never give up on. You think you can hide from me? His voice was a low whisper. Elemental memory. This was Jia Khan's miraculous mind magic. Drawing on the power of the elements, he murmured to himself. The elements exist in every corner of the world. Even if you can hide your mana, you can't hide your physical presence from the world itself. Finding you is only a matter of time. Elsewhere, a voice gave an order to figures cloaked in black. I will give you the intruder's location. Capture him alive. After finishing the spell, Jia Khan sat on a wooden crate to rest. With Jamie Welton in the capital, I don't have to fight anymore, he thought with a sigh. Fighting at night is so exhausting. Suddenly, a voice spoke from nearby. You seem pretty relaxed. Jia Khan jumped in surprise. He looked down into the courtyard below and shouted, Huh? An intruder? His mind raced. I'm seeing him with my own eyes, not through the elements. But I still can't sense his presence at all. And there, bathed in moonlight, the man in black spoke. So it's you, the one who murdered Lord Kirill. Jia Khan knew instantly this guy was a sword master. Against a monster like that, his own level 7 skills were a joke. But he just laughed, planning to land one solid hit and then bolt. Ha ha, enough daydreaming. Time to get out of here. The man in the black cloak spoke, his voice chillingly calm. It's too late. Your chance is gone. Before he could react, Jia Khan was struck down, his blood staining the cold ground. Welton's voice cut through the air. It's you, isn't it? A master from the Fran organization, helping the Liberation Army. He smirked. Your movements are so fast, they're impossible to miss. Your power is tied to the moonlight. As he spoke, the man in black lunged forward. Welton calmly sent a chain whipping around the blade, but it was sliced apart in an instant. Even as he shattered the defense, the man in black was stunned. He blocked my attack, and he even knows the source of my power? The assassin's power, moonlight resonance, only awakens when the moon is high. Beneath its glow, he's practically invincible. But once an enemy knows its secret, that incredible power becomes his greatest weakness. The assassin calculated his odds. Even if he knew, he couldn't completely defeat it. What he discovered was just one piece of the puzzle. The true power worked anywhere the moon's light could reach. While he was lost in thought, Welton charged. This is your effective range, isn't it? Steel clashed against steel. The sword duel began, with the man in black immediately forced on the defensive. Welton just grinned. Hey, how about we talk this out instead of fighting? He was baffled. Talk? He swung his blade, sending Welton flying. The moment he landed, Welton continued, Let's settle this peacefully. The assassin used the mud for leverage, lunging forward again. Welton activated his magic, thinking, I made this mud to slow him down, but it's useless against a true swordmaster. He raised his sword. That little trick won't work on me. A staff suddenly appeared in Welton's hand. Foreigner Avalon. Inverted world. An explosion ripped through the ground, sending debris flying. Suddenly, the assassin couldn't sense his presence anymore. Where did he go? He looked up to see a cloud of black smoke hanging in the air, a dark shadow against the sky. Did he create that? Hidden inside the smoke, Welton prepared his next move, planning to accelerate with the explosive arts of the 100 Seas. He unleashed a space-rending slash. Welton burst from the smoke, his blade diving towards the cloaked figure. The assassin marveled internally. A flawless attack, but no matter how perfect, it means nothing to me. He caught Welton's blade with ease, his voice like ice. Because I am an unparalleled swordmaster. Moonlight resonance. Lunar slash. He explained, this power turns moonlight itself into a weapon, and trying to block the moon is pointless. The moon is my ally in the sky. My power is fundamentally unbeatable. As he spoke, he unleashed a slash that sent Welton reeling backwards. His tone was calm, almost patronizing. Your swordsmanship is better than I expected, but you're no master. You can't win. In response, Welton simply tightened his grip on his staff. I know I can't beat you with this sword alone. Welton's gaze sharpened, a grin spreading across his face. So get ready to see my real technique. Explosive barrage. The man in black was shocked. My injuries. I couldn't sense his magic. Welton's smug expression said it all. I combined it with the inverted world from before. Even a swordmaster can't counter what he can't predict. Another massive explosion rocked the area, even bigger than the last. The man in black was blown back to the very edge of the building, even though I used moonlight to block the blast. My body can't withstand this kind of power. First, I have to heal. A fleeting thought, with no time to act. High in the air, a massive magic hand formed, fusing 3 distinct spells: Arasua, Vic, and Thunder. It was an 8th-tier spell, weaving together wind, lightning, and inversion. A colossal bolt of lightning crashed down, followed by a nightfall pursuit. A rain of arrows so thick, getting hit meant being turned into a pincushion. Somehow, the assassin had already appeared right behind him, but a smirk proved Welton was expecting it. Not bad. Welton spun, his hand touching the man's head, but the assassin unleashed his ultimate technique, moonlight resonance. Lunar burst. A flash of light erupted from his eyes. An overwhelming wave of power exploded outwards, completely leveling the entire area. A massive crater was all that remained, with the assassin standing in the center. He was heavily weakened, he could feel it. Lunar burst forces moonlight directly into an enemy's body, then blasts it out in every direction. It's a finishing move, reserved only for the strongest foes. And yet, it failed. Unbelievable. Welton emerged from the dust, unharmed. Still not enough to beat me. So, are we ready to talk now? Seeing no other option besides getting beaten again, the man in black agreed. What do you want? Welton made his staff vanish. I'm curious. Why is Fran helping the Liberation Army? The assassin asked calmly. If I tell you, will you help us? I just want to see this country freed. We're working to create a land of true freedom, a place the meddling Church of the Divine can't touch. But I'm sure you wouldn't understand. So now, just but Welton cut him off. No, you're wrong. I've been entrusted with great power. The man's expression grew serious. If you help the Liberation Army take this land, your side will get a piece of the pie. You're just here for territory, aren't you? He pointed his sword right at Welton's face. King Harmonia's head falls tonight. You have no chance to stop us. Welton just stared at him like he was an idiot. The Church of Drian is already backing this region. The man in black was stunned into silence. On my way here, I saw them, priests of Drian, the god of violence and plunder. They're on the move. If they side with the king, this war will drag on forever. But he was still skeptical. And why should I believe you? Just then, a pillar of black light slammed down, startling them both. Welton tensed. That's the black light of Drian. What in the world is going on? The god of violence and plunder. His symbol, a crescent moon swallowing the sun, or 1,000 spears piercing through blood and filth. Drian of the Diablo Volpia. After Zenit, he was the enemy I had to face more than any other. The memory was bleak. On a pillar carved with Drian's symbol, a figure was bound, kneeling, broken. Blood streamed down the stone, a gruesome waterfall. At its base, dozens of followers prostrated themselves on the ground. Among the 12 gods, Drian had the fewest believers, but his cult of violence was, by far, the strongest. Jaime recalled the voice, a demonic scream. Diablo, in the end, only the strong survive. You may be powerful, but you're on the losing side. And why? Because you're all alone. The mad demon had laughed manically. The memory of his ecstatic, chilling laughter. Jaime thought, among the 12 gods, he's uniquely obsessed with power. But for all his talk, his own strength is nothing special. Welton spoke with gravity. That black light is Drian's divine power. Do you believe me now? But Jin was unmoved. It changes nothing. All we need to do is behead the king, and Harmonia is ours. Welton immediately cut in. The king isn't the real power here, and you know it. Count Pato himself asked for my help. At that name, an image of the count flashed in Jin's mind. He remembered the count's words. If things continue on this path, Harmonia has no future. Jin's eyes widened in shock. So it was true. Today's attack was all Count Pato's scheme. Jin bowed his head slightly, but before he could speak, Welton's anger flared. He pointed right in Jin's face. Aren't you supposed to be saving the suffering people of Harmonia? You call this freedom? Damn it, he roared. Your real goal is just to carve out a piece of this country for yourselves. Jin shot back defensively. Aren't you just stopping us so your side doesn't lose territory? He put a hand to his chest, his voice firm. Prontoner is just an organization. We have nothing to do with these petty wars over land, Jamie sighed. So I guess we have a deal, huh? Running a hand through his hair, he forced a smile. Don't worry, you won't get dragged into this mess. Jin buried his face in his hands with a groan. Damn it, he thought. I'm already in way too deep. Meanwhile, in another part of the kingdom, King Kip Huss of Harmonia was a pathetic sight. His gut spilled out from his robes, his face flushed, and an empty wine glass was still clutched in his hand as he slept. The man was completely passed out from drink, utterly oblivious. Even his crown lay tossed aside in a corner like common trash. Suddenly, a shadow fell over the king. From above, Dion M. of the Holy Church looked down, his eyes filled with a contempt so cold it could freeze bone. He didn't say a word, just stared at the bloated figure sprawled on the throne. Then, he turned to face another figure in the room. Isn't it a bit early to be summoning us? He asked. The other man didn't even turn from the window. Staring out at the chaos below, he simply replied, Things have taken a turn for the worse. Marquis Hem took a slow sip of wine, his gaze locked on the hellscape outside the grand window, watching smoke and fire consume his capital city. He spoke with clear annoyance. Those damn rebels still haven't caught those 7 rats, and now the city is in chaos. We've already eliminated all the other useful pawns. The Marquis let out a soft sigh, a flash of brutal executions playing out in his mind. The deep red wine swirled in his glass, reflecting his cruel smirk. Perhaps I should have let them live just a little longer, he mused. Turning from the window, Marquis Hem set his glass down. In any case, the intruder. He was one of them. M's reaction was instant. You mean the one who killed the king's own knight? The Marquis simply hummed in confirmation. Kirill was one of our stronger swordmasters. Not an easy man to kill, which suggests our man is an expert assassin. In his mind, he pictured the phantom whispered about in the streets, a ghost that comes and goes without a trace. The Marquis continued. If an assassin like that gets in here, the king will lose his head. He glanced at the monarch's obese, sleeping face with disgust. What a pain. He's our public face. We have to protect him, no matter what. Then tell me the plan, M said, his voice low. The Marquis, who was actually the Grand Cardinal of the Drian Church in disguise, raised a hand to his face, propping up the melting, artificial skin. The plan hasn't changed, he said, ripping away the disguise. Underneath, his true face was a horrifying sight, as if bathed in blood. Vicious red marks covered his features, twisting them into a truly monstrous visage. He continued, It's time I return to my true form. M spoke up, a hint of worry in his voice, but we still have time. The cardinal raised a hand, silencing him. No, this is enough. For over 5 long years, this civil war has raged on. Blood has soaked the earth and bodies have piled high. In an atmosphere thick with death and despair, corpses form mountains and blood flows like rivers. Now, the 12 gods themselves are vying for supremacy. We must carve out our own path to survival, the cardinal declared, and when we reach the very top, we too shall become dark gods. M immediately placed a hand over his heart in salute. It is the destiny our forefathers wished for. Then let's begin. The Grand Cardinal's face twisted into a fierce mask, his eyes like a viper's as a cruel smile played on his lips. Asterisk Jamie Welton. I will make you regret the day you were born. Asterisk. Then, as if remembering something, the Cardinal spoke aloud. Ah, yes. Jamie's apprentice and his secretary. They're in the magic tower. He gave the order, seize them. A sudden commotion erupted outside. Shouts of, there they are, don't let them escape, echoed through the halls, followed by the frantic pounding of running feet. The door to their room began to shake violently under heavy blows. Boom, boom, boom. If not for the magical barrier, it would have been shattered. Anne broke the silence. What in the world is going on out there? Hera, ever the calm one, replied, I don't know, but we're safer staying put. But Lennon wasn't having it. I can't just sit here, he snapped. I have to see what's happening. Hera's voice turned sharp. Are you really going to defy our master's direct order? Lennon hesitated for a moment, but then Anne spoke up. Wait. Seeing that the door was no longer shaking, she added, It's suddenly quiet. In the end, they stepped out into a wide, carpeted hallway. And on that red carpet, they were several dark, wet stains. Lennon scanned the empty corridor. Why is it deserted? Where is everyone? Anne asked, her voice trembling slightly. What's going on? Ever since they'd entered the hall, they'd heard a soft dripping sound. Drip, drip. Anne held out her hand, catching a few of the droplets. Huh? Is it water? She trailed off, her eyes slowly lifting towards the ceiling. The ceiling was covered with the bodies of slaughtered mages, hanging from above. They were bound by what looked like thick, crimson ropes, which seemed to be their own entrails, horrifically woven together. Fresh blood dripped from the bodies, soaking their robes and falling like a grotesque rain. A horrified scream tore through the silence. Lennon collapsed to the floor in shock. Even Hera, stunned by the sight, staggered back a step. What kind of monster would do this? Suddenly, a voice echoed from the shadows. Kekeke, look what we have here. A few survivors? A figure emerged, mockingly licking his blade before launching himself at them. Time to die. The assassin lunged directly for Lennon. The boy's eyes went wide with shock. But then shadow art pierced the darkness. A spike of pure shadow erupted from the floor, impaling the attacker in an instant. It was Hera's magic. Hera retracted the shadow spike just as more voices boomed from all around. Kill them all! Surrender, you pathetic worms! More assassins poured out of the darkness, rushing them from all sides. This was far from over. Hera, thanks. Lennon finally snapped out of his shock. Pushing himself to his feet, he said, All right, from now on, we fight our way. His voice was low and determined, his face set with grim resolve. Flames erupted around Lennon's body. Anne, her eyes focused, added, If I can just analyze their patterns, we can win this. Back in another location, the necklace on Jamie's chest suddenly began to glow. Startled, Jamie looked down at the glowing pendant in the middle of the ruins. Looks like my students are in trouble. Jin immediately asked, Should we go help them? But Jamie gently refused. No, they may be young, but they are my students. He pictured them in his mind. Asterisk. I'm not the only one who's gotten stronger this past year. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. And as long as they're together, they'll be fine. Asterisk. Jamie glanced toward the divine power emanating from the palace. With a snap of his fingers, he said, First, we head to the royal castle. A flash of blue light, and they were gone. Back at the tower, the assassins were being consumed by a sea of fire. Commander! One of them screamed. We can't get through! Their commander, Teru of the Ren Church, stared into the magical inferno. Asterisk. Who is this kid? Asterisk, he thought, struggling against the heat. Asterisk. How can he be this powerful? Asterisk. Watching Lennon unleash his devastating fire magic, Teru's mind raced. Asterisk. This is fire magic that could make a veteran archmage retreat, but the real threat, more than the red-haired kid, is the girl with the blue hair. Asterisk. As if on cue, Anne's voice cut through the roar of the flames. Lennon, they're preparing to attack from the left. Teru cursed under his breath. Asterisk. That damn girl. She's reading our every move. Asterisk. He glanced over at the third member, grinding his teeth in frustration. Asterisk. And the woman with them is no slouch either. Asterisk Hera was a whirlwind of darkness, single-handedly unleashing dozens of shadow spikes that tore through the assassin's ranks. One of his men called out from behind him. What should we do, Commander? Teru grit his teeth, his face a mask of fury. The Archbishop's command is absolute. We will not fail him. A berserker rage! Anne suddenly spun around, her face pale with worry as she shouted, Lennon, behind you! It's a trap! They're pulling back! They're planning something big! Lennon, already summoning a massive fireball in each hand, yelled back, Easier said than done. And with that roar, he unleashed both blasts of searing flame directly at the soldiers of the Ren Church. This circular hallway makes it impossible to track their movements, he explained, and glanced back at Hera, who was relentlessly firing off thorn attacks, and a grim realization hit her. In this situation, there was no way they could win. Anne's eyes darted around, searching for an out. Was there another way? Not knowing her plan, the man urged her, Anne, stop analyzing and help me. But then, her sharp eyes caught something. The structure of the building. She yelled to Hera, Hera, destroy this wall! Judging by the layout, there had to be a room behind it, and slammed her hand against the wall. We can take refuge in there. Hera didn't question it. She simply said, Stand back. In an instant, she summoned a dark art, a shadow that pierced the gloom and shattered the wall. As soon as it crumbled, everyone scrambled inside. Leon, hurry, Anne urged, but the armed forces of the Drine Church weren't about to let them go. Even with their bodies burning and clothes scorched, they charged forward without fear, screaming, Don't let them escape, the kids and that woman. They can even use fire magic. These soldiers had transformed into monsters. Their eyes glowed a blood red, their bodies covered in a thick web of pulsing veins. One of them snarled, When we catch them, we'll make them regret this. Suddenly, a spell was cast, and the ground trembled violently. Boom! Crash! The floor of the mansion cracked and collapsed, burying those things that were neither human nor demon. Their screams echoed through the halls. What the? You bastard, I'll never forgive you, Leon panicked. Anne, what do we do? Anne was just as worried, looking down below without an answer. Seeing the scene unfold, a thought crossed her mind. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Through the shattered window, Anne saw another man being chased by a squad from the Drine Church. She turned back and said, "We need to get down there and join the man who's on the run." "What?" Leon cried in shock. Hera, on the other hand, was completely calm. "All right, let's go." Raising a hand towards their pursuers, Hera unleashed a secret art. Chains of night. The soldiers froze in their tracks. The curses started flying again. "What is this? Damn it, I can't move. It was that woman." Someone realized the truth, but it was far too late. The glass window shattered completely. With a powerful roar, a winged figure burst from the building and soared away. Meanwhile, the shouting on the ground hadn't stopped. "Get him! Kill him! Damn it!" The man just kept running, ignoring the screams as he cursed under his breath. Where did all these bastards come from? One of the pursuers caught up, leaping into the air with a knife and screaming, "Die!" But before he could strike, a massive fireball appeared right above the assassin's head. The soldier's eyes widened in terror. With a deafening boom, a fiery explosion erupted. The man who was being chased had no idea what was happening, staring at the flames with his hammer in hand. Suddenly, the man saw three figures emerge: Anne, Leon, and Hera, with her wings spread wide. He was stunned, stammering, Who are those two kids and that woman?" Behind them, the other pursuers were closing in. When they saw Henry with the group, they roared, "He has allies? Doesn't matter. Kill them all." Just then, Anmer raised her voice. "Let's fight together. Everyone, follow my lead." Seeing the situation, they all agreed. All right. Even Henry had no choice but to go along with it. Anmer took charge like a field commander. "Leon, 3 o'clock. Hera, 8 o'clock. Old man, you take 10 o'clock. Hearing her call him old man, Henry's face soured. "What? Old man?" Hera flew past Henry, cutting him off. "Stop complaining and just follow her instructions," Henry grumbled, but before he knew it, the Liberation Army had charged in. Immediately, both sides clashed, weapons swinging. The battlefield roared with the sounds of steel meeting steel. At that moment, a voice shouted, "Mister, get down!" Just as Henry ducked, Hera's sword flashed past, striking down the enemy who tried to ambush him. The soldier let out a final scream. Anmer then called out, "Leon, is your mana ready?" Leon summoned a flame to his palm. "I'm good to go." Henry looked back at them all, a little bewildered. They fought perfectly in sync, following one person's command. No, it was more like they were all moving as a single unit. Anmer got close to Henry and asked, "If this fight drags on, we'll be at a disadvantage. Do you have any teammates?" Hearing this, Henry replied, "There are 7 of us. We all got separated." Anmer processed this and said, "Then our first priority is finding your allies." Looking at the massive Liberation Army surrounding them, Henry felt helpless. "How are we supposed to get out of here?" Anmer just said, "Leon, are you ready? Let's blow them away." Leon grinned, brimming with power. "I've been ready for a while now." With that, he unleashed his Fire Blossom technique. A massive inferno erupted, engulfing the Liberation forces. Seizing the opportunity, the 4 of them made a run for it. Anmer looked over her shoulder and yelled, "Now's our chance. Let's get out of here." Running behind them, Henry couldn't help but be amazed. The skills on these kids are unbelievable. And that woman is something else too. "Neo, are you sure that guy didn't betray us? You said we only had to deal with the Harmonia army." Neo Pato gritted his teeth in fury and roared, "Damn it! That Hem! I never thought he'd bring followers of the Drian Church here." Seeing the absolute chaos, he turned tail and ran. He thought to himself, his goal isn't just to seize power in this country. It's something more. He hadn't gotten far when a voice called out from behind. "And where might you be going, Baron?" Neopato whipped around, startled. "Marquise! Why are you here?" Hem just smiled at him. "I suppose you've realized the Liberation Army's attack has failed. Are you planning your next move already?" Hearing this, Neopato broke into a cold sweat. He knows everything, he thought. Hem's smile widened. "This is your last chance. Swear your loyalty to me. Only then can I guarantee the lives of you and your family." Knowing this man meant nothing but ill will, Neopato stood his ground. "Just kill me. I will never bow to you. I will die for the love of my country." Hem's smile vanished. "Your fighting spirit is admirable," he said, clearly displeased. "But it's also incredibly irritating. Drian's hell is a swamp of endless violence." As he spoke, a ball of dark magic formed in his hand. Without another word, Hem launched the attack, screaming, "There! You will suffer for all eternity. This is the punishment for the weak." But just then, a barrier of light surrounded Neopato, protecting him. He looked on in absolute shock. "What is this?" Jamie appeared, holding the magic that shielded him. "To take everything from others. Is that pathetic line really your creed? You should treat those of your own class with some respect, don't you think? The gods won't be pleased with your offering." Seeing him, Hem's eyes widened in disbelief. He shrieked, "Good heavens! Weren't you on our side?" Jamie stared him down with ice-cold eyes. Aren't there always variables in this world? I'll handle him. You get your men out of here. Neopato's comrades helped him up, saying, "We're counting on you." A powerful, menacing aura exploded from Jamie. "Now, I no longer need to hide my strength," he declared. "I'll give you a taste of that violence you love so much. You piece of trash." Feeling this immense pressure, Hem growled in anger. Seeing that the man was unharmed by his aura, Jamie thought, a normal person would have disintegrated instantly. I guess he's no ordinary nobleman. Realizing he'd been played, the demon within Hem finally awakened. With a deafening roar, Hem's eyes turned pitch black as he hissed, "How dare you? How dare you betray me?" Jamie was surprised. "So you were hiding your true power?" he thought to himself. If he's this strong, he must be a leader in the Dryan Church. Could he be one of the 3 high priests? Usually, the church's military power is handled by holy knights, but because they worship the god of violence and plunder, the Dryan Church is the only one where all believers possess military strength. The high priest stands at the pinnacle, closest to the god of violence and stronger than any commander. Hem had now descended into a state of madness, his eyes glowing red. He walked slowly toward Jamie, screaming, "You've made a terrible mistake. If you had stayed on my side, I would have just given you a lecture." But facing Hem, Jamie showed no fear. He channeled his own magic, smirking mockingly. "A lecture, you say?" Inside, he was filled with regret. "I should have killed R back then. I regret letting him live." With newfound resolve, Jamie spoke again. "That's right. I need to correct the mistake I made." The man looked confused. "What?" Jamie just gave a cold smile. "Die, you bastard." From his hands, he unleashed his second authority, Abyss. Darkness itself seemed to swallow Hem whole. The man gasped. "This darkness, what is this? Could it be black magic?" Then, like a madman, he burst into laughter. "So you finally reached that level thanks to black magic, did you? And everyone called you the greatest talent in the world. It was all a lie. You filthy fraud." Jamie smirked. "Who's the real fraud here?" With immense power, Hem launched himself into the air to attack, but he never expected Jamie's spear to pierce even his divine presence. Hem felt a flicker of fear. He thought, a direct confrontation is too risky. I need to create some distance. Jamie's voice cut through his thoughts. "Did you really think you could escape from me?" The words barely left his lips when he unleashed his first authority, Yin-Yang Reversal. From the void, skeletal hands shot out, binding Hem's arms and legs. Hem gasped. "A summoning spell?" Cold sweat dripped down Hem's face as he stared in disbelief. "How can you wield such dark powers? You're the true villain." Jamie stepped closer and tapped Hem's forehead. "The only villain here is the god you worship." Hearing this, Hem roared in fury. "Do not blaspheme his name. You don't have to die for that ape. There are so many other things you need to do." Jamie just smirked and activated his spirit sword skill. Instantly, an overwhelming aura surged forward. He laughed softly and backed away as a colossal spirit holding a massive blade swung down toward him. Pushed to his limit, veins bulged on Hem's forehead. He activated Berserker Rage, and his body swelled with immense power, shattering the spirit's sword. He growled, "I can't believe you forced me to use this form." Jai floated into the air, completely unafraid. "Now you look like a real man." Enraged, Hem clenched his fists and screamed, "You little brat! I'm going to rip your mouth off first." Jamie raised his sword and said, "This is all I need." He then launched a dark version of the bow sword, but he didn't stop there. He followed it with Black Lightning Punishment, a level 8 lightning spell combined with dark magic, inflicting destruction-level damage that felt like 20 broken bones at once. Hem's body was mangled, blood spilling from his lips, but he still shouted defiantly, "Fool! You can't kill me with that." Jai just sneered. "Who said I was done? If you want more, you'll get it." Jai then unleashed his curse skill. His third authority, revealed in previous chapters, amplifies the power of his curses by nearly 10 times. He sheathed his sword, watching Hem fall to his knees before him. "I don't care what your plan was. Now that I've caught you, it's all over. When you get to hell, apologize to all the people you made miserable." Though his body was covered in wounds, Hem refused to back down, spitting arrogantly, "It's not over. A monster like you was unexpected. But even if I die, nothing will change." Jamie frowned, confused. "What? You're my father's loyal servant." Just then, a rift tore open in the sky. With a deafening boom, a pillar of light descended with immense pressure. A massive dragon appeared. The divine beast, the basilisk, had arrived. Elsewhere, a dark mage was using the last of his strength to turn the tables. He raised his hands to the sky, summoning the blood and corpses that had piled up in Harmonia for the past 5 years, along with 6 crystals Hem had planted across the land. A strange crest, a broken laurel wreath around a dark circle, glowed on the back of his hand. "Using this as a catalyst, I summon my parents' mightiest creation to this land." An immense source of dark power shot down toward the mage, An eerie red light illuminated the night sky, staining it a demonic crimson. Blood streamed from the mage's face as he screamed madly, "Descend upon this land, O great basilisk!" The blinding flash became a pillar of light that ripped through the darkness. Black smoke gathered and winds howled, welcoming the calamity to this small country. The clear sky suddenly broke into a downpour, but the mage paid it no mind. He continued to look to the heavens and shout, "Now we have the power to rival Firo and Jennis. Please, eliminate the heretics who stand in our cult's way." The dragon let out a long, majestic roar, revealing a long, snake-like tongue. Leon Simon pointed to the sky and yelled, "What is that thing?" Henry stared up in terror. "What the hell is that? A snake with wings?" Suddenly, two figures landed silently on the ground, shouting, "There they are!" Herbaleno stared at them in shock. The shout drew Henry's attention as well. The swordsman, Foe, let out a sigh of relief. "Henry, you're the first one I've found. I'm glad to see you. I didn't expect you to be here with Welton's people." Herbaleno stood in front, raising a hand to protect his two teammates. "I am Pato," he said politely, introducing himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Count of Harmonia." Henry stated firmly, "I can vouch for this man's identity. He supports the Liberation Army both materially and spiritually." The swordsman cut the introductions short. "We can talk names later. Right now, we have to get out of here. That's a monster we can't possibly defeat." Leon Simon pointed at the swordsman warily. "Hold on, who are you? I haven't heard you introduce yourself." The swordsman was silent for a moment, then asked, "You're Jamie Welton's disciple, aren't you?" Hearing his master's name, Leon Simon's heart skipped a beat. "You know my master?" Anne Meyer asked cautiously. "Where is our master?" The swordsman replied, "He's where that giant snake is headed." Leon Simon's voice rose with worry. "What? Then we have to go help him." Anne Meyer was also uneasy. "Even if he is our master, he can't fight that thing alone. Herbaleno, ever the rational one, stop them. If we go, we'll just get in his way. It's better to focus on staying alive for now." The two disciples were about to protest, but the swordsman looked at Henry. "Henry, you're in charge of protecting them," Henry asked anxiously. "Swordsman, what are you planning to do?" The swordsman recalled his evenly matched battle with Jamie Welton. He gripped the blade on his back and replied, "I'm going to do what needs to be done." He turned his back to them. "Gather the others and run as far from the capital as you can." Pato asked the swordsman worriedly, "Jin, will you be okay?" Jin didn't answer, only giving Pato a final command as he prepared to leave. "What you need to do is survive. Only then can we carry the future of this country." Pato watched the trail of blue smoke and whispered with gratitude, "Thank you so much." Henry suddenly threw Pato over his shoulder, who complained, "Hey, Henry." Henry held Pato securely and urged the others on. "There's no time for sentimental goodbyes. Everyone, follow me." In the distance, the majestic basilisk circled the night sky. Jamie Welton floated high above as a shadowy figure, remarking to himself, 60,000 years ago, it was so big I couldn't even see all of it. Now it looks like a rat's tail." Welton readied himself. "But even if it's weaker, it's not an opponent I can underestimate." From afar, the beast opened its mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Between its jaws, a black orb of death began to form. It took a deep breath and blasted the orb, which transformed into a torrent of black and white flames, raining down on the world below. Welton unleashed his power, and a purple stream of mana enveloped him. No other choice. "I'll have to overdo it a little." A strange seal slowly appeared on his forehead, and the immense mana he radiated was so great that it caught the basilisk's attention. "What is this? This strange energy?" Welton had activated his final mana form, the ultimate version, the realm of the Super Meanus. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as intense black lightning crackled around him. The basilisk thought in astonishment, how can a mere insect possess such power? While distracted, the serpent didn't notice Welton's magic attacking it, and it let out a long, pained roar. The magic restricted the serpent's movements as small yellow orbs flew toward Welton. Welton gripped the sword in his hand and slowly drew it. Small sparks of lightning flashed as the blade emerged, and the strange symbol now covered his entire hand. Welton attacked again, using the Welton family's third technique, lightning strike. Blue light shattered the small yellow orbs, causing them to explode like puffs of smoke. The smoke seemed to burn the serpent. Red flames erupted across its pitch-black body as it roared in agony, but Welton stood firm, showing no signs of fatigue. He crossed his sword and staff into an X. "If this is all the power you have, I'm a little disappointed." He poured all his energy into creating a massive purple orb. The moment the orb touched the serpent's scales, it shrieked in pain. The defeated serpent lay motionless on the ground. From within its skeletal hide, which was about to turn to ash, two blood-red hands with sharp black nails clawed their way out. A new figure emerged with long white hair and a powerful physique, panting heavily. He thought to himself, the divine protection that covered my entire body has been broken. To think someone this strong exists in the human world. Welton stood ready with his sword and staff, as if he'd been waiting. Still not dead, I see. Bis couldn't stand being looked down upon. The spikes on its back morphed into hissing snakes. No matter how strong you are, you're still just a human. Die! As he finished speaking, the small snake suddenly grew enormous and lunged at Welton, but as each one attacked, Welton easily sliced them into pieces with his sword. The basilic stared at its severed snakes, only stumps remaining, glowing with a violet light. It gnashed its teeth in fury. Welton aimed his scepter at the beast, the tip erupting in a sinister, purple flame. Enough of your pathetic screaming. A whirlwind of shields formed a protective orb around Welton, deflecting the blast. The basilic knew this wasn't good. It had to get out of there. Damn it. I need to escape. Now. But Welton had already read its mind. With a sharp snap of his fingers, he cast his spell, Dimensional Barrier. This was ninth circle spatial magic, capable of creating a pocket dimension, completely cut off from the real world. Just as the basilic tried to flee, black smoke coiled around it like a cage. It leaped, trying to break free, but slammed hard against an invisible solid wall. The beast landed back on the ground, roaring in fury. You mortal! How dare you cage me? Welton said nothing, simply raising a hand to silence it. Light magic. A blinding ray of light condensed into a massive orb, hurtling towards the basilic. This was light magic of the ninth circle, a spell that creates the ultimate holy light. The basilic shrieked in agony. Welton gazed down at its burning form. And I was holding back, too. From now on, you should watch your mouth. The basilic thought in disbelief. Asterisk. No matter what level you've reached, how can a mere human do this to me? Asterisk. Welton scoffed at its intentions. Returning to your original size won't change anything. Did you really descend upon this land with such pitiful strength? The basilic screamed wildly. Don't look down on me, human! Welton's voice dripped with scorn. So, what rank of divine beast are you exactly? Haven't you already died by my hand at least 300 times? But the basilic still couldn't accept it. This is impossible! Weren't you sealed away? Diablo Volpia. You escaped? Welton didn't deny it. That's right. He looked down at the pathetic creature at his feet. I'm glad you didn't die in one hit. Since you're a friend of the 12 gods, you must know a lot of secrets. The basilic remained defiant. I'll never talk! He gently placed a hand on its forehead. It doesn't matter. He recalled Prio's words. Whatever happened to the basilic was his problem, not Welton's. It was time for the final blow. Third authority. Empowering. Consciousness erosion. Welton smiled menacingly. I'll take good care of that brain of yours. As he spoke, Jamie Welton unleashed his magic. A purple circle, like an eye before the sun, manifested. This was his third authority, the spell that destroys the mind. A purple light shot out, twisting like soft fabric yet carrying a terrifying intent. The purple serpent remained defiant, unafraid of death. That's useless, kid. It screamed as the purple light from his hand bored into its forehead. Jamie Welton thought with annoyance, asterisk. To control the basilic's mind, I have no choice but to use ninth circle power. What a pain. Asterisk. Jamie Welton gritted his teeth so hard that blood trickled from his mouth and eyes as he pushed his magic to its absolute limit. A massive surge of power. Jack, he thought frantically. Asterisk. Damn it, this is going to make me sick. Asterisk. Blood began to pour from Jamie Welton's eyes like rain. He screamed, No, don't! An incredible explosion sent earth and stone flying in every direction. Debris scattered everywhere. He smirked as he slowly lowered the hand, channeling his magic. With a choked gasp, the basilic collapsed to its knees. Jamie Welton's mind drifted to the past, to the end of Diablo Volpia, and the truths history failed to record 10,000 years ago. Hearing Jamie Welton's question, the beast spoke through its fear and anxiety. Yes, after we sealed Diablo Volpia. We. As it spoke, blue blood trickled from its nose and mouth. The basilic let out a loud groan. Blood erupted from its mouth like a fountain in a gruesome display. Its agony intensified as a large, sharp spike burst out from its throat, causing it even more pain. The basilic let out a long, drawn-out scream, writhing on the ground in pure agony. Jamie Welton stood beside it, sighing in frustration, rubbing his tired eyes. Asterisk. Did it really use a forbidden technique just for this? Asterisk. Finding answers is never easy. The creature beside him just kept making incomprehensible noises before it slowly dissolved into the air, turning to dust. Jamie Welton stood with his hands on his hips, watching. It seemed there was no other way. He'd have to hear it directly from the 12 gods. He sighed, annoyed. What a waste. I couldn't get anything even after using ninth circle magic. Still, he thought, asterisk, at least I've weakened Ron's power. Asterisk. He sank into his subconscious and began to think, even if Ron realizes the basilic is gone, he won't know that I was the one who killed it, because this all happened inside my dimensional barrier. Dryan's face was covered in sweat. Welton continued his thoughts. Contrary to his reputation, he's actually quite weak. He'll probably have to lay low for a while. Suddenly, Jamie Welton had an idea and dispelled the dimensional barrier. The dark, caged space vanished, revealing a beautiful evening sky. As he was lost in thought, someone called his name. Jamie Welton. He turned with a questioning. Huh? Jin Guang sprinted towards him at lightning speed. What just happened? Jin yelled, shaking Jamie Welton so hard he felt dizzy. Jin demanded, what was that black sphere that just disappeared? Where's the snake? You better tell me right now. Being shaken so violently, Jamie Welton mumbled, right now, I'm a little tired. Ah, let's talk about it later, he said. But Jin insisted. Hey, just tell me. The moment Jin said that, Jamie Welton collapsed, and Jin barely caught him. Jamie Welton sighed and closed his eyes. Jin wondered, asterisk, is he asleep? Asterisk. The scene changes to a magnificent mansion near Harmonia Castle, bathed in the twilight glow. Blood splatters everywhere. A voice cries out, my connection with the basilic has been severed. It was Aaron, covering his mouth with his hand, wondering what the hell just happened. He stared out the window. Was it because of that unidentified beam of light from earlier? It was powerful, but not nearly enough to summon a basilic, right? Damn it. I don't know what the hell is going on. I need to get back to headquarters. Fast. He crouched down, searching for something on the floor, muttering to himself. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. So, here you are. He spun around in shock. Are you Jin Guang? Jin stood there with his arms crossed, watching him silently. How do you know my name? The man slowly stood up, blood still smeared on his mouth. He spoke deliberately. How could I not know the man who constantly interferes with and ruins our plans? The Swordmaster of Fran, the Knight of the Rio family. Jin Guang was inwardly impressed by his memory. As expected, you can't underestimate the information network of the Drian Church. The man's eyes were filled with confusion as he asked cautiously, in the Rio family, a Swordmaster is considered an ultimate class master, correct? So what are you doing in this remote land? As he spoke, he secretly began casting a spell behind his back, his only goal to escape from Jin at all costs. Jin Guang gave him a cold look. That's none of your business. The man replied, fine then. Then, he suddenly unleashed the spell he'd been preparing, rushing at Jin Guang and yelling, what a shame for you. Jin slowly drew his sword. Then let me show you, what we call sword masters in Rio. Before the man could even make a move, Jin Guang moved like a flash, appearing behind him. In that instant, the man's head met the razor-sharp blade, and the magic in his hand dissipated. Jin finished his earlier sentence. Are more accurately called absolute masters. Jin coldly flicked his sword once more, his voice low and deep. You'd better prepare yourself for hell, so there's no confusion. The sky had grown bright. Light streamed through a crack in the door where Jamie Welton was sleeping. The brilliant light made him groan softly. Jamie Welton slowly opened his eyes, a mix of green and sky blue, and wondered, is this my bedroom? How long was I asleep? Jamie Welton forced himself to sit up, thinking that level 9 magic was just too risky, and combining it with holy light, the danger was even greater. He clutched his chest in searing pain. He had to admit the power was insane, but if he used it a few more times, his body wouldn't be able to take it. A giant, fire-breathing serpent with a long tongue appeared in his memory. Luckily, that snake was already weakened, barely more than a worm. He replayed the fight in his head. Thanks to the holy light created from the god-slaying dark arts, he had managed to neutralize its power. Jamie Welton's eyes filled with sorrow as he thought, now I can confirm that holy light works on divinity. But there's still so much I don't understand. A winged white eye had appeared after the holy light was created. It hadn't awakened for the past 5 years. A sharp knock echoed. The door creaked open, and Anna Mayer stepped inside, calling for her master. Jamie Welton let out a quiet groan. In a flash, she was at his side, her hands checking his temperature. Are you in pain? Do you feel sick? A fever? Her voice was filled with pure worry. Jamie Welton sighed, totally overwhelmed. I'm fine, really. She finally let out a breath of relief. I was so scared, Master. You've been out cold for 3 entire days. Jamie Welton's eyes shot open. What? 3 days? A grin spread across her face as she dashed to the door. Hang on! I'll bring someone who can fill you in on everything. Jamie was floored. A whole crowd of people flooded into the room. Elder, you're awake. We're so relieved. He forced a tight smile. Seriously? Did you bring the whole neighborhood? I don't even know half these people. Jamie answered with forced enthusiasm. Haha, I slept like a rock. Everyone, there's no need to worry. The red-haired son of Count Exmon spoke up. See, I knew you'd be up and at him in no time. Jamie shot him a look that could kill. Lennon, don't spit out lies you don't even believe, Lennon replied quietly. Understood. The fake sincerity made Jamie's blood boil. What a little punk. Then, Jamie gave his favorite student an affectionate little knock on the head. Hera stepped forward, a gentle smile on her face. Elder, I'm so relieved you're all right. Jamie just scratched his head, looking embarrassed. Sorry for making you worry. Was it a pain looking after these brats? Hera placed a hand over her heart. Not at all. To be honest, your students were a huge help to me. That's when the kid with the deep indigo hair finally spoke up. It's because of you that I'm completely unharmed. My deepest thanks, Mr. Welton. But Jamie stopped him. A future king shouldn't bow his head so easily to anyone. He added with a knowing look, Am I wrong? The soldier from the Liberation Army stared, stunned for a moment. Then, a bright smile broke out on his face as he offered a hand. You're way more chill than I expected. It's a real honor. Jamie clasped his hand firmly. The brown-haired young man introduced himself. My name is Henry. Your students were a massive help to me. Their skills are incredible. Jamie simply nodded. Seems like my students got plenty of help from you, too. As their master, you have my thanks. Then he changed the subject. So, what's your take on Count Pardo? Henry closed his eyes, his voice filled with pride. I can rest easy with him in charge. He's the only one who genuinely cares about the people of this nation. A satisfied smirk appeared on Jamie's face. Couldn't have said it better myself. Count Pardo's face flushed bright red. Hey, you two, cut it out. Henry just roared with laughter. Ha ha, look at him getting all flustered. Jamie then turned to Hera. I need a private word with the Count. Could the rest of you step out for a bit? Hera understood immediately. Of course. She placed a hand over her heart in respect and left. Once they were alone, their voices filled the quiet room. Jamie got straight to the point. So what's your game plan for running the government? Count Pardo hesitated. I'm still figuring that out, he went on, his voice hardening. First, I need to cut out all the corruption. I'm talking a massive, top-to-bottom purge. Jamie's tone was firm. Cedam is looking forward to seeing Harmonia reclaim its former glory. We will support you, no matter the cost. Count Pardo looked up, completely stunned. The Count's hands tightened into fists in his lap. His mind raced. Asterisk, he's right. The moment I took their help, Harmonia became a vassal state to Cedam. I could become nothing more than a puppet they control from the shadows. Asterisk. Jamie cut right through the Count's dark thoughts. But Cedam has zero intention of meddling in your affairs, so do what you need to do, he smirked. That's its own kind of revolution, isn't it? He said it with a dazzling smile. The Count was completely caught off guard by his words. Mr. Welton? But just as quickly, Jamie's expression shifted. It became cold, deep, and terrifying. But if Harmonia ever slides back into the gutter, the sheer menace in his eyes made the Count flinch. He spoke with grim determination. I swear I will not disappoint you, Mr. Welton. The man who saved this nation. A dark satisfaction flickered in Jamie's eyes. I'll hold you to that promise. The two men shook hands. The Count replied, his voice firm. Of course. Mr. Welton, after the Count had gone, Jamie sat alone, watching the sunset. He spoke to himself in the quiet room. All right, time to meditate until my power is fully restored. He brought his fingertips together and slowly closed his eyes. Asterisk, I need to find him. But damn, it's not going to be easy. Asterisk. Suddenly, he sensed a presence outside. You can stop pacing out there like a lost ghost. Get in here. A sharp voice, laced with irritation, answered from the doorway. What kind of tone is that? For someone so young, you have no respect for your elders. It was Jin Guang. Jamie's eyes narrowed dangerously. Are you warning me? Jin Guang's demeanor changed in a heartbeat. Ha! Just a little joke. At that, Jamie's expression turned dead serious. What do you want? Jin's face was grim. I have some questions for you. During your fight with the basilisk inside that black orb, there was a massive explosion of light. What was it? Jin seemed to be lost in the memory. It was the most intense light I have ever witnessed. A colossal beam that lit up the entire sky. If I'd been any closer, I would have been wiped from existence along with it. Jamie's answer was calm, almost casual. An incomplete ninth circle spell. Holy light. Realization dawned on Jin's face. Ninth circle. I had a hunch, but to actually hear it, an image of Jamie, staff in hand, glowing with power, flashed through his mind. He thought to himself, asterisk, the ultimate realm, the pinnacle every mage dreams of, but no human can touch. Has Jamie Welton really reached that level? Asterisk. Jin stroked his chin, his mind reeling. I saw it with my own eyes, and I'm hearing it from your own mouth, and I still can't process it. This will shake the entire world. But you said it was incomplete? That's right. An imperfect ninth circle spell is just that. Incomplete. Jamie closed his eyes again. I need you to keep this quiet. The time isn't right to let this get out. A memory surfaced in Jamie's mind. A vision of a savage, ancient world. Asterisk. Long ago, whenever a ninth circle mage emerged, all records of them were wiped clean. It had to be the work of the 12 gods in their churches. Asterisk. Asterisk. They're probably terrified of a second Diablo Volpia appearing. Asterisk. The image of that legendary mage filled his thoughts. A man of profound power and striking looks. Jamie's fist tightened. Asterisk. To the 12, Diablo Volpia was nothing short of a nightmare. So, I can't reveal my hand until I've completely mastered this power. It's the only way I'll survive what's coming. Asterisk. Jin Guang's gaze was piercing. And what if I decide to tell everyone? Jamie's face twisted into a terrifying smirk. His eyes glowed a dangerous violet, and a golden aura flared to life around him. Then one of us wouldn't be leaving this room alive. Now, would we? The threatening energy vanished as quickly as it appeared. Ah, one more thing. Are you from the same land as Han? Your clothes look pretty similar. Jin Guang finally spoke. Correct. We both hail from the eastern continent, a nation named Rio. Jamie recalled the name. Rio, asterisk, the beautiful, asterisk, asterisk. Their technology isn't that advanced, but they're masters of weaponry, a nation of warriors, and yet they have sorcerers operating there too. Asterisk. He wondered aloud, are all the warriors there on the same level? Jin let out a heavy sigh. Not even close. If every warrior was a top-tier master, we would have conquered this entire continent by now, especially with a few sorcerers who've reached godlike levels. Asterisk. So they call their sword masters experts, asterisk. A pyramid of power formed in his mind. At the bottom, expert. Above that, supreme peak. Then, the transformation realm. And, at the very top, the mystic realm. He began to map out their system. The ranks, from lowest to highest. Expert, then grandmaster. Followed by the transformation realm, and finally the mystic realm. The hierarchy was crystal clear in his mind. Jamie processed this. Asterisk. So, if expert is the base level, grandmaster is the next step up. But there are ranks even higher than that, old man? Asterisk. A dangerous smirk played on his lips. If that's true, then the military might of Rio is something to be feared. A memory flashed in his mind's eye. Asterisk. To defeat a monster like Isis, you'd need a master from the absolute highest realm. Asterisk. Jamie's smile widened. So, titles like Grandmaster and Great Sorcerer, those are the peak of power in Rio. Jin closed his eyes, giving a slight nod. Correct. As Jamie pieced it all together, an image of a certain man suddenly flashed in his mind. The name's on the tip of my tongue. But in the past, he was stronger than anyone alive. A shadowy figure formed in his mind, whispering of the one who reached the final stage of swordsmanship 100 years ago. Jin explained that according to the records, he was the first swordmaster to set foot on the Doan continent. Only his surname was revealed, and that name was Chiok. The hazy figure in his mind suddenly sharpened. A handsome young man with profound eyes pointed his sword directly at Jamie Welton. The figure spoke, "Let us duel. My name is Chiok." Jamie's expression froze as a legendary name flashed through his mind. Jun Kyung. I remember now, Jamie thought to himself. Even if you only used one sword against me, Diablo Volpia, I'm not the kind of guy who goes down easy. Jamie stared at the phantom blade. Everything he taught me during my training was a massive help. But is anyone from the Chiok clan still around? Is that name even common? Jin answered. It's rare, but some people have it. Rio doesn't have many surnames after all. I guess two people having the same last name could just be a coincidence, Jamie muttered. Thanks, that's some useful intel. If I get the chance, I'd like to visit Rio myself, Jin Guang replied. Once everything calms down, I'll take you there. So, with that said, do you want to come to the Fran headquarters with me? Jamie shot back. If you're asking me to work for Fran, I've already turned you down, Jin clarified. It's not about work. I just think it would be amazing if you met Isis, our great mage. A heavy silence filled the room. Jin continued to persuade him. I'm leaving in about a week, so I hope you'll give me an answer soon, Jamie replied coolly. I'll think about it. The silence returned. After Jin left, Jamie turned to stare out the window, repeating the name Fran headquarters in his mind. The world changed the very next day. A white-haired elder stood before a man on a throne, reporting, The war in Harmonia is our victory. The corrupt officials have been executed, and we'll send men to investigate further. Their king has been exiled, and Countess Neo Pato is temporarily running the government. King Sedum of Freedom noted, "That's a family with a long and storied history. She is a perfect fit to rule a nation." The king then continued his questioning. "And what of the Drian Church?" The white-haired subordinate reported, "There's been no news yet. I expect the other churches will start pressuring us soon." The 12 churches held indirect influence over their nations. An unspoken rule existed. Church and state must never interfere in each other's affairs. But with their lances pointed at an orange-haired man, the Drian Church's cruelty had shattered this balance. The 12 churches would undoubtedly bring judgment upon the continent's people. King Sedum slammed his fist on the table, grinding his teeth. "I hate this," he thought. "How long will humanity suffer under the laws of the 12 churches?" King Sedum sighed, leaning his head back and closing his eyes. But Jamie Welton did an incredible job. Even with the heavy burden I placed on him, he handled this mission flawlessly. King Sedum smirked as his subordinate added, "He annihilated the Drian Church's main force. The boy, Welton Jr., is a living legend." King Sedum chuckled. "Ha, what a kid. With this victory, we've gained Harmonia as a powerful ally, and we've also put pressure on the Jennet Church." The subordinate suddenly recalled something, handing the king a letter. "Your Majesty, a letter from Sir Welton Jr." "A letter?" King Sedum slowly opened it, reading the message Jamie had left. "To my dearest Majesty, I, Jamie Welton, will be traveling the world to broaden my knowledge." At the end of the letter was a drawing of Jamie winking and pointing a finger up, the king's face twisted in disbelief, his lips trembling as he spoke. "He's going on another trip? Is that the entire letter?" The subordinate beside the king could only reply helplessly, "I'm very sorry, Your Majesty." That's everything he sent. Then the king noticed a postscript scrawled in the corner of the letter. P.S. If there's an emergency, contact me through this creature. A strange sound suddenly echoed in the room. A cute little blue bird appeared from thin air. "Say it here! Say it here!" The king and his subordinate could only stare up in complete shock at the creature Jamie had sent. The nation of Harmonia stabilized with terrifying speed. Once the rotten elements were purged, the corrupt nobles were imprisoned and their assets seized. One such noble, with a ridiculous haircut, is seen running for his life. As swords of justice cut down the corrupt, the government's money was used to save the starving people. Below, we see Countess Pato extending a hand to a citizen in despair. The person's eyes widened in disbelief. The hungry were given a new lease on life. Those who were treated like slaves were finally allowed to return home. Tearful reunions between fathers and sons played out across the nation. While a few minor problems lingered, the lives of the continent's people were changing dramatically for the better. Lennon Cameron was amazed by the thriving streets, filled with the sound of laughter. "It feels like a totally different country now," Anna Mayer agreed. "And it's only been 1 week." Suddenly, Lennon gasped. "Oh! Speaking of which, about Countess Pato. I heard that Countess Pato has barely slept, working non-stop for days on end." The scene cuts to the Countess, buried under a mountain of documents, her head spinning from the endless text. Anna Mayer said sympathetically, "Well, there's just so much to resolve right now." Hera added, "But she must be happy. This corrupt nation is finally starting to get back to normal." "You're right," Anna agreed. Just then, a loud voice called out from the distance. "Hello, kids!" "Hey, Hera!" Anna gasped. "Uncle Henry?" There stood Henry, looking sharp with a neat haircut, his powerful physique emphasized by his formidable armor. Anna's face lit up. "I heard you were appointed commander of the Capitol Guard for your massive role in the resistance." Hera bowed politely while Lennon jumped in to tease him. "Have you gotten used to that divine beast of yours yet?" Uncle Henry scratched his head. "Not quite," Lennon pressed. "So, how has it been lately?" Henry gave a forced smile. "To be honest, I have no idea. I've been so busy that..." Just then, someone called out from afar, "Commander!" Hearing his new title, Henry quickly waved goodbye. "I've got to run. See you all later. Take care." Behind him, everyone waved with bright smiles. "Take care, Uncle Henry." And just like that, Jamie Welton materialized behind them, asking, "What are you all doing here?" Lennon jumped out of his skin, his face frozen like a shocked cat. "Whoa, you scared me," Hera calmly replied. "Master, we were just taking a walk and enjoying the city streets." Jamie looked around. "I see. A lot has changed in just 1 week," Hera asked, full of curiosity. "Shouldn't you be resting in the royal palace? Why did you come all the way out here?" Jamie replied, "I have something to tell you. I've decided on my next destination. I'm returning to the Fran headquarters with Jin." At those words, everyone's expression went blank. "Huh?" they yelled in perfect unison. The afternoon sun suddenly felt scorching. Anna Mayer began to plead. "Master, can I come with you?" Lennon quickly joined in. "Me too. Please let us come with you." They both desperately grabbed onto their master's sleeves, but Jamie's reply was ice cold. "No." Seeing his 2 students clinging and whining, Jamie used a pulse of magic to push them away, making them yelp. They both collapsed onto the ground, looking devastated. Lennon cried out, "Master," as Anna begged, "please let us come with you." Tired of the noise, Jamie trapped them inside a magical box, their muffled screams still begging him. He turned to Hera and said, "Please take care of these children." Hera looked concerned. "How long will you be gone?" Jamie replied with a casual smile. "I'm thinking at least a month, maybe a year." Hera's face fell. "But the skill difference between you and your students is already enormous." Jamie's smile grew wider. "Exactly. That's why, Miss Hera, I need you to train them in my place." Hera frantically waved her hands in refusal. "No way! I'm nowhere near skilled enough for that." Jamie Welton chuckled. "I know you're more than capable of taking care of my students." After speaking with Hera, he dropped the barrier trapping his two disciples and said, "All right then." Jamie Welton continued, "This journey is going to be rough, so you can't come with me." Anna Mayer started to protest, but Master before Lennon shot out a hand, stopping her. "Anna, just give it up," he said. With tears welling in his eyes, Lennon said, "I knew you wouldn't let us come. Please have a safe trip. I'll do everything you asked, and wait for your return." Jamie Welton sensed something was off. "That doesn't sound like you at all," Jamie noted. Lennon exploded in frustration. "Why don't you ever believe me when I'm being serious?" Jamie just smirked, ruffling his hair. "I know. I trust you'll both do great." He gave Lennon's head a final pat. Anna Mayer added, "May you have a safe journey, Master." Lennon, embarrassed, kicked a stray pebble and mumbled, "And don't forget to buy us souvenirs when you come back." After a moment, Jamie Welton said, "Well, this is where we part ways." The scene shifts to the border of Harmonia. As the sun set over the kingdom, Jamie and Jin were walking out. Jin glanced back. "Did you say all your goodbyes?" Jamie nodded. "Yep. So where's the Fran organization's headquarters?" Jin replied. "It's in Abrasas, one of the 6 forbidden zones. The 6th forbidden zone, Abrasas." In the distance, a white temple emerged from the Arizard forest. It was a massive structure located in the far north of the country, a place guarded by a beast, cloaked in blue flames. Alongside a purple-eyed mammoth, it has kept humans away for ages. The land is teeming with poisonous plants and deadly monsters lurking in every shadow, like a serpent coiled around a venomous flower, its mouth wide open. Jamie Welton asked, "Is Isis there?" Jin shook his head. "Not right now. 15 days ago, Isis and Bailey were in Harmonia for a while, but they had to leave for some business." Jamie Welton pouted in disappointment. "What the heck? I came all the way to headquarters and still missed them?" Jin turned back. "Don't worry, they'll be back soon." He added, "Besides, isn't it nice to wander the country and relax for a bit?" The sun bled across the sky as birds took flight. In a village near the Leo mountain range, a prosperous town came into view. Suddenly, screams echoed through the streets. "There are monsters! Where are they going?" "Get out of here, you damn freaks!" A mob chased after 2 people they called monsters, hurling stones at them without mercy. The older brother shielded his little sister with his own body. She whimpered his name weakly. "It's okay," he whispered. The ugly mob jeered. "They don't even know their own father abandoned them. Everyone knows he was a notorious scam artist." The sound of the brother grinding, his teeth filled the air, his eyes burning with hatred. He watched the crowd twist and cheer with cruel delight. Grabbing his sister's hand tightly, he said, "We have to go. Now." The little girl winced, tears in her eyes from his tight grip. "Ow, that hurts." The brother bit his lip, pulling her into a fierce hug. "Damn it, I have to get stronger. Fast. When I do, this whole damn town is going to pay." The sun peeked out from behind the long mountain ranges, its warm rays touching every rooftop in the peaceful village. Standing at the entrance, Jin observed, "It's quiet today." Jamie nodded slightly. "Let's go check it out." A cold wind blew as night fell. Beneath a tall post, a sign hung, simply reading, "Inn." Inside the main hall, a man with a thick beard greeted them cheerfully. "Welcome, travelers." But Jin was not in the mood. He replied coldly, "2 rooms," as he dropped a coin into the innkeeper's palm. "Payment received, service rendered." The innkeeper immediately turned to his staff. "Show our guests to their rooms." A female employee, who was already heading upstairs with clean towels, smiled brightly. "Of course, right this way to the 2nd floor, sirs." A short while later, in the inn's dining hall, the air was filled with the lively chatter of guests and the clatter of plates and cutlery. Since it was just the 2 of them, they sat across from each other. Jamie watched Jin eat, an unreadable expression on his face. "Don't you feel weird?" he asked. "Who eats with a mask on? You look kinda creepy." The question made Jin pause mid-bite. They were having a peaceful meal, so why was he starting trouble now? Annoying. Jin replied coolly, "How does my mask affect you in any way?" With a long sigh, Jamie closed his eyes in resignation. It's just so embarrassing for people to see." Suddenly, a conversation from a nearby table drifted over. "They said they saw Pinter yesterday." A woman with chestnut-colored hair rested her chin on her hand. "Is it really a curse?" Jamie's ears perked up, instantly catching the key word. "A curse?" Another, more irritable voice snapped. Ever since that woman and her 2 kids came here, this village has gotten weird. We need to kick them out. A middle-aged man at the same table waved his arms around frantically, completely agitated. The chestnut-haired woman just shook her head. That's just a guess. What makes you think they're the problem? She continued. Don't people always say you shouldn't judge a mage by their appearance? First Jin, and now him. Those words hit Jamie like a punch to the gut. His face went pale, and he spat out the water he had just sipped. Pfft, and it sprayed beautifully, right into Jin's face. His entire head was soaked. He bent his fork in pure, unadulterated rage. Gritting his teeth, Jin shot a murderous glare at Jamie, who nervously avoided that death stare, laughing weakly. Whoops, sorry, that was just a coincidence, he insisted. Jin ignored the boy completely. Wiping his face with a clean cloth, he called out, "Bring me some beer." A waitress carrying some mugs walked over and immediately replied, "Yes, sir. Will your companion be having anything else?" Jamie spoke up, "That's all right for me." Then he added, "Those people are talking about a curse. What's that about?" He turned his head toward the other table. The waitress followed his gaze. "Oh, that? Well," she began to explain, "after that family moved here, a ghost started appearing in the village." As she spoke, an image formed of a massive phantom looming over the mother and her 2 children. The waitress continued, "Even though everyone drove them out of the village, villagers holding bright torches stared them down with hostile eyes. The kids in the village even threw stones at them as they left." Her voice was steady, but the ghost kept appearing. The waitress looked at Jamie and concluded. Eventually, everyone started saying the village was cursed, so travelers stopped coming here. After listening, Jin nodded. So, something strange did happen here. Jamie's eyes darted around in thought. Seeing that her job was done, the waitress left the beer and turned to leave. "Anyway," she said, "I wouldn't recommend staying in this village for long. You never know what might happen next." A flicker of intrigue crossed Jamie's face. He rested his chin on his hand. A ghost and a cursed family, huh? Time seemed to fly by. Later, Jamie sat on his bed, legs crossed, staring out the window. He murmured, "Where should I start investigating?" He then closed his eyes. The entire village materialized in his mind, like a wireframe map. If there really is a ghost, I'll find it instantly, he thought, scanning through the ancient architecture of every house. Suddenly, he detected a strange, sinister energy swirling in a village alley. Jamie smiled, surprised. "So, that's where you're hiding." Without a second thought, Jamie went to the location himself. On the path, he could feel a distinctly different, bone-chilling cold in the air. "The dark energy here is thick," he noted. Jamie muttered, "I'm going to pull back the curtain on this mystery." But even he was shocked. This level of dark energy, it's far greater than a normal cemetery. It's only this strong when a demon is present. A terrifying demonic head appeared in his mind's eye. Jamie concluded, if it's an evil spirit, it's going to harm people. But then, he sensed something else. A faint sound, but with no trace of malice. What a bizarre phenomenon. He frowned, staring at the dark aura seeping from behind a wooden wall. He said aloud, "The negative energy over there is incredibly heavy." Jamie ran deep into the shadows where the dense energy was escaping. One thought crossed his mind. This is definitely related to a necromancer. Before him, a spirit saturated with the aura of death appeared. Its form was indistinct, its limbs like wisps of smoke in the wind. "There you are," Jamie thought. Then he spoke to the spirit, "Take me to your master." As he commanded it, his own eyes seemed to shift, taking on a mysterious purple glow, the same color as the magic now crackling in his hand. A blast of energy surged forward, but something stopped it dead in its tracks. The spirit's face twisted in fury. It unleashed a sonic scream, shattering his attack. Jamie was stunned. It actually blocked his power? A flicker of interest sparked in his eyes. He smirked, pulling back his hand. He thought to himself, guess not all necromancers these days are total garbage. No matter how strong one power is, there's always a greater power to crush it. With that, Jamie raised his hand to unleash his first authority. "Reverse heaven," he yelled, summoning a spell formation. Countless magic circles, big and small, materialized behind him. Chains shot out like lightning, whipping up a wind that made his coat flutter. He commanded, "Into my hands." Instantly, the solid steel chains obeyed Jamie as if they were alive. They shot forward with overwhelming force, binding the ghost spirit. The creature struggled, letting out a raw, guttural scream. "You're strong, I'll give you that. But I'm a necromancer too. You think you can match me?" Jamie taunted. A magical flame enveloped his hand, tightening the chains until the spirit collapsed, kneeling at his feet. Jamie thought to himself, "Perfect. Now I can use a submission spell and track down the necromancer behind this." Suddenly, Jamie's eyes shot open in disbelief. Reflected in them, the submission spell shattered. All that was left was a mess of tangled chains. The spirit he had captured was gone. He wondered, did it just vanish the moment it was countersummoned? Jamie snapped his fingers, a look of pure amusement on his face. He released the reverse heaven spell. An odd feeling stirred within him as he realized its loyalty must be insane for that to happen. Jamie turned and walked away, a small sigh escaping his lips. Well, this just got interesting. I'll tell Jin we're staying a few more days. The next morning, under a clear blue sky, a young boy named Phi Bien was running for his life. He frantically looked over his shoulder, his eyes darting everywhere. Phi Bien ducked into a small shop. Mister, the owner looked up. Hey, Phi Bien, the usual 2 servings today? The boy flashed a bright smile. Make it 3 today, please. He placed a few coins on the counter. The owner turned to prepare the order, smiling back. I'll get that ready right away. Looking at the 3 silver coins, Phi Bien calculated in his head. This should be enough to last them a week. Suddenly, a harsh voice cut through the air, making Phi Bien jump. Hey, you that damn kid, Phi Bien? He spun around to see 2 thugs walking in. One of them snarled, Do you have any idea I can't even go out at night because of you? It's seriously ticking me off. His buddy chimed in lazily. Yeah, why should good people like us have to suffer just because your family's cursed? Phi Bien shot back angrily. My family is not cursed. The first thug instantly lunged forward, slamming a fist into the boy's face. He growled, Who do you think you're yelling at, huh? Fabian collapsed to his knees in pain, only to be yanked up by the collar. The creep laughed, tossing the kid's hat aside. Let's see if killing this little punk finally breaks that curse. His partner, watching from behind, laughed along with him. Yeah, do it! Fabian grabbed at the hand holding his shirt, his cheek already swelling and red. He squeezed his eyes shut and screamed, Somebody, please help me! Seeing the boy's terrified face, the thug's grin widened from ear to ear. He clenched his fist. Who's got time to help some haunted little freak? Go to hell! He roared. Phi Bien shut his eyes even tighter, tears welling up in terror. But suddenly, a familiar shadow fell over them. Jamie's hand clamped down hard on the thug's fist. He frowned, his voice ice cold. This kid didn't do anything wrong. Jamie squeezed, his knuckles digging into the bones of the punk's hand, making the guy squeal like a pig. The thug screamed in agony. Jamie casually flung him into his buddy. The 2 of them crashed into the shop's door. Jamie closed his eyes and dusted off his hands. I was wondering why it was so damn loud this early. Turns out, it was just you guys. He glanced at the 2 useless thugs trembling on the ground. Jamie said coolly, Whatever your reason is, beating up a kid has consequences. A wicked grin spread across Jamie's face. He pointed a hand at them and cheerfully announced a single word, pain. Instantly, a green aura poured from his palm. It coiled like smoke, wrapping around the 2 thugs. They immediately let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed onto the floor. Jamie watched the scene unfold, thinking maybe he overdid it a little. Suddenly, a weak voice called out, mister? Jamie turned and met Phi Bien's tear-filled eyes. The boy's cheeks were red and swollen, and his whole body was shaking. He looked absolutely pathetic. Phi Bien's voice trembled. Thank you for saving me. Only then did it click for Jamie. This is the kid from that cursed family, isn't it? What's he doing here? He suddenly said. Let me take a look at that cheek. He reached out, and a warm, golden light glowed from his palm. Phi Bien stared in shock, unable to finish his sentence. Whoa, the bruise. It's... Jamie flashed a brilliant, friendly smile. I'm a priest sent by the church, he lied smoothly. Helping people in trouble is just part of the job. Seems like there's a big misunderstanding about your family, huh? At some point, he'd picked up the boy's hat. Jamie bent down, his smile never wavering, and offered it back. Do you want my help? He asked. Phi Bien just stared up at him, dazed. Before they knew it, the sky had darkened. They walked through a forest of bare, skeletal trees. Phi Bien clutched a bag of pastries, leading the way with Jamie following close behind. Jamie glanced around, sensing a heavy, sinister energy in the air. Wind howled across the desolate field. A scarecrow, its wooden frame long since rotted away, stood as a lonely sentinel. Jamie thought to himself, they actually live in a place like this? When they reached a rundown old house, Phi Bien hurried to open the door. Mister, this is it. Please, come in. Jamie nodded. The second they were inside, the boy dropped the bread on the table. He rushed up the stairs, calling out, Mom, I'm home! Jamie stepped inside, taking in the sparse surroundings. In the bedroom, a woman with a gentle and weary beauty sat on the bed. She smiled. Phi, is that you, honey? Beside her, a bright-eyed little girl hugged her tightly, cheering when she saw Phi Bien. Brother! These were his mother, Irina, and his little sister, Fiona. Phi Bien rushed to his mom's side. Mom, we have a guest! He's a priest who can get rid of the spirits in the village. Only then did Irina notice the stranger behind her son. She couldn't quite make out his face. Huh? Is that true? Jamie offered a polite smile. It's a pleasure to meet you, ma'am. I'm from the P.O. Church. He smiled, raising a hand in greeting. My name is Ricky. But as he spoke, a hidden symbol glowed in his palm, projecting a completely different face. Irina looked worried. Why would a priest come to a rundown place like this? But Phi Bien was practically bouncing with excitement, clenching his fists. It's true, Mom. Look, Phi Bien explained. A few hours ago, some guys beat me up, but he healed my injuries instantly. He eagerly presented his face for his mom to see. Irina reached for her son's face, then gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Wow, the bruise is completely gone. She immediately stood and bowed deeply to Jamie. Thank you so much. Treating that would have cost a fortune. Money we just don't have. Jamie just laughed, ruffling the boy's hair. Haha, don't worry about it. Beside them, Fiona clung happily to her big brother. I'm merely acting on the will of the goddess, Jamie said piously. At least, that's what he said out loud. Inside, Jamie was cringing so hard he could feel his face flush. He clenched his fists, thinking, damn it, that sounded so cheesy. Clearing his throat, he got to the point. I heard a rumor that your family is the reason spirits are haunting this village. Jamie opened his palm, revealing a dazzling golden light. He continued, would you allow me to see if there's any truth to that rumor? Irina was silent for a moment, then turned to her children. Fiona, Phoebien, you two leave us for a minute. This is for the adults. Phoebien didn't understand, but he nodded obediently. Okay, Mom. Once the wooden door was shut, Irina walked over to her bed. She knelt and pulled out a small box with both hands. Remaining on the floor, Irina explained, when I first came to this village, I met a priest. He gave me this rosary. She opened the box, revealing a silver cross inside. Irina's voice was flat. He told me it would protect our family from evil spirits. Jamie, still seated, thought to himself, I can definitely feel a sacred power coming from that cross. I wonder who it belonged to, Jamie replied, his expression unreadable. At that, Irina's face darkened as she confirmed her story. Yes, the rumors about us, they're true. Jamie's eyes narrowed. Then tell me, why are these spirits targeting your family? Irina answered sadly. I'm not sure. All I know is, it's connected to the children's father. She explained he was the stoic, green-haired commander of the Sio Kingdom's Knight Order, always clad in silver armor. But then, she said, a coup happened. My husband was killed protecting the kingdom. The Sio Kingdom, Karazhan Siuteo. 3 years ago, when the king fell ill, one of the princes staged a violent rebellion. That prince seized the throne, became the new emperor, and severed all ties with the old royal bloodline. He built a new castle, starting a new dynasty. Irina finished. I think that's where it all began. Jamie stroked his chin, lost in thought. The Sio Kingdom was a nation on the far western edge of the continent, a long way from this northern village. This was just the family of a former knight commander, a group of women and children. Jamie's eyes narrowed. Why would they order a necromancer to cast a spell, to have ghosts chase this family all the way out here? He thought grimly. Are they trying to wipe out the entire bloodline? Above them, a long rope was coiled around a ceiling beam. I see. What a tragic story, Jamie declared. I'll help your family win their freedom. Irina looked up, stunned. She asked, what do I need to do? I need you to be the bait. Jamie turned away, a knowing smile on his face as he added, lure the ghosts to us. Time passed, and dawn broke, painting the sky in clear, bright colors. Outside the old house, Irina and her 2 children bowed deeply to Jamie. She said, we're counting on you. Jamie accepted their bow. Of course. You don't need to worry. The son, standing closest to him, placed a hand on his chest and said sincerely, Sir, thank you for healing my wound, and for helping our family fight the ghosts. Jamie ruffled the boy's hair. All right, you're the man of the house now, so you have to protect it, he warned them sternly. No matter what happens today, do not go outside. As the sun began to set, Jamie stood on a high patch of land, observing the entire village. He calculated that the power of the chain spell had a radius of about 300 meters from the family's house. Mana and dark magic, the creations of Diablo. The face of Headmaster Gap flashed in his mind. He mused, the seeds I planted in my past life are still sprouting in this one. An image of the first king, Gapion, appeared in his memory, followed by the vision of a soul demon. Can I really catch them all? Jamie wondered, but if he took it one step at a time, maybe one day he could finish the job. Standing in the windswept field, Jamie's eyes were sharp with focus. He channeled a small surge of power from his necromancer hand, and an orb of energy instantly formed in his palm. Dark magic pulsed around him. He hesitated for a moment. Should I use my current subordinates? Summon the Gate of the Abyss. Under the shadow of a massive tree, a great door materialized. A large eye was set in its center, held shut by countless chains. It slammed down from the sky, shattering the earth. The sheer pressure sent tremors through every blade of grass. Jamie thought, all I have to do is chant the spell, and I can summon them through this heaven-defying gate. The lock shattered, and the iron chains instantly fell away. Come out, Azathel and Asta, he commanded. The eye in the center of the door opened, and from a pillar of purple light within, 3 familiar figures slowly emerged. They all had their weapons drawn, their expressions cold and fierce. Jamie silently raised an eyebrow, giving them a deadpan stare. He clenched his fist and yelled, "You idiots! Why are your swords drawn in the middle of the day? Put them away, you hear me?" Ligaya immediately obeyed, sheathing his sword. Asta hid his weapon behind his back and started whistling, looking around innocently. Asta's reaction was a bit over the top. He curled up like a cooked shrimp, squeezing his eyes shut and covering his head with his hands. Jamie turned to him and snapped, "Your master is speaking to you. Where are you looking?" Asta scratched his head, laughing nervously. "It's just, I've been a while since I've been outside. I got a little excited. A year ago, Asta was a killer for a crime syndicate that supplied an illegal drug called Abophis X to the magic community. A flashback showed his terrified face as he was grabbed by the collar, then thrown into the gate of the abyss, where he became one of Jamie's undead minions. Back in the present, Jamie got down to business. "I have a mission for you all. Keep an eye out and see if anything appears around here." Following his order, Lee turned his head, sniffed the air, and replied, "Sir, I do smell something strange." Seeing Jamie turn to leave, Asta quickly asked, "Master, where are you going?" Jamie glanced back, explaining coolly, "If I stay here, they might not show up. I need to make myself scarce." Understood. His followers immediately bowed respectfully. Asta spoke for the group. "Yes, sir. We will report any signs." Jamie took a step, and his body began to teleport away, leaving only his last words hanging in the air. "Contact me immediately," and he was gone. Elsewhere, as darkness fell upon the village, a lone figure walked a deserted brick road. Clad in violet battle armor, it leaked a foul, black demonic energy with every step. It walked slowly, muttering in a ghastly voice, "Incomplete. Must complete the order." Behind it, countless demonic souls, thick with negative energy, rose from the ground. As the dark aura choked the sky, its voice continued, "The number of targets must be." Suddenly, a jade necklace with a large gemstone at its center, worn on its chest, began to glow with a brilliant purple light, crackling with sparks of electricity. The demon warrior unleashed a blast of chaotic magic. Its eyes, hidden in the dark helmet, flared with a terrifying light. It gripped the pendant tightly, and a series of explosions erupted all around, kicking up clouds of dust. In an instant, the army of demonic souls and their leader had completely vanished. At the inn, Jin leisurely raised his mug of beer, gazing at the night sky through the window. "This feeling, it's unsettling," he sighed, thinking to himself, "I can sense the spirits of the dead." "Jamie Welton said he'd handle it, so it should be fine," Jin muttered. But even as he said it, a sense of unease lingered. He slammed his beer mug down on the table, the sound acting like a summons. In less than half a second, the inn's waitress appeared, maintaining her perfect customer service smile. She asked, "Would you like another beer, sir?" Jin replied coldly, "No need." He then asked abruptly, "How long have you worked here?" The waitress hugged her tray, thought for a moment, and said, about 2 years now." Jin studied her, a thought forming in his mind. The villagers here were all so negative, affected by the energy of the ghosts. But this girl was different. It was like she was completely immune to the external forces, always maintaining a positive, upbeat attitude. He stood up, saying curtly, "I see. I'm leaving." The hospitable girl asked, "Are you sure you don't want to order anything else?" Back at Arena's house, Jamie's 3 subordinates stood guard outside the front door. The night wind howled, whipping the blades of grass around. Ott, sensing something, suddenly spoke up. "That energy, it's getting thicker." Lai closed one eye, feeling the wind against his face. "Will they be okay? How can ordinary people withstand this?" The master cast a sleeping spell on them, so they should be all right. Inside the bedroom, a thin, gentle, golden barrier of magic enveloped the room, where Irina and her 2 children slept peacefully. Asta suddenly announced, "I can't contact the master." Lai was shocked, his face filled with worry as he replied, "Are you serious? That's impossible." In front of them, Asta's face had grown dark and grim. He growled, "They're here." An army of demonic souls, heavy with dark energy, materialized before them. Clad in armor, wielding spears and swords, they glared menacingly. Lai looked at the demon soldiers, sizing them up. "This doesn't look too tough," he commented. "So, what's the plan?" Asta shot back irritably. "Why are you asking me?" 8 stared intently at the enemy and muttered, "Something's strange." He asked with a hint of suspicion, "These are just low-level evil spirits, right?" He continued, looking at the aura rising from the soldiers. "If a necromancer were controlling them, they wouldn't be able to maintain such a solid form." In that moment, the expressions of all 3 minions changed, becoming fierce as a murderous aura exploded around them. Asta declared viciously, All we have to do is kill them all, right? That solves the problem. At's brow furrowed, veins popping on his forehead. His eyes hardened as he agreed. That's right. We can't let them near the house. In unison, all three of them roared, "Let's destroy them!" With their final word, they drew their weapons and charged the enemy. Asta flashed a wide grin, revealing sharp, carnivorous teeth. A blood-red glint shone in his eyes. It was time for a massacre. Meanwhile, in a desolate, lifeless wasteland, the wind whipped at the tail of a blue coat. Jamie stood with one hand on his hip, as if he'd been waiting forever. Was my prediction wrong? To think a Shadow Knight was the one behind all this. The eyes behind the helmet flared with a demonic light. The warrior radiated a brutal, murderous aura, an unholy energy that seemed to warp space-time itself. A strange white light pulsed from behind the visor. To be precise, this was a Shadow Knight, a high-tier undead being that possessed terrifying power. Jamie glanced away, thinking to himself, but why would it target Phi Bien's family? As a squad of ghouls closed in, he casually wondered, guess I'll have to ask for the whole story. Jamie pointed his sword directly at the Shadow Knight. Why have you appeared before me? He asked calmly. Your target is quite a distance from here. The Shadow Knight remained silent. If you won't answer, Jamie said, channeling dark magic into his blade, then I'll just have to use my authority. Suddenly, the pendant on the knight's neck began to glow. A large jewel, carved into a skull, lit up. Its eyes burned with a horrifying light as a voice echoed out, "All who stand in the way must be killed." The oppressive voice boomed like a command. The Shadow Knight instantly lunged forward, raising its sword to strike Jamie down. Jamie's eyes widened in shock as a realization hit him. Dark mana? The blade sliced down, carrying an immense wave of sword energy. Jamie dodged in a flash. A slight smirk played on his lips. He lowered his stance, his sword now cloaked in thick, dark magic. His expression turned serious as he voiced a bold challenge. I will make you my subordinate. Two terrifying powers clashed, neither giving an inch. Jamie Welton recognized it instantly. This was master-level dark mana control, and its swordsmanship was first class. Jamie Welton prepared to swing, lunging forward to attack. The battle raged with incredible intensity. From within the Shadow Knight, countless vengeful spirits erupted. You brought friends? Jamie Welton quipped. He summoned the artifact, Avalon. Have a taste of this, you wretched souls. Then, Jamie used Avalon to unleash Divine Burst, a basic holy art used by priests. A brilliant, blinding golden light radiated outwards, completely obliterating the Shadow Knight's spirits. You can't do a thing to me with low-level undead like these, Jamie taunted. Right, Shadow Knight? But the knight was like an empty shell, mindlessly repeating its order. Destroy the enemy, Jamie chuckled. I thought you were just inexperienced, he continued. But now I see. You aren't some ancient spirit who accumulated power over time. You were born as a powerful being by absorbing someone's dark mana. Jamie Welton unleashed his heaven-defying authority. A devastating attack aimed straight for the Shadow Knight. I know you're no pushover, but you're still just a Shadow Knight that hasn't been in this world for long, he yelled. You're still a rookie. In the next instant, Jamie appeared directly above the knight, his sword poised to strike. Jamie's sword slammed into the ground, shattering the earth. A huge crater formed where he struck. The Shadow Knight had dodged. After evading the attack, the knight launched its own counter, but Jamie remained calm, completely unfazed. A decent attack, but he invoked the power of Avalon. World reversal. The tables instantly turned, and the Shadow Knight was utterly overwhelmed. The Shadow Knight was stunned. Jamie said, if you want to fight a battle mage, you'll need to know a lot more than that. Jamie Welton's sword pierced the Shadow Knight's body. The knight let out a cry of agony. A triumphant smile spread across Jamie's face. He then unleashed one final, fatal blow. Lightning Falcon! The Shadow Knight's outer armor began to crack. It shattered and fell away, revealing a young, blonde-haired girl beneath. Jamie was stunned. A girl? The weakened knight sat on the ground, still clinging to her mission. Don't stop me. I must complete my orders. Jamie thought, if she's a high-level undead, she should be fully awakened by now. But why does she seem like a newly formed spirit? Was this caused by my authority? Jamie sheathed his sword. Still, I need to train her, right? He looked down at the fallen knight. Stop wandering around and harassing the living. Become my subordinate. Jamie's hand, now cloaked in dark mana, reached for the girl's head. The Shadow Knight weakly closed her eyes, murmuring, my mission. But then, an immense power exploded from her body once more. I must complete my orders, she screamed. The scene shifts to the royal castle. A horrific, bloody massacre. The bodies of soldiers littered the room. The fight was still raging. Kill them all! Someone roared. Leave no one alive! A soldier in iron armor reported, Commander, the enemy has broken through. Another, panting from the fierce battle, cried out, "Their numbers are overwhelming. Commander, tell them to hold the line no matter what." The commander of the kingdom's knights, Venus Green, held the crown prince's swaddled infant son. "We must get the prince's son out of here, at any cost," he yelled. An old man in armor appeared, leading another group of soldiers. This was the vice commander of the kingdom's knights, Levite Payon. "Stop dreaming," Levite said. "The fourth prince has already taken the crown prince's head. The coup is a success." Levitt looked at Venus Green. "Hand over the child, and I'll let you live." But Venus's expression remained firm. "Vice Commander, would you truly murder a newborn child?" Venus Green gazed at the prince's son, sleeping peacefully, unaware of the chaos. He thought, with the crown prince dead, this child is the only heir. I must save him to preserve the royal bloodline. With sharp eyes, Venus Green called out, "Bianca." A female knight appeared and answered, "Yes, Commander. This knight was the same shadow knight Jamie Welton just fought." Venus entrusted the baby to Bianca, giving her a solemn order. "You must protect this child, no matter the cost. He is the only heir. The very survival of this nation rests on his shoulders." Bianca was stunned. "Commander." Levitt Payon's patience ran out. He drew his sword. "Venus, don't do something foolish!" he roared as he charged. Venus Green drew his own sword to meet the attack. He yelled to Bianca, "Go, Bianca! You must live!" Levitt Payon's face twisted with malice. "You bastard!" Venus ignored him, continuing his orders to Bianca. "Get the prince's son to my wife! Tell her everything that happened!" But Bianca hesitated, her face filled with worry. "But I can't just escape on my own!" The other knights formed a wall in front of her. With faces of grim determination, they told her, "Bianca, you cannot disobey a direct order. We will hold them off and follow you. Hurry, go now!" Bianca, trembling, clutched the prince's son and finally accepted her fate. "I will obey." Holding the baby protectively, she shattered a window and leaped out. The enemy soldiers yelled, "Get her! Don't let her escape!" Bianca ran with all her might, gasping for breath but never slowing down. "I must reach the green estate," she thought, "and tell them everything." But she never saw the man perched on the cliff above, taking aim with his bow. An arrow flew, piercing straight through her armor and into her body. Bianca froze mid-stride. She collapsed to the ground. The baby was thrown from her arms, jolted awake, and crying loudly. As Bianca struggled to get up, another arrow was loosed. She could only watch in horror as the infant prince was struck down and killed. Blood sprayed into the air. "No!" Bianca screamed in anguish. The heartless bastards had shot the baby with 3 arrows. Trembling, Bianca crawled towards the child's body. A single thought echoed in her shattered mind. I failed. I needed to complete my mission. She remembered her commander and comrades, who stayed behind to fight so she could escape. "I can't die here," Bianca whispered. Her vision blurred, then faded to black. A surge of power shot up from the castle. That powerful aura rushed toward Bianca's body, and from it, the Shadow Knight was born. That same energy coiled around the Crown Prince's son, before being absorbed into a circular pendant. The Shadow Knight grabbed the necklace and declared, "I must complete my orders." After reading Bianca's memories, the truth finally dawned on Jamie Welton. So, she never intended to kill Fibion's family. Jamie realized that Bianca's utter despair had awakened her dark mana. But why was my mana in the Cinder kingdom? Jamie thought. Her obsession with that order is too strong. If I leave her like this, she'll lose all reason and become a terrifying evil spirit. Bianca just kept repeating the same line over and over. "I must complete my orders." Jamie Welton spoke to her spirit. "I will help you find peace." Elsewhere, Jans, Philip, Rai, and Asta were fighting without a moment's rest. Jans gritted his teeth in anger. "These bastards are weak, but there are too many of them." Philip Rai encouraged him. "Don't lose hope." Asta yelled, "Stop complaining and start killing." Jamie Welton told Bianca's spirit, "Go and fulfill the order you were given. The person you want to see is there." "There?" Bianca questioned. Suddenly, Bianca appeared before a small, dilapidated house. "Entrust the Crown Prince's son to Green's wife," Bianca recited. "Tell her everything that happened." She knocked on the door of the small house and said, "I am Royal Knight Bianca Andre." The Crown Prince's son appeared in her arms. Bianca stated, "I am here to complete the order given by Commander Volvo Venus Green." Irina opened the door, and her eyes widened in shock. "Knight Bianca?" she asked, stunned. "How did you know we were here?" Bianca Andre didn't answer the question, only focused on carrying out her mission. "Lady Green, your husband and his comrades are currently fighting the enemy at the royal castle." Bianca Andre continued, "Take the Crown Prince's son and flee. There is still a chance for us to plan for the future." Irina, terrified and confused, replied, "What are you talking about? That happened many years ago." Jamie Welton's voice cut in. "Just listen to what she says, my lady." Irina gasped in recognition. That voice. It's the priest's. Only Irina could hear Jamie Welton's voice. The vengeful spirit of Bianca is standing before you. So please, play along so she can finally pass on peacefully. Trembling with sorrow, Irina replied to Bianca. Knight Bianca, did you just run all the way from the castle? Can you really entrust the crown prince's son to me? Bianca Andre replied, yes, I just fought the enemy and followed my commander's orders to come here. Irina's heart ached as tears streamed down her face. She hugged Bianca Andre and praised her. Good, you did so well. Unconsciously, tears began to fall from Bianca's eyes too. Bianca Andre said, my lady, I came here alone. The commander and my comrades are still there. It will be all right, Irina soothed. They will understand. Irina told Bianca Andre, so you can go now, without any worries. Everyone is waiting for you. Bianca Andre choked out, I'm sorry. At that moment, Bianca Andre broke down completely, sobbing like a child as tears stained her cheeks. She finally spoke the words of self-blame she'd held in for so long, for failing to protect her commander, for dying on her way here. And for causing you so much hardship, my lady, Bianca Andre cried. With those final words, her form dissolved into golden motes of light, vanishing into the wind. Elsewhere, Jans, Philip Ra, and Asta stood with their weapons drawn, scanning their surroundings. Jans announced, the undead are gone. Philip Ra asked, does that mean our master defeated the necromancer? Jamie Welton's voice reached them. Just stay put. I'll be back when I've handled things here. Understood, Philip Vea replied. Back with Jamie Welton, he walked over to Irina and praised her with a gentle smile. Lady Irina, you did very well. But Irina didn't look happy at all. With a worried face, she asked, did you really know everything? Irina continued. About Bianca's spirit being attached to my family all this time? Jamie Welton answered her. At first, I had no idea. I only understood the situation after I arrived here. Irina looked down and replied, I see. Then, tears began to roll down Irina's cheeks, falling one by one. With a look of pure agony, she sobbed, Bianca always dreamed of a future, but it was a dream that could never come true. Every single day must have been a living hell for her. But maybe it's for the best, Irina said. At least this way, she didn't have to watch her family and friends die, or see the enemy sitting on the throne. Irina clutched her own wrist, thinking that today ended Bianca's nightmare, but reality was just too cruel. I've lost my husband, my country, and now I have to live in this terrifying society. Irina looked up, her eyes vacant and exhausted. If I were to die right now, I wonder if I would find more peace. Jamie Welton answered bluntly, death is meaningless. Jamie Welton looked down at Irina and said, it brings nothing. It only leaves you with more regrets. Irina closed her eyes and replied, you say that as if you've died before. Just then, Phoebian and Fiona suddenly ran forward, throwing their arms around Irina in a tight hug, startling her. The two children cried out loud, Mom, you can't die! Don't die, Mom! Mommy, please don't go! Overwhelmed with emotion, Irina began to cry once again. Irina knelt down, pulling Phoebian and Fiona into her arms. She stroked their hair and promised, I'm not going anywhere. My children are here. How could I ever leave you? Watching the emotional reunion, Jamie Welton felt a bit awkward. Not knowing what to do, he just stood there, scratching his head with a forced smile. He thought to himself, maybe I should give them some space. But suddenly Jamie Welton noticed something. Jamie Welton spotted a circular pendant on the ground. Something about it felt familiar. It was. Jamie quickly glanced back at Irina. The three of them were still embracing, completely unaware. A while later, Jamie Welton regrouped with Jans, Philip Ra, and Asta. Seeing Jamie return, Philip Ra called out, Master. Jans asked, so, is everything taken care of? Jamie answered calmly, yes. It was a rather tragic story. With a snap of his fingers, a teleportation gate appeared. Jamie Welton told Philip Ra and the others, you all did well. You can go now. Yes, sir, the three replied in unison, before disappearing through the portal. After confirming he was alone, Jamie Welton finally took out the necklace he had found. I thought you had already passed on to the great beyond, he said. In response, the pendant lit up, emitting a dark purple glow. Bianca Andre materialized from within that light. Jamie Welton looked up at her spirit and asked, why are you still in the mortal realm? Hasn't your final wish been granted? Bianca Andre landed softly on the ground and answered, because I still have something I must do. If I leave now, I won't be able to face my comrades in the afterlife. Then, Bianca Andre clenched her fist, her expression fierce. Those bastards are still running free in the castle. I'm going to show them what a real festival is. Jamie Welton stared, his eyes widening at the unbelievable energy radiating before him. A threatening, chaotic power swirled around Bianca Andre. He knew she had enough raw strength to start a war, but Jamie simply said with a cold tone, such a childish thought. Jamie stated the facts calmly. You can't just run wild in this world. If the 12 gods discover you, their holy knights will crush you before you even reach that castle. But Bianca refused to yield, screaming, I don't care. I'll plunge this sword into their hearts myself. Unexpectedly, Jamie replied, Then come with me. His words shocked Bianca into silence. Jamie continued, I will help you see this through. Bianca was in utter disbelief. What is this? She felt an overwhelming, seemingly infinite power emanating from him. The man before her was shrouded in an abyss of terrifying strength. There was no way she could join forces with someone who used such a sinister energy, but it was like he could read her mind. A small smirk appeared on Jamie's face as he said, I'm not the dark sorcerer you think I am, Bianca. What are you talking about? She asked, completely confused. Jamie held out his palm, where a sigil began to glow with a brilliant golden light. He then asked her, I'm sure you recognize this symbol, don't you? Bianca Andre froze. That was the symbol of P.O. Now she remembered. When she first found him, he was wielding divine power. A blinding radiance erupted. So brilliant it was almost unbearable. She had to shield her eyes. I am a saint of Piro, Jamie Welton declared. After letting Bianca Andre confirm this, Jamie Welton lowered his hand. Only then could Bianca face him again. Dark magicians are enemies of humanity, but you seem more like a holy saint. Jamie Welton just smiled. That's because the power I use is a little different from most. It belongs to my former body. Suddenly, Bianca Andre felt a strange disturbance within her. The dark mana inside me. Is it resonating with him? Jamie Welton's face turned serious as he asked again. Now, choose. Will you come with me or not? Bianca's mind raced. This was her last chance to avenge her comrades. Even if it meant making a deal with the devil, Bianca Andre made her decision. I will form a contract with you. A satisfied smile spread across Jamie Welton's face. Let the contract begin. A flash of dark light erupted. Bianca Andre was transformed into a dark knight, falling to one knee before Jamie Welton as a pledge of submission. Her voice was firm. I, Knight Bianca Andre, swear my loyalty to you as your subordinate. Jamie Welton drew his sword from its sheath and said, Bianca Andre, I shall accept you as my knight. Bianca Andre replied, I swear to sacrifice everything for you, my master. Jamie thought to himself, I've brought Bianca to the gate. Riza will lead her inside. As he walked away, he wondered, I hope the Fibian family has managed to calm down by now. In a tiny, run-down shack, a voice could be heard promising, Mom will do her best one more time. The family of 3, with Irina as the mother, sat gathered around a circular table. The scene was warm. Irina smiled, saying, I'll work hard so my precious children can eat and wear whatever they like. Fibian took her hand, his voice sincere. I'll do my best to help you too, Mom. Fiona jumped up and down happily. Me too, me too. Standing just outside the door, Jamie Welton overheard their conversation. Irina's voice rang out, Come here, my children are the absolute best. Jamie thought, so she's decided to live on and be their pillar of strength. He remembered his own family and smiled slightly, thinking, I know the warmth of a family. I want them to have that too. This feeling is still so unfamiliar to me. Jamie knocked on the door. Miss Irina, it's me. Irina opened the door, her eyes widening in surprise when she saw Jamie Welton. Oh, Father, where did you go? I wanted to thank you, but you were already gone. Jamie offered a small smile in return. I had some business to attend to, so I left for a little while. Irina held out a necklace to Jamie Welton. It had a large red diamond gem and looked incredibly valuable. This isn't much, Irina said, but it was a gift from my husband. You've done so much for me. I wanted to give you something as a thank you. Jamie quickly held up a hand to refuse, a troubled look on his face. Please don't tell me you want me to accept something so meaningful. Keep it, and in the future, pass it down to your children. Jamie spoke again. Instead, could I see that rosary from before one last time? Irina was surprised that Jamie was interested in such an ordinary item. If you need it, please, just keep it, Irina said. Jamie accepted the cross necklace and replied, Thank you. He then said to Irina, Lady Irina, please take the children to Harmonia. Irina asked again, The Kingdom of Harmonia? Jamie handed Irina a scroll and answered, Yes. Show this to the fortress commander in the capital. He will help you find a place to live. Irina asked, Why would the commander help us find a place to live? Jamie just grinned and scratched his head. Because we're acquainted. Irina timidly asked Jamie Welton, Why are you helping me so much? Jamie said, Just because I want to. There's no other reason. Irina asked, Can you at least tell me your real name? So, she knew I was lying, Jamie thought to himself. On the outside, he remained calm and replied, I am Jay. Farewell. With that, Jamie quickly vanished like the wind. Irina called after him, but it was too late. Wait! Irina watched the spot where Jamie had vanished and muttered, He's gone. As Jamie walked away, he said to himself, I've been doing far too many good deeds lately. Jamie rubbed his chin, observing the cross necklace. Now, whose divinity is contained in this? I can't trace it because it's too faint. Jamie thought that, honestly, he couldn't distinguish between the divinity of the 12 gods very well. The fake P.O. contract, a sworn enemy. Zenith, master of the divine beast Basilisk. Drian, the dragon god Grahman, and the sun god. Those were the only gods whose divinity he could recognize. Jamie Welton realized that besides them, he hadn't had the chance to come into contact with many other gods. But, Jamie said, if I analyze it, I should be able to find out. After analyzing the cross necklace, Jamie Welton frowned at the source of energy within. Whoa. If I didn't know better, Jamie thought, I might have unleashed my own dark mana. Jamie Welton wondered, what is this presence? It's not the divinity of the 12 gods, that's for sure. The Holy Cross pendant in his hand was cracked and broken. Could there really be a 13th god I don't know about? At that thought, a flicker of worry crossed Jamie Welton's face. He quickly steadied himself. He had to stay calm and pinpoint which god this divine energy belonged to. Then, an image of an old god's symbol flashed in his mind. The very first thing that came to him was an old god. But from what I know, none of the old gods survived. The 12 gods ruled over all and destroyed the rest. He hesitated, trying to piece it all together. Is it possible a new god has appeared? Instantly, Jamie Welton's thoughts turned to the goddess Firo. He stared at the symbol in his palm, debating. Should I ask Firo about this? But then, he clenched his fist, crushing the idea. No, he said. That's way too risky. Then Jamie's thoughts shifted to Isis. Right. Isis. She's the leader of Fran and knows so many of the world's hidden secrets. She might know what this is. Jamie glanced at the symbol in his hand one last time and said, time to get some sleep. Meanwhile, inside the inverse gate, a fierce battle was raging. A voice screamed out, "Ah, I'm gonna die!" It was Bianca, Andre, and Johns, locked in a sword fight. Johns aimed for Bianca and brought his sharp blade down with all his might. But like a bolt of lightning, Bianca reacted instantly, dodging to the side. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, how are you so fast? Bianca shot back. Heh, less talking, more fighting. Ryer watched the two of them, shaking his head in weary resignation. He may be losing, Ryer said, but his skills aren't half bad. Nearby, Asada was already defeated by Bianca, lying in a heap on the ground, unable to get up. Jans desperately thrust his sword toward Bianca Andre again and again. But whether it was the gap in their power or Bianca's insane speed, she dodged every single attack. Finally, Bianca countered. She launched a single punch straight into Jans's gut, sending him flying with a look of agony on his face. She blew on her fist, glancing at Jans, who was now clutching his stomach on the ground. With a sneer, she said, "And you couldn't even touch the collar of my shirt." After defeating Jans, Bianca Andre pointed her weapon at Ryer and asked, "You want to have a go at me too?" Ryer held up his hands in surrender. The result would be the same as them. "Why waste the time?" Bianca replied. "You're smarter than the other two." Just then, Jamie Welton appeared in the air, having seen everything unfold. He thought to himself, I just came to check things out, but I never imagined Azat and Asta would be no match for her. Jamie then descended to the ground and said, "Even you feel ashamed, Ryer?" Startled by Jamie Welton's sudden appearance, they both turned in surprise and bowed their heads. "Master, welcome, you've arrived," Jamie continued. "Have you all introduced yourselves and gotten acquainted yet?" Ryer let out a sigh, scratching his head awkwardly. "We haven't exactly had the time for that." Jamie glanced over at Jans and Asta with a smirk. "Because of those two battle-crazed idiots?" Ryer replied with a helpless expression. "Yes." Jamie then pointed and said, "All right, let's do introductions now. This is the commander of the Andet Legion." Next, Jamie Welton gestured toward Bianca Andre. "And this is our new member, the Shadow Knight, Bianca Andre." Hearing this, Ryer's expression soured as he whispered into Jamie's ear. "Didn't she ascend to the heavens?" Jamie just gave a helpless smile in return. "Yeah, well, there were still a few things left to do. Now, how about you two shake hands and say hello?" Ryer and Bianca Andre stepped forward, shaking hands and formally introducing themselves. "Bianca Andre," she said. "Ryer," he replied. "It's a pleasure to meet you." With that settled, Jamie squinted at the skeletal soldiers rushing about. This area is still unstable. It's not an ideal place to easily increase our numbers. He then turned to Ryer and Bianca Andre, immediately giving them an assignment. "Therefore, you two have an important mission. You must manage the undead soldiers here." Ryer replied, "Don't worry, Master. Bianca Andre and I will do our best." At that moment, Jamie suddenly remembered Nebro. "Where's Nebro?" he asked. Ryer responded, "I don't know. I haven't seen him since that day." Nebro had become an Andet under Jamie after his evil deeds at the Gav Academy. Since he usually acted alone, he was probably training somewhere by himself within the inverse gate, Jamie reminded him. When he gets back, introduce him to Bianca. Ryer bowed. I understand. Jamie then turned to Bianca Andre and said, I trust you'll do well. Bianca clasped her hands together. You have nothing to worry about, sir. Outwardly, he seemed confident, but deep down, Jamie was thinking, honestly, I'm more worried about the other guys. With his business finished, he teleported back to his room. I need to get a little shut-eye, he thought. Suddenly, a knock came from outside. Jamie's eyes shot toward the door, instantly alert. Someone's here, he called out. Who is it? A young girl in a maid's outfit entered the room and cheerfully introduced herself. I'm Nilva. Jamie's guard lowered, and he offered her a warm smile. What brings you here so late at night? Nilva hesitated before answering. There's something I need to ask you. Then, she got straight to the point. Can you please return the rosary to me? Hearing that, Jamie was taken aback. He thought, so the person connected to the 13th god has finally shown up. He closed his eyes, cast a teleportation spell, and said, let's talk outside. In an instant, they were transported to a deserted, empty field. Jamie immediately summoned the rosary and asked Nilva, are you talking about this? Nilva's face lit up when she saw it. Yes, I would be so grateful if you'd give it back to me. Jamie immediately refused. But I don't want to. Nilva just smiled sweetly, scratching her head. Well, that makes things difficult for me. Jamie was now deeply suspicious about who Nilva really was. He asked her sternly, who are you? Nilva just smiled without saying a word. And then, she began to transform into a man. His entire body grew larger, his muscles bulging until they ripped through his sleeves. Jamie stared at the scene before him, utterly stunned and speechless with shock. He stammered, your ability to transform. After changing shape, the man politely greeted Jamie Welton. It is an honor to meet you. The man now had pink hair and a nose shaped like a serpent. He bowed his head respectfully and revealed his true identity. I am Nirvana, one of J.C. Moon's Omas. The scene shifts to clarify Nirvana's identity. In a dark room, a moan echoes. Ah, Master Moon. A subordinate of Diablo Volpia was dancing with joy. She cried out, I never imagined you would appear like this. Do you know how long I've... Just then, a voice cut in. Don't get too excited, J.C. Moon. It was the voice of a man covered in tubes and IV drips. He continued, Are you trying to ruin everything at the last minute? Hearing this, J.C. Moon bit her lip, her whole body trembling. I have endured for tens of thousands of years, believing that one day he and I would be reunited. Then she burst into ecstatic laughter. I can't hold myself back any longer. The man covered in tubes narrowed his eyes at her frenzied expression. A look of annoyance crossed his face. Ever since that reincarnated body appeared in Harmonia, I've had a bad feeling. He then spoke aloud, Do you want your master to die a second time? At those words, J.C. Moon whipped around, shooting the man a murderous glare. Her voice dripped with menace. How dare you? The man covered in tubes remained perfectly calm. The reason you avoided the eyes of the 12 gods was to protect your master, Diablo Volpia, wasn't it? Hearing that, she was speechless, unable to say a word. The man, covered in tubes, spoke again. It'll still be a few years, so please, just be a little more patient. A look of despair crossed Jokmungan's face. He clenched his fists so hard they bled, lamenting, My lord. The scene shifts back to the present. Jamie Welton was now questioning Nirvana. You're one of the Omam? Nirvana replied, Yes, Omam. That's the name given to Jokmungan's subordinates. It means snake. Jamie Welton sank into thought. He's not lying. The determinate form he uses was likely granted by Jokmungan. It seems she holds him in high regard. The determinate form is the power to shift from a cellular state to another shape. That ability allows him to exist in any form in this world. Jamie Welton continued to ponder. So what happened to Jokmungan? Jamie Welton demanded of Nirvana. Where is she? Suddenly, Nirvana drew a sharp knife and answered, I cannot give you her exact location. If you two make contact, our side's entire plan will collapse. And with that, Nirvana gave a twisted smile, pressing the sharp blade to his own neck. He told Jamie, Instead, I will offer you my head as an apology. Jamie's expression was a mix of anger and helplessness. Stop screwing around, he snapped. Nirvana just laughed loudly. Yes, sir. Then Jamie held up the rosary and asked, So, she made this? Nirvana replied, Yes, that is correct. Jamie pressed on, Do you know what kind of divinity lies within it? Nirvana gave a strained smile and replied, Ah, that is. But before he could finish, Jamie unleashed his power. His face became a terrifying mask as he threatened, If you don't answer, I'll just rip out your brain and see your memories for myself. Hearing this, Nirvana held up a hand, forcing another smile. My lord, please don't be so serious. I am truly a loyal subordinate of Jokmungan. Then, Nirvana pointed to the rosary in Jamie's hand and said, That divinity, he continued, belongs to Diablo Volpia. It was created from dark mana. Hearing this, Jamie's expression shifted to confusion. He exclaimed and thought to himself, it's true. A divine light was born from the peak of the dark mana flow. It's not impossible. But, Nirvana continued, allow me to explain further. Shards of Diablo Volpia's power are currently scattered all across the continent. He went on, we collected those fragments and infused them into the divine power. Jamie was a bit stunned and shot back. You created divinity that way? Nirvana closed his eyes and explained, the third demon, Braha, can create light from dark mana, so it's entirely possible to create divine power. Jamie, still skeptical, asked, how do you know that? Nirvana clasped his hands together, replying gently, the moment Braha created that divine light, a resonance occurred with us. He held a hand out toward Jamie and added, perhaps it's because they share the same origin as us. Hearing this, Jamie looked completely bewildered, raising a hand to his chin and thought, is it because they were all created from my dark mana? After a moment, Jamie posed another question to Nirvana. Let me ask you one more thing. Has Jwachin created her own faith? Jamie considered it. Divine power can only exist through faith and loyalty. While she can't compare to the 12 gods, she'd still need a massive number of followers to maintain divinity at this level. At that, Nirvana gave a cold smile and answered, that, I cannot tell you. Jwachungun will tell you herself one day. With that, Jamie snapped his fingers and said, here. Instantly, the rosary vanished from Jamie's hand and appeared in Nirvana's. Jamie said, tell Jwachingun I want to see her soon. After receiving the rosary, Nirvana bowed his head respectfully. I will see you again later, my lord. Then he slowly faded away. Now, Jamie Welton stood alone in the vast, empty space. He looked up at the infinite universe and said, Jwachingun, in my past life or this one, I never know what you're scheming. Jamie lowered his head, his face clouded with sorrow as he thought. No, maybe my obsession with destroying the 12 gods has made me blind. It's made me forget to pay attention to the feelings of my own subordinates. He thought, everything in this world comes and goes in a flash. Maybe I should care for them more. Early the next morning, Gina asked Jamie, looks like everything's been taken care of, huh? Jamie replied with a proud look. Yep, all settled. Then, the two of them set off down the road. Just then, a voice called out to them from a distance. Hey! It was Fian. Jamie was surprised to see him. Fian, what are you doing running all the way out here so early in the morning? Fian was bent over, panting from exhaustion. He trembled as he spoke. Thank goodness, I'm not too late. Then, Fian immediately pulled out an old pouch of coins and held it out to Jamie. Please, take this. The young boy bowed sincerely, offering the pouch with both hands. This is all the money I've saved up over the years. Thank you for saving my family. Jamie was taken aback, frozen for a moment. Then, he started teasing Fian. My services are usually paid for in gold, you know. Fian's eyes widened in shock. He stammered, huh? But I don't have that much. Jamie gently ruffled Fian's hair and told him to forget about the money. He said to work hard from now on to help his family. I'll come back to collect my payment when you're all grown up. Tears welled up in Fian's eyes, and he was so moved he could only sniffle, unable to speak. With that, Jamie turned to leave, bidding Fian farewell. See ya. Gina saw this and teased Jamie. You really like trying to look super cool in front of kids, don't you? Jamie replied proudly. I'm always this cool. Suddenly, Fian yelled out, Mr. Ricky! The kid shouted as loud as he could so Jamie would hear. You have to promise you'll come back and visit us. I'll show you how super cool I've become too. Jamie smiled back happily and replied, you got it. The scene shifts to the northern continent of Arisha in the Yoko mountain range. Kenjin was currently being chased by a group of men. They shouted, stop! Don't let him get away! Kenjin gasped for breath as he ran, thinking desperately, asterisk, damn it, how did it come to this? Asterisk, I really don't have any strength left to run. Asterisk, the men chasing him yelled, surround him! In despair, Kenjin squeezed his eyes shut. Images of the innocent children at the orphanage flashed through his mind. Right now, this mob was hunting him down. Up ahead, hurry! Suddenly, Kenjin's strength gave out, and he stopped. His body slowly began to transform. He muttered, I can't give up. Finally, Kenjin's transformation was complete. His alias, Kenji the Killer. The pursuers saw his new form and froze in their tracks, paralyzed with fear. Kenjin's face was terrifying, his eyes glowing crimson. He slowly turned toward them and said, well now. Then he lunged forward with his blade, screaming, I have to survive! At that same time, in the Yellow Mountain Range on Mount Bivos, Jamie Welton and Gina had stopped to rest by a fire. Jamie asked Gina, why do we have to cross through these mountains? Wouldn't it be easier to go through the Ivon Kingdom? Gina replied, I can't cross through the kingdom because I don't have any identification. Jamie thought about it. Come to think of it, compared to Han, Gina's appearance and demeanor are way more intimidating. With that thought, Jamie voiced his curiosity. I've been wondering, What's the relationship between you and Han? Are you too close just because you're both from Fran? Gina immediately replied, I am not close with him. We simply came from the same place, but with different statuses. Gina continued, Han is a nobleman, and I was a slave. Hearing this, Jamie was so shocked his eyes went wide. Gina went on, telling him about her past. Because I was skilled in combat, I was lucky enough to be noticed by a general. After living as a slave under him, I was eventually granted my freedom, Gina continued. But in the end, even though I was free, I still faced constant discrimination. Gina calmly closed her eyes and said, Perhaps that's why the young master wanted to befriend me, but I still felt that kind of relationship could never last. Jamie seemed to understand. Ah, so that's why you don't feel close. He looked up at the mountain peak and said, Man, I wish I could just fly up there right now. Gina immediately shot that down. That's impossible. There's a mana zone here. Jin explained the concept of the mana zone. It was a massive wall of mana dividing the borders, a barrier designed to protect the country by alerting them when magic users got too close. Any bordering nation would instantly detect the signal, but more than that, the mana zone was created by dragons to monitor human movement. Hearing this, Jamie Welton bowed his head in deep thought. If I destroy the mana zone, the dragons might make a move. And that would be a huge pain. Still, it's hard to believe they're controlling it themselves. Jamie continued his train of thought. Without dark mages like Cannon on the loose, the dragons have no reason to interfere in the human world. It's taboo for the dragons of Braham to meddle in the affairs of other gods. With his mind made up, Jamie stood, brushed himself off, and said, Then we'll just have to make them sleep and leave the mountain. But suddenly, Jamie felt a presence behind him. He and Jin spun around to check. I feel it too, Jin said. Someone's here. Just then, by the river, they spotted Kenjin, lying on the ground, motionless, as if on the verge of death. Jamie and Jin instantly teleported to his side. Jin stared down at Kenjin. He's in really bad shape, especially that wound on his stomach, Jamie added. Without a second thought, Jamie activated his healing magic, placing a hand over Kenjin's injury. Jin watched in awe. The power of a saint is seriously useful, huh? Just then, Jin's eyes were drawn to Kenjin's arm. Hey, he asked, is that sword in his hand some kind of holy relic? No, Jamie replied. I can't sense any magic from it. Jin leaned in, examining the blade fused to Kenjin's arm. What a strange weapon, he muttered. I've never seen a sword like this. With the healing complete, Jamie stood up and dusted off his hands. Let's go. The wound is healed. I'd rather not be here when he wakes up. But suddenly, Kenjin groaned, mumbling a few words. I don't want to die. Jin couldn't hear him clearly and turned to Jamie. What did he say? Jamie let out a long sigh, a look of pure exasperation on his face. Ugh, why do I have to be so noble? A moment later, Kenjin's eyes fluttered open. Seeing him awake, Jamie asked, How are you feeling? Kenjin, still dazed, looked up at him. Did you save me? That's right, Jamie confirmed. You were knocking on death's door. Thank you, Kenjin said politely. Jin, however, wasted no time. That sword, he pressed. The one attached to your arm. What is it? It seems to be bonded to your right arm. Kenjin clearly wanted to avoid the question. He gave a vague answer, looking around. Oh, this? It's just a prosthetic. Where are we, anyway? The middle of Mount Bivos, Jamie answered. What were you thinking, crossing a mountain in the middle of the night? Kenjin stood up, scratching his head with an awkward laugh. Haha, it's nothing really. So, what are your names? You can call us J and N, Jamie said. And you? Kenjin replied just as politely. Call me Ken. But before he could finish, a sharp pain shot through the sword on his arm. He clutched his arm, his face twisted in agony. What's wrong? Jamie asked, noticing his distress. Kenjin tried to play it cool, forcing a smile through his sweat-drenched face. It's nothing. I'll be back later. And with that, Kenjin quickly walked away. Jin watched him with suspicion. He's hiding a lot, Jamie replied. He has no idea there's a hole in his stomach. If I'm not mistaken, Jamie continued, that thing on his arm is a demonic sword. There are many types of swords, normal ones, and artifact-class swords that can fly using magical skills. There are also holy swords, blessed by a god. And then there are demonic swords, created through wicked rituals and forbidden acts. Jamie went on. He's probably being controlled by that sword, forced to kill against his will. You mean he's a murderer? Jin asked. When he comes back, we'll ask him, Jamie said. I doubt he'll be able to run. Meanwhile, Kenjin leaned against a tree, clutching his throbbing arm. He held it tight, his whole body trembling. Finally, the pain subsided. It's finally back to normal. He slumped to the ground, exhausted, his face a mask of pain. Damn it, he gasped. I never should have taken that order. The Bloodbringer, a blade that craves carnage, stained with gore and radiating a terrifyingly dark aura. About 100 years ago, in the mountains near LCO, a demonic sword was born from a horrific nightmare. A voice began to echo in Kenjin's mind, and his discovery of the blade was purely by chance. In the past, a voice called out to him. Director Kenjin calmly turned towards the sound that had come from behind him. Back then, Kenjin was the director of a small orphanage. He was a picture of happiness, playing with the children, giving one a piggyback ride, and laughing with pure joy. Kenjin was a man with a huge heart. He cared for those abandoned children as if they were his own flesh and blood. To earn money to keep the orphanage running, he volunteered for the most dangerous missions. He joined quests to slay monsters, cleaving them in two with a single slash, blood spraying everywhere. Then he took on missions to find rare herbs on treacherous cliffs. He quickly became famous as an exceptional mercenary. Then one day, a man came to see him, a fat, bald old man who greeted him with a wide smile. "I heard you're a skilled mercenary, so I came to find you." Then, the man stated his request. "There is a commission I need you to handle." Accepting the job, Kenji headed into a desolate forest. As he walked, he mumbled to himself, "That herb is only supposed to appear in this mountain range, but this forest is huge. It's going to be hard to find. If I'm late, the kids will worry." After searching for a while, Kenjin sensed a dark, ominous energy ahead. He looked up and froze. What is that? Before him, plunged into the earth, was the Bloodbringer, radiating a sinister aura. He cautiously approached the blade, a strange feeling washing over him. It was as if the sword itself was calling to him. He reached out, his hand drawn to the hilt of the sword, Bloodbringer, as if it were calling to him. Then, tendrils shot out from the grip, wrapping themselves around Kenji's arm. Shocked, he gritted his teeth and cried out, "What the hell is this?" A moment later, Kenji's agonizing screams echoed through the forest. Ah! By the time Kenji came to, his right arm had completely merged with the sword. He had slammed the sword into the ground. He was surrounded by the corpses of green monsters, the air thick with smoke and the stench of rot. The bodies of slain beasts were piled high around him. From that day on, the demonic sword began its insatiable thirst for blood. When that bloodlust became too intense, Kenjin would lose all control. He would go on a rampage, slaughtering anyone nearby with the sword that was now a part of him. Not long ago, his face twisted into a ferocious snarl, his eyes glowing with madness as he cut down everything in his path. In that frenzy, Kenjin killed the son of the lord who ruled the L Mountains. The man lay dead in a pool of his own blood. Kenjin knelt beside him, trembling, the cursed sword in his hand shaking uncontrollably. Damn it all, he screamed. Suddenly, a single thought pushed its way into his mind. Maybe it would be better if I just died. But then, memories of the children flooded his thoughts. An orphan from his home held up a drawing of him and all the other kids. "Director, look," she called out excitedly. "Look what Dai and I drew." At the time, Kenjin had praised her with a warm smile. "What a beautiful house. Did you really draw this?" The kids cheered at the praise, their faces filled with so much hope. Another girl, Erin, chimed in. "When we grow up, we're gonna buy you a giant house just like this one, Director." Remembering their smiles, Kenjin forced himself to calm down. He trembled, screaming in his mind, "No! I can't fall here." He gripped the arm fused to the demonic blade, his body shaking but his eyes burning with resolve. "I have to live. At least until the kids can stand on their own. I can't let myself be killed or captured," he vowed silently. Finally, he pushed himself up, leaning his weak body against a nearby tree. He hunched over, whispering to himself, "I never even got to thank the people who saved my life." Kenji came to a grim conclusion. "I have to stay away from them. Kenji, keep them safe." He knew the Lord's assassins could show up at any second. Just then, a blizzard began to rage through the forest. Clutching the arm pierced by the magic sword, Kenji dragged himself through the snow. He left a broken trail behind him, knowing he had to keep moving. The Lord's men had already begun their search, cutting through the blizzard. The commander's voice boomed with authority. "He couldn't have gotten far! Search everywhere!" His minions roared back in agreement. They immediately fanned out, their figures disappearing into the storm. A man's face, twisted with terrifying anger, appeared through the swirling snow. His eyes scanned the area, his jaw clenched so tight his teeth ground together. "You damn killer, where are you hiding?" This man in armor was Hinder, commander of the Knightly Order. He stopped when he felt the sharp snap of a dry twig under his boot. He let out a low growl. Then, his eyes lifted, piercing through the storm to what lay ahead. Hinder's eyes narrowed in suspicion. A massive cave. He immediately pulled out a glowing blue mana stone. Speaking into it, he sent a message to his men. "There's a cave nearby. He's probably hiding in there. Move in." The replies came back through the stone, acknowledging the order. Hinder stood alone before the cave's entrance, a gaping maw 1,000 times his size. The sheer scale of it was overwhelming. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to crack and splinter. Hinder froze, his mind reeling as he shouted in confusion. What the hell? An earthquake? From deep within the cave, a ferocious voice echoed. How dare you disturb my rest? A colossal body emerged from the darkness, lined with razor-sharp teeth. The creature's golden eyes blazed with fury as it growled out every single word. I smell the disgusting stench of blood, it declared. Faced with this terrifying pressure, Hinder was stunned. His face went deathly pale, blood turning to ice in his veins as he choked out a gasp. He couldn't even scream. His mind was just a torrent of pure panic. My God, this cave is... In that instant, he realized the horrifying truth. This monster was a dragon. The great beast let out a deafening roar of pure annoyance and rage. Begone, you insect! The roar was followed by a massive, earth-shattering explosion. The red dragon poked its head out of the cave, its voice dripping with contempt. Just my luck. A pathetic bug crawls in the moment I awaken. At the dragon's feet lay a mangled pool of blood and gore that used to be Hinder. This was Cairo, a red dragon, the most powerful species on the planet. Suddenly, Cairo's gaze fell on something at its feet. Its eyes narrowed. A strange feeling from the forest washed over it. It could sense two others nearby. More bugs? It mused. What's more, one of them possessed an power that was anything but ordinary. At that thought, the red dragon's body erupted in flames. In an instant, it took human form, a cruel, intrigued smirk playing on its lips. Well now, this game is starting off with a bang. Miles away, Jane sensed it too, his whole body on alert, killing intent. He flinched, shocked by the sheer intensity of the aura, his mind reeling. I've never felt a killing intent this powerful before. Sensing the extreme danger, Jane quickly grabbed the arm of the man next to him by their campfire, his voice urgent. Jamie Welton. I don't know what that thing is, but you need to get away from it right now. Jamie Welton looked at him, surprised, then he yanked his arm free. A flicker of resolve lit up his eyes as his face hardened into a grim mask. I'm not going anywhere, Jamie Welton stated, adding, our opponent is a dragon. The shocking revelation made Jane tremble. His eyes went wide with disbelief. A dragon? Why hasn't anyone ever found it? He stammered. If there was a dragon's lair here, the rumors would have spread like wildfire. Seeing Jane's disbelief, Jamie Welton's expression grew even more serious. He scanned their surroundings, his voice low as he shared his knowledge. Every dragon has its own unique traits. As the blizzard howled around them, he continued, it must have used some kind of perception magic, a spell to hide its own nest from the world. Looking up at the full moon hanging over the snowy mountain, he made his deduction. That magic was likely amplified by the moonlight, creating a perfect illusion to deceive humans. As they stood before the warming fire, Jamie explained further to Jane. Under the light of the Lauki moon, that magic is almost impossible to break. Hearing this, Jane finally understood, agreeing with a nod. Yeah, resonance with moonlight gives it terrifying power, which means no one within its range can escape, he added. We're going to be found out soon. Hearing this, Jamie's voice became even darker. The only question is, what color is it? If it's a blue or a white dragon, we might have a chance to beat it. Images of those very dragons flashed through Jamie Welton's mind, but another, less hopeful thought followed. But if it's a black dragon, or a red dragon, we'd be risking our lives. In his mind's eye, he pictured a battle-hungry red dragon, breathing a torrent of destructive fire. If they see someone as a threat, Jamie affirmed, they won't let them go easily. He clenched his fists, his face a mask of determination. Worst-case scenario, we have to fight it. Behind them, the snow continued to fall without end. Jamie screamed in his mind, playing out the possibilities. If it's a young dragon, we might win. But if it's an ancient one, he couldn't even finish the thought. Somewhere else, the man with the cursed sword was sprinting across the snow, the weapon still fused to his hand. He gritted his teeth, gasping for air, his mind screaming with resolve. I have to get the kids to another kingdom. Change their identities so the assassins can't find them. His hand, bonded to the sword, kept spasming. He screamed in frustration internally. If only I were a master sorcerer, I'd know how to get this damn sword off. Suddenly, Cairo's dark voice echoed from behind him. I smell a thick stench of blood. The swordsman's face went sheet white with terror, his eyes wide. He whipped around in a panic, thinking, is it the assassins? But standing there, smiling with amusement, was Cairo. Now that's an interesting little bug. The dragon Cairo hovered in the air, looking down. The fugitive stopped running, turning to look up at the figure. Cairo studied him for a moment before making an observation. It seems he's been possessed by a demon sword. Hearing this, the man below trembled in shock. You know what this is? He yelled. Cairo didn't answer. Instead, he raised a hand, tracing a magic circle in the air before giving a command. Demon sword, devour him. Instantly, dark tendrils shot out from the sword, wrapping themselves around the man's body. He was too horrified to even speak. Cairo's voice rang out again, crystal clear. To put it simply, that sword is like a parasite, he explained. And parasites will do anything to take over their host's body. Images of the children from the orphanage flashed through the man's mind. He tried to brace himself with the sword, but its power overwhelmed him, forcing him to his knees as he gasped for breath. My body. I can't fight it. High above in the blizzard, Cairo just watched with a smug grin. He's a bug with decent power and a strong will, he explained to the sword. Demon sword. You just need to put a little more force into it. He beckoned with his index finger, urging the sword on. Down below, the man collapsed completely. Blood poured from his mouth, and veins bulged across his skin in pure agony. He let out a choked, guttural roar. As soon as the demon sword gained full control, the body lunged toward Cairo with a terrifying scream. Seeing the sword rushing him, Cairo just smiled calmly, his voice dripping with condescending pity. This is your first time completely possessing a body, isn't it? You want to know just how strong you are? Cairo then roared back at the possessed being. I know that feeling. Always looking at others and wanting to destroy them. The moment the words left his mouth, a powerful wave of killing intent slammed into the demon sword. The ground around it cracked and exploded into rubble, but Cairo just stood there, watching the destruction unfold. From within the scorching flames, the demon sword's agonizing screams echoed. But he showed no mercy, instead offering a cold remark. You're quite bold for daring to touch this body. Cairo's voice was laced with mock praise. The demon sword's eyes blazed with fury, enduring the dragon's bone-searing power as it glared back with pure hatred. Unfazed by its rage, Cairo delivered a chilling warning. You struck that body without a shred of fear, a second time, and I will show no mercy. With that threat hanging in the air, Cairo's flames finally vanished. The demon sword sat silently amidst the rubble, its head bowed. Cairo glanced back at it, his voice low. All right then. Still want to test out your new power? He paused, his tone shifting. Then go clean up the insects infesting my domain. Cairo's gaze was calm, but held an unmistakable command. He added, one of them isn't your average pest. Clean them all out, and you will be rewarded handsomely. At those words, the demon's sword shot to its feet, clenching its fist with a savage growl as it drove its blade into the ground. Cairo's voice urged it on. Go now, my bloodthirsty beast. Elsewhere, Jamie Welton sensed the shift in the air and turned to Jane. Besides the dragon, we have another enemy. This made Jane freeze and look back for confirmation. What? But before Jin could even react, Jamie was gone in a flash with an urgent command. Hurry! Jin could only stare after him, completely stunned. Just then, another voice called out, This way! Follow me! Meanwhile, one of the pursuing knights stared in terror at the thing before him. Ning! Before him stood Hinder, completely possessed by the demon sword. He was cutting them down like a savage beast as blood sprayed everywhere. Jamie Welton observed from a distance. Looks like it's repaying the dragon by taking revenge. The possessed Hinder swung his blade wildly, slicing through one of the knights, who screamed in agony. Arr! A torrent of blood erupted from his back. In that instant, Jamie Welton appeared behind him in a flash. I had my suspicions from the very beginning. But now, you've truly committed an unforgivable sin. Hearing his voice, the demon sword froze for a second. Jamie's tone was sharp. Is this how you repay kindness? But he stopped mid-sentence, sensing something, his guard instantly up. He thought, the dragon. It's close. Just then, Jin appeared before him, walking towards the possessed man. Let me handle this. We're the ones who saved his life, so it's our duty to end it and appease the souls of the dead. The demon sword stood motionless amidst a field of bloody corpses on the snow. Hearing Jin's words, Jamie turned and gave him a solemn nod. All right, I'll check for survivors. As Jin approached, the demon sword turned its head, its crimson eyes locked onto him. So, you're one of the ones who isn't an insect? Ignoring the strange question, Jin drew his blade. I don't know what you're talking about, but I will make this painless. Consider it my final act of mercy. The moment the words left his lips, Jin charged, his eyes blazing with killing intent. As his blade caught the light, he roared out his technique's name, Moonlight Shadow Resonance. With a single, fluid strike, a brilliant flash of light appeared across the demon sword's neck. Blood erupted from its throat. The attack was so fast, the creature could only stare in shock. As crimson sprayed across the snow, Jin's calm voice echoed. My cut was precise. You won't feel any pain. But suddenly, Jin froze. The blood that had sprayed into the air was gathering into crimson beads, floating back towards the demon sword. What is happening? He thought, his mind reeling. The blood was flowing back, reattaching the demon sword's severed head. Jin watched in utter disbelief as the head reconnected, The demon sword stammered, I will. Its neck snapped back into place. A grotesque, drooling smile spread across its face as it roared its insane desire to destroy the entire world. Back with Jamie Welton, he stood vigilantly amidst the corpses, sword in hand. He scanned the area, his expression grim. They're all dead. A flicker of confusion crossed his mind, but I sensed another presence just now. Where did it go? And as if on cue, a deep, arrogant voice echoed from above. You seem remarkably at ease. Jamie's head snapped toward the sound, his senses on high alert. Through the falling snow, he thought frantically, so he's here. Somewhere. Then, Cairo descended, hovering just above him. A rather elegant insect, I'll admit. Jamie silently tracked the dragon's position, his eyes finally locked onto the massive form. A red dragon? The dragon's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. He let out a mocking laugh. Oh? So you knew I was here? He then added nonchalantly. Then again, I'm not surprised. Realizing he'd been found out, Cairo landed softly on the snow. Jamie turned to face him, his guard never dropping. Your kind, dragons, are a race that leaks powerful emotions. Cairo shrugged, a condescending smirk on his face. A truly exceptional insect, it seems. Unable to contain his curiosity, Jamie pressed further. You just reached adulthood, haven't you? At Jamie's accurate guess, Cairo threw back his head and laughed. Ha ha ha. Then feigning surprise, he exclaimed, What's this? A mere human who can discern a dragon's growth stage? How interesting. Ignoring the tone, Jamie pushed again. But I know more than that. You're nearly 3,000 years old, aren't you? At that, Cairo's eyes narrowed dangerously, veins pulsing on his forehead. A thunderous voice boomed, unleashing an ancient power. He thrust his hand toward Jamie, and a crushing pillar of pure energy slammed down. The very ground beneath Jamie's feet cracked and buckled from the pressure. Under the immense force, blood began to trickle from his eyes. Jamie struggled to look up, a shocked realization hitting him. This is Dragon's Word. He recognized the legendary power, one of the two ultimate weapons of the dragon race, and one of the most powerful language-based spells in existence. It's a magic of absolute manipulation, usable only by dragons. With this new information, he confirmed his theory. This level of power, you're about 2,700 years old, aren't you? Cairo's face twisted into an even deeper rage. He snarled, gritting his teeth. What did you say? Seeing the dragon play dumb, Jamie decided to spell it out for him. Dragon's Word is a power that grows with age. And based on this output, your age is obvious. Even under the crushing pressure, Jamie managed a defiant smirk, then raised his arm and shouted, Activate, perfect cell. A vibrant purple energy flared from the bracelet on his wrist. The artifact pulsed with power. It was an artifact of absolute immunity. One of the three great treasures of Diablo, a simple bracelet, glowing with violet mana. Once activated, its wearer becomes immune to all plagues and curses. As the artifact activated, Jamie raised his arm high. Energy erupted from the bracelet in a violent wave. Seeing its immense power, Cairo's rage intensified. He was blown back by the force, screaming in fury. You bastard! Suddenly, Jamie's voice cut through the rage. Let's fight! Blood streamed from his mouth and eyes, but his gaze was unwavering as he pointed a hand toward Cairo. Either I die. His eyes hardened with resolve as he added, or you die. As he prepared to unleash his own technique, the scene shifted back to Jin, where the demon sword's sharp, tentacle-like claws shot forward. Jin skated across the ice, desperately dodging the relentless barrage of attacks. The demon sword hovered in the air, its blood tentacles striking at him without end. He realized with dawning horror, it can control blood. A truly wicked power has awakened. Jin moved as fast as he could, dodging and weaving, but the bloody tentacles were relentless in their assault. A smug, twisted grin spread across the creature's face. A terrible thought struck Jin. If it can control an opponent's blood, then I'm at a massive disadvantage. Suddenly, Jin's feet dug into the snow. He sized up the situation. This had become a battle of speed. Then, drawing his blade, he gripped the hilt and whispered the name of his technique. In a flash, he unleashed his half-moon sliz. From out of the moonlight, the slash flew from behind Jin toward the monster. Before it could even react, the beast was cleaved in two, revealing a small, brightly glowing orange core inside. Its body began to decay, but the tentacles quickly swarmed around the brilliant orange core. Seeing this, Jin immediately knew. A core like that had to be destroyed. Without a second thought, he charged forward. But the tentacles had already wrapped around the core, absorbing the monster's blood and reforming. He shielded his face from the shockwave, stammering, What is that? In an instant, a new, grotesque monster was born from the tentacles, with a lopsided eye, a crooked nose, and a twisted mouth pulled into a sickening grin. The sight filled Jin with a pure, unadulterated rage. "What kind of bastard created this abomination?" he roared. He thrust his hand forward, gathering a ball of energy in his palm, then yelled out the name of his next art. Moonlight Stam. A blinding light exploded in the darkness, followed by an immense wave of power. But below, the beast's body began to warp, absorbing the full force of the attack without a single scratch. His eyes shot toward the creature, and he screamed in fury, "Damn it, that form is God!" Its eyes tilted upward, locking onto him. With a grotesque lurch, the thing that was neither human nor monster charged straight for Jin. "Why won't you die?" he bellowed in frustration. As it let out a horrifying growl, Jin raised his arms to block, dashing away in a blur. He thought to himself, if only Jamie Welton were here. Then, as if remembering something, Jin stopped dead in his tracks. Don't tell me he ran into the dragon? He's still not back. Meanwhile, on Jamie Welton's side, he stared at the labyrinth wall before him, his voice laced with confusion. This place. He was bewildered, realizing he'd been dragged into a different dimension, a space created in a mere instant. Then, Cairo faced him, sword in hand, confirming his suspicions. "You really want to fight me?" On the other side, Jamie Welton didn't hesitate to provoke him right back. "What's wrong? Scared already?" They stood in a warped space, a maze of floating earth and stone. Seeing the disdain in his words, Cairo's temper flared. He drew back his arm, grinding his teeth and narrowing his eyes. "You arrogant human!" As he spoke, flames erupted from his hand. He then shot forward, launching himself and his attack directly at Jamie Welton. But Jamie simply stood there, calmly watching the enraged Cairo charge. He brought his index and middle fingers to his lips, whispering something under his breath, "Fire suppression." Instantly, all the flames around him vanished. Even the fire clinging to Cairo's body was extinguished. Completely baffled, he froze midair, demanding an answer. "What? What kind of trick was that?" Seeing his opponent's confusion, Jamie confirmed it for him. "Oh, it's nothing special. It's just that fire doesn't work in this space." Then, he twisted the knife. "Ah, I forgot. Without your flames, you're pretty much useless, aren't you?" As he spoke, magic circles materialized all around them, displaying status effects. Mana has been reduced, oxygen has been reduced, gravity has been reduced, pressure is overloading. Under these conditions, the ground beneath Cairo's feet began to crack. His face darkened, his claws retracting in fury. Jamie Welton's voice echoed again. "I prepared a few little things just for you." Surrounded by debilitating magic, Cairo trembled as he stared back. "Human, what have you done?" Jamie Welton stood calmly, sword in hand, and offered a simple explanation. "If you're truly the greatest being in the world, then fighting with a few disadvantages shouldn't be a problem, right?" Seeing how he was being both praised and insulted, Cairo gritted his teeth and roared back. "Ha! Are you just afraid you'll lose to me?" he taunted. Then, Cairo lifted his head, full of pride and rage, veins bulging on his neck and face. His body erupted in a brilliant blaze as he snarled each word. "In the name of Brahman, King of the Dragons." He paused, then added, "I will annihilate you." Hearing those words, Jamie Welton smiled, his goal achieved. He's completely lost it, Jamie thought to himself, invoking the Dragon King and everything. He confirmed his victory. Once he invokes the Dragon King's name, if he's defeated, his very soul will be lost forever. Instantly, Cairo shot towards him like a blazing storm, eyes filled with murderous intent, teeth bared in a snarl. "I'll kill you for sure!" he screamed. The dragon became a blur of motion, circling him so fast that even Jamie Welton became disoriented trying to track him. Suddenly, from behind, Cairo swiped his claws toward him. Jamie realized it just in time and glanced over, shouting the name of his technique. "Darkness, shadow." The moment he spoke, a black vortex appeared above Jamie Welton, completely swallowing Cairo's attack. Jamie ducked, looking back at him. Stunned, Cairo landed on the ground. "Black magic?" He added his own analysis. "This is a little different from the black magic, I know." Then, without hesitation, Cairo leaped into the air again with a ferocious expression. "I'll just have to use a little rat like you for an experiment," he yelled. His sharp claws lunged at Jamie Welton's face. Jamie struggled to raise his sword, the impact sending him skidding backward as he gritted his teeth and glared at his foe. Cairo's eyes were full of confidence. He smirked down at him. "With this little piece of iron?" He trailed off. Then, the force from his razor-sharp claws pressing against Jamie Welton's sword intensified. "You think you can stop me?" he roared. A sharp crack echoed through the air. In the next moment, Jamie Welton's sword shattered, leaving him wide-eyed and stunned, his thoughts stuttering. The sword my father gave me." Then, he remembered his father's words. "Take it, Jamie." Through fragmented memories, he saw himself holding his father's sword for the first time, filled with a sense of awe and reverence. His father's voice echoed in his mind. The name of this sword is Scott. He smiled, speaking with love and care. Come back safe, Jamie. Then he added one final piece of advice. It's all right to feel pain, but make sure you come back stronger. A furious light ignited in Jamie Welton's wide eyes. He screamed, "Ignite the light!" In an instant, a burst of light so blinding erupted that its energy cracked the very ground around them. Dust and debris flew everywhere. In the distance, Cairo was blown back by the blast. How dare you? Jamie Welton walked forward calmly, his expression unreadable. The fragments of his sword lay scattered on the ground. Then, with immense power, magic surged from his body as he growled, word by word, in the name of the Welton family. His eyes glowed with a furious violet light as magic poured out of him. He reached his hand toward Cairo, his voice a low threat. I'll make sure there isn't enough of you left to bury. Cairo flew into a rage, baring his sharp teeth. A mere human dares? Cairo transformed into a massive red dragon, letting out a ferocious roar that created a powerful gale force as he lunged forward, his body now several times larger than Jamie's. Cairo unleashed a devastating attack on Jamie. Jamie threw up a barrier to block it. The two terrifying powers clashed against each other. Cairo slammed one foot down, shattering the ground beneath and sending rock flying everywhere. But Jamie had already teleported behind Cairo. You think that's all I have? Cairo whipped his head around, screaming, "You bastard!" Jamie unleashed a terrifying power, lunging straight for him. A spear of violet light crashed into the ground, causing a massive explosion of smoke. Cairo was hit, thinking desperately, if this keeps up, my wings will be torn to shreds. He screamed as Jamie showed no signs of stopping, continuing his barrage of attacks. Cairo's eyes sharpened. Now, I'll use it. Dragon's breath. Jamie's calm voice offered a piece of well-intentioned advice. Don't waste your energy. The power of darkness and the abyssal arm. Both unleashed their terrifying might, two colossal beams of light smashing into each other. All the while, snow fell endlessly on a shattered warship, its deck torn open with a massive hole, revealing the moonlit sky. Now, only Cairo and Jamie stood facing each other. Jamie unleashed a flurry of chains that wrapped around Cairo's entire body. The massive dragon thrashed wildly against the restraints. Jamie continues his assault. By activating Longinus, I'll make you wish for a death that will never come. You'll serve me for eternity as one of the undead. The cursed spear of corruption. Longinus. The spear shot straight for Cairo, aiming directly for his gut. As it pierced through, Cairo screamed in agony. Longinus, an evil weapon. Whoever it strikes is cursed forever. The victim is doomed to writhe in agony for the rest of their days. Longinus materialized out of pure darkness. Your crime was breaking my sword. With that, Jai's chest tightened, as if his heart was being crushed. Jai coughed up blood and collapsed to his knees. Damn it. This power is. Kiro stomped his foot, shattering the chains around him as if they were never there. He watched Jai struggle. Not bad. If your level were just a bit higher, your body would have already given out. Cairo flexed, and the remaining chains exploded outward. He glared at Jamie with pure fury. I'll grant you a peaceful end. Cairo opened his mouth, unleashing a colossal wave of fire. Jamie just smiled calmly. What nonsense are you talking about? You really think your body is fine? Below, where the spear had struck, a deep black hole was bored into his flesh. Why? Can't I breathe? That's the curse of Longinus. The moment you were stabbed, it was already over. Listen up, you overgrown lizard. I'm a man of my word. Cairo roared in pure agony. No! In an instant, Cairo collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Jamie stared at the shattered pieces of Longinus on the floor, scowling. He had lost control, and unleashed every last bit of his power. A light appeared before Jamie's eyes, that glow. It was coming from Cairo's wound, right where the spear had hit. Jamie struggled to his feet and looked down at the source of the light. A shimmering red crystal was glowing brightly. It was the dragon heart. The dragon heart. The most powerful source of energy in the world. If I just touch it. Jamie reached his hand toward the heart. Meanwhile, in another location, Jin was bleeding from a wound on his forehead, his mask cracked right above his eyes. Jin felt a wave of relief. Lucky. It was just a scratch on my forehead. He stared at the monster before him. All physical attacks were useless against it. No matter how many times he sliced it apart, it just regenerated back to its original state. But under this moonlight, I can't give up. It has to have a weak point. Jin swung his sword in a furious barrage, sending blood flying with every strike. An explosion ripped through the snowy mountains. The warship had blown up. Jin glanced toward the blast. What was that? A strange object suddenly slammed into the monster. It shrieked in pain from the impact. Jin watched as the monster collapsed to the ground. I don't know what just happened, but now's my chance. Jin vanished in a flash of light, swinging his sword down with incredible force. Moonlight resonance slash. The attack tore through the air, cleaving the monster in two. Its core, a gem on the cracked ground, was finally exposed. Jin stabbed his blade into it, letting out a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Jin looked up at the warship in the sky. What in the world just happened up there? Does this have something to do with Jamie? I have to go check it out. But suddenly, a brilliant light flared up behind Jin. The gem hadn't been completely destroyed. Now, it was unleashing an even more terrifying monster. I will destroy this world. I am the ultimate. Before it could finish, a single blade strike silenced it. The monster looked on in horror. Who are you? The gem finally shattered into dust. Jin stared at the newcomer who had intervened. He was shocked. Jamie Welton, but his body. Jamie let out a sigh, dusting off his hands. Yeah, it's me. Jin was terrified. He killed it. In a single blow. I guess I need to hone my skills a lot more. They both looked up at the warship. Jin asked, were you the one fighting up there? That's right. It was a dimension I created. The two talked back and forth. Judging by the aftermath, it looks like you fought a dragon. Yeah, I killed it. Jin was stunned, unable to believe what he was hearing. What? A level 9 mage. Killed a dragon? Jamie remained completely calm. Of course, I almost died in the process. I was badly injured, but I managed to hold on. Jin was bewildered, 1,000 questions racing through his mind. Why is your body like this? Are you okay? Jamie fell silent. His mind flashed back to that moment, approaching the dragon, walking toward the glowing light, and reaching out for the dragon heart. It's because I got that. Jamie had gasped for breath as he approached the heart. As energy radiated from it, he grabbed the dragon heart in his hand. The heart's energy resonated with his orb of life, causing his body to rapidly develop. Jamie took out the dragon heart to show Jin. I absorbed the energy from the dragon's heart. Jin was utterly astonished. The dragon heart? He spoke in a frantic whisper. Put it away, quick. What if someone sees it? Jamie glanced around. Who else is here? Jin stared at the heart in disbelief. It's really real. The energy pouring from it is insane. Jamie replied, I've only absorbed a fraction of it, but I've already grown quite a bit. Still, I need to figure out how to handle it. The dragon heart slowly faded from view. Jin knew they couldn't sell it. The dragons would find out and wipe out the entire human race. I know. Jamie snapped his fingers, and the warship in the sky vanished. He then warned, be careful. An ancient dragon might show up. Jin nodded in agreement. Got it. Meanwhile, in another place, the snow fell without end. Voices could be heard. The creature down there seems pretty strong. But it can't be stronger than us. It was the blue dragons, CV and Wipen. The small and adorable CV looked up with admiration. Wow. Is Grandpa coming here too? Epen looked at his younger brother with affection. Yeah, Grandpa's coming. CV's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow. Who's that down there? Epen looked and beamed with joy. Hey, Grandpa's here! The blue dragon Centonian appeared, along with the blue dragon Kiran Sira. The two kids called out excitedly, Grandpa! Ah, Centonian! Sphere happily hugged Kiran Sira's arm and asked, that creature down there is really strong. Can you beat it, Grandpa? Centonian was speechless. CV, why would you ask such a disrespectful question? Centonian crossed his arms and explained, Grandpa is just here to observe. What's the point in fighting? But the two kids weren't listening, instead praising Kiran Sira. Our grandpa is so strong. Kiran Sira smiled and affectionately ruffled his two beloved grandchildren's heads. That's right. Your grandpa is very strong. Epen, you look after your little brother, okay? I'm heading out now. Centon, you stay here with the kids. The three of them bowed as Kiran Sira walked away. Goodbye, Grandpa. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Isis clenched her fists and smiled. That's a tough job you're asking me to do. But I'm counting on you, Ken Sara. Ken Sara leaped down from the snowy mountain. Isis, you've come this far? Did you not hear a word I said? I'm sure I already refused you. Isis just kept smiling brightly. Ah, but on second thought, I still have your help. Seeing her smile, Ken Sara spoke. Hey girl, you're far too bold. You know exactly who I am. Of course I do. I almost died last time, but this time, I came fully prepared. A weapon materialized in Isis's hand. Ken was stunned. Is that the low-long sword, Gam? As you can see, it's a dragon-slaying sword. You're insane. Do you really want to die that badly? How dare you bring that out in front of a dragon? Isis launched a powerful attack. Kiran Sara dodged. Isis smirked. Let's make a bet. If you can't kill me this time, you have to help me with something. You know it too. Dragons aren't the masters of the central continent anymore. Before she could finish, Ken Sara roared with fury. Silence! His body transformed into that of a massive dragon. Up above, Centonian watched in awe while CV and Ipet cheered excitedly. Isis held the dragon-slaying sword in her hand, a thrilled smile spreading across her face. This is going to be fun. Isis charged forward, and the battle exploded. 15 days later, Jamie and Jin were enjoying tea in a warm, sunlit room. Jin set his teacup down. So, are you going to keep absorbing the dragon heart? Jamie held his cup. If I develop further, I might have a chance at enlightenment. To be honest, I don't think the dragon heart is the source of enlightenment itself. It's just a powerful aid. Jin agreed. Yeah, that makes sense, Jamie continued. But I'm still going to absorb it. The boost in mana will be great for me. He began calculating in his head. Maybe I could try crafting something with the dragon heart. That would be amazing. Now that I think about it, I wonder where the god of slaughter is now? I've been searching for him for the past year, but there's been no news at all. Jin stood up. Then let's get going. By now, Isis has probably reached Abrasas and is heading for the Fran headquarters, the forbidden land of Abrasas, one of the 6 great forbidden zones in the far north of Obia, a place where many dangerous species of plants and animals reside. Jamie stood and started walking, curious. Abrasas is really dangerous, right? Jin, walking beside him, replied. For outsiders, it's a terrifying place. It's no surprise it was chosen as the 6th great forbidden zone. 5 years ago, I was terrified of this place. The area's forest, one of the 6 great forbidden zones, felt like a nightmare when I first came to Marquis Bell's estate. But now, I can cross it without breaking a sweat. My next target is Gamon. Ganon, the lover of the blue dragon, was a mage who uncovered the truth of the world and the real power of humanity. His name was found on a tombstone left by Diablo V just before the final battle. In his journal, he wrote that he discovered a place called Gamon. To get there, I have to avoid being hunted by the 12 gods. The 6 great forbidden zones are perfect hiding spots. That means Gammon must be in either the Ariaz forest or Abrasas. 2 weeks later, Jin and I had fought our way through countless monsters and treacherous terrain. After a brutal struggle, we finally reached the Temple of Abrasas. The sheer number of monsters here is insane. At the entrance to the temple, I paused. Still, once we're inside, we should be fine. The area is filled with poisonous flora, making it impossible for most monsters to survive. We walked through the white, snow-covered landscape, talking as we went. I can see the marks of time all over this place. Frantia estimated this temple is over 2,000 years old. 2,000 years, I thought. That means it survived at least 2 world resets. Jin, walking ahead of me, spoke up. From now on, stick close to me. We entered, leaving the white blizzard behind for a lush, green forest. I shielded my eyes from the sudden sunlight. They're all here. Before us stood the Fran Avalon headquarters, a massive fortress of tightly packed stone buildings. A smile crept onto my face. This energy, it seems Isis has arrived. The Lan are one of the 3 great races, on par with dragons and high elves. The leader of Fran, Dai, tilted his head and asked me, "Can you hear it?" I was confused. Me? Dai smiled. Of course. My feet stood on the lush green grass as I let out a gasp of surprise. Using the dragon vein to cast a restoration spell on the entire village? Even though it's an ancient temple, it's cleaner than I thought, Jin wondered aloud. You're not a level 9 mage, so how would you know that? I answered with confidence. Even if I haven't officially reached level 9, I can feel that I'm already at that stage. Of course, finding a mage who could restore an entire village like this is incredibly rare. I remembered what Bel Onik once told me. There's a level 9 mage in Fran who can teach you. This magic must have been cast by the very mage Bel mentioned 5 years ago. As we walked inside, I asked, "So, who cast that restoration spell?" An elven witch named Nellie. I was curious. Is she a high elf? Anyone would think so, but she's actually a normal, young elf who just turned 130 this year. I see. We continued into the village. The average lifespan of an elf is 500 years, so at 130, she's barely a teenager. I stroked my chin, taking it all in. The number of different races living together here is just staggering. I watched the diverse crowd moving through the village. Jin agreed. I was shocked at first, too. There's no shortage of any race in Rio. It hit me like a bolt of lightning. I stared in awe at the people before me. Normally, these races are hostile towards humans, but here, they live in perfect harmony. No one even paid attention to us newcomers. Is this the freedom Fran is aiming for? All around, people from different tribes were harvesting fruit, their faces bright and full of energy. Jin spoke up. I have to go take care of something. All right, see you later. Someone called my name. I recognized the person immediately and bowed. It's been a while, sir. It has, hasn't it? The newcomer was Bailey Onis, a Fran leader who governs the small islands. I grinned. When did you get here? Weren't you near the Ken border? Bailey replied. Just this year. I had some business to attend to. But man, you've grown up fast. I chuckled. It's all thanks to the powerful bloodline of the Welton family. My parents are shocked by my growth rate, too. Oh, by the way, how are Benna and Boho doing these days? You'll see them soon enough. The sky was clear over the Avalon Hall. You've arrived at the main hall of Avalon. Everyone is waiting for you inside. The doors to the main hall swung open. Isis smiled. Whoa, this is no joke. Belle and I stepped inside. Welcome, Jamie Welton. We are Fran. In the main hall was a large round table, with everyone seated around it. The one who spoke was the elder of Fran, Isis, of the Lan tribe. A chill ran down my spine. Everyone here is insanely powerful. Frantia is truly incredible. Not to mention Isis. The man next to me is also a force to be reckoned with. That's frontier leader CL of the Lan tribe. There were also the Flower tribe and others. That's Fran leader Rosemary of the Flower tribe, leader Frantia O of the Bird tribe, and leader Fran Fawn of the Vakiji tribe. The Vakiji and the dwarves. So many different races. Frontier leader Ironville of the dwarves glanced at a figure in a hooded robe. I guess this must be the elf Jin mentioned. Fran leader Nellerin of the elf tribe. There were 3 empty seats, including Jin's. A man baring his teeth waved at me. It was Fran leader Han. I heard you were the greatest talent in the human world, but look at you. What a disappointment. He crossed his arms, sneering. I never had high hopes for humans anyway. Han didn't agree. Hey, Ho, are you going to knock it off? Ho wasn't welcoming at all. It's a fact. Humans are clearly a species with limits. Didn't you prove that the first time you fought me? Han slammed the table and shot to his feet. Fine, let's have a rematch today. I gritted my teeth and spoke up. Hey, can't you two be quiet? This is my fault, so why are you fighting each other? Mister Birdman, if you're not satisfied, then please, step outside. I'll be happy to correct that perspective for you. Ho scoffed. Huh? They say the ignorant are always the loudest. Ho stood right in front of me. I like your courage. Fine, let me test just how capable you really are. Isis's voice boomed. That's enough, you two. Ho, sit down and be quiet. Ho grunted and obediently returned to his seat. I smirked, taunting him. What's wrong? You act tough. But in the end, you're just Isis's little errand boy. Ho was furious. What did you just say? Isis cut in again. Jamie Welton, I hope you'll stop there. I apologize for Ho's earlier words. Rosemary, sitting beside me, trembled with fear. I spoke up again. Isn't Fran an organization that aims for peace between the races? But it seems the leaders here look down on others quite a bit. Everyone at the table fell silent, their bodies rigid. I pressed on. So? Is no one going to say anything? Is Frantia really as good as the rumors say? Iron grunted. Isis, I'm leaving. If you need me, call for me privately. Isis shook her head and rubbed her temples. This is exhausting. At this rate, we'll have to hold a proper match. I'll set a date and time. How does that sound? I agreed immediately. Perfect. Just don't you dare run away. You're the one who'll be running, Birdman. I'm looking forward to it. After saying his piece, Ho flew off. Isis looked drained. It's so difficult to talk things out now. For now, go to your room and rest. I'll reschedule everything. Rosemary approached with a friendly smile. Rosemary, please show our guest in. Follow me. I'll lead the way. I followed her directions. Isis leaned her head back in her chair and sighed. Oh, I never should have called that jerk here. Han looked at the tired Isis. They were bound to meet eventually. With his personality, trouble was inevitable. He's the second strongest after Isis, but he's far too arrogant. Bailey spoke up. I think this will be an interesting match. Han's face was a picture of disbelief. What? You're not going to stop them? Bailey. Isis agreed with Bailey. It will certainly be a fight to look forward to, right, Clar? Clar simply nodded in agreement. Han didn't get it. Clar, you think so too? He leaned his head back in his chair, exhausted. I don't even know anymore. At my quarters, Rosemary spoke cheerfully. You can stay here. I looked around the room. It was neat and clean. If you need anything, just ring the bell. I replied, thank you. Well then, get some rest. I watched the door close. I'm not tired at all. I actually feel like taking a walk. I opened the door to go outside. Someone leaped out from the bushes. It was her, swinging a staff hammer straight at me. Let's see the results of my 5 years of training. It was Venna, charging in for an attack. I casually raised a hand and easily deflected her blow. Venna was knocked back. Then, a black hole opened up, spitting out a ferocious buffalo. I looked on, completely fed up. These kids are unbelievable. Venna looked frustrated. You dare lay a hand on my child? Bake hay ditch! Venna and her beast were sucked into a swirling blue vortex. Venna cried out, 100 years is too soon! She screamed as the torrent of water crashed down. Lying on the ground, she trembled and called out for her master. Master! Jamie dusted off his hands with a cool smile. Well now, long time no see. At the sound of his voice, Venna struggled to sit up, her head throbbing. She stared in utter disbelief. I can't believe it. After all this time, this is how you treat your own subordinate? She grumbled in frustration. But then she kneeled obediently on the ground, exclaiming, You're just too amazing, master. Her face was a mask of helpless admiration. This, by the way, is Venna, Jamie's loyal subordinate. Next to her, the little beast who just got wrecked was fuming, tears in its eyes. Just brilliant, it snarked. And I'm Viomos. Jamie looked down at them, completely baffled. Why in the world did you two just charge at me like that? Hearing his question, the pair quickly looked away, forcing awkward laughs as they stammered in unison. Venna quickly jumped to her feet, sizing him up. Whoa, master, haven't you gotten taller? As she approached, he smiled, taking in her appearance. Your hair color. It's gotten darker, hasn't it? Her thoughts drifted to her mother, the queen, in her crown and divine robes, her own hair a brilliant crimson. Venna smiled. It's because I'm starting to look more like my mother. She touched her braided hair, thinking to herself, it must be the queen's genes. The older I get, the redder my hair will become. Jamie stroked his chin, looking at her with a curious glint in his eye. But why are you here? Weren't you supposed to be with the queen? She answered him honestly. I thought I might run into you, master, if I stayed in Fran. Then, she threw her arms out wide with a triumphant grin. And look, I was right, she added, puffing out her chest. You told me to become stronger, master. She showed him her palms, covered in calluses from training and wielding an axe. Jamie Welton stared at her hands, her pride so evident he was left speechless. Seeing his lack of reaction, Venna quickly added more. That's why I've been training so hard this past year, she said, practically begging for praise. At that, Jamie Welton's expression softened. He looked down, thinking to himself, so I'm not the only one who's grown up. Then, a warm, genuine smile spread across his face. A gentle breeze seemed to carry his heartfelt words. You both worked hard, but that expression on his face made them both freeze in terror. Their faces went pale as they trembled before him. Venna stammered, Master, that's the first time I've ever seen you smile like that. Viomos huddled against her shoulder, chiming in. That's right, a lot of things are different now. Seeing their terrified faces, Jamie Welton felt a bit awkward. Geez, what's with those reactions? He yelled, exasperated. But then he couldn't help but chuckle, covering his mouth. He stepped closer and gently ruffled Venna's hair as she looked up at him. Viomos, meanwhile, clung to his leg, crying and rubbing against it. His voice drifted across the grassy field with the wind. After such a long time, I'm really happy to see you guys again. Inside a grand hall, a shrill scream echoed. You got into a fight with Sir Ho? The three of them were sitting at a dining table. Venna shot up from her seat, slamming her hands on the table. Is that true, Master? Viomos leaped onto its chair, screeching in disbelief. Master, are you serious right now? Jamie Welton just blinked at their over-the-top reactions. Why are you so shocked? You really think I'd lose to him? At his question, both of them immediately went silent and looked away. Their silence was a deafening yes. This just made him angrier. He scowled at them. What's with that look? Why are you two making faces like that? Seeing how upset he was, Viomos stood on the table and tried to explain. Master, I don't know how strong you are now, but it trailed off for a moment, then continued. Sir Ho, he's become so powerful he's practically a legend. Hearing that, Jamie had to admit it himself. Ho was definitely on the path to becoming a Grand Master. He pictured him, arrogantly spreading his mighty wings. Jamie Welton continued his thought. If given the chance, he would surely cross that thin line and ascend to the rank of Grand Master. He mused further. People that strong are rare, even in the human world. As he thought, a few faces came to mind. One with a fake, wicked smile, and another shrouded in darkness. They were Taraspan, a master swordsman, and Darius, the undefeated champion of the Dark Arena. Finally, there was one with a handsome, friendly smile. Kiran, the Sword of Zenith. Then, without a doubt, he made his own assessment. Even if they fought Ho right now, they would probably win. Jamie Welton closed his eyes, drowning in his own confidence. But, he screamed in his soul, I don't feel like I'm going to lose to him either. He opened his eyes and gave them a confident smile. Don't worry, I'll win. Then he added with a smirk, I'm going to teach that bird brain some manners. Then, as if remembering something, he asked another question. By the way, I'm curious about Isis's personality. I wonder what side she's on. As Viomos stroked its chin, pondering his question. A sudden knock came from the door, startling everyone inside. Rosemary pushed the door open and stepped in gently, speaking to Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton, Isis wishes to see you. He met her gaze. Rosemary then added, if you don't mind, I can lead you to her now. In a room thick with cobwebs, Isis sat at a table opposite Jamie Welton. She spoke, a bit embarrassed by the room's condition. This house is a little old. On the table between them sat a teapot and a single burning candle. He replied warmly, it's no problem at all. I'm grateful you invited me. He paused, then lifted his head to continue. but he trailed off. His eyes landed on Isis's heavily bandaged hand, making her freeze as she held her cup. What happened to your right hand? Did you fight an ancient dragon? He asked. Seeing he'd guessed correctly, she didn't hold back her praise. As expected. You're incredibly sharp. He gestured with a slight smile, explaining his reasoning. Only a truly ancient dragon could injure the arm of someone as powerful as you. Hearing this, she simply smiled and brought the cup to her lips. Isis stared into her cup, her face reflected in the rippling water. Jamie Welton pressed on, curious. So why did you fight it? She hesitated for a moment before answering. Why? She set the cup down with a sharp click, splashing the water inside. To put it simply, she paused, then stated her purpose clearly. To destroy the gods. She rested her chin on her hand, a small smile playing on her lips as she watched his reaction. Jamie Welton simply chuckled, crossing his arms. I'm not sure about the middle of that story. He paused for effect, but I definitely like the ending. Just then, a blue butterfly fluttered into the old room, but he still had one more question. But what do ancient dragons have to do with the gods? Faced with his curiosity, Isis smiled and began to explain. It's because of the ruins located in the Dragon Mountains. Her mind flashed back to a glowing, eye-like stone nestled deep within a crevice. Below it were countless strange rock formations, bathed in a brilliant light. Isis's voice echoed in his mind. They say those ruins contain the truth of the world, a truth hidden by the 12 gods. She continued, in order to defeat the 12 gods, I need that truth. That's why I was trying to retrieve the relic. She explained. Hearing this, he repeated her words, his interest piqued. The truth of the world, huh? Above them, the blue butterfly became trapped in a spider's web, its wings fluttering uselessly. Isis smiled knowingly. Just as I thought. You're interested in it too, aren't you? The spider slowly crept towards its unfortunate prey. Jamie Welton voiced his own thoughts. From what I know, the dragons now guard the entrance to those mountains, preventing other races from going any deeper. It was only then that he noticed the faint struggle above, and looked up at the spider and the butterfly. Isis leaned on the table, a slight smile on her face as she tilted her head. Jamie, have you ever heard the story of the sorcerer named Canon? Jamie Welton looked up at her and gave a slow nod. I've heard it from my Acha. He then recounted what he knew. Canon was a 9th-level sorcerer, the lover of the blue dragon Myacha, a man with a shock of white in his brown hair, who fell for a dragon with shimmering white locks. Jamie continued the tale how Canon was pursued by another dragon. He trailed off for a moment, then picked it back up. The pursuit led him to a place called the Land of Gammon. The man vanished through a great gate into a world of darkness and swirling dust. Back in the present, Jamie scratched his chin thoughtfully. I've searched everywhere, but I've never found any trace of a place called Gammon. Hearing this, Isis's smile grew. Of course you haven't. She then dropped a bombshell. The entire region, including the Dragon Mountains. Asterisk, that times is the land of Gammon. At this revelation, Jamie froze, his face a mask of pure confusion. Then, it clicked, and he screamed internally. No way! I scoured the world looking for Gammon, and it was right there all along? His mind raced as he connected the dots, looking up to ask another question. Does that mean the god Brahman ordered the dragons to guard that place? Isis answered without hesitation. That's right. The reason I fought that ancient dragon was because I wanted its help, she explained further, her voice low. The dragon god, Brahman, is the absolute ruler of all dragons. 5 ancient dragons hold the balance of their kind, their very lives tied to his will. Hearing this, Jamie offered his own insight. If it's an ancient dragon, I doubt it would have accepted your request. Isis raised her bandaged hand and scratched her cheek, nodding in agreement. You're right. I was rejected at first. Jamie's eyes narrowed as he repeated her words. Rejected? A question sparked in his mind. An outsider tried to enter the Dragon Mountains, and the ancient dragon didn't kill her on the spot, but merely refused? The thought was almost unbelievable. Then, as if a light went on in his head, he asked Isis a critical question. The ancient dragon you met, was it a blue dragon? Her eyes widened in shock as she looked up at him. How? How did you know? Seeing her surprise, he answered calmly. It's pretty obvious if you just analyze the facts. Jamie then laid out his entire deduction. The dragon god declared Canon an enemy of the dragon race. He paused, picturing the man and the dragonic labyrinth in his mind. He continued, and Myasha, a blue dragon, betrayed her clan to help him. He elaborated on the likely outcome. The blue dragon clan values family bonds above all else. They must have clashed with the other clans trying to protect Myacha. He imagined the dragon god's decree, threatening the blue dragon before the other clans, and corrected himself. No, it's more accurate to say, the blue dragon clan was completely ostracized by the others, and all because the dragon god ordered it. He finally delivered his conclusion. That's why you approached the Blue Dragon clan, a clan that had already been cast out. Isis's expression darkened, understanding dawning on her face. As the candle flickered, she listened in silence. Jamie pressed on, seeking confirmation for his theory. It creates the perfect opportunity, doesn't it? A partnership between you and the Blue Dragons. Faced with his flawless logic, she could only confirm it. You're right. Our purpose. Isis's voice softened as she drifted into a memory. Frantia's one true objective is the destruction of the dragon god, Brahman. A vision of a one-horned dragon appeared, hair covering half its face, glaring down in fury. Below, a chaotic battle, or perhaps a negotiation raged between humans and soaring blue dragons. She added, so I hoped the blue dragons would accept our proposal. In the past, Isis had entered their cavern alone. I went to meet the ancient dragon of the Blue Dragon clan. A man met her in the dark cave, and as she explained to Jamie, it was to make that very proposal. Back in the present, Isis clutched her bandaged wrist, a sad look in her eyes as she revealed the result. But not only was I rejected, I nearly lost my life. Confused, Jamie asked her, then why didn't you just give up? Isis's eyes darkened as she murmured. That, she trailed off, lost in another memory. An angry voice echoed from her past. Why are you going this far? What is it that you can't let go of? The bewildered blue dragon stared her down and demanded an answer. Leaning on her sword, Isis struggled to her feet, her arm bleeding, and roared back her reply. Because I want to, her voice softened. Our world. She paused. Returning to the present, her eyes burned with unwavering resolve as she spoke the words from her past with absolute clarity. I want to take back our world. Hearing her reason, Jamie was stunned into silence, staring at her in utter astonishment. A moment later, his heart began to pound in his chest, as if he'd found a missing piece of himself. His mind reeled. This feeling. Jamie paused for a split second. Memories of a past life flooded his mind, familiar voices calling out to him. Diablo, 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 Diablo. He saw himself standing before them all, bathed in a brilliant light. Back in the present, a knowing smile touched Jamie's lips. He understood her will, because it was the same as his own. Instantly, an immense torrent of magical power erupted from his body. A voice from his past life echoed from his throat. Isis has carried out our will. Staring at the familiar magical energy, her jaw dropped. Before she could even process it, he continued, the thirst for freedom and the will to defy the 12 gods. The raw power radiating from him forced Isis to her feet, her mind reeling. She stammered, Jamie, what is that power? Her thoughts screamed in panic. This isn't normal mana. This is the dark mana of the slaughter god. In the next moment, Jamie Welton rose, unleashing his full power without restraint. His body shifted, taking on the form of his previous life as dark magic coiled around him. His deep, ancient eyes met hers as he made a solemn declaration. I am Diablo VP, the eternal enemy of the 12 gods. I have traveled 66,666 years through time to descend upon this earth. At this revelation, this overwhelming presence, Isis trembled, unable to react. Her mind screamed with a single, earth-shattering thought. 66,666 years. That's the year of the apocalypse. The year the Savior was meant to be born. A moment later, the dark magic faded, and his old form dissolved, leaving Jamie Welton standing before her once more. But Isis, still staring, couldn't calm the storm in her heart. Diablo V.P. Could he be the savior I've been searching for all this time? After regaining a fraction of her composure, she asked hesitantly, Are you truly the final sentinel? Faced with her doubt, Jamie just smiled. You could call me that. The sheer weight of the truth was too much, too sudden. Isis clutched her head, her body trembling as she stammered. When I saw that dark mana, I understood. But I still can't believe it. Just then, he reached out and touched his finger to her forehead, causing her to freeze and stare at him, wide-eyed. A purple light flared where they touched. Instantly, a circle of dark magic formed at the point of contact, shocking Isis to her core. He then spoke, his voice firm. Then all that matters is that you believe me now. A wave of purple energy flowed directly into her mind, and she repeated his name. Diablo V.P. You're right. He smiled, sending one last thought to her. A message from both his past and present self. This is our little secret, okay? He then turned to leave, but Isis suddenly called out to him. Jamie, she said, then asked, Can you come with me? Jamie Welton raised his hand, but didn't answer right away. In his palm, a small spell began to form. Across the room, the butterfly he had saved earlier began to glow, breaking free from its web inside a sphere of light and flying toward him. In the quiet room, Isis watched Jamie, while he watched the blue butterfly flutter closer. Then, Isis's voice broke the silence. There's someone I want you to meet. Somewhere in the cosmos, an old man with snow-white hair chuckled to himself. Heh. In the last 100 years, he mused, so many souls have been reborn. A spark of hope ignited in his eyes as he leaned forward, asking eagerly, so, when will Times He Times finally have his turn? Before a mysterious gateway, Jamie began to speak. This place is... He trailed off for a second, then finished. Come on. Beside him, Isis smiled. That's right, an ancient god resides here. Her gaze pierced through the gate into the depths beyond. Confused, he looked at her and asked, What, you mean times the times Abra's canon? His mind raced. If this really is times that times canon, he recalled something from the past. This is the place the sorcerer Canon wrote about in his journal. He pieced it together. Canon discovered the name Gammon and mentioned it was his last hope. Snapping out of his thoughts, Jamie turned to Isis. I never would have guessed an ancient god was hiding in Gammon, he admitted. She met his gaze, explaining seriously, He's ancient, but he is nameless. From what he's said, she continued, both his name and his memories were stolen from him. She stroked her chin, her expression turning pensive and confused. But how could you predict everything about your reincarnation? She wondered aloud. You asked about him with such certainty, but you'd never met. Before she could ponder it further, Jamie strode through the gateway. We'll get our answers in there, he called back. As he vanished into the portal, Isis jumped. Hey, Jamie, wait for me, she yelled, rushing after him. I'm supposed to be the guide here! Within a strange dimension, an ancient being's eyes snapped open. Asterisk. This energy. Asterisk, he thought. Suspended from a massive stone pillar, he was surrounded by jagged rocks, his own limbs broken and bound. Far below, Isis waved her arms wildly. Hey, down here, she shouted up at him. There's someone I want you to meet. Both of them stood on jagged pillars jutting from the ground, staring up. Jamie couldn't hide his surprise. That's the ancient god? Why is he strung up like that? Isis turned to Jamie, putting a hand on her hip. I heard he's being punished, she said, but no one knows what for. Jamie studied the figure above. Asterisk. He's so weak now. It's almost an insult to the title of God. Asterisk. Still, he couldn't help but be amazed. Asterisk. To think an ancient god still survives to this day. Asterisk. The ancient being slowly lowered his gaze to the two mortals below. All right, Isis announced cheerfully. Time for introductions. The pinned god remained silent. Undeterred, Isis gestured dramatically towards Jamie. This is our new friend, Jamie Welton. Hearing his name, Jamie looked up and called out a greeting. It's an honor to meet you. But a booming voice suddenly cut him off. What in the world times you? The ancient god demanded. He stared at Jamie, his face a mask of confusion. You were supposed to be sealed within the primordial darkness. The god's crimson eyes bored into him. How can you possibly be standing here right now? His voice echoed, filled with disbelief and suspicion. No one can escape that prison. How did you do it? Jamie froze, staring up at the being above him, a single, terrifying question screaming through his mind. Diablo Volpia. Trapped in the primordial darkness? The thought sent a jolt through him. Asterisk. No! That's impossible! Asterisk, he roared internally. Asterisk. My memories of my past life are perfect. But, wait a minute, asterisk. Jamie dove deep into his own mind, searching his past life. He had to admit, there were still some fragmented remnants he couldn't quite grasp. He envisioned two souls, his past and his present, staring each other down. It didn't make sense. If those memories were truly his, they shouldn't be so... separate. Back in reality, his face was pale, his eyes wide with shock. He quickly composed himself, looking up at the god. What is it that you see in me? He demanded. Isis just watched, completely lost. The suspended god stared back calmly. The soul within you, he stated, is not entirely your own. He paused, letting the words sink in. A piece of another resides within it. Jamie's mind reeled from the revelation. Asterisk. So, my reincarnation wasn't perfect. Asterisk. Another thought quickly followed. Asterisk. However, my memories have no gaps. No one could have copied them. Asterisk. He clung to one undeniable truth about his past life. Asterisk. I was the greatest archmage of all time. Asterisk. Asterisk. I am absolutely certain of that. Asterisk. His confusion solidified into resolve. Jamie looked up, his expression like steel. It doesn't matter who else is inside me. Diablo Volpia times is times my past life. He then declared his purpose with absolute conviction. And I exist in this world for one reason. To destroy the 12 gods. At those words, the ancient god's eyes narrowed in understanding. I see, the god rumbled. It was Gaia. She must have summoned you because of that intense will. Jamie was thrown for a loop. Gaia? He asked, confused. Seeing his confusion, the bound god explained. Gaia is the god of creation. She currently lies in a deep slumber. An image appeared, a woman, sleeping peacefully while holding a glowing sphere. She is the one true god, he confirmed, the one who created this very world. Jamie's eyes widened in utter disbelief. His mind was screaming. Asterisk. There's another ancient god? Asterisk. The shock echoed through his thoughts. Asterisk. But how? I searched everywhere in my past life and never found a single trace of them. Asterisk. An image flashed in his mind, this goddess of creation, embracing his former body and soul. He voiced his dawning realization. Are you saying Gaia is the reason I was reincarnated? The god didn't confirm it outright. I cannot be certain, he admitted. But if it was her, then yes, your reincarnation would be entirely possible. He then changed the subject. What is your name? Jamie met his gaze. In this life, I am Jamie Welton. Isis stood by, silent and wide-eyed, just trying to process everything she was hearing. A slow, rumbling laugh escaped the ancient god's lips. A powerful aura began to radiate from him. I can feel your will, boy, he boomed. Know my name. I am Osiris. He then roared out his ultimate conclusion. You are the world's savior. As he yelled, a massive, uncontrollable wave of power exploded from his body. Down below, Isis shielded her eyes, yelling up in alarm. Whoa, hey, what's happening? Jamie just watched as golden energy erupted around Osiris. Asterisk. Did he just recover some of his ancient memories? Asterisk, he wondered. He quickly assessed the situation. Asterisk. Looks like he used up all his energy and passed out. Asterisk. Asterisk. He'll probably wake up in a bit. Asterisk. Jamie's mind was already processing the new information. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he crossed his arms. Osiris, an ancient god, and Gaia, the god of creation. He let out a low whistle. Heh, this trip was definitely worth it. And on top of it all, he'd uncovered another huge secret about his own reincarnation. As they stepped back through the portal into the real world, Isis rubbed her temples. I have no idea what you two were even talking about, she groaned. Sorry, my head is spinning right now. Can we please just talk about this later? Jamie Welton watched her go, then turned to confirm. She gave him a weak smile as she began to teleport, saying, Thanks for understanding. In the next instant, she vanished. Alone in the forest, Jamie closed his eyes, deciding he needed to go back and rethink everything. But suddenly, a voice cut through the silence, shattering his thoughts. I've been waiting for you. Ho caressed the bow in his hand, his eyes closed as he spoke softly. Then, they snapped open as he aimed his crossbow and declared, I've changed my mind. There's no need to wait any longer. Standing before Jamie Welton, he posed a taunting question. You're not going to be a coward and run from me, are you? Seeing this, Jamie just spread his arms, shrugged, and replied with a smirk. Well, aren't you a character? Bird brain. Hearing this, Ho's eyes narrowed with malice. I'll admit, you're stronger than other humans, but a human is still just a human. At these words, Jamie Welton's own eyes narrowed, his brow furrowed as he asked with a calm smile, Would you believe that the human before you once came close to destroying all 12 gods? Hearing this, the warrior remained unfazed, grabbing the spear on his back. He drew it with a powerful flourish and declared, I won't believe it unless I see it with my own eyes. In the next moment, Ho hurled the spear, pouring his own power into the throw and roaring, So prove it to me now. As the spear screamed towards him, Jamie Welton stood his ground, watching it come. Then he blurred into motion, dodging the spear at the last second. It slammed into the earth, carving out a massive burning crater. Seeing him evade the blow, Ho shot forward in pursuit. He aimed his crossbow at the fleeing figure and shouted, running away. But before he could even react, Jamie was suddenly in front of him, using instant transmission. He smirked and shot back. Can I? Then, he raised his hand, channeling a massive surge of energy towards Ho as he announced, I'll show you right now. Faced with this attack, the warrior had no time to react, his eyes widening in shock. Jamie Welton quickly roared the name of his technique. Holy light! A wave of power erupted, illuminating the entire sky before unleashing a massive explosion. He screamed a declaration at Ho, This is the power of the one who stood against the gods. But from within the inferno, Ho emerged completely unharmed, charging forward and yelling back, Impressive! But he cut himself off, arrogantly firing a storm of feathers that completely disintegrated Jamie's attack. He spread his arms and wings wide, shouting with contempt, You think you can beat me with just this? The feathers rained down, creating a dense pattern of smaller explosions. Jamie lightly touched down on a rock outcropping. He stood on the cliff's edge, holding his ethereal sword, Avalon, as he looked down at the smoking craters below, thinking to himself, that was a close one. His mind instantly calculated the worst-case scenario. If those hardened feathers had hit me, I would have been seriously wounded. Suddenly, Ho appeared, aiming his crossbow and yelling, "Dodging is useless!" He fired a devastating shot, and the entire cliffside Jamie was standing on exploded into countless fragments. Fire and smoke billowed out with shattered rock. From inside the inferno, Jamie yelled the name of another technique, Heretic Avalon, and burst out of the explosion. Outside, Ho was waiting with his wings spread wide. A moment later, Jamie stepped out of a dimensional rift, holding Avalon. Seeing him, Ho roared out. "Was that last trick the best you've got?" he sneered, gripping his spear tightly. But Jamie Welton refused to be rattled, replying softly, "Not a chance." Ho stared at him, a mocking smirk spreading across his face. "Oh my. If that truly is your limit, then you can never hope to defeat me." Hearing those words, Jamie couldn't help but sigh internally. "I can't believe he countered my holy light so easily." He concluded, "He's even stronger than I thought." Then, Avalon slowly faded away. Jamie Welton's gaze sharpened with deadly seriousness as he thought, "It's been a while since I've had to show off my true skills." He spread his arms in midair, and a massive magic circle appeared below him as he challenged Ho. "Watch closely." He paused, then declared, "I will show you that the limits of humanity are limitless." In the next instant, countless magic circles, both large and small, began to form in the air. "This is the magical authority of Diablo Volpia." He then explained that this was the very power that earned him the title of the greatest combat mage of all time. A colossal magic circle materialized behind him, with Jamie Welton at its very center. He roared the name of the technique, three-dimensional magic circle combination. Faced with such terrifying power, Ho couldn't hide his shock. His eyes widened as he stammered, What is this?" Blood trickled from Jamie's eyes, but he kept smiling as he assessed his own condition. "I guess I can't fully control this magic in this life yet. The strain is intense." Then Jamie Welton spoke softly, his voice full of deadly intent. "I will shatter that arrogance of yours." Without hesitation, he roared the name of the spell, Infinite Ultimate Magic. The magic circles fired a single, world-ending beam of destructive power straight at Ho. Jamie yelled one final word for the finishing blow. End. The attack was too fast. Ho's eyes bulged, unable to react. He stammered, "I am," before his mind was lost to the past, to a memory of who he was, the undefeated hawk. He remembered the bodies of his fallen comrades and the vow he made. "I will prove my strength by surviving," he screamed with newfound determination. "I'll show you that I am not weak." With that thought, Ho stood his ground, ready to face the blast head-on as he roared in his mind. The humiliation of that day. "I will repay that dragon in full." A dragon held him in its grasp, its voice dripping with mockery. "You are just a bird." The dragon's words echoed in his memory. "And you will always be slaves to us dragons." Back in reality, Ho made his choice. Gripping his spear, he refused to run, instead flying straight into the attack with a thunderous roar. "I am a warrior of the Hawk tribe, mightier than any other." Then he loaded the spear onto his crossbow, shouting the name of his technique, Hunter's Critical Hit. With a flash of fierce determination in his eyes, he aimed the powerful weapon at Jamie's spell. Driven by sheer force of will, he released the string, firing the spear and screaming his conviction. "I will never lose to a human." The two ultimate attacks collided. Standing by a window, Venna clutched a miniature Vios, her eyes wide with awe. What in the world was that noise? Below her, Vios was just as stunned, his jaw hanging open as he exclaimed, "That roar was insane." Before them, a massive shockwave and a blinding light enveloped everything. The two stood frozen. Isis and Jin looked up at the sky, stunned. He yelled in disbelief. "Oh no!" she grimaced, muttering about the chaos. "Hawks, that delinquent," he finally. She trailed off, then started running towards the battle, deciding she had to stop them. Seeing her about to leave, Jin calmly put a hand on her arm. "Wait, Isis." He then shared what he knew. "I've heard that these two are fated to fight each other." He added, "It might be better to let them see this through." Hearing this, Isis closed her eyes and sighed, suggesting another path. I'll do my best to minimize the impact of this battle on the people's homes." He calmly agreed with her decision. Okay. In another part of the castle, Iron View looked up, sitting with his arms crossed as he watched the show, remarking to himself, So Ho is using that thing?" He added, "The ultimate weapon I created just for him." He spoke of his creation with immense pride, the determined hunter, an item made by combining a crossbow and a spear. Even a complete nobody could level a mountain with it. A crossbow that used a spear as its arrow, now fused to Ho's arm. He observed their battle from afar, thinking, "That magic. It looks very special." Before him, the magical explosion created by Jamie Welton collided with Ho's arrow. Iron View offered a new assessment of the Birdman, but his opponent was Ho, one of the strongest warriors of the Fran. The shockwaves from their battle raged on without end. He couldn't help but speak, his voice filled with regret. It's truly a stroke of bad luck that these two have to face each other. He watched them exchange a relentless volley of arrows and clash with overwhelming energy, speaking his thoughts aloud. But this battle will have its conclusion soon. At the heart of the clash, the spear-like bolt slammed relentlessly into the protective barrier Jamie Welton had created. Standing inside, Jamie struggled to hold it, the immense pressure forcing a pained cry from between his gritted teeth. Ugh! In the next instant, the barrier shattered into a million pieces. With a flick of his wrist, he deflected the bolt and spun around to counterattack. Seeing this, Ho retrieved his own bolt, a look of admiration on his face. Interesting. He vanished in a flash, reappearing behind Jamie, who was caught completely off guard. Jamie's hand crackled with lightning as he yelled out, "Ah!" He swung his arm down, shouting the name of a complex, multi-elemental magic technique. A storm of magical lightning erupted from his hand, surging toward Ho from behind. Ho sensed it instantly, glancing over his shoulder. He spun around, weapon in hand, and yelled back with absolute confidence, "That's useless." The lightning bolts swirled around him as Ho shot straight up to the top of the vortex. Watching him, Jamie realized his own precarious position. Damn it, if I stay here, I'll be trapped too. His face tightened as he watched the lightning converge. The moment Jamie Welton's lightning dissipated, Ho dove towards him, spear in hand. "It's over now." He hurled the spear, his voice booming with a final warning. "Surrender now and you might still have a chance." Magic circles materialized all around Ho. As the spear hurtled toward him, Jamie's eyes went wide. A single thought screamed through his mind. "It's too late. I can't dodge this." Suddenly, time itself seemed to stutter. Jamie stared at the approaching spear, a stunned question echoing in his thoughts. Huh? The spear. Why did it stop? Everything around him had frozen. Jamie came to a new conclusion. No, time is just flowing slower. Their battle was suspended in midair. It's like I can see everything. At this rate, there's no way I can lose, he realized. Suddenly, a winged eye materialized from a tear in space, letting out a cry. A name clicked in his mind. It's you. In the next instant, a pair of massive, powerful black wings erupted from his back. Then, the black wings transformed, becoming pairs of pure white, angelic pinions. A voice screamed in Jamie Welton's thoughts. All right, I finally have the power. Let's go. The flow of time resumed. The spear continued its deadly flight towards him as his body began to glow with an ethereal light. On the other side, Ho yelled with certainty, "This is my victory!" But Jamie Welton was completely calm now, whispering with conviction, "You are truly strong, Ho." He then closed his eyes, raising a hand to his mouth. The moment the spear touched him, it started to dissolve into nothingness. Witnessing this, Ho couldn't hide his shock, his eyes wide as a thought screamed in his mind. The spear. It vanished. His eyes then fell upon Jamie's new form, and he stammered, "You!" In his eyes, Jamie now had 3 pairs of wings. Jamie himself seemed just as confused, shouting in disbelief. "Who in the world are you?" 3 pairs of wings and a divine halo now glowed brilliantly behind him as he faced his opponent. He then raised a hand in gratitude toward Ho. "Thanks to you, my old friend has finally awakened." In the next moment, a massive point of light and a magic circle expanded above his head as a voice urged him onward. "Break free from the curse of captivity, peerless hunter." Across from him, Ho just stared, completely stunned, unsure how to even react. Then, Jamie brought his hand down, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of energy. Seconds later, both men landed on the ground. Ho utterly defeated by Jamie Welton's final strike. But Jamie used his power to gently levitate Ho's body just above the ground. He then lowered him down, kneeling on one knee as a thought crossed his mind. If I just leave him here, someone else will come and take him away. Ho was already unconscious. Suddenly, a voice echoed from nowhere. "Did you really defeat Ho?" Behind him, Ias had teleported in. She smiled and added, "I honestly thought you were going to lose." She then looked at him, puzzled. "Did you awaken a new power?" Noticing her arrival, Jamie Welton glanced back and replied with a humble smile, "I was just lucky." He looked back at the defeated Ho and spoke from the heart. "He is incredibly strong." Ias stood there, unable to disagree. "Yeah, that's definitely true." Then, Jamie Welton stood up and turned to leave, not forgetting to add, "Please take care of things here. I need to go clear my head for a bit." Ias, who was now kneeling beside Ho, looked up at him and nodded. "Of course. I'll take Ho back and treat him." Later, in a sick room in the castle, Ho shot upright, his eyes wide with shock and alarm. His body was covered in bandages, and a jolt of pain made him freeze up and gasp. "Herc!" A voice nearby spoke with a hint of disbelief. "So, you're alive?" Ho sat up in bed, looking around the room. So, this is where I am. I lost. Eos, sitting beside the bed, confirmed it. Yep, how does it feel to lose to a mere mortal? She looked at Ho, waiting for his answer. Hearing this, he looked down and replied, It's not as shameful as I thought it would be. His mind then drifted back to a memory. This is so different from that day. Ho recalled the scene of a dragon burning his bird tribe to the ground amidst helpless screams. Attack! He had charged into battle, filled with rage, yelling, You bastard! Stop right now! But one of the dragon's claws swiped toward him. With a sickening crunch, his spear was snapped in two as blood sprayed everywhere. The dragon held Ho in its grasp as he cried out in agony. The beast then roared in his face, its sharp teeth on full display as it declared, A weak creature like you has no right to be arrogant. It then added, This is the right of the strong. Suddenly, a figure shot forward, a single sword strike slashing the dragon, creating a massive gash that rained down blood. A girl wielding a sword had charged in with incredible bravery. After that slash to its claw, the dragon released Ho, letting him fall. Once he got his bearings, Ho looked up and saw Eos. She smiled, holding out a hand to him. Hey, are you all right? Back in the present, he finally understood. Ever since then, I've always followed Eos's guidance. He added, Even after I reached the peak of my power. Snapping out of his thoughts, Ho sighed in disappointment with himself. In the end, I was still defeated by a mortal. Sitting cross-legged on the bed next to him, Eos looked up and stated seriously, What you said about the human race being weak, you're not wrong, she continued, offering her own perspective. But among them, there are those who possess power on par with monsters. Then she dropped the real bomb. You are still bound by a curse, even to this day. At these words, Ho's eyes shot open in pure shock, but she continued relentlessly, urging him on. Now, it's time for you to free yourself from the controlling curse that was placed on you by the Black Sect. In another room, a knock echoed on the door. It was Venna, shouting in a flustered panic. Master, we were worried sick about you. Even Vi almost jumped in, yelling with concern. Master, are you okay? Seeing them act like this, Jamie Welton bit his lip, annoyed, but held back from snapping at them. All this noise, he muttered. I feel more tired now than I did after the fight. His thoughts then drifted back to the winged eye from the battle, and he wondered aloud, Ma B, shouldn't you have awakened much sooner than this? He realized that after guiding him to the divine light, the path itself had vanished. Jamie Welton gazed at the new power sigil burned onto his hand, making a quick assessment. This power. It feels similar to the 14 spells created by J.C.K. Moon, doesn't it? Then, Jamie Welton clenched his fist, closing his eyes to absorb this new reality. No, this is different from the 13 magics. This power, it doesn't require faith to exist. A theory sparked in his mind. Could this be the holy power that Jaruman was searching for? He recalled his legendary past, a faint smirk on his face. Drake was born in the Shadow World, ruled by the Dark Spirit King. And I believe that Shadow World is completely separate from the primordial darkness. In that moment, an image flashed through Jamie Welton's mind. He saw Break, transformed by white wings, evolving even further. He pieced it together in his thoughts. When the divine energy there reached its absolute peak, it became light. And now, it is transformed into a magic almost identical to holy power. Then, Jamie Welton looked up, his theory solidifying. The primordial darkness must be the true source of Break's power. He questioned himself. Could it be the very antithesis to the power of the 12 gods? He remembered his past life, beaten and bleeding on the ground, questioning everything. Why did they imprison me in the primordial darkness in the first place? Was it all just a guess on their part? Perhaps from their perspective, Jamie Welton trailed off. He walked slowly toward the window, voicing his inner thoughts. The primordial darkness is the most dangerous place, but it's also where everything began. He then mumbled the outcome of his past life to himself. No matter what, I still failed in the end. Then, Jamie Welton lifted his head, his eyes burning with defiance. He stared outside, making a vow. This time, I will defeat every last one of you. That same night, on the southern continent of Brionne, stood the most secure prison, a solitary tower dozens of stories high. Inside one of the cells, the aftermath of a brutal attack was clear. The steel bars of the gate were mangled and stained with blood, echoing with unhinged laughter. Ha 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 ha! Amidst the carnage of blood and bodies, a shackled foot stepped forward with a metallic clank. A man's voice rose from the heap of mangled flesh that littered the floor. I've waited so long for this day. A white-haired man laughed maniacally, licking his lips before bolting away. He muttered under his breath, Just you wait, Jamie Welton. In a place of pure luxury, a man lounged lazily on a chair by a pool, soaking up the sun. Nothing interesting ever happens. Jennis, a god of war and peace, looked utterly bored, chewing on a dry blade of grass. The world has been repeating itself for tens of thousands of years. Everything has become so dull. Just then, Jennis opened his mouth to ask, "Hey, how's the Piro church doing?" Hearing his question, a spirit quickly answered. The church's saintess appeared 1 year ago. Jennis continued his questions. "And what is the sea sword up to?" She replied calmly, "He just left the desert on the southern continent." Hearing this, Jennis stretched with an exhausted groan. How pathetic. He raised a hand to block the sun from his eyes, his voice now laced with a hint of interest. "Should we, perhaps, start a war? I need to boost the morale of my disciples." Hearing this, the spirit quickly replied, "The believers will repay you with even stronger faith, Lord Jennis." A sliver of sunlight peeked through his fingers as he continued, "That's right. If we do that, the sun god will get a little angry too. When we finally face off, won't that be more exciting?" At that moment, a chess piece on the board suddenly toppled over. The voice continued, unwavering. "First, let's crush the goddess Piro. A holy war. Send down the oracle for a holy war." Everyone now held a sharp weapon in their hands. Green clutched a sword, a twisted smile spreading across his face. Both of his hands were bound in iron cuffs. He let out a dry laugh. Ha! Soldiers had completely surrounded him. Their leader stepped forward and spoke. "There's no escape for you now, Green. Even though you're weakened, you still managed to get this far." As the man spoke, Green suddenly burst into laughter, his face a mask of pure arrogance. Then, with an explosive roar, the muscles in his arms bulged. The chains binding him shattered. Laughing wildly, he spoke with a thrilled tone. "Well, well, I'm surrounded. As expected of the Knights of the Sun God's Church, said to be the strongest among the 12 gods." Just as Green finished speaking, the captain of the Knights shouted an order. "Your opponent is Jennis's sword. The Knights of the Catacombs have already fallen to him, so don't you dare let your guard down." The moment he finished, the Knights raised their swords with a ferocious roar. "By your command." Just then, a clear and gentle voice rang out. "But my friends, where are you all looking?" The words had barely left his lips before Green's blade sliced across the Knights' throats. Before they could even process what was happening, they were dead. A single, elegant slash sealed each of their fates. Their heads all hit the ground at once. The scene was a horrifying spectacle of gore as blood erupted from their necks like a fountain. Green stood in the middle of the severed heads, striking a relaxed pose. He stretched his body and said with a refreshed voice, "Ah, that's so warm and comfortable. Thanks to you guys, I'm finally warming up." He paused mid-sentence, his eyes darting to the side. An image from the past year flashed in his mind. Jamie Welton, levitating with the necklace around his neck. Green remembered those miserable days. If only I hadn't been thrown to the southern continent. Back then, Green had been cast into a desolate desert, without a single familiar face around. Green had been locked in a prison, his hands bound like a common criminal. I would have already started the holy war, just as Father commanded. Standing among the bodies he'd just slaughtered, Sen yelled toward the deep forest. "Jamie, I will kill you and tear you to pieces." Meanwhile, in another more solemn place, a voice spoke. So, he managed to escape. This was the inner library of the Sun God's Church. Just then, a bald man entered and reported, "Yes, besides the bodies of the knights, there were no other traces left." Hearing the report, Braz let out a heavy sigh. "I understand. You may leave." Sitting in his chair, Brazier took a drag from his cigarette, lost in thought. He defeated the Knights of the Sun God's Church. You've gotten stronger, Green. I can't believe he broke through the prison wall. This was Brazier, the archpriest and commander of the Holy Army for the Church of the Sun God. Loose sniff. Brazier's gaze sharpened as he considered something. 2 days ago, the Sun God had delivered an oracle through a dream. Release the sword of Jennis. Crushing the cigarette in an ashtray, Brazier thought to himself, I followed the oracle without question. There must be a reason why the god gave such a command. Brazier sat there, sinking deeper into his thoughts. After we reach the Jennis Church headquarters, we will declare war on the northern continent, which we abandoned in the past. Beside Brazier was Diablo Via, the God-Slayer, one of the 3 great holy relics belonging to Diablo Volpia. Glancing at the divine weapon, Brazier spoke. If we want to reset the world, this isn't a bad way to start. The next day, a voice broke the silence. Huh? What is this? Jamie stood before the massive stone, completely stunned. He asked aloud, Ironview's workshop? Then Jamie recalled the past. Last night, he'd spoken with Isis on the way to Gamun. Back then, Jamie had asked, are there traces of Diablo Volpia in Fran too? Isis had replied cheerfully, of course. We've found 5 traces, and our blacksmiths are currently studying one of them. Jamie remembered entering a room. So, that's why I came to Ironview's place, to check out that trace. As soon as he stepped inside, Jamie noticed the room was filled with incredible weapons. He thought to himself, so this is the specialized workshop of Frainer's blacksmiths. Just then, he saw a massive hammer slam down on a table, sending sparks flying. Noticing his presence, Ironview spoke up. "You must be the guest," Isis mentioned. "Come on in." The man was the leader of Frontier, Ironview, of the dwarf clan. As Jamie approached, Iron sat down and asked, "Are you here to see the weapons? Feel free to pick them up and take a look." Everywhere Jamie looked, he showed his fascination with the weapons. At that moment, Jamie picked up a gray sword. The moment he held it, he thought, "This sword is incredible. It looks like he worked hard to reduce the weight." As soon as he picked it up, Iron noticed his interest in the blade. "What do you think? Is it any good?" Jamie replied with a grin. "It's better than good." The old dwarf smiled happily and said, "Thanks. I heard you're a swordsman, but it seems you don't even have a blade of your own." Hearing Iron's jab, Jamie explained, "Some bastard shattered my last one, and a red dragon made sure to incinerate the rest." The old dwarf thought to himself, "Some bastard?" After that, Jamie got straight to the point. "So, I need you to forge me a new sword." A brilliant smile lit up his face. Seeing this, Iron shot back. "Is that how you ask someone for a favor?" Unfazed, Jamie gestured to his materials and said, "Don't worry, I brought some incredible stuff." Iron sat there, unimpressed. "Kid, I've worked with just about every material in this world." Hearing that, Jamie slowly posed a question. "Have you ever tried forging a dragon's heart?" Hearing his question, Iron's face went pale with shock. "A dragon's heart? You actually have one?" As if on cue, Jamie presented the legendary item. "Yeah, and I'm giving you the honor of forging it. Now, create a sword worthy of me." Seeing it, Iron was still in disbelief and shouted, That's really a dragon's heart." But then, his expression turned serious. "But is this really okay? Forging a sword from its heart will make the entire dragon race your enemy." After that, Iron placed a hand on his white beard and continued, "You may have defeated a powerful foe, but facing an ancient dragon is a whole different league. Ancient dragons are basically demigods. An apostle of a god is a subordinate created to directly convey the god's will to the world." At this moment, a thought flashed. But the dragon god Brahan had no apostles, because instead of creating apostles, he poured all his power into creating the dragon race itself. As that thought continued, he realized the dragon race could only maintain a certain number of individuals. Thanks to this, each generation of dragons grew stronger, and the ancient dragons became unbelievably powerful. If they all started chasing me down, it would be a nightmare to deal with. Jamie had thought about this problem for a long time, but decided that once he reached level 9, it would no longer be an issue. In response to Iron's warning, Jamie just grinned, "It's fine." Seeing this, the dwarf burst out laughing. "You've got guts, kid." "All right then, as long as I get to forge a dragon's heart, nothing else matters." With that, Iron agreed to craft the sword for him, and even asked, "So what kind of sword do you want?" "I can make just about anything, so just tell me." Jamie spoke slowly. "The sword that I want is..." He recalled a time long ago. Scott was a precious sword inherited from his father, but it was too dense and couldn't be used properly. It couldn't handle his ultimate sword technique. The legacy left by his father, the extreme sword creation. Jamie spoke with conviction, a sword strong enough to cleave through space itself. Hearing this, Iron repeated, "Cleave through space? You mean a blade that can contain an immense amount of mana?" Jamie said, satisfied. "Exactly. Only then will it not shatter." Hearing Jamie's concern, Iron spoke. "Don't you worry. A dragon's heart conducts mana better than any material known to man. Besides," Iron continued, "I may look like this, but I'm known as one of the 5 hands." The 5 hands. A title held only by the 5 greatest dwarven blacksmiths. All weapons crafted by the 5 hands are considered masterpieces. Seeing Iron's declaration, Jamie was a bit surprised, thinking, "Asterisk, I can't believe he's one of the 5 hands." Asterisk. The blacksmith then let out a hearty laugh and said, "Just leave everything to me." Jamie then said, "In that case, I'm in your hands." He then transferred the dragon's heart to Iron. The blacksmith continued, "I'll forge you a magnificent sword." Suddenly, a sound echoed in this space. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind. Asterisk. I can feel its power. My own power is reacting. Is this the relic of Diablo Volpia that Isis mentioned? Asterisk. Just then, a voice rang out. "What is this thing?" "Our leader gave it to me for research, but even with my abilities, I can't figure out a single thing." Jamie spoke up. "I want to take a look at it." Iron also said, "If you can figure out what it is, I'd be very grateful." Jamie then reached out his hand to feel it. Asterisk. Is this the feeling? Asterisk. He was somewhat surprised. Suddenly, at that moment, a surge of power erupted, and he was stunned by the sight before him. The detailed image of the object appeared, along with Jamie's shocked expression, The object had now enveloped his body, making him feel a little excited. A full suit of armor. Seeing this scene, Iron said with excitement, "Amazing! That's reinforcement armor." He said this while walking around to observe it. Jamie was also quite happy, saying, "It feels like countless tiny threads connecting to my muscles, bones, blood vessels, and even the flow of my mana." Jamie then looked down at his armored hand and thought, asterisk, "and my entire body feels like it's been strengthened." Asterisk Iron stood in front of Jamie and said, "Its purity is also quite high. It's powered by dark mana. Are you a dark magician?" To that question, Jamie quickly replied, "I'm not just any ordinary dark magician." At that moment, the dwarf's eyes sparkled a bit as he said, "I see." As soon as he finished speaking, Iron quickly seemed to think of something. He doesn't seem to have any prejudice against dark magicians. Perhaps it's because dwarves and dark magicians rarely interact. Iron's cheeks were now slightly flushed as he said, "By the way, can you take it off? I want to take a closer look." Jamie was a bit embarrassed, scratching his head as he said, "The more you can figure out, the better." As he said that, the object slowly moved off his body, even sliding down from his arms. Gradually, it had completely moved off Jamie's body, but it seems it didn't just move off his body, but was absorbed into him instead. Jamie said with some surprise, "Wait, it's been absorbed." Seeing this, Iron approached as if he'd seen something strange, speaking while touching Jamie all over. "It's fused with your body. Is this some kind of parasite?" Jamie was a bit embarrassed. He raised his hand to scratch his head and said, "I don't know either." Faced with this, Iron couldn't examine the armor properly, saying, "What a shame we can't take it off to look. How about we call it the black armor?" Hearing that, Jamie quickly replied, "The black armor. I'll make good use of it." Suddenly, at that moment, someone spoke up, asking, "Make use of what?" Hearing this, the two of them turned to look. Jamie was a bit surprised and said, "You are." Just then, she cheerfully introduced herself. "My name is Ninsarin, Jamie Welton. I have something I want to show you." Then, in another place, machines were meticulously repairing a pink teddy bear. In Ninsarin's laboratory, Jamie was standing behind Nen and thinking to himself, asterisk, "I've been standing here for an entire hour. Did she forget I was here?" Asterisk. Just then, someone entered from the door and said, "Hello, Jamie Welton." As soon as the words were out, Jamie turned and said, "It's been about 5 years, hasn't it?" Hearing Jamie say that, Braha smiled happily and recalled a past memory. Not since the secret auction in Sanderma. At that moment, he had a forced expression and said, right, ignoring the part where they stole the items. But right then, Braha looked over at Nen, who was working hard, and said, "She's been mentioning your name since yesterday, and now she's brought you to her lab. It seems your battle against the Birdmen left a very good impression." At this point, Braha continued, "Actually, Nen has savant syndrome." Nen had just finished modifying the teddy bear in her hand and happily held it up. He continued, "Although she has trouble with social communication, she is incredibly talented in magic." Hearing Braha say that, Jamie put a hand to his chin, looking thoughtful. Asterisk. This talent, combined with her obsessive creativity, has brought her to quite a high level. Asterisk. As soon as she heard him say that, she replied with some surprise, "That's right. Nen started learning magic and everything else because of her obsession with creating." While Braha was talking, Jamie was busy thinking about something else. Savant syndrome. Huh. For some reason, I'm reminded of that person. At this moment, that image reappeared. Diablo, a monstrous, huge creature. At that time, a man was exclaiming joyfully, "This is the golem I created." My former colleague, Mei Min, was an autistic man. Back then, knowledge about mental illnesses was so scarce that Mei Min had to live with social prejudice from a young age. His only comfort was the golems he created. Just then, Nen was holding the small golem in her hand with a troubled expression on her face. After years of immersing himself in golem creation, he created a mighty golem army and joined Diablo's revolutionary army, contributing a great deal. However, at that time, the man had lost too much blood, his voice trembling as he said, "It hurts. It hurts so much." Feeling betrayed, the 12 gods planted a spy in the revolutionary army to kill Mei Min. At that time, a thought flashed. As soon as Mei Min died, the 12 gods began to wreak havoc, not even allowing him a proper funeral. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Jamie." The scream grew louder, snapping him out of a blood-red flashback and back to reality. Before Jamie stood Nen, she held out the teddy bear she'd fixed and said, "This is Nia, she's my friend." But looking at it, he was completely stunned, thinking, "This is a handgun." As he examined its inner workings, Jamie's analysis grew more certain. The energy source. It had to be Memel's photon system. Jamie strapped the device to his arm and told Nen, "I'm gonna test it." Her face lit up with pure joy, and she cheered, "Okay." The three of them then moved to an open field. Jamie aimed the muzzle forward. and a colossal wave of energy erupted from it. The blast was so powerful it shattered the very ground into pieces, as Nen watched in awe from the side. "Whoa! Nia is so strong!" she exclaimed. But Jai asked, "Wait, you've never tested this before?" Nen casually answered his question. "Nope. I got the idea from your fight with the Falcons yesterday and built it." Hearing this, he was completely floored. "What? You created this? In a single night?" As the words left his mouth, Jamie turned to Nen, his mind reeling. Memel spent his entire life developing the photon system. Kree, and she just... While he was lost in thought, Nen swayed back and forth, saying, "Now show me yours, Jamie." Her request left him a little confused. Nen then stood right in front of Jai, demanding, "Show me that giant magic circle you made in the sky." Meanwhile, in Isis's room, she was quietly observing something when Claw walked in. "How is your hand?" Startled by the sound, she said, "Ah, Claw, you're here." Isis turned with a wry smile and added, "See for yourself. Same as ever. Looks like it'll never fully heal." She held up her hand for him to see. Claw's expression turned grave. "Her Majesty is worried. You should return." He began to speak of a secret technique, but she cut him off before he could finish. "Hey, Claw!" A fire of pure fury ignited in Isis's eyes. Her voice turned sharp as she snarled, "I told you never to speak of home in front of me again." But Claw stood his ground. "That is an order I don't have to follow." Unintimidated, he continued, "The only one who can command me is Her Majesty. I don't care if you're a princess in this kingdom." Annoyed by his stubbornness, Isis shot back, "You stubborn fool. How long are you going to keep pretending to be some dim-witted slave?" Claw retorted, "Don't you understand that trying to take down the 12 gods is impossible?" He pressed on, "Did meeting Jamie Welton really give you that much hope?" Faced with his question, Isis stumbled over her words. Claw continued, "Our homeland could survive after the world is reset." Isis's face fell with sadness. "Yes, maybe we could have become the rulers of a new world, but I refuse to become a slave." Then, her voice rose to a powerful shout. "We must be free! This world, this land, it is not a playground for the 12 gods." Her voice softened again. "If you don't want to help, then don't, but don't you dare tell me to go back." Hearing this, Claw bowed his head and said, "I will tell Her Majesty you are well, Princess." His words clearly left Isis feeling conflicted. Standing alone in her room, she suddenly cried out, "Whoa, what's with that weird light?" Isis turned, completely baffled. "What is this light?" Back with Jamie, he was calmly explaining things to Nen. "This is a multi-layered technique." Nen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jamie continued his lesson. "You don't have to complete the entire magic circle in one go. You can create smaller parts and then merge them together." Nen immediately started to copy him, asking as she worked. "Like this?" Jamie replied calmly. "You're a natural. You got it on the first try." Suddenly, Isis rushed toward them. "What are you doing?" Seeing her, Jamie's face lit up with a small smile. Isis stood there and demanded, "Why are the three of you here together?" Braha greeted her. "Princess Isis." Jamie answered her question. "We're sharing our knowledge of magic with Naren." As he spoke, Jamie showed Nia to Isis. "This is a handgun created by Nen using the photon system." Hearing that, she asked blankly, "The photon system?" So Jamie showed her. Like this. The energy that shot out from the weapon was unbelievably powerful. Isis could only stare, her mouth wide open in shock. "Whoa," Jamie continued. "It's still incomplete, but once it's finished, its destructive power will be beyond all limits." His words sparked a dangerous idea in Isis's mind. If we could mass-produce this, she envisioned a brutal path to victory, a way to gain the upper hand against the 12 gods. Jamie, looking a bit awkward, added, "Yeah, but it still needs a lot of adjustments." Nen then snatched Nia from Jamie's hand. "Give Nia back to me." Isis then spoke up. "Of course. By the way, you asked Mr. Lin to make you a sword, didn't you?" At her question, Jamie looked shocked. "How did you know? I only asked him an hour ago." Seeing his surprised expression, she replied smugly, "Everything that happens in Avalent is reported to me." Isis continued, "I hear you're quite skilled with a sword. Perhaps I could learn from you?" In response to her offer, Jamie manifested an energy blade in his hand and said, "There's no need to learn anything." Then, he charged at her, shouting, "Just fight me!" But suddenly, Jamie froze. His eyes narrowed as he found himself lying on the grass, groaning. "She beat me with just her bare hands." Jamie then recalled the moment he sparred with Isis and how completely she had overwhelmed him. Now sitting on the ground, he looked back and asked, "How did you block that?" "I thought my timing was perfect." Isis calmly replied, "The move wasn't bad, but a surprise attack like that will never work on me." Nearby, Braha and Nen were cheering enthusiastically. "Isis is too strong. Jamie can't win. Haha, let's go inside, Nen." And just like that, Jamie was left sulking by himself while Braha led Nen away for food. All right, it's time to eat. Yeah, let's go. Undeterred, Jamie challenged Isis again. She maintained her calm demeanor and said, "Come at me with everything you've got. I'll show you where you're going wrong." Jamie quickly replied, "Then I won't hold back." As he lunged, Jamie thought, "This time for sure." But in a flash, Isis caught his wrist, stopping his attack cold. She then unleashed a counter that sent Jamie staggering backward in pain. Exhausted, Jamie lay on the grass and said, "You used my own strength against me." Isis seemed intrigued that he'd realized it. "That's right. Want to try again?" Hearing that, he quickly replied, "Yes, thank you." Isis helped Jamie up and said, "No, it's my fault." She continued, "For someone who's only trained for 5 years, your skills are impressive, but they're not enough." Jamie looked annoyed. "So what?" She went on. "Have you forgotten? This is Fran. There are plenty of monsters here who are even stronger than me." Just then, Jin walked over and asked, "You looking for a real duel? Do you want a real duel?" Suddenly, Isis called Jin over. Hearing the challenge, Jamie immediately said, "I want to fight." Jin stood opposite Jamie and asked, "Do you have a sword?" He drew his blade and said, "Iron forged this for me." As Jamie pulled the sword from its sheath, Isis looked on, thinking, "Now that I see it up close, that's a fine blade. It's light and perfectly balanced." Jin prepared to draw his own weapon and said, "If you're ready, then let's begin." But Jamie held up a hand. "Wait, there are rules." Isis stepped in to explain. "This is a sparring match, so no spells, magic, or special abilities. You can use mana, but not a swordmaster's aura." Hearing this, Jin said, "No aura. Fine." Jai also spoke up. "What?" "Fine by me." His tone sounded a little condescending. Isis chuckled. "Heh, no fighting now." Then she raised a finger excitedly and said, "This duel is for the purpose of mutual learning. You two will feel each other's abilities directly and learn from it." As Isis spoke, she imagined it. One of you wins when your opponent either surrenders or can no longer continue to fight. "All right, take your positions," Isis's command echoed. Instantly, both warriors braced themselves. Isis glanced over, impressed. Jamie's defensive stance was flawless, but then a sly grin spread across her face. After all, he could wield the Welton sword style. "Let's see if you can break past your limits," she thought. The signal was given. A blur of steel as swords were drawn. They lunged at each other like a hurricane. A combined strike get too close, and it's lethal. Jin charged forward, aiming right for Jamie. His blade was a flash of light, but his opponent was a true swordmaster. Jamie's experience was on an entirely different plane. As they clashed, a thought raced through Jamie's mind. "Let's see how long my skills can hold up against this monster." Single sword style, dark vein. The two warriors were locked in a vicious struggle. Jin faltered for a split second. What was that demonic energy? Dark mana? He shook his head, thinking, "No, I have to focus on this fight." Jamie, on the other hand, was completely absorbed in his own battle trance. The net of dark veins. It had to be the secret art of the Welton single sword style. Threads of dark mana began weaving an intricate web. Nils couldn't even follow it. His sword hilt had already cracked in two. Jamie just stood there, watching Jin, thinking, "I've never heard of a black void that can actually be slashed." But Jin was pouring everything he had into his assault. Those eyes. From the very beginning, he intended to use his full power. It meant he had no intention of giving up easily. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Very well, I permit it." Jamie unleashed his attack, while Jin's defense was an iron wall. "I'm going to show you the taste of true defeat." The two clashed in a fierce, desperate struggle. Jamie moved as fast as the wind itself, but then a loud shout pierced the air. "Stop." With the fight halted, Isis stepped forward to ask a question. "The gap between you and a swordmaster is huge, isn't it?" Hearing this, Jamie answered quickly, "I can read his movements, but actually blocking them with my sword is nearly impossible." Jamie clenched his fist, his expression filled with grim determination. "But now that I've faced him head on, I feel like I've grasped a piece of the puzzle." The fundamental difference between him and Jin, an image of a chessboard materialized, a hand moving a single piece across the board. At that moment, Jin was deep in meditation. The truth is, the higher a martial artist's level, the more they must train their senses, not just their physical strength. It's because the sharper your senses become, the easier it is to predict your opponent's every move. Isis spoke again. "A mage's perspective is completely different from a swordsman's. For now, just focus on training your sword skills without any magic." Jin stood by, listening without saying a word. Then, he suddenly spoke up. "Isis, there's something I need to ask. Could I have a moment alone with Jamie?" Hearing this, Isis simply nodded. "Of course, I'll wait here." With that, the two of them walked off to a more private location. Seated in a luxurious room, Jin finally asked the question. "During our fight, I felt a dark demonic power coming from you. Jamie, are you a dark mage? Jamie looked up and said, I'm sorry I hid it from you before. It's not an easy thing to talk about. He thought back on the past few months. So much had happened, but when I'm around you, I feel like I can trust you. That's why I finally decided to use my dark magic during our spar. Hearing this, Jin gave a calm nod. I see. Jamie then stood up, his expression serious. As a proper apology, allow me to introduce myself again. My name is Jamie Welton, he continued, his voice steady. I am a dark mage who has returned to this land with the sole purpose of destroying the 12 gods. Jin, clutching his side, slowly got to his feet and said, Hearing it directly from you is even more shocking than I imagined. Then, he extended his hand to Jamie. I'm Jin. It's an honor to work with you. Just then, Isis popped in, looking excited. So, are you two done yet? Startled, they both said in unison, When did you even get here? She just grinned mischievously. I think it's about time we met our next opponent, don't you? Jamie looked completely bewildered. The sparring matches were supposed to continue tomorrow. Isis then said, You remember the rules, right? No aura, and no special abilities. Frantia replied coolly, Understood. As the match began, Jamie was lost in thought. I've only just started learning the sword. This spar should teach me a thing or two. Fran smirked at him and said, Just so you know, I won't be holding back. Not to be outdone, Jamie shot back a confident grin. Good. I'd be seriously disappointed if you did. In that case, Frania declared with excitement, I'm coming at you with everything I've got. The wailing overture began. Jamie immediately took an offensive stance. To predict his next move, my senses have to be sharper than ever. Spiritual energy erupted, shattering the ground around them. I have to grasp the flow of his mana. Frantia raised his scepter, commanding a torrent of water. But Jamie charged straight through it, seizing control of the raging current. Countless water droplets filled the air. They all looked identical, but only one was the real threat. Han's golden attacks rained down, but they only struck the powerful water shield. Jamie realized, all I have to do is shatter the illusion. Han lowered his weapon, a confident smile playing on his lips. Ho? So you've already seen through the true nature of this technique? But knowing the trick doesn't mean you can stop it. With those words, he slammed his staff into the ground. Waves of powerful energy exploded outwards once more. Illusion art, rumbling thunder. A massive wave of brown energy crashed down on Jamie's shield, shattering it instantly. The golden orbs flew towards him again. Jamie panicked. If I don't counterattack now, I'm finished. He raised his sword high and yelled, Jamie-style secret art. He unleashed 100 C's Space Sever, sending out a colossal slash of sword energy that sliced right through Han's golden orbs. Han looked genuinely shocked, stumbling backward. He grit his teeth in frustration. He vanished. He suddenly leaped away from the lingering sword energy. A direct hit from that would have been the end of him. His staff hit the ground with a thud, and Han froze in shock. From when? Jamie was already diving down from above, sword raised. Han barely managed to leap out of the way. Jamie grit his teeth, pouring all his strength into a downward slash. Han desperately threw his staff up to block the blow. The impact sent them both flying apart. Han was thrown back a good distance, while Jamie landed perfectly, standing his ground. Watching from the sidelines, Frontier's leader, Isis, wore an intrigued smile. Not bad at all, she thought. He's predicting every action, every technique, and preparing a counter. He must have always used pure logic to analyze and cast his magic. His thought process is on a completely different level, allowing him to devise a counter for every attack almost instantly. Meanwhile, Jamie was still locked in a fierce battle with Han. Isis continued her thought. I wonder what kind of power he'll wield when he becomes a sword saint. I'm really looking forward to seeing it. Over the mountains, the sun was slowly beginning to set. The sunset painted the sky in breathtaking colors. But for the two fighters, there was no time to admire the beautiful scenery. They were completely focused on one thing, defeating their opponent. Jamie was struggling to keep up his calculations. Just like that, half a day has gone by. This guy has reached a state of pure instinct. If this keeps up, we're both going to run out of mana. Han raised his weapon, his expression dead serious. Let's end this now. With your current strength, there's no way you can block this technique. Demon Han Tuyet. A torrent of blue energy erupted from the tip of his staff, surging forward. A roaring tidal wave of power rushed straight for Jamie, but suddenly, a look of pure panic crossed Han's face. He's gone! Just then, Jamie appeared high in the air, swinging his sword down. Han's head snapped up in shock. He barely managed to block the devastating blow, screaming in his mind, how is this possible? Aberrant P. Welton Menon. Shields materialized all around Han, blocking Jamie's powerful strike. This was Han's unique ability, the power to bend reality around himself according to his will. Han gave a helpless smile, realizing, I used my power unconsciously. Suddenly, a commanding voice shouted at them, Stop! This match is over! The sound of a footstep made Han whip around in surprise. At the same time, Jamie was collapsing backward. Isis watched him fall and said calmly, "He's fallen asleep," Han asked with a worried tone. "Isis, he didn't use magic, did he?" "No," she replied. "That was his unique ability." Jamie was now completely exhausted, passed out on the ground. Han looked at her, confused. "Can you explain that more clearly?" Isis seemed to struggle to find the right words. To put it simply, doppelgangers? An image appeared showing 3 identical Jamies surrounding Han, one in front, one behind, and one above. There were 3 Jamie Weltons at that moment. 3? Not 1? Then why couldn't I see them? He asked, completely stunned. Isis continued, her expression pensive. Or maybe it wasn't a clone at all. Until he wakes, we can't be sure. The important thing is, Jamie just stepped into the realm of a sword saint. Both of them stared down at Jai, completely floored. He's only held a sword for a few years, and he's already at this level. Among the 22 dragons, don't only a handful ever reach the 9-star sword saint stage? But that's because they have ages to train. They live for centuries. When Jai wakes up, will he even remember this power? Isis watched him sleeping peacefully, her mind filled with worry. The scene shifts to a room with an IV drip hanging nearby. Is this an infirmary? Jai sat up, looking around in a daze. He couldn't believe he'd exhausted himself that badly. An old man was also sitting in the room. An old woman walked in and spoke calmly. "So, you're finally awake." Jamie looked down at the small woman with surprise and replied, "That's when she said, 'You can just call me doctor.'" The old woman answered coolly, but inwardly she was cursing. "This idiot." Kiriel appeared in a rage, yelling, "He calls me that too." The doctor walked over, rolled up his pant leg and said, "Your body has awakened. While you slept, your muscle density increased. It's the precursor to a full awakening." Hearing this, Jamie asked, confused, "What do you mean by that?" The doctor suddenly got furious, shoving him out the door and screaming, "I mean, you're not a patient! Now get out!" He scrambled away with a bewildered look on his face. Outside, Isis and Hawks were waiting for him. Seeing Jamie, she waved him over. "Jamie, thank goodness you're okay. Do you remember how your match with Han ended?" Jamie walked over to her, scratching his head. "I don't really remember." Isis just smiled. "Then I don't need to explain it. Your power has awakened. If you want to understand it, the only way is to pick up your sword again." He looked at her, shocked and confused. "Awakened? What do you mean, awakened? And what's this guy doing here?" Hearing that, Hawks shot back. "You forgot? I'm here for a rematch." A look of pure determination flashed in his eyes. The scene changes to a wide courtyard where the 3 now stand facing each other. Hawks started warming up, saying something that left Jamie confused. "Yeah, this time will be a little different," Isis added. "He's planning to push you to your limit. He'll use his power as a weapon. His fists of crystallized darkness are no joke." Hawks spoke impatiently. "Well, are you ready yet?" He and Jai faced off. Isis stood between them as the referee. "Begin!" she shouted. "Witness this!" Hawks roared as he charged forward to attack. Jamie's eyes widened as a thought screamed in his mind. "What?" In front of him were countless versions of Hawks, all rushing at him. Why are there so many overlapping images of him? Hawks's fist hardened as he growled. "You dare get distracted in front of me?" Then, he slammed a punch straight into Jamie's gut before he could even react. Jamie's entire body was sent flying, proof of the incredible power Hawks had used. Reacting instantly, Jamie dug his hands into the ground, his feet dragging hard to grind his body to a halt. "Are you gonna lie there all day?" Hawks continued to taunt him. Jamie's brow furrowed as he swung his sword, desperately blocking the onslaught of attacks. But it was too much for him right now. "Damn it!" he cursed internally. These strange images kept appearing before his eyes. The 2 exchanged blows, but it was clear Hawks had the upper hand. Jai could only defend. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. He unleashed a powerful sword strike toward him, making Hawks' hand start to bleed. His hand was knocked back as blood began to flow freely. Hawks lowered his bleeding hand and asked, "Jamie Welton, what do you think of my power?" "That is the power of a sword master." Jamie just gaped. "Huh?" While his mind raced. "A sword master?" His shocked face reflected in the blade of his sword. Isis walked over and asked, "What did you see?" Jamie immediately replied, "Several illusions appeared all at once. Each one showed me a different outcome. Among all of them, there was only one moment where I succeeded. By the time I realized it, it had already become reality." He described the fight, replaying it in his mind. Isis crossed her arms, offering her own theory. "Could it be probability? From my perspective, you split into many different variations." Jamie was stunned to hear her say that. "I made clones of myself?" Hawks then spoke up. "That's not what I saw. To me, you just suddenly appeared right in front of me. So it wasn't just one? Then why couldn't I see them?" Ice recalled Han's similar confusion and said, Han said the same thing. It seems your opponents can't see them either. What they see as clones might just be afterimages. It seems you chose the fastest, most viable sequence of actions in that moment. Those shadows, they might originate from the multiverse. They could be coming from a parallel world. Jai remained silent, processing these theories. Later that night, Jamie sat on a rooftop, gazing down at the houses below. The multiverse. Parallel worlds. Back when I was Diablo VP, I studied multidimensional theory. He remembered standing in the library, reading through countless books. Even back then, I could see the probabilities of other dimensions. I couldn't study it further for various reasons. Looking back, the illusions my power showed me must have been reenacting my battles in those other dimensions. They say a person's power is often related to their identity. Jamie looked down at his own hand, his thoughts racing, meaning Ramia's creation, which makes new space, and the divine staff Avalon. The staff connects to other worlds. The 100 Seas technique controls space, and the one-hit sword style, a secret art that can slice space itself. I have so many powers related to space. My expertise in spatial control and my strategic, multidimensional thinking must have combined to create my current power. As he came to this realization, Jai pushed himself up. He stood and looked to the sky, whispering, "Activate." Red stars twinkled and connected, revealing visions of him training, of him fighting with his sword, all reflected in his eyes. This aura is generated from dark magic. He looked at his sword, which was emitting a strange energy into his hand. I get it now. From countless different dimensions, I chose the best possible action and manifested that variation to make it a reality. A wide grin spread across Jai's face as he looked at his blade. The name of this power is Future Sight, the one who can see the future. The scene shifts to another house, where Ayas has a look of utter shock. You want to fight me? With a sword? She and Jamie were in a room together. He leaned against the door and replied, yes. Isn't the final training exercise supposed to be a duel against the strongest? Ias let out a breath. You're certainly confident, Jai answered cheerfully. I can't think of anyone else who could stand against my future sight. Besides you. She offered him some praise. You've already named your power? It's a fitting one, but I'm not the right opponent for you. There is someone far more suitable, she said with a mysterious smile. A moment later, Leader Fran appeared, looking annoyed. I still don't get why I have to train this early in the morning. Focus, princess. I'm about to prove that this person you have such high hopes for is completely worthless. The three of them were now standing on the training ground. Jai blurted out, dumbfounded. Huh? Princess? Ias just gave a forced laugh. Ha ha ha. She then cleared her throat to hide her embarrassment and announced, Ahem, feel free to go all out. If the fight gets too intense, I'll intervene so no one dies. Now then, begin. Her last word was practically a shout, igniting the start of the battle. Fran instantly shot forward with blinding speed. He thought with contempt, one blow is all it'll take to show you how useless you are. At the same time, Jamie gritted his teeth, swinging his sword to counter. Fran's fist collided powerfully with Jamie's blade. Jamie thought, if this were me yesterday, I would have already lost. But now, future sight. He raised his sword and unleashed the technique he had just named. All versions of myself in every other dimension are making the exact same move. A strange purple power flowed from the tip of Jamie's sword. He thought, the advantage I gain from future sight, I will turn it into holy light. Fran whipped his head around in shock as the attack pierced through space itself. Jamie's powerful technique slammed into him, forcing him into a desperate defense. As he parried, Claw finally spoke. I acknowledge your strength, so this is why the princess chose you, but it'll take more than that to defeat me. Then, he stood tall, spreading his arms and legs, and erupted with a formidable red aura. Jamie's eyes narrowed, sensing true danger. Klaya's energy split into multiple attacks, rushing towards him. Jamie's foresight screamed warnings, but his own eyes blazed like a demon's as he lunged forward. Let me show you my real power! Piercing fist, Claw unleashed a colossal punch, surging with immense energy, and roared, kneel before my might. Seeing the danger, Ias panicked and ran forward. Don't do it! Jamie fell silent for a moment, then muttered, not bad. A dark energy began to swirl around him, and his gaze turned lethal. Instantly, he raised his sword to the sky, and the ominous aura exploded with even greater power. The tip of his blade turned crimson. His eyes went pure white, like a vengeful spirit's, as he declared, allow me to return what you've given me. Down below, Claw looked impossibly small before this overwhelming power. Illusory sword convergence. A magic circle materialized, but his arrogant smirk never wavered. Impressive. I never thought it would come to this. Jamie's sword strike was so powerful it sliced down from the heavens, splitting the entire arena in two and carving a massive trench far beyond it. When the attack ended, only Jamie remained standing amidst the ruins. He thought to himself that he couldn't fully absorb that technique. His level was still too low. The destructive power was immense. But suddenly, a silhouette emerged from the smoke, its eyes glowing fiercely. Jamie couldn't help but gasp. What a monster. Claw's face was still full of confidence. One side of his glasses was shattered, but a strange round stone had appeared on his forehead. Then he spoke. To think I'd actually have to use the Geon Stone. The Geon Stone, a pocket dimension that stores all the power one has accumulated over their entire life. When the power in the stone is unleashed, the user's combat ability multiplies several times over. A purple gem materialized. Then Claw walked past Jamie, tossing a comment over his shoulder. There's no need to test me any further. Jamie stood frozen amidst the wreckage. Eas jumped out, watching Claw's retreating back. Clark, but he just walked away in silence. Jamie, too, remained quiet. Eas, still fuming at Claw's indifference, watched him go and thought, now that I've seen it firsthand, I finally understand. Even if I became a swordmaster, I'm not sure I could face either of them. I have to regain my Golden Age power as soon as possible. Jamie's eyes burned with resolve. The scene shifts to another time, where a shocked voice yells out, what? Jamie Welton has become a swordmaster already? Jin, who was drinking water, nearly choked on the shocking news, his mouth hanging wide open. Ias replied, yes, he's obtained a very strange power. Han, who was also there, put his hands behind his head with a dejected look. Damn it, what a genius. Only 15 years old and already a 9th level mage and a swordmaster? Jin pressed on. So where is Jamie now? Eas answered cheerfully. It seems he's talking with Burrell. We cut to Jamie walking through a forest with Bali Onyx, who looks down at him with a skeptical expression. I heard you've become a swordmaster. Jamie just scratched his head and laughed. Haha, I guess so. Bali Onyx smiled, imagining Jamie's father's shocked reaction to the news. He then said, if your father heard this, he'd be incredibly surprised. Bali Onyx looked down at the boy again, marveling internally. The first time we met, you were just a little kid. And now you've grown so much. But Jamie just shook his head. He probably wouldn't believe it. Suddenly, Bali Onyx stopped walking and called out, I don't know how you see me, but I have always lived with the spirit of a godfather. Hearing this, Jamie turned to look at him. Sir Onyx, Bali Onyx smiled proudly and continued, as your godfather, I will continue to watch over and support your future. If you grow tired, I will lend you my shoulder. If you wish to move forward, I will be your driving force. I will help you chase your dreams, so just keep moving forward. Jamie, filled with gratitude, replied, thank you, father. Onyx added, I'm proud of you. The scene changes. We're now before a door, where 3 cloaked figures have their swords pointed at a man standing opposite them. Who are you? Halt and identify yourself. The man across from them had long white hair and wore tattered clothes. Iron shackles, like those of a prisoner, were locked around his wrists and ankles, yet he stood defiantly, a sword in his hand. Hearing them, he simply raised a hand to brush back his hair and replied, Ha, you don't recognize me? Kill them all. In a sudden flash, the man's eyes glinted. In a single instant, the heads of the cloaked figures were severed from their bodies. A massive door appeared, and the long-haired man kicked it open as he walked in, announcing his presence. When the head of the 7 knights arrives, shouldn't you all come out to greet me? A powerful aura radiated from his entire body. He stood in the middle of the room, his power growing stronger by the second. A figure appeared at the top of a grand staircase, looking down at the long-haired man and remarking, well, what is this? The sword of Jennis makes quite the grand return. The young man below asked cautiously, who are you? The man on the stairs gestured to the side and answered, calm yourself. This is the holy pinnacle of the god Zenith. The man's finger seemed to emit some kind of powerful energy. The long-haired young man looked around in astonishment as the voice spoke again. It's a shame we have to meet like this, but it's an honor to meet you, Green. My name is Noah. I am an apostle of the god Zenith. Noah smiled, raising his hand in greeting. The man named Green narrowed his eyes. An apostle? I've never heard of a new apostle appearing. That is true, but this is the will of the god. I have no need to explain my actions to you, Noah stated calmly. Green stood defiantly in the hall and challenged him. So you're just a follower, with no real trust or authority? Noah countered. What you say is completely wrong. I am an apostle, trusted by Zenith himself. This matter is settled. How long do you intend to drag this out? I was summoned here to become a being of authority. Noah's eyes turned menacing. Therefore, you are now under my protection. Green, standing below, was momentarily speechless. Then, a corner of his mouth curled into a smile, and he burst into delighted laughter. Haha, father, is this a new trial you have set for me? Now that you've put it that way, I think I understand. As he spoke, he began to unleash his own energy. From above, Noah shook his head. While we can still speak pleasantly, I suggest you correct your tone when addressing me. Enraged, Green swung his sword. You've been getting on my nerves since the moment you appeared. Noah calmly replied, your actions are meant to anger me, but I will not underestimate you for it. However, it seems we need a confrontation so I can show you who holds the real power here. As he spoke, he held out his hand. A single finger effortlessly blocked Green's powerful sword strike. Green struggled against the overwhelming energy. What the hell? I am an apostle, under divine protection. You are indeed a man of extraordinary power. To have achieved so much with that sword alone, Noah said casually, as his finger made the tip of Green's blade tremble. But I am an incarnation, a representative of the god. I am the savior he sent down to this world. Noah flashed a friendly smile. Green couldn't believe it. That's impossible. Pointing your sword at me is an unforgivable act. It is contempt for the divine, a violation of sacred law, Noah continued. Hearing this, Green disappointedly lowered his sword. He then dropped to one knee before Noah and said, I am a knight of the god, a servant to the divine. I offer this body and soul to the gods I have chosen to serve. Noah once again smiled warmly and replied, that is how it should be. I look forward to a fruitful cooperation between us in the future. The scene shifts to the hallowed halls of the P.O. church. A lone figure strides down the long carpet, then suddenly halts his steps. Ross places a hand over his chest, bowing his head to announce his presence. Angel Lamatic has returned to your side, my lord. Ah, so you've come back. A man standing before the statue of the goddess Firo turns to face the newcomer. As Ross approaches, he replies, had I known you were deep in prayer, I would not have disturbed you. My apologies for the intrusion. Ricky smiles warmly. It's fine. I was just about finished. It's only the two of us here, so there's no need for such formalities. That won't do, Rasben insists. When it is just us two, I must show you even greater respect. We're both adults now, not children anymore, he states, his tone as serious as an old man's. Ricky scratches his head, chuckling to himself. Good grief, he's only 16 but already talks like a grandpa. He then asks, by the way, have you seen Anna yet? Ross replies solemnly. It seems the saintess has already gone out. Ricky gives a weary smile. That's not surprising. Girls that age are all the same, wanting to get out and experience the world. An image of a beautiful young woman flashes by. Ross muses, it's true. It was only a year ago that her eyes were truly open to the world. Of course, she'd be thrilled by all the new things she's seeing. But what about the battlefront? At that moment, the eyes of the goddess Piro's statue seem to well up with tears of sorrow. It's the same as always. Carolyn and Onbia have yet to launch a full-scale assault. There have only been minor skirmishes. Ross's expression turns grave. Caroland is part of the Eastern Continent, governed by the Zenit Church, and the Onbia Apostolic Union is part of the Northern Continent, under our P.O. Church's rule. Arisa of the Western Continent and Brion from the South. They have both declared neutrality, vowing not to interfere in the war between Caroland and Onbia. However, the most concerning part is Heron, in the center of the continent. They have yet to make a single move or statement. The war god Zenit, the dragon god Brahman, the goddess of beauty Lily. For now, the conflict is small, but in this war, the dragon god cannot yet deploy his dragons due to a silent agreement between all sides. But if the war truly escalates, when things get desperate, those agreements will mean nothing. The war will consume every resource to crush the enemy. At that point, the other powers won't be able to just stand by and watch. Ricky's face fills with worry. So, is Onbia's situation stable for now? Ross immediately answers. Currently, the Northern Union is quite stable. Their military power is overwhelming. The Kingdom of Seam plays a critical role in maintaining that stability. Hearing this, Ricky falls silent for a moment before speaking. But if the war spreads, the churches serving the 12 gods will be forced to act. When that time comes, we must strike first to seize the advantage. This declaration makes Ross gasp in shock. What do you mean? Ricky's eyes harden. I need to speak with the Pope about this war. Ross asks, bewildered. Right now? But Ricky suddenly scratches his head with a grin. Nah, later. First we need to eat. Ross finally lets out a sigh of relief. Yes, my lord. As Ricky turns to leave, he adds, by the way, how has Jamie been doing? I heard he's accomplished some incredible things and has become quite famous. A look of pride spreads across Ross's face as he reports. Indeed, he defeated the divine beast of the god Ran and was instrumental in the reconstruction of Harmonia. A proud smile lights up Ricky's face. That's amazing. Ras looks off wistfully. I hope we can all meet again soon. The scene changes. A single foot steps out from a teleportation gate. Jamie lets out a weary sigh, thinking to himself, just dealing with all that news. I'm completely drained after that massive crowd came to see me. A memory of his friends surrounding him, asking questions, flashes in his mind. Standing before the portal to another world, he calculates his next move. But for my own journey, there are still so many things I need to find out. According to the journal, Canon left behind. Someone carved the name of a place, Gamon, onto Diablo VP's gravestone. Whoever did that must know where Gamon is. I came here hoping to find that person. Right now, everything is shrouded in fog. I have to find them. Jamie bites his lip, lost in thought. Wait, you look like someone I've seen before. A man, chained to a giant pillar, speaks out. Jamie, standing below, looks up and replies, I came here to ask a question. The man above asks, what do you wish to know? In the past, did anyone here know of a place called Gamon? Jamie asks directly. The man answers, you mean to go there? It seems you've followed the trail of those people here. I'm not following anyone. I learned of this by chance, Jamie explains. The man's eyes grow distant as he begins his tale. I've been here for too long. My mind is no longer clear. There is much I cannot recall. But I remember one person. A vision appears. A figure standing by a tombstone. This world is ruled by 12 gods. How contemptible. If someone could just drive those 12 gods away, the world would change forever. But he couldn't do it. He fought them, and he failed. It was a tragic end. But his fighting spirit lived on. What he left behind taught me a lesson. From his mistakes, I will overcome my weaknesses, and I will defeat the 12 gods. The mysterious figure's face is lost in the shadows, impossible to make out clearly. He was right about one thing. If I had stronger comrades with me back then, I might have won. Jamie stands before the image of the mysterious man. The man on the pillar continues, but none of them stayed here for long. They all left. An image of 3 riders galloping away appears before Jamie, making him gasp. But the story continues. Around that time, a plague spread, wiping most of them out. Only a few survived, and they fled in a hurry. A long time passed, until the city of Abrasis was built. Jamie watches these visions, his mind racing. So, Abrasis has existed for a very long time, through countless historical upheavals. That means those people, the ones who carved the name on the tombstone, they lived at least 20,000 years ago. They knew Diablo Volpia very well. They even shared his dream of defeating the 12 gods. But could any of them still be alive today? Or have they changed into something I can no longer recognize? Suddenly, a demonic hand appears, followed by a skull with glowing red eyes and a drooling mouth, screaming, I hate you! How could you do this to us? A man is surrounded by 3 shadowy figures. Mysterious hands grab his face, his expression twisting in terror. I pray the gods burn your soul. You will die a horrible death. The man jolts awake with a scream, drenched in a cold sweat as if from a terrible nightmare. He clutches his head. That dream again. Strange wires are connected to his body. Footsteps approach. Another nightmare? Even though the memory of that day remains, and its karma lingers, we must live on. No matter who we are, we have to keep living and overcome it. The speaker is a woman. The young man sitting in the chair bows his head. I know, reality must go on. Then, his thoughts darken. But it won't be for much longer. To atone for the sin of killing my comrades, I will make all of humanity on this continent suffer. That was my comrade's final wish. And mine as well. Tubes run from his arms, connected to vials of blood-red liquid. The young man's eyes become deadly serious. And after that, when the apostles are gone and the 12 gods are weakened, I will slaughter every last one of them. After finishing his tale, the man on the pillar asks, do you have any other questions? If it's about anything other than the people who once lived in Gamon, feel free to ask. Jamie looks up. Then let me ask one more thing. Why did all of this happen? The question seems to startle the man imprisoned on the colossal stone pillar. Then, he gives his answer. Because of failure. Jamie presses on. You mean failure against the 12 gods? The man replies, they are called the 12 gods now. But back then, that's not what they were called at all. Jamie hung on his every word, his focus absolute. But just as the man spoke, he grit his teeth in agony, a wicked, dark energy exploding from his body. Racked with pain, he thought, the curse, it's activating again. It seemed some powerful, unseen force was stopping him from revealing anything about the seal. This had to be connected to the past of the 12 deities. Helpless, Jamie could only watch the man suffering. It's no use, he thought. I can't get anything else from him. Guess I'm heading back for today. Later that night, as Jamie returned home, he found someone waiting for him at his door. As soon as she saw him, the girl spoke up. I've been waiting for you. Jamie Welton, I need to speak with you about Princess Vina. This orange-haired girl was Fran, a high-ranking member of the Vakiji's Fran clan. Asterisk. Come to think of it. Asterisk, Jamie recalled. Asterisk. Fran is the one in charge of Vina's education and training. Asterisk. Asterisk Princess Vina isn't the type to cause trouble or act out. Asterisk asterisk. So, what could this be about? Asterisk. Jamie wondered, picturing Vina's training with Frun. Frun continued, cutting straight to the chase. I'll be direct. The princess is insisting on following you. You need to convince her to stop. Jamie was confused. Why should I do that? She sighed in response. You really are that clueless, aren't you? The truth is, the queen doesn't have much time left. The words struck Jamie like a bolt of lightning. Frun continued. Ever since Princess Vina vanished 15 years ago, the queen's health has been failing from the constant worry. An image of Queen Vanki, lying in pain, flashed through his mind. Although she's gotten a bit better recently, once your health deteriorates to that point, you can never truly recover. At best, the queen has maybe 1 year left. Princess Vina doesn't know her mother is dying yet, but surely you understand what the queen means to us. To the entire Vakiji people, don't you? I'm asking for your help in persuading the princess. I trust you understand the gravity of the situation. With that, Frun coldly walked past him. Jamie stood there, still reeling from the revelation. The next day, a frantic Vina confronted him. Master, what do you mean? You said I have to stay here in Avalon. You're joking, right? Jamie sat across from her, his expression grim. I heard the queen is gravely ill. If something were to happen to her, you would have to step up and lead the Vakiji people, wouldn't you? She hastily replied. It's fine. I already got permission from my mother. When she was young, she traveled all over the continent, and I want to do the same. Jamie cut her off, his tone serious. Absolutely not. The place I'm headed. It's a battlefield that will decide the very fate of this continent. If something happened to you there, the Vakiji would be left without an heir or a leader. You know this, don't you? Suddenly, Vina slammed her fist on the table and shot to her feet. Then I'll just have to make sure I come back alive. I can do that. Her voice began to tremble. I've waited 5 long years, just for this moment. So, please, don't tell me I have to leave. Jamie looked away, helpless. I'm sorry, but there's no other way. Vina walked past him, her voice heavy with sorrow. I'm going out for a bit, to clear my head. Jamie sank back into his chair. That should do it, he sighed. She won't ask to follow me anymore. Meanwhile, somewhere outdoors, Queen Vanki stood before a great tree. I don't have much time left, she thought, a memory surfacing. The first time she met Vina, right here, it was a moment of pure joy. The baby had been crying so loudly then. An image appeared of a tiny Vina wailing from inside a beautiful flower. Vina, no matter what path you choose, I will always support you. Follow your heart, my child. Spread your wings and soar as high as you can. Her memory faded, and Queen Vanki knelt upon the ground in prayer. Great Odin, god of the Vakiji, please, keep your child safe. Suddenly, her eyes caught something. From a hollow in the tree, a beautiful flower bloomed, causing her to gasp. It can't be. Back with Vina. She was curled up on a rocky ledge, her head buried in her knees, crying. He's so cruel. Master is just so cruel. Asterisk. He promised we'd always be together. So why is he pushing me away now? Asterisk. She remembered the promise she'd made to him long ago. I shouldn't have left your side back then, Master. I swear I'll become stronger and return to you. Her anguish deepened. Asterisk. To me, you're more important than my own people. Asterisk, asterisk. You're the one who saved me, who gave me hope. Asterisk. Suddenly, Vina's expression hardened. A monstrous scorpion had appeared before her, and it was charging right at her. Vina instantly shot to her feet, assuming a battle stance and shouting, "A monster!" The creature slammed down where she'd just been standing, but Vina had already leaped into the air, dodging the attack. As she landed, a thought raced through her mind. Asterisk. Why is there a monster in this protected area? Asterisk. Asterisk. Avalon has the Fran's protection. They shouldn't be able to get in here. Asterisk, asterisk. This is bizarre. Asterisk. As the giant scorpion pulled its stinger back, she saw a huge crater where it had struck. The ground was sizzling, covered in a green, viscous liquid that could only be poison. A voice suddenly spoke from the ring on her finger. Warning, you are outside the protected zone. This area is teeming with monsters. Proceed with caution. Vina was stunned, speechless. Asterisk, whoops. Guess I accidentally wandered past the barrier. Asterisk. Just then, dozens more of the giant scorpions emerged from the shadows, surrounding her. Vina gripped her weapon tightly. But you know what? This is perfect. I really needed something to take my anger out on. And these freaks will do just fine. Gritting her teeth, Vina swung her massive hammer with a ferocious roar. D-I-I-I-E. The impact was so powerful it sent the monsters flying into the air. The unfortunate monsters were smashed to pieces. Vina faced the remaining scorpions, quickly taking count. Asterisk. Wait, there are still 5 of them? Asterisk, asterisk, 5 against 1. This might be a little rough. Asterisk. Vina, stay focused. Be careful, the voice from the ring warned again. She gripped her weapon tighter. I know. I've been training for years, and it wasn't just for show. Asterisk. I can take them down. Asterisk. Asterisk. Even if I haven't completely mastered this skill yet. Asterisk. But just then, a giant scorpion's venom-soaked stinger lunged right for her. Enhance, Vakiji. It was the most critical skill of her people. A technique that temporarily boosted her physical power, pushing her body to its absolute limit. Vina's form began to change as a powerful energy erupted around her. The drawback, after using it, the user is completely immobilized for a short time. Vina launched herself into the air, bringing her hammer down on the monster with immense force. The giant scorpion before her was obliterated. Beyond the dust, only one remained, its eyes glowing crimson. Asterisk. Okay. Asterisk, she thought. Asterisk, just one more monster to go. Asterisk. Vina was still airborne, while the monster below readied its attack. Asterisk. If the timer on my enhance, Vakiji runs out. Asterisk. Asterisk. I won't be able to move. I'll be a sitting duck. Asterisk. As she thought this, she channeled magic into her fist, gritting her teeth. Asterisk. I have to finish this before my time is up. Asterisk. She threw the massive, powerful punch forward, but as she executed the move, she gasped in horror. Asterisk. Huh. Asterisk. The magical aura surrounding her had vanished. The voice from the ring spoke again. Excessive energy consumption has prematurely cancelled enhance, Vakiji. Helpless in midair, Vina came face to face with the scorpion's sharp stinger. Terrified, she couldn't stop her momentum as her body hurtled towards it. Asterisk. I'm sorry, Master. I guess this is the end for me. Asterisk. Asterisk I didn't want to leave you. Asterisk. Heartbroken, Vina resigned herself to her fate. You disobedient kid. Suddenly, Jaime was there, catching her in his arms and leaving her completely stunned. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a magical shield to block the massive stinger. Just then, Vios appeared in a flash of light. Master, allow me to handle this. You can rest easy. Vios then grew to a colossal size. Just one of his feet was enormous. The scorpion was instantly dwarfed, looking like a tiny ant in comparison. Without a moment's hesitation, Vios brought his foot down, and everyone knows what happened to the last monster. Vina could only stare, completely dumbfounded. Jaime, however, just sounded exasperated. Vios, after 5 years, this is all the power you've recovered? This is barely 1/100th of your original size. Vios lifted his foot, revealing a massive crater in the ground. Vina, Jaime said, turning to her. Your enhance. Vakiji is incredible. To have reached that level with only 5 years of training? That's amazing. That was an impressive effort. Jaime praised Vena, his voice filled with pride. Still in shock, all she could manage was to call out to her master. Vios, now tiny again, happily flew to his master's side. Jaime continued. But risking your life to take down that last one, that was a reckless gamble. Next time, you need to learn when to make a safe retreat. Got it? Vena quickly replied. I really don't know what I would have done if you hadn't been there, Master. Suddenly overwhelmed, her eyes welled up with tears. Master, I'm so sorry, and thank you so much. She sobbed, hugging Jaime tightly. He just gave her a gentle smile, patting her head to comfort her. It's all right now. We should head back. A little while later, with Vios sleeping soundly on her lap, they returned to the room from before. Vena was the first to speak. So, does this mean I can't travel with you anymore? Jaime replied. I would love for you to journey across the continent with me, but you are a princess, the one and only future queen of the Vakiji. That's why I hope that one day you'll lead your people and help me in this war. Vena still looked disappointed, whispering, Master. Suddenly, the door burst open and John appeared, announcing, I knew you'd still be here. Princess, I have wonderful news for you. A new princess of the Vakiji has been born, she announced with pure joy. Jaime's head whipped around in shock. What do you mean? Vena was even more stunned, letting out a confused, huh? Freon quickly explained, Your Highness's second younger sister has been born. This means you are free to leave with Jamie Welton. From outside the house, you could hear their synchronized shouts of disbelief. What? Vena stood up awkwardly, stammering, All of a sudden I have a sister? You've got to be kidding me. This is no joke, princess. It's the truth, Freon replied seriously. Do you happen to know how a Vakiji is born? A shocked look crossed Vena's face as she thought to herself. Now that I think about it, I've never heard how one of us is born. Ever since I came back, there haven't been any new births here. Freon began her story. The Vakiji are an all-female race. The queen's own life essence is extracted and shaped by the sacred tree, forming seeds that are then nurtured. When one of those seeds is planted in fertile ground under the right conditions, a new life takes root. A flower blooms, and from within it, a new Vakiji is born. Normally, this cycle happens once every 10 years. But for the queen, it's different. The essence of a succeeding queen is sown into the white tree, the sacred tree of our people. And when a red flower blooms upon it, a new princess, a new life, is born from it. Venna asked in amazement, "If she's my sister, does that mean another essence was sown into the white tree?" Freon confirmed it instantly. "Yes, it's because the queen thought she would never find the lost princess. 7 years after you disappeared, the 4 elders proposed that the queen sow a new essence into the white tree to create a new heir. But at the time, the new essence showed no reaction at all. Just as most of the Vakiji were about to give up on that seed of hope, news arrived that you had been found. After that, all attention shifted to you, and the seed was forgotten. And only now have they discovered that the flower, deep within a hollow of the white tree, is about to bloom." Venna pressed on. "So the flower from the essence planted 8 years ago is blooming now?" Freon quickly clarified. "Not yet, but it's growing from the roots of the white tree. It will likely bloom in another 2 years." Jamie sat there, deep in thought. So that means her little sister will be born after the current queen passes away? He slammed his hand on the table and shot to his feet. "Venna, there's something I have to tell you." John immediately turned and snapped. "Jamie Welton," Jamie said calmly. "Freon, that's enough. In a situation like this, she has to know the truth. Venna, there's a reality you need to face." He struggled for a moment before standing to face her directly. She looked at him, confused. "What is it, Master?" "The queen. She only has about a year left to live." The words hit Venna like a physical blow. She stared in disbelief, unable to process what she'd just heard. "What? What does that mean? Why? Why does my mother have so little time left?" Jamie's voice was heavy with sorrow. "Because the shock of thinking she had lost you weakened her health tremendously, and extracting her own essence to create a new heir. It completely exhausted her." Venna collapsed to the floor, her face a mask of agony. She trembled, whispering, "So, because of me, Mom is." Jamie called out her name in sympathy, but knew there were no words that could possibly ease her pain right now. Venna clutched her head, screaming in despair. "It's my fault. Because of me, Mom. She had to do that. If I hadn't gotten lost that day, if I hadn't disappeared." The other 2 rushed to her side, trying to calm her. "Venna! Venna!" Jamie raised a hand, casting a spell to calm her hysteria. When it was done, he said sternly, "Pull yourself together. You can't change the past, and regret will only destroy you." Venna fell silent, but tears continued to stream down her face. She looked up, her voice breaking. "Master, my mom, I need to see her, right now. I have to tell her." Overcome with grief, she couldn't finish her sentence. Jamie knelt down, placing a hand on her shoulder reassuringly. "Okay, we'll go see your mother." A short while later, the 3 of them appeared before the gate to the Vakiji forest. Jamie spoke up. "Do we need permission to enter?" "No," Freon replied. "Since the princess is with us, we can enter without permission. Then let's hurry." As they walked, Jamie noticed Venna trailing behind, lost in her sadness. The moment she stepped into the forest, did her hair just turn red? It must be the influence of the forest's energy. Just as the 3 emerged from the gate, a figure appeared and asked, "So you have arrived?" "Second Elder Sentina, I greet the princess." A woman with short hair, who looked as if she'd been waiting, bowed her head slightly. Venna replied, "Sentina, it's been a while. I'm here to see the queen on an urgent matter." Second Elder Sentina's gaze shifted to Jamie. "Is that so? And who is this person?" "This is Jamie Welton, my master." The instant Venna introduced him, Sentina's eyes widened in shock as she thought to herself, "Jamie Welton, so this is Princess Venna's master?" She looked Jamie up and down, sizing him up, before speaking. "Please wait a moment. I will inform the queen, Your Highness." Jamie watched her leave and asked, "Is she one of your clan's 4 elders?" Freon answered, "She is my direct superior and an advisor to the queen. She's much more powerful than she looks." Jamie thought to himself, she definitely has the aura of a master and the commanding presence of someone with authority, truly worthy of being a Vakiji elder. A moment later, Sentina returned and announced, "Freon, you will remain here. The princess and her guest may proceed to meet with the queen." The 3 of them entered a hollow in the great tree, revealing an ornate and majestic chamber. The queen was already there, waiting, her arms outstretched and a joyful smile on her face. "My daughter, come here. I've missed you so much." Venna ran to her, crying out, "Mother!" She hugged her mother tightly. The queen was confused. "Why are you crying? Did something happen to upset you? Please, tell me." With tears streaming down her face, Venna looked up at her mother. "Mother, I heard everything. Is it true? That you only have 1 year left to live? Please tell me it's not true." Queen Van Wy was stunned. "Venna, how did you find out about that?" She buried her face in her mother's embrace, sobbing with self-blame. If you had told me sooner, I never would have left the forest for a second. I could have spent more time with you. Now the queen's own tears began to fall as she held her daughter tightly. I'm so sorry, Venna. I am so sorry. Jamie stood to the side, watching the mother and daughter comfort each other, a bittersweet smile on his face. He thought of his own parents and his sister. If my parents or Sarah Welton's health ever got that bad, I'd probably react just like Venna. But in life, sickness, old age, and death are things no one can escape. It's a trial that everyone has to face eventually. And even if we don't want to, we have to accept that painful truth. I've been through it before, but in the future, I won't let it happen again. He clenched his hand into a tight fist. In my previous life, I couldn't bear that pain, so I chose the extreme path of suppressing all my emotions. But in this life, I will accept that pain completely. But I will do everything in my power to protect the people I care about. In that moment, it was as if Jamie was confronting his past self head-on. After a tearful reunion, Queen Vanki composed herself, wiping her eyes with a royal smile. It is hardly proper to keep our guest waiting, let alone have him witness such a scene. Vina, my dear, won't you introduce your companion to me? Vina quickly nodded, a smile returning to her face as she introduced Jamie. This is my master, the one I've told you so much about. Jamie placed a hand over his chest in a respectful gesture, bowing his head. I am Jamie Welton. Queen Vanki mirrored the gesture, her voice filled with gratitude. At last, I meet the benefactor of the Vakiji tribe. Thanks to you, I have found my daughter again. Thank you, truly. I have little to offer, but please, accept this as a token of my deepest gratitude. I have longed to give this to you, should we ever meet. As she spoke, she presented a glowing object in her palm. Jamie looked at the item in the queen's hand and asked, This is, the queen began to explain, surely you recognize it. This is a leaf from the white tree. Merely holding it will restore your life force over time. It will be an invaluable aid in battle. I pray you will accept this precious gift. Jamie reached out, accepting the leaf. Then I shall gratefully accept. He thought to himself. This is an unbelievably precious artifact. He could already feel a wave of soothing energy wash over him, melting away his fatigue. Queen Vanki's expression then turned serious. Now, I wish to speak about my daughter's future, if I may. Vina took her cue to leave. Then I will step away for a moment to allow you two to speak. A short while later, the Queen and Jamie stood side by side before the palace entrance. Queen Vanki spoke first. Jamie, was it you who told Vina about my remaining lifespan? Jamie answered without hesitation. Yes, I told her the truth so that she would choose to stay. The absence of the Queen would be a devastating blow to the Vakiji people. The Queen replied with a heavy sigh. I had intended to keep it from her. I never wanted my child to suffer with that knowledge. Jamie looked at her and countered, Forgive my bluntness, Your Majesty, but that is the selfishness of a parent. A child has every right to know about the health of those they love. Hearing this, Queen Vanki was taken aback for a moment. Then, a genuine smile spread across her face. You're right. I was only thinking of myself. Thank you for bringing my daughter back to me. Jamie placed a hand on his chest and bowed. Now, I must say my final farewells to Vina. Your Majesty. A moment later, by a grand fountain, a voice called out, Vina. You're here. I take it you've made your decision? She called his name hesitantly. Master. Jamie and Vina now sat together under a gazebo. He smiled softly. Do you remember the first day we met, 5 years ago? Vina's face lit up. Of course I remember. You were so strict with me back then. Even though I was disappointed that the Vakiji had no talent for magic, I was just so happy to be by your side, fighting with you. How could I ever forget those moments? How could I possibly forget? Vina was now trembling, her words choked by sobs. You don't have to forget any of it. No matter how far apart we are, I am still your master, and you are still my disciple. That is a truth that will never change. Jamie's gaze was soft as he comforted her. Vina stopped crying and looked up. Master, please remember that we are always together, that we will always think of each other, no matter what. Hearing this, she managed a bright smile through her tears, which continued to flow freely. Yes, I'll remember. Always together. He looked at her with an affectionate gaze. Vina, take good care of the queen, her health. With that said, he stood up to leave. Vina called after him, I will, master. I promise. So we have to see each other again, okay? Jamie, now standing before a different space, waved without turning back. You got it. In an instant, he teleported back to his room. Vios was still sleeping soundly on the chair, completely undisturbed by his sudden arrival. Jamie thought to himself, that kid's gonna be so bummed when he finds out Vina is gone. Man, why do goodbyes have to hurt so much? I need to get some sleep and recover my strength. He pursed his lips, an indescribable feeling weighing on him as he pushed open the door to his bedroom. Vina, live a long and happy life. Jamie Welton. The scene shifts to the middle of the night. As Jamie slept, A voice shattered the silence, jolting him awake. What is it? What's wrong? Balak stood there, looking anxious, while Isis gazed at him with a worried expression. It's happened. War has broken out. Upon hearing the news, Jamie's face remained calm, though his brow furrowed deeply. In the year Fritmu, a map of 5 continents appeared. 4 continents, Ovia, Arisa, Brion, and Karen, formed the outer ring, with Heron at the very center. Teria was a nation to the east of the Kirin territory, while Zenit was situated behind it. With turmoil sweeping across the continent, wars erupted, with numerous attacks launched against the Chisan kingdom in northern Ovia. Jennis Teresia was a territory that received massive support in both manpower and resources from the eastern nations. The war escalated with terrifying speed. Jaren, a major border city of the Chisan kingdom, was completely and utterly destroyed. Only then did the Chisan kingdom begin to react to the battle, but it was far too late. The Teresian army had already pushed deep into their territory with overwhelming force. As a result, Jaren suffered a catastrophic defeat. Upon learning of the brutal outbreak of war, the northern kingdom of Seam immediately dispatched Lemur and Simon to the Chisan kingdom as reinforcements. These 2 brilliant mages fought through the Sea of Flames in Jaren to confront the Teresian army, which was preparing its advance on Egan. For now, they have temporarily halted the enemy's assault, but reclaiming Jaren is impossible. Of course, this pause in the Teresian army's advance wouldn't last long. Their elite forces were already preparing for a massive, large-scale attack. The king of Chisan, Apesa IV, was forced to call an emergency meeting with the Alliance of Northern Nations to devise a counterplan. He clutched his face, his body trembling as he cried out, "The situation is beyond dire. What am I to do? Although we've received some support from King Fridomu, it's like a drop of water in the ocean." Apesa IV, king of Chisan, knew that without immediate aid, Eon would fall, allowing the Teresian army to push even deeper. Next will be Co. Once we are breached, the entire northern advance route will be wide open. None of the kingdoms along that path will be safe any longer. Peeking through his fingers, the terror in the king's eyes was clear. And that's not all. We still have no idea when Kwacha will decide to launch an attack on the Ibri kingdom. Laya, the king of Ibri, spoke up. The armies of the northern kingdoms can provide some aid to ease your burden, but we must all maintain forces to defend against our own hostile neighbors. King Apesa replied anxiously, I completely understand your concerns, but if the Chisan kingdom falls, as I've said, the northern road will be open, and the kingdoms behind us will face annihilation. It seems then that we, the Absalon kingdom, will have to dispatch a portion of our army to assist you. It may be a small force, but it is all we can spare. The king of Gi, also trembling, added his thoughts. Suddenly, Vito, the king of Gantien, roared, How can you even say such things? Are you just going to stand there? If we don't unite now, we will all fall. After a heated debate, a powerful voice cut through the noise. That is enough. The time for arguing is over. We need to be preparing to face the enemy. Everyone, calm yourselves and find a solution. The words belonged to Fridomu, the king of Sedum. The king now said, Thank you, Lord Fridomu. Fridomu narrowed his eyes and continued, Given the current situation, I have already sent the 2 grand mages, Simon and Lemur, to Chisan. An image of Jamie's father appeared, urgently leading his troops on horseback. Furthermore, Count Welton is leading an elite force of 10,000 soldiers toward Egan. But of course, it will take time to get there, and we will need more support from Absalon and Jaren. He pointed to 2 locations on the map. We have also sent Grand General Intu with 3,000 troops to Ibri to block the enemy's advance. Alongside him is our finest strategist, Advisor Kang, with 7,000 troops heading to Chisan. This is what we can do to prolong the current situation. Dikaran, the king of Jaren, spoke. King Laya laughed. General Intu's reputation precedes him. If he is mobilized, the situation might ease, but the number of troops with him seems insufficient. King Apesa let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Lord Dekaran. King Gi then added, If that is the case, then we too will dispatch the mage Sad Khan with 5,000 of our own troops to assist. With the war escalating, it is the most we can do. Atesa's voice was filled with gratitude. Thank you, King Jaime. We will remember this debt. The war has reached its climax, but we will absolutely hold our ground. We can't let those bastards from Tarisha do whatever they want. King Laya added, If we win this war, we can use the opportunity to wipe out the heretics and show everyone who the strongest power in the north truly is. Freedom's voice cut in, sharp and determined. It's good that everyone is so resolute, but we still face a formidable opponent. We might be a powerful alliance, but we must stay alert. We never know when that cursed church will summon an evil god. If we can, we need to push into Chisan's territory and drive back Teresia with swift force. The kings around the table shared a look of grim understanding. Just then, Jamie stood, quickly changed his clothes, and stretched, asking nonchalantly, "So, the war is starting again?" Isis snapped back in shock. "You don't seem very surprised by that news." Jamie calmly met her gaze and explained, "Of course not. Small-scale battles have been happening for years. This is nothing new. A full-blown war like this should have started 5 years ago. So, what's the current situation on the battlefield?" Isis put her hands on her hips, her expression serious. "Jaren has all but fallen," she said. "Our two archmages went to stop them, but they couldn't prevent Theresia's army from occupying the city." Jamie immediately asked, "And who were those two?" Bali Onyx, standing nearby, answered Marquis Limo and Count Simon. "This war is no longer a simple matter, so everyone is on high alert. News of the conflict has spread like wildfire." Suddenly, a magical bird appeared. Its voice rushed with urgency. "The war has begun. Elder Jamie Welton must return." And with that, it vanished into thin air. Isis struggled to speak. "We can't help you, Jamie." He patted her shoulder, his voice calm. "It's all right. Fran is preparing for something important too, so don't feel any pressure because you can't help me." He thought to himself that everyone has their own role to play. "I'll have B. Hermos stay at the border to give you support." Fios was still fast asleep in a chair nearby, drooling. Isis replied, "Thank you. I hope everything goes as planned and you take down the dragon god. For my part, I will definitely crush the Jennis church." Jamie nodded. Isis flashed a confident smile. "Of course. That's how it'll be." A moment later, he started to leave but turned back to say, "This battle is critical. Before I go, I need to check on my sword." Bali replied immediately, "Yes, sir." Isis asked, "You're going to the forge? I'll go with you." The scene shifts. Jamie and Isis are peering into a blacksmith's workshop. He called out, "Lynn, are you in there?" Inside, Hinder was intensely focused on forging a weapon, a powerful magical aura pulsing from his body. Every strike of the hammer shaped the glowing blade. The blows sent out powerful shockwaves, signaling that the work was nearing completion. Even Jamie was startled by this immense power. All around the forge, massive flames erupted from ventilation holes. Jamie and Isis were already standing within a protective barrier. Isis wondered aloud, "Is that dragon fire?" Jamie smirked in response. "That's right. I gave Lynn dragon fire and some of my best materials so he could forge a sword just for me." A moment later, Hinder emerged, holding a long, cloth-wrapped object. He wearily wiped his forehead as thick black smoke billowed out from behind him. He sighed. "Man, that was exhausting." Jamie smiled brightly and asked, "So, is my sword finished?" Hinder, still catching his breath, replied, "I was just about to come find you. You're right on time." From beneath the cloth, an incredibly beautiful and powerful-looking sword was revealed. "Here, this is your sword." Jamie immediately gripped the hilt, his heart pounding with excitement. "This is my new sword?" He ran a hand along the sharp edge, then looked at Isis with a confident expression. "I want to test this sword's power. Could I ask for your help?" Isis immediately replied, "Of course, but you need to be careful. We can't do it here. Let's find a more open space." "I want to see this sword's true power too," Jamie happily agreed. "All right then. I'll fight with everything I've got." Mr. Hinder quickly created a magical shield for safety. Isis drew her massive greatsword. "Bring it on." In an instant, Jamie also drew the blade he had just received. The moment it was unsheathed, the sword unleashed a powerful torrent of energy. His eyes were incredibly focused. Isis was just as intense, analyzing her opponent. Then suddenly, two immense auras collided in midair. The impact of their swords created a massive shockwave. A confident smile spread across Isis's face. The two powers of fire and water intertwined, creating a blinding explosion of light. Everything around them was shattered into dust. Nothing was visible except for a thick cloud of smoke. The mage, observing the fight, stroked his beard and exclaimed, "Ho! A perfectly balanced battle. It seems the sword is living up to its legend." As the smoke cleared, it revealed a huge crater torn into the earth. At its center, two small figures stood facing each other, surrounded by swirling power. "This Dragon Slayer sword, this powerful blade is trying to escape my control." Jamie looked at his magnificent sword and smiled with satisfaction. If someone with a weak will tried to wield this, the blade would consume their mind. It would become a demonic sword, bringing disaster to everyone. But for me, that will never happen. He ran his hand along the blade, which was radiating an immense aura. Isis then asked, "That sword was able to withstand the lightning from my technique. What do you think of it?" Jamie simply replied, "The sword is quite good." At that moment, Hinder descended from above. Seeing him, Isis offered her praise. "You have truly created a masterpiece." Lynn blushed, rubbing the back of his neck. "It was only thanks to the fine materials." She then asked, "So what is the sword's name?" Hinder replied casually, "I only made it. I haven't thought of a name." Isis's face lit up. "Then allow me to give it one, a rather fitting name." Jamie asked, "Curious. What is it?" Isis suddenly grew serious, then began to speak. Long ago, there were many legendary weapons, and among them was the fabled sword of my ancestor, Balasada, a blade with the power to sever space itself. The wielder of that sword was hailed by all of humankind as a peerless hero. Jamie was stunned to hear the name. Isis continued, that hero was Roland. This was the sword he wielded. The hero, Roland, who achieved countless glorious victories with his sword, Durandal, and now I know he also possessed the blade called Balasada. A smile grew on Jamie's face. Balasada, huh? A fitting name. The scene shifts to the Jennis church, where Green has exchanged his tattered rags for a clean, beautiful set of robes. He spoke with glee. It has been far too long since I've worn clothes like these. He then remembered the image of his past self, locked away. For 6 years, he endured endless suffering in the Sun Society. But now, I have obtained the power of a god. A powerful energy exploded from his body, and he couldn't help but exclaim in ecstasy. This feeling of absolute power. Now, I can finally fight once again. Jamie Welton. I will without a doubt crush you. The young boy holding a sword across from him began to tremble before his terrifying presence. Green then retracted his power, a friendly smile replacing his manic expression. Do I look that frightening? The boy flinched at the question and stammered, No, sir. I'm just a little cold. Green then casually took the sword and walked past him, saying, All right, you can go and rest now. The boy jumped, replying softly, Thank you, sir. Of course. Suddenly, from behind the boy, droplets of blood sprayed into the air. The wicked Green had mercilessly stabbed him straight through, saying casually, Go and rest peacefully beside God. It is your honor. After killing him, he dropped the sword, saying with disgust, I have no more use for this piece of trash. The unfortunate boy's body fell to the floor. Green strode proudly toward a glowing sword resting on a pedestal. He smirked wickedly, then took the blade and drew it from its sheath with a look of pure satisfaction. It's been a while since I've lived as a normal person, Durando Jamie mused, staring out the window. So much time has passed since I left that place. I've gained some divine power and status. Sure, I've become a sword master and even obtained the legendary sword, Barasada. But compared to my power in my past life, it's a joke. Especially since Diablo Volpia has already reached the realm of the gods. To defeat the 12 deities, I'll need a strength that transcends all logic. The enemies I'll face in the future are countless and deadly. I can't afford to stand still. Suddenly, a tail on the desk twitched and slammed down. Jamie asked, confused, What's wrong? Vios's eyes burned red with fury. He slammed his hands on the table and roared, What's wrong? You suddenly announce you're leaving just like that, and you're going alone? If you were going to take Vina, the least you could do is tell me. Yeah, Jamie replied softly. I'm sorry. But Vios was still fuming. So does this mean Vina's never coming back? He answered, feeling helpless. Well, she's the future queen. Because of that, she can't just do whatever she wants. She has to look out for her people, you know? Their conversation continued. So, are you leaving right away, Master? Yes. You should stay here for a while and help Isis out. Outside the window, the sky was still clear and blue, but Viomos's mood turned gloomy. All right, I get it. If anything happens, I'll contact Vina through the communication orb. Seeing his pathetic state, Jamie felt a pang of guilt. Asterisk, man, look how crushed he is. I feel bad for the little guy. Asterisk, okay, to make you feel better. I'll give you a magic teleportation circle that links directly to Vina. The cooldown is about a month. As he spoke, he cheerfully wrapped a scarf around his neck. Tears of gratitude streamed down Vios's face. Thank you, my lord. All right, while you're here, help Frantia with their plans. And don't forget to train to get your old strength back. With that, Jamie grabbed his sword, turned, and walked toward the door. Vios quickly shot back. I know. The next time we meet, Master, I'll show you a whole new look and power level. The moment he stepped outside, Jamie asked, Is everything ready? Bali Onyx, who was leaning against a tree, replied, Everything's been taken care of. We can go say our goodbyes at the guild hall before we leave. At that moment, people from all the different clans were gathered around a meeting table. They were chatting happily when a voice cut through the noise. Everyone, please be quiet, Isis said with a bright smile. Some people are absent today due to other business. An image of Klon and the old man appeared. Before I go, I wanted to come and say goodbye to everyone. Nellie Saren glanced at him, pouting. So you're really leaving? Jamie replied with a smile. That's right. I have my own work to do. But next time we meet, I'll show you how much stronger my magic has gotten. Until then, you better practice what I taught you. You got that? Her mood instantly brightened as she chirped. All right, deal. Hacker, can I ask you to handle things here? Jamie asked gently. Though he was flustered, Hacker tried to act cool. Fine, don't worry about a thing, I've got it covered, Jamie continued. And Jin, we've only traveled together for a short time, but I can tell you're a really interesting guy. Jin nodded back. I'm glad you think so. And Han, Thank you for getting Vina and Boho to Frantia safely. Han was trying so hard not to laugh that he was shaking. I was just doing my job. It was no big deal. Rosemary, thank you for preparing everything for me all this time. Rosemary, standing on a chair, bowed her head and smiled in response. Then, Jamie's gaze shifted to the side. Isis was sitting there, eagerly waiting for him to speak. Suddenly, Jamie pushed himself up from the table. I have something to say to everyone here, he thought to himself. Frantia used to be known as a revolutionary organization. I thought they were just a bunch of weirdos who could ruin everything I'd planned. But after spending time with them, I now know for sure. Frantia is not an organization that can be easily controlled. They're a free-spirited group, standing up against the power of the 12 gods. In a way, that makes them my allies. With his mind made up, the words tumbled from his lips. I am Diavolo. I am the dark mage who fought the 12 gods 666 years ago. The revelation sent a shockwave through the room. Every single person stared at him, their faces masks of pure disbelief, as if they couldn't trust their own ears. Jamie continued, honestly, I have no idea how I returned in this body, but there's one thing I must tell you all. My goal and my ideals are now one and the same, to win freedom for all of humanity. Only Isis remained calm, watching him with a knowing smile. Jamie held out his hand. To do that, we must work together to defeat the 12 gods. With that shared ideal, we can make it happen. The battle will be long and full of hardship, but I believe we can win, because we are comrades who share the same dream. As he spoke, a strange magical aura began to radiate from his smiling face. Everyone stared at the energy swirling around him. So that's it. He really is a dark mage. Hacker spoke up. That's right. I was always amazed by your power. Now, all my questions have been answered. Bonix looked at him happily and added his own thoughts. Jamie replied, yes, I'm sorry for not telling you sooner, but no matter who I was in my past life, the fact that you are my foster father in this one will never change. Bonix let out a sigh of relief. Thank you. It seems Count Welton and Seer still don't know about this, so we'll keep it a secret from them for now. Han scratched his head, still in disbelief. So, am I the only one freaking out here? A mage coming back after 666 years is a little hard to wrap my head around, Jamie asked calmly. If you want, I can show you my memories. Han immediately waved his hands. No, that's not necessary. But, can you tell me what that era was like? Jamie's eyes glazed over with nostalgia as he began to speak. It was pure chaos, utterly horrific. The 12 gods interfered directly in people's lives, causing fanatics to wage war everywhere. It was a continental war between nations. Countless people fell because of it. But in my opinion, the peace created by the 12 gods' control was even more terrifying than that chaotic time. That's why these chains that bind us, we must break them to reclaim our freedom. That is the mission I was brought back to fulfill. As Jamie spoke, he clenched his fist, showing his determination. The scene then shifted, Jamie said cheerfully. Even though I've been here a while, there's still so much that feels new to me. Bali Onyx replied with a smile of his own. Maybe that's what makes this place so special. New things always bring a special kind of feeling. The two were walking up a staircase that opened up to a breathtaking natural view. Jamie continued. Okay, give me the rundown and make it quick. Bonix turned his head. Are you sure this is okay? Jamie shot back. It's fine. I'm a 9-circle mage, remember? Bonix's expression suddenly turned deadly serious. All right then, let's get moving. We need to go punish those scum from the Jennis church. At that same time, inside Egan Fortress in the kingdom of Chason, a trembling voice could be heard. What am I supposed to do now? Those two bought us some time, but we just don't have enough power. Lord Evanvoy Amulet was sweating buckets, dabbing at his face with a handkerchief in sheer terror. Countess Leheater Simon, sitting beside him, replied, The enemy keeps sending reinforcements. They must have predicted we'd make a surprise move, so they're not letting their guard down. Evanvoy Amulet kept dabbing at his sweat, terrified. Does that mean their advance is unstoppable? Second Elder Malin Mayo replied grimly, Every scenario has been calculated. The Jennis Church's ancient divine artifact simulated the war between us, and it produced a result. The outcome is still uncertain. But in a war like this, we have to rely on our own strength, right, Countess Simon? Countess Leheater Simon looked down at the map and answered, I think so too. Karina Lopin is a powerful 8th-level mage who controls those puppets. She's the commander-in-chief of Teresa's Legion. Her army has already caused us massive losses. Evanvoy Amulet just kept wiping away sweat in fear. But aren't they just mindless puppets? No matter how strong they are, they can't have sharp intelligence. True. But they're still the puppets of an 8th-level mage. Plus, they're supercharged with magic from the Jennis Church's mana stones. It's basically an army of monsters born from dark magic. They're a formidable opponent. Countess Leader Simon tried to reassure him. But then Second Elder Malin Mayo spoke up. Those puppets can use up to 5th level magic. That's the latest intel from the battlefield. At that, Evanvoy Amulet's handkerchief dropped to the floor, his face twisted in absolute horror. Up to level 5? Standing by and doing nothing wasn't an option. Suddenly, a soldier burst through the door, panting as he delivered the grave news. An emergency report! The enemy has deployed 5 divine magic cannons to attack us. These were magical armaments, each capable of unleashing shells with the devastating power of 5th-tier magic. A divine magic cannon is a terrifying siege weapon, firing magical rounds with immense destructive force and an impossibly long range. A deep worry settled on Second Elder Lin Mio's face as he realized the truth. A 5th-tier artifact, amplified by mages. Its destructive power would be catastrophic. It seems they intend to shatter the fortress walls before their main assault. Baron Simon immediately rose to his feet and declared, "We have to do something. If the walls are breached, this battle is over. All of the citizens here would be in grave danger. It's time to assess the situation outside." With that, he cast a teleportation spell. Second Elder Lin Mayo quickly raised a hand, shouting, "My lord, evacuate the people! We will hold them off as long as we can!" Fanboy Amulet ran off in a panic, yelling back, "I understand!" The elder turned, his voice filled with fury. "We must stop this at all costs!" The scene shifted to the outer walls, where Baron Simon materialized, looking down upon the battlefield. Before him was an endless swarm of enemy soldiers, like ants, backed by enormous cannons ready to fire. He thought with dread, they're planning an all-out attack. With cannons like those, the entire fortress could be reduced to a pile of rubble in an instant. But as long as I am here, I will not let that happen. As he spoke, Baron Simon swiftly unleashed a massive wave of his own power. Fire god magic, meteor shower. His immense flames took the form of a giant hand, crashing down towards the enemy forces. On the opposing side, a man sneered contemptuously. "Oh, that's quite powerful. Let's see what you can really do." This was Karina Lopin, a level 8 mage. He proceeded to activate the divine magic cannons. Massive shells emerged from the barrels, glowing with an incredibly potent blue energy as they shot towards Baron Simon's attack. Baron Simon struggled to hold his ground, realizing with horror, "I can't block the attack from all these cannons by myself." Karina Lopin flashed a grotesque yellow-toothed grin and gave a foul command. "Keep firing!" The situation had turned dire. Indeed, the entire fortress was now being bombarded by countless massive shells. It was clear that the protective barrier, even with Baron Simon's power, wouldn't hold for much longer. Karina stood within a protective field he believed to be impenetrable, supremely confident in his invincible fortress. "You think you can destroy my divine cannons?" Finally, his true opponent had arrived. At the highest point of the opposing wall, 2 majestic figures appeared, standing beside a flag that whipped in the wind amidst the smoke and fire of the brutal battlefield. The Mage of Sem had appeared, clad in stark white battle attire that contrasted with his long, silvery hair and flowing beard. In his hand, he held an unassuming tree branch, a weapon of unbelievable power. Lehito unleashed his attack, throwing a fiery fist towards Karina. Fire magic! In an instant, the entire space was engulfed in a crimson blaze, a column of smoke billowing towards the heavens to clash directly with the magic fired from Karina's army of divine cannons. The two forces collided, creating a cataclysmic explosion that annihilated everything around them. But in the end, it was Lehito who emerged victorious. His fire magic had utterly destroyed all the opposing cannons in a single minute. They were all reduced to a heap of useless scrap metal. Even after being obliterated, the remnants were still being incinerated by the flames of his fire magic. The wreckage had been shattered into 100 pieces and scattered in every direction, still smoldering quietly. If the pieces had all been in one place, it would have been a massive inferno. Other parts were luckier, escaping the flames but still suffering catastrophic damage, their internal wiring sparking and exposed. The crackling electricity made even Karina gasp in shock. They managed to destroy the divine cannons, but he was far from defeated. In fact, a much more sinister plan was already forming in his mind. But that's not nearly enough to break my offensive. Another wave of divine cannons rolled onto the field, ready to fight for their arrogant and conceited master. He activated all the cannons, aiming their world-ending power directly at Lin Mayo and Lehito to seize the offensive. A level 8 mage like him could only block 2 of the cannons at most. He let out a savage grin, revealing teeth as yellow as 24-karat gold bars and fangs as sharp as a vampire's. He had already expended a huge amount of mana just to block the first volley. He was just barely holding on. From his high perch, he commanded the storm, directing the cannons to slaughter his foes. "Activate all cannons." The cannons instantly unleashed streams of magical energy, forming a torrent of electricity with seemingly infinite power, an unstoppable force crashing towards them. Lin didn't hesitate, signaling to Lee Hito. "Simon, get ready." Lee Hito got the signal and immediately moved into the optimal position, preparing for battle. Understood. The two combined their power, creating a crimson shield, bracing themselves while they waited for reinforcements. If they failed, they wouldn't even survive, let alone have the chance to surrender when faced with such a ferocious magical onslaught. Lin Mio pushed on, his eyes bloodshot and the wrinkles on his forehead deepening with strain. He pushed forward as Lee Hita did the same, unleashing his fire magic with all his might to ensure Lin Meo didn't lose his footing from a single opening. But for Karina, this was never enough. Determined to push Lin Meo and Lee Hita to their deaths, he ordered his army of soldiers to charge, intending to use them to shatter the duo's magic shield. He would use them as a weapon to tear the two mages limb from limb. That magic shield will break soon enough. All warriors, advance and attack. Thousands upon thousands of fully armored soldiers, armed with swords and spears, charged into the fray. With Lin Mio and Lee Hito's energy fading, the odds were hopeless. But then, a single strike of magic descended upon the armored soldiers, scattering them in every direction. They hadn't even gotten close. They never even touched the shield before. Most of them were cut down, falling uselessly, their lives wasted. Karina was stunned. The one who had appeared to interfere in his battle was the last person he ever expected to see. "You're the wind god's sword, Barrack?" Yet, even facing such a formidable opponent, he showed not a hint of fear or hesitation. "All of you, charge! Don't be afraid." Barrack paid him no mind. This arrogant fool had no real power to speak of. His mediocre talents were no match for him. Watch closely. The next hero is about to appear. Amidst a sky as dark as ink from the smoke and dust, a brilliant beam of light appeared. At its center was a pair of giant, hovering wings. Below, the devastating battle raged on without end. Jamie made his grand entrance within the beam of light, his entire body radiating the aura of a true victor. With a single wave of his hand, he unleashed a blast of light magic, effortlessly dealing with groups of divine cannons and tens of thousands of useless soldiers, turning them all into a pile of scrap. The violet light illuminated the entire smoke-filled battlefield, leaving everyone stunned. He watched as his precious creations were turned to dust by Jamie's attack, unable to believe his eyes. This can't be happening. Were all the divine cannons destroyed? He raised his hand, commanding countless dark soldiers and minor sorcerers to attack at once, rushing towards Jamie's position. "Stop them! Now!" They swarmed forward frantically, a mindless horde of all shapes and sizes that only knew how to attack, not defend. Jamie's gaze was as taut as a bowstring, sharp enough to kill. It's useless. With a flick of both hands, Jamie unleashed a powerful, relentless torrent of magic, smashing them into nothing more than a pile of junk. Even his own protective barrier couldn't withstand the assault and vanished completely. Yet, he showed no signs of remorse. Instead, he grew even more foolish. Despite losing countless soldiers and failing to win, he furiously gave the order. "Everyone, charge!" He plunged his coarse, sinewy hands, which were covered in magical tattoos and incantations, into the ground where he stood, using a summoning technique to activate a forbidden magic circle. The magic circle on the ground flared to life. Violet light surged through ancient runes, connecting into a massive, pulsing ring that summoned two elite mages, Sir Perot S. These guys were built, looking like they could crush the frail-looking Jamie in seconds. One of them, a renowned mage from Teresia everyone knew, appeared with shoulder-length white hair flowing in the breeze. He spoke with a casual air, "For both of us to be sent. This opponent must be a real handful." The bald one wasn't scared of anyone. He knew the enemy was tough, but that just fired him up. After all, he was a mage of Teresia. Why not just go all out and vaporize the guy? "Let's see what you've got." Kararina was already losing patience. The two newcomers were also getting antsy, so he barked out the order. "Everyone, advance! Their reinforcements have arrived. We can't let our guard down." To defend himself, Jamie created a brilliant shield, shining like 24-karat gold, that hovered high in the sky. It was an eyesore to the two enemy mages, who desperately wanted to blast that punk Jamie out of the air. Drea, eager for battle, tightened her grip on her staff, already in a combat stance, ready to unleash hell. "Let me hit him with one good shot!" Drea simultaneously cast piercing lance magic, boosted by divine wind, dead set on taking Jamie's life. The piercing lance shot forward like a bolt of lightning, so fast that it set the air on fire. Seething with rage, he wanted to swallow his opponent whole. "Let's see you keep flying now." But Jamie, facing death itself, showed no fear. He even dared to challenge them with a completely calm attitude, not at all like someone about to be annihilated. Nice try. That piercing lance was supposed to be an unstoppable weapon. Even a man of steel shouldn't have been able to break it. And yet, Jamie shattered it with a single hand, slicing it in two as if it were nothing. It broke like a cheap plastic straw, instantly becoming worthless junk. He spoke coolly. Reinforcements. And you just sent 2 mages? Of course, Jamie was a bit surprised. He thought his opponents would be fierce warriors, but this was it? It was almost disappointing. Is this really all you've got? Suddenly, his light magic erupted with a blinding flash, clearly powered up to its maximum level. He'd let them have their fun on the offensive. Now, it was time to strike back. Jamie gathered all his light magic, focusing it into a massive blast aimed straight at Perodra and Karina. The result was a world-shaking explosion. The entire area was engulfed in a blinding flash of light. The light magic turned the smoke-filled dim sky into a brilliant sun. It left the 3 of them standing there, completely stunned. They clearly never imagined Jamie could be this powerful. Within the massive dome of magic, a concentrated blast shot toward the center, forcing Peroda and Karina to dodge in separate directions. Beams of light magic rained down relentlessly, destroying everything in sight. Everything on Karina's side was instantly obliterated by the devastating spell, except for the fortress where Linmel and Lee Hyder were standing. Even Linmel, who had just dropped the barrier protecting him and Lee Hyder from Karina, had to admit, we were almost wiped out too. Thank goodness for Jamie. Lighter suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Barrow, why didn't Jamie arrive with you? What has been happening these past few months? Not only was this strange, but he also sensed something new from Jamie. It seemed his power had grown exponentially. Linmel looked at the ruins of the fortress and the few remaining soldiers on the rugged ground after Jamie's onslaught. He finally let out a sigh of relief, as if a huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders. So, the enemy is finished. Jamie landed safely on the ground, just as Karina was crawling out from the desolate rubble. He used all his strength for the simple act of lifting his head, which had become a struggle. All his previous arrogance was gone. It seemed the battle didn't just destroy his army, it had completely shattered his pride. He tried to use the last bit of energy in his trembling hands to lunge at Jamie, screaming at the top of his lungs. You bastard! It seemed the shockwave from the attack had truly fried his brain. A moment ago, he had a massive army with divine cannons and his strongest mages, and still couldn't beat Jamie. And now he was alone and covered in wounds, still trying to achieve his pathetic goal that got his soldiers killed and wasted so much manpower on a meaningless battle. Karina directly used a soul annihilation spell to send Jamie straight to the afterlife. He gritted his teeth, his roar a mixture of helplessness and fury. Die! But surprisingly, Jamie didn't even react. He stood perfectly still, like a statue. Only when the spell was about to hit him head-on did Jamie raise a hand, unleashing an unprecedented wave of energy. I'm surprised you guys can still stand. For a split second, Karina was utterly shocked. A dark mage? An explosion of magic consumed the surrounding space. A monster made of pure magic began to materialize behind Jamie, ready to devour the helpless prey before it. This torrent of magic, known to the world as divine demonic power, coiled around him like a tidal wave, threatening to swallow him whole. He was battered until he had nothing left. Trying to resist, he collapsed to his knees on the hard ground, blood dripping, then pouring from the wounds left by the demonic power. His hands trembled, barely clinging to life. Only a single banner from Karina's army remained standing. Karina knelt before Jamie, not daring to lift his head, his hair a mess, looking completely broken. Because of his own foolish choices and thoughts, he had finally given up. I have lost. At the base of the mastermind behind the duo Jamie just destroyed, the fourth pontiff, Zenit Ilios, was furiously lecturing his subordinate. The Thesia army has been defeated. You were all far too careless. The subordinate in charge bowed his head, apologizing over and over. My apologies. A mage named Jamie Welton appeared and changed everything. Ilios was not satisfied with his subordinate's attitude. Are you suggesting our divine artifact miscalculated the outcome? The servant, terrified, quickly waved his hands in denial. That's not what I meant. Perhaps there was just a small error. But from behind him, a knight was already waiting. Before he could explain, the knight swung his sword in a long arc across his back, freezing him in place as blood sprayed through the air. Ilios slumped into his chair, his anger still boiling as he cursed under his breath. Damn it. Stumped, he couldn't figure it out and turned to ask Noah, a disciple of the god Zenit. What should we do now? Please advise us. Noah clasped her hands and thought in silence. So, he alone defeated 3 mages? After a long moment, Noah finally shared her thoughts. It seems this Jamie Welton has reached an entirely different level. The person opposite her continued, You mean a 9th level mage? A level no one has ever reached. Ilios's face darkened, sweat beading on his rugged cheeks. If that's true, then all the forces we dispatch will be practically useless. A prominent subordinate in the base stepped forward and made a suggestion. Your Holiness, please allow me to go. I will teach them a lesson. He was oozing with confidence. Perhaps he had never witnessed a grand mage before, so he had no idea what he was up against. So Ilios was skeptical of his abilities. His own army couldn't even win. Could a no-name like him even make it back in one piece, let alone win? Can we really trust him? Before Ilios could make a decision, Noah took the initiative and gave permission. Very well, I will grant you command of the entire army. Prepare that thing and take it with you. Meanwhile, in a dark dungeon in Ijni, where not a single ray of light could enter. In the end, Jaime had mercy and spared Kararina's life, throwing him into prison because he still had his uses. Later, he stood before the iron bars, looking at the man chained and collapsed on the cold stone floor. He asked, "Weren't there 3 of you? Where did the other one go?" But the man refused to say a word, rejecting the question. "Just kill me." To be honest, that response was exactly what Jaime had expected. "Just as I thought, he won't talk. I'll have to use a spell to locate the other one," he said to Karina. "Do you really think I want to kill someone like you?" Karina stared blankly at Jaime and said, "The moment we were captured, we lost all our value. You can see our condition. You know full well our lives are worthless now." Dark Mage. Jaime nodded, looking down on him. "I agree. You guys are totally useless. But shouldn't you pay the price for throwing this land into chaos?" Karen just stared back, lost like a deer in the headlights. "What?" A twisted idea started forming in Jamie's mind. "If I turned you into a high-level undead, you'd make a pretty powerful pawn for me, wouldn't you?" He shot up in a burst of fury, straining against the ropes binding his hands. "You little brat, just kill me. Let me die with some dignity." Just then, Lin Mayo and Lee Hito walked in. "Jaime, we were wondering where you went." "So, you were here all along." Jaime greeted them politely. "Ah, you're both here. I was busy locking these guys up, so I couldn't come greet you." Jaime rubbed his head awkwardly. "Sorry, but one of them got away." Lin Mayo tried to reassure him. "It's all right, you did great." But what truly worried Lin Mayo was something else entirely. After all, Jaime had single-handedly defeated Chia's entire army. From his experience, no one should be able to wipe out a force that included masters all on their own. Lee Hito had to ask, "Jaime, have you reached the peak level?" Jaime fiddled with his belt and replied casually, "Yeah, I finally made it." Both Lee Hito and Lin Mayo were stunned and immediately sent a report back to the academy. "Haha, oh man, the world is gonna freak out over this." But Lin Mayo's expression grew more serious. "I need to report this to the palace, immediately." Lee Hito glanced at the defeated Kararin. "But what about them?" Jaime didn't hesitate to share his plan. "I want to turn them into undead and use them. They'll be incredibly useful in the coming wars." The 2 elders thought it over, turning the living into the undead. "If it's for the sake of humanity, I won't stop you." "I agree as well." Jaime bowed his head. "Thank you both." But Jaime felt something was a little off. "By the way, have you seen Sir Burrell?" Lin Mayo frowned. "He went to see the Lord, said he was going to clean up this mess. But there's something more important. Have you heard that Count Welton is coming to Egnell?" Jaime was confused. "My father is coming here?" Lin Mayo confirmed it. "That's right. It'll be a while before he arrives. So get some rest. Leave the prisoner interrogation to us." Jaime felt a little hesitant. "This is the first time I'll be seeing father so far from the palace." He paused for a long moment before replying, "Yes, I'll leave it in your hands then." Meanwhile, at the dazzling royal palace of Fontina, an urgent intelligence report was delivered to the king. "Your Majesty, an urgent message!" A subordinate rushed in, panting, barely managing a bow before delivering the news. Jamie Welton, the 3rd elder of the Magic Tower, has defeated Tia's 50,000-strong army. King Fontina was in disbelief. "What? Is this true?" The subordinate's voice was firm. "I wouldn't dare lie, Your Majesty. It's the absolute truth." He was so overjoyed he forgot all royal etiquette and practically jumped for joy. Furthermore, he has reached the peak level. The king was floored. "The peak level?" He turned to Marquis Bio, sitting beside him with a wide grin. "Marquis Bio, did you know about this? He is your aide, after all." The Marquis responded graciously. "I had heard rumors from Beryl, but without proof, I couldn't be certain." This grandfather was beaming with pride for his exceptional grandson. Every time Jaime was mentioned, his eyes crinkled into a warm smile. But if the boy really defeated an army of 50,000, then it seems it was true all along. Ha ha ha, the image of the kind old man appeared in a crystal ball. King Fontina's eldest daughter, Isabel, let out a long sigh of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted. "I never knew when you'd do it," she murmured with a faint smile. "But you finally reached the peak level." Her gaze drifted up towards the bright full moon. "Not long after I saw you reach level 9, I could feel a great darkness drawing near you. What are you planning to do, Jaime?" 2 days later, inside Egnell's prison, the special cell holding Karen and his men was a horrific, bloody mess. The metallic tang of blood hit Jaime's nose the moment he entered. Karen and his men had all been brutally murdered. Their mangled bodies were strewn across the floor, a sight that even made Jaime sigh. You guys really are a pain. He looked helplessly at what was left of the two useless prisoners. The one who escaped is obviously the killer. He didn't even leave a single footprint. But did he really think his prey could escape that easily? Jamie's perfect plan was already in motion. I knew this would happen. That's why I cast a tracking spell over the entire city. It seems he has a way to fool it, which is why he hasn't been found. Step 1 of Jamie's brilliant plan was a success. You fool. You took the bait. He stared at the two corpses, deep in thought. I never intended to turn Kararin and Dra into undead, because I confirmed they were part of the Jennis sect. Jamie knelt to examine the bodies. If I turned them into undead and the Jennis sect found out, my whole plan would be ruined. So, I used them as bait instead. Jamie touched a lock of Kararina's hair. Now, let's take a look at your memories. This was one of the signature abilities of a black mage. Memory of the deceased. Awaken. In Kararina's memory, the cell door opened. Kararina, hands cuffed behind his back, looked up as if he'd seen a savior. Pharos, you came to rescue us! But before his joy could even register, a blade sliced across his throat as blood sprayed from his mouth like a firework. Pharos' two longswords pierced straight through his body, giving him no time to react. Pharos. Why? And with that, Jamie finally understood everything. So that's how it is. He turned himself into a spirit to assassinate his own comrades. Jamie's lips curved into a dangerous smile. If that's the case, this makes my plan even easier. A spirit can't escape my soul-tracking arts. Run as far as you can. Pharos. Pharos' spirit form darted through the darkness like a squirrel. He glanced back at the glittering city lights. I'm still within Egnel's territory. He collapsed to his knees, exhausted. Damn it. It's all because of this spiritification. Should I be glad I only lost a leg? Spiritification was a power of the undead that turned one's body into a spirit. In that brutal battle, when Jamie's heaven-sent attack was about to strike them down, if he hadn't used spiritification when that light descended, he never would have survived. He was luckier than Dra and managed to escape Jamie's pursuit. I was almost turned into a pile of ash, just like him. He felt zero remorse for what he'd done to Kararina and Dra. His only thought was for himself. If two masters became undead, they'd be a huge pain to deal with. He smirked, his eyes on the distant city. Who would have thought you were a black mage? I'll spread this news everywhere and destroy your reputation. As long as I have this power, you'll never find me. But everything was unfolding exactly as Jamie predicted. He was never getting away. It's funny how they all think the same thing. They think they can actually escape. Perhaps they'll never understand. If they don't leave a trace, how could I possibly find them? Pharos jolted when he heard the voice. You! He instantly drew his sword, spinning around defensively. Show yourself. I am Pharos, a swordmaster of Chia. You evil black mage. In the name of the gods, I will judge you. Suddenly, thousands of magical eyes opened, all focused on him. Poor, pathetic Pharos. You're so scared you're not even making sense anymore. Pharos roared in anger and sliced a massive tree in half. Come out! He screamed, wildly slashing at the trees around him. I said, come out! He was spiraling into madness, surrounded by thousands of giant, unblinking eyes, continuously screaming, come out! Come out! Come out! Come out! A faint sound echoed from afar. He whipped his head around, sensing something. Damn it, my senses are. But then, a familiar voice cut through the air. Why? The form of Kararina suddenly appeared before him, seething with resentment. You ran away by yourself again? Pharos screamed and swung his sword, trying to kill Kararina's ghost. Die! Then, Dra's specter appeared, reaching out to drag him down. Pharos. The two spirits swarmed him, wrapping around him, pulling him into a terrifying, chaotic vortex. Varus, let's go together. The name echoed in his mind. Varos, Varos. Giant, unblinking eyes followed his every move. Varos, Pharos. The whispers drove him to scream in agony. Go away! Just go away! A deafening roar shattered the tormenting illusion. Then, the countless spirits of Drea and Karina swarmed him, dragging him deeper and deeper into an invisible mire as he shrieked. Oh gods, please, please have mercy. From a high branch, a shadowy figure flickered into view, cackling with pure satisfaction. Jamie laughed. Look at you, begging me for your life. Pharos was still writhing, his hand outstretched. Please, have mercy on me, please. This was the third power of the cursing dark magic. Trapped by its power, there was no escape for him. I've already pushed his mind to the brink of collapse. To Jamie, this ending for Pharos was exactly what he deserved. He couldn't believe Pharos didn't even try to save his comrades, choosing to betray them instead. You don't deserve a peaceful death. Pharos was finally swallowed by the darkness. Only his arm remained, desperately reaching for a life he couldn't grasp, but his fate was already sealed. Suffer for eternity in the dark abyss, then you can descend into hell. In the end, nothing was left. Karina and Draxa were dead. and pharaohs had simply vanished. The very next day, the thunder of hooves announced an army's return. The troops from the Serm Kingdom have arrived. Open the gates! The city gates slowly creaked open, and Count Welton's army finally returned. Jamie, I finally get to see you. Beside the Count, Jinger chuckled. It's been a while since you've seen your son. You must be excited. The Count frowned slightly. You think so? Welton replied, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't. After speaking, his expression grew thoughtful. And Jamie has already reached the highest level. He then said aloud, Since he's at the peak, I'm eager to see just how powerful he's become. Jinger burst out laughing, then remarked, From the moment I met him at the magic tower in the demon world, I knew he was exceptional, but I never imagined he'd reach the highest level in just 5 years. It's truly unbelievable. As they spoke, a man came rushing towards them from a distance. The man's name was Van Amulet. He stopped right in front of them and said formally, Welcome, I am the Lord of Agni. Welton smiled politely and extended his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. Van Amulet, looking slightly flustered, shook his hand. Thank you so much for coming, the Lord gestured enthusiastically. Please, leave your soldiers to me. You two should head to the castle first. Hearing this, Welton nodded and asked, Is my son inside? Van Amulet gave an awkward laugh. That's right. I was in such a hurry to get here, I haven't informed him of your arrival yet. Your son, the young Master Welton, has gone out on patrol. I am very grateful for his help. Hearing this, the Count's face fell with disappointment. On patrol? That kid definitely knew his father was coming. Welton scowled in annoyance, thinking, That brat Jamie, is he really going to make his father wait? Meanwhile, Jamie was somewhere else entirely, observing the city from a high vantage point. He leaned forward, looking down with contempt. Fools, he thought to himself. They've scattered anti-magic artifacts all over the city. Do they really think they can stop me with just this? Jamie's hand moved to the hilt of his sword. Well then, I can use this as a chance to test out Barasada and destroy them all. With that, he slid down the mountainside. Suddenly, Jamie's eyes shot wide open as he sensed something powerful. I feel a suspicious energy from across the border. This killing intent. It was getting closer. Jamie could feel it growing stronger by the second. It can't be. Gren is here. Suddenly, a memory flooded his mind. 5 years ago, when I faced Gren in Apon, the gap in our power was so vast, I stood no chance against him. But things are different now. Jamie swore to the heavens. Before you arrive, I will take back Jaren. Back in the city, Welton pushed open a large door. As he entered, he announced respectfully, Welton and Open Jinger, leading the reinforcements from the Sam Kingdom. We are honored to meet the two elders. Marquise Lin Mayo greeted them warmly. So you've arrived. The first elder, Lihiter Simon, also spoke up. It has been a long time since I've seen you both, Jinger smiled. It certainly has. Welton stepped closer. Yes, it truly has been a while. Bailey, I didn't realize you were here as well. Bailey replied without emotion. It's a coincidence. Welton then pointed in surprise at a glowing orb. What in the world is this? Lihiter Simon explained. They represent the anti-magic artifacts. The enemy hastily installed these, terrified of Jamie and our arriving reinforcements. Hearing this, the Count turned to ask, How many of them are there in total? Lin Mayo stroked his beard. We've confirmed about 3,000 artifacts so far. I should also inform you, they have already blocked Jamie's magic once before. With this many, they could probably even block a dragon's magic. Welton said, I heard Jamie went on patrol. Did he go to Jaren to scout the situation? Lin Mayo exclaimed in surprise. Patrol? He didn't go on patrol. He went out for reconnaissance. If he knew you were coming, he wouldn't have gone on a simple patrol. The Count was clearly misinformed. The thought made a vein throb on Welton's temple. Pointing to a flag on the map, Lin Mayo continued, Fortunately, you two have arrived on schedule. In 2 days, Commander Kanga and 7,000 soldiers from the Lenri Kingdom will arrive. Lihiter Simon recalled something Jamie had said. 5,000 troops and Commander Sadakin were also requested. No, they were supposed to be dispatched to the front. Remembering this, Lihiter Simon spoke up. It seems there's an internal dispute in Absolent. They promised to send troops, but we've heard nothing from them since. Welton's expression was grim. But counting all the soldiers we currently have, we've already got 10,000 troops. With that number, we can definitely take Jaren back. He thought to himself, if we can't use magic, we'll just have to cut them down with our swords. Once we destroy some of those anti-magic artifacts, the Archmage's powers will return. The key to reclaiming Jaren will be the Sword Masters. His mind clear, Welton made a serious proposal. We don't have much time. Let's begin the meeting now. At that very moment, Jamie was on his way back to the city. He thought, it's a good thing I went scouting. I need to report this news to the elders. But as he stepped inside the castle, he felt a distinctly familiar aura. He froze for a second, recognizing the powerful energy. At the same time, Welton also sensed something. He instinctively turned his head, his pupils contracting. There, before him, stood Jamie, looking right at him with a smile. They walked towards each other. Welton placed a hand on Jamie's shoulder, a warm smile on his face. "It's been a long time, son." As the father and son had their emotional reunion, the others at the table grew a bit impatient. Lehitter Simon cleared his throat softly, and Jinger laughed. "Are we interrupting something?" Lin Mayo couldn't help but chuckle. "Haha, I was thinking the same thing." The Weltons, father and son, scratched their heads in embarrassment. Welton spoke first. "My apologies for being so rude." He then cleared his throat, his voice turning serious. "Jamie, take a seat. We can talk more later." Jamie gave an awkward smile. "Yes, father." Jinger then spoke up. "It's been a while, Jamie. Or should I be calling you the third elder now?" Jamie replied, greeting another. "First elder. It seems after 5 years, you finally stopped your solitary training. It's been a long time." As he spoke, Jamie could clearly sense the immense magical power radiating from Jinger. He was inwardly stunned. What happened? He's gotten so much stronger. He's at the highest stage of the 8th class. He'll probably reach the peak level very soon. Jinger noticed his gaze. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Hearing his voice, Jamie snapped out of it. My apologies. It's been a very long time since we've seen each other." Jinger looked puzzled. What a boring reaction. He then got straight to the point. "All right then, let's continue the meeting." Welton began to lay out his plan. "The most important objective is to reclaim Jaren. Does anyone have a plan?" The words barely left his lips before a hand shot up. Jamie spoke. "Before that, there's something urgent we need to discuss. Jen, the Sword of Jennis himself, is leading 10,000 troops toward Jaren. I estimate he'll arrive in 2 or 3 days." The news sent a shockwave through the room. Jinger gasped. "What the? They're moving way too fast." Hearing this, Lin Mayo asked anxiously, "Do we need to abandon EGNE, pull back and form a defensive line?" Simon replied, "It's better to reclaim Jaren first and set up our defenses. Jaren is the key location connecting us to Turgia." Amid the tense atmosphere, Jamie calmly asked, "If I defeat General, can we get through the first gate of Tielo Daigel?" Welton heard this and said in disbelief, "What are you talking about?" Jamie then declared with absolute certainty, "With this level of power alone, reclaiming Jaren will be a piece of cake." His statement left everyone completely stunned. Jamie smirked and continued, 100 soldiers, plus me and my father, that should be enough, right? We take Jaren tomorrow night." Welton couldn't believe his own eyes, but he agreed. "All right." Inside, he wondered, Asterisk, "Is that really my son?" Asterisk. A short while later, the meeting ended. Welton and Jamie walked out together. He said with pride, "Seeing you this close, I can tell you've really matured. Your mother and Sarah Welton will be so surprised." Hearing this, Jamie's eyes crinkled into a smile. "Haha, have I really grown up that much?" Welton then lowered his voice. "And it seems your swordsmanship has improved dramatically. Are you a sword master now?" At that, Jamie looked a bit awkward, stammering, "I knew you'd figure it out. I even got a new sword. Scut broke during one of my battles." Hearing this, Welton said eagerly, "I see. Can I take a look at your new sword?" Seeing his father's excitement, he didn't hesitate. Of course. The moment he drew the sword, a spark of light flared, releasing an overwhelming pressure. Welton gasped. "This blade holds the essence of death. Was it forged by a dwarf?" Jamie didn't hide anything. "Yes. A master of the 5 hands named Iron Lin created it." Welton was thunderstruck. "The 5 hands? How did you convince a master of that level to forge a sword for you?" Jamie hesitated. "I just asked him politely." His father sheathed the blade and said, If you don't want to reveal your secrets, just say so." But seeing his son's smug grin was making him crazy. "What's so funny? I'm getting seriously ticked off." Jamie took back the sword, looking sheepish. "It's nothing." He looked at his father's face and thought, Asterisk. "It's been so long since we've talked like this. I feel at ease. Asterisk. Asterisk. So this is what family feels like. Asterisk." Jamie walked behind his father's back and spoke again. "Dad, I couldn't protect. Scut. So it broke. Aren't you angry?" Welton kept walking ahead, reassuring him. "It's normal for a sword to break. Don't worry so much about it." He stopped and looked at his son. "More importantly, it's been a while. Let's have a match. Not with wooden practice swords, but with real steel." Their duel was set to take place at the EGNE Castle training grounds. 2 figures stood facing each other in the quiet of the dead of night. Welton grinned and said, "The rules are simple. The first person to give up is the loser." Jamie Welton gave his father a tired look, thinking to himself, Asterisk. I was trying to talk to him about retaking Jaren, but he suddenly dragged me out here for a sword fight. He looks so excited that I can't bring myself to say no. Asterisk. These words, he only dared to think, not say out loud. Seeing the Count's excited face, he just couldn't bring himself to refuse. Jamie asked his father, "What if no one surrenders?" A slow footstep approached the two of them, and a voice casually cut in. "Ah, I was wondering what you two were up to at this hour, so I came out. It was Belonis, a sword master." He sounded amused, "But it looks like I'm about to witness a very interesting battle." Welton glared at him coldly. "You still walk around without making a single sound, just like a ghost." It turned out that icy facade held such a cute insult, but Belonis only looked surprised. "It's a habit of mine. You got a problem with that?" The grim atmosphere between them was affecting him. Jamie Welton broke out in a cold sweat, thinking anxiously, "Asterisk, this is so awkward. Asterisk." Then, an image of Sig Welton, his own mother, came to mind. He guessed, asterisk, is it because they once fought over the same girl? That has to be it, right? Asterisk. Right now, the two of them were glaring at each other, sparks practically flying from their eyes. Aeno said, "Could you please give us some space so a father and son can have some private time?" Belonis retorted, "And why should I listen to you?" Jamie could only stand there and laugh awkwardly. "Ha ha." Finally, he had to speak up to break the tension. "Sir Belonis, would you be willing to be our referee?" Belonis agreed, though his expression remained cold. "Fine, but I want to change the rules a little. If one side gives up or is completely overwhelmed by their opponent, they will be declared the loser." Aeno immediately said, "I agree." Then, the father and son of House Welton, Areno and Jamie, shook hands like true rivals. "Let's have a good fight, Areno Welton." Of course, Jamie Welton. After speaking, they both took their stances to officially begin the battle, with no distinction of status. This wasn't about family. They were two true warriors. Each of them was lost in their own thoughts. Jamie thought, asterisk, it's been a long time since we've sparred like this. Asterisk. Aeno was filled with anticipation. Asterisk. I'm eager to see just how strong he's become. Asterisk Belonis raised his hand to signal the start. The second he shouted begin, two swords instantly clashed. They stared at each other with burning eyes, hungry for victory, trying to read their opponent. Every collision between the two swords created a piercing shriek, sending sparks flying. Jamie winced slightly. Asterisk. What the hell? Asterisk. Asterisk. I feel like my arm is about to crack from the aftershock of his attack. Asterisk. Jamie felt a hint of terror at his father's godly fighting ability. Asterisk. His aura is so strong I can barely breathe. Asterisk. His eyes widened as a single horizontal slash sent Jamie staggering backward in an instant. Jamie struggled to keep his balance. Asterisk after just those few blows. I already know. Asterisk, he thought grimly. He came to a firm conclusion. Asterisk. At the very least, his power is nothing less than mine. Asterisk. Clino looked at Jamie with his sword still raised, taunting him. Is that all you can do? Jamie let out a sharp breath. In an instant, his eyes became unyielding. He brought his sword up, his stance full of confidence, his words as sharp as steel. Of course not. They charged at each other again. Asterisk, let's begin. Asterisk, foresight. They exchanged one deadly move after another. Now, it was Ajano's turn to be shocked by his own young son. Asterisk, I can't see him, but something is rushing towards me. Asterisk. He couldn't believe what his senses were telling him. Asterisk. Is this Jamie's power? Asterisk. Jamie's shadow was closing in at a terrifying speed. Suddenly, a thrilled smile spread across his face. In that case, I'll show you my true strength too. Aeno swung his sword and gave the command, Space-Time Slash, a power that could sever the very dimensions of the world. With the help of this mighty weapon, he stood proudly. He emphasized, This is my power. Jamie flinched. Asterisk. Did Dad just use his sword to cut through my foresight? Asterisk. Until now, no opponent had ever been able to even sense his foresight. Jamie was still in shock. Asterisk. I can't believe he relied on pure instinct to slash at something he couldn't even see with such precision. I knew Dad was strong, but I never imagined he was this strong. Asterisk. Eno laughed, pleased. Jamie, I congratulate you on becoming a swordmaster in just 2 months, but you should know. He paused right there. Then his eyes widened as he glared at his son, showing his resolve. In this world, nothing is absolute. He then majestically and clearly shouted, Space-Time Slash, Afterimage. Blue and red lights intertwined, creating a somewhat chaotic space. Jamie and Areno, after a few seconds of release, clashed in a direct confrontation, neither giving an inch. Aeno continued to growl, just like how my power is overwhelming yours. This time, Jamie couldn't react in time, gritting his teeth to endure it. Asterisk. Damn it, he's too strong. Has he been hiding his power all this time? Asterisk. But on the castle's training grounds, an earth-shattering battle was already underway. Sir Welton casually glanced back at Jamie. You're already resorting to magic, he warned calmly. After speaking, he turned back decisively. Another sword strike flew out. Jamie just grinned at Aino. If I can't beat you with a sword alone, Dad, then from now on I'll fight as a magic swordsman. Welton smiled back. That's exactly what I was hoping for. And just like that, the two clashed again. Jamie gritted his teeth, determined. He decided to unleash a fire magic technique, creating a prison of flames in an instant. A blazing inferno erupted, painting the sky crimson. Aino offered some praise. Your will to fight is impressive. Then he charged forward. But something like this is nowhere near enough to stop my blade. Within the roaring flames, a figure stood tall and unshaken. Jamie's eyes narrowed. Aino had been on the offensive from the very start of this duel. As the fire vanished, he guessed, so that was just a smokescreen to block my vision? Jamie appeared from another direction. Outer world Avalon. Inverted world. Turns out, he had a meticulous plan all along. I'll teleport to another dimension, hide my presence, and then ambush him. Even for my father, this will be impossible to. His foot slammed into the ground with enough force to shatter the stone beneath him. Their battle created a stunning shockwave of blue energy. It's useless, Dad, Jamie warned as he lunged forward. The weapon he now wielded was a scepter, tipped with a mystical blue quartz. For some reason, Aino didn't move an inch. He just closed his eyes. It was because he had already grasped victory in his hand. Jamie was struck by a devastating blow, sending him crashing through the wall behind him. He used a time-space sword to slash through another dimension. Jamie's own blade was stabbed into the ground. He struggled to his feet, trying to keep his balance. Across from him stood his formidable opponent, without a single scratch on him. His father looked at him. You seem surprised. When you reach my age, you'll be able to use your power however you wish. Jamie was already searching for another strategy. If Foresight and Avalon don't work, a dark purple aura suddenly erupted from his hand, looking slightly ominous. He shot forward like a bullet. Jamie regained his composure. This time, I'm the one going on the attack. True to his word, he appeared right in front of his father and struck decisively, now clad in a brand new suit of armor. Aino was momentarily stunned. The spell Jamie had just summoned was black magic, one of the fragments of power from Diablo Volpia. The armor used his mana core to boost his overall physical abilities. Jamie smirked, thrilled to see his father's shocked expression. You don't have to hold back with your time-space sword, Dad. I'm going all out too. Aino's surprise lasted only a second. He regained his focus. Then prepare yourself, son. Two torrents of power rushed toward each other. As Belle watched, the two auras collided, creating a massive explosion. Belle, who had been observing, couldn't help but exclaim, "What in the world is flowing through the veins of this family?" Belle Onyx stared at the chaotic clash of energy in utter disbelief. Calling them monsters wouldn't even be an exaggeration. Belle noticed a clear change in Jamie. After donning that black armor, he had definitely gotten stronger. But the winner will be decided soon. Jamie's eyes burned with determination. But the constant uphill battle was clearly wearing him down. It looked like they were evenly matched, but Jamie's fighting spirit had already diminished. The enclosed space was a huge disadvantage for using large-scale magic. Belle continued his commentary. Still, the fact he's lasted this long against Aino is incredible. His father slowly raised a hand as if to declare the victor, a sense of excitement in his heart. Now then, let's see who the winner is. Belle waited with bated breath. A brilliant light suddenly flooded the entire training ground. Belle Onyx stated with emphasis, "The winner." The next morning you could see the sheer exhaustion in Jamie's eyes. He was sprawled out on his bed, recovering from yesterday's draining battle. His entire body ached. He let out a groan. There was a knock on the door. "Come in," he called out. It was his esteemed father. Welton peeked his head in with a small smile. "Jamie, you're still in bed?" he asked gently. Jamie obediently sat up properly. "I never expected you to hold back on that final attack," Aino replied. "Our duel last night was no different from a real battle. I simply attacked in a way that gave me the highest chance of winning." Aino recalled that final moment. Jamie had been muttering something. They were in the last few seconds of their fierce clash, their swords locked. I saw a vision of Jamie's sword devouring my time-space slash. Aino had burned that image into his mind. The sight of Jamie's sword truly looked like it would consume everything. He thought to himself, if I hadn't quickly withdrawn my sword and decided against aiming for his vitals, things would have gotten dangerous. Victory was within his grasp, but Aino had pulled back his blade. Jamie's eyes at that moment were filled with shock. Aino's fingers touched his son's neck from behind. He gave him a warm, sunny smile. Even though he had been so close, he kept his thoughts to himself. Jamie, because the space was so narrow, you couldn't use your magic freely. If you had, the entire castle would have been destroyed. This only made him prouder of his son. But Aino wasn't finished. He mused. If we had both used our full power, I can't guarantee that I would have won. Ano smiled again, as warm and gentle as the morning sun. That's why this will be our last duel. I have to do this, so I can properly support you as your father. A sudden question hit Jamie. But Dad, when did you become a Grand Master? A Grand Master, the highest realm a warrior could possibly reach. A person who reaches that state doesn't gain some flashy new power, and even they themselves find it difficult to pinpoint the exact moment they became one. Ano leaned back, thinking, I'm not entirely sure when, but I realized I'd become a Grand Master. About 6 years ago, I think. Jamie gasped in shock. 6 years ago? His father's smiling face only made him more suspicious. He became a Grand Master even before I started learning magic? It seems he kept it a secret, because if word got out, the kingdom would have started monitoring him very closely. He then asked, Am I the only one who knows about this? But his father revealed, The Sword King knows too. An image of Talik's sharp gaze flashed in their minds. Nothing escaped his notice, or his power. A thought suddenly struck Jamie. Then, does that mean the Sword King is also? Welton stroked his chin. He also hides his true power, so I'm not certain. But in my opinion, I believe he has already reached the rank of Grand Master. His father gave an example, because he was able to fight on par with your grandfather. Jamie's eyes widened in amazement. When he thought of his honorable grandfather, all he could picture was a stern figure holding a sword. The previous head of the house, Bill Welton, a man who reached the realm of Grand Master on his deathbed. The sword he unleashed was incomparably sharp and powerful. He had perfected the fifth form of the time-space slash, the ultimate technique he had spent his entire life mastering. At the same time, an old memory resurfaced for Jamie. I used to think it was strange that Dad never learned that technique, but now I understand why. Why would he need to learn it? When he has a similar skill of his own, the multi-dimensional slash? A thrilled smile crept onto his face. But I never expected that spatial powers would awaken continuously through the generations of our family. What in the world is going on with the Welton bloodline? His father wondered aloud. Your power and mine are one example. And if my suspicions are correct, then grandfather's power was also. His father immediately confirmed it. That's right. Your grandfather also had spatial abilities. Its light could slice the very land in two. Those who witnessed it called this power heaven and earth, a power that could influence everything beneath the heavens and upon the earth. After digging through the family archives, Ano confirmed it. The records were clear. Every member of the Welton bloodline awakens spatial magic, and since forever, only the Welton family has awakened the power of space. He gazed down at his own rough and scarred hands, but I'm not even sure what the Welton family is anymore. It seemed like your grandfather knew something, but he never told me. A mysterious smirk crept onto Jamie's face. Dad, you just mentioned something for the first time. It was a long time ago. I heard this from Darius, grandfather's friend. Back then, Bill had confessed everything to Darius. The reason he created his ultimate technique, he confidently said it was meant for you to use. Ano was lost in confusion. How could his father have known Jamie would be born with the talent for that technique? Back then, Sienna was still pregnant with Jamie. Jamie's voice echoed in his mind, but he didn't hear it. Dad, it's as if he knew Jamie would be born with that gift. Dad, how could you? How could a warrior possibly know the destiny of an unborn child? Then his son's voice boomed, snapping Ano out of his daze. His father shot to his feet and scratched his head. My bad. I'll go investigate the secrets of the Welton family. He was more serious now, thinking of the rows of books in the library. I'm not sure what secrets are hidden inside that secret research room, the one only the head of the family is allowed to enter. All right, let's talk about retaking Jaren. That afternoon in the sea kingdom of Ibre, waves crashed against the mighty cliffs. Jigri sat on a wall, using his skill to see far into the distance. The circle he made with his fingers zoomed in on every ship at sea. Suddenly, he saw them. Tens of thousands of troops gathered on Quatra's eastern border. They just failed to infiltrate the Chijan kingdom, and now they're already targeting the sea kingdom of Ibre? He dropped back to the ground and asked the person beside him, if they attack us, can Lakam's soldiers even stop them? The other person replied immediately, 3,000 troops from Lenri will arrive in Lakam tomorrow. Another reported, I heard General Ento will be coming with them. Delkit, the naval commander of Ibre and lord of Lakam, spoke grimly. But this is still going to be a tough fight. He'd already mapped out the battle in his head. The Quatra Kingdom's army was 1.5 times larger than Ibre's navy. Besides that, the Jennis Church and the Eastern Alliance are sending aid, so our numbers should reach at least 50,000 troops. The place where they stood was a tower on a high, precarious cliff. This sucks, but we need to abandon this place and form a defensive line at Grey Mountain. Including Lakam, we'll have to give up 3 castles. But if we use Grey Mountain as our defense, the enemy won't be able to break through easily. They call it a natural fortress for a reason. A small bird was tied with a ribbon on its leg, ready for its mission. No, it's still too early to give up. Then he released the bird to fly. By now, Count Welton and his army have probably reached NG. If it's Count Welton and the young master, they can end things in Jaren within a week. This carrier pigeon will let Count Welton know our situation. Delkit pondered. If everything in Chijin goes well, that Supreme Archmage might just join us. They stood watching the dreamy sunset against a gentle breeze. The problem is, how long can we hold out? The young man reassured the commander. If you're worried, it's because Quatra is surrounding us, and you can see them with your telescope. Jen flashed a confident smile. Even if they open fire on us, don't you worry, because I'm here. If I go all out, I can defend this place myself. His sea blue eyes imagined a blazing scene across the ocean's surface. Besides, if we successfully defend this place, next we'll burn their home to the ground. A feather drifted down from above, carried on the wind. So we have to succeed, no matter what. Young master. By now, night had fallen over the northern continent of Onbia, in the Chijin kingdom. In Jaren, a guard complained as he walked. I'm so tired. The person next to him asked, when are the reinforcements getting here? The other one answered him, about 2 more days. Just hang in there a little longer. He used the butt of his staff to tap an orb on the ground. But can this thing really stop magic? I heard the enemy has a 9th class archmage. The other guy just brushed off the thought. Stop doubting it. These things successfully blocked their magic on the first day. The soldier's body shivered as he recalled it. Okay, I'll give you that. I honestly thought I was a goner back then. The archmages of S.A.M. attacked relentlessly, shouting that they would retake Jaren. Although these semi-magic artifacts neutralized every single one of those attacks, Jaren shook so violently it felt like an earthquake. A gentle stream of water flowed past their flag while the 2 soldiers were lost in conversation. I'll feel safer when the reinforcements arrive. I heard Sir Gon is coming too, right? And then, uninvited guests appeared from above them. If Sir Jen is on his way, then all those damn northerners. The soldier screamed in terror. Enemy infiltration. But the mage was faster, slicing him in 2. Eyes glowed from beneath a dark hood. From now on, we will destroy every single semi-magic artifact they've placed on these walls. The bells inside the tower began to ring, signaling all troops to capture the intruders. Reinforcements charged forward as the intruders smashed the devices. The commander pointed, out of breath. They're targeting the magic artifacts. We have to stop them. The intruders' feet were imbued with a type of magic. They expertly used 100 steps to glide through the narrow path and take down all the soldiers. The commander's jaw dropped. How did he get here so fast? A voice answered his question. Why so surprised? The mage glided past with a single deadly strike, the Welton family's footwork. The mages in the squad approached and reported, I have destroyed all the semi-magic artifacts in this area. The leader was satisfied. Good work. He then targeted the orb above his head. Then this semi-magic artifact is the last one on the city wall. With a single draw of his sword, he shattered it. A small spark of light appeared beside the mage. We've destroyed all the semi-magic artifacts on the wall, they assured their commander. You should be able to use magic around the walls now. The person on the other end replied. Thank you. The soldiers inside the city hadn't stopped, charging forward in waves. They've destroyed all the semi-magic artifacts on the walls. Countless carts carrying more magic-absorbing orbs were brought forward. The leader pointed his sword forward and shouted, Replace the ones they destroyed so they can't use magic to invade. But a huge explosion erupted from within the city, blowing everything away. The man's face twisted in rage. Damn it! From within the flames, a figure slowly emerged as a piercing scream echoed in his mind. Jamie Welton. He walked through the hot flames and smiled. I told you, Dad. I knew this wouldn't be hard. Aino was also pleased. I see that. The mages under their command gathered and knelt before them both. With the elite soldiers of the Welton family, the Fear Knight Order, we can retake this place in an instant. Hamilton pulled back his hood and said, You have arrived, my lord. Hamilton Leonardo, vice captain of the Fear Knight Order, an expert swordsman. Jaime looked incredibly excited. All right then, let's get started. Aino added his voice. You heard him, right? That's an order from the second in command of the family. The battle erupted violently with soldiers from both sides clashing. Retake this place. Hamilton alone easily took care of the 2 in front of him. That night, blood rained down in the city of Jaren. The others had the role of destroying the magic artifacts. With the Welton family's elite soldiers, the second in command also focused on launching one fiery attack after another. Jamie Welton. Areno also powerfully dominated the battle with his strength. The efforts of Jamie Welton and Areno Welton. Their footsteps finally landed where they needed to be. The father and son, with some of their mages, stood at the top of the tower and raised a flag. The Northern Alliance had retaken the city of Jaren in the blink of an eye. That same night at the Jaren border, the news left one man stunned. Jamie Welton. Took back Jaren already? Green just chuckled. Well, things just got more interesting. Truly worthy of the Welton name. But the armored warrior beside him was dead serious. It seems Count Welton and reinforcements from the Landry Kingdom are coming. So what's our move? His eyes turned to their second in command, the vice commander of the Swordmasters, Vincent. What are your thoughts, Sir Vincent? The Swordmaster's eyes scanned the field before he spoke. Currently only the 4 great mages of the north, and the 3 grand Swordmasters are ready. The board he'd laid out was looking tense. On our side, the only masters are myself and you, Sir Green. His brow furrowed slightly. Even if Sir Green became a Grand Master while captured by the Sun Cult, but Green just let out a huge yawn, dismissing his worries. It's not enough. Vincent was puzzled. Why are you so calm, Sir Green? The man just leaned in close and whispered. You only joined the 7 Knights last year, didn't you? A cold sweat trickled down his back. That's right. Less than a year ago. Vincent recalled that time clearly. The 7 Knights of the Jennis order. Every single knight was a master, and he himself had taken down another knight to earn his spot. Immediately after becoming one of the 7 Knights, he defeated Banba, the strongest after Khan, and temporarily became Jennis's top swordsman. Vincent was lost in thought. I heard he gained ultimate power after that battle. I want to see it for myself. But Green just kept grinning. Don't worry so much. Where there's a will, there's a way. His calm was almost unnerving as he stretched out a hand. Shall we get going then? This just confused Vincent even more. What? Why is he suddenly getting so close to me? The Welton flag snapped in the wind. Who would have thought we could retake Jaren so easily? Leiter mused, standing beside Jamie. Sometimes I think you mages are pretty harmless, Jamie shot back. This was a special case. You did prepare thousands of semi-magic tools for this. Leiter's fiery spirit ignited. That's right, those damn crazy Jennis fanatics. This outburst surprised Jamie a little. The guy's always so polite, but it turns out he knows how to curse too. Jamie focused, sensing a distant energy. Forget that. Green's aura is getting closer. He must have heard we retook Jaren and is making a beeline for us. The magic orb is working hard too. That means the oracle system has already calculated the cost of victory. I'm sure it included me in that calculation. I don't know what they saw in their vision. He made a silent, steely vow. But this time, I will destroy you. Jennis Leiter had a question. By the way, where did Count Welton go? Jamie explained to the others. He went to meet with Commander Kanga's army from Landry. And speak of the devil, his father returned just then, waving to them. Jamie smiled back. He's back. They gathered in the war room inside the Jaren fortress. Kanga offered a polite greeting. A pleasure to meet you all. I am Kanga Brown from Landry, a sword master of the Landry Kingdom. Kanga Brown often welcomed the young woman warmly. Thank you for coming. I am often Jinger. Kanga replied with equal courtesy. I have heard many great things about you, sir. Then Jamie spoke up. I am Jamie Welton. The girl gasped. You're the famous Jamie Welton? The Count placed his hands on the table, calling for order. That's enough with the introductions. Let's begin our strategy meeting. Leiter offered his opinion first. Now that Master Kanga has joined us, we have the upper hand. And since we found 3 bunker buster weapons in the armory, stopping them should be easy. Often nodded. I agree with Simon. Our victory is assured. So let's gather our forces and launch a surprise attack on Tiamat. That's not confirmed yet, Jamie said seriously. Before I arrived, I saw Green's army advancing. He can't be ignorant of his disadvantage, so he must have another trick up his sleeve. Kanga frowned. But even with a secret weapon, the difference in our military strength is significant. Jamie's face darkened, as he'd been thinking the same thing. That's right. Logically speaking, it's impossible for us to lose. He then posed a chilling question. But what if their goal isn't victory? The girl froze. The Marquis stroked his white beard and thought. They're targeting one of us. If they can kill a master, the impact would be huge. Jamie continued that line of thought. Of course it could be something that extreme. A drop of blood stained the army's insignia. The Jennis sect are gods of war and peace. To achieve peace, they believe they must destroy everything, he warned the others. Among the 12 sects, Jennis specializes in warfare. We have to prepare for multiple scenarios. Bailey shared the sentiment. He's right. If we're too overconfident, we're done for. Jamie then laid out his plan with confidence. So, here's what we're going to do. The next day dawned under a clear blue sky. He woke and stretched deeply. The sun rose fast. Suddenly, someone approached and called his name. Marquis often smiled warmly. It's chilly, isn't it? Jamie replied with a friendly smile. It is early autumn, after all. Out for some fresh air, Marquis? In the old man's eyes, the boy had changed completely. I can't believe the child I met 5 years ago has grown so much. Jamie, your progress is astounding. He gave a mischievous grin. If it wasn't for your mana breath, Marquis, it would have taken me much longer to get here. Then Jamie scoffed internally. What kid? I was only revived, so I'm being polite. I've lived tens of thousands of years longer than you. The Marquis nodded and corrected himself. Of course, Elder. This made Jamie laugh. Stop teasing me! Suddenly, the Marquis's expression turned serious. Jamie. He took the boy's hand, reminding him of something. Do you remember what I told you at the end of the magic world? If you ever grow weary, you can always come to me. The Marquis placed something he was holding into Jamie's palm. That has never changed, because I'm willing to bet everything I have on you. A red insignia was revealed, and I'm not the only one who thinks that way. Everyone who supports you believes in you. The Marquis encouraged him with sincere words. So don't hesitate. Make everything you want a reality. Jamie accepted the item with a look of deep respect. Please, don't worry. This time I will advance with everyone. The old Marquis smiled, full of pride. I believe in you. But the peaceful moment was shattered by a soldier rushing towards them with an urgent report. The news startled them both. Green's army is closing in. Out on the field, Green rode at the very front, with Vincent by his side. An army was already in formation, waiting for them. War. The veteran warriors of House Welton were assembled. It begins. Jamie gave the first command. First, let's give them a taste of what they put us through. Fire the bunker busters! Magical arrows rained down from above. Green faced the onslaught with an expression of pure boredom. What an uninspired welcome. He gave an order to the man behind him. Vincent, you handle this. The knight was a bit surprised, but simply replied, Yes, sir. Sir Vincent rubbed his head and let out a small sigh. In the next instant, he drew his sword and launched himself from his horse. His expression was ice cold. What a pain! With a single swing of his blade, the entire magical barrage was completely wiped out. Lighter and the Marquis were in shock. The light from the bunker busters just vanished. The Marquis was deeply troubled by that power. 3 pillars of light, at once. But Jamie saw the trick. No, they didn't disappear. Vincent had actually concentrated all of that magic into his sword. He quickly realized something. It looks like he nullified it, but he actually absorbed it all. A power that devours incoming attacks. It was only then, seeing Vincent's face, that he wondered, who in the world is that guy? Often raised a hand. It seems we've underestimated our enemy. A vortex formed in his palm. Time to go all out. At the same time, red flames erupted around Leader. Agreed. Their powers combined, creating a massive swirling vortex of fire, hurricane, and inferno. Often directed it with a flick of his wrist. Die. The fiery tornado touched down and began tearing towards the enemy army. Green dismounted and stretched casually. He then began walking calmly towards the pillar of rotating flames. Why do these gnats keep getting in my way? Sen gripped the hilt of his black sword and slowly drew its blade. I'm losing my patience. With a casual cross-slash, he sliced through the storm of fire and wind magic, unleashing his signature move, Causality Reversal. He then raised his sword arm high once more. The blade cut through the air, leaving a shimmering afterimage in its wake. Let's talk about his power for a moment. Green's Causality Reversal can flip the very laws of cause and effect. He establishes the effect the opponent's injury first, then retroactively creates the cause with a legitimate attack. The mages watching from the tower saw it all, the reversal of causality. It gives me a headache every time I see it, Welton whispered. It seems Sen has reached the master level. B watched him with cautious eyes. His skill is in a whole different league compared to last year. Ofen nodded, feeling the immense power radiating from him. There's another monster on the eastern front, Ma thought, gripping his staff tightly. If they break through our magic and breach the walls, our plan is finished. With that, he leaped from his post. I'll split the very ground to stop their advance. Ma plummeted to the ground below, slamming his staff down to tear open a massive chasm. Sen was furious at his appearance. I told you not to interfere. Ma was still concentrating his power, leaving him unable to dodge. Just then, the Marquis's son leaped out, blocking Green's path, which made him chuckle. So, you finally decided to show yourself. Jamie Welton. Jamie pressed his lips into a thin line, channeling power into his sword as he faced his enemy. A massive trench now separated the castle walls from the enemy army, created by Marquis Ma. Thank you, Jamie. Thanks to you, I succeeded in splitting the earth. He quickly retreated, leaving Jamie to face Ken. Now, to prepare for that plan, the Marquis thought. Steel clashed against steel, the sound only fueling Ken's excitement. In a flash, he retreated, dodging a powerful swing from the young hero. You've definitely improved since last year, Ken complimented. Jamie stood his ground and shot back. And you still have that same disgusting look on your face. And what's this? You only brought 2 masters with you? How arrogant. Ken replied with a grin. Did you really think I'd come here without a plan? In fact, I even brought a little gift for you. Jamie was confused by his words. A gift? The villain offered a small hint. Oh, you already know what it is. It's the same plan you interfered with last time. The color drained from Jamie's face. The Chimera Holy Knights. He remembered what happened all too well. A year ago, the Jennis Church, under the guise of creating Chimera Holy Knights, had abducted innocent children for horrific experiments. The ringleader was disfigured and supposedly eliminated, and after wiping out everyone involved, they thought the nightmare had ended. Rows upon rows of green test tubes filled the room. I can't believe they're still continuing this atrocity. Jen's curiosity was piqued. So, Jamie Welton, I think you can stop me again this time. At his command, twisted bodies with demonic forms began to shamble forward. 20,000 Chimera Holy Knights! Jamie's hands clenched into fists, trembling with rage. You bastards, Ken just smirked. Do you know how a chimera is made? My subordinates tell me they catch children and rip out their hearts while they're still alive. A cruel smile spread across his crazed face. Some of them even begged us to just end it. They'd scream for their mothers who were never going to save them. Veins bulged on Jamie's forehead as his rage reached its peak. You monsters! He roared with every ounce of fury he had. I'll throw every last one of you into hell. He launched a massive wave of power, but Sen remained perfectly calm. Is this your way of saying thank you for my gift? Giving presents to you people is always so entertaining. His expression hardened. But thanks to you, I've already had a taste of hell myself. His technique shattered Jamie's magic in an instant. Causality reversal. Jamie gripped his sword and charged forward. The wicked man named Jen aimed his blade at him and smiled. Let's let those unfortunate souls get a good look at hell, shall we? After all, dying won't even be enough for them to get there. The frenzied army of holy knights surged forward in his place. Their numbers were so overwhelming that Jamie was forced to halt his advance. Jamie's eyes widened in shock. Among the horde, he saw a body that still bore the clear signs of being human. A child, not even 10 years old. Jen's cruel words echoed in his mind. Some of them even begged us to just end it. A year ago, he might have cut them down without a second thought. Jamie froze, completely conflicted. But now he could feel their pain. He could see the tears streaming from the child's eyes. The sight made him hesitate. Then, Jamie steeled his resolve, gripping his sword tighter. No, it is precisely because of this that I have to act. The experimented holy knights were nearly upon him. For them, this was the most horrific nightmare imaginable. Jamie channeled his magic into his blade. Shine. Limbs of the holy knights flew into the air from his devastating slash. The child he had just seen now lay in pieces on the ground, but the horror wasn't over. One by one, they began to rise again. They withstood holy light magic. And they're still alive? The holy knights opened their mouths wide, revealing glowing crests on their bodies. Don't tell me. They've received the blessing of Jennis? At this rate, I can't finish them all in one go. Just then, his father joined the fray, cutting down the monsters beside him. Jamie, he turned and said firmly, you are not in this alone. The young hero could only whisper his name in surprise. Cha also leaped down to fight alongside them. We don't intend to let you carry this burden by yourself. Jamie was still speechless. From the back line, Sir Baron Kaza readied his stance. I'll cover the rear. They all aimed their weapons at the Chimera horde. Go, find Ken. A small, grateful smile touched Jamie's lips before he dashed away. Then I'm counting on all of you. As he sliced through the horde, his eyes scanned the battlefield. He was still focused on finding his target when something lunged at him. Where is Green? Just as he thought it, his quarry appeared with a surprise attack. Jamie dodged the blow and roared in anger. Green, you bastard! But suddenly a man named Vincent stepped between them. Pardon the interruption. Jamie looked at him, confused. Who are you? The knight simply stated his purpose calmly. It's a bit of a nuisance, but my orders are to face you, sir. A cold sweat trickled down Jamie's back. What? Green was not happy about this development. Move. Jamie Welton is mine. But Vincent stood firm. Are you planning to defy the Apostle's will? You have your own mission to attend to. He reminded the other man of a simple fact. Have you forgotten your oath of loyalty to him? Green had no choice but to click his tongue in annoyance. Damn it. He turned to leave in another direction, prompting Jamie to try and stop him. Where do you think you're going? But he was careless, and a necklace was suddenly dangling in front of his face. I believe I made myself clear, Vin said, touching Jamie as a bright light flashed between them. You are my opponent. The artifact's activation was complete. Now, let's go. The young man had no time to react. This guy. When did he? The strange artifact began to radiate power, activating the holy relic. Endless battlefield. And in a flash, they were both pulled into a different space by its teleportation magic. Jamie found himself standing in a bizarre, empty space. Welcome, Jamie Welton, a voice greeted him. It was Vincent, standing on the opposite side. Welcome. This is another holy relic. gifted to us by the god Zenit, the endless battlefield. He smiled faintly and uttered, "This space was created for the sole purpose of killing you," Jamie shot back. "Then you've wasted your effort." But the knight remained confident in his mission. "The Supreme One ordered that you be separated from the main battlefield as far as possible. Otherwise, victory would be impossible." Jamie scoffed at his opponent. "You think you can win just by isolating me?" Vincent didn't flinch. "At the very least, it will make Sir Sen's job easier." His words made the young man wonder. "Job?" He then raised his sword, signaling the start of their battle. "That was the second condition for pulling you into this endless battlefield. Sir Ken will kill Count Welton." Jamie's brow furrowed, his blue eyes glaring at Vincent with pure hostility. He thought to himself, "They want to kill my father?" So from the very beginning, his father's life was their real target. The image of Creon's malicious face flashed in his mind, giving an order. "Stand down, Vincent. I'll handle Jamie Welton." Vincent had turned to face him, questioning his superior. "Are you planning to defy the Apostle's orders? You still have a mission to complete." Jamie pictured his father facing that monster, imagining the brutal battle that would unfold. "If Sen and my father fight," he looked toward Creon, seeing the malevolent magic already swirling around him. He thought with dread, "There's no way he can win, model." The enemy sneered. "Is that all you've got?" But Jamie's resolve was absolute. There was no way his father would fall to a lowlife like General. He lowered his head, his voice firm. "That will never happen." Suddenly, an immense power exploded from him in a blinding flash, throwing his opponent completely off guard. Vincentin gritted his teeth in shock, thinking, "What is this strange energy?" Before he knew it, a razor-sharp sword had materialized in his hand. "Let me tell you your future," a voice declared. "You're both going to fail." Elsewhere, the battlefield was pure chaos as monsters clashed in a frenzy, cutting down foe after foe in a never-ending slaughter. Jamie clenched his jaw, pure rage etched on his face as he screamed internally, "Something's wrong. I can't sense Jamie's aura anymore." He hadn't been defeated. He must have been teleported somewhere else. There was no time to overthink it. He launched himself into the monster horde at blinding speed. "First, I'll wipe these guys out. Then, once Jai makes his move, I'll assess the situation." On the other side of the field, a staff slammed into the earth, causing the ground to crack and shatter. Marquis Lin Mayo struck it down, and a massive magic circle erupted with overwhelming power. The scene flashed back to the War Council. Jamie stood, his voice filled with confidence. "I have a proposal. Here's what we're going to do." He laid out his strategy for everyone to hear. "When the enemy charges, our generals will open warp gates from 3 directions." Jamie placed flags on the map, marking friend and foe, then explained how their cavalry would pour through, hitting them from 3 sides simultaneously. Back in the present, Marquis Lin Mayo poured all his energy into the staff, shouting, "I'll hold the center. You two take the flanks." "Roger that," Duke Leader obeyed, raising an arm as flames erupted around him and spread across the battlefield. The Sky Mage, Ofen, began his own incantation, his voice calm. "Understood." High above, a glowing sigil tore open the sky, unleashing bolts of lightning that sent the monsters into a panic. All across the brutal battlefield, magic circles materialized out of thin air. From their centers, they fired bolts of condensed, destructive energy. Massive lightning strikes rained down on the enemy lines, scattering their cavalry in terror. Standing amidst the scorched earth, Kong let out a low chuckle. "Warp gates, huh? How amusing." A mocking smirk played on his lips. "But did you really think you could kill someone who's transcended human limits? I guess it's time I got to work." In a flash, the Storm Swordmaster, Bell, was right behind Kong, a blade pressed to his neck. His voice was cold and determined. "Kreen, it's time to pay back the debt from last year." But as fast as lightning, Grion moved, his own blade slicing clean through Bell's neck. "I'll give you this," he praised. "Your approach was flawless, completely hidden," he continued, watching the severed head fly, its eyes wide with shock. "But the Storm Sword is no match for me." Suddenly, Bell's body shattered into 1,000 falling shards of purple crystal. Kree was still in his battle stance, his eyes wide at the impossible sight. Then, a voice echoed from a distance. "Sir Onyx doesn't fight alone." Kanga appeared, her sharp blade pointed right at him. Kreen gritted his teeth, snarling at her, completely unaware of Bell charging from behind with a massive sword. "You damn bugs. Are these cheap tricks all you have? Pathetic." As Bell's blade cut deep into his shoulder, he smirked. "You're wide open." Kreen's expression turned dark, his eyes burning with cold fury. "Interesting. You used a psychic ability to mess with my perception and set up an ambush?" Creon glanced back at the two, and a unique magic circle began to glow. Illusion. It was Swordmaster Kanga's unique power, an ability that uses psychic energy to disorient her opponents with phantom images. He sneered at Kanga, who stood ready for battle. You bugs really think you can win just by ganging up on me? She scowled back, unimpressed. Funny, coming from the guy who just fell for my illusion. You're getting way too arrogant, Kong roared, stomping the ground and rushing toward her. Kanga met his charge, her own sword glowing with immense magical power. He saw two figures charging from within the illusion and gave a slight nod of approval. Hiding in a phantom image is a smart move. Kong raised his sword, and Kanga's face was reflected on the blade. A smug look crossed his face. Only you are real. Don't underestimate the senses of a grand swordmaster. The reflection on his blade clearly showed her panicked expression. With a single swing of his sword, Kree shattered the layers of illusion. Reversal of causality. But a new threat was closing in from behind. He already knew. Spinning around, his eyes filled with killing intent, he snarled, "And you, always sneaking up from behind like a little rat. Don't you have the guts to face me head-on?" Bell descended from above, his greatsword swinging down. Kreen swung his own blade back to counter, roaring, "This joke ends now." But his eyes flew wide in disbelief as a different sword tip flashed towards him like a hurricane. As Kong's sword slashed past Bell, memories flooded back, and blood dripped to the ground. A year ago, Bell had faced General and suffered a humiliating defeat. He remembered lying on the ground, his body broken and battered, with no strength left to move. It felt like facing an unbreakable wall. Tears of pure helplessness and frustration had streamed down his face. That was the first time Baron had ever faced someone like Ano. Since that day, he had trained relentlessly with his sword. Every time he faced a monster, he pushed himself even harder. Now, two different auras were clashing. Bell stared in awe. Just how special is the Welton bloodline anyway? It was clear Green had reached the level of a grand swordmaster. He just stood there, silently, staring straight ahead. The gap between them was even wider than it was a year ago, an impossible distance to close. Another memory surfaced, a conversation between Bell and Jamie. He remembered placing a hand on his chest, his voice firm. "As your senior, I will always watch over and support you on your path. If you falter, I will be there to protect you. And if you choose to advance, I will be the one to lift you up." He swore to himself then and there, "No matter what, I will not lose my place." A powerful aura exploded around Bell's entire body. His eyes blazed with the will to protect those most important to him. Divine manifestation. A massive gale swirled around him, ripping stones and dirt from the ground into a vortex. Zephyros, Baron's spiritual embodiment. She stared, her eyes wide with disbelief at the power radiating from Bell. He roared, "You're not the only one who's been training for the past year. Open your eyes and watch this." The cyclone shot forward, a direct hit that carved a massive trench in the ground. "This is the technique I created just to kill you. Divine light." The attack slammed into its target, who collapsed onto the scorched earth, his body covered in wounds. Bell remembered Creon's strike from before. He looked down at the pathetic figure on the ground and spoke. "That blow from that day. I'm returning it now." He pointed his sword at him, his voice cold. "Don't bother resisting. Surrender and become my prisoner." But Crean struggled to sit up, his whole body screaming in pain. "I already told you." He stabbed his sword into the ground, using it to force himself to his feet. Bell was stunned, thinking, his body is completely broken. How can he stand up so quickly? Even with reversal of causality, recovery shouldn't be that fast. Crean's brow furrowed, his voice booming with absolute certainty. "You cannot defeat me." Suddenly, a magic circle appeared above Bell. Before he could even blink, his body was pierced through. Reversal of causality. He finally collapsed, completely drained of strength. Creon sneered, his sword still pointed at the man's chest. "Then let Count Welton face me himself." Blood trickled from the man's mouth, yet he gave a strange, haunting smile. Suddenly, he uttered a chilling phrase. "He's already above you." Creon's eyes shot upward, just in time to see a dark shadow descending from the sky. Jamie roared as he dove from above, his sword aimed true. "Die, you beast!" In a stunningly fatal blow, he slashed clean through the man, and the world fell into a dead, breathless silence. Creon's eyes flew open in utter disbelief as blood began to gush from his body. His strength vanished in an instant, and he fell forward, defeated. His eyes, terrifyingly wide and bloodshot, were frozen in a state of shock and submission. Fragments of the past flooded Creon's mind. He saw Jamie diving down, sword first, to attack him. He saw Bell, stunned, as Creon's own magic carved countless see-through wounds into his body. A violent magical tornado erupted, tearing up the earth and stone around them. Scene after scene of the brutal fight flashed before his eyes. He remembered Kanga, fearlessly pointing her sword with unshakable resolve. Then another flash, Creon moving like lightning, landing a devastating blow on Bell. Another memory surfaced him, emotionlessly holding a blade to an enemy's throat. Then, a vision of enemy troops being annihilated by a storm of magical lightning, and Creon, standing in the middle of the barren wasteland, taking it all in. He raised a hand to his chin and smirked. A proud, arrogant smile spread across his face as he spoke. That was almost a real death. A brilliant blue magic circle flared to life, reversing causality, rewriting the outcome, turning back the clock to a specific moment in time. Time rewound, settling just before the all-out war began. Scraps of paper began to drift down from the sky like snow. 1 year ago, when the news that Jamie Welton was appointed Archmage flooded the nation, Creon was kneeling in chains, reading those very words. Meanwhile, Green was rotting away in an unmarked dungeon of the Solar Church. That was the first time he had heard. The newspaper showed a picture of Jamie, looking majestic and smiling brightly. The contrast was a slap in the face. One man locked in darkness, the other smiling in the spotlight, bathing in glory. Creon's face twisted into a savage snarl, his eyes turning blood red, every vein bulging with rage. Never in his entire life had he felt such fury. He had to unleash this anger, no matter the cost. Just then, a rat scurried near the newspaper. To vent his rage, he fixed his gaze on the creature as it crept closer. In one swift motion, Creon snatched the rat and crushed it, splattering its blood across the page. With Jamie's image staring back at him through hate-filled eyes, he knew he needed more power. Using the blood, he scrawled ancient runes all over the walls of his dimly lit cell. From that day forward, he poured every waking moment into getting stronger. Cracks began to form, and finally, the shattered fragments of his limits fell away. Creon looked up. He had reached the pinnacle of a grandmaster, able to minimize the consequences of reversing causality, alter space and time, and even cheat death itself. Back in the present, he touched his chin, lost in thought. But the phantom pain of that slash remained. The mental shock was too severe. He couldn't use that skill again so soon. He remembered the sharp tip of Jamie's sword grazing his neck just before he activated the reversal. Even though I sensed him, his movements were just too fast. He then recalled Bel's insanely powerful tornado. On top of that, Baron and that nameless swordsman were a real pain. A memory of Kanga and another hiding in an illusion, waiting to ambush him, flashed in his mind. He frowned, his thoughts hardening. This time, I have to be more careful. A fierce battle was unfolding. Jamie moved with extreme caution, closing in on Vincent Libo. Vincent's eyes widened in confusion at Jamie's technique, not even realizing he had been flanked. He swung his weapon where Jamie had been, but his opponent was already gone, vanishing like a ghost. He just keeps appearing and disappearing. There's no sign of teleportation magic. Vincent scowled, his eyes scanning everywhere. Where did you go now? Unexpectedly, Jamie materialized right behind Vincent, raising his sword for a final deadly strike. Vincent spun around instantly, parrying the attack. Jamie smirked, taunting him. Feeling annoyed, Vincent's eyes still held a look of pure arrogance as he replied, "Not a chance. For your information, I've never lost a duel." With that, he unleashed a relentless storm of masterful sword techniques. Jamie's face tightened as he bit down, using all his strength just to stay balanced against Vincent's assault. It made sense. The man's swordsmanship was absolutely ferocious. His mana sensitivity and reaction speed are top tier. Jamie hated to admit it, but he thought, his sword skills are definitely better than mine. Vincent lunged forward, mocking him. Out of tricks already? Jamie leaped backward, dodging Vincent's attack. A reckless thought crossed his mind. If that's how it's gonna be, he raised his sword high, and a torrent of fire magic erupted, engulfing the blade. Jamie slammed his sword down, and the magical flames took the form of a mighty dragon, roaring as it charged straight for Vincent. Fire dragon. But Vincent just stood there calmly, raising one hand to block the attack as he offered a word of praise. "Your swordplay is pretty good. Very interesting." But as the flames neared his hand, they were completely drawn in. Damage absorption. If I just stand here and watch, I'll be the one who gets absorbed next. The glove on his hand turned a sickly green as the roaring fire was pulled into it. In a matter of seconds, Vincent clenched his fist, and the entire massive flame was crushed into nothing. A detailed white magic circle appeared around him. Damage absorption, the ability to absorb an opponent's power into one's own body. Hovering in the air, Jamie broke into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth at the sight. I thought this might happen, but I can't believe it can actually absorb magic. And a 9th level spell, at that. Vincent's hand trembled slightly, but his face remained calm as he looked up. "The Oracle told me that my destiny is to kill you." His memories flashed back to the Grand Cathedral. The news of Jamie's appointment 5 years ago had sent shockwaves through the entire church. Back then, Vincent was lounging with his hands behind his head, half listening to the others' gossip. So that Jamie Welton really became the Archmage. And at such a young age, he was at home when a bishop suddenly appeared. Fearing Jamie's power, the church had created a human weapon for the sole purpose of killing him. Mary stood before Vincent, her voice filled with excitement. You're Vincent, right? I've been searching for you for a long time. He sat up in surprise, looking at her. Bishop? Her urgent tone caught him off guard. Hurry and follow me. The Holy Father is summoning you. Though he had questions, Vincent followed Mary. That man was granted a terrifying power. In the palace, a bishop stood on a platform, looking down at the kneeling Vincent as his voice boomed. Vincent, accept the power bestowed upon you by the Holy Father. Vincent stared grimly at his hand, which now glowed with a green light. The bishop spoke again, her voice like ice. Jamie Welton is a threat to our vision for this world. Mary then gave the order. Use that power and, by any means necessary, make him submit. He clenched his fist, a new steely determination hardening in his eyes. I obey. Back in the present, Vincent aimed his empowered hand at Jamie, gathering magic. And this is the power I have spent years honing. Just to kill you. An enormous, powerful blast of green magic formed in his palm. Launching it, Jamie could only watch in alarm as it rushed toward him. I can't block that with magic, he thought frantically. His eyes widened as he made a split-second decision. I'll have to use the other side of Avalon to retreat for now. No. An image flashed in his mind. Vincent, aiming his sword without emotion. A voice echoed, You are destined to die by my hand. I can't drag this fight on any longer, he thought. Who knows what else is happening out there? Jamie tightened his grip on his sword, his mind made up. It's time to bet everything on one last gamble. He gambled everything on this one sword. His mind raced, recalling the sword art his grandfather forged just for him. With a mighty roar, he unleashed the final dance. Two torrents of magic crashed together, powerful enough to tear the world asunder. Vinan watched in disbelief as Jamie's technique met his own. How could it push back his power? His eyes widened, a storm of frustration brewing within. It should have been absorbed, shouldn't it? What is this? Unsettling feeling? A shadowy figure, the one Vincent called father, materialized. His massive hand gripped Vincent's face as he growled, Vincent, are you doubting my power? Jamie's overwhelming magic surged closer and closer. The father's grip tightened as Vincent desperately told himself, I must never doubt his power. He thrust his hand forward, determined to block the attack, and screamed, I will stop it this time. But the powerful magic slammed into him, sending him reeling as blood spilled from his lips. Absorb. 10 it. His eyes shot open in shock. Vincent coughed up a spray of blood, his mind filled with disbelief. How? Is this possible? His vision blurred, and his broken body collapsed, cold upon the unforgiving earth. He gazed up at the grim gray sky above. Vinan was completely immobilized, able to do nothing but whisper. I never thought someone could unleash a technique like that. Jamie approached his fallen foe, offering a rare compliment. I have to admit, you were a worthy opponent. His eyes narrowed, his voice turning cold as ice. But you could never, ever defeat me, he asked, his voice filled with despair. But why? Jamie's reply was brutal and direct. Because you're nothing more than Janet's lapdog. Vincent fell silent, crushed by the weight of those words. A memory surfaced. The father, extending a hand with a sinister grin. From this day forward, you will be my loyal dog. Vincent's eyes closed, tears forming as the truth hit him. So, that's all I ever was. A faint smile touched his lips as he thought, It's finally over, he whispered softly. Thank you, Jamie Welton. Jamie stared down at the completely defeated Vincent, puzzled. What did he just say? Shaking it off, he scanned his surroundings. Whatever. I need to find a way out of here, fast. But suddenly, a brilliant pillar of magic erupted behind him, descending upon Vincent's body. Jamie froze in shock. He whipped around to face the source. This divine power! Vincent's body levitated into the air, his wounds miraculously healing as his hair shifted to a vibrant blue. The new Vincent looked down, his face a mask devoid of emotion. His voice, now echoing with otherworldly power, boomed from above. You little human. You're quite amusing. Care for a rematch? Jamie looked up, startled. Though his face was blank, a sinister smile played on his lips. The smile of Jennis, servant of the fire god. Jamie instantly realized this was no longer Vincent. This was someone, or something, else entirely. A flash of insight, the image of Jennis, cackling as he incinerated a city with a wave of his hand. Jennis, one of the 12 gods, the god of war and peace, a madman who destroyed everything in the name of that very peace. He and Diablo had once waged a devastating war against each other. Long ago, this ancient nemesis clashed with Diablo in a battle that shook the heavens. Jamie stared up at the being, his mind racing. The appearance is different, but this presence, it's definitely Jennis, he wondered, to descend so suddenly. What is he planning? The god raised a hand, his voice dripping with amusement. As expected of the one who caught my eye, this vessel will do nicely. Jamie's fists tightened as Jennet continued his tempting offer. You mortals have your uses. How would you like to serve me? I could even make you a saint. Instead of answering, Jamie drew his sword, his voice low and grim. He leveled the blade at the god and roared, I would rather die! Jennet remained perfectly still, observing Jamie's brilliant, surging aura. He watched intently, his divine mind analyzing the flow of power. Divine power? No. It's similar, yet different from the norm. His hand twitched, and he spoke with pure arrogance. A mere mortal, daring to imitate the divine. Jenit thrust his hand toward Jamie, unleashing a massive blast of magic. Insolent fool. But he paused, surprised to see his target had vanished. Where did he go? In a flash, Jamie reappeared high above, diving straight for the god. He pulled his sword back, gathering power for a decisive strike. Jamie streaked past the god, only to be caught effortlessly by a single hand. He was stunned. Jennet had seen right through his attack. The god's voice dripped with contempt. A mortal should know better than to challenge the divine. With a blast of magic, he slammed Jamie into the ground with bone-shattering force, cracking the earth for miles. Covered in wounds, Jamie struggled to sit up, his mind reeling. He can teleport without any warning. Incredible. If it weren't for my dark armor, my bones would be dust. Jennet, now cloaked in overwhelming power, glared down at him. This is a divine territory. The absolute power of a god. A system window explained. Divine territory, the highest tier of spatial magic, usable only by the 12 gods. It allows for free movement without leaving a single trace. The god landed opposite Jamie, who staggered to his feet and sneered. So powerful that even the other gods cast you out? Jennet's voice turned dark. Is that what Firo told you? Jamie let out a sharp breath, a smirk playing on his lips as he pushed the god's buttons. Just blowing off steam after your master threw you away, huh? Enraged, the god lunged forward, kicking Jamie flat on his back. You insect! Jennet glared down at his defiant face and growled. Watch your tongue. I may not be at full power, but don't think for a second I can't rip you to shreds. A mortal can never surpass the divine, he declared. Jamie just laughed. You're more delusional than I thought. Suddenly, a massive magic formation appeared behind Jennet, taking him by surprise. A colossal weapon materialized. Grimoire transformation. Full power, the god exclaimed in shock. What is this? Jamie gave a mysterious smile. A product of advanced magic engineering, proof that humanity is always evolving. A memory flashed in his mind, a spatial gate. The mages had told him its efficiency would double in just 5 more years. Over time, flaws are corrected and strengths are enhanced. That is the nature of progress. A younger Jamie smiled brightly. Unlike you, who has remained stagnant, he stared directly into Jennet's eyes. Did you say mortals can't surpass the divine? Jennet sensed the overwhelming danger, that look in his eyes. I must retreat to the temple, now. But Jamie placed a hand on his arm. It seems you still don't get it. Allow me to demonstrate, he warned. Watch closely now. Jennet stared back in confusion, a dreadful thought forming in his mind. What is this power? Is he trying to kill a god? The colossal weapon began to power up, firing a devastating beam of magic. Humanity has no limits. Dust and debris filled the air. Jamie steadied himself on the fractured ground. Any slower, and that would have been a catastrophe. Leaning on his weapon, he grit his teeth in exhaustion. I can't believe it still caused this much damage, even after I shifted to the inverse world. As the smoke cleared, the silhouette of Jennet slowly came into view. And yet, I was still wounded. Though covered in grievous injuries, the god stood firm, not swaying an inch. Yes, I understand now. A bolt of crackling, thunderous magic formed in Jennet's hand as he spoke with grim resolve. No matter the price, I will use the power of my true form to end your life, right here and now. Jamie watched him, knowing the god was dead serious about killing him. Jamie thought, if he disregards the laws of causality now, his real body will definitely pay the price. The god clasped his hands together, his voice laced with menace. Fair is fair. In return, I'll show you something truly spectacular. A sword of pure magic formed from Jennet's hands. He drew the razor-sharp blade from its ethereal sheath, growling out each word. I will sear this into your very soul. Jamie's eyes widened in horrified recognition. That sword, it can't be. On a distant mountain peak, 2 figures were in conversation. One asked, Diablo, do you know the name of the strongest sword on the continent? Diablo looked intrigued, and what would that be? As his answer, he raised his weapon, effortlessly splitting the mountain before him in 2. Diamet turned to face him, his own blade ready. This was the man who had always been by Diablo's side. Diomet, the hero who stood against 12 gods alongside Diablo Volpia. Jaime gritted his teeth, his voice a low, furious growl. How dare you? Jennis raised the blade before him, a cruel smirk on his face. You recognize this sword, don't you? It belonged to a swordsman I killed a long time ago. An echo of Diomet's form flickered within him as he let out a maniacal laugh. And this very body is his reincarnation. Jaime stared, his mind reeling in disbelief. Reincarnation? Impossible. He remembered his own words to Vincent before he fell. But you can never defeat me. Covered in wounds, Vincent had lain helpless on the ground. Why? He asked, the air thick with tension. Jaime's reply had been merciless. Because you're nothing more than Jennis's dog. Vincent's eyes had widened in shock. Then, a sudden realization dawned on him as he smiled faintly. Is that so? Thank you. Back in the present, Jaime clenched his fists, his voice turning to absolute ice. Well then, Jennis said, leveling the sword's tip toward him. He looked straight through Jaime, his voice cold as the grave. It's time for you to die. The two stood in a tense face-off. Jaime remained perfectly still. Diomet's sword technique. A faint breeze brushed his face, and his expression twisted in fury as the wind swirled around him. I swear, Jaime's eyes blazed with resolve as he roared, I will definitely take your life. An ethereal hand suddenly covered his eyes as a voice spoke respectfully. My lord. That same voice echoed in his mind, a stern reminder. You cannot reveal your true identity yet. Jaime froze. This voice, it spoke again. I will handle this. A massive magic circle erupted, enveloping his entire body. Jennis watched the spectacle with a flicker of surprise. Through the thick smoke, a strange silhouette began to form. Jennis asked flatly, Who are you? You are not allowed here without my permission. As the dust settled, the figure of a demon lord was revealed, its voice echoing with terrifying power. I have waited a very long time for this moment. I am Chiaka, the demon lord of vengeance. I have come to seek revenge for my late master from long ago, the great Diablo Volpia. In another part of the world, Ron stood with his sword amidst the desolate ruins of Jaren Castle, the last outpost in the east. He pursed his lips and touched his neck in anger. Damn it, another failure. He thought to himself, with what little willpower remained, he couldn't go on like this. The image of his battle against 3 opponents flashed in his mind. Taking on 3 at once was just overwhelming. They attacked from every direction. It was driving him insane. The mage appeared in his thoughts. And on top of that, there were 3 archmages, even if they weren't paying attention to him. He raised his hand, gathering a stream of magic, and thought again. He didn't want to use it, but he looked up and aimed his hand toward the heavens, contemplating. I will drive the Chimera Knights into a frenzy to disrupt their coordination. A massive surge of power erupted from his hand, blasting high into the sky and spreading wide. The Sanctuary of Battle deployed. The Chimeras, feeling that power, froze in their tracks. They stood there, stunned, their eyes beginning to glow menacingly. A knight approached a Chimera and raised his weapon to attack, saying, Die, you monster! But before he could do anything, he was violently flung aside. Kanga was also busy fighting off the other creatures. She watched the Chimeras, realizing that ever since that strange light descended, the Holy Knights were acting strangely. She stood on the corpse of a chimera she had just defeated, waiting for the others to come, thinking, it's good that the holy power is working, but it looks like there's a price to pay for it to be effective. Kanga then gripped her sword tightly, wanting to end things quickly. Besides, I don't see Sir Baron anywhere. I overswung my sword and ended up all the way out here. I need to clean this place up quickly and reunite with Sir Baron. Suddenly, someone zipped past her with incredible speed, whispering, Your holy power is truly irritating. She immediately turned her head to look, puzzled. What is this guy talking about? He hadn't used his holy power until this very moment. Sable attacked Kanga swiftly and decisively. Her head was already on the ground before she could even understand what was happening. After killing Kanga, he laughed refreshingly, stroking his hair and saying, Finally, things are a little more comfortable. But in his heart, there was a small regret. Maybe I should have tortured you a bit before killing you. But then he pushed that thought aside. Whatever, there's still Baron and Count Welton. Sable's eyes glowed as if he was commanding the ferocious chimeras to charge forward. In another place, thick with a tense atmosphere, 3 men appeared. Jennis thought, where did that little rat run off to? Looking at the person in front of him, he wondered curiously, are you one of Diablo Volpia's underlings? He recalled Diablo Volpia, thinking, I don't sense Diablo's darkness in this person. But the appearance of a demon lord here aroused Jennis's curiosity. He's supposed to be sealed in the primordial darkness. Besides, the remnants of his faction were wiped out a long time ago. He pointed his sword at the demon lord and Jaime, wrapped in his thoughts. How could a demon lord possibly break into this place? Then he announced, this is a dimension I just created. Even a demon lord cannot enter. The demon lord was not afraid at all, but instead took out his weapon and provoked him. There is no need to answer the question of a man about to die, Jennis asked contemptuously. Do you think a demon lord can defeat me? The demon lord calmly replied, delusional. He taunted him. You've never defeated my master, have you? Hearing that, Jennis immediately gritted his teeth in anger. He swung his sword up and rushed towards him, cursing, You wretched demon! But the demon lord remained calm and fearless, standing in front to protect Jaime, saying, Let me handle this, Jaime said in surprise, Chiaka. After that, the demon lord and Jennis rushed at each other like lightning. They used their swords to attack and block their opponent's blows. Both were powerful beings, so the fight was very intense. They fought from one place to another with surprising speed, so fast that even if you watched closely, you couldn't be sure to see them clearly. Jaime stood watching in amazement. These clashes were so strong that they made the whole space tremble. Jennis, with some injuries on his body, rushed to the demon lord and shouted, You bastard! He managed to knock him down to the ground but was looked down upon. In your current state, you are no match for me. The surrounding space had become desolate and ruined, with blue lightning bolts appearing around the rubble. Jennis had gathered them, shouting, You scoundrel! His eyes had transformed, and he could create and control lightning bolts, saying angrily, How dare you? He resentfully accused the demon lord. Not only did you break into my territory, but you also ruined my great plans. Then he used the death cyclone, transforming himself into a giant shape many times larger with the power of the cyclone. He raised his hand, wanting to grab the demon lord, declaring, I must kill you. That giant hand was slowly descending, seeming to want to crush him. Jaime saw this and rushed forward in alarm, shouting, No! But the demon lord's voice rang out, Don't come near. With his pride, he said firmly, I must protect my master at all costs. The demon lord was using his sword to block Jennis's attack, with a sincere desire for him to be safe, pleading, So please, my lord, hide. Jaime bit his lip helplessly. Why? He looked at Jennis attacking the demon lord in front of him and blamed himself. Why am I still so weak? Jennis was furiously shouting. Give up. He looked at him, thinking that even if he used dark magic, he might not win against him. The demon lord was at a disadvantage because he had gone against the reversal of causality, so he could not use his true power. He looked at him, thinking, to be protected by a subordinate. Jaime stood there, clutching the collar of his shirt, full of disappointment in himself. It really is cowardly. Then he touched something. He put his hand in his coat and rummaged around. This is... Jaime took out a red insignia. His eyes looked at it and he remembered. At that time, Marquis Linmeo had taken Jaime's hand and asked, Do you remember our conversation at the magic distortion point? I told you to come to me whenever you're in trouble. Then he placed in his hand what he wanted to give him, saying, I still haven't changed my mind. I'm still betting my whole life on you. That thing was the insignia he had taken out. Marquis Linmeo said that he was not the only one with that thought. Your supporters all believe in you. He encouraged him with sincerity. So don't stop. Reach for your ambition. Jaime, with the insignia in his hand after remembering, thought silently. That's right. How could I have forgotten? He remembered the image of Ano turning back to say to him, I'm not the only one here. He called out in surprise. Father. Baron also appeared to protect Jaime, saying, I don't intend to put the yoke on your shoulders. He was surprised. Sir Baron. Jaime began to create his magic with a thoughtful mind. Everyone is risking their lives to carry out their duties. I should do the same. From the rubble, the sword suddenly shot into the air. He remembered the heartfelt promise he'd made to Marquis Linmeo. Don't worry. This time, I will move forward with everyone. The sword rocketed towards him. Jaime snatched it from the air, his resolve hardening. Asterisk, I can't be the one to hold them back. Asterisk. His eyes burned with determination. Asterisk, I will defeat Jennet and return to them all. Asterisk. He leaped forward, swinging his blade at Jennet and roaring, Jennet, your opponent is me. Seeing him, the villain raged. You piece of trash! I told you not to underestimate me, you pathetic mortal. Jaime unleashed the Welton sword style's first strike, just as Jennet tried to grab him. He summoned the creation of myriad lights, gathering immense power into a single point of energy. It was a technique called heaven and earth creation. He charged forward, screaming, Jennet! Jaime's fury reached its absolute peak, his sword an extension of his will as he declared, I will kill you. Startled, Jennet reverted to his original form. Watching the blade approach, he threw up a hand to block it, thinking, Asterisk holy power again? Asterisk, asterisk. In this incomplete body, I can't hold out much longer. Asterisk, asterisk. There's a limit to how much power I can draw from the entity. Asterisk. He grit his teeth in frustration, deciding, asterisk. As annoying as it is, I have to retreat to the temple. Asterisk. I'll back down this time, he announced, dissolving into a cloud of green smoke. But next time I'll tear you to pieces. Jaime landed softly on the ground. He stared at the spot where Jennet vanished, completely unsatisfied. Asterisk. Who knew he'd just tuck his tail and run? Asterisk. The demon lord appeared behind him, asking with concern, Master, are you all right? Watching the wreckage slowly reassemble itself, he replied, I'm fine. More importantly, he wondered why the infinite arena hadn't deactivated. Tiny bolts of lightning began striking from above, causing massive explosions where they hit, but just as quickly, the shattered earth repaired itself. Jamie unleashed his own lightning to destroy the terrain, but it was useless. Damn it, physical attacks are completely ineffective. Asterisk, I can't believe I'm trapped in his dimension. Asterisk, asterisk, I have to find a way out of here. Now. Asterisk. The demon lord saw his struggle and called out, Master, there is one way to escape from this place. He told Jamie the path was through the demon world. Jamie turned his head, asking, What? According to the demon lord, the demon world was the realm of the demon race, a terrifying land ruled by countless demon kings, the complete opposite of the celestial realm where the 12 gods reside. He also warned Jamie, but as you know, the journey to the demon world will place an incredible strain on your current body. Hearing this, Jamie closed his eyes in deep thought. It was true his divine power had reached level 9, and his body had become a sword saint's, but traversing dimensions without any preparation was a completely different challenge. He knew better than anyone the risks involved. If he couldn't withstand the pressure from the dimensional rifts, his body would explode in an instant. His eyes snapped open, filled with grim resolve. Asterisk. It's the only way. Asterisk. Asterisk. There are no other options left. Asterisk. Having made his decision, he called out, Chick, prepare to leave. His loyal subordinate immediately complied. Yes, I will lead the way. He then held out a shield-shaped emblem, surprising Jamie. Is this a spatial stone? A special magic stone that allows for dimensional travel. The spatial stone began to glow with immense intensity. A realization dawned on Jamie. You used a spatial stone to get to the infinite battlefield? The demon lord confirmed it. Indeed. I'll explain everything once we reach the demon world. The stone then opened a blazing red portal on the ground. Before Jamie entered, the demon lord offered a final warning. I pray you, be careful, master. Jamie just smirked. See you in the demon world. With that, he leaped into the portal. The immense pressure instantly took its toll. Blood streamed from his wounds, but he pushed through the pain. Asterisk. I have to overcome this. Asterisk. Though covered in injuries, Jamie's will was unbreakable. Asterisk. I can't stop here. Asterisk. Back on the barren battlefield, Sable stood with his weapon drawn, scanning the area. Asterisk. Where the hell is Baron? Asterisk. Asterisk. Before I eliminate Count Welton, I have to deal with him first. Asterisk. Suddenly, a figure shot down from the sky. So, there you are, you bastard. He looked up, recognizing the voice instantly. Asterisk. This voice. Asterisk. It was Aino, charging down with his sword out, declaring fiercely, This time I won't let you escape! Sibel recognized him and called out, Welton! Aino's strike was so powerful it shattered the ground into fragments, but unfortunately, Sebel dodged it. He thought in fury. Asterisk. That bastard appeared from above again. Asterisk. He then yelled out, Won't let me escape? What the hell are you talking about? The two stood facing each other, tension crackling in the air. Aino said, I've had this feeling of familiarity a few times now. He felt as if this had all happened somewhere before. He told Sibel, At first I thought it was just an illusion, but it felt strangely real. Images of me striking you down have appeared over and over. After reflecting on the visions in his head, he realized the truth. He pointed his sword directly at Sebel, stating, It wasn't an illusion at all. You have died by my hand countless times. This left Sebel utterly stunned. Asterisk. You can sense that? How is that possible? Asterisk. Aino replied coldly. I'm not obligated to answer you. Enraged, Sibel screamed, You bastard! He then used inversion of causality, creating a clone from his own power that rushed Aino. Aino sensed its power was similar to Jamie's, an invisible force closing in. Without hesitation, he swung his sword and cut the clone down. Sebel was shocked. Asterisk. You severed the inversion of causality. Asterisk. Instantly, the damage that should have hit the clone appeared on Sebel's own body. He collapsed in agony from the technique's backlash. When inversion of causality fails, the consequence is reflected back upon the user. He sat crumpled on the ground, his head bowed in defeat. Aino explained, My Void Slash has the ability to cut through multiple layers of space. Standing triumphantly before him, Aino continued his analysis. There's no reason it can't sever something like inversion of causality, a power that alters the flow of time. Sibel weakly choked out. Damn it. He bit his lip, forcing himself to calm down and think. Asterisk, I can't use end of return now. I have to stay calm so he doesn't figure it out. Asterisk. With that, Sebel burst into wild manic laughter, shouting defiantly, "It's all useless. Ano Welton, no matter how much you struggle, that sword of yours can never finish me." Hearing this, Ano remained silent and composed, thinking carefully. Asterisk. He's right. Asterisk. Asterisk. Even if I cut through the inversion of causality, if his revival activates the moment he dies, it's unstoppable. Asterisk. Asterisk. But if my hypothesis is correct, asterisk, power began to gather in the sword he held. Asterisk. Even though this technique is incomplete, asterisk, he raised the power-filled blade, deciding to use the move anyway. Asterisk. I've figured out the trick. I was inspired by my father's ultimate slash form. Asterisk. Seeing this, Sebel's mind raced. Asterisk. Damn it, I have to dodge. Asterisk. Ano unleashed the ultimate slash form, Chaos. But surprisingly, Sebel was completely unharmed. A look of pure shock crossed his face as his legs began to tremble. Asterisk. What is this? Asterisk. He was standing in an endless void, with nothing around him. Asterisk. What is this strange sensation? Asterisk. Ano appeared nearby and said, "This is chaos, an infinite space." He walked calmly towards him, sword in hand, explaining, "In chaos, where time and space don't exist, your inversion of causality is completely useless." Sebel thought with bitter resentment. Asterisk, Welton. I never imagined you had reached this level. Asterisk. A voice echoed in his mind. Asterisk. But green. Asterisk. In a memory, a man approached a younger Sebel, who was bound by chains. "To think a power like yours could be stopped by a 9-year-old boy," the man said. "I can only imagine how disappointed your father would be." Sebel trembled in silence as the man placed a hand on his shoulder. "You must succeed this time to atone for your previous failure." As the memory flooded back, his energy suddenly surged, gathering into his sword. "You and your father." Hatred and envy burned in his eyes as he glared at Welton. They were all just obstacles in his way. "Even if I die, I'll take your head myself," he roared, charging toward Ano. "Die! Ano Welton!" Ano rushed forward as well, realizing this was a maelstrom of colliding dimensions. These unstable realities clashed endlessly, a ticking time bomb of pure chaos, ready to explode at any moment. They clashed in a storm of fury, a relentless battle of wills. A flicker of frustration burned within him. "Fighting you. It feels exactly the same. If only I'd reached a higher plane, I could have cut you down with ease." Their weapons were knocked aside as they exchanged a flurry of lightning-fast blows. Ano fought on, his mind racing, but overthinking only dulls the edge of a sword. Ixo's blade sliced across his cheek, a wound he immediately returned in kind. In spite of the pain, their duel only grew more ferocious. Ano's resolve hardened like steel. "It all ends, right here, right now." Silencing every thought, he began to unleash his overwhelming power. Steel screamed against steel, an unyielding symphony of defiance. Everything descended into chaos. The sheer destructive force of their fight was causing reality itself to fracture. The very fabric of space cracked into countless shards as they escalated their power. Finally, it shattered completely. They battled across the collapsing dimension, showing no signs of stopping. Ko lunged madly toward Welton. He leveled his sword at Welton. "Stop resisting," he snarled. "Just die." But Welton showed no fear, standing his ground, thinking, this entire chaotic space is about to explode. His ice-cold expression betrayed none of his thoughts. Asterisk. But it doesn't matter. Asterisk, he resolved. Asterisk, if this is the only way to finally end you. Asterisk, a voice echoed from his past. Ano remembered his father's words. Always remember, the sword of House Welton is the strongest in the world. Now, he wielded that very blade for this final battle. Seeing Ano's completely emotionless face, his foe froze in shock. How? How could he make a face like that? Ano's attack was already upon him, but his mind was stuck on one question. How could he be so calm in the face of certain death? In that moment of distraction, Ano's attack landed a direct hit, yet his face remained an unreadable mask. He observed the crumbling space around them, thinking, this dimension can't hold on for much longer. He knew, deep down, that he still wasn't strong enough. Asterisk, if only I were a little more powerful. Asterisk, his heart still hoped for a different outcome. Was there really no other choice? It seemed that for Ano, only death awaited. In that final moment, as oblivion rushed forward, the last seconds of his life played out before his eyes. As memories of his past flashed by like a film, on a clear, bright morning, a voice called out, "Training ends here." At that moment, the first thing to surface in Ano's mind was the memory of the first day he ever touched a sword. The man holding a whistle laughed loudly. 3:30, that's a new record. Areno. just a child, gasped for air, his face beaming with joy. Does that mean I can hold a sword now? Welton was 9 years old. The man replied, All right. Starting tomorrow, you can begin fighting with a sword. That night, Areno was too excited to sleep. The next day, when he held a sword for the first time, he carefully gripped it tight in his hands. Areno's face lit up with wonder. A real sword. In that very instant, Aeno felt a deep vibration resonate within his soul. Through rain or shine, snow or sleet, day or night, he trained relentlessly. No matter the hardship, he poured his entire being into mastering his family's swordsmanship. And then, as a young man, he finally reached the realm of swordmaster. He could shatter a wall with his blade, and for the first time, he felt the sword respond to his will. The feeling was pure joy. Chibil watched his son from afar, thinking, it seems the time has finally come. Looking at the situation, Chibil felt that the moment to pass on the title of family head to Areno was near. Sometime later, he called his son to him. Accept this, Agino. He presented Areno with the family sword. Its name is Fragarach. The gesture left him speechless. Father, compared to the heads of other families, I'm still too young to inherit this position. After giving him the sword, Chibil said cheerfully, This is the legendary blade passed down through the generations of our Welton family. From now on, you will carry the responsibility of our house and make our name shine even brighter. He knelt down, accepting the sacred duty his father bestowed upon him. I am entrusting this responsibility to you. I have faith that you can do it. Aeno swore that he would sacrifice everything to protect his family and ensure its prosperity. He then decided to meet the Marquis to ask for his counsel. Aeno is here. I will be taking on the responsibility as head of the Welton family, and I have come to you, Lord Marquis, to seek your guidance. At the estate of the Bell family, where he'd gone to seek advice, a young woman greeted him with a warm smile. I am C. Bell. It is an honor to meet the head of the Welton family. Please, make yourself at home. Her presence made him shy, and in that moment, he met the woman of his dreams. For the first time in his life, he fell for Lady Bell at first sight. He later succeeded in proposing to her. Their love for each other was mutual, and they decided to hold a wedding ceremony. It was a marriage of pure bliss. From that day forward, Aeno's lonely soul was filled with happiness again. When they saw their son Jaime, they were overjoyed. He said cheerfully, I think he looks exactly like you. But Sai replied, he has your expression, and look at his beautiful eyes. As Jaime was born from their love, they felt a boundless happiness. Jaime calling him Papa filled his heart with joy. Jaime, the couple raised Jaime together, surrounded by love and happiness. My love, Jaime just took his first steps. Oh, what a lovely child. Aeno was truly grateful to life for allowing him to be a father. And when their second child, Sarah Welton, was born, Aeno's world was finally complete and perfect. But all good things must come to an end. Jaime grew up and began to leave their side. As his children grew older and left the nest, Aeno sometimes felt lonely. Aeno watched Sarah Welton grow up day by day. But more than anyone, he was always proud of his children for raising them to grow up strong and live happy lives. Aeno always wanted to be a reliable husband and father, a strong pillar for his family. My love, please be careful. Aeno took his wife's hand, reassuring her and making a promise. Don't worry, I will definitely protect Jaime. After this war is over, we'll travel the world together. C trusted his words completely. You promised you would come back, but now he felt nothing but immense disappointment in himself. I am so sorry, C. In this moment, a look of regret finally appeared on Aeno's face. It seems I won't be able to keep that promise to you. I hope you live a happy life and forgive this terrible husband. But just when he had given up all hope, a voice called out, Count, you cannot die at this moment. A man appeared before his eyes, urging him on. Be strong and try harder. This left him completely stunned. A giant red jewel had appeared before Aeno's eyes. He stared ahead in shock. Could it be? Just as he saw Marquis Linmeo lying unconscious and seriously injured on the ground, Aeno cried out, Marquis! Just before that, on the walls of Jaren, a horde of chimeras had appeared to attack, but Marquis Linmeo had always stood on the wall, using his lightning chains to stop them. He thought that by holding their ground, they had protected a part of the wall from the enemy's attack. Seeing the desolate scene before him, he also thought of a worse situation. But if they concentrate their forces here, it might be difficult to defend. Still, the Marquis felt very lucky. Luckily, he wasn't alone and always had someone by his side. Simon and Open were still fighting like demons with great effect. The current situation was that they couldn't hold out forever, and soon they would run out of magic. Things were critical, so why hadn't the reinforcements from the Piro sect been sent yet? While concentrating, the Marquis noticed a scene. Even the swordmasters had fought until they were almost exhausted. Asterisk. And it seemed Sir Areno's presence was weakening. Asterisk. He looked at the chaotic space and panicked. Wait a minute, is that a chaotic space created by magic? Marquis Lin Mio looked at it with a calculating gaze. If anyone gets caught in that magical explosion, they probably won't be able to escape. Their life would surely be in danger. Asterisk. If the Count intends to risk his own life to protect this place. Asterisk. Without hesitation, he immediately used coordinate swap to change their positions. This was an 8th tier spell, coordinate manipulation, designed to swap the caster's position with their target. The Marquis Lin Mio had made his choice. He would sacrifice himself to save Aeno. In an instant, their positions were swapped. Aeno now stood outside the collapsing dimension, forced to watch. The Marquis Lin Mio was trapped inside. Back in the present, the world around them was nothing but a wasteland of rubble. Aeno scrambled to his side, desperately calling out, "Marquis, wake up!" Kale's body lay motionless nearby. He looked at the Marquis, his body trembling. "Why? Why would you do this?" A voice called out. "Count!" Bell rushed over, panicked. What in the world happened here? What was that massive explosion? He stopped short, his eyes falling on the Marquis. Seeing the horrifying scene, he froze as Aeno took all the blame upon himself. "It's all my fault. I planned to take Jen down with me by trapping him in a sealed, chaotic dimension. But before I could sacrifice myself, the Marquis used a substitution spell, swapping my position with his. He was the one who took the full force of the dimensional blast. He lifted the Marquis Lin Mio, hoping for a sign of life. I don't know if he'll ever wake up. The sheer force of the explosion knocked him unconscious. But the chaotic energy is like a poison. Once it seeps deep into someone's body, its dark magic is nearly impossible to purge." Bell began to question him. "But why did you have to choose such an extreme method? Why try to die with him?" "There was no other way," Welton replied, his face filled with disgust. "Not when Kale possessed the power to rewind time. He probably inherited that ability through his family's bloodline. With the power to manipulate space-time, every time he used it, reality itself felt vague and uncontrollable. To stop him from simply reviving himself by turning back time, I had to drag him into a chaotic dimension and end it all for good." Aeno cradled the Marquis in his arms, his heart filled with bitter rage. Because of that bastard, the Marquis was forced to use such a final, desperate measure. He closed his eyes, trying to process it. The goal was achieved, despite the terrible loss. But this was no time for weakness. He realized the battle right in front of them wasn't over yet. Instantly, a blazing light appeared above their heads. Everyone was struggling to defend against the swarming chimeras. Aeno steeled his resolve. In a crisis like this, a moment of hesitation would cost them even more lives. "The sacrifices of our soldiers in this defensive war will not be in vain. Until the situation is stable, I can't afford to lose focus or let my will falter." Right after, he handed the Marquis to Bell, entrusting him with a mission. "Bell, I need you to take the Marquis to the rear line. Find a way to heal him," Bell protested, looking worried. "But you're in terrible shape yourself. Are you really going to keep fighting like this? Let me go instead." Suddenly, a blinding flash of light cut him off, surprising them both. A man had appeared. He was a follower of the goddess Po. He closed his eyes, a cold, indifferent expression on his face. His arrival bathed the entire area in an immense, brilliant light. The law of judgment. Liehider shielded her eyes from the intense light, thinking to herself, "Is this a reinforcement unit sent from the Piro Order?" Open shouted, "Simon, look ahead! The banner of the Piro Order has appeared." A man leading a powerful army declared, "Follow me! We will annihilate the Zenith cultists and their monstrous hordes." He was La, commander of the PO Order's legion. He roared with righteous fury. "In the name of the divine, I sentence you to death." In the next moment, he unleashed his sword of judgment. That single blade unleashed a wave of power that annihilated countless monsters in one devastating strike. The follower of the goddess descended before Aeno and spoke. "You've all done well to hold out this long." He took full command, announcing, "From now on, leave this battle to us." With that, the Knights of Piro swept across the battlefield. Roos fought ferociously on the front lines. Once again, Ricky delivered a judgment that completely wiped out the hordes of chimera monsters, sending them flying. A priest spoke in awe. "This is the true power of an apostle, truly worthy of being the god's representative." He watched with a solemn gaze. The war that seemed endless was over in a flash, as if it had all been a lie. He then went to the infirmary for the wounded, who were being moved to a temporary station managed by the PO Church. The priest clasped his hands together, channeling his power. The healing abilities of the PO Church's high priests were truly incredible. But Aeno's voice was tense as he asked, "Can't you heal him?" The priest slowly replied, "This is..." He glanced at the wounded Marquis, thinking to himself, "It's impossible to know if Lin Mio will ever recover." The scene changes. Through this war, the Northern Alliance and the PO Church had dealt a massive blow to the Zenith Order's power. Roos walked around restlessly. Have the injured all been treated? Suddenly, he spotted something. Roos gasped in surprise. They had recovered war spoils, like Green Durando's holy sword, but Bell and the other priests were busy tending to the fallen. He picked up a white cloth, preparing to cover their faces. Bell gently placed it over one of the soldiers. The price of this victory was far too high. Later, north of the Anbaya continent, outside Jaren Gate, Bell paced back and forth. Aren't we going to kill him? The black-haired young man turned his head. Don't worry about that, Lord Beryl. He looked over at the captured General Green had lost all of his power. The young man confided in him. 6 years ago, I was also kidnapped by the Zenith Order. Luckily, I avoided being turned into a chimera. He remembered his past, but I witnessed all of their cruel atrocities firsthand. The black-haired man seethed with quiet rage. I never thought they would continue those horrific experiments. A glint appeared in his eye. I will never let this bastard die an easy death. He will suffer a punishment far worse than death itself. Beryl stared at him, helpless. A punishment worse than death? He was deeply puzzled, wondering to himself, why does Jamie's image keep overlapping with this man? The black-haired youth suddenly spoke. Oh, by the way, did Jamie really disappear just like that? Bell nodded slowly. Yes. It seems the Zenith Order dragged him into an isolated dimension. The man looked thoughtful but agreed. An isolated dimension. In that case, we need to search for traces of spatial movement. Inside the main Zenith altar, the dark space was lit only by flickering flames. Suddenly, a blue magic circle appeared and expanded. Noah gasped in shock. Vincent's tattered body floated within the magic, not a single part of him left unscathed. What happened on the endless battlefield? A cold voice looked down at him. You can't die yet. There are still things you need to do. Noah froze for a second, warily sensing the energy being transferred elsewhere. A voice echoed, You've arrived. Zenith spoke with satisfaction. The Loa Front battlefield operation was a great success. Noah covered his face in despair. I advised you to stay away from here. If the other gods find out, the being comforted him. It's fine. They can't know that I've descended to the mortal realm. His expression turned serious as he looked back at him. The Loa Front battlefield erases the presence of gods, Noah asked, troubled. What happened on the endless battlefield? He remembered the sight of Vincent, wondering how his body ended up in such a state. Zenith didn't hesitate to answer. The Demon King has descended, he explained. He came to avenge his long-lost master, Diablo Villa. Noah couldn't believe it. I can't believe a subordinate of Diablo Villa still exists. Zenith crossed his arms. I'm not sure how he managed to invade the endless battlefield. Perhaps he waited for me to leave the heavens, waited until I was weakened. Noah looked at him, tense. Is it possible this is related to Jamie Welton? Zenith closed his eyes to concentrate. It seems they don't know each other, he growled in frustration. But that boy, Jamie Welton, he's also highly suspicious. Zenith recalled the moment Jamie had asked him how he did it. He claims to know about Diomet's sword. But that's impossible. No one from the modern era should even know it exists. Jennis recalled an old conversation with Jamie. Was he so weak that even Ross abandoned him? Thinking back, Jennis remembered his question. Did Biro tell you about that? Jamie had scoffed at the idea. So he took his anger out on the world after being cast aside? Back in the present, Jennis mused. He acts as if everyone else is to blame for his own downfall. Noah finally broke the silence. Do you know what happened to Sir Ken? A cold laugh escaped Jennis's lips. Ah, that fool. He then confessed the truth. He met the end, the Loa willed for him, captured by Piro's apostle, but I had to deceive him to make it happen. Even a mad dog has its uses before you put it down. Noah remained silent, lost in thought. The Loa's battlefield never once predicted our victory in this war. He came to his own conclusion. So a temporary failure is just part of a grander design. Still, Noah couldn't help but voice his concern, but I still believe it was a great loss, including Sir Ken. We lost a significant amount of our strength in that battle. Jennis simply waved it off. Don't worry about it. This is all for the future. He then spoke his final words. I must go back now. I need to uncover Jamie Welton's true identity. Noah bowed his head. Understood. Jennis began to cast his spell, inhaling all the surrounding life force. As he vanished, Noah whispered to himself, he must die. That is the price for accepting a god's power. He closed his eyes, contemplating. The endless battlefield. Father created it to lessen the burden of karma. A single-use artifact to enter Vincent's body, a place even he can't return from. Noah's eyes shot open. Jamie Welton. Could he be trapped in there alone? With the Demon Lord? Meanwhile, in the Demon Realm. Within the Demon Lord's castle, Dracula's voice boomed. Chica! He roared from the courtyard. What in the hell happened here? You're too late, the demon lord sneered. A hateful glint flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, Dracula appeared, a triumphant smirk on his face. In the month you've been gone, this territory has become mine. Chica's hand tightened around his sword. You've truly crossed the line, he seethed. Today, I will erase you from existence. Bring it on, the demon lord taunted. Their blades clashed in a furious duel. Jamie saw the chaos unfolding. Hey, Chica, wait, he thought in a panic. We don't have time for this. He screamed it in his mind. I have to get back, you idiot! A moment later, Jamie shot up in bed, gasping for air. Where am I? The vision from his dream flashed in his mind. There's no time for this petty squabble. He felt a surge of determination. I have to stop them, somehow. Jamie grabbed his bow, ready to fire at the two madmen. He bellowed. Stop it, right now! Dracula roared at Chica, grinding his teeth in fury. I don't know where you found this weakling, but how dare you let a wet-nosed brat interfere in our battle? The force of his magic was immense. Jamie thought, damn it, his power is too strong. I'm losing consciousness. But then, he realized something. Chica was shielding him. My apologies, my lord. Please leave this to me. That's the last thing Jamie remembered. After that, I blacked out. Jamie looked at the stranger before him. Does this guy even speak my language? He wondered. He snapped impatiently. Then hurry up and take me to Chica. The man replied calmly. I suspected you were close with the demon lord, but to address him so informally. Jamie's patience was gone. Enough talk. Lead the way. Somewhere else by a sea as red as blood. Chica was reeling in a massive catch. His expression was dead serious. He effortlessly dragged the giant fish ashore. Jamie walked up and broke the silence. What are you doing? Chica jumped, startled. My lord! Jamie's voice dripped with annoyance. You're just casually fishing right now. And what's with that flashy fishing rod? Chica rubbed the back of his neck, looking sheepish. It's a rod made from adamantium. Jamie's jaw dropped. Adamantium? You use that priceless metal just to make a fishing rod? Chica puffed out his chest with pride. Even a hobby requires the best gear to feel satisfying. Now then, let's head back to the castle. His servant bowed. Yes, my demon lord. Jamie was stunned. Just what kind of life has this guy been living in the demon realm? As the servant flew off, Jamie calmed down. Anyway, what happened with that raggedy vampire? Chica explained honestly. We had an invasion from the vampires. It's a regular occurrence, really. He elaborated. Since our territories share a border, we're always trying to take each other's land whenever an opportunity arises. His expression turned grim. However, the damage this time was severe because I was away for so long. A pang of guilt hit Jamie. That's because of me, isn't it? I'm sorry. But Chica quickly reassured him. Please, don't say that. For you, my lord, I would let this entire territory burn to the ground. More importantly, he added, don't you need to get back in a hurry? The words hit Jamie like a lightning bolt. That's right. How much time has passed? 3 days have gone by here, Chica explained. But that's only 3 minutes in the real world. Jamie put a hand to his chin. So 1 day here is 1 minute in the human world? It all clicked. Now I understand why that vampire lord said Chica was gone for a month. He recalled Dracula's taunt. In the month you've been gone, this territory has become mine. Chica spoke up. If you wish to return now, I'll make the preparations. Jamie's face turned serious. Please do. Chica began gathering a powerful magic. As you wish. In an instant, Chica opened a spatial gate. Please be safe this time as well. Jamie walked towards the portal. Thanks, Chica. Chica smiled brightly. Until we meet again, my lord. As his hand neared the gate, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Can you hear me? Jamie, can you hear me? The voice persisted. Jamie, it's me. He couldn't believe it. Telepathy? That voice. He recognized it instantly. Ricky, Jamie yelled. Ricky, how? Ricky's voice sounded relieved. I used the last traces of your dark mana inside me to track you down, Ricky explained. It's a secret the cult doesn't know. Because I was originally a corpse revived by your necromancy, I figured I might be able to find you with this power. But telepathy across dimensions isn't easy. I could only connect once your portal started to open. Ricky's tone turned urgent. Jamie, I'm in front of Green Castle right now. A sense of dread washed over him. Green Castle? What's the situation? What about my father? The battle is over, Ricky reported. The Count is safe. Jamie let out a breath of relief. Thank God. But, Ricky continued, the Marquis is not okay. He sacrificed himself to save the Count. Jamie's eyes widened in horror. What? The Marquis's face flashed in his memory. The Marquis? Jamie looked down at his own hands. He had grown so much stronger in the last year. He remembered the blur of his blade, the speed of his attacks. He remembered overwhelming his foes. He remembered standing beside Chica, sword in hand. A wave of self-loathing crashed over him. I'm still too weak. He clenched his fists in fury. I can't keep relying on luck to win my fights. I have to become stronger than I am right now. Jamie looked at the portal and made his decision. Ricky, time here flows much slower than in the human world. So I'm going to train here and get stronger before I return. He thought to himself. With near endless time and the demon realm's relentless pursuit of power, I have no choice but to surpass my limits. Jamie gave his order. So, please relay that message to my father, Ricky stammered. Me? When? When will you be back? Jamie simply said, tomorrow. The answer confused Ricky completely. What? He shouted in a panic. Jamie! The connection cut. Ricky's voice went quiet. Did he just say, tomorrow? Chica, standing behind Jamie, asked, My lord, you intend to train here? He answered in a flash, I'll do everything in my power. Jamie glanced back with a smirk. I'm counting on you. Chica, I seriously need your help with this. He placed a hand on his chest in a vow. Leave it to me, my lord. I will support you with everything I have. He gazed at the sky and thought to himself, one day in the human world is 4 years here. Just you wait, Jennis, Jamie vowed. In 4 years, I'll be strong enough to crush you. Meanwhile, in a lavish room, a sharp voice cut through the air. Count Barros, the chimera, glared. Where is that human? His subordinate quickly replied, He is currently with the Demon King. Barros remained calm. Is that so? The lackey reported with a sly grin. Come to think of it, I heard he fought you once before. The Count shot back. He only won because I was overconfident. 5 years ago, Barros had entered the demon world under Chica's orders, but his carelessness led to his defeat at Jamie's hands. Now, the memory of their duel replayed in his mind. He gritted his teeth. I thought he was just a maggot, but he was unbelievably strong. Barros's voice was laced with venom. I must repay him for the humiliation I suffered that day. He spoke slowly. However, the Demon King values him. I can't just attack him recklessly. The other man proposed a devious plan. Then why not challenge him to a ranking battle? It's the perfect excuse to kill him legally. He pressed on, trying to convince Barros. A ranking battle. A duel where one's very rank is on the line. The servant affirmed, most of these battles only end when one side is dead. A wicked smile spread across Barros's face. That's it, he said with satisfaction. If it's a ranking battle, the Demon King can't refuse. Jamie Welton, this time I will tear you to pieces. The underling celebrated inwardly, thinking he had him right where he wanted. A group of small goblins were chattering about something. Chica approached, making them jump in surprise. What's all this noise about? The creatures spoke in unison. Demon King, he asked calmly, demanding an explanation. Tell me why you've all gathered here. The goblins trembled, stammering and unable to speak clearly. But eventually, they had to tell him the truth. Count Barros wants a ranking battle with that human. Surprised, Jamie turned to Barros. He then asked Chica, who is he? Chica explained, he is the half-dragon, half-demon you fought in the Middle Realm. Jamie immediately understood. Ah, so that guy is challenging me to a ranking battle. The little goblins whispered amongst themselves. He just spoke to the Demon King as an equal. Who is he? Jamie cursed inwardly. Damn it, I acted way too casually with Chica in front of his demons. He considered the situation. Even if he's my subordinate, Chica is still the Demon King of Wrath who rules this entire region. He needs to maintain a firm attitude for his followers to respect him. Jamie then declared, Chica, you can just treat me casually. The Demon King didn't understand, but still replied, understood. Jamie bowed his head. Demon King. Chica looked uncomfortable. All right, just say it. Jamie looked up, his expression serious. Please grant me a ranking battle with Count Barros. I may not be a demon, but while I'm here, wouldn't it be better to have a clear rank? Chica stared at him. Are you serious? Barros is a powerful figure, ranked 6th in the Legion of Wrath. He stressed to Jamie, even compared to Marquis Gollum and Marquis Lourdes, who are ranked 4th and 5th, the power gap isn't that large. He continued, even if you're stronger than you were 5 years ago. It doesn't matter, Jamie interrupted. In fact, the stronger he is, the better. A sinister smile played on his lips as he thought, nothing makes you stronger than a life or death battle. The saying that one grows exponentially after a fight for their life isn't just an empty phrase. Suddenly, Barros appeared, looking down from above. So, it's decided then. He grinned smugly. My body is itching for a fight. Jamie answered calmly. It's been a while, Barros. The Count's voice dripped with amusement. Thanks for accepting my challenge. No, Jamie replied coolly. I should be thanking you for handing over your rank. Barros scoffed. Why would a piece of fresh meat like you need a rank? Jamie just sighed and chuckled softly. If you don't need it, just give it to me already. Barros's composure finally cracked. Get out here! I'm gonna slit your throat! Seeing his reaction, Jamie provoked him further. What, you can't do it right here? Standing behind them, Chica worried. I knew Barros was reckless, but I never imagined he'd demand a ranking battle. He glanced at Jamie, who was smiling cheerfully. My master doesn't actually have a rank. Even if he loses, only his pride will be wounded, but he'll lose nothing tangible. Then he looked at Barros, calculating the odds. On the other hand, if Barros loses, he loses all his status and authority. And even if he wins, the only thing he gains is erasing the shame of that day. He confirmed his thoughts. The fact that he's still pushing for this proves how confident he is that he'll win. Honestly, I think Barros has the higher chance of victory. Chica recalled the moments Jamie unleashed his power, but my master hasn't revealed the full extent of his black magic. The outcome will depend entirely on how much of his dark power my master has recovered. Chica's voice was grave. I approve the ranking battle, but there will be no killing. Barros leaped to the ground and demanded, but why? He calmly explained, because both of you are valuable assets to our legion's future. The Count clearly didn't like that, but Chica's voice turned to steel. Are you going to object? Barros stammered. I will obey. Music. As he was about to leave, Chica gave his final order. I will arrange the venue. Both of you will stand down until I summon you. Chica turned his back. Everyone, dismiss. They all shouted in unison. Yes, Demon King. A moment later, Barros furiously slammed his fist into a wall. Damn it, he seethed. A ranking battle is a duel to the death, where you kill your opponent and take everything they own. But he ordered me not to kill that human. The memory of Jamie's smug face only fueled his rage. What's so special about him that the Demon King protects him like that? I'm the one who's killed the most enemies for him, yet some stray wanderer is the king's new favorite. His subordinate appeared, hands clasped behind his back. How disappointing. Barros shot him a deadly glare. Get lost before I tear you apart. I'm not in the mood for your games. The man held up his hands. Please, calm down, my lord, Barros roared. Do I look calm to you? His terrified servant stammered. Killing him might be difficult, but there are other ways to erase the humiliation. Barros's eyes widened menacingly. What is it? The man trembled as he tried to speak. The Demon King said it's not a battle to the death. He tried to steady his quivering voice, which means, as long as you don't kill him, you can do anything you want, right? Barros regained his composure. He turned and said, that's word twisting. The Demon King would execute you for that. I'll pretend I didn't hear a thing. The servant let out a quiet sigh of relief. The decision is yours, Count. I'll take my leave now. The schemer immediately vanished and appeared elsewhere. He put a hand to his chin, thinking smugly, I've planted the seeds of chaos. Now, I'll just sit back and enjoy the show. The next day, in the hall of the Legion of Wrath, a goblin covered his mouth. No matter how much His Majesty favors that human, it's arrogant of him not to kneel. A vampire chimed in. The Count will put him in his place in an instant. Jamie glared at the two small figures, annoyed. Could you not complain so loudly? He looked up at the three powerful figures seated on thrones. Who are the high-ranking demons next to Chica? The third ranked was Marquis Lilion. Jamie thought to himself, you can tell the difference in levels just by looking. She's strong enough to be a lesser demon lord. The second ranked was Duke Kados. Chica, seated on his throne, spoke. A battle with someone not from the demon realm is unprecedented. Yet, it is happening, he announced to everyone. Jamie Welton has accepted the challenge of Count Barros. Killing is forbidden in this battle. Therefore, I will be the one to judge the winner and loser. Chica asked them one last time, do either of you have any objections? Barros knelt and bowed his head. I have none. Jamie stood tall, looking straight at him. Neither do I, he asked seriously. So, when does the ranking battle begin? Chica simply raised his hand, then clenched it into a fist and declared, right now. What? Jamie blurted out, completely stunned. Barros spoke calmly. Ranking battles are a famous festival in the demon realm. If it isn't entertaining, the hot-tempered nobles might just kill you themselves. He unfurled his massive wings. Barros shot into the sky before Jamie could even blink. He glanced down at him with pure arrogance. Go on, punk. Thrash around all you want. But Jamie didn't even flinch. This damn fool talks way too much. Reinforced armor materialized around his body. Jamie grinned. Shut your mouth and bring it on. Seeing this, Chicania's voice boomed. Well now, he announced the fight had begun. In a flash, the two warriors clashed. Barros struck first, but Welton blocked his attack. The raw power behind it was insane, making him struggle to hold his ground, even with his black armor's boost. This wasn't enough to handle a dragon's strength. To keep his sword from shattering, Welton quickly leaped back to dodge the blow. He thought to himself, if I'm outmatched in raw power, I have to avoid a close-quarters fight. Belos gave Welton zero chance to escape. He gathered power in his palm, forming a massive claw as he lunged forward. I won't let you get away. Belos unleashed a brutal shockwave straight at Welton, but he just raised his sword to counter. A clean vertical slash from Welton tore right through the incoming attack. In that split second, Belos seized the chance to charge in. Let's see you run from this one. Yet, Welton calmly replied, sorry, but that's my line. It's a real shame killing you is off the table. With a single slash, Welton severed Belos's arm clean off. I'll just take your arm instead. Belos stared in utter disbelief. He pierced a dragon's scales with a sword? The demons below erupted in cheers. That guy is seriously impressive. Looks like this fight won't be boring after all, they murmured among themselves. No way Lord Virus could actually lose, right? Maybe he can. Belos heard them, but remained silent. As Welton rushed toward him again, he pictured the kid from before, confirming that he'd reached a whole new level since that day. Belos let out an excited laugh, but his severed arm suddenly regenerated, grabbing Welton by the neck. Regenerating a lost limb? That's just a warm-up. Belos flapped his wings hard, slamming Welton straight into the arena floor. With one hand pinning Welton down, he raised the other for the finishing blow. You better not try anything stupid. But even in this spot, Welton just smiled. So, you inherited the bloodline of a demon clan specializing in super regeneration. Looks like I miscalculated. With that, his eyes flew open as he activated a skill. From this point on, things are about to get a little messy. A colossal gate materialized behind them. The Gate of Reversal. Belos immediately spun around to see what was happening. Countless fully armed skeletons charged out from the portal with a silent dark knight standing behind them. The skeletons swarmed him instantly. From the stands, Shikanya analyzed the situation. Now that he's summoned the Gate of Reversal, the tide has completely turned in our Lord's favor. I myself was once an immortal Black Knight under the command of that very gate. Thinking this, Shikanya recalled a memory. Someone's hand on his head, their voice echoing, your miserable life. I will claim it in its final moments and turn everything you are into something useful for me. He knew the gate's nature better than anyone. Back in the fight, Belos was furious, smashing a skeleton warrior to pieces and roaring, die, you annoying pests. Shikanya continued his thoughts while the skeleton warrior's head was gone. As long as my blade remains unbroken, my mana will never run dry. The headless skeleton charged right back at Belos. Shikanya also knew that the phantoms from that place can never truly be destroyed. With no fear for their own lives, they can attack the enemy without a shred of hesitation. His attention was drawn to 4 figures moving towards Belos. Among the horde, the coordination of those 4 was on another level. The Dark Knight pointed his sword at Belos and gave the order. Now, attack him! Shikanya watched the Death Knight's command unfold. Instantly, 3 of them lunged forward. He narrated, the 3 male-looking figures unleashing a ferocious combination attack. Belos roared in fury, blowing the 3 attackers away with a single blast. Shikanya felt a pang of regret. Useless. The power gap is too wide for them to inflict any real damage, but their distraction had served its purpose. With those 3 drawing his attention, Welton successfully appeared behind Belos, ready to strike. From his seat, Shikanya urged him on. Our master must seize this chance. Welton slashed tore through Belos's scales, leaving a massive wound on his back. Belos coughed up a mouthful of blood, as Shikanya thought, yes, give that demonic bastard a fatal blow. Welton saw him struggling and gave a smug grin. Shikanya couldn't help but praise him. This is the difference when someone who thinks strategically faces a stronger opponent. The demoness sitting next to Shikanya was impressed. That human is incredibly strong. I never thought he could push Virus this far. The young demon beside her turned and said, it's too soon to be impressed by him. Virus hasn't even fully transformed into a true demon dragon yet. The demoness replied, you're right. She turned to Shikanya and asked, Your Majesty, who are you hoping will win? Shikanya recalled a conversation he had with Welton. He had voiced his concern, although our lord is much stronger than last year, in this fight. But Welton just shook his head, saying, it's fine. I haven't even shown my full power yet. Shikanya sighed, then finally answered her. You'll see. At that exact moment, tens of thousands more skeleton warriors poured from the gate. Belos immediately fell back, cursing inwardly. Damn it. Every time I try to deal with Jamie Welton, these things get in the way. Belos began to condense a ball of energy in his mouth. He fired the energy blast at the skeleton warriors, screaming, just leave me alone. The attack carved a massive trench in the ground. But less than a second later, thousands of skeletal hands clawed their way back up. Seeing this, Belos started to panic. A war of attrition like this is a bad matchup for me. At this rate, I'll be exhausted before I can even deal with him. He wondered to himself as the skeletons swarmed him again. But where did he go? I haven't seen him for a while now. Welton smirked. Turns out, he'd been hovering high in the air, waiting for the perfect moment. Belos was fully aware of his disadvantage. These undead are completely blocking my vision and distracting me. He scanned the area for Welton, thinking, if this were a real deathmatch without rules, it would be so much easier. Suddenly, his eyes blazed with fury. Welton had just struck him again, leading to this mess. Belos started making excuses. It's because I can't kill this human bastard that my hands are tied. He coughed up more blood. Welton seized the opening, placing his sword at Belos's neck. Give up, he said. You know this isn't going to end well for you, right? Hearing the words give up, he tilted his head to look at the blade, then wondered, give up? Belos imagined the utter humiliation of defeat. Did you hear? Virus lost to a human again, right? You always act so high and mighty, but in the end, you're nothing but talk. He clenched his fist, his resolve hardening. I will not tolerate such disgrace. Belos gritted his teeth, making a reckless decision. Fine, I'll transform into a demon dragon. I might lose my mind, be consumed by demonic energy. He remembered Chakanya's words before the match. I will permit a decisive battle, but no killing. Belos's eyes turned wild. He thought with rage, even if I accidentally kill him and get executed by the Demon King, I cannot lose here. In the next instant, a colossal wave of energy erupted from where he sat. Belos's hands grew sharp claws, his wings thickened, and his entire body transformed into a massive black dragon. He let out a roar filled with pure rage. Welton watched, completely unfazed. So you've finally shown your true form. He stood facing the beast, thinking, he really is enormous. Welton commanded the minions from the portal. All of you, return to the Gate of Reversal. We've forced him to reveal his full power now. I'll handle it from here. The three figures looked worried, but the Dark Knight remained calm. They all replied in unison, as you command. The armor on Welton's body vanished. He thought, in that case, I'll go all out too. Welton's gaze hardened. Darkness, he commanded. If you hear my call, awaken. At his word, wings unfurled, followed by a single, massive eye tearing open in the space behind him. A pair of wings sprouted from Welton's back as he declared with absolute confidence, I'll end this in a single strike. A system window materialized, displaying info on holy light, a sacred power born from the faintest spark within dark magic. It was an energy akin to a holy force, a perfect counter to the demonic mana of his race. Belos raised his hand, preparing his attack. Seeing this, Welton shot into the air to meet the threat head-on. Belos opened his maw, conjuring a torrent of flames from within. He unleashed the fiery blast directly at Welton, but the attack completely missed its mark. Welton's expression grew cold as he stared Belos down. Belos spread his massive wings wide, his tail slamming into the ground with thunderous force. Welton instantly realized what had happened. Belos had transformed into a feral dragon, sacrificing his sanity for power. Welton's eyes scanned the thick scales covering Belos's body. His physical endurance has skyrocketed, he analyzed. A normal attack won't even scratch that hide. With that thought, he soared above Belos's head, sword ready for the finishing blow. If that's how it is, Welton activated a single sword secret art, Instant Reversal. It was a spell designed to parry a close-range attack and reflect the damage back onto the enemy. All of his dark mana converted into pure holy light. Welton channeled all of his strength into a single, devastating vertical slash aimed straight at Belos. From below, the dragon charged a ball of raw energy in its mouth to retaliate. The final blow, Genesis. Belos unleashed a colossal beam of energy from his jaws. The two immense powers collided, erupting in a massive explosion that shook the very air. In that same instant, Belos's horn was sliced clean in two. Down in the stands, the demons caught in Welton's radiant light recoiled, trembling and screaming. So bright! What is this light? More importantly, I can't see a thing. The smoke is too thick. Chakan's eyes lit up with reverence as he thought, my master. The dust from the explosion shrouded the entire arena, leaving everyone to squint at the two faint silhouettes within. A female demon rested her chin on her hand, calmly stating, Count Belos is going to lose. The eyes of the young demon beside her widened in realization. That light wasn't normal. Down below, Welton struggled to stay on his feet, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Welton looked up at Belos as the smoke finally began to clear. His opponent simply stood before him, silent. A satisfied smirk touched Welton's lips. Now this. This was a real battle. He spoke just as Belos's colossal body crashed to the ground. Did you see that? From the stands, Chakan looked down and announced slowly, the victor is Jamie Welton. Below, the main character simply smiled and sheathed his sword. Sometime after the battle, in a small, quiet room, Welton sat on a chair, channeling a healing skill to mend his battered body. He knew he'd won, but it had been a close call with death. He might look fine on the outside, but his muscles were completely shredded. Suddenly, a knock came from the door. Come in, Welton called out. Chakan entered slowly, inquiring about Welton's condition. Master, are you all right? I've recovered a bit, he replied. Welton then asked curiously, by the way, what's the plan for Belos? Chakan put a hand to his chin. This situation is unprecedented. Nothing's been decided yet. As an image of Belos's body appeared, Chakan continued, "Such immense power doesn't just vanish. According to the laws of the demon realm, losing one's rank means he will be demoted to a low-level fiend." Hearing this, Welton asked with a spark of interest, "If nothing has been decided, then why don't you let me make the decision?" Chakan looked completely taken aback by the proposal. "You, my lord?" Welton laid out his idea. "What if I make a deal with him? He gets his rank back in exchange for his loyalty. I don't really care about these demon ranks anyway. After all, I'll be leaving this place in 4 years." Chakan asked, still bewildered, "What kind of deal are you suggesting?" Welton clarified his intentions. He'd make a perfect sparring partner, a living combat puppet. Only then did Chakan begin to grasp his master's plan. "You mean, to use him as a slave?" Chakan placed a hand over his chest, bowing to Welton's authority. "If that is your wish, my lord, I will obey." Welton nodded, pleased. "Thank you." With that, Chakan offered one last piece of advice before departing. "You must be exhausted. Please get some rest." After he left, Welton's expression turned serious. His gaze grew distant as he thought, "Drake, I'm sorry for putting you through so much today." The wall lamp went out, and Welton finally decided to sleep. "Yeah, I should probably get some rest." Soon, he was in a deep slumber, when the young demon from the arena suddenly materialized at his bedside. He gazed down at the sleeping Welton and wondered, have the wheels of fate finally begun to turn? At that very moment, in another room, Belos sat clutching his head and muttering, "Damn it." He was trembling with rage over his humiliating defeat. "I lost. To that punk, Jamie Welton. He took everything. My rank, my status. What's going to happen to me now?" Suddenly, the door swung open, and Chimera stepped inside, his voice dripping with mockery. Well, what's our former times Count doing with such a gloomy face?" Startled, Belos responded, "Chimera." Enraged, Chimera grabbed a whip. "How dare a lowlife like you utter my name so disrespectfully?" Belos was too stunned to understand what was happening. "What?" Chimera cracked the whip against his body, shouting, "You're not a high-ranking noble anymore!" Belos grabbed the whip, roaring with fury. "I'll tear you to shreds." But Chimera just replied calmly, "And how will you do that? By the laws of the demon realm, you can't even touch me now." It truly was a rare sight, seeing you kneel before a mere human. Belos demanded an answer. "Why are you doing this to me?" Chimera lowered his head, his voice seething with rage as he shot back. "You really have no idea?" He gritted his teeth, ready to finally reveal the truth to Belos. "The former 6th-ranked noble, Mary Bond." His voice was low and dangerous. "The woman you killed, she was the one I loved." Hearing this, Belos angrily threw the whip aside. "You caused all of this, just for revenge?" Chimera replied nonchalantly, "Just as I suspected, not a shred of remorse." He didn't bother wasting any more words. He simply picked up the whip, preparing to beat Belos half to death. "I'm going to make you kneel and beg for your life." 1 week later, back in Welton's room, Chakan asked, "How are you feeling, my lord?" Welton casually sipped a glass of wine. "I'm fine, mostly recovered." He then asked with casual curiosity, "So, what's become of Belos?" Chakan hesitated. "About that, it would be better if you saw for yourself." Cut to the grimy walls of the slums, covered in graffiti. "Disgrace to all demons. Just die already." There, Belos sat motionless, leaning against a wall in the demon realm's gutter. Welton was left speechless by the pathetic sight. It was clear that plenty of demons held a serious grudge against the fallen noble. Welton's voice cut through the silence. "Hey." Belos slowly opened his eyes. Standing before him, Welton asked, "Have you had time to reflect on your actions?" In a flash of fury, Belos lunged forward and grabbed him by the collar. "How dare you show your face in front of me?" The calm voice of Chakan echoed nearby. As he slowly approached, Belos's face filled with terror. "El Lord Chakan!" He immediately dropped to his knees, stammering, "Why are you here?" Welton, standing right there, looked on with a flash of annoyance. "Look at this guy," Welton thought. "He's only disrespectful to me." Chakan's voice was deep and commanding. "How has the past week been for you?" Belos trembled uncontrollably. It's been a living hell," he pleaded earnestly. "Isn't that just the price for your actions? I was wrong. Please, I'm begging you, just give me one more chance." But Chakan, standing over him, replied coldly, "That is not within my power to decide." Hearing this, Belos's head sank in defeat. But then Chakan added, "However, Jamie Welton has said he is willing to give you a chance." Belos looked up, completely stunned. "What did you say?" Chakan continued. "If you want that opportunity, then you will speak to him with respect." Welton, who had been waiting for his cue, finally chimed in. "You heard the man. Now, let's have another talk about your attitude." Belos stared at him in absolute horror. A grin spread across Welton's face. "But before that, how about we warm up with a few punches?" A terrified scream escaped Belos's lips. "Please, just kill me now!" After a warm-up that left Belos's head covered in bumps and bruises, Welton made him raise his hands. All right, now we can talk about the contract. Belos stammered back. A contract? What are you scheming? Welton's temper flared as he conjured a fist of pure mana. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson. Terrified, Belos shielded his face with his hands. No, I was wrong. Once he was satisfied, Welton began to explain. The terms of the contract are simple. For the entire time I remain in the demon realm, you will serve as my personal guard, Belos asked respectfully. And in return, what will you give me? Welton's answer was direct. I'll give you back your rank. Belos froze, his mind completely blown. Welton laid out his terms. In return, you will swear absolute loyalty to me, forever. The demon lord could only stammer in defeat. In Belos's eyes, Welton was a monster wearing a human mask. He frantically thought, if this guy goes back to his world, does the contract even hold? Am I going to be shackled to this terrifying human for all eternity? But before Belos could spiral, Welton faked turning away. Whatever. If you're not into it, forget it. Panicked, Belos shot out a hand to stop him. Wait, that's not it. I technically already belong to the Demon King. Welton cut him off instantly. I'll handle that. It's not your problem. Belos realized if he refused, he'd be stuck as a bottom feeder for the rest of his miserable life. He cringed at the thought of becoming Welton's personal ride. But if he accepted, he could reclaim his former glory. The catch? He'd be a human slave until the day he died. Belos clenched his fists, trapped. Damn it. Both choices are garbage. When there's no way out, you pick the lesser evil. Anything was better than being trampled by maggots. Belos finally spat out his decision. Being a slave to someone this powerful was the better play. He looked up. I agree. Welton just smirked. Smart choice. He held a hand to Belos's broken horn, forming a sphere of pure black energy. Then let's begin the ritual to bind your soul. A horrifying thought struck Belos. This dark power was... Hold on a second! Belos's broken horn was instantly restored, raw power flooding back into his body. It is done, Welton stated flatly, then immediately gave him his first mission. Belos, as of now, you are the 6th-ranked great demon of the City of Vengeance. You are also the Count of the Vengeance Legion. Belos bowed his head. I swear, my loyalty. Welton nodded, satisfied. Good. Now go and repay a week's worth of humiliation. Belos's head snapped up. As you command. Meanwhile, Himera stared at a portrait of Mary Bon. At last, I've finally avenged you. Tears streamed down his face as he recalled his countless failures. Himera threw his arms wide and screamed, but this time, I gave him a hell worse than death itself. He then admitted, I never imagined I'd need a human's help to get it done. But, Himera continued, if it wasn't for him, I might have never reached this goal. He caressed the portrait. No matter what, at least now I can finally face you again. If I could trade Belos's life to bring you back, I would rip his heart from his chest right now. Just then, a voice echoed from behind Himera. Belos challenged him. If you think you can, then give it a try. Himera whipped around. Belos? From the shadows, Belos replied, Long time no see, pal. Enraged, Himera charged, roaring. Are you begging me to kill you? Belos casually raised a hand, blocking the attack as Himera kept ranting. Do you have any idea where you are? With his power restored, Belos completely dominated him, easily grabbing his throat and lifting him off the ground. Himera's mind raced in terror. What is this? According to the laws of the demon world, a fallen noble like Belos shouldn't be able to lay a finger on me. Belos stared him dead in the eyes, his voice dripping with contempt. If you truly wanted to avenge your lover, you should have fought me with honor, not with your filthy little tricks. As Belos slammed him to the floor, the portrait of Mary Bond stared down at the pathetic scene. He turned to leave, tossing one last insult over his shoulder. If you want a formal duel for rank, I'm always available, but I highly doubt you have the guts. Belos calmly strolled into the palace as other demons whispered in shock. Belos? When did you get back? He gave a cheerful wave. I had to see how your little revenge plot turned out. Besides, I need a favor from you. Belos felt a knot in his stomach. This didn't feel good at all. A clock ticked, marking the time. Belos and Welton were now walking through a massive library. Belos was the first to speak. Why did you bring me to a library? Don't tell me you want a history lesson. Welton nodded. Exactly. If I'm going to adapt to this world, I need to understand its past. Belos pouted. Yeah, but history isn't really my strong suit. Welton's eyes flashed with anger. Keep making that face, and I might get the sudden urge to cave your skull in. Belos immediately backpedaled. No, it's not that. I'm seriously just terrible at this stuff. Welton sighed. Relax. I don't need the entire history of the demon realm. He then listed his demands. Just tell me what I need to know. The current power structure, the political landscape, and the cause and timing of when your timeline got so screwed up. Belos's face hardened. I understand. He slammed a heavy book onto the table, his expression turning grim. He began slowly. First, we have to start with the event that warped time itself. The distortion originated from the Great War, also known as the Agrova event. According to Belos's tale, a colossal space stone known as Agrova crashed into the demon world's planes. To claim its power, the demon kings waged a catastrophic war against each other. Belos leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper. But in the end, no one was able to claim the stone. He added, then one day, it was suddenly sucked deep underground, fusing with the very core of the demon world. Welton was stunned. It did what? Belos continued. From that moment on, the timeline here became unstable. The multidimensional investigators were the first ones to notice the change. As he told it, a lone investigator stood before a giant cosmic clock, noticing something bizarre. The flow of time in their dimension was moving faster than all the others. Belos went on. At first, the discrepancy was only a few seconds, but the gap just kept growing wider. Facing a crisis like never before, the 5 great demon kings convened an emergency summit to find a solution. But even after laboring for ages, they couldn't figure out how to reset the timeline to its original state. Belos explained that even with power rivaling the 12 gods, the 5 great demon kings had no way to interfere with the core of their own dimension. In the end, he said, they were forced to give up, and the timeline has just kept stretching ever since. Belos's eyes grew serious. They say a few anomalous phenomena have occurred recently, causing the time axis to accelerate even faster. Welton crossed his arms, intrigued. Anomalous phenomena? What kind of stuff happened? Belos shook his head. That part's still a mystery, but I heard the last anomaly happened not too long ago. Hearing that, Welton pressed on. What about the very first one? How long ago did it happen, based on the human world's timeline? Belos shrugged helplessly. For that, you'd have to ask an investigator. Belos leaned back in his chair, a grim look on his face. But I can tell you one thing for sure. The time axis is just going to keep stretching. Then Belos offered his own theory. Unless a being strong enough to interfere with the dimension's core shows up. Welton was silent for a moment, then spoke. All right, let's go meet an investigator, Belos sighed. Somehow I knew you were going to say that. Follow me, Welton commanded. Soon, they arrived at the office of Henos. Belos waved casually. Yo, Henos. This guy was Henos, a multidimensional investigator of the demon realm. The man stood up, smiling cheerfully. Count Belos, what brings you here? Belos gestured toward Welton. Someone's here to see you. Henos looked confused. Me? Who is it? Welton stepped forward with a slight smile. Nice to meet you. I'm Jamie Welton. I'm human. Henos just scratched his head. Why is a human with you? Belos groaned internally. This nerd is so buried in his work he's totally clueless. He probably hasn't heard about my recent situation. He explained out loud. He has the personal favor of His Majesty. You will show him respect. Henos looked completely shocked. He couldn't believe his ears. His Majesty's favor? A second later, Henos was bowing deeply. My deepest apologies. Sir, how may I be of service? Welton waved it off. Forget the formalities. Let's get to the point, Welton asked directly. Is there a way to determine the exact date of the Agrova event according to the human world's calendar? Henos looked surprised. The event? He thought to himself, this is the first time I've ever met a human who cared about the great history of the demon world. Henos stroked his chin, thinking. Then he spoke. According to the standards of the middle world, your human world, it happened exactly 15 years and 84 days ago. Welton was stunned. 15 years? He quickly realized it wasn't just any memory. It was from 15 years and 84 days ago. That was the exact day Jamie was born into the Welton family. He froze, connecting the dots. The day the space stone fell and the day he was born were the same. This was way too much to be a coincidence. Lost in thought, a voice suddenly snapped him back to reality. Is there something you need, sir? Taking the chance, Welton asked Henos another question. One more thing. Belos mentioned that an anomaly accelerated the time axis. In human terms, when would that be? The answer came easily. About 5 years ago. Welton's gaze fell, his mind racing. 5 years and 2 months ago. What changed for me back then? He remembered that period vividly. Just before that, he was still a king, and 5 years ago, he had unleashed an immense power. He'd been through so much. Welton then recalled that 2 months ago was when he'd finished his training and started moving again. A sudden realization hit him, and his eyes shot wide open. Henos, watching him, asked curiously, Why do you ask, sir? Have you figured something out? Welton waved his hand dismissively, not knowing how to explain. No, I was mistaken. Henos looked slightly disappointed. I see. Do you have any other questions? Welton simply waved goodbye. All my questions have been answered. No. Thanks to you, I've found my answer. I'm leaving now. As Welton walked away, Hinos waved from behind. Bios, following close, had to ask, Did you discover something? Welton just replied, We'll talk when we get back, leaving Bios frowning in confusion. Elsewhere, Chica stood by a window, thinking. He'd just received a report that his master and Bios had returned to the castle. Where is he now? He wondered aloud. Suddenly, the door to his room was thrown open by Welton. Bios, who was right behind Welton, froze in terror as his master strode in and said, I have something important to tell you. Chica, a towering figure with piercing purple eyes, stared him down. Is he insane? Bios's face turned pale, sweat beading on his forehead as he feared for his master's life. So what if the Demon King favors him? How dare he use his name so casually? Even if his majesty kills him, I'm not getting involved. But Chica just smiled warmly and stepped forward. Master, you've returned. Bios was utterly speechless, unable to comprehend the situation. Chica noticed the stammering Bios beside them. Your majesty. Bios was trembling, sweating profusely as he pointed a shaky finger at Welton. This human just called you by name. And you called him master. What is going on? Chica was about to explain when a hand stopped him. About that. Welton turned to Bios to explain. The sudden move made both of them break out in a cold sweat. Your soul is bound to mine, so there's no need for secrets. Hearing this, Bios felt his world spin. It was too absurd, too far beyond his imagination, and he collapsed to the floor. Chica is a dark knight I created in my past life. I am a reincarnator. The revelation was too much. Bios fell backward, letting out a terrified scream. Gah! The two men in front of him remained perfectly calm. Yes, that's how it is. Sweat poured down Bios's face as he asked, Then, those two shadows, they're the same? His face went blank as he listened to Welton. I'll explain the details later. For now, we need to move on. Or I could just force the memories into you. We have more important things to discuss. In Chica's room, the three stood talking while Bios could only stand frozen in shock. Chica spoke up. So, you're saying you're affecting the time axis of the demon world? Welton frowned, his expression serious. I'm not certain, but I believe so. The Roba incident happened the year I was born, and every time I awaken my power, the demon world's time axis accelerates. Welton raised his hand, a golden spiritual power glowing from it. 5 years ago was the first time I awakened this power called Holy Light. He recalled the critical information. The first king, Gav, who hid himself in the magic world in the form of an all-knowing crown. Long ago, he obtained a fragment of Diablo Volpia and gained immense power. However, he was ultimately defeated by Jaime and lost that fragment. An image of a crumbling, tormented Yulidan flashed in his mind. I just want to live. At that time, Welton sat on a crimson throne, radiating golden energy. Break absorbed it, and Holy Light, a different form of dark magic, was born. His form had changed, with large wings appearing on his back, and he grew even stronger about 2 months ago. With the help of the sleeping break inside me, the Holy Light evolved once more. An image of a smiling Nirvana appeared. Then there were the troubling words from Jikmunen's ancestor. The golden orb in his hand shone like a miniature sun. This Holy Light is said to be similar to the divinity of the 12 gods. Back in the present, Chica gave his assessment. But that's not enough to be certain. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, followed by a dark shadow and a voice. It is the truth. Bios jumped, shouting in alarm. Katos! You dare act without His Majesty's permission? Katos, holding a staff of authority, issued a grave warning. The demon world's time axis has been distorted because of Lord Diablo Volpia, the contractor of Gare. Hearing that name, Welton's expression darkened. What? The scene shifted. The sky was growing dark outside a gloomy tower. An eerie silence was broken only by the sound of circling birds. A man with a crown sat enthroned high above. He was the demon king of wrath, Satan, one of the 5 great demon kings. His voice boomed. Have you secured the territories of hatred and gluttony? His subordinate below remained silent for a moment before bowing his head, not daring to look up. I have failed. Satan's grip tightened on his throne, shattering it instantly. Failed? He snarled, glaring down, trying to suppress his boiling rage. Hatred abandoned his domain and crossed into another dimension a month ago. So, how could you possibly fail? The subordinate trembled at the question, stammering out an explanation. Katos was there. Katos has perfected his status as a demon king. Satan cut him off. Hearing that name, he could no longer contain his fury, unleashing an oppressive aura that forced the subordinate to his knees. You use that as an excuse? The man gritted his teeth, struggling to look up against the pressure, as expected of one of the 5 great demon kings. The power difference even among kings was immense. To survive in the demon world and keep his title, he had sworn loyalty to Wrath. He knew his place. He was nothing, just a bug in the palm of Satan's hand. In this situation, his life was on the line. He forced himself up, thinking desperately, I have to find a way to get his attention. The subordinate struggled to get the words out. Also, I have some interesting information. The crushing pressure instantly vanished. The silence returned as if nothing happened. The subordinate collapsed, panting heavily. Satan sat motionless, sparing his life for now. What information? Having just escaped death, the man tried to compose himself. Hatred brought a human to the demon world. A cruel, interested smile spread across Satan's face. A human? Explain in detail. Back with Welton, he was still reeling from what he'd heard. You said I am the contractor of Gur? He remembered Gur's words from long ago. I see now. My fierce will to destroy the 12 gods must have summoned Gur. An image of Welton appeared, his eyes deep and thoughtful. According to Gur, the creator god, is currently in a deep slumber, but she is the one who created this world. Welton's expression turned deadly serious, his gaze ice cold. The ancient god Osiris, whom I met in Gammon, said the same thing. Piecing all the critical information together, he demanded, Tell me everything. How do you know the name Diablo? The figure who had appeared so suddenly interrupted, changing the subject. This is not the time for explanations. The demon king of wrath is targeting you, Diablo Volpia. Chica, standing next to Welton, gasped in shock at the name. Wrath is coming here? The man named Kados replied with certainty. Yes. Hatred. Chica seemed confused by his words and asked again. Hatred? Bios, who had been frozen this whole time, finally snapped and lunged forward with his claws out. You've been disrespectful from the start. Have you completely lost your mind? The other man instantly caught on, his eyes flashing as he effortlessly pinned Belius to the wall with his staff. Chica stared at the wreckage on the ground, her voice a stern warning. Kados, you keep crossing the line. In a cold, severe tone, she asked, Have you truly gone mad? Just as he said. But this man wasn't one to be easily intimidated. Wrath, he shot back. Instead of wasting time, you should be preparing to face the great darkness. Chica stormed closer, her voice booming with fury. You just show up and claim the demon lord of wrath is invading? I haven't sensed anything of the sort. The man, still acting unconcerned, simply said, My clone has already confirmed it. Chica was baffled by this technique. A clone? The man willingly demonstrated, explaining, This is just one of my many selves. I exist everywhere in the demon world, but that isn't important right now. What Chica needed was a straight answer. You've been hiding your true identity all this time? The man's face darkened, his eyes glaring with a cold intensity. Wrath, the only reason I joined your ranks was to get close to Diablo Volpia. Welton raised a hand, stopping the confrontation. Then what are you? Exactly. Only then did the man begin to reveal a piece of his true nature. I am an information entity created by Gaia to deliver the history of the past to him. I am called Akashic. This was the first Welton had heard of it, but the Demon Lord was a far more pressing issue. An information-gathering entity. Akashic was more important. Why is the Demon Lord of Wrath targeting me? Akashic knew a great deal about that so-called king of stagnation. Wrath is an entity formed entirely from emotion. No one knows his true intentions. Chica moved past them, excusing herself. I'll go on ahead. If what he says is true, we have to prepare as fast as possible. Welton turned his head, understanding. Got it. Meanwhile, Belios struggled to his feet. Your Majesty, I will go with you. Chica said nothing. The door slammed shut with a deafening thud. Both of them were gone. Now, it was just the two of them. A private space for the real questions. Welton finally cut to the chase. Akashic, did you say you're an information entity created by Gaia? Akashic replied, That is correct. He seemed slightly surprised when Welton continued, We should head to the battlefield, but there's something I need to confirm first. Anxieties swirled in his heart, growing with each passing second. Osiris had implied that he wasn't a perfect reincarnation. Welton remembered the words vividly. Your soul is not you, but it was made by you. It was formed by you. The meaning of those words left him frozen, utterly confused. Am I an imposter? The scene shifts, plunging into the night before a dark, foreboding castle. In that place, someone was suddenly calling Lillian's name. She heard it and instinctively turned around. The person approached, delivering the urgent message. Summon all the Legion commanders. The Demon Lord of Wrath is about to invade. A cold sweat broke out on Lillian's brow. She was completely bewildered. What? Why would he target us? Chica didn't know the full situation either, only what she'd heard from the others. I have no idea. He couldn't even imagine Welton falling into that monster's hands. Kato said Wrath acts on his master's behalf, but I don't know if that's true. Chica's eyes burned with fierce determination. But no matter what, I will protect my master. Back with Welton and Akasik. If you really are an information entity created by Gaia, then you must know, am I real or just? Akasik cut him off, hesitating to speak. That is not a simple thing to explain. Welton gritted his teeth, his patience wearing dangerously thin. No, I need to know right now. He slammed a fist against his own heart for emphasis. If I am not the reincarnation of Diablo Volpia, then what in the world am I? Akasik's expression turned grim. Right now, I can only tell you one thing. He immediately thought of Diablo Volpia. You are an existence born from the needs of Diablo Volpia. The two of them stood face to face, the air thick with tension. So, that means I'm not the original. Don't jump to such a hasty conclusion. Akasik spoke with no emotion. To be precise, in this timeline, you are incomplete, but you have inherited most of his memories, and over time, the lost memories will. Welton cut him off, needing to get to the point. Enough. I don't need your meaningless reassurances. A hollow feeling washed over him. He clenched his fists so tightly his veins bulged, his voice laced with bitterness. So I'm not the reincarnation of Diablo Volpia? But my goal hasn't changed. Akasik's face fell as he whispered silently, Diablo. Welton, unaware, continued to lay out his new reality. Even if these memories were implanted, my ideal of destroying the 12 gods is real. Welton suddenly roared. Ah. He stared forward with unwavering resolve, declaring, I am no longer Diablo Volpia. From this day forward, I will live as Jamie Welton. Akasik offered a faint, tilted smile. Jamie Welton, is that so? In any case, we should go help Chica. Akasik raised his staff, gathering magic. No, leave the war to them. You are coming with me. Welton spun around, sensing a hostile intent from behind. What? Wait. If that's the plan, we should at least tell Chica. Before he could finish his sentence, Akasik teleported them both away in an instant. They reappeared together in a strange, unknown place. Welton looked around in shock, his eyes locking onto something before them. In front of them floated a colossal golden crystal, covered in intricate patterns. He could only guess, half in disbelief, the core of the demon world. Akasik confirmed it immediately. Correct. He then directed Welton's gaze to a purple gem embedded in the center, and that thing is a fragment of the elemental stone from the dark world. Welton was in utter disbelief, sweat beading on his forehead as he stared at the man. What? How did that end up in the demon world? Akasik glanced up at it and said, It is the very foundation of the Covenant, a power closest to the primordial darkness, a trace of causality that can be used to explain your birth. Suddenly, black smoke began to pour from the stone. Forgotten memories. Glory returned. A craving for death. A prison of vengeance. Its initial golden glow began to fade, consumed by the swirling dark energy. A world in chaos, an opportunity to set things right. Welton couldn't listen anymore and interrupted. Hey, what is all this cryptic nonsense? As Akasik finished speaking, a link formed between them. The stone slowly began to twist into the shape of a massive gate. Covenant, lifespan, time, moment, purpose, target, hope, calculation, result. He glared at Akasik, shouting, Kados, are you insane? Akasik simply spoke one phrase, leaving Welton completely lost. It is time. Time for what? The man raised his staff, aiming it directly at Welton. A cold light glinted in Akasik's eyes as he stared straight ahead. Everything you're curious about, you will learn in that place. Welton felt himself sinking into a deep abyss, including everything you have lost. What is happening? Outside, the sky roared with thunder, and from the deep darkness, something began to emerge. The first things to appear were familiar faces. A group of people in hooded cloaks gathered in a cave, their conversation grim. It's all over. We're all that's left of humanity. If this is how it ends. An age where every human possessed power. From outside, a lone figure stood watching them. What in the world have we done? They were former resistance fighters who, upon realizing victory was impossible, turned their backs and sided with the 12 gods. That figure was Jennis. He appeared before them, his expression filled with disgust. You rats. So this is where you were hiding. The whole group jumped in terror. Zenit! Jennis sneered, watching the pathetic figures before him. They muttered, Why? Why did you betray us? Did you really think we would just lay down and die? His voice dripped with contempt as he unleashed his technique. You abandoned your leader to follow them? How pathetic. You should have all been annihilated from the start. A blindingly powerful light erupted from his body, and so, with the first reset of the world, humanity was stripped of its power. The scene changes to a grand cathedral, where a silver-haired old man kneels trembling before a holy knight. Great apostle, why have you abandoned your faithful servants? But his plea was met with a polite, yet cruel, rejection. For the sake of a new era, the current humanity has simply lived for far too long. Chimera drew his sword from his hip. In your next life, I suggest you don't wish for longevity. Then came the second reset of the world. A horrific spectacle of severed heads and rivers of blood. Humanity's very lifespan was stolen from them, but one soldier raised his sword, roaring in defiance. You think you can chain us in the name of your gods? We will never be your puppets. That day, another being appeared at the Eastern Joy Shrine. He smirked, his eyes filled with sheer amusement. They actually dare to rebel? His fiery red hair blazed, and his dark eyes looked down on them like pieces in a game. Maybe the next version should be more obedient. He then unleashed total destruction as orbs of pure energy erupted, tearing the world apart. In the third reset of the world, humanity's freedom was ripped away. The city was swallowed by a living hell, swarming with nothing but monsters. Below, the people screamed, scattering in pure terror. Now this is starting to get interesting. Even the great dragon god, Brahman, descended upon his massive beast. This version of humanity was simply too dull. The ground was littered with countless bodies, each one critically wounded. In the fourth reset of the world, it was their dignity that was stolen. A massive crowd gathered below, their unified chant shaking the heavens. Kill the gods! Kill the gods! The deities above merely sighed, completely unfazed. Is this era another failure? It seems I made this humanity far too strong. That same god, with a chillingly cheerful smile, began his ritual, resetting the world all over again. And finally, in the fifth reset of the world, even the concept of chance was erased. From this, the sixth world was born. The story opens with Yidan, pierced by countless sharp blades. Humanity had nothing left to lose. The flame-haired god delivered his judgment. Once you die, this iteration of mankind will vanish completely. The people below cried out, desperately pleading for him to spare their lives. Suddenly, a torrent of poisonous purple bubbles erupted from Yidan. Behind the god, a shadowy figure materialized, slowly approaching. Could it be that someone else knew how to control this power? How interesting. A bead of sweat trickled down the god's face as he watched intently. The newly arrived deity flashed a cunning smile on his face. Do you want to lead the new world? He placed a hand on Yidan's head in a mock-holy gesture. Yidan struggled, but it was futile. From now on, your name will be Gav Yidan. The new world you lead will be filled with nothing but weaklings. So please, try your best. And so, humanity was forced into servitude, becoming the slaves of divine beings. Welton's eyes slowly opened, waking from the hazy vision as he reflected. He had seen the entire truth through those strange bubbles. A meticulous plan laid bare. So that was the truth. Bit by bit, they had stripped humanity of its power and turned them into slaves of the old gods. Welton gritted his teeth, his body trembling with pure rage. These arrogant fools. He despised them. Power exploded from within as he roared. I swear I will drag every last one of you down from your thrones. Suddenly, a blinding white light flashed, and a voice called out, Contractor, have you now seen the truth of this world? Welton stared in shock. Before him stood a stunningly beautiful, pink-haired goddess. It was the guildmaster, Jur. She simply replied, That's right. It is time to begin, Gur said. Are you ready to fulfill the contract? An image flashed in Welton's mind. Another version of himself, a being with a completely different personality and style. I will bet half of my soul on the future. And with that, another self was born. Following the will of Diablo Volpia and Gur, I, Jamie Welton, have come into existence. Within his consciousness, the two halves of his soul stood face to face. Though I am not the complete incarnation of Diablo Volpia, I am the final fortress he left for humanity. A powerful new aura radiated from Welton, something completely different than before. He was determined, incredibly confident, and resolute. Therefore, I will inherit his will. He had made his choice. Go now, Gur commanded. God of the new age, I will free your people. But she gave him one last warning. If you fail, neither of us can ever turn back. Welton was utterly confident. His decision was absolute. It doesn't matter. This time, I will bring down all 12 of the gods. She offered him a word of praise. Gur began to conjure a sphere of white energy. Very well. A pink light slowly emerged, growing larger and brighter. The final guardian, the savior of humanity, the one who would stand against the 12 gods. The fated moment had arrived. A soul wind howled through the ordeal. Will you? Blinding light enveloped Welton's body, reforging him into a perfect existence. He closed his eyes, sinking into the transformation. A second later, Welton's eyes snapped open. Something had fundamentally changed. He seemed more mature, sharper, and his gaze was as cold as ice.